The rattling sound of a wooden basket echoed. The whispers outside were loud enough to make the white rabbit look up attentively. We're almost at the Black Panther's territory. Hurry up and get rid of it. The white rabbit's ears twitched as if listening. It thought to itself, this place, am I in a basket? The person in the black cloak outside asked, hey. It's already had its coming-of-age ceremony and still can't turn into a human. The priest also thinks it's been cursed by a divine beast. The little rabbit inside understood they were talking about her. Her mother's voice shouted, why the hell can't you turn into a human yet? Your younger brother, Kiri, has already properly become a beastman. A pained voice from the bottom of her heart, Mother. I'm sorry. The mother's scolding didn't stop. Everyone else turns human within 3 years of being born. Why you? The rabbit apologized again in regret. I was wrong. She trembled and curled up into a ball. If I pray to the water god, then maybe someday I will too. She opened her eyes wide, startled by the moonlight. The priest's thunderous words echoed in her mind. It's obvious she's been cursed by a divine beast, she lamented. In the end, it was her lady mother's resentful words. Along with a contemptuous look, you useless thing, she asked herself in anguish, are they going to abandon me? Because I can't turn into a human? Because I'm not a true beastman? A voice from outside spoke up. Hey, isn't the territory border still far from here? Those tiny ears twitched again, listening. If we leave it deep in the forest, there won't be any consequences later. The order was to leave it to die at the hands of the Black Panthers. The other man replied, is that so? So, we just need to pluck some grass that only grows in the Black Panther's territory and bring it back as proof, right? The rabbit's face turned pale in shock. The Black Panther's territory. Outside, the two men's voices continued. Hey, we've come pretty deep into the forest anyway. If we cross the border, we won't be protected. Such a coward. I was planning to drop it here anyway. A large movement caused chaos inside the basket, and a loud thud startled the rabbit. She panicked. No! She scrambled around dizzily in anxiety. She cried out, but no one could hear her. Don't leave me! Please don't leave me here. I'll try my best to become a proper beastman. She lifted her little paws, her teary eyes pleading, so please, please don't abandon me. In the middle of the night, in the desolate forest, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Irk! The strange sound made the little rabbit freeze, wondering to herself, what was that? What was that sound? A thump. Thump sound from outside grew closer and clearer. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. The terrified rabbit covered her head, squeezed her eyes shut, and huddled down in fear and confusion. Suddenly, the light from outside grew brighter. A hand reached in, grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, and pulled her out. The frightened rabbit cautiously opened her eyes to see who it was. She was astonished, her eyes still filled with tears. Under the bright moonlight stood a young man with a cold expression. His blood-red eyes stared intently at her, his jet-black hair blending into the dark night sky. The wind blew, making the leaves rustle. The man looked at the thing in his hand and asked, "A little rabbit?" In his other hand was a blood-stained sword, and beside him a black panther with sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing those blood-red eyes and the cold expression staring down at her, the little rabbit's face went pale with terror. A black panther. She feebly struggled with her tiny paws, trying to escape from the man's calm gaze. She panicked. Am I going to be eaten? Is he going to eat me? Let me go, this guy. I said let me go. But of course he couldn't hear a thing. He seemed surprised by the little rabbit's struggles. Then he smirked, looking at her with an amused gaze, and asked, "Crying?" Under his playful gaze, the little rabbit ignored him and continued to struggle. "Yeah, I'm crying." "Is this the first time you've seen a rabbit cry or something?" He smiled, raising the little rabbit higher, and said, "Cry some more." His teasing words hit her like a punch, and she stared at the man in shock. Then she covered her blushing face with her paws, embarrassed to realize she had been crying. Oh God, I've lost my mind. The little rabbit had fallen into the territory of the Vivarivian Black Panther clan, a land filled with all kinds of beasts, lions, birds, wolves, guinea pigs, horses, and finally, the Black Panthers. The little rabbit's campaign to survive in the den of predators is about to begin. My name is Vivi Ribian, the rabbit outcast of the renowned Ribian family, a small adorable rabbit, with light pink fur and lovely violet eyes sitting on a luxurious green bed. Vivi cautiously looked around, trying to understand. For some reason, even though I'm 18 years old, I still can't turn into a human. Vivi looked at the spacious room and thought, my parents must have abandoned me in the Black Panther's territory because they hated seeing me like this. She was extremely confused. What am I supposed to do now? But her first question was, where am I? She ran around the bed, checking every corner, trying to remember what happened before she passed out. Then, the painful memories from before flooded her mind. Her vision went dark with fear and she froze solid. Vivi shivered as she looked around. Why did they bring me here? Are they going to eat me? A scene where the black-haired man placed Vivi on a table, holding a knife and fork with a sinister smile. His words, I'm going to enjoy this meal, made Vivi break out in a cold sweat, her eyes filled with fear. Absolutely not. Vivi punched the bedsheets in fear, her mind in chaos. No way. I said no way. After a moment, exhausted from her fear, Vivi stopped to catch her breath. She thought, get a grip. If I want to escape, now is my only chance. After a moment of hesitation, the small rabbit decided to jump off the bed. I have to do this. Even if I break something, I have to jump. Her mind filled with determination, she spread out her 4 short legs. Let's go, Vivi. Let's find freedom. In the moment, Vivi was waiting to hit the ground. A large hand suddenly caught her, startling Vivi. He said, that was a close call. He held Vivi's paw and waved it back and forth as she stared in shock. He asked, why would you do something so reckless? Evelyn looked at Vivi with the cold eyes of a black panther, wondering, Lord Ahin is really something. Tossing this little rabbit onto the bed, Vivi saw his blood-red eyes, frequent in his sharp fang as he spoke. He asked, but this is our first time meeting. Where did you come from, little rabbit? Vivi was terrified, her body turning cold at his fierce appearance. Another black panther. Evelyn leaned closer to the little rabbit who was trying to struggle with her 4 short legs. Evelyn wondered, so it seems you can't talk. At that moment, Vivi's mind was silently cursing him. Let go. Let me go. Evelyn tossed Vivi onto a small red pillow, telling her it's safer here than in the forest. Evelyn told himself, now that the rabbit is here, I can't let her get hurt. She belongs to Lord Ahin now. The adorable Vivi raised a paw to scratch her head, confused by Evelyn's words. Little rabbit, what do you mean belongs to? Evelyn added, furthermore, you must always keep your body pure. Hearing this, Vivi tilted her head and wondered, pure? Evelyn thoughtfully speculated, for Lord Ahin to bring this rabbit all the way back to his bed, she must be quite special. Vivi was stunned. Special? Evelyn voiced his own speculation. It seems this is an emergency food supply. Those words struck Vivi like a bolt of lightning. Her face went pale as she stared in shock. Vivi collapsed in despair at Evelyn's dangerous prediction. Evelyn kept his sinister smile as he watched Vivi break down. The beastman doctor told Evelyn it's just temporary shock. Her pulse is normal, and there are no health issues, so there's no need to worry, Lord Evelyn. Vivi was awake now but was still pretending to be unconscious. Vivi mentally retorted to the doctor's words, her little paw clenched into a fist. Who are you calling a sick rabbit? Evelyn smiled sinisterly at Vivi and replied to the doctor, are there no other issues? Could it be a criminal beastman who has temporarily reverted to its original form? When I saw her earlier, she seemed to understand what I was saying. She seems quite intelligent. Not like an ordinary animal. The beastman doctor replied, "Let's see, I don't sense any criminal pheromones from her. Lord Ahen brought her here some time ago. If she were a criminal, enough time would have passed for her to pay her price and return to her original human form." Evelyn wondered again, could it be a young criminal who hasn't been able to transform into a human yet? The doctor replied, "That's even more impossible. The process of transforming into a human is completed within 3 years. But a young criminal wouldn't be as active as that rabbit." Vivi lay there, her heart pounding with anxiety. Oh no, did my actions make it seem like I could seem like? The beastman doctor gave his final conclusion. "Therefore, this is just an ordinary rabbit." Vivi gasped for air. Her cheeks puffed out. She worriedly thought, "No, what if they find out I'm a criminal and kick me out?" Vivi pondered nervously. But in the Black Panther's territory, there are many scholars. If they find out I'm a criminal who failed to transform into a human, I could become a new research subject. Vivi imagined a crowd of scholars surrounding her, all of them marveling. They would buzz with excitement. "We must send this to the academic world. Oxygen monoxide. We must test it immediately. If this secret is brought to light, it will win many awards." Vivi's ears perked up as she continued to eavesdrop. Evelyn asked, "Lord Ahin brought this rabbit here to eat, right?" Evelyn said decisively, "That's just my belief." Vivi's face scrunched up in anger. "Hey, how can you say that? The owner of this luxurious bed brought me here just to be food." "Really?" The beastman doctor was at a loss for words at Evelyn's conclusion. He could only look at Vivi and reply, "Ah, yes, yes." Viv gently relaxed. "See? Even the divine healer can't believe it." That's why his voice sounded so annoyed. The doctor carefully picked up his medicine box and said to Evelyn, "Well, Evelyn, the treatment is finished. I'll take my leave now." Vivi panicked and cried out for help in her mind. Wait a minute. "Look here, divine healer, don't leave me with this weird man." The door clicked shut. Evelyn quickly approached Vivi, who was pretending to be fast asleep. He persistently called her, "Little rabbit, your eyelids are twitching." Evelyn sat down and threatened Vivi, "If you don't wake up now, you'll become an appetizer on the dinner table. Would you prefer to be a soup or a roast?" Hearing this, Vivi's eyes flew open immediately. Evelyn gave a respectful smile and said to Vivi, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Lord Ahin's aide, the one who brought you to this mansion, Ruth Evelyn." Vivi stared at him blankly. Evelyn continued, "For the noble Lord Ahin to bring you here is truly significant." He gestured towards Vivi, a mystical animal that can understand language. He imagined Vivi as a wise sage, with a mustache on her face and a staff in her hand. "A mountain is a mountain and water is water." Evelyn told Vivi, "At first, I wondered if you were a divine beast, but your appearance is very ordinary." Evelyn tilted his head, looking at Vivi, emphasizing once more, "No matter how I look at you, you still seem very ordinary." Vivi glared at him angrily. "Hey, I know I'm ordinary, but do you have to keep saying it?" Vivi's ears twitched at the sound of a clinking noise from outside the door. The butler said, "My lord, you've returned." Both Evelyn and Vivi turned their eyes towards the door. It was Ahin, with his cold, handsome, and charismatic appearance. His blood-red eyes exuded elegance. He glanced over at Evelyn. Evelyn bowed respectfully, still holding Vivi. "Lord Ahin?" Ahin asked Evelyn. "Evelyn, what are you doing here?" Evelyn replied, "I came ahead to assist the little rabbit." Ahin suddenly remembered. "Ah, that's right." Ahin's gaze fell on the adorable Vivi with her big, sparkling, round eyes. Ahin tilted his head skeptically and asked Evelyn, "Have you confirmed whether it's a criminal or not?" Evelyn replied, "According to the divine healer's opinion, that's impossible." Ahin replied in surprise, "Is that so?" "Well, I don't care." Evelyn found this strange and asked, "May I ask why?" Ahin replied coldly, "Because I'm going to eat it tomorrow." Evelyn immediately suggested to Ahin, "If you're having it for breakfast, roasting it would be delicious." Shall I inform the chef in advance? She asked with a pale and anxious face. Hey, do you really have to eat me? There's plenty of other food besides me. You obviously look like a rich person. Evelyn looked out the window. The sun is already setting. He quickly placed Vivi down on the bed. Then Evelyn bowed to a hin, and I shall take my leave. Please get some rest, my lord. Vivi saw a hin's gaze turning towards her. She panicked internally. Don't you dare leave on your own? Evelyn, stay right there. The door clicked shut. Hin was still staring intently at her. Seeing this, Vivi trembled and shrank back. Late at night in a hin's mansion, a hin was deep in sleep, and beside him, the tiny Vivi was trying to sit up. Vivi thought there's not much time left to escape. Vivi anxiously glanced at a hen, then out the window, thinking worriedly. Besides, this is clearly the Black Panther's territory. No matter how much I struggle, it will be hard to survive. Vivi was distraught. Even if I do survive, images of her mother and younger brother appeared in her mind. Vivi asked herself, do I even have a place to go back to? Her mother's contemptuous gaze was seared into her memory. Vivi looked up at the moon and mused, is this the curse? My parents abandoned me because they thought I was a disgrace to the family. Vivi turned to look at a han, assessing him. So handsome. Vivi moved closer to his face, thinking, even though he's a bit scary, if it weren't for him, I would have died back then. Vivi remembered the moment Ahin saved her, and her eyes grew sad. That situation was truly terrifying, but luckily, he hasn't done anything to me yet. Vivi pondered, maybe I should be grateful for this person's existence. Vivi reached her paw towards Ahin's sleeping face. Suddenly, Ahin's blood-red eyes shot open, staring right at Vivi. Vivi froze on the spot. Ahin stared intently at Vivi. Vivi was so horrified, goosebumps broke out all over her. Her face turned purple with fear as she screamed internally, and groggily sat up. Terrified, Vivi quickly dove under the pillow to hide. Ahin warned her, you'll suffocate. Ahin lifted the pillow, revealing the tiny Vivi huddled underneath, her eyes squeezed shut in fear. Ahin chuckled and asked, crying again? Vivi glared at Ahin angrily. I'm not crying. But then Vivi suddenly became dejected again. Yeah, it's just... Vivi recalled her mother's scornful and humiliating words. It's because of you that I have to deal with these ridiculous rumors. How shameful. Her younger brother smiled mockingly. Sis, just give up. In the future, I'll catch a strong male rabbit and put him in with you. Not only that, but even the servants around looked down on Vivi. Miss Vivi can't speak anyway, so she can't report back to the lady. We can just do a sloppy job. The man beside her replied, how lucky. Vivi buried her head in the bed, crying painfully. It's just, being abandoned hurts more than I thought. Seeing Vivi cry, Ahin's smile faded. He rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully watching Vivi. After a moment of thought, Athen asked Vivi, are you afraid I brought you here to eat you? Vivi was at a loss for words, looking at him with a weary expression. Then her eyes lit up, and she nodded her head vigorously. Ashin gave Vivi a commanding order. Then cry for me. Vivi heard this and didn't understand. She thought to herself, why is he so obsessed with tears? Ahin leaned in close to Vivi's extremely shocked face and urged her, hurry up! Vivi, stunned, obeyed. She started searching for tears, continuously rubbing her eyes with her paws. Waiting yielded no results. Ahin looked at Vivi in frustration. Tichi. Vivi was so anxious, she collapsed. The tears just won't come out. Seeing this, Ahin sighed. Asin gave up and flopped onto the bed, closing his eyes and telling Vivi, still not determined enough, I'll eat you the day after tomorrow, so try harder. Hearing this, Vivi hung her head in sorrow. Suddenly, Ahin reached out to grab Vivi, startling her. Hey! Ahin picked Vivi up and hugged her to his chest. His eyes were closed, as if he were sleepy. Han mumbled, "This is all meaningless. So annoying." Then a hen stroked the head of the miserable Vivi in his arms. Vivi saw this and wondered, isn't he mistaken about something? The next morning, pigeons fluttered about in the sky, outside Ahin's bedroom window. Ahin hastily passed Vivi into the hands of a maid. Vivi was a little startled. Vivi stared resentfully at the indifferent man's back. "That guy is so weird." Han noticed and asked, "What are you looking at?" Vivi's attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn, her sparkling eyes feigning innocence. "Nothing. There's nothing at all. Are you going out, my lord? Right?" Vivi quickly waved her paw to say goodbye to Ahin. "Go on, hurry up and go, and don't come back." Suddenly, the red-haired maid behind her whispered in her ear, startling her. "Little Rabbit," she introduced herself, "I will be serving you under the master's orders. My name is Mamie." The two looked at each other. And so begins a day in the life of Vivi and Mamie. First, a tour of the mansion. Vivi was constantly in awe. "This is magnificent." Next was bath time. Vivi relaxed in the tub. "Ah, this feels amazing." After that was mealtime. Vivi looked at the lavish spread of food before her. "The food today is a bit simple, isn't it?" Then it was time for a walk in the garden. Vivi the rabbit joyfully hopped around the vast lawn. Vivi glanced around, thinking to herself, "This house is huge. Is he a nobleman?" Vivi recalled a hen's appearance. But other people call him master, so he must be the owner of this mansion. Then Vivi imagined a hind flicking his tongue like a venomous snake, ready to devour her. But he's never actually made that face. Vivi imagined it herself and got the chills. How terrifying. Vivi thought the scary Ahin would say, Hey, I'll eat you the day after tomorrow, so try harder." Vivi noticed something in the distance. Huh? It turned out to be the massive main gate in front of her. Vivi rejoiced silently. "The exit is over there." Vivi cautiously glanced towards Mamie, who was talking to the gardener. Vivi looked back at the gate. Suddenly, she saw a gap that she could easily slip through. Vivi's heart pounded with excitement. She nervously peeked through the gap. "That's enough for me to squeeze through. This is my only chance to escape." Vivi pricked up her ears to listen to the gardener's conversation with Mamie. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Vivi made up her mind. "I have to go. Let's go." Vivi quickly took long leaps with her nimble legs, weaving through the footsteps of the mansion's servants. Vivi closed her eyes and dashed towards the gate, silently begging, "Move! Get out of the way!" Everyone there was startled. Vivi hurriedly looked ahead, almost there. Then suddenly a dagger appeared, flying right in front of Vivi. The dagger stabbed forcefully into the ground, startling Vivi and forcing her to a screeching halt. "Yua!" Vivi stared in fear at the paving stones that were cracking from the impact of the dagger. But in the end, she couldn't stop in time. Vivi crashed straight into the blade in front of her. She landed on her back, holding her forehead and panting heavily. Vivi's forehead throbbed as she wondered, a sword? Where did a sword come from? A pair of hands reached down towards Vivi, who was lying on the ground. Mamie called out "Little Rabbit" and then hugged the dazed Vivi. Then she gently bent down to pull out the dagger. She coldly reminded Vivi, "It's dangerous outside the mansion." Vivi was stunned by how quickly Mamie pulled out the dagger. Vivi fearfully turned her head to look at Mamie and trembled, screaming silently, "Ah!" Vivi worried, "Oh my God, everyone here is so weird." Evening at Ahin's mansion. Asin walked in with blood splattered all over him, even on his face. His handsome, cold face was unaffected by the bloodstains. Vivi, who was sleeping, was groggily awakened by the noise Ahin was making. Ahin walked with heavy steps towards Vivi. Seeing Ahin's state as he approached, Vivi wondered, "What? What's going on?" In the quiet of the late night at Ahin's mansion, Ahin tossed his outer coat, which had a large tear in it, onto the floor. It was stained with his blood. Ahin sighed in pain from the rather deep wound. Ahin wearily slumped into a chair, much to Vivi's surprise. Evelyn rushed into the room with the divine healer, urgently calling out, "Lord, Ahin!" Evelyn anxiously let the divine healer treat Ahin's wound. The divine healer quickly removed Ahin's blood-soaked shirt. Ahin told Evelyn, "Those damn bastards even used a scent to paralyze the body." Ahin thought for a moment in silence, then ordered Evelyn sent about 30 men there immediately. After using up all the medicine in his box, the divine healer finished bandaging Ahin's wound. Then he opened the door and left to let Ahin rest. Ahin suddenly looked down, noticing Vivi. "Ah, I have her." Ahin's sudden words startled Vivi. "Whoa! You scared me." Evelyn bent down towards where Vivi was lying and asked, making Vivi jump, "She's always been able to erase her scent, right?" Then Evelyn turned to praise Ahin. "Lord Ahin has brought back a very wise one." Hearing this, Ahin asked doubtfully, "What does that have to do with anything?" Evelyn quickly replied, "Yes, it does." Asin turned to look at Vivi. Vivi also turned to look at Ahin. Ahin gently reached his hand towards Vivi and said sternly, "Come here." Vivi stared at Ahin, thinking worriedly for a moment, then placed her paw in Ahin's hand. "What now?" Seeing that Vivi understood him, Ahin smiled. He lifted Vivi up in front of his face and exclaimed, as expected of a rabbit, "So intelligent. She even understands what I'm saying," Evelyn added. "But there are many things that are hard to explain because she's a prisoner, right?" Ahin's face hardened as he asked Evelyn, "Did the men who were dealt with in the forest discover this rabbit?" Evelyn cautiously replied, "Today, you immediately ordered the recovery of the bodies. But by the time we arrived, the black panthers in the forest had already torn them all to pieces." Hearing this, Vivi was shocked and fearfully turned to look at Ahin. Vivi quickly bowed her head, curling up in Ahin's hand and pleading, "Hey, can't you just spare my life?" Ahin smirked and said to Evelyn, "They're pretty fast runners," then started tapping Vivi's head with his finger. Ahin turned and ordered Evelyn, "Get out," while still playing with Vivi. Evelyn immediately bowed and obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Vivi scrunched up her face and resisted. "Hey, get your hand off me." I said get off. It was still night, and the moonlight streamed through the window panes. Ahin wearily flopped onto the bed, still holding Vivi in his hand. Vivi, with her fur all ruffled, was panting as if she had just escaped something terrible. Then she glanced over at Ahin. He was covered in bandages with a hand on his forehead, deep in thought. Vivi was very surprised to see this. That must hurt a lot. What happened between him and those wolves? Suddenly, Ahin looked down at Vivi, startling her. "Huh?" Then Ahin picked Vivi up and held her in front of his face. Vivi wondered, huh? He then turned Vivi around, making her panic. Huh? A plop sound was heard right after. Vivi didn't understand what was happening. She was now lying on Ahin's face. Vivi wondered, What are you doing?" While Ahin grimaced. Unexpectedly, Ahin then said, "Your neck, your clock?" Vivi fearfully glanced behind her. Hen held Vivi up and told her, "You're emitting pheromones." Vivi was surprised. "Well, what?" Vivi's face turned purple with fear, her heart pounding. "Pheromones? How can that be?" "That's a scent that only appears after transforming into a human." Ahin asked Vivi doubtfully. "A special breed, perhaps? How suspicious." With that, Ahin grabbed the blanket and started to cover Vivi with it, saying regretfully, "I shouldn't have killed them all at once back then." Vivi lifted her paw and wondered, what on earth is this beast thinking? But saw that Ahin had already fallen asleep. Vivi could only sigh. The sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed repeatedly. Something zipped past, cutting Ahin while he was training. Evelyn approached and asked, "Ahin, wouldn't it be better for you to take a day off from martial arts practice today?" Ashen turned seriously and called out, "Evelyn!" Evelyn looked at Ahin and thought, recently, the number of times the wolf clan has encroached on our territory has increased rapidly. Because of that, there have been more attacks on Lord Ahin, the one who will inherit the leadership position. Ahin remained silent, casually licking the blood from his hand. Evelyn advised a hen. Moving too much will affect your body, sir. You're also injured on your shoulder, aren't you? Ahin just glanced at him. Then he told Evelyn, I'm much better now. Evelyn asked in surprise, Sir? Han replied, The wound is almost healed. A giant question mark appeared in Evelyn's mind. Evelyn's hand trembled in anger as he clenched his fist. Ha! So stubborn! As expected, no one can keep up with Lord Ahin's superior recovery speed. Evelyn's expression changed as he pretended to praise Ahin. Oh my, that's wonderful! The wound that was bandaged just yesterday is already better today. Your healing ability is truly remarkable. Ahin sighed at Evelyn's expression. He doesn't believe a word of it. I guess it does sound like nonsense. Even I was surprised. In truth, when he looked in the mirror, the large wound from yesterday was now just a small mark, almost completely healed. Ahin acknowledged, Even so, it's clear that I've recovered quite a bit. Vivi was still sound asleep, dreaming sweetly in the blanket. Ahin stared intently at her. Ez sheathed his sword. Then he turned to Evelyn and said, Evelyn, I want you to find out if any noble families in the rabbit territory have had someone die or go missing. Evelyn was surprised. Seeing Ahin's determined gaze fixed on him, Evelyn replied, As you command. The lady spoke with a noble and elegant voice, asking, Mamie? All right, Mamie. Is this the rabbit that Ahin picked up? She looked at the little rabbit, Vivi, who was sitting primly on the table, looking back at her with an incredibly adorable expression. Valance picked up her teacup, admiring Vivi, and then took a sip. Mammy replied, Yes, it is. The lady smiled gently at Vivi and asked Mammy, Is it true that there's a rumor this is a magical, talking rabbit? Vivi stared at her in astonishment. Who is this? In the courtyard, in Lady Valance's fragrant rose garden, butterflies fluttered under the morning sun. Mamie bowed respectfully and answered the lady's question. My apologies. The story has been exaggerated. However, she can understand parts of what is said. But unexpectedly, Valance said calmly, It seems the rumor isn't entirely false. She told Mamie, I'd like to be with this little one for a while. You can wait outside. Mamie replied, Yes, my lady, leaving Vivi behind in a state of panic. Vivi furrowed her brow, analyzing the woman sitting in front of her. That's right, it's been 10 days since I came to this house. Vivi suddenly realized she was in front of a hen's mother, the matriarch of the house. The lady gently called to Vivi, Little one, give me your paw. This request made Vivi a bit flustered, but she placed her tiny paw in Lady Valance's hand. Then Lady Valance asked for her foot as well, and the adorable Vivi obediently complied. Next, she told Vivi to sit, and of course, Vivi obeyed and sat down. Seeing that Vivi could listen and follow commands, Lady Valance smiled with interest, pleased with the adorable little creature. She gently stroked Vivi's body, and Vivi lay still, enjoying it. From her back to her chin, seeing Vivi's expression, the lady praised the little rabbit. So adorable. But unexpectedly, her next words made Vivi freeze solid. A hen likes this kind of flavor, Vivi looked at the lady in shock, then thought back on the days she had spent with Mamie. Then she remembered how Evelyn would occasionally come by and turn her upside down. In Vivi's eyes, he was none other than the demon, Evelyn. He would flash a sinister smile and perform a strange dance to intimidate Vivi. You dare look me in the eye? Your courage surpasses that of a beast. You have the spirit of a general, and every night I have to endure Ashen's torment. And again, in Vivi's eyes, he was the demon, Ahin. Ahin would constantly poke Vivi and provoke her, cry, Why aren't you crying? Why aren't you crying, huh? Go on and cry, Vivi thought to herself. These two are a perfect match. They even said they're keeping me as emergency food to be eaten and fattened up. Vivi froze, staring blankly at the lady. But then Vivi returned to her normal state, smiled in resignation, and happily touched the lady's hand, telling herself, Oh well, what can I do? I'm just a rabbit. The lady smiled gently at the adorable Vivi. Then she stroked her soft fur and told Vivi, If you want to live a long life, don't be too obedient with a hen. The lady continued, A predator that takes an interest in its prey finds it much easier to swallow. She continuously pinched Vivi's cheeks until her face was all squished after hearing the lady's words. Vivi thought, so she's telling me to resist? Am I going to be bitten by those big fangs? Then Vivi rubbed her head and told herself, he really is a beast, thinking of doing something like that. Lady Valance called out, little one more thing. Vivi looked up at her. The lady told Vivi, I can sense a tiny bit of pheromone from you. Pheromones here refer to a scent that attracts a mate. She smiled, though there isn't any right now. Vivi looked up at her, puzzled. Pheromones from me? Returning to Ahin's mansion. Vivi was lying all alone on the bed. Vivi recalled Ahin's words, you have a pheromone scent. Even Lady Valance had said, I can sense a tiny bit of pheromone from you. Vivi's expression grew more and more serious as she fell deep into thought. They say that predators have 5 senses that are much more developed than herbivores. Vivi frowned, thinking, could those 2 have been mistaken? Vivi thought again, pheromones appear after transforming into a human, but there are always exceptions to the rule. Vivi thought sadly, just like how I've grown up, but I'm still a rabbit. Vivi remembered the taunts of the maids back at her family's mansion. One of them smiled and told Vivi, Miss Vivi, it'll just transform with a asterisk, poof asterisk like that. After that were her mother's sad words, along with her younger brother's indifferent gaze and contemptuous expression. When on earth will that child transform? Vivi wondered to herself, then sat up and asked, could I possibly turn into a human now? Viv was determined. All right, let's give it a try. It doesn't matter if I fail. She closed her eyes and concentrated intensely. Then she opened her eyes and shouted with all her might, Hiya! But after that, nothing happened at all. The little rabbit Vivi just sat there looking foolish. Then she realized it was impossible. And then she started to feel dejected. When Ahin entered the room, he found Vivi lying on the bed looking withered. He approached and got on the bed calling out, Hey! Ahin told Vivi, today, the wolf clan attacked again, so I got injured. Hearing that Ahin was injured, Vivi secretly glanced at him and asked curiously, Injured? Hin pointed to his face and said, Here! Vivi looked at him with a weary expression and then let out a small laugh. Seeing Vivi still lying there without any worried reaction, Ahin asked, aren't you going to treat me? Vivi turned her face away sulkily. Why should I? Ahin pressed again. Are you really not going to do it? Vivi shook her head vehemently. I don't want to. I won't. Ahin lost his patience and said, If that's the case. Then he lifted Vivi up. Vivi was terrified, not knowing why this was happening. It turned out Ahin was lifting Vivi high, preparing to put her in his mouth, and said to her, I don't need a rabbit that doesn't even know how to heal, you know? Seeing Ahin's sharp fangs, Vivi was terrified and struggled frantically. Mommy! Ahin asked one more time, Do you want to treat me now? Vivi could only give in a nod. Of course, you beast. Ahin brought his face close to Vivi and pointed. Then give it a try. Vivi was also very worried, but how am I supposed to treat it? Ahin sat still, waiting as Vivi fumbled around. Then Vivi decided to take a risk. Oh well, here goes nothing. Vivi moved closer to Ahin's face and used her tiny tongue to give his cheek a light lick. Seeing this, Ahin was very surprised and sat up to look at Vivi. Then he asked doubtfully, Hey, is this supposed to be treatment? Vivi was startled too. What else do you expect? I'm not a doctor. I'm a rabbit. Hen could only sit up and touch his cheek. Hin remarked, It doesn't feel too bad. Vivi didn't understand. What is he talking about? Then Ahin flashed a radiant smile, a satisfied smile at Vivi. Taking a sip of tea, Ahin's mother said delightedly, What a beautiful day. Vivi was sitting on the table. She was still happily munching on food and nodding in agreement. Exactly. The weather is beautiful today, so the food tastes even better than usual. Putting down her teacup, Ahin's mother smiled admiringly at Vivi. You look so adorable when you eat. Do you want some more? Hearing that, Vivi happily agreed, yes. Under the enthusiastic and thoughtful care of Lady Valance, Vivi had become rounder. The sadness of being abandoned by her family had gradually faded. I was so scared at first, but now it feels great. I eat so much and she still praises me for it. Suddenly, she realized she hadn't introduced herself to Vivi and said, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name is Valance Gray. Hearing her name, Vivi pondered for a moment, as it felt a bit familiar. Gray, I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere before. Seeing Vivi's adorable, thoughtful expression, she smiled and said, You can call me Valance. But Vivi couldn't speak. She thought to herself, But I can't call you that. I can't talk. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and said, Hey, little one, hold your breath for a moment and think about pressing on the blood vessels in your body. As she spoke, her hand gently touched Vivi's neck. Hearing that, Vivi frowned and followed the instructions. Hold my breath and press on my blood vessels? Like this? But doing this made her feel nervous and uncomfortable. I suddenly feel... Vivi started to feel a sharp pain. What is this? What is this feeling? She struggled with the sensation. Ah! Suddenly, she felt a great sense of relief. All right, you're a smart one. Her hand gently patted Vivi. You did well. Looking up at her, Lady Valance smiled and instructed her, Remember this feeling. Her face showed a hint of confusion. Remember? This feeling? Cut to another scene. Hin held out a lion-shaped doll and said, Now, if you can't catch this doll, you'll be dinner tomorrow. Got it? Vivi had a serious expression, staring at the doll with the determination to catch it. Just watch me. Vivi, standing on Ibran's hand, repeatedly tried to hit the doll. Ahin saw this and laughed, saying, What are you doing? Your legs are too short to catch it, aren't they? Haha, you fat rabbit. Hearing Ahin's mockery, Vivi thought angrily, What? What did this guy just say? Ivorine saw Vivi's angry expression. Who are you calling fat? Apologize. Apologize right now. He burst out laughing and said, Lord Ahin, if you keep this up, you'll really be hated. Didn't you already give the little rabbit a scare? By putting her on a plate during breakfast this morning? Please look, she still looks very angry. In response to Evren's words, Ahan just playfully shook the doll back and forth. I think she looks like she's having fun. Hearing Ahin's words, Everine just laughed helplessly and sighed. Is that so? Little rabbit, please continue to hate Lord Ahin with all your heart in the future. Hearing Everin say this, Ahan wasn't angry at all and even showed an expectant look. Good! I'm looking forward to it. Remember you said that? Seeing the two of them talk about her like that, Vivi became furious. Unable to do anything else, she took out her frustration on the doll. So annoying. These two are both so annoying. I can't believe they've had me in this carriage since this morning. And they didn't even say where we're going. The inanimate, innocent doll became the target of Vivi's scratching and anger, only able to cry helplessly in despair. Seeing Vivi beat the doll to this extent, Ahan laughed and said, Oh, the invincible rabbit. Ivorine beside him did the same. He watched Vivi fight and exclaimed, Look at that, it's the first time in my life I've ever seen a rabbit in a fistfight. Ivorine brought Vivi closer. She got angry, gritted her teeth, and pushed him away with her feet. Shut up! Stay away from me! Seeing Vivi's reaction, Ahan teased Ivorine. Looks like you're hated now too. Hearing this, Ivorine put on an innocent face. Impossible. Little rabbit, please understand my fragile heart. Hearing these words, Vivi could only rage internally. What? At this point, the carriage had become quiet. Sitting on a cushion on Ivorine's lap, Vivi looked outside. She thought to herself, come to think of it, this is the first time I've been outside. From here, I can see the scenery outside. Seeing Vivi engrossed in the view, Ivorine reached out to lift her up. Let me help you. Seeing the outside world for the first time, Vivi was delighted. Wow, it's amazing. Watching all the activities of the people around. She pressed her paws against the glass window and exclaimed, "This is so different from what I've read in books or heard in stories." Her eyes sparkled with joy and her heart pounded with excitement. Someday I'll be able to. Someday I'll be able to see this world for myself. That day will come, right? While she was lost in the view, a hand suddenly grabbed Vivi by the scruff of her neck. It was Ahin's hand. He unceremoniously stuffed Vivi into his coat pocket. Being stuffed in like that, Vivi was displeased. She put a paw to her head and looked at her head, and hey, that hurt, you know? Ahin didn't seem to care, and just silently looked out at the scenery. The carriage driver turned back to inform them, "We're almost there." They stopped on a street. Ahin and Evelyn stepped out. The driver bowed to them. Having arrived, Vivi popped her head out to look around. Where are we that it took so long to get here? Suddenly, Vivi's face filled with fear when she saw a shrine. Ah, no, this is a shrine. She trembled with fear as she looked at the shrine. A series of images from her past flashed through her mind. The words of complaints, criticism, and contempt from her family and others repeated in Vivi's mind, making her clutch her head in fear. Oh God, I hate this. Seeing Vivi's fear in his pocket, Ahin reached in to comfort her. He must have brought me to the temple because he sensed pheromones from me. Is he trying to figure out what I really am? Vivi's suspicious questions about Ahin began to surface. But seeing Vivi's fear, Ahin simply stroked and pressed her head, gently comforting her. There. On the contrary, Vivi was still terrified and bit into Ahin's pocket. Ahoo-hoo! Let's go back, please. I don't like this place. Evelyn, standing to one side, saw Vivi's fear and asked Ahin, "What's wrong?" Ahin replied, "I don't know," as he himself didn't know why Vivi had become like this. Entering the divine temple, in front of them was a priest. He saw them and bowed in greeting. Vivi's expression became even more tense when she saw him. A priest. The fear prompted Vivi to remember her past visits to the temple. Suddenly, Ahin placed Vivi on a table and said, "Wait here for a moment." Hearing this, Vivi just stared blankly, hesitantly looking at Ahin. He saw this and reached out to gently press her forehead. "Answer me." Hearing that, Vivi obediently nodded. This action made Ahin chuckle, watching Ahin walk away. He walked over to Evelyn and the priest. He stood before the priest and politely greeted him. "It's been a long time, 3 years, hasn't it?" The priest heard this and just smiled kindly in return. "This is the first time we've met since the Divine Beast Festival, isn't it? For Lord Grey himself to seek out a humble priest like me is truly an honor." Due to the distance, Vivi couldn't hear their conversation. What are they talking about? She could only guess by reading their lips. That rabbit? Beastman, they're talking about me. Why? In the past, she had been judged by a priest. That's clearly a curse cast down by the divine beast, isn't it? Remembering those harsh words, Vivi fell into despair again, thinking that Ahin and the priest were talking about her. Me? Again? Why do I have to hear those words again? How pitiful. A tiny creature abandoned by the divine beast. The words echoed in her head, making Vivi tremble uncomfortably as she hugged herself. I hate it. With that thought, she started to back away. I hate this. Taking the opportunity, she jumped off the table and ran straight outside. To everyone's surprise, "What? What's going on? Oh my God, stop!" The words kept repeating inside Vivi's head. "I'm very sorry, but there's nothing else that can be done. This is a precedent that is hard to find again. Is it a curse cast down by the divine beast or not? Even the divine priest couldn't confirm it. I feel so uneasy." "Stop it!" Vivi thought helplessly, unable to forget those psychologically damaging words. Finally, she stopped in front of the statue of the divine beast. "Lord Divine Beast, why can't I turn into a human? Am I really cursed? Why? Why do I, of all people, have to live like this?" Vivi looked at the divine beast and burst into tears. Why? While she was crying, Ahin caught up to her. "This time, He sounded exasperated. You again? He sighed and looked at Vivi. He grabbed Vivi by the scruff of her neck and asked gently, Why are you crying? Do you hate the temple? Hearing this, Vivi nodded in agreement with Ahin's words. I hate it so much. I hate the temple, and I hate the priests too. Vivi looked up at Ahin, sniffling. Seeing this, he could only give a small, helpless smile. Just then, an exhausted Ivorine ran up. Lord Ahin! Vivi and Ahin turned to look at the sound of Avern's voice. He was so tired from running that his cheeks were sunken. He placed a hand on his chest and said weakly, The rabbit is okay, really. That's a relief. In any case, I didn't think she would try to escape from the temple. Seeing Avern's state, Vivi frowned and thought, Ivorine is so slow. Ahin told Evelyn. It seems she hates the temple so much that she ran away like that. Vivi silently denied Ahin's words in her heart. Did I ask for that? Ivorine replied, This I'm not sure either. It seems this little rabbit is an anti-theist, isn't she? Hearing these words from Ivorine, Ahin asked doubtfully, A rabbit with a religion? Doesn't that sound strange? You have a point, but Ivorine still thinks he's right. Don't rabbits sometimes pray too? How interesting, Ivorine suggested. It seems the little rabbit really dislikes the temple. Let's hurry back to the mansion. Hearing these words from Ivorine, Vivi was stunned, half believing, half doubting. Really? Seriously? We can go back just like that? Ahin looked at Vivi and smiled gently. All right, let's go back. Suddenly, Ivorine leaned in close to Vivi and called out, Little rabbit! He gently stroked Vivi's head and said, This Ivorine is a scholar, not a warrior. Therefore, in the future, I would like to refuse any sudden escape attempts. Seeing Ivorine do this to Vivi, Ahin became jealous and annoyed. Ivorine, stop getting so close and being so loud. Hearing this, Ivorine just smiled in reply. I greatly respect Lord Ahin's cold side, you know. Ahin just replied nonchalantly, Smooth talker. Yes. Cut to them getting into the carriage to go home. Vivi had a tired expression. Today was tough too. Night at Ahin's mansion. Vivi sat on the bed and turned to look at Ahin, who was lying down in a seductive pose, looking back at her. With a pensive look, he stared at Beeb. Beeb was bewildered to see Ahin like this. Oh my God. Right after, Beeb quickly pretended to be asleep. How weird. Why did this beast of a man just open his shirt and lie there staring at me, like an unguarded black panther? Do you think you're the only beast here? Don't you know how dangerous a creature Bee is? But quickly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Then Ahin reached out his hand to touch her, trying to wake the little crybaby. His hand gently wrapped around hers. Hey, you know about that, right? I smiled affectionately at BB and continued, I heard that beasts have a strong sense of camaraderie. He went on a long monologue that made B break into a cold sweat. Oh, for heaven's sake, Ahin continued. Sometimes, when their desires become too overwhelming, they destroy everything they possess. His words made Beeb jolt upright. What the hell are you talking about? You've been taken in by my family, so you're only alive because of me. Ahin said, Therefore you are my possession, right? Beeb stared blankly at Ahin. Wait, is he threatening me right now? I wonder if I'll get a beating if I try to escape. She screamed internally, thinking with teary eyes, This is so scary! The warm sunlight and clear blue sky created a very pleasant atmosphere. In the garden of the magnificent castle, Ahin's mother, Valance, sat on a chair. A flock of blue butterflies fluttered around her. They flew around, some landing on the beautiful flower clusters. Ahin's mother, Valance, sat there quietly, resting her chin on her hand, smiling at something as she said, Breathe slowly, little one. It was the lovely little rabbit, Vivi Reborn, sitting on a green cushion, slowly breathing in the fresh, clear air. Ahin's mother, Valance, continued, Calm down. As you do, try to focus the breath in your lower abdomen and hide your pheromones. Hearing this, the little rabbit Vivi Reborn closed her eyes and puffed out her cheeks, trying to take a deep breath from her lower abdomen, as Hwin's mother instructed. Seeing the little rabbit, she said, "No need to rush, just stay calm. Now breathe out once more." Hearing her words, Vivi Ribion let out a soft breath. Asterisk, few asterisk. After exhaling, the little rabbit repeated the previous action. Ahin's mother continued, "Now inhale slowly." Vivi Ribion took another deep breath. "That's right. One more time." And so, Vivi Ribion repeated the breathing exercises. Feeling refreshed under the guidance of a hen's mother, Valance, after doing so many breathing exercises, the rabbit Vivi Ribion started to get tired and lay face down on the cushion, exhausted and covered in sweat. Seeing this, a hen's mother reached out and petted the little rabbit, saying, "You did very well." Vivi Ribion lay there obediently, her eyes half open as a hen's mother petted her, thinking to herself, "Phew, that was tiring." These days, after lunch, I usually practice storing my pheromones like this. I wonder if I'll ever be able to turn into a human one day. Suddenly, a book was brought close to Vivi Ribion, startling the little rabbit. She opened her big, round, purple eyes to look at the book. Ahin's mother held the book and nudged it towards Vivi Ribion, saying, "You can read, can't you?" Seeing this, the little rabbit Vivi Ribion nodded, signaling, "Yes, I can read." But internally, she thought, why reading all of a sudden? Seeing that Vivi Ribion could read, Ahan's mother gave the book to the maid, Mamie, and said, "Then I'll leave this book with Mamie. Read it when you have time. It will be useful for you." Hearing this, Vivi Ribion obediently perked up her ears, wondering, useful? And so, just as Ahin's mother had said, the white rabbit Vivi Ribion returned and placed the book solemnly on the shelf. She would sit and flip through the pages, engrossed in her reading. In a large room, on a small table, a cute white rabbit named Vivi Ribion was intently reading a book. As she read, she marveled to herself, so this is the principle behind pheromones. With that thought, Vivi Ribion turned to the next page, thinking, all right, let's see. The definition of pheromones. Pheromones are sense and innate abilities that only human beasts possess. It is a form of power, a method of attack, and a one-of-a-kind advantage. Reading this, Vivi Ribion imagined the master of escape using pheromones to make a quick getaway. The rabbit thought to herself, they say rabbits usually develop pheromones for swift escapes. Am I that type? But I'm not very fast. Thinking this, Vivi Ribion tapped her foot a few times as if to test her own agility. After testing it, she turned to the next page with sparkling eyes. The next page was about pheromones and gender. Seeing this, Vivi Ribion let out an interested "ah." The cute little rabbit Vivi Ribion furrowed her brow, determined to read this part carefully. The servants in the Ribion household took advantage of the fact that I couldn't speak. They were always getting intimate in my room. Vivi was furious and uncomfortable, but also embarrassed as she let out a sigh. Remembering the two servants from the Ribion family being affectionate right in her room in front of her, Vivi recalled the memory and trembled with anger, thinking, what do you mean no one's here? I'm right here. Me. Suddenly, a sound echoed at asterisk thump, thump, asterisk, which made the focused Vivi turn around and wonder, What's that sound? The thumping sound continued. Vivi turned her head and saw Hen Gray trembling all over, covering his face and letting out a snort of laughter. Turning completely, Vivi saw a Hen Gray standing there, continuously slapping the wall amidst constant laughter. PFT haha. Ivorine, standing next to Ahin Gray, also couldn't help but find it funny, his whole body shaking. Seeing this, Vivi looked on with suspicion, wondering, what is going on? Ivorine, beside Ahin Gray, spoke up. Living with the little rabbit, I get to witness so many interesting sights. As he spoke, Ivorine trembled, holding back his laughter, while behind him, Ahin Gray was laughing his head off. Then, Ahin Gray said loudly, a rabbit that can read books? Vivi Ribion sat next to the book with a dumbfounded look. I want to preserve this scene in a self-portrait. Ahin Gray laughed until his eyes turned red and tears streamed down, unable to stop. He kept slapping the wall while laughing. Seeing this, Vivi Ribion couldn't help but get angry. glaring daggers at the two who were laughing their heads off just because they saw her reading a book. After a while, Ahengray finally stopped laughing, covered his mouth, and took a breath, saying, "Ah, I'm gonna die." Ahengray's aide, Ivorine, turned around while still laughing and said, "Lord Ahin, please calm down." Then he turned to Vivi and said with a smile, "When Lord Ahin laughs this much, I hope the little rabbit isn't offended." Hearing that, Ahengray couldn't hold it in again, his face turning red as he prepared for another round of laughter. And just like that, the laughter that had just died down erupted again. Vivi sat to the side, furious, her face dark as she watched the two laughing like they'd won the lottery. Thinking, they're just like Black Panthers. Scene changed to the magnificent castle, filled with sunlight and a cool breeze. The soldiers stood in solemn formation. Mamie stood there, leading the little rabbit Vivi for a run under the sun. Vivi stretched out, her long strides covering the courtyard ground. Vivi happily ran towards the pond, thinking, "It seems both Lady Valance and Ahin are busy today. I wonder what's going on." She said this while turning back to look at Mamie, who was standing still. Suddenly, a pair of hands scooped Vivi up, startling both her and Mamie. "Huh?" It was Jules Mannion, holding the little rabbit Vivi with a surprised expression. Jules Mannion looked down at Vivi and wondered, "A rabbit?" Vivi, with an innocent face and wide-open eyes, looked at Jules Mannion and wondered, "Who is this person? This is the first time I've seen him. His golden eyes are so beautiful. Could he be a herbivore?" While Vivi was lost in thought, Jules Mannion suddenly covered his mouth in surprise. Vivi was still thinking, could he be a guest? Jules Mannion removed his hand from his mouth and said, "What is this? The scent of a Black Panther?" This revealed two sharp fangs in his mouth. Seeing this, Vivi's expression turned to one of panic and fear. She wanted to squirm out of Jules Mannion's hands immediately. Thanks, he's not a herbivore. After that, Vivi struggled relentlessly, trying to escape from Jules Mannion's grasp. Vivi silently cried out for help to Mamie, "Mamie!" As if understanding, Mamie stepped closer. Vivi used her eyes to communicate with Mamie, silently asking, "Who is this person? Is he a beast?" Mamie understood the little rabbit Vivi Rebion's meaning and gave a slight nod, as if to say, "That's right." Jules Mannion was still surprised, his hand covering his mouth as he looked at Vivi in his hands. This made Vivi ponder, another beast has appeared. Jules Mannion stood motionless, looking with suspicion at the rabbit Vivi Rebion sitting in his hands. Vivi Rebion, in Jules Mannion's hands, saw him staring at her like that. The little rabbit couldn't help but look back with a confused and suspicious gaze, wondering, what is it? Why is he looking at me like that? Suddenly, Jules Mannion lifted the rabbit Vivi closer to his face, sniffed her, and said, "Why do you have the scent of that Black Panther?" This action startled Vivi, making her let out a silent cry. "Hey! Hey!" Vivi Rebion's expression changed as she asked herself, "That Black Panther? Is he talking about a Han?" With that thought, Vivi kicked Jules Mannion's nose as her inner voice rose up. "Hey, hey, get your fanged face away from me." The two guards and Mamie standing nearby were completely shocked by this, their faces blank with 3 dots appearing above their heads. At this moment, Mamie spoke up with an embarrassed expression. "Sir Mannion, I apologize, but..." Jules Mannion turned to look at Mamie quite suddenly, still holding Vivi tightly as she internally screamed to be let go. From a distance, Ahengray approached with a cool, serious expression, followed closely by 2 guards, their footsteps echoing asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. Ahengray walked over with a handsome, serious face. When Vivi saw Ahengray approaching, it was like a ray of light, her savior. The suspicious and hateful look Vivi Rebion gave Jules Mannion was the complete opposite of the sparkling, loving gaze she now had for Ahengray. The little rabbit Vivi Rebion's heart sang, "Ahin, Ahin, I'm so glad to see you." Ahengray calmly walked up to Jules Mannion. Seeing him, Jules Mannion turned his head and said, "This is unexpected. I never thought you'd be raising a pet rabbit, Lord Grey." Hearing this, Ahine Gray's face remained cold and serious as he looked at Jules Mannion. Then he crossed his arms and called out, "Vivi Rebian, come here!" Vivi saw this, but just stared at Ahine Gray with her round eyes. Jules Mannion saw this and sighed, staying where he was. A moment later, Jules Mannion gently placed the little rabbit Vivi Rebian down and said, "Since when did you develop this hobby?" After being set down, the little rabbit Vivi Rebian quickly ran over to Lord Ahine Gray and hid behind his leg. Ahine Gray gently bent down and held out his hand for Vivi to jump onto, after confirming she was safe. Vivi Rebian suspiciously pointed a paw at Jules Mannion and asked, "Lord Ahine, do you two know each other?" Ahine Gray, whether he understood what Vivi was trying to say or not, glanced at her indifferently before speaking with a grumpy face. "You reek of that filthy lion." Hearing this, Vivi Rebian's face darkened with annoyance. "Oh my God, no way, is it my fault? Huh? How dare he say I smell?" Suddenly, Vivi Rebian seemed to realize something. "Wait, what did he say? A lion?" The little rabbit's face instantly turned dark. Vivi looked frustrated, throwing her paws up and screaming, "Ah!" Her small heart screamed. Even a black panther finds lions terrifying. This surprised Ahine and confused him about Vivi's reaction. The little rabbit Vivi broke out in a cold sweat, which also stunned Ahine. Vivi thought, "This is no place for me. It really isn't." Vivi's terrified soul felt like it was hanging upside down from a tree branch, screaming non-stop. Seeing this, Ahine Gray spoke up. "What's wrong? Do you want to meet a lion or something?" Vivi immediately crossed her arms, her face clearly showing disapproval. "No way," the little rabbit thought, "in your dreams." Ahine Gray picked Vivi up and teased her. "You want to be lion food?" This terrified Vivi, and she struggled constantly. "No, I don't want to." Despite her struggles, Ahine Gray continued to tease her, even laughing out loud. The rabbit Vivi Rebian's face darkened, her eyes resolute. "Why are you suddenly like this? Seriously? I don't want to." Ahine Gray continued to smile mischievously, teasing, "If you want to live, then beg me some more." All of Vivi's hopes were dashed as she drooped sadly in Lord Ahine Gray's hand. She glared angrily, thinking, "Here we go again. Here we go again." Seeing Vivi's defiance, Ahine Gray said, "You're not going to do it?" Vivi sulked, angrily crossing her arms and turning away with an annoyed look, a huge cloud of anger above her head. "If it were you, would you want to do it?" "Absolutely not. Even if you look at me like that, I won't do it." Then Jules Mannion looked at Vivi and smiled, saying, "This little rabbit seems to prefer a filthy lion over you, Lord Gray." Ahine Gray's face darkened as he coldly replied, "That's not happening." Then he unexpectedly held up Vivi Rebian and said, "You philanderer." This made a million question marks appear in the little rabbit's head. Vivi Rebian's eyes widened in confusion. What? After saying this, Ahine Gray pulled his rabbit Vivi Rebian into an embrace, ignoring her struggles. He started walking away, not forgetting to say, "I'm saying that black panthers are not allowed to marry twice." And with that he left, leaving Jules Mannion staring after him with a bewildered expression, not understanding what just happened. Jules Mannion stood there for a moment, watching Gray's retreating back. Then he stretched and said, "Anyway, he really is a madman." Cut to Vivi and Gray. Ahine Gray had placed Vivi in his pocket. The little rabbit Vivi Rebian was still sulking, crossing her arms and thinking, "Yeah, you said it." In the late afternoon, at the lavish and magnificent castle, the sun was setting, bringing a pleasant and cool feeling. Ahine Gray sat in his study, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, enjoying a moment of rest. Then Lord Ahine reached up to loosen his tie with a disgusted expression. He complained to himself, "Ugh, the smell of a lion." Then Ahine Gray thought back to Jules Mannion from that afternoon. What a pointless joke! In any case, I'm not pleased. Just then, a voice spoke up, "Lord Ahine." Along with the words came a thick stack of papers. "This is the information you requested." It was Ivorine, Ivorine said. There are no members who have been imprisoned or have disappeared among the noble lineages in the rabbit territory. Even after expanding the search to commoners with good bloodlines, no one has been reported missing. Ahin Gray's face was focused as he flipped through the rustling pages, lost in thought. Slowly, he said to himself, "What a suspicious rabbit." Ivorine tilted his head and added, "There's a possibility the little rabbit is a human, not a surviving rabbit child, sir." Hearing this, Ahin Gray spoke up. That custom. Han Gray thought back to the image of the rabbit Vivi eating and said, "Come to think of it, it's been a month, but she hasn't grown at all. The only thing is, she's gotten fatter." Ivorine said, "Thanks to Lady Valance, she has gained a lot of weight. It seems Lady Valance is quite fond of this rabbit, Vivi." Ahin rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. "She's not a noble, but that scent is clearly a pheromone. That must be why my mother is so interested in her." Seeing Lord Ahin Gray's thoughtful expression, Ivorine offered, "Lord Ahin, I will go and ask the rabbit directly who she is." Hearing this, Ahin Gray said, "If you do that, you could be in danger." Ivorine considered it and agreed, "Indeed, you're right." With a serious expression, Ahin Gray recalled the time Vivi destroyed the book Everything About Food for Herbivores and said, "Not long ago, she destroyed the book you brought, didn't she?" Ahin then asked Ivorine, "Why do you seem so obsessed? Do you like her?" Hearing this, Ivorine replied, "I'd rather not hear that assessment from you, sir." At this, Ahin Gray ordered Ivorine, "Say it again." Ivorine obeyed Ahin Gray's command and recited, "Lord Ahin is like the origin of all things, the sun itself." Whatever Ahin said, Ivorine obeyed without question. Ivorine's mouth was sealed shut, and Ahin sat there quietly, flipping through the pages. His face was deep in thought. "This is Reborn. The first time I ordered a child to be thrown to the beasts. And why? Because of a rumor that the child was illegitimate and had to be taken deep into the forest to avoid injury. A flashback of two figures in dark cloaks carrying a basket with a baby inside. Because of those bizarre rules, the child was ordered to die." Ahin Gray was serious and silently contemplating, thinking about Vivi, and wondering could she be the abandoned one? Then Ahin Gray gave an order to Ivorine. Ivorine replied, "Yes, my lord." Ahin Gray then said, "If anyone comes looking for that rabbit," his eyes turned sinister and filled with killing intent. "Kill them all." His blood-red eyes carried a serious, deadly look that would terrify anyone. Vivi Reborn, also known as BB, was being dried with a towel by Mamie, her wet fur being gently wiped. Mamie, while carefully drying her, gently spoke and explained, "I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Whenever there's a meeting between the related families, Sir Jules Mannion is sent as a representative. How could a lowly servant like me dare to interfere with him?" Bibi's eyes sparkled as if she realized something, and she thought, "So that beastman's name is Jules Mannion." Mamie lifted Bibi, who was wrapped in a warm towel, and continued, "From now on, if he comes here, it's best you don't go for walks, okay?" The cute Bibi sat down on the soft towel and nodded firmly at Mamie. I understand." After that, Biv sniffed her own soft white fur. "By the way, the scent of that lion beastman should be gone by now, right? Who knows, that grumpy Ahin might start trouble with me again for no reason." Ahin Gray's face darkened, his eyes gloomy as he looked down at Beeb and said in a low voice, "It seems I can still smell that beastman on you." Hearing that, Biba's face twisted in annoyance. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly as she thought angrily, that cursed beastman, that annoying Black Panther, they're both a bunch of damn jerks. Ahin Gray bent down low and stared intently at Bibi. He crossed his arms and asked, "Haven't you bathed yet?" Hearing such an impolite question from Ahin Gray, Beeb thought helplessly, why would you ask a lady a question like that? After that, Bee quickly answered Ahin Gray's question. "No, I've already bathed." "Really? Can't you tell by looking at this soft fur? After BB answered, it seemed that Hin Gray didn't believe her, so they ended up in a staring contest. Their gazes clashed like lightning as they silently battled, but there's still a scent. It's coming from you. Ruth Evelyn, seeing the tense atmosphere, spoke up to break it. Lord Ahian, the little rabbit has been here for a month now. Shouldn't you give her a name? Hearing this, Hin Gray paused, glancing over at Ruth Evelyn and questioning. A name? Ruth Evelyn gave a gentle nod. Everyone just calls her Little Rabbit, but I think we need a proper name. Hin Gray pondered. A name, huh? Hin Gray stared intently at BB and used his hand to spin BB's round body around and around, making the little rabbit dizzy. She could only scream helplessly in her mind, "Stop! Stop it! I'm so dizzy! I said stop!" But Hin Gray didn't seem to hear, instead poking BB's chubby cheeks and saying, "It's fine." After he was done, Hin Gray stood up straight, smiling as he looked down at BB. She must already have another name, right? All the while, Hin Gray kept poking BB's cheek, and BB seemed panicked upon hearing his question. How did he know about that? Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn could only sigh, clasping her hands behind her back and politely asking for leave. Well then, I shall take my leave. Hin Gray just gave a soft reply, still not stopping his poking of Bibi's cheek. Hearing Hin Gray's permission, Ruth Evelyn placed a hand on her shoulder, bowed low, and said her farewells. I shall see you tomorrow, my lord. Hin Gray glanced towards the door that Ruth Evelyn had just closed with a *, click *. With a thud, he sat on the chair Bibi was lying on, nearly crushing her. He leisurely crossed his legs and said, Now then. Bibi suddenly lifted her head, looking dumbfounded at Hin Gray. But what is he doing? With a * thump *, Hin Gray knelt on the floor, making Bibi stare in astonishment. But before Bibi could recover, Hin Gray grabbed a tuft of fur on her body, lifted her up, and commanded, Come here. Being grabbed by a tuft of fur, Bibi was annoyed. She shot a gloomy look at Hin Gray and said irritably, Hey, are you just going to grab people from behind like that, huh? Don't you think I have human rights? No, I mean rabbit rights. Hearing this, Hin Gray stared intently at Bibi. He held her fur tightly and brought Beeb to his eye level, threatening her. I've told you before, haven't I? Every time I see you, I want to cook you. Hearing this, Bibi glared fiercely at Hin Gray and let out a huff of defiance. Hearing Bibi's resistance, Hin Gray's face darkened as he threatened. That's not a joke. Hearing that, Bibi shrank back in fear, resentfully thinking, what a rotten, savage beast. Then Hin Gray let go, dropping BB straight into a basin of black ink with a */ sending droplets flying everywhere. Seeing the ink droplets splatter everywhere, Beeb flailed and scrambled, trying to get out of the ink basin, which made Hin Gray stare in bewilderment. He watched Beeb's foolish actions with confusion and asked, What are you doing? Then Hin Gray spoke gently to Beeb, Listen. Write your name here. Hearing this, Beeb looked up at Hin Gray in astonishment and thought, He wants me to write my name? What does he think I am, to so casually ask for something like this? Then she thought angrily and resentfully, I'm not like the people around you. I'm a rabbit. Arg, I have so many questions, but I can't ask them. This is so frustrating. Then Hin Gray, seemingly noticing Bibi's anger, could only say, People say that naming an animal creates a more affectionate bond. If I know your name, wouldn't that mean you get to live longer? Hearing this, Bibi turned her head and stared at Hin Gray, half angrily thinking, Why does he keep saying such scary things? Then Bibi seemed to relent, thinking, I get it, I'll do it, all right? At the Grand Castle, Beeb had just finished writing her name, and immediately collapsed on the floor, groaning in despair. The characters on the paper Bibi wrote spelled out Vivi. Vivi sobbed on the floor, lamenting, Agu, my body. I never thought writing my own name could be so exhausting. A hind gray picked up the piece of paper with BB's name on it. He intently read VIVI. Then a hen gray suddenly flashed a sinister smile and softly called Vivi. Hearing that gentle call, BB, who was being held up by her fur, couldn't help but shrink back. What's this? Why is he calling me like that? She thought in fear. A hen gray held BB tightly and let out a humps. Then suddenly a hen gray opened his mouth wide, as if preparing to swallow BB whole. Seeing a hen gray's action, Babette struggled violently, screaming in her mind, "What is he doing?" Suddenly, BB felt a hen gray's teeth touch her body and thought in terror, "Ack! His teeth are touching me." As if sensing BB's struggle, a hen gray said menacingly, "Stay still. I'm going to erase that guy's scent for you." Beeb looked at a hind gray in panic, her heart pounding, thinking in astonishment, all of a sudden? Shouldn't he have told me first? Athen Gray's teeth sank into Bibi's fur with a asterisk crunch asterisk. The sensation made Beeb jolt with a yelp. Ack! Seeing this, a hind gray lowered his eyes to Bibi's limp body. Then he bit down hard on her, making her cry out in pain. Aha! Then Beeb thought to herself, this feels so strange. My heart is pounding, and it feels like all the strength has left my body. What's more, this scent. What is this scent? Feeling her strength drain away, Beeb squeezed her eyes shut and weakly thought, is this Ahin's pheromone? Ah, it's so hard to breathe. In a dark room, a soft groan could be heard. Oh, I think I fell asleep. I still feel like I'm floating. Did I catch some kind of illness? Bibi, now slightly more awake, looked around and saw Ahin Gray sleeping. So she quietly thought, Ahin is sleeping. Then Beeb let out a sigh of admiration. When he's asleep and not talking like this, he looks really handsome. After that, Bibi reached out her hand and gently touched Ahin Gray's face, then asked in astonishment, Ahin, why don't you ask me any questions? Right now, I must look like nothing more than a troublesome pet. Aren't you curious about who I am? After Beeb gently touched Ahin Gray's cheek, she let out a soft sigh. Ah, so warm. In the Ribian estate, Lady Ribian, Vivi's mother, Avon, placed her teacup on the table with an asterisk clink asterisk, thinking pensively, it's been too long. Why hasn't there been any news? The long-serving members of the Ribian family wouldn't disobey an order just for Vivian's sake. Could it be? Did the Black Panthers hunt them? Damn it. Kiri saw Lady Avon lost in thought and let out a laugh. Isn't it because they crossed the border and went even deeper that they got hunted? Don't worry about it, Mother. Hearing this, Lady Avon replied, but that forest is near the Grey clan's territory. Perhaps the members of that clan, before her mother, Lady Avon, could finish. Kiri interrupted. Discovered Bibi Reborn? Well, isn't that a cause for celebration? They took care of the problem for us. Hearing what Kiri said, Lady Avon also sank into her own thoughts. Then Kiri slammed her teacup down on the table with an asterisk clack asterisk. She crossed her arms, annoyed but also helpless, sighing. If you're that bothered by it, you can just send someone to investigate again. Even if the Black Panthers attacked, there should still be a body and bones left. Hearing this, Lady Avon could only reply, you're right, that would be better. In the castle of the Grey clan, Babe's mood plummeted, her heart shattering with an asterisk thump asterisk. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, recalling what she had accidentally done last night. That's right. This is me. This is who I am. VB. What did you expect? BB sobbed as she remembered the soft feeling from last night. What's this turning into a human nonsense? I'm just a fluff ball. Then she thought helplessly, so soft. Why was it so soft? In contrast to BB's inner turmoil, Ahin Gray was having his clothes adjusted by a servant. Seeing BB's inner torment, Ahin Gray glanced over at her and called out in bewilderment, BB! Why are you suddenly acting like this? As if on the verge of a breakdown, BB covered her ears and thought, all right, fine. How could he possibly understand my struggles when he's a black panther? Seeing this, a Han Gray asked with confusion, "What's wrong with her?" On, hearing this, asked back in surprise, "Pardon me, sir?" Han Gray replied coolly as On was helping him put on his coat, "I'm talking about the rabbit." But a glance over showed BB was still in a slump, letting out a few asterisk. Seeing this, Han Gray could only say with resignation, "She's sighing." On, as if realizing something, quickly replied, "Could she be hungry?" Hearing this, Han Gray asked back in surprise, "Hungry?" On replied, "Well, she looks a bit frail." Han Gray looked at the miserable bubby and replied doubtfully, "But she already ate this morning." Beep, beep. Hearing the conversation between the two, hugged her arms and thought, "Stupid black panthers. This isn't some trivial worry like that." A Hen Gray bent down to observe BB, then replied to On, who was standing beside him, "You have a point." On, hearing the nonsensical reply, asked, "Sir?" Hen Gray clarified his confusion. "What I mean is, it seems she is hungry." A Hen Gray smiled softly, then turned towards Bibby and said, "We need to prepare food for her. We need to help her gain weight." On, hearing this, broke into a sweat and replied, "Yes." "Sir?" Han Gray let out a sigh of relief as if an idea had struck him and said, "Of course. Bibby, I will prepare your food very carefully." BB glared angrily at a Han Gray, thinking, how could he possibly come up with that? Suddenly, a Han Gray knelt down, staring intently at Bibby, and said, "Let's see." Seeing a Hen Gray's strange behavior, Bibby became frightened and stared back at him. Then, Hen Gray closed his eyes and said softly, "The lion's scent is completely gone." After that, Hen Gray gently placed his hand on Bibi's head, petting her softly and whispering, "Bibi, if you get a scent like that on you again, then that time you will definitely get a scent on you." Before Hen Gray could finish his sentence, Bibi fearfully imagined that time. Suddenly, a Hen Gray shot up, glanced at the clock, and said, "It's late. Let's go." On heard him and replied, "Yes, sir." Beeb heard the clattering footsteps of a Hen Gray. She fearfully pondered a Hen Gray's unfinished sentence. What about that time? They trembled as she stood up straight, mustering all her courage to say, "What happens then, huh? You have to tell me." Ahin's mother, Lady Valance, and her maid were admiring the view in the garden when they spotted Bibba. Mamie saw her and thought, "It's Lady Valance." Seeing her, Lady Valance asked gently, "Oh my! Have you come to greet me in secret?" Lady Valance knelt down, smiled, and called out to Bibi, who was hopping around her, "Little one." Suddenly, Bye-Bye stopped, looked at Lady Valance and thought, "I want to tell you about what happened last night. But I can't speak, and I can't write right now either." Beeb's eyes sparkled as she looked towards Lady Valance and thought resolutely, "That's right. This is the only way." Seeing Bibi's strange behavior, Lady Valance looked at her with confusion. Then Bibi began to enthusiastically act out as Hen Gray's actions. "Grr, like this, like this." He opened his mouth like this. Then Vebi acted out how she was last night. "Hwah, hwah." I cried like this. Then Beeb flopped onto the ground. After that, I felt dizzy. My stomach felt unwell, bloated like this. Lady Valance, as if realizing something, looked surprised. She snapped her fingers with the asterisk clicked. She said with great confidence, "It seems she hasn't had lunch yet." After that, Lady Valance turned and gave an order to her two maids, Scylla and Mamie, behind her. "Scylla, Mamie, inform the chef immediately to prepare the hay imported from the Eastern Territory." Hearing this, Mamie was in a state of shock and thought, "But she just ate an hour ago." But she replied softly, "Yes, my lady." Hearing this, Beeb could only feel helpless and disappointed, flopping onto the ground and screaming internally, "No, Lady Valance, that's not it." Seeing that Lady Valance didn't understand her, Beeb wriggled around and looked towards Mamie with a pleading gaze. "No, Mamie, that's not it." Lady Valance spoke up to reassure the squirming Beeb. There. It seems you're very hungry." Hearing this, Beebe's whole body seemed to freeze, utterly helpless. The wind whistled past Beebe's stiff, frozen figure. Seeing this, Lady Valance smiled brightly and said, "Ah, what beautiful weather we're having today." In the forest, 3 figures in black cloaks were rummaging around for something when a voice shouted out excitedly, "Found it!" Yerich heard this and said doubtfully, "This is—" At the same time, Wydrick reached out to examine the skeletons scattered on the ground, making a rustling sound. Then the whole world seemed to plunge into darkness, with only a streak of red blood flashing across the pitch-black sky. The 3 figures in black cloaks stood around the pile of bones, staring at it. Wydrick spoke up with suspicion. "This is strange, isn't it? These surely aren't the bones of someone bitten by those black panthers, are they?" A hint Gray, leading a pack of black panthers with Ruth Evelyn at his side, coolly said, "That's what I'd like to ask you." Ahin Gray's gaze was cold, his posture noble as he stared straight ahead. Ahin Gray's red eyes stared intently at the 3 cloaked figures in front of him, making all 3 of them tense up and exclaim with suspicion, "Red eyes." Wydrick, facing Ahin Gray, felt a sense of dread and nervously realized it was Ahin Gray. Thinking anxiously, the Black Panther clan. Asin Gray stood opposite the group and asked, "Are you looking for a rabbit?" Hearing this, Wydrick replied, "This is none of your business." Wydrick, sensing something was off, felt like a fight was about to break out when he saw Ahan's expression. Gray replied with an innocent look, "I already picked up that rabbit." Hearing this, Wydrick thought pensively, "He picked it up? Does that mean it's still alive?" Then, Ashen Gray asked with a cold, indifferent tone, "Why are you planning to take it away again?" As soon as Ahin Gray finished his sentence, one of the Black Panthers let out a loud roar, threatening the person standing opposite it. Seeing such a dangerous threat from the pack of Black Panthers, the Wydrick opposite could only reply while trembling, "No. That's not it. If you are protecting it, then please give it to us." Ruth Evelyn, hearing the suspicious behavior of the group opposite them, said doubtfully, "You're acting very suspicious right now, aren't you?" Then Ruth Evelyn suddenly pointed straight at the group and said resolutely, "Look at how you're behaving. You're no different from thieves in the night." Then Ruth Evelyn continued, remembering the sight of Beeb happily hugging her pile of food, "What reason do we have to trust suspicious people? The little rabbit is now completely accustomed to being Lord Ahen's emergency food supply, so you should give up." Hearing this, Viduric became dazed, staring blankly and stammering, What did you say?" The 3 figures in black cloaks gathered together, whispering amongst themselves, "A little rabbit? An emergency food supply?" Ahin Gray, seeing the group whispering, asked with annoyance, "Evelyn, what on earth are you trying to say?" At the same time, the 3 mysterious figures on the other side were also confused and turned towards Ruth Evelyn. "What does that mean?" "I don't know either." Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn respectfully answered Ahin Gray's question. "Because they dared to covet Lord Ahin's rabbit. I couldn't stand it, that's all." Hearing this, Ahin Gray replied coldly, "You're talking too much nonsense." Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn asked doubtfully, "But what if I'm right, sir? Aren't they trying to capture the little rabbit?" Hearing that, Ahin Gray narrowed his eyes and replied leisurely, "That's why I came here to kill them." He finished his sentence with a dangerous smirk. Seeing this, the 3 cloaked figures opposite could only stand frozen in fear and whisper about their escape plan. "What do we do now?" Wydrick could only reply, "We retreat for now." The other 2 heard this and asked, "We came all this way and you're saying that now?" Wydrick could only nod while explaining to the other 2, "We're at a disadvantage right now. We'll run towards our territories, so prepare to split up." Then Wydrick remarked, "As I thought, that strange conversation was a ploy to lower our guard." Ruth Evelyn smiled and gestured towards Han Gray, which made him feel utterly confused. Then the 2 of them just looked at each other without saying anything. Meanwhile, the three mysterious figures secretly backed away. They scattered and fled the moment they heard Witterick yell, "Now!" With a thud, Gwitterig fell to the ground, his mouth filled with blood. He collapsed, clutching his chest and thinking, a scent. This scent? It's a beast's pheromone? A hen gray knelt down and stroked the soft fur of the black panther beside him, smiling with satisfaction. A hen gray gave an order, his eyes filled with a dangerous glint. "Eat them all." After hearing a hen gray's command, the black panther slowly stalked towards the three cloaked figures, letting out a low growl. Suddenly they leaped forward, their sharp claws aimed at the three, who screamed in panic, begging for mercy. "Ah, no! Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" A terrified scream rang out. A sharp blade was pointed right at Witterick's throat with a **shing**. A hen gray looked down from above at the terrified Witterick lying below and said coldly, "I have something to ask you about that rabbit." Witterick stammered in reply, "What?" Hearing this, a hen gray asked again in a threatening tone, "What is her true identity?" "She's not an ordinary rabbit. That rabbit is a human beast, isn't she?" After he finished speaking, a hen gray threatened Witterick, "Either way, you've already lost her with your own hands, so don't even think about taking her back." Ruth Evelyn, seeing a hen gray's terrifying actions and expression, interrupted emotionlessly, "Lord Ahin, your expression is no different from a villain's," a hen gray commanded. "Evelyn, shut up." Ruth Evelyn could only say helplessly, "Yes, sir." A hen gray returned to the main issue, the tip of his sword still pointed at Witterick, and asked emotionlessly, "What? You don't want to talk? If you don't want to talk, then so be it." With a sudden stab, a hen gray's sword was covered in blood, making Witterick scream out, "Ah!" A hen gray emotionlessly watched Witterick's pain and continued softly, "Well then, next time I'll just ask the next ones who cross the border," as he finished his words. The sword made a squelching sound, and Witterick let out a pained grunt. The sword was pulled out with an whoosh, making Witterick scream in terror, I'll talk." Hearing this, the sword in a hen gray's hand stopped right before Witterick's chest. Seeing this, Witterick could only scream out his answer, "That rabbit is indeed a human beast." Hearing this, a hen gray asked with suspicion, "I've never seen her turn into a human. Is she still a child?" Witterick, still on the defensive against a hen gray's attack, trembled as he replied, "No, that's not it. She's already 18 years old." A hen gray replied in disbelief, 18 years old? Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn also froze. Frederick, seeing this, continued, even after her coming-of-age ceremony, she still couldn't transform into a human. Hearing this, hen gray thought to himself, "Is she a special case?" A hen gray sat down on the ground, leaning his back against a tree trunk, and stuck his sword into the earth. A hen gray looked up at the starry sky and said, "Ah, I forgot to ask about BB's family." Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn broke into a sweat and replied, "Please forgive me, sir. I was so surprised that I only just remembered now." But a hen gray seemed to ignore Ruth Evelyn, casually closing his eyes and leaning against the tree trunk, causing a black panther to approach and investigate. This left Ruth Evelyn still lost in his own deductions. If she's 18, then she's definitely not the same age as Lord Ahin. I can't believe it. Even though she's an adult, she still can't transform into a human. Hearing this, a hen gray sat up straight, imagining the scene of Bebby reading a book, and asked doubtfully, "Then do rabbits use the continental language or read books?" Ruth Evelyn immediately replied, "From the very beginning, your grace was certain that the little rabbit was a beastman." Hearing this, a hen gray asked, "How certain?" Ruth Evelyn quickly said, "When I guessed that she and I are of the same race, so why did he pretend not to know?" Hearing this, a hen gray smiled mockingly, "Your worries are ridiculous." Seeing this, Ruth Evelyn could only sigh in resignation. "You're really too much, my lord," a hen gray softly mused. "That rabbit," Ruth Evelyn, hearing this, replied out of habit, Yes? Hearing the reply from Ruth Evelyn, Ahane Gray continued his unfinished sentence. Always wants to take over the bed when she sleeps. Hearing that, Ruth Evelyn replied in disbelief. Is that so? Huh? Ahane Gray, seemingly ignoring Ruth Evelyn's reply, monologued to himself, I almost got bitten for real. Ruth Evelyn sighed helplessly and replied, Ah, yes, what a surprising story. Ahane Gray remembered the sight of BB sleeping and mused. He thought to himself, when BB sleeps, she emits a very strong pheromone. Ahane Gray recalled his reflection in the mirror and got lost in thought. According to my guess, that pheromone energy is the type that can be used effectively over a long period of time. It's a value that can be exploited, an opportunity that absolutely cannot be missed. I also guessed she was 18. Rabbits have a limited range of action, so it's easy to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, Ruth Evelyn's voice cut through Ahane Gray's train of thought. Lord Ahane, please explain it to me in more detail. Hearing that, Ahane Gray turned his face away, leaving Ruth Evelyn with a cold remark that made the man's blood boil. It's a pain. Ruth Evelyn, as if not giving up, tried to persuade him. What's so selfish about that, sir? Hearing this, Ahane Gray just laughed haha and said, Selfish? Ahane Gray snapped his fingers. It seems it's been a while, so you want to run a few laps? Ash! The Black Panther Ash, hearing its name, slowly and dangerously approached, letting out a few growls. At the same time, Ahane Gray said menacingly, There's your dessert, Ruth Evelyn. Seeing this, Ruth Evelyn cautiously tried to calm the Black Panther Ash. Hey there, Panther, please calm down. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the pack of Black Panthers, Ruth Evelyn could only cautiously raise his voice to Ahane Gray. I've been by your side for so long. How can you turn on me like this? Seeing Ruth Evelyn's terror, Ahane Gray chuckled menacingly and said, If you can. Bite that noisy mouth of his right off, Ash. Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn hesitated slightly and looked towards Ahane Gray, pleading, Lord Ahane, my mouth is like my life. You're so cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of Black Panthers charged at him, forcing him to flee for his life. Meanwhile, Ahane Gray just sat there, smiling brightly as he heard the sound of running. Then Ahane Gray gave a small wave, wishing Ruth Evelyn a good trip. In the magnificent grand palace of the Gray clan, BB was sitting, flipping through a book and thinking, Ahane is coming home late again today, huh? Then BB quickly refocused on her book. Let's see. Where was I? B traced the words with her paw. In a moment, the pheromone power within the body will become extremely strong, which also causes the transformation into a human to be delayed. In fact, high-level beastmen with pheromones are very difficult to handle. They can only transform into humans at the age of 5. After reading those lines, BB pondered, strong pheromones delay the human transformation process? But even if it's late, they can still transform at 5. This case is different from mine. This might be a special phenomenon only seen in the fox tribe. BB sensed someone behind her and turned around. She wondered suspiciously, That maid has been acting suspicious this whole time. She keeps repeating pointless tasks like wiping the same spot over and over or lifting the flower vase. At the same time, the maid standing behind her kept glancing over at BB. The maid glanced sinisterly at BB, then did something that made a rattling sound. Suddenly, the maid bent down, reached her hand towards BB, and called out menacingly, Come here! Seeing this, BB felt a little scared and thought, What? What's going on? Sensing danger was near, Bavil leaped away to another spot and thought proudly, Don't underestimate a rabbit's sense of alertness. Bibi nimbly hopped away, distancing herself from the dangerous maid, and thought to herself, So far, you're the most memorable Black Panther beastman I've ever met. Seeing this, the maid shot a glare at BB. She swung her arms straight towards BB, trying to grab her, which made BB scream in terror. Ah, my God! BB glanced towards the door, thinking fearfully, "Is there no one over there? Please, someone pay attention to this area." The maid looked around nervously, her heart pounding. B felt like her heart was about to drop. Why on earth does she want to catch me? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from nowhere, startling them both. A wolf-like figure suddenly appeared like a gust of wind and let out a asterisk whoosh asterisk. The appearance of a black panther like that scared BB, and she thought, wait, could she be a wolf? The little rabbit thought fearfully. A wolf? The wolf, as if it had caught its prey, lunged forward with 2 red eyes and a menacing growl. The little rabbit was so scared her ears drooped as she thought, why is there a wolf here? Suddenly, an image of Ruth Evelyn flashed in the rabbit's mind, saying, is this the action of a wolf beastman? The wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a ferocious roar at the poor little rabbit. The only thought in the rabbit's mind now was, I have to run. Faced with the wolf's sharp fangs, the rabbit's face turned pale. She trembled and decided, I have to run. So the rabbit turned and hopped away, letting out a yelp as she moved quickly. But the wolf still managed to catch up, snapping its jaws shut as it began the chase. The little rabbit had quickly hopped out onto the balcony and thought, save me, BB. While the wolf just stood there, watching its prey run into the distance. As the little rabbit ran, she glanced over at the wolf and thought, those red eyes are clearly a beastman's. So why is it a wolf? The wolf's fierce red eyes were locked on its target, not missing a second as it let out a few low growls. The little rabbit grew even more panicked, thinking, besides, why is a wolf chasing me? She told herself, I have to be faster, run faster. The little rabbit ran in absolute terror. I have to escape. The wolf stood there majestically, watching its prey. It didn't chase, nor did it leave, but our poor little rabbit skidded to a halt when she reached the balcony. She thought, a dead end. She glanced fearfully back at the wolf and thought, what now? Seeing this, the wolf took its chance and advanced, its tongue now lolling out, certain it would catch its prey. As the wolf got closer, its growls grew louder. The rabbit became more terrified, thinking, whoa, what do I do? Jump? But it's too high. The growling never stopped. The little rabbit thought to herself, please, someone. She closed her eyes and wished, someone save me. It seemed someone had just called out BB. The little rabbit opened her eyes, tears already streaming down her face. She turned to look, her sparkling eyes as if she had found her savior. The little rabbit was right at the edge of the balcony, one paw gripping the railing as she turned her head to see who had called out. It turned out to be a hind gray. He looked up at the balcony and said, what are you doing up there? Next to a hind gray was Jules Mannion. Both of them looked up at Bibby, who was standing at the very edge of the balcony. Tears streamed down Bibi's face as she thought, hun, he's like a savior right now. Jules Mannion spoke up, is that the rabbit from before? He glanced up and grunted, his face showing no particular expression. Beep panicked internally. What, that lion is still here? Then she was startled, remembering the wolf was still behind her. Beeb thought to herself, no, this isn't the time to think about that. The little rabbit kept waving her paws frantically and thought, help me, there's a wolf up here. And yet, that guy a hen just smiled brightly and waved up at her. As for Mannion, he looked completely clueless. Then he said, Sir Mannion, raise your hand. Mannion's face was full of doubt. He continued, waving back is the minimum courtesy. The other guy said with a blank expression, stop talking nonsense. Seeing this, Beeb struggled even more fiercely, furious enough to spit blood. Hey, you dense beasts! I'm not waving hello. From below, all they could see was the little rabbit waving frantically. A hen saw this and asked Mannion, what does that mean? Mannion said irritably, how should I know? Hein retorted, this is why lions are useless. The other guy asked, what did you say? The wolf had never given up on the prey it had set its eyes on. It slowly moved its paws, and then it lunged towards BB, letting out a mighty growl. Its sharp eyes locked onto the little rabbit. its long tongue darted out to lick its lips as if it had found a plump morsel. And the terrified little rabbit thought, it's coming. Ashen and Mannion were still looking up, while Bibi was still waving frantically, trying to call for help, saying, "Hey, look here. This isn't the time for chit-chat." The wolf raised its clawed paw, and then it missed, hitting the ground. Luckily, the little rabbit had managed to jump away. She screamed with her eyes shut tight. Ah! The wolf hadn't given up. After missing with its claws, it let out a growl, and Beeve was in a panic. She frantically thought, "Why is this happening? Seriously, what did I do wrong?" The little rabbit was still at the edge of the railing, while Mannion scratched his neck and said, telling me to wave to a rabbit. Ashen turned and said, "Ha, you know nothing. Even though she's a rabbit, she's very good at talking." The little rabbit was about to fall. She thought about her expression. The little rabbit was about to fall. She thought about her expression, and luckily a hen had noticed. When he saw her like that, a hen's red pupils widened and he yelled, "Bah!" The little rabbit's face turned pale as she thought, "Falling! I'm falling!" She screamed, "Ah!" as she fell faster and faster. She screamed in fear and flailed, trying to save herself, even with her eyes squeezed shut, and she thought, "Ah!" Ahen also let out a cry. As his hair fluttered, he thought of Bibi. Both of them yelled amidst a rush of confusion and question marks. And so she landed on a hind's hair with a asterisk thwump. Asterisk. It must have been a fast fall. A hen reached up to catch her and asked, "Why did you jump from up there?" So he took the little rabbit down, his hair a mess, and asked her, "Do you like playing dangerous games?" The little one was still sniffling from fear, thinking, "You have to ask? But at least I'm alive." Mannion, standing beside them, sniffed the air and said, "Lord Grey, you have a strange scent on you." He looked up at the balcony and said, "This smell." Grey continued, "A wolf?" Suddenly, with a asterisk stab asterisk, blood splattered everywhere. Both of them looked up towards the balcony. The servants rushed out, shouting for Miss Rabbit. Bibi, who was in Grey's hand, heard this and whimpered, "Mamie!" Mannion spoke up, "I don't know what that was about, but it seems to be resolved." Meanwhile, Ahan was looking at Bibi. Bibi reached out her paw, her eyes glistening as she said, "I missed you, Mamie." So Han bent down and said to the little rabbit, "Babihi." He brought the little one close to his face and said, "Don't cry." The little rabbit thought in confusion, "What? He's always telling me to cry," she fumed. "He's so arbitrary." A hen smiled gently at the little rabbit's nuzzling. Mannion, his face still emotionless, just let out a HM. Inside the magnificent and splendid mansion, Ivorine held a stack of documents and said, "This is a hybrid beastman, a mix of wolf and black panther." An image of yesterday's wolf flashed in his mind, its eyes always red with wariness and caution. It had the body of a wolf and the black claws of a panther. Ivorine continued, "Simply put, he got in by posing as a temporary hire. The wolf had a ferocious face." The man continued, "Since his identity was exposed, he took his own life." Hearing this, the little rabbit let out a "Oomph." Then Bibi placed a paw on her chin as if she were in human form, deep in thought. So what was the reason he was so determined to attack me? When Mamie rushed in and killed the wolf from behind, Babil was still wondering, was it because he was too hungry? No, that can't be right. Or maybe because I'm a heen's prey, he became curious? Suddenly, a hand reached out to pet the little rabbit, but she slapped it away with a asterisk thwack asterisk and said, "Go away." She continued her train of thought. If it was hungry, shouldn't it have looked for bigger prey? Even if it ate a tiny morsel like me, the hand, not giving up, continued to pet the little rabbit. But she kept her eyes closed, pondering, no matter how I think about it, I just don't get it. An image of a seen smile appeared in her mind. She thought, Vivi, if you get lost in that scent again, a finger was about to reach her. Then she swatted it away forcefully. The owner of the hand cried out, "Ouch!" Hearing that, she crossed her paws and said, "Of course it hurts when you get hit." Then she opened her eyes and said, "Just who?" It turned out the owner of the hand that was teasing her was Manhwa. He was looking at her, and she was sitting right across from him. She thought angrily, "Where did everyone go, leaving me alone with this beast?" Oh, when Manhwa smiled, the light around him suddenly changed, becoming softer and brighter. It seems they were in the study. While Mamie was looking for a book, the little rabbit was sitting on the desk opposite Manhwa. He spoke up, "Excuse me, miss." His voice caught Mammy's attention. He then pointed at Bibby and asked, "Is this a beastman who can transform into a human?" Mammy walked over, clasped her hands in front of her, and replied, "She's just an ordinary rabbit." Manhwa propped his hands on the desk and said, "Hey, what do you mean ordinary? There's a rumor that this rabbit can understand human speech." Mamie replied, "She is a special rabbit." Hearing that, Manhwa tilted his head and huffed. Bibby looked at Manhwa with a puzzled expression, but she was startled by his next question. "Why did the wolf chase after you?" Then he stared intently at Bibby, causing her to flatten her rabbit ears to the sides. Then he said with a completely straight face, "Probably because you look tasty." His shocking words made her jump. Bibby said angrily, full of annoyance, "Hey, you? Is a beast's brain filled with nothing but food?" Manhwa had already looked away, while Bibi was so angry she stomped her foot. How rude. So incredibly rude. Manhwa leaned back in his chair, scratching his neck as he asked Mamie, "What should we do? If things are this chaotic, the ball will probably have to be postponed." Mamie, standing beside him, replied, "Since the invitations have already been sent, it will proceed as planned." Manhwa, with a blank expression, said, "Man, what a pain. Can't we just go back to our own territory?" Bibby wondered. A ball? In Bibby's imagination, a ball was held in a castle, with a boy and a girl performing on a stage. The little rabbit thought that means more and more people will be hired. Suddenly, they need so many extra hands. While the other servants were busy with their work, Bibby continued her train of thought. For a mansion this large, how grand must the scale of the ball be? In the ballroom of another castle, many couples were dancing. Bibby thought, could it be twice the size of the Reborn family's ball? At that thought, the little rabbit's eyes sparkled brightly, and she unconsciously brought her paws up to cup her face. Manhwa looked down and saw her in this state. He crossed his arms and asked her, "Were you that startled?" He continued, while she was still daydreaming about the ball. "It's not uncommon for the chief's mansion to be infiltrated by other races." His words snapped her back to reality. She thought, "No, that's not right. That's not what I meant." And she also understood what Manhwa was saying. Her face turned pale with a bit of panic. What? What did he just say? He continued his story. "Well, this isn't a place where a herbivore can live." Mamie, standing nearby with her hands folded, politely called out, "Sir Manhwa." Hearing this, Bibi thought in terror, Outside the magnificent mansion, she stammered in her thoughts. If that's the case, Valance is the chief of the Black Panther territory." An image of the beautiful Chief Valance appeared, looking graceful and gentle. In Biba's mind, the chief would probably say, "Little one, you're here. You're such a good eater." Then an image of a scowling Ahine appeared. "Cry? Or beg? Are you a pig or a rabbit? State your identity." The little rabbit thought, Ahine Gray, that red-eyed demon. In Biba's mind, Ahine Gray would become the future chief. Ahine shining so brightly. And he's the kind of person who would hang a ribbon on you. That's the kind of man he is. The thought terrified her. That guy is the future chief, but would get into thunderous arguments with Bibi. Her panicked actions left Mamie and Manhwa completely confused. She started hopping all over the place, bouncing here, hopping there, unable to even cry, unable to accept it. "How could this be?" "Me too," Mamie called out Miss Rabbit. But right now, she could think of nothing but the image of Ahine Gray dressed as the chief. She thought, no wonder he looks down on everyone. No wonder he's so arbitrary. In the hall, two maids were spreading a tablecloth and talking. The one with loose hair said, I heard that in the Black Panther chief's family, a beast man gets killed every time. Hearing that, the blonde maid replied, Of course. Just go into the forest and you'll see it's full of corpses. The maid with loose hair said, Oh, so scary. The world of beasts is truly something? At that moment, the little rabbit, sitting on the sofa, overheard their entire conversation. She thought, I'm a level 102 herbivore. She became terrified, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she thought, so right now. I'm in the middle of the chief's family lair in the Black Panther territory. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She saw a hen gray just entering the room, and as she blinked, she saw him walking closer and closer to her. *click. In her reflection, she saw Ahin's hand already on the bedpost. Ahin said, In the Black Panther territory, we also execute subordinates who disobey orders. As her eyes slowly closed, Ahin continued, With you. Letting you stick to Mamie was both a way to control and to protect you. Then her eyes shot open again upon hearing Ahin's next words, but Mamie failed to carry out that duty properly. It turned out the little rabbit was hiding under a pillow in Ahin's room, peeking at him as he sat on the bed. She thought, No, don't say that. Ahin smiled as he looked at her. He then reached out and tapped her nose, asking, Do you want to take Mamiya's punishment instead? Bibi vigorously shook her head. No, absolutely not. Mamie is the only one who would willingly leave for 10 whole minutes, just to bring me the dried grass I like. He laughed and replied, But that's not Vivi's decision to make. It's mine. Hearing this, the little rabbit retorted, Then why did you ask me? She jumped up and grabbed Ahin's finger, her eyes sparkling as she pleaded, Please, Ahin, please have mercy, okay? Hin's expression suddenly changed, the gentle smile gone. He said seriously, The more I think about how you were almost butchered by those bastards, the more annoyed I get. You have no idea how much I'm holding back. She was still holding on to Ahin's index finger, terrified by his words. Her mood felt like a torrential downpour. She said, What? Holding back what? From butchering me? Seeing this, Ahin raised his right hand and stroked her ear, making her a little flustered. She opened her eyes wide and thought a hen. Then, while stroking her ear, he said, All right, I'll listen to you and spare Mamie. But in return, Ahin looked incredibly sly at that moment. He smirked and said, There has to be some give and take between us, right? The little rabbit heard this and thought fearfully, He's using Mamie's life as a bargaining chip. What does he want? In a flash, Ahin's gaze changed. He leaned down and said to Bibi, You are not to cry anywhere else, and especially not in front of anyone else. She was utterly confused. Since when does crying save someone's life? Ahin continued to pet her as he said, You are only allowed to cry when I ask you to, and only in front of me. Ahin smiled. He reached out to pet the rabbit's forehead. She thought helplessly, I've given up trying to understand what he's saying. Seriously. Ahin chuckled and said, Promise me, dragging out the last words and repeating for Mamie. He smiled with extreme cunning. Bibi was a little angry. Oh, he's so hateful. Truly, truly hateful. Saying such dangerous things with such a sweet smile. She raised her short little rabbit paw and said, Well, I have to do it anyway. Then her paw touched Ahin's index finger. She said, You have to keep your promise. Ahin smiled dazzlingly. Good girl. She was still sitting on the bed as he spoke. Oh, and one more thing. From now on, so that I can understand you better, let's use signals. Bigley looked up at Ahin. Signals? Until now, no one had ever asked what she was thinking. Hearing his words, she was deeply moved. Ahin looked at her and smiled. Where? The tiny rabbit still had her paw on his index finger as he touched her belly and said, Let's agree on this. Raise your right front paw when there's danger. Then he suddenly lifted Bibi up with just 2 fingers and continued, and the left side. He suddenly put a hand to his chin, pondering what the signal should be. He laughed and said, "Ahan, that sounds good, that sounds good." The little rabbit just kept looking up at him. She jumped as she looked down. He continued, "When you need me, raise your left paw. Touch me. Then I'll know you need my help." And so they both sat on the large bed. Han crossed his arms and said, "All right, let's practice." Ahin said, "When there's danger," but Bee immediately gave the signal by raising her right front paw. He continued the training. "When you're calling me," Bibi immediately raised her left front paw. Seeing Bibi's performance, Ahin was extremely satisfied. The little rabbit furrowed her brow and let out a humph. She didn't understand. "You like this?" Ahin smiled and praised her. "You did great." Then he gently stroked the little rabbit's forehead. She seemed extremely comfortable and called out, "Ahin." Suddenly, the scene changed. Outside the castle, many bubbles appeared. Looking through the window of Ahin's room, one could see a very warm scene. Ahin sleeping on the large bed, and the little rabbit sleeping beside him on her tiny blanket and pillow set. Suddenly, her 2 paws stuck out from under the blanket. She rustled and crawled out from under the blanket a little, looking over at the still sleeping Ahin. She ran off. Her expression changed, and she shot him a glare. "He's asleep?" Then she slowly crawled out from under the covers and headed towards where Ahin was lying. Bibi got closer to Ahin. Then she gently reached out her paw and touched his nose. "Good, he's asleep." With that, she hopped onto the large pillow he was lying on. She propped her chin on her paw, resting. "I almost forgot. This is the dwelling of beasts. For a rabbit like me, living here is truly dangerous." She instantly remembered the wolf pouncing on her, intending to attack and eat her. Faced with that situation, Bibi thought, "The fact that I've survived this long is just pure luck." It was still that same wolf, but it had locked onto its prey, baring its sharp fangs. Bibi thought, "Last time, after Ahin was bitten on the neck that night, I saw someone's arm. Like my arm?" Bibi recalled an arm touching Ahin's cheek while he was fast asleep. Sitting on the pillow, she thought, "Let's assume that for a brief moment, I turned human. A human, Ahin's pheromones and fangs might be the clues to my human transformation process." With that thought, she clenched her front paws into fists, her face filled with fierce determination. "Tonight, I must test this theory." So she tiptoed cautiously, getting closer to Ahin's face. When she was almost there, she was so scared her heart was pounding and she was breathing heavily. Trembling, she hopped closer and whispered, "Black Panther, please don't move." Bib, shaking, brought her front paw near Ahin's mouth. So scary. "Come on, Vivi Revian, you can do this." And so her front paw touched Ahin's mouth. She gently opened it. Then she put her front paw inside and thought, "Okay, I'm in." Ahin's mouth was so clean it sparkled. As she put her paw in, she thought, "This, if he bites down." Suddenly, the mouth that had just accepted her paw snapped shut. She let out a panicked eep. "What? What's happening? Why all of a sudden?" She then struggled to pull her paw out of his mouth. "Why can't I move my front paw?" It had barely been in there for a second before he started biting down like that. She panicked and screamed, "Mommy, I'm about to cry." Like a bolt of lightning, she yelled, "Hey, hey, I'm not your food. Don't eat me." Bibi, while screaming, scrambled all over his face, using all her strength to pull her paw out of his mouth. As she struggled, she yelled, "Stop it, you!" I said, "Stop." Then she heard a zurisk smack smack nizarisk sound coming from Ahin's mouth, which made Bibi jump in utter shock. Bibi was so shocked she froze. She screamed loudly. Her soul practically left her body. Oh my God. And so the night passed. The next morning was clear and sunny, with birds flying to and fro. In the castle grounds, many carriages were arriving, each one more beautiful than the last, exuding an air of nobility. Bib sat looking down from the window in Ahan's room. As she watched, her eyes sparkled. She held her paws together and gasped, "Wow, wow, the splendid festival has finally arrived." Bibi stood close to the window, her front paws touching the glass as she looked down with immense admiration and excitement. On the grounds were many beautiful guests, and on the second floor, a little rabbit was watching from a room. A girl with reddish-brown hair wore a sparkling blue dress. Bibi saw her and said, "So gorgeous." Another noble lady wore a red dress, holding a lavish fan with great elegance. The rabbit also praised, "So beautiful." Then she looked at her reflection in the glass. She said, "And me." From outside, Mamie's voice called, "Miss Rabbit," making her turn her head. "Salala!" A man dressed in an incredibly stylish manner, with one hand forward and the other behind his back, gave Bibi a princely bow. Mamie said, "This is Gray's exclusive costume designer." He spoke, "Hello, Miss Rabbit." He sparkled and shone. It was so dazzling that Bibi was blinded. Bibi said, "This person is truly elegant. An exclusive costume designer, you say? Well then, hello, sir." She held out her front paw to greet the costume designer. He also stepped closer and touched her paw with his index finger. "Oh, my heavens, wonderful, simply wonderful. I'd heard rumors that this rabbit was one of a kind. However, seeing you in person is still such a surprise." Then he showered her with praise. "What an adorable front paw. Those big round eyes are so cute." He exclaimed in admiration, "Marvelous! Very pretty, lovely, amazing." He placed a hand on his cheek and said, "No words can fully describe this level of cuteness." Bibi was so surprised, she let out a gasp. She was so flustered. However, "What is he saying?" The costume designer said, "Sir Ashen's partner for today is Miss Rabbit, correct?" Then he opened a beautiful box. Inside was an array of stunningly gorgeous jewelry. He said, "Due to the urgent notice, I couldn't prepare everything fully. It's truly a shame. We have prepared some lightweight jewelry for Miss Rabbit's beautiful neck," Bibi thought in surprise. "This is some—" The designer then styled her with a small pink hat and a shirt with a prominent, beautiful red floral bow. Bibi held the hat and thought, "Heinz bow tie?" She looked incredibly adorable. The designer styled her in another outfit, this time a yellow shirt with wings on the back. She thought, "What is this shirt? It's taking so long," but she looked very beautiful. And then another outfit, this time a crown on her head and a large floral bow in front of her tummy. She said, "Me? What noble in the world would bring a rabbit as their partner?" Mami came in and said, "I received the instructions this morning. He said it would be very interesting." The costume designer continued to dress Bibi in different outfits, covering his mouth and saying, "Miss Rabbit, this time you can be spectacularly beautiful." Bibi, with a blue bow pinned on her head, narrowed her eyes angrily and said, "Interesting?" "Mamie, let's be honest. You all think that Black Panther is not normal, right?" Mamie replied hesitantly, "Sir Ehin ordered me to help Miss Rabbit attend the party directly." The costume designer beside them, incredibly excited and happy, said, "The Gray family's ballroom is incredibly grand and majestic, isn't it? If the adorable Miss Rabbit's seat is illuminated, wouldn't the party be even more beautiful?" In the vast courtyard of the castle, many carriages were parked. Every 6 months, the Gray family holds a ball. The costume designer said, "That's why I always prepare a vest for Sir Ehin. I don't get sad when he shows no interest." Sir Eshen's noble figure would surely suit a diamond lapel pin, wouldn't it? Of course, a ruby would be no less spectacular. He rambled on, and after finishing, he muttered, "I truly am so sorry." Then he continued to mutter about the silk cravat wrapped around that strong physique. If we added lots of accessories and flashy lace, it would surely suit him. And on the coat that drapes over those broad shoulders, I would attach gold buttons carved with a rose pattern. Just imagining it, aha! And then he silently shed a tear. Bib, meanwhile, had changed into a new outfit, a small, pretty gold crown that fit her head perfectly, and a cute ribbon around her neck. She deadpanned, "It's not that he's not interested in the clothes, it seems like he's trying to avoid you." Suddenly, the designer's face lit up. "Ooh, this decorative crown suits you so well. Wonderful." So now Bibi was wearing a perfectly fitting crown, a bow around her neck with 2 ribbons trailing behind her. He patted his own forehead, showing off, "Aha, as expected, my skills even apply to little rabbits. I'm so praiseworthy." Mamie, beside him, clapped cheerfully while the little rabbit was helpless, not knowing what to say. Mamie spoke up. "Many different races will be coming to the ball, mainly familiar ones like the lions and bears." Bibi placed a paw on her cheek, thinking. An image of Manhwa appeared in her mind. She thought, "Come to think of it, that lion is also staying at the mansion for the ball, isn't he?" The costume designer continued Mamie's thought. "Also, nobles from the hyena clan will be attending as well, right?" At his words, an image of hyenas snarling, their sharp fangs bared, appeared, scaring her quite a bit. After hearing that, her crown nearly fell off. Unable to cry, she trembled and asked, "What?" Bibi thought, "This can't be right. The ball isn't what's important right now. I have to escape from here, fast." The costume designer continued to laugh. "Haha, Miss Rabbit is also looking forward to attending the ball, isn't she? Don't you worry. With the outfit that Wolf Day has chosen for you, you'll be the brightest star of the ball. You'll see." Mammy, hearing this, nodded in agreement. But the main character in question, sitting on the chair, jumped up. Bibi thought, "That's precisely the problem. In a pack of beasts, what am I supposed to do if a tiny rabbit like me gets the most attention? This fool." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps, clomp clomp came from outside. Beeb, on high alert, was startled when she heard it. "Huh? Those footsteps?" It turned out to be Lord Evelyn. As he entered the room, Evelyn smiled. Seeing him, the costume designer placed his left hand on his chest and said, "Greetings, Lord Evelyn." Mamie also bowed her head in greeting, while the little rabbit was completely bewildered. Evelyn spoke up. "Miss Rabbit, Wolf laughed and said just a moment ago she was happily trying on clothes with me." Then he turned to see the little rabbit had collapsed with an thump onto the cushioned chair. He was a bit startled, his eyes widening. "Oh, Miss Rabbit." But Bib lay collapsed on the cushion, so dizzy her crown fell off, and her expression was not bright at all. Seeing this, Evelyn pretended to shed a tear and said, "Lately, whenever I appear, she pretends to be dead like this because she doesn't want to see my face." Wolf and Mamie, standing behind him, were shocked to hear Evelyn's words. Evelyn continued, Ah, Miss Rabbit, Lord Evelyn here is crying from sadness. He even volunteered to escort you personally." "Miss Rabbit, if you don't wake up, I will personally use my mouth to escort you." The little rabbit, hearing this, felt dizzy and mumbled, "That's..." Then Evelyn moved closer to the little rabbit while she was lying flat and opened his mouth wide. "Ah," Bibi immediately said, "Stop it." Wolf turned and whispered to Mamie, "Does Lord Evelyn usually play such mischievous pranks on Miss Rabbit?" Mamie replied, "Yes, but he seems to be enjoying it much more today." And so, in response to Evelyn's joke, Bibi leaped up and kicked him smack on the cheek, shouting loudly, "Cut it out, you black panther." This caught Evelyn off guard, and his head snapped to the side from the force of the kick. But Bede was furious. Evelyn, on the other hand, let out an "ah!" Then he flopped onto the ground, a spotlight shining on him for dramatic effect. He said, "How could you be so cruel?" Evelyn clutched his kicked cheek, feeling heartbroken, while Bibi remained furious. He then continued his performance for his two-person audience, Wolf and Mamie, but the power and speed of that kick? As expected, Miss Rabbit can make an opponent bleed with such precision. Then the costume designer placed the crown back on the little rabbit's head. He said, "Oh my, Miss Rabbit is so cute even when she's angry." "You must wear the crown." Now, Sir Wolf, that's enough," Mamie said. The little rabbit was so angry she was panting. She said, "It's too noisy, all of you get out." In the front courtyard of the castle, many beautiful carriages were parked, and many people were attending the ball. The little rabbit was nestled in the pocket of a hand-gray's majestic suit. Her eyes were wide as she looked around. She climbed up to cling to Ahin's shoulder. Next to them, Evelyn had his eyes closed. She said, "Wow, seeing it in person feels so different from watching at home." Suddenly, Evelyn opened one eye, which made Bibi look towards him. She glanced over. "What? What is it?" Peeking from Ahin's shoulder, she growled at Evelyn. Evelyn started acting again. Who knows where he got the handkerchief, but he started wiping away fake tears. Asterisk, sniffle, sniffle. Asterisk, Sir Hyan, Miss Rabbit is glaring at me with such hatred. Hearing this, Ahin looked down at Bibi, smiled, and said, "What's this, Vivi? Look at me too." Then he touched his pocket. He smiled gently and said, "Okay." Hearing that, Bibi shot Ahin a hateful glare and thought, no matter how you look at it, he's not normal. Are all beasts a little strange like this? What good is being handsome? Then Ahin and Evelyn walked forward together. For the ball, Ahin was wearing an absolutely stunning outfit. He wore a dark blue shirt underneath, paired with a coat adorned with majestic gold jewelry, draped casually over his shoulders. The little rabbit was peeking out from his pocket. Ahin walked while looking at the little rabbit. Be curious about the ball, looked around in awe. The door to the ballroom was a beautiful, sparkling turquoise, and it was flanked by 2 guards. As Ahin and Evelyn entered with Bibi, flower petals fell around them. Bibi thought, "There's a ballroom this big inside the mansion? I was thinking I'd just take a walk in the garden and wander around wherever I pleased." Bibi, in Ahin's pocket, had wide eyes as she thought, "A place like this exists here?" Evelyn smoothed his hair and said, "Sir Ahin, may I ask why you chose Miss Rabbit as your partner?" The little rabbit also perked up her ears to listen in, thinking, "Ha! That's right. I'm curious too." Ahin looked down at the little rabbit, then smiled and said, "If I have a partner, I don't have to dance with anyone else." At Ahin's answer, 2 people stared blankly. The little rabbit glanced at him and thought, "So in the end, I'm just an excuse for this guy." Evelyn, hearing this, looked utterly fed up. "You always come to these parties with such a lack of sincerity, my lord." The 2 guards bowed and said in unison, "Welcome, successor to the chief." The large door opened with a asterisk, clank asterisk, followed by the sound of it being pushed inwards. Inside the grand hall, people were dancing, talking, and inviting their partners to dance. The little rabbit peeked inside, her eyes wide and sparkling, her heart pounding. She said, "Oh my God, this is amazing." Music filled the hall, and everyone was enjoying the music and dancing. At that moment, the doorman announced loudly, "Sir Ahin and Miss Rabbit are entering the hall." Everyone turned their eyes towards the door. Ahin and Lord Evelyn slowly walked in under everyone's intense gaze. Sir Ahin and asterisk murmur asterisk asterisk murmur asterisk. The crowd whispered about the strange announcement. Ahin and a rabbit? And then from the pocket on Ahin's chest, a real rabbit wearing a tiny crown appeared. Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Oh my! Is that a real rabbit? How cute! Why is there a rabbit here?" All eyes were on Vivi, which made her feel pressured. "I might be cute today, but why is this so stressful?" Asterisk whisper. Whisper. Asterisk. Those who had heard the rumors now saw the proof. There was a rumor that the Gray family was raising a rabbit. So it was true. Everyone in the hall couldn't understand it. They whispered amongst themselves, but why a rabbit of all things? He seems to cherish it a lot, huh? Well, look at it. The deeper they walked into the hall, the more of Vivi's head spun. Oh my, I feel so dizzy. The thick, uncontrolled pheromones filling the hall made Vivi feel suffocated. Ever since I walked in, I've been dizzy from the pheromones flooding the room. My heart is pounding, but everyone else is fine? Am I the strange one? The people in this room don't seem affected or uncomfortable at all. Just as Vivi was trying to clear her head, Valance called out from a distance, "Little one." Vivi heard the call and looked back. Valance slowly walked closer. Vivi looked at Valance in astonishment. Lady Valance. Valance stood before Ahin and said to Vivi, I heard something major almost happened, but I was out and only returned this morning, so I'm only just seeing you now. Vivi sensed the concern in Valance's voice and reached out her tiny paw. Thank you for worrying about me. Seeing this, Valance also reached out her hand. Valance's finger gently touched Vivi's paw, creating a warm scene. Vivi thought happily, Lady Valance is truly wonderful. Ahin cut in, annoyed, Mother, that's too close. Valance mocked Ahin as expected. It's hard to get close to you, son. Ahin, speaking of which, how could you let that wolf take its own life? Tesks, you're still too slow at handling business. Ahin replied because the place that Wolf was allowed to infiltrate wasn't your mansion. Vivi tilted her head, confused by the strange atmosphere between Ahin and Valance. Sparks flew in their eyes. Is their relationship not good? Valance looked down and gently called, Little one, Vivi. Surprised, she replied, Yes? Valance used a gentle tone, but her words were violent. I've hung the head of the wolf that chased you on my main gate. That should be enough of a warning, don't you think? Valance radiated a bloody aura. Vivi heard this and was horrified. Excuse me? The people in the hall were terrified. No way. That thing, the thing hanging on the main gate's fence, is the wolf's head? Vivi covered her face with her paws, horrified by Valance's actions. Oh my God. The wolf's head on the main gate, hanging it right at the entrance of the family mansion? That's Valance for you, the powerful Black Panther of the Grey House. Valance's eyes changed, turning a bloodthirsty red as she warned anyone with ill intentions. Messing with this rabbit will not end well. Vivi felt it and her whole body trembled with fear. That's what she seems to be trying to say. I'm grateful, but this is terrifying. The moon had risen to its peak and the scene outside was sparklingly beautiful. Inside the hall, people were enjoying the music and dancing. Ahin had now moved to a corner of the hall, sitting down to relax. Ahin sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand as he watched everyone. Vivi was placed on the chair with a plate of food in front of her. Ahin just kept watching everyone. Vivi chewed on her grass, munch, and looked at Ahin suspiciously. There are so many people here. But why isn't anyone approaching Ahin? Vivi imagined herself being lifted into Ahin's palm to dance together. The image of the chief dancing a waltz with a rabbit, right? That would be really weird. Ahin looked down at Vivi appraisingly. This little thing really is a strange one, Ahin called Vivi. Ahin gestured towards two people in front of them. Those two standing together belonged to the Tiger Clan and the Hyena Clan. First time seeing them, right? Evie followed Ahin's gaze and saw a man and a woman holding wine glasses standing together. Ahin explained the characteristics of each clan. Most members of the Tiger Clan have blue eyes, while the Hyena Clan members tend to have darker skin tones. Can you sense the power dynamic between the two clans? Vivi looked at them, unhung. Ahin continued, the Tiger territory is a hub for the arms trade. In comparison, the hyena territory excels at forging items from minerals. So naturally, there's a mutually beneficial relationship between their territories. Vivi glanced at Ahin, confused. Why is he telling me this? What good would it do to tell a little rabbit about these things? Ahin leaned down and called Vivi. He lifted her up and said, if you keep eating like this, you'll get heavier. What if you tear my pocket? Vivi angrily slapped Ahin's hand. Ahehehe! Are you planning to bite me then? Just then, Vivi felt a pang of pain. Huh? What was that? My stomach feels churned up again. Vivi realized something was wrong. I think I should go back to the bedroom. Asterisk, thump, thump, dot asterisk. The sound of footsteps approached. Just as Vivi wanted Ahin to take her back to the room, he put her back in his pocket. Ahin, A woman from the Fox clan came to greet Ahin. Lord Grey, it's been a while. The Fox woman smiled and said, bringing a pet as your dance partner? You're as charming as ever, my lord. Vivi finally managed to pop her head out of the pocket, letting out a sigh of relief. Vivi wondered, "Charming? Don't tell me you've fallen for him." The foxwoman continued, "It would be wonderful if you could visit our fox territory sometime. You reject me every time. It makes me so sad." A hen replied, "If I went there, I might become prey for the foxes." The foxwoman said wistfully, "It would be even better if you belonged to me." A hen replied, "My apologies." The foxwoman lifted her fan to cover her mouth, her eyes turning sharp as she released her pheromones. Humph. Vivi covered her nose, feeling sick. Ugh, the pheromones are so strong. The foxwoman curtsied to Ahin in the noble fashion. "Well then, until we meet again." The foxwoman finally left. Ahin let out a sigh of relief. Ashen explained that was the fox clan. It's a territory where polyandry is common. That girl has had 5 husbands. Vivi was astonished by the customs of the fox territory. Wow, fee 5? That's amazing. The pain returned. Huh? Again? What on earth is it? Vivi slumped over, feeling unwell. So dizzy and nauseous. Something's wrong with me. Throb, thump, thump, thump. Vivi's body was racked with increasing pain. Oof, it hurts so much. Every cell in Vivi's body felt like it was about to explode. A hen noticed something was wrong with Vivi. Vivi? Vivi's whole body slumped down, trembling. So scary. Ahin grew more worried. "Vivi, what's wrong?" "I'm putting you down, okay?" Ahin placed Vivi on the chair. Her body wouldn't stop shaking. Vivi tried to get up, but, I can't endure this anymore. Immediately, Vivi jumped off the chair and ran. Ahin shouted, "Vivi!" Before Ahin could understand what was happening, he saw Vivi running away. Ahin was stunned, not understanding what on earth. Ahin stood there, frozen, and shouted for Bibi. The people in the hall watched in shock as Vivi bolted past them, gasps echoing through the room. "Oh my God, what's happening?" "That rabbit, huh?" Pain, so much pain, was the only thing Vivi could feel right now. Vivi ran frantically down the hallway. "Even though it hurts, I can't collapse here," Vivi told herself. "Anywhere will do." Vivi tried to endure, closing her eyes and running straight ahead. She told herself, "Get somewhere fast. I have to hide now." Right in front of Vivi was an open room. First, I just need to get in somewhere. Once she was inside the room, Vivi's body gave out. Pain. It hurt so much, so much. Vivi's entire body was now aching. Throb, throb, asterisk. Vivi lay curled up, enduring it. It hurts so much, I just have to bear it for a little while. Vivi thought of the foxwoman. It must be because of her strong pheromones. It made me hurt. This much. What am I going to do now, right? Gasp, gasp, asterisk. Vivi's pained breaths echoed. Vivi was about to pass out from the pain, then she regained consciousness. There's not much time left, is there? My body hurts less than before. Vivi's eyes fluttered, but her vision was blurry. I only lost consciousness for a moment, right? If I'm gone for too long, and Hen will find me. Blink, blink, asterisk. Vivi's vision gradually cleared. White hair. Mom and Kiri both had beautiful white hair like this. Rustle, asterisk. Vivi reached out her hand to touch the white hair in front of her. Vivi's hand froze. Wait. Vivi looked at her hand in shock. A hand? Theva held up both hands in disbelief. My hand? Vivi's hands went down to her legs, stammering in horror. This is a leg, but... Vivi couldn't believe it. A human's leg. Vivi reached up and pinched her cheek. Ow, it hurts. It's real? Vivi looked down, still in disbelief. My body? Is this real? No way. Then Vivi looked up at her reflection in the mirror. In the mirror was a girl with long white hair and purple eyes, completely naked, sitting opposite the mirror. Vivi looked at her reflection. Is that really me? Vivi reached out her hand. Her hand touched the glass surface. It was hard and cold. Vivi's face was stunned. I've turned into a human? Vivi was still confused. How? I heard that the first time you turn human, you get really sick from a high fever. But I feel fine. Vivi's body was now naked and cold. Oh, it's so cold. Vivi crawled over and pulled a rug towards her. I'll just borrow this for now. Vivi crawled under a table with a flower vase on it. Vivi scrambled to hide under it. Vivi sighed and lamented. Without fur, it's so much easier to get cold. Even though she had turned human, Vivi didn't know what to do. Now what? I should be happy. Because this is what I've been waiting for so long. Vivi curled up in the rug, hiding under the table, feeling sad. But when I turned human, my first reaction was worry. Should I just lie to myself and let them finish me off with one blow? She imagined a Hin and Evelyn holding knives, smiling wickedly and saying to each other, Sir Ahin, what do you think of rabbit stew? Sounds good. Bring it to me in the morning. I'll go tell the head chef. Asterisk, he asterisk. Vivi held her head in fear. Scary, no way. Vivi trembled. Bibi clenched her fists, forcing herself to calm down. Calm down, Bibi. Think it over, okay? There were no issues with my transformation back then. Vivi started to panic. So, is this just temporary? What do I do? Why? Asterisk, click. Asterisk, someone was opening the door. The sound of footsteps echoed. Vivi's eyes widened in shock. Crap, I forgot to close the door. Bibi thought, what if it's a hen? The footsteps continued and Vivi's whole body trembled. A voice rang out, come out! Vivi was stunned. The person spoke again, I know you're in there. The person continued, they're causing quite a commotion out there looking for you. Come out now! Asterisk, swoosh! Asterisk, the sound of fabric being ripped up. Vivi stared in shock at Rune Mannion. Rune Mannion stared in shock. Vivi also stared in shock. Suddenly, Rune Mannion's face flushed red as he stammered, Seek Reezy, what is this? Rune Mannion immediately dropped the tablecloth to cover her again. Vivi was startled. Huh? Vivi recognized him. This guy is Rune Mannion. Wait a minute. Vivi grabbed the tablecloth. I can't just let this happen. Viv pulled the tablecloth down and came out. Seeing this, Rune Mannion yelled, Ah! As Vivi suddenly pulled the tablecloth, the flower vase on it flew up. Whoa, don't! Vivi tackled him. Rune Mannion panicked. What are you doing? Rune Mannion was pushed down, his head hitting the floor. He raised a hand to rub his head. Don't! The pain made Rune Mannion's face scrunch up. Are you out of your mind? Vivi was now leaning over, looking at Rune Mannion. Vivi, with her beautifully innocent face, looked at Rune Mannion. Rune Mannion's face was beet red with panic. What is this? At the far end of the hall, Rune Mannion stood sipping a glass of wine on the balcony, announcing, What a long night. He thought nothing interesting is happening. But if I just go back now, my sister will kill me. Why is the night so long? Suddenly a rabbit ran past at high speed. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. Rune Mannion turned to look behind him. He wondered, a rabbit? Wait a minute, that rabbit is clearly the one the Black Panther is keeping. Rune Mannion stood there, looking around. In the hallway, there were whispers. Doesn't seem to be over here. If it was the rabbit, I think it ran that way. Rune Mannion chuckled. Why is everyone so noisy? Are they looking for a rabbit? Seriously, what a pain. Rune Mannion scratched his head. He thought of Juan Gray. But if I leave things like this, who knows what that crazy guy will do? He'll probably let his friendly friend Mannion off the hook, right? Rune Mannion walked with a hand on his neck, entering a doorway and continuing to think. I've been in here before, right? Rune Mannion wandered around. Why can't I get out? Rune Mannion opened the door. What? Where did it go? Rune Mannion looked around and lamented, "Oh man, this is such a pain." Rune Mannion said aloud, "There you are! I knew you were in here." Suddenly, an extremely beautiful girl appeared before Rune Mannion's eyes. Rune Mannion fell backward, his face completely red. What the hell is this? The girl sat in front of Rune Mannion. She wasn't wearing anything, just a piece of cloth draped over her to cover her body. Rune Mannion turned his face to the side, looking around, his entire face flushed red, and said in a panic, Who are you? Why are you under the table? Where did the rabbit go?" No, that's not it," Rune Mannion stammered. "Hey, look, first you should put on some clothes." Rune Mannion slowly opened his eyes. "No, wait a minute. Could it be?" Rune Mannion stared intently at the girl. He gently stroked a lock of her hair. "So, you're not just a rabbit, but a beast man." Rune Mannion sniffed her hair. They shook her head. "No, that's not it. I'm not a beast man." She stammered, Right. I'm a human now. So that means I can speak human language, right? But how?" She opened her mouth. A. Rune Mannion twirled her hair, smiling as he said, "You can't speak?" Rune Mannion gave a friendly smile. She blushed angrily, thinking, "It's just because I've never tried before. Could you speak right after turning human, you beast-brained idiot?" As she thought this, she snatched her hair back. Okay. She placed a hand on her chest and said, "I am not a rabbit who turned into a person." Rune Mannion stared, stunned. She thought, my first words as a human are to deny my own existence? Rune Mannion was dumbfounded. What the heck? Rune Mannion leaned close to her neck and sniffed. "Why do you reek of a black panther's pheromones like this?" "That can't be right." Rune Mannion smiled brightly. The girl blushed, covering her mouth. "Way too close." That's not it." She suddenly turned away. Rune Mannion spoke to her. "Then how do you explain the purple eyes of a rabbit?" "I'm a hybrid," the girl said. Rune Mannion burst out laughing. "You're definitely a rabbit turned human," she retorted. "I told you I'm not." The girl sniffed herself. "Anyway, what's with this beast scent? I seriously have no idea." "What did Ahan ask me, really?" The girl glanced over. Rune Mannion's face darkened. The girl froze. This man is also a beast. I have to be careful." Suddenly, the atmosphere felt dangerous. The girl tensed up. Rune Mannion asked, "So what you mean is—" Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Rune Mannion turned to look at the door. Hingray appeared at the doorway. The two men looked at each other. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy. Hingray called Evelyn sword. Hingray looked on with a furious gaze. Evelyn shook his head. Rune Mannion was scared. What the hell? This isn't good." Hingray reached out his hand, Ivorine sword. Behind him, a beastly black panther appeared, growling. Voin shook his head. "Absolutely not, my lord." "He is the son of the Lion Clan's chief." The three of them struggled to hold Hingray back. Hingray stubbornly said, "It won't be too late to think after I cut off his head." Ivorine held him back. "It will be too late, my lord." "Absolutely too late. Don't even try one swing," Hingray said. "Then I'll just slash him twice." The girl thought to herself, "Son of the Lion Clan's chief? Him?" Rune Mannion said, "That crazy bastard." Hingray drew the sword from his guard and said, "Sir Mannion, are you having fun?" Rune Mannion's face went pale with fear. "Lord Grey." Hingray flashed a deadly smile. "In my house you dare to steal my property?" Rune Mannion asked in bewilderment. "Huh? Your property? What are you talking about?" Rune Mannion turned his head to look behind him. But wait a minute. What the hell is this?" At that moment, the girl had turned back into a rabbit. Rune Mannion picked up the rabbit, held it up. What the hell is this? The rabbit was dazed. I turned back? When? How? Ashen closed the door. He hummed. Attempted kidnapping is still a crime. Rune Mannion and the rabbit looked at each other. Evelyn tried to intervene. The atmosphere is too tense. I have to say something. Sir Mannion, it's a pity, but Miss Rabbit wouldn't be so easily kidnapped with just a piece of cloth. Ivorine ran between the two men. Ahin Gray gritted his teeth. Ivorine, move. Ahin Gray glared with furious eyes. Rune Mannion? Scared? What the hell do you mean, kidnapping? Look, what the hell is this thing anyway? Rune Mannion yelled. The rabbit was terrified, panicked. No! Shut up already's yay. The rabbit head-butted Rune Mannion's chin. Asterisk thud. Don't tell anyone I turned into a human. If you say a word, you'll regret it. Rune Mannion said, wait, look. Before he could finish, the rabbit kicked him in the face repeatedly. The rabbit threatened, shut your mouth or else. I told you to be quiet. See you all in the next video. Well done. Ahin Gray moved closer to Rune Mannion. Give him a few more kicks, Ahin Gray said with a chilling smile. Ahin Gray snatched the rabbit and said, I have to take back what's mine, right? Rune Mannion. All right, put the sword down first and let's talk. Lord Gray, what about me? Outside, people were whispering excitedly. Oh my, is it true? What did he just say? The son of the chief resorted to stealing in someone else's territory? And he kidnapped the rabbit? Good heavens! What is happening? No way. How could this be? All eyes were on Rune Mannion, the two guards of the Gray family's rabbit. Rune Mannion yelled helplessly. The rabbit feigned ignorance, thinking suddenly accused of kidnapping a rabbit. My apologies. The next morning, Rune Mannion came out with a haggard face. People were still gossiping about him. Rune Mannion mumbled, everyone's lost their minds. Yesterday, Rune Mannion had tried his best to explain. The tablecloth fell from the table. I just happened to find the rabbit. I saw it, so I was just going to bring it back to the ball. He said, frustrated, the chief of the Black Panther clan had to show up just for a rabbit? The truth is, that rabbit beat me black and blue. It hurt. Rune Mannion froze. That is definitely the scent of a black panther. For a rabbit to have such strong pheromones, anyone could tell that the arrogant Ahin Gray has fallen in love. But it seems like that rabbit wants to hide the fact that she's a beastman from Gray. That's why she kicked me in the mouth. So, is it possible that Gray doesn't know she's a beastman? That cunning Black Panther? Don't make me laugh. This rabbit's true form is strange, too. A beastman who can stay in their animal form for such a long time. She must be hiding something. Humph. But why am I suddenly thinking of that image? In a magnificent and luxurious palace, sparkling under the night sky. And Gray slumped onto the sofa, his voice deflated. I'm so disappointed, Bibby. As he was complaining, Ahin Gray suddenly realized something and let out a growl. Seeing Ahin Gray's pathetically writhing figure, Beeb frowned in confusion. Bibby thought to herself, what is he on about now? And what's with that pose? Ahin Gray continued to sulk on the sofa, telling the person beside him, relay the message that I am very disappointed. Hearing this, Evelyn, with a deadpan expression, looked at Vivy and relayed the message, Miss Rabbit. Lord Ahin says he hates you. Babil was shocked to hear this. She stammered, Evelyn, why are you being so blunt? Meanwhile, Ahin Gray continued to speak in a whining, accusatory tone. How could you abandon your partner and run off with that lion? So clever of you. Evelyn couldn't hide his shock. He thought to himself, the rabbit prefers the lion over the Black Panther. Beside him, Ahin Gray kept exclaiming sarcastically, brilliant. A moment later, Ahin Gray's tone became much deeper as he demanded, be direct. Evelyn relayed the message to Bibi. Please be direct, Miss Rabbit. Bibi, who had been listening all along, still didn't understand what was happening. Scrunching up her face and thinking, what is he so flustered about? At the same time, Ahan Gray presented Bibi with a choice: the lion or the Black Panther. With that said, Ahan Gray slowly sat up. Suddenly, Ahan Gray turned to Evelyn with a bright, fake smile and said, "I'm talking to you, Evelyn." Though the smile remained on his lips, Ahan Gray reached for the sword by his side, giving Evelyn a clear warning. Seeing this, Bibi froze, thinking to herself, "I thought he was talking to me." Evelyn showed no expression on his face, only silently replying to Ahan Gray with a single thought: "My apologies." Ahem. Gray's voice echoed through the vast room. "Get out!" Sensing Ahan Gray's formidable killing intent, Evelyn didn't hesitate and bolted out the door. Until the main door clicked shut, both Bibi and Ahan Gray kept their eyes fixed on the direction Evelyn had fled. Suddenly, Ahan Gray grabbed Bibi, making the rabbit jump in surprise. Ahan Gray held Bibi up with one hand to face him, his gaze thoughtful, while his other hand slowly released the sword. Seeing Ahan Gray staring at her without blinking, Bibi silently wondered, "Well, what's wrong?" Ahan smiled affectionately and told Bibi, "It's not surprising the lion was curious, since I marked you with my pheromones." Suddenly, Bibi recalled what Renomanine had said, that Black Panther's pheromones are radiating from you. Then Bibi silently realized, so that's what it was. Bibi asked herself, where exactly did he put them? In theory, being this close to his pheromones should have turned me human, right? But until now, I've never smelled any pheromones except for when a hen bit my neck. Thinking this, Babil raised another question. Is it not just about applying the scent, but needing a very distinct pheromone? Bibsy struggled, signaling to Ahan, "Until now, everything was normal except when you bit me." "So why did things change during the party? Explain yourself." Struggle. Ahan Gray spoke in response. "Are you curious why that happened?" Bibi stopped struggling and nodded. Ahan Gray gave her a warm look and smile, pulling Bibi closer as he explained. "Since you're a beastman, your own pheromones sometimes leak out. So I masked them by putting my pheromones on you." Hearing this, Bibi's eyes widened. She covered her mouth, unable to hide her surprise, thinking, "Wow, what?" Bibi broke out in a cold sweat, still in shock. "He knows I'm a beastman?" Ahan Gray seemed to read her thoughts. With a smile still on his face, his eyes lit up with extreme amusement. He continued, "I also know that you can't transform into a human." Ahan Gray revealed, "A few rabbits crossed the border to see if you were dead or alive. But since I killed them all, no one heard a thing." Bibi sighed, not knowing how to react. She could only think to herself, how can he say something so horrifying with such a gentle face? Scene change. On a beautiful morning with the golden sun shining brightly in the blue sky, Bibi stood outside, gazing towards the vast palace. Recalling Ahan Gray's words, "I thought all rabbits were like Bib, but they seem more wicked than I thought." Babil frowned, annoyed, thinking, I don't even know who to explain this to. Bib fell into deep thought again. "The rabbits who crossed the border, they were sent by my parents. They were sent to the Black Panther's territory and never returned. They probably wanted to confirm if I was still alive. So, has Ahan heard about my family?" Suddenly, Bibi remembered what Ahan had once said, "I'm so glad you're a rabbit. If you were human, it would be very awkward." Recalling those words, Bibi quickly shook her head and sighed in frustration. Bibi analyzed internally before I would have been happy to hear those words. But since yesterday, Ahan and I now share a secret, so I can't feel that way. Is Ahan really against me becoming human? After saying that to herself, Bibi's heart sank with a sense of disappointment. But she continued her thought. Even so, I want to become fully human? At this thought, Babil remembered what Ahan's mother once said. "My dear, your scent really lifts my spirits. Your pheromones smell so lovely." Babil became curious about these so-called pheromones. Bib recalled a moment when they were close, and Ahan had casually said, "Let's sleep a little longer. When I'm with Bibi, I don't want to wake up at all." Bibi questioned with suspicion, pheromones, asterisk, concentrate. Standing in the middle of the vast palace grounds, Babi closed her eyes tightly and tried to sense everything. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Perhaps because I come from a noble family, I was granted an innate ability befitting a beastman of good lineage. Babi focused on regulating her breathing, gathering her energy within. Suddenly, Bibi raised a paw, and at the same time, she thought, if I can just find it. Bibi trailed off as a fierce gust of wind suddenly rose, shaking the trees. It sent leaves dancing around Babi. She thought to herself, as a beastman who has transformed into a human before, I can do it again. Scene changed to another corner of the palace. Evelyn and Aheen Gray were walking somewhere. Suddenly, Evelyn turned to Aheen Gray and said, Lord Aheen, you've had so many secrets lately, and it's making me a little sad. Aheen didn't reply and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Evelyn changed to a sorrowful tone, propping his chin on his hand with a dejected look, and said, especially because you won't tell me anything about the rabbit. This heart of mine might just break from the pain. Hearing this, Aheen stopped, his brow slightly furrowed. Aheen asked again in a serious tone that caught Evelyn's attention, Evelyn, will it really break? Seeing Aheen's tense demeanor, Evelyn immediately snapped back to a formal, still posture and answered clearly, of course I was just exaggerating. Hearing that, Aheen replied, good, watch your mouth. Evelyn, understanding, gave a slight bow. With the matter settled, Aheen slowly continued walking, with Evelyn diligently following behind. At the end of the path, Aheen noticed a maid intently observing something. Noticing Aheen, the maid turned, bowed respectfully, and said, greetings, Lord Aheen. Evelyn recognized the maid and called out, Mamie, while Aheen also turned his attention to her, as if he suspected something. It turned out that what caught Aheen's attention wasn't the maid, but the small figure of Bibi standing in the distance. Aheen frowned in annoyance and said, Mamie, I told you to limit going outside while the lions are here. Beside him, Evelyn craned his neck to look into the distance and wondered, a white cotton ball? Mamie heard hen and replied softly, I apologize. She wanted to practice. On the other side, Bibi was still concentrating, channeling her inner energy to unleash her powers. Suddenly, Bibi turned, revealing a glint of hope in her eyes. With her tiny body and adorable little paws, Bibi unleashed 7,749 different martial arts styles, making everyone's head spin. The force of her powerful techniques even split the air, making a asterisk swoosh swoosh asterisk sound. Aheen, Evelyn, and Mimi watched Bibi, both amazed and confused. Aheen was the first to speak. What is she doing? Evelyn observed for a moment, then replied, aha, I think I know. She's definitely training. Aheen asked back, bewildered, training? Evelyn quickly explained, I was kicked in the face by the rabbit. The accuracy, speed, and angle of the kick were all perfect. In fact, Lord Mannion was also kicked in the mouth. You haven't forgotten, have you? That kind of action is not surprising when you see them achieve their goals using their hind legs. After hearing that, Han looked at Bibi's spinning and twirling in the air and asked, let's say that's true. Then what is that move? Evelyn answered excitedly, it's an acrobatic dance. As if from nowhere, a black panther appeared, stretching itself out to sunbathe in front of Aheen and Evelyn. Mamie seemed to recognize the panther's identity and said, as Mamie looked towards Ass, thinking to herself, as was raised in a forest bordering the rabbit territory, why is he here? As lay stretched out on the lawn, his eyes observing everything, suddenly, Aheen let out a small ah, as if he realized something. Aheen gently petted the panther, who purred with pleasure. Aheen looked at Ass and noted, if Bibi tries to escape in human form, it will be very hard to catch her. Aheen crossed his arms. Looking towards Bibi, he leaned close to A's ear and said, all right, Ass, from now on, that rabbit is your master. Do not let her get hurt, under any circumstances. Hearing Hun's words, Az stared thoughtfully at Bibi. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a tiny little rabbit. The wind whistled by. Bib felt happy. Great. The feeling of my pheromones is much stronger than before. The rabbit resolved, at this rate. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared beside her, causing her to freeze. Huh? She turned her head, wondering, what was that? A black paw was stepping closer. Its teeth were sharp and gleaming. A black panther appeared, startling her. Whoa! Her whole body trembled, unable to move. She wondered, since when? Her heart raced as she tried to calm herself. When did a panther get here? No. This is the Black Panther's territory to begin with, but why is it right in front of me? The panther stared menacingly at her, sending a chill down her spine. Oh, look at those fangs! She panicked. I have to run, but my legs won't move. Could it be that beastman in his true form? No way! Is he bothering me again? I just escaped a wolf and now a black panther? What should I do? What do I do? She turned her face away, mentally shooing it away. Go away! Go away! Suddenly, the panther stopped. Her paw touched the panther. It immediately sat down, startling her. Huh? She squinted at the panther, wondering to herself, what's going on? Suddenly, the panther licked her face. This made her scream internally. Ah! Someone came to introduce him. Miss Rabbit, this is the Black Panther who will protect you from now on. She watched the panther lick its paw in front of her. The rabbit panicked. Protect me? What is this now? Turning to see the other two, she thought, the ones behind this are... Right, of course it's you guys. A hen said, Bibby doesn't seem to be clinging to me. He clicked his tongue. The rabbit fumed internally. Try to figure out why, you idiot. You still haven't reflected on your own actions? Evelyn said with a troubled look. Because of the rabbit, Evelyn has become even lonelier. Even while being held, she swore angrily in her mind, Get lost, Evelyn. A hen came before Bibi and said, Bibi, I'm not in a good mood right now. He grabbed her. He moved closer and said, That look should be reserved only for me. Vivi was furious. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Reserved only for you? Unacceptable. This disgusting look, is this what you want? Behind them, Evelyn nodded, making her wonder. Evelyn, why are you nodding? Evelyn smiled knowingly. As expected, Lorda Hen would say something like that. He doesn't give the rabbit any leeway at all. Bevy sighed. That's right. Looking over at the Black Panther staring at her, she thought, compared to these perverts, you're much better. Now that I think about it, this one is pretty gentle, right? Compared to the two next to me? She dusted her paws and smiled. Let's do our best together. Evening in the mansion. As a hen dried his hair, he wondered, Bubby, why are your pheromones so strong? At that moment, the rabbit and the Black Panther were sitting side by side. The Black Panther licked the rabbit's cheek, and she thought, heck, is it because I trained too hard? He snatched her up and said, Stay still. Let me hide it for you. This made her yelp in alarm. She used her leg to kick his mouth, blocking him. No, don't. Are you going to bite me like last time? Absolutely not. She remembered, because of a hen's pheromones, I almost turned human. No, this can't happen. Seeing Bibi kick him in the face, he said, I told you yesterday. I told you to try not to let others find out you're a beastman. Her face was filled with panic. She patted his face. I know. I'll be careful, so don't bite me. He looked at her and called out as, hearing this, the Black Panther stood up. He whispered in her ear, Bibi, choose. My mouth or Az's? She panicked. Ez, this guy is threatening me again. Asterisk gasp. Ahin had a triumphant look on his face. Seeing you like this really gets me excited. He opened his mouth and Bibi screamed in her mind, No, don't. Absolutely not. Don't do it. It was late at night and there was a rustling sound on the bed. The sound grew clearer. A thought surfaced. For some reason, I feel suffocated. This arm is too heavy. Move over. Suddenly, she looked again. What the? It's a human hand. Seemingly discovering something, she thought. If that's the case, then... Ahin was sleeping beside her. His arm was wrapped around her. She blushed involuntarily. Hey. B thought, let's see, last night, when a hen bit my neck, I tried to hold my breath to avoid absorbing the pheromones. Luckily, it didn't hurt at all. She remembered that she was still in her rabbit form then, so not absorbing the pheromones was the right choice. I thought I'd solved a tough problem, but how did I turn into a human anyway? Could it be that I've become immune to that kind of pain? If just being close to pheromones can change me like this, then this is a huge problem. She closed her eyes to calm down, but anyway, she screamed internally in frustration. First, I need to get this arm off me. She helplessly tried to push away Ahin's arm that was holding her tight, thinking, I can't breathe. Somebody save Bibi. In the dimly lit bedroom, Bibi panted happily, thinking, all right. In her moment of joy, Hein's eyes suddenly flashed yellow as he stared at her. This gave her a heart attack and she froze for a few seconds. The panther just kept staring at her and she panicked. Az. I completely forgot Az was here. Is he wary of a stranger in the room? Meanwhile, Az remained silent, his yellow eyes still fixed on her. She thought, what now? What should I do? Suddenly she remembered something. But wait. She looked at him, confused, and wondered, why isn't he reacting at all? And what was that weird dance he was doing? The Black Panther just looked at her and slowly shook his head. She whispered, hey, Az, she thought, are you asleep? She looked closer and saw him still nodding off. She suddenly realized, he's actually asleep? He's sleeping soundly while sitting up with his eyes open? Suddenly, a rustling sound made her jump. Bibi got goosebumps. There, behind me, it was a heen, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his head on her. She turned, her face blushing, and thought, what is this? Ahen, are you awake? What do I do? If I want to get dressed, I have to get off the bed first, but to do that, she looked closer and saw Ahin still breathing steadily, deep in sleep. Her face turned beet red with embarrassment. This is too close! Too close! Oh, divine beast. While looking at his handsome face, she added, please punish this naive little lamb for staring relentlessly at those lips. The atmosphere suddenly became still. Still blushing, huddled in a corner, thinking, isn't he surprised to see me as a human? Or did he already get a glimpse of me at the social gathering? Then she whispered, her heart pounding, calling his name, Ahin. Her heart continued to thump loudly. She called out one more time, Ahin, but he didn't move, still holding her tightly. The air grew tense. She furrowed her brow. She gently patted him with her hand and called out, hey, mister. She slapped Ahin's face a few times and said, hello? Hello? Ahin's handsome, calm, sleeping face remained unchanged. This made her wonder, is he really asleep? Then she thought, this is anyway. She glanced over at the panther. He was still nodding off, and thought, this is a bit strange, isn't it? Suddenly, a thought struck her. I can clearly feel the pheromones swirling inside my body. If that's the case, could it be? She remembered the words of Lady Valance, Ahin's mother. Just now, smelling your scent really lifted my spirits. Then she thought of Ahin lying on the bed, murmuring, let's sleep a little longer. If Bibi is here, I don't even want to wake up. Then she realized, this is my pheromone ability? Seeing both As and an Ahin sleeping so soundly and comfortably. She realized her power makes those around her fall into a deep sleep. Then she sobbed, what kind of lame power is this? She sighed and put a hand to her forehead, feeling helpless. First, I need to deal with this mess in front of me. Suddenly, Az was startled and stretched forward. Bibi whispered to As, go play somewhere else. Shoo shoo! The panther wagged its tail back and forth, then sat obediently on the floor. She thought with relief, good. He must have recognized me by my scent. Okay? Then she gently removed Ahin's arm from around her, thinking, all right then. Now. She tiptoed quietly off the bed. But as soon as she got off the bed, she tripped and fell flat on her face. Oof! She turned to Az, who was looking at her with concern, and reassured him, hee, it's okay. I'm fine. She thought, did I wake a Han up? Looking up, she saw a Han sleeping soundly and thought with relief, phew, he's still fast asleep. Good. Then there was a rustling sound as a blanket was draped over her. It was the panther who brought her the blanket. She looked at him, confused, and thought as... Then she was touched and called out his name as the Black Panther looked at her and gave a small smile. She thought, no matter what I look like, Az always loves me. Then she hugged the panther tightly and praised him. You're amazing, Az. The next morning, the sound of birds chirping rang out from outside the window. Sunlight streamed into Ayin's room. He stirred and tossed and turned in bed. He sat up. His handsome face showed a pleasant expression. He recalled she resisted so fiercely last night. Was it because the beast pheromones went deep into the rabbit's body? Did her pheromones make me sleep so deeply? He continued thinking as he stretched, but because of that, I've gotten used to Bibi's pheromones. This is no joke. I wonder when I started sleeping so soundly that I lost track of everything. He glanced to the side and saw it was empty. He called out, Bibi? Bibi was nowhere to be seen. Looking down, he saw Bibi and the panther sleeping together on the rug. Bibi looked incredibly cute while sleeping. It made Ahin snort and say, Az, did you drag Bibi over there? Az opened his eyes and shook his head, confused. Ahin said, you find Bibi amazing too, don't you? Then he smiled and said, I think so too. She's just a rabbit, so how can she be so remarkable? Suddenly, he found 2 strands of hair on the bed. He stared intently at them. He picked them up to examine them. They were long, shimmering strands of silver hair. He looked up, surprised and confused. Then he looked towards Bibi, who was still sound asleep. The scene was incredibly dreamlike. Bibi had a happy expression. Oh wow, I'm flying! This is so refreshing. But then thunder and lightning crashed down, making her wonder, huh? What's this? Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? A flash of light appeared with a sound. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk, she wondered. What was the sound of eating meat? It rang out, but the thunder was probably too loud, making her ask again, what did you say? I can't hear you at all. The voice grew louder. But if you don't wake up, I'm going to eat you. She panicked. What? Why are you suddenly saying something so crazy? Suddenly, she startled and looked down. Huh? Ahin's image appeared right in front of her, making her jump. Gah! You scared me! Her whole body trembled in Ahin's hands. He asked, why were you sleeping on the floor? Did Az drag you down from the bed? She thought to herself, I got down there by myself. She wondered internally, but how much does Ahin know about my pheromone ability? Asking such a silly question means he slept so soundly last night he didn't know a thing. He glared at her, his voice low. Answer me. She glanced over at the panther who was yawning. She pretended to bow her head, feigning innocence, and thought pitifully. I'm sorry. She nodded, indicating, that's right. Az dragged me down there. Seeing this, he looked thoughtful and said, is that so? Then Az will have to be punished. Hearing this, she was horrified. Wait, he has to be punished for such a tiny thing? He shook his head and said, from today, Az will have to sleep in Marin's room. The news hit her like a lightning bolt. She was shocked. What? That's way too cruel. She looked at the panther's innocent face, who had no idea what was happening. She blamed herself, as, now's not the time for this. She imagined a scene where Evelyn cooked her, placed her on a plate, and stared at her hungrily. She grabbed his hand and begged, a hen, no, Lord a hen, please reconsider. Suddenly she thought, oh my God. She blushed and thought, it's so early in the morning, and he's already making my head spin like this. Gah! What on earth is this beast thinking? Looking at Afin's abs, she thought, can rabbits also turn into beasts? Oh, wait, I was already a beast to begin with. She quickly covered her nose with her paw, trying to act like a calm beast. Anne chuckled devilishly. Ah, you don't like this? I didn't realize. My apologies. Or should I take off the other side too? She panicked. No need. I said no need. Voices called out. Bivy, open your eyes and look. Her mind retorted. Are you crazy? Are you trying to tease me? Another voice spoke. This is the whisper of a demon. You must not listen, Bivy Xavian. The calls made her heart race. Bib, open your eyes! Come on, Bibby! She peeked one eye open. In front of her was Evelyn, which made her jump back in shock. Her fur stood on end. A voice announced, I heard this ball is the Gray family's customary celebration. A girl said, speaking of which, I heard a rather interesting rumor. Another girl chimed in, Oh my, really? What's it about? Someone said that the successor of the Gray family is so infatuated with a pet that he even brought it to the ball as his date. Murmurs spread. Goodness, you mean he brought a pet to the ball as his date? The girl laughed and said, That's what they say. I only heard it from people who attended the ball. Other girls gossiped. I've also heard his personality is very cruel. Perhaps this is one of his strange tastes. If it's his pet, it must be a black panther, right? Oh, let me see. I heard it was a rabbit. Even the clan head adores it. This remark caught the attention of a lady, so much so that she was startled, causing her to drop and shatter her teacup. Ashen asked, Did anything unusual happen at the ball? Hearing this, Lord Mannion froze. Lord Mannion thought back. There was something strange. Yes, it was very strange. His purple eyes, framed by his striped suit, glinted with worry. And she turned into a rabbit in the blink of an eye. What's more surprising is that she seemed to want to hide the fact that she's a beastman. He looked towards Aheen, thinking, could it be that someone like Aheen Gray doesn't know the true form of a rabbit? That's hard to believe. He asked, What do you mean, unusual? Aheen's face went blank. Then he let out a faint laugh. He said, Well, I don't expect much from a lazy lion, Mannion. Better than a black panther who doesn't know his place. Stop talking nonsense, Aheen. Lord Mannion got irritated. You're the one who started it, Lord Gray. A whooshing sound filled the room. The space fell silent. Whispers began to circulate. As expected, whenever there's a meeting, they have to take a few jabs at each other. I wonder what it's about today. Evelyn bowed his head and said, I hope you two will consider your dignity and positions when you speak. A peace alliance has been established among the clans. You two are the only ones still bickering over every little thing. Evelyn asked, It's not like you're cats and dogs, is it? The people around thought in agreement, as expected of Lord Evelyn. Such timely advice. Every word is perfect. Hooray for Evelyn. Wow, Lord Evelyn is so brave. Aheen and Lord Mannion turned to look at Evelyn and said, Evelyn, shut up. At that, Evelyn nervously bowed his head. Yes, sir, and took 3 steps back. Lord Evelyn immediately became serious. Seeing this, everyone froze, their spirits crushed. Aheen spoke up. Is he dead? Bibby was awake and looking ahead, while Ass was curled up on the floor. Bibby stood protectively in front of the Black Panther, thinking, Why would Ass be dead? He was just put to sleep by my pheromones. Heen turned and said, You're closer to Ass than I thought. She thought to herself, I didn't want you to find out. So I've been secretly practicing my pheromones with Ass. You probably didn't notice, right? On the other side, he was putting on a pitiful act. You should try protecting me like that too, Bibi. This made her chuckle. Why are you pretending to be so pathetic? How ridiculous. He said, Let's go, Bibi. She wondered, Go where? He called out, As you too. The Black Panther lifted his head. She thought, Could it be? Are we going to the goddess's shrine? Aheen approached the Black Panther and said, We're not going to the goddess's shrine, so don't worry. You know what? Bebby might actually be useful. Hearing that, she tilted her head in confusion. Me? Useful? On the carriage, Bibby had a dazed expression. She sat dazedly next to a hen. Evelyn suddenly appeared, calling out loudly, "Miss Rabbit!" Evelyn had a bright smile. "It's been a while since we've been out, hasn't it? Come into Evelyn's arms. I'll give you a big hug." Seeing this, the rabbit froze solid, thinking, "Get lost, Evelyn." The Black Panther swatted at Evelyn's approaching hand. The stinging pain made Evelyn retract his hand and pout. "Lord Az, that was too much. I watch over you every night, and you can treat me so cruelly. Who can understand this broken heart?" Despite hearing this, the Black Panther's tail continued to wag happily. Bibi petted Az and thought, "Broken heart, my foot. Anyway, if I just threw him into the water, he'd have to shut up." Evelyn said, "In any case, Lord Ahin, isn't this outing a bit dangerous? Our destination is Endalos. With such a small escort, it's basically a secret trip." Hearing this, Ahan paid attention. The rabbit perked up her ears at that, thinking, "What? Endalos? A secret trip?" She looked at Ahin, and at the same time, he looked over at her. She thought, this sounds like a very dangerous task. He stared at her intently. He poked her gently with his finger, startling her. He rolled her back and forth, making her angry. "What kind of game are you playing now?" She lunged forward and bit his hand, fuming internally. "My head is spinning. I told you to stop playing these games." Ahin said, "Lately, I don't like being away from Vivi for too long. And besides, there are lions in the mansion right now." Meanwhile, Bibi was still trying with all her might to bite his finger, silently cursing, "Monster, monster." Evelyn was worried. "My lord, yesterday you were just following the rabbit around too, right? This is getting serious." She paid attention to Evelyn's words and thought, now that I think about it, he has been following me around a lot lately. You're acting like a rabbit-obsessed beast. Are you okay?" Evelyn suddenly said worriedly, "My lord, you might have developed a rabbit obsession." Ahin said curtly, "Stop talking nonsense and give me the report." Evelyn complied, "Yes, next." The sound of rustling paper was heard. Lord Evelyn said, "The illegal drug spreading around the Endalos area is causing many symptoms. Based on this, there's a high probability that this drug is either an experimental substance or a narcotic. It would be faster if we could get our hands on the drug and analyze it ourselves," Ahin said. "What's the basis for saying this drug originates from the wolf territory?" "This is just a theory. There's no clear evidence yet." Evelyn explained, "It's clear this illegal drug is related to pheromones. If we catch the one distributing it, or the drug smugglers, wouldn't it be easier to interrogate them?" Ahin said, "I've come all this way myself. We have to at least catch one of them." Bibi was bewildered. "What? Illegal drugs? Narcotics? You're going to investigate something so dangerous right now." She remembered his words, "You know what? Bibi might actually be useful." She was suddenly confused. "What? A case involving such a dangerous illegal drug, bringing a small, weak rabbit like me along. What help could I possibly be?" She got angry. "Stop just looking out the window and answer me." He smiled faintly. "You're quite a character." Bibi waved her paws, signaling, "Hey, hey! What nonsense are you spouting now? I told you to stop talking gibberish and answer me." Evelyn seemed to notice something. Evelyn said she doesn't seem to know fear. Or is it because we're getting closer to Endalos? We might have to make the ringleader of the smuggling operation show himself to resolve this. Suddenly, there was a loud screech, and a hand grabbed the rabbit tightly. She thought, "What? Evelyn? What on earth is happening?" A loud screech, along with a loud shout. "Lord Ahin." Rustling sounds appeared all around. It was an ambush by wolf beastmen. Ahin still held little Bibi in his hand. After hearing Mew's warning, Ahin Gray quickly composed himself. With his hand ready on the hilt of his sword, he stepped down and calmly asked, "How many of them are there in total?" The guards could only report, "Forgive us, my lord. There are many of them, and they've concealed their tracks well. It's difficult to get an exact number." Hearing this, Bibi felt a bit scared and thought, "The wolf beastmen are attacking? Ah, hen. Is he going into battle? Then, Mew and Along also entered the carriage. They looked a bit embarrassed and scratched their heads, saying, "Please excuse our intrusion." Bibby was a bit stunned. Okay. Huh? What is this? Why did only a hen go out while you all piled in here? A hen. Then an arrow suddenly shot out, aimed straight at a hen gray, but it ended up falling right at his feet. Seeing the arrow on the ground, he spoke. He spoke seriously to the person behind him, Evelyn. "Until I've dealt with all of them, do not open the carriage door under any circumstances. Don't open the windows either." Receiving the order, he nodded and replied, "Understood." "Damn, who's there?" Immediately after, countless more arrows flew towards him as if to test his limits. Seeing the situation, Bibby could only helplessly scream in her mind, "Ahayan, it's dangerous." However, this was nothing to him. He looked at them and gave a confident smile, easily drawing his sword. He slashed down all of the arrows in an instant. He nimbly dodged to avoid the remaining arrows. After dealing with them, he turned back and told Bibi, "You don't fight with Evelyn either. Be good, okay?" He then added an incredibly gentle smile. Seeing this, she froze, helplessly scolding him in her mind, "Now is not the time for jokes." With a click, a hand gray closed the door. Noticing the worry clearly visible on her rabbit face, Evelyn comforted her. "Miss Rabbit, this is a common occurrence, so you don't need to worry. A few punches and kicks and it'll be over in a flash." Hearing that, Bib felt helpless. "Punches, kicks, you talk a big game, Evelyn." Suddenly, Along raised his hand, interrupting their conversation. "Is being attacked by the Wolf Clan or assassins a normal thing for Lord Ahan? If he uses his pheromones, he could take care of them in an instant. That's why he only reluctantly brings a few escorts like us. It's a very powerful pheromone, so it's very difficult for us to get hurt." Hearing this, Bibby thought, "A powerful pheromone. So that's why you all got on the carriage to wait." On the other side, Along continued to ramble on to Mio. "He's even worried about the life of a mere escort knight like me. Lord Ahin truly has a noble heart." Hearing this, Mio next to him nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Mimi looked a bit confused. "You guys are praising him a bit too much. He just found you annoying and told you to get lost." Thinking she was still scared, Evelyn gently reassured her. "So, Miss Rabbit, please, just sit here quietly until the fight is over." Knowing he was trying to comfort her, she lifted a paw as if to say, "Evelyn," but still. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a shattering window rang out. Through the broken window, a scent flowed in. When she inhaled it, her mind was thrown into a dark space full of broken glass. The window. "Pheromones. Of Ahin." She went on. "The window is broken, so Ahin's pheromones are flooding in here. This is bad. If I breathe in the pheromones, I might turn human right here. Now is not the time. Please, I can't transform here. Really." Seeing the little rabbit in his hands suddenly tremble, Evelyn asked worriedly, "Miss Rabbit, what's wrong?" "The window broke, so you must be very scared. Don't worry. Everything will be all right." Looking at the broken window, Mew asked worriedly, "Lord Evelyn, didn't Lord Ahen just order us not to open the windows? Will just using the curtain be okay?" Seeing the situation, Evelyn could only make a temporary decision. "Let's do that. To block the outside, let's cover it with the curtain first." However, even if we are concerned about the effects of the pheromones, this situation isn't too overwhelming. Hearing this, Bibby got angry. "That's for you to say." It's so hard to breathe. I'm suffocating." In the end, I still can't hold it back. Bibby's heart pounded, preventing her from breathing calmly. Suddenly, she realized the pheromones are shifting again. If so, I'm definitely about to turn human. "No, please don't." As if sensing her predicament, A's ears twitched immediately. He immediately scooped her up in his mouth and bolted outside. Seeing the sudden turn of events, Evelyn was startled and shouted after them in fear, "Hey." Watching Ace's figure disappear, Evelyn could only say helplessly, Lord Az. But no matter what he said, Az stubbornly kept the beat in his mouth and ran deep into the forest. Being held in his mouth made her dizzy. Her whole body was shaking. I feel so nauseous. What's going to happen to me? Thence Az brought her into a house and set her down on a very soft pile of straw. But at that moment her head was still spinning, so dizzy. The feeling passed. Then she lifted her head and looked around, wondering, where is this? An abandoned house? Seeing that she was conscious, Az let out a meow and licked her all over. Realizing she was temporarily safe, she thought of something. But being this far from the carriage could be dangerous. Just as she thought it, trouble appeared immediately. A group of strangers suddenly entered. The leader spoke up. "Damn, look at that monster." "Huh? What the hell are they?" The person walking with him also spoke up. "Are they beastmen? I smell pheromones near them. Humans with brownish-gray eyes. And the scar and blood, they're from the wolf clan." Terrified by her own conclusion, her whole body couldn't stop shaking. "It seems they ran here to hide from a hen. Being here like this, I'm in danger. Although Az is also a beast, how can he fight against skilled pheromone-wielding beastmen?" Ignoring her fear, the men continued their discussion. "The rabbit can barely stand. Let's eliminate them first. Causing a commotion here will be a big problem. Oh, and what about Damien?" Hearing that, the scarred man said grimly, "He was killed on the spot." That crazy bastard was laughing while he chopped off Damien's arm with such glee. With that, he spat on the ground and urged his comrades, "Hurry up and finish this so we can get out of here." Hearing that they wanted to get rid of her, Bibi was terrified. What? What do I do? What do I do? Seeing the two strangers step towards him, Az stood angrily in front of her, let out a growl, and lunged at them. Seeing his unexpected action, she was shocked and blurted out as his sudden action enraged them. They couldn't hold back. They also roared, "Ah, this monster!" Regaining their senses, the two men relentlessly swung and stabbed, trying to injure the poor panther. "Damn, this is so annoying. Just die already, you piece of trash. This way, get him!" Seeing him protect her without a thought for himself, she was terrified and could do nothing but helplessly beg, "Please, please stop. He'll die if this keeps up. Please, Az, stop, please stop, stop it right now." After that scream, a blinding light erupted. It made the attackers pause for a moment. "Let's finish it, huh? What is this now?" What the hell? Gah, my head. Seizing the opportunity, the panther lunged forward. He bit down on one of their necks, making the man scream in terror. "Get away from me! Somebody! Help me!" The battle ended. Az collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Seeing this, Babid trembled as she tried to approach him. Az, I'm begging you, open your eyes and look at me. Goodbye. Hello. Az. Right after that, she fell from a great height to the ground. Why am I just a weak, useless rabbit? Why don't I have any power at all? I couldn't do anything to help him. Az, please wake up. A blinding light flared. Immediately after, she transformed into her human form. Az, open your eyes, please. I'm begging you. Az, you can't die. Yes. Then she turned and blamed herself. Why? You only transform into a human now? Useless. But you're so useless. What was the point of practicing with pheromones? When Az was fighting alone, you couldn't do anything, and this is the result. Get a grip. Now's not the time for this. I need to get help. Suddenly, the sound of a door sliding open was heard. Who is it? Could it be the wolf beastman? Then, the person slowly approached, and she could see clearly that it was none other than her ahin. Seeing the white-haired girl in front of him, he was shocked. He cried out, "But..." Night fell, enveloping the entire forest. The moonlight illuminated the sky, making the night scene even more mystical. Thinking back, that day was just like any other. The stupid wolves were still tailing me. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. */ a warrior had been attacked. His body was covered in wounds and his clothes were soaked with blood. He sat up, trembling with fear, and stammered, begging to be spared. "Spare me!" The sword continued to advance, step by step, towards the man's body. Sharp eyes stared intently at him. The sound of a blade being swung and then slashing down. The man could only scream, his cry echoing throughout the forest, startling the sleeping crows into flight. Monster! A hen gray stood imposingly, sword in hand. Behind him was the Hound Legion, highly trained to track the enemy. Even after eliminating the enemy in the forest, a hen still didn't feel happy, his face filled with contemplation. He knew the territory was a bit barren and poor, but what they had been doing lately was just too blatant. He began to perform some movements to stretch his muscles. The dogs also let down their guard and approached their master, nuzzling their heads as if asking to be petted. Anyway, Evelyn. An image of Evelyn appeared in Ahin's mind. "Respected Lord Ahin, I wish you a safe return." Before Hein could reply to those words, he had already vanished into the distance. "Let's go! To a safe place, quickly!" Remembering that image made Ahin's face relax, a smile forming on his lips. How dare that guy abandon his master and flee the battlefield? Next time, I'll have to throw him to a pack of wolves to vent my anger. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached the ears of Ahin and his pet. What could it be? There were two people, a man and a woman, completely covered in cloaks, strolling through the forest carrying a basket. "Hey, we've gone too far into the territory." The man spoke while waving his hand dismissively. "We have to go deeper into the forest to take care of it so we don't leave any traces." That person then ordered, "We must make sure it dies at the hands of the Black Panthers." Ahin smirked contemptuously at the two for crossing the border and speaking so arrogantly, trespassing so casually. "You want to die by the Black Panthers, do you?" As he spoke, Hein drew his sword from its sheath to grant their wish. "If you insist." Suddenly, the two of them fell silent, as if sensing the murderous aura around them. A slash cut through the man. He only had time to say, "What was that sound?" He screamed as blood sprayed like a fountain. The woman with him was stunned by the sight of her comrade. "Who is it?" Ahin appeared like a god, his face filled with a murderous aura. Now, who could I be? Blood-curdling screams echoed through the night, startling the entire region. The basket of the two fell to the ground, where their blood had already formed a river. Curiously, Ahin placed a hand on his chin, contemplating whether to open the basket and see what was inside. Suddenly, the basket moved on its own, making Ashen jump in surprise. He could only poke the basket with his sword to check. His curiosity piqued. "What is this?" The cloth covering the basket was removed. Inside was an extremely adorable pink rabbit, shivering violently from fear. Ahin lowered his guard, realizing the item in the basket couldn't harm him and wasn't fearsome enough to kill. "So, it's really a rabbit." The Black Panther Ahim was told by its owner, Swas, "Ahim, go play somewhere else." Han picked up the little rabbit, pondering how to deal with it properly. Should I kill it? Or... Hein's gaze was incredibly sharp as he looked at the rabbit. Then he let out a heavy sigh. The rabbit was lifted high by a hen. Its tiny body was only the size of an adult's fist. It had soft fur, big eyes, and long ears, with 2 streams of tears dripping pitifully onto the ground. Ahin watched, amused by the tiny creature, and decided to tease it more. "Go on, cry some more. This rabbit is interesting. I guess I'll let it live and see what happens." Morning came. His servant had woken up in the carriage. With him was the pet panther, a hen. Suddenly, the master shouted loudly, "Hey!" The pet panther had snatched the little rabbit in its mouth and run off. The shouting didn't stop. "This seems to be the nature of pets, Lord Ahin. In a pet's mind, they are always loyal to their master. In return, the master must also be faithful, having only them in their mind. If someone else appears, the instinct to protect the master. and protect themselves awakens. They don't want another to take their place. Ahin saw that scene flash before his eyes. Evelyn quickly shouted, "Servant, hurry, and follow Lord Ahin." Seeing Evelyn, Ahin thought, that kid always runs away during a fight. Why is he showing his face now? Evelyn, with a frantic and scared look on his face after seeing the panther Ahin carry the little rabbit out of the carriage, immediately reported to the master Ahin, "It's an emergency, sir." The panther Ahin suddenly jumped out of the carriage with the rabbit. A scene with Ahin and Evelyn. Please subscribe to the channel. Being surrounded by large, burly men. But being surrounded was probably a small matter for Ahin. He only cared about why his panther. Ahin did that. Evelyn began to explain what he knew. An arrow flew in and broke the window. I'm not sure if he was startled or not. First, I sent people to chase after them. Ahin suddenly stopped. The window was broken. Evelyn, you handle the rest. When Ahin said that, he meant that the rest was dealing with the enemies. As for Ahin himself, he was busy. I will chase after my panther, Ahin. As Ahin ran off, Evelyn stood dumbfounded amidst the enemies and instinctively asked, "What? Why are you leaving me behind again?" Alone, Evelyn's shout echoed through the forest, "Lord Meanwhile, Evelyn was also uneasy, worried about the panther, Ahin, and the little rabbit. He rushed frantically through the forest path. Ahin began to recall some words. Ahin had asked, "That rabbit is a beastman, isn't it?" "Yes." "And she's 18 years old, right?" "That's right." A rabbit carrying that many pheromones couldn't be anything else. It had to be a beastman. Ahin continued to run like the wind, probably using all his strength to pursue them, panting heavily. As he ran, he thought about the past, images of the little rabbit appearing in his mind. Up until now, Bibi has acted strangely, a total of 4 times. An image of Ahin kneeling on the floor, holding the rabbit. The first time was when she was exposed to Rune's pheromones. I was unhappy about the lions sent on her, so I immediately marked her with my own pheromones. She lost all her energy and fell asleep. He was running like the wind when suddenly a log blocked his path. The second time was at the ball. Because of the strong pheromones radiating from that fox beastman, Bibi immediately fled the ballroom. And she vanished. When I found her, she was with Rune, the person I despise. After that, she kicked Rune a few times. The third time was when I bit Bibi's neck to hide her pheromones. Bibi's pheromones made me fall into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I found someone else's hair on the bed. And the fourth time is right now. Ahin continued to run without stopping. All these events have one thing in common. Ahin reached the edge of the forest and saw a hut already built before him. He panted heavily. And that is, Bobby has inhaled someone else's pheromones each time. Suddenly, Ahin froze as if he had detected something wrong. The smell of blood. Ahin hurriedly broke down the door of the hut, his purpose to see if his rabbit was inside. When he stepped inside, he froze at the sight of a young woman completely naked, hugging his panther, Ahin. Ahin stood frozen, motionless, forming a question in his mind. A woman with purple eyes and pure white hair. And the pheromones I left on her. He realized the girl before him was Bibi, his rabbit who was hugging his panther, Ahin. There's no way I wouldn't know it was you. A voice rang out calling Bibi. She looked up, her hands still wrapped around the black panther. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Rivian looked on, bewildered, and thought to herself, Ahin. He was standing at the door looking at her. Rivian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you find me? Before she could finish, the panther beside her whimpered in pain. Vivi worriedly hugged the panther closer and called its name. Kyuk! She used her hand to stanch the panther Ahin's bleeding, but the blood flowed profusely. Bibi thought, what do I do? The wound won't stop bleeding. Ahin said, move aside, and then he knelt down and draped his coat over Rivian. Then he started to work, much to Bibi's surprise. Ahin touched the wound and said, the sword wound is deeper than I thought. The Nan shook his head. At this rate, he'll die before we can get him to a healer. Hearing this news, Babid was terrified and started to cry. No, it can't be. Not Ahin, please. In her mind, she prayed, how could you die protecting me? I don't want to lose you, please, Ahan. Purple light particles began to emerge from Bibi's body, greatly surprising Ahin. Rivian cried out loud, please, you can't die. The whole room was filled with a brilliant red light. Ahin's eyes widened as he watched this spectacle. Vib's tears fell, but the panther Ahin had already gone still. Rivian knelt before the panther's body, weeping. No, Ahin! Aten could do nothing but watch Rivian cry out the panther's name. Aten called to her, but wait a moment, but her emotions were in turmoil, and she didn't seem to hear him. Let go! Ahin died because of me. After that, Ahin came to find me. He called for Vivi again. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from the rabbit girl's face. Listen to me. Bibi looked at him blankly. Huh? And he pointed at the panther. Here, look closely at Ahin. The wound is gone. It's healing on its own. Rivian was astonished. Huh? The wound really is gone. Not believing her eyes, she looked again and again. What in the world is happening? Huh? Is this for real? She called out to the panther. Ahin? Ahin, are you asleep? The two of them watched the panther sleeping soundly, not knowing what else to say. Rivian just sat there, poking the panther. Are you asleep? Hello? Are you really sleeping? Seemingly convinced the panther was alive, she laughed. Ha ha, what a relief. Ahin watched Evelyn and saw her, laughing with pure happiness. Thank goodness. Then, while stroking the panther, she thought, but wait, how did the wound disappear? Bibi touched the spot where the panther Ahin's wound was. Is this even possible? Ahin said nothing, just looked at her grimly. You know, don't you? Bibi thought to herself, could it be Ahin's ability? Then she looked up and said with a bright smile, Ahin, you're amazing. After that one compliment, Rivian froze completely, because Ahin was looking at her with cold eyes. Rivian was flustered. Ahin, you? He replied in a stern voice. Who are you? Rivian still didn't understand what was happening. What are you talking about? Ahin leaned in and stared at Rivian intently. I asked, who are you? Rivian was bewildered. Who else could I be? You just called me Bubby, for heaven's sake. Rivian could feel a dark and murderous aura. She froze, absolutely terrified. Then she answered softly, it's me, Bibi. Ahin paused, then finally, please subscribe to support the channel. Ahin burst out laughing. Seeing this, Bibi's face turned red. She thought to herself, this Black Panther is making fun of me. What a jerk. After that, Hen said to the doctor. He reached out and lifted Rivian up while she was still too surprised to react, just looking at him with astonishment. She stared blankly at Ahin. Ahin looked at her and said softly, don't we have a lot to talk about? Then the two of them looked at each other for a long time. Ahin looked at her and said softly, don't we have a lot to talk about? The two of them were in a small house. Rivian looked at Ahin, bewildered. Things to talk about? Oh, is he going to interrogate me now? Just thinking about it sent shivers down Bibi's spine, but Ahin just kept smiling at her. Rivian turned her face away, thinking, first, I have to escape. She held up her hand and said, wait a minute. Suddenly, Rivian froze and her eyes widened. Ah, why does my chest suddenly feel so tight? Seeing Rivian stumble, Ahin immediately grew concerned. But Then she tremblingly reached out and grabbed Ahin's shirt, and thought, Ahin, I can't breathe. Ahin tried to comfort her. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Don't stop. Bibi continued to struggle for breath. With Ahin's encouragement, because you suddenly released a large amount of unrefined pheromones, your body can't handle it. Just take it slow. Rivian struggled to do as Ahin said, taking it slowly. My body isn't listening to me. It's so tiring. So suffocating. She cried out in pain. Then Vibi looked at Aheen. What should I do? What should I do? Heen took her hand and said gently, let me help you, okay? Hearing that, Rivian thought to herself, that's right. If Aheen helps me, everything will be fine. Suddenly, a hand moved closer to her, making Bibi flustered. Wait, hold on. Why are you getting so close? Rivian quickly covered Ahin's mouth with her hand. Never mind, I'm fine. You don't have to help. Ahin moved her hand away and smiled. Letting me help will be less painful for you. If this continues, you could die. Then, Dahin leaned down towards Bibi's neck, making her jump. Wait a minute. This feeling is so strange. Ahin continued to move his mouth towards Bibi's neck. She squeezed her eyes shut and thought, this sensation. Ahin is putting his pheromones into me to control mine. Thanks to his help, the pain is gradually fading away. It's much better than before. It's also much easier to breathe, but my body still feels completely weak. After he was done, Ahin looked up to see Bibi's reaction. He put his arm around Bibi, pulling Rivian into his embrace. I told you to breathe, he said, gently patting her back. Rivian felt more comfortable. The dizziness was gone, and it wasn't as hard to breathe anymore. Once she felt normal, Rivian looked at Ahin and said, Ahin, I'm okay now. But Ahin turned his face away. Rivian asked, what's wrong? Seeing Ahin looking out the door, Rivian thought, who else is out there? Then a series of loud thuds began, making her freeze like a statue. Both of them were startled. Mio burst in, full of energy, calling out, Lord Ahin, Miss Rabbit. Then she was surprised. So you were here. Witnessing the scene made Mio freeze in her tracks. Mio stepped inside and asked, Who is that? Ahin spoke up. Mio, close the door and wait outside. Mio hesitated. But sir, Ahin just said her name, Mio, in a tone that allowed no refusal. Bibi looked blank. And here I thought the wolf beastman had found us again. Han raised his hand, gently touching the bite mark on her neck, and asked caringly, are you okay? The bite will sting a little. This action from Ahin made the rabbit girl blush shyly. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently scolded him. Why would you do that? Seriously, you're way too close, you foolish beast. In a situation like this, why do you keep getting so near? What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a voice from outside made both Ahin and Rivian freeze. Mio, what are you doing standing here? Mio replied, Lord Ahin ordered me to wait here, Lord Evelyn. He was surprised. Is that so? Then he knocked on the door and called out, Lord Ahin, it's Evelyn. Are you all right in there? From inside the room, Ahin's voice called out, I'm perfectly fine. But Evelyn replied, no, I'm asking about the rabbit. Ahin hesitated. The rabbit? She's fine. Ahin glanced over at Rivian and saw her pointing at her neck. The bite mark, along with her fuming expression, seemed to say, look at my neck. How dare you say I'm perfectly fine, huh? Seeing this, Ahin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at her and said, she's passable. Outside, Mio and Evelyn were trying to listen in. What does passable mean? Sir, please explain in more detail. A moment later, the two of them came out. Ahin said, Evelyn, report. Evelyn replied, yes, my lord. We've dealt with the wolf beastman, but during the fight, the carriage was overturned. So, it would be much more convenient to go to Endelos than to return to the manor, huh? Ahin said. Is that so? Then Evelyn started looking around and asked, wait, may I ask you a few questions? Ahin replied with a teasing smile, I'm not interested. He was still holding the rabbit girl in his arms, and she was sleeping very soundly. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inside, Evelyn was screaming. But I'm really, really curious. Why did you order all the carriage windows to be closed? And what happened to you and the rabbit after you left the carriage? Even Mio was secretly listening in, wondering to herself, I'm so curious who that herbivore beastman was earlier. Could it be? But a murderous aura suddenly radiated from Ahin. causing the two of them to flinch and immediately drop those thoughts. Yes, sir. Manhwa looked down at Rivian and smiled gently. Suddenly, Evelyn asked, "Forgive me, my lord, but that smile looks awfully sly." Ahen retorted, "What?" Evelyn replied, "I'm talking about your smile, my lord." Ahen shot back, "You're the one who's sly, Evelyn." Evelyn was stunned. "Yes, sir? How could you treat me like this? I'm the one who has fought by your side through life and death." "Silence," Ahen snapped, then went back to comforting the sleeping rabbit girl. At the foothills of Endelos, Preston was confused. "So, there's no way a beastman could look like that? What in the world was that?" Rivian was enjoying herself. When she woke up, she was already at the foothills of Endelos and had turned back into her rabbit form. Phew. Luckily, Ahin had to go out, so I haven't been dealt with yet. But instead, Reston couldn't believe his eyes. Just look at that. What rabbit in this world treats a black panther like a servant? Rivian thought to herself, "Hey, don't misunderstand. He's not a servant, he's just being affectionate." Reston was so scared he could even understand what she was thinking. Suddenly, there was a knock and a voice said, "Well now? It's Lord Grey's emergency rations. No, wait, it must be snacks." Reston was confused. "Sir, could you please be clearer?" Rune pondered. "That's what Evelyn told me." Reston replied, "That guy was never normal to begin with." Rivian crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. "That's right. That's exactly what Evelyn is like." Seeing this, Reston froze. It just nodded. "It's a rabbit. A rabbit, I tell you." Rune said, "Reston, that's a rude attitude to have in front of her." "My apologies. My aide is a bit simple-minded. I'll have him apologize to you." Reston hesitated. "But..." Rivian scowled. "As if your attitude is any better whenever we meet." Rune pushed Reston towards the rabbit. "Go on. Apologize to her. Is this how you act on a first meeting?" Reston tried to resist. "No, it's not like that. Wait, what am I supposed to say to a rabbit?" Then Rune pointed at the rabbit. "Reston." He stood there for a moment, then bowed. "My apologies for the late greeting. I am the aide to Lord Rune Mannion. My name is Harrington Reston, third son of the Reston family." Rivian also stood up. "I'm Bib," she gestured, even though she knew he couldn't understand. Seeing a rabbit stand up to shake his hand made Reston jump back 3 steps in fright. Seeing this, Rune laughed heartily. "Oh, Reston, you're really something," Reston cried. "My lord, please don't laugh at me." Lord Rune. Bibby stood there and thought, why are all these carnivore beasts so crazy? After a moment, Reston said, "Well then, I'll be awaiting orders outside," and he left. Rune seized the opportunity. "Well, the third wheel is gone. Shall we have a little chat? Of course, we can't really talk with you in your current form. How do you turn into a human?" Waved her paw. "It's not like I can do it whenever I want." Rune looked at her and asked, "A refusal? Why? Still have to hide the secret that you're a beastman? And Hen already knows everything, you know." Rune moved closer to Bibby. "Did you approach Jehen Grey with some kind of ulterior motive? Or are you hiding your beastman identity to steal classified information from the Grey family? Whatever your motive is, what do you plan to do with that pea-sized body of yours?" Rune held Babila in his hand, but she struggled. "What do you mean, pea-sized? I hate it when people say that about me." Rune continued to ask, "Oh, really? Then why were you dressed like that at the ball?" This question made Beeb freeze. That was... Then he brought the rabbit to his cheek and said, "But you know, right now, I can smell that Black Panther's scent all over you. What are you two hiding?" Rivian thought to herself, "That's right, now that I think about it, Ahin is always trying to hide his pheromones. Does he not want others to recognize his pheromones? And it seems he doesn't like me turning into a human either." Suddenly, a hen smelled something, and Rune detected it too, giving a thoughtful signal. Bibby was confused. "Huh? What's wrong?" All three of them snuck out onto the balcony and looked down. Bibby whispered, "What is it? What's going on? That person looks like a servant here, but why are they being so sneaky?" Bibby saw them passing a vial to each other, that thing, and then she remembered information about an illegal drug spreading in the Endelos area, causing various symptoms. Based on this, it's highly likely to be an experimental drug or a narcotic. Bibby was shocked. Could it be? One of the two people below happened to look up and saw them on the balcony. Bibby was surprised. Our eyes met. Then Rune stepped onto the balcony railing and said, "Oh, they look suspicious at a glance. Let's just catch them first, shall we?" He looked at Bibby and asked, "What do you think?" She thought to herself, "If you're going to catch them, just do it. Why ask me, huh?" While she was thinking, Rune leaped down, startling Bibby. He landed in front of them. Well, are you his accomplices? So how should I handle this?" Seeing that they had been discovered, the man whispered to his accomplice, "So, what do we do now?" Rune smiled, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the two shady individuals. The two men were startled and backed away. Rune watched their every move. He calmly formulated a plan. First, I should probably knock them out. However, he didn't notice the rabbit, Rivian, who had been fuming this whole time. "Jumping down like that, you scared me to death. Do you want another kick from my hind legs? Why even bother asking for my opinion? You're just going to do whatever you want anyway." Rune spread his legs, knelt down, and reached for the sword at his hip. Well then, the two men panicked, fear evident on their faces. Rune prepared to strike, but suddenly froze. His hip was empty. Only then did Rune realize he hadn't brought his sword. "I forgot my sword." Back to the story. The sun was setting, casting soft golden rays through the window below the terrace. Seeing Rune fumbling, the two men stammered, "Sir, what are you planning to do?" Rune turned and pointed at the rabbit to distract them. "You could call us animal friends for justice." The two men were confused. "Huh?" Then Rune quickly got to the point. "Anyway, give me what's in your hand." The two men seemed to communicate telepathically, and one nodded to the other. Rune slowly approached. "What's this? Why the strange atmosphere?" Rune lifted the rabbit and said casually, "Let me tell you, I'm not some weirdo who keeps rabbits as pets. There's a whole story behind it, you see." Hearing this, the rabbit frowned. Hey, is now really the time to worry about that?" Suddenly, one of the men spread his legs as if preparing for something. He lunged forward, throwing a punch from behind Rune, who was still oblivious. He was still lost in thought. Normally, this would be hard to understand. The little rabbit, seeing this, gave him a gentle nudge. "Wake up! He's right next to you, you stupid beast." It seems, Rune quickly realized what was happening. He spun around, ducked, and then used his arm to strike the man's neck directly, disorienting him. The punch missed. He collapsed. The other guy saw this and made a run for it. Damn it! The beast within emerged. Rune dusted off his hands and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, Rune appeared right behind the fleeing man, reaching out with a fierce look in his eyes. "You seem to be resisting?" The man turned, terrified, unable to believe his eyes, still clutching the bottle of narcotics. When Rune realized something, is he going to throw the bottle in his hand? This is a bit dangerous. Rune quickly turned. As expected, the man threw the bottle of narcotics straight at him. He braced himself, holding the little rabbit tightly to protect her. The contents of the vial splattered everywhere. The little rabbit realized it was some kind of powder. Rune's body tilted forward. Seeing that he was about to fall, the rabbit panicked. She tried to push him back with her tiny strength. It didn't work. Rune fell onto the terrace. After a long while, the sun gradually set behind the mountains. The little white rabbit struggled out from under Rune's heavy body. She was trying to get out. She managed to get her head out, but the rest of her body was still stuck. The rabbit panted heavily. What on earth just happened? The rabbit tried to crawl out. Rune had shielded her from whatever that powder was that the hyena beastman threw. Suddenly, the little rabbit's eyes widened. The lion smirked. It pushed itself up with its paws and slowly sat up. The rabbit was shocked. Before her stood the majestic form of a lion, towering and fierce, gazing into the distance. Its massive form was overwhelming for the little rabbit. Oh my God. Back in a small village, Hengrey sighed. Anyway, Evelyn, I've been with BB for months, but it seems she's still a little scared of me. Evelyn finally understood. Evelyn smiled and thought to himself, the rabbit and my master. Actually, I thought you didn't like her. Hengrey crossed his arms and said, Suddenly, Evelyn's expression changed. Because Lord Ahin is naturally mean. She has to rely on me a lot, doesn't she? Hearing this, Hengrey got angry. That's just your delusion. The two were still arguing, not noticing the young man who had just run past. There's no way that's true. You're just delusional. They heard a noise, looked out into the courtyard, and continued their conversation. The rabbit is always talking about her intense love for Evelyn, with those burning eyes of hers right at this moment. The rabbit also dashed by. And the next scene was a lion and a black panther running behind her, chasing someone in a line, leaving the two lords stunned. Hengrey was startled, while Evelyn had been frozen for a while. At this point, Hengrey realized, I think I just saw something strange, Evelyn explained. You just witnessed a small rabbit followed by a lion, which was then followed by a black panther. Watching the beasts play an endless game of chase, the two men grew curious. That rabbit looks a lot like Bibi. The black panther looks like a hen, and the lion? Let's see. Evelyn gave a strained laugh. Did someone open an animal farm nearby? As night fell, they stood in silence for a long time. The main door burst open. From inside the mansion, Reston and Mio ran out in a panic. Over there! Hurry! We'll lose them at this rate. Everyone ran in pursuit, leaving Aheen and Evelyn standing there, bewildered about what the hell was happening. They were all in a frenzy, disturbing the quiet atmosphere of the village. Evelyn chased after them. Yes, sir. On a quiet night, with a clear moon and gentle breeze, the streetlights were on and everyone was asleep. The streets were empty. Aheen and the others were searching for the rabbit who had run off somewhere. Mio reported the situation to Ahan. A chaotic situation of unknown origin has occurred. Lord Rune turned into a lion, and Miss Bibi bravely pursued an employee of the inn. In Mio's mind, she was imagining a scenario where Bibi commanded Rune to chase the inn employee. Rune transformed into a lion to chase along with Bibi. Ahen paid no attention to Mio's words as he knew Bibi too well. He looked into the distance and thought, more likely, she ran away because she was scared of the lion. In Aheen's mind now, he was imagining the little rabbit crying in fear, running and screaming upon seeing the lion. SOB, it's a lion, a beast. Everyone was splitting up to search every nook and cranny for the rabbit, when Ahen suddenly thought of something and asked Reston. Reston, we did request assistance from the Gray family, didn't we? Reston, who was searching for the rabbit in a bush, was startled. He could only cry silently to himself, did I even want to come here? During the Alliance meeting, as soon as the request for aid was received, Lord Rune immediately raised his hand. Usually, during meetings, he's either dozing off or distracted. Reston recalled the meeting where everyone was noisily discussing things when suddenly, Rune raised his hand and declared, I'll go, leaving everyone wide-eyed and speechless. At this point, Reston finally answered Ahin. The drug case is a joint operation between us. Ahin asked again. So, Lord Mannion said he would visit later. Reston replied, yes. Han asked again, that Lord Mannion? Reston looked lifeless as he covered his face and answered Ahin. Yes, and thought to himself, I'm also curious how that lazy person became so proactive. Lord Aheen is one thing, but Lord Rune too. Why are the high-ranking members investigating this case directly? As Aheen walked, deep in thought, he suddenly heard a rustle in the bushes. Aheen called out, Aheen! It seemed Ahin had lost the trail of the rabbit and Rune. At this moment, Evelyn wondered aloud, by the way, why isn't Lord Rune maintaining his human form? A hen, rubbing the panther a hen's head, replied, Lord Manhwa isn't the type to transform out of boredom. There must be a reason for him to revert to his true form. Perhaps he was exposed to a drug related to pheromones. Evelyn immediately replied, Are you talking about the narcotic? Ahen continued, Or maybe he just did it because he was bored. At this, Reston, who was nearby, retorted, Who would be that bored? Well, it's a possibility. Ahin seemed to have found the tracks of the rabbit and Rune. It seems they're nearby. Ahin and the others searched to the right. Evelyn, take the left. Reston, go to the opposite side. Everyone hurried off as instructed. Yes, sir. Only Reston stood there solemnly and said, Understood. Then where will you be going, Lord Ahan? Before Reston could finish, Ahin had already dashed off. Reston was very surprised, watching the direction Ahin went and thinking to himself, He's usually so calm and composed. Why is he so agitated today? That was the hurried silhouette of Ahin on the empty street. Ahin ran for his life to where the rabbit and Rune were, running past rows of houses, streetlights, on the night streets. The little rabbit's legs gave out as she stumbled into a dead end, a massive lion approaching her. The rabbit held up her paws, trying to calm herself. Calm down. I've built up an immunity to beasts all this time by staring down a hen. I'm a strong rabbit, and that lion is just Rune. Despite her self-reassurance, the little rabbit was still terrified by the huge, towering figure of Rune in his lion form. Just a single growl from the lion was enough to make our little rabbit burst into tears. She collapsed to the ground, out of energy, covering her head and just crying, I know who he is, but I'm still so scared. Bibi is scared. With a plop, the rabbit lay motionless on the ground. The lion, Rune, was surprised, his eyes widening. Then he lay down, looked at the rabbit, and just let out a sigh. In Rune's thoughts, she's trembling all over from fear, huh? I'm exhausted from chasing her. The rabbit Bibi trembled with indignation and looked back at him. And whose fault is that, you stupid beast? Idiot, idiot. Your head alone is as big as a bucket. Bibi suddenly sat up. The hyena beastman from earlier was nowhere to be seen. Now what do I do? Should I go back? Where am I? As she was worrying about being lost, a familiar voice called out, Gotcha! Footsteps rushed towards them through the whistling wind. It was a hen standing behind Rune. Rune sensed him too, his eyes wide with shock at being seen by a hen in his true form. A hen, panting, said, You ran pretty far, didn't you? The little rabbit Bibi's two large ears stood straight up, her eyes wide and round. A hen! Han looked at the rabbit and picked her up. What's this? You're injured. Only then did Bibi realize her front and back paws were hurt from running for so long. Huh? My front paws were my life? I got hurt while running? Hen held the trembling rabbit in his hands. Why are you shaking so much? The rabbit whined, holding her paws up to Ahin's face as if to say, Hick! It really hurts. She waved her paws at Ahin. Help me, please. Do it like you did when you healed the panther, Ahin. That was you, right? Ahin, suddenly understanding the rabbit's intention, smiled with satisfaction. I'll treat you when we get back. And if you keep wandering off like this, you'll be locked in my pocket for life. Hearing this, the rabbit Bubby felt a helpless chill. He's saying scary things with that cheerful, teasing face again. Ahin became even more cheerful. With one hand holding the rabbit, he turned and tightly gripped Rune's lion mane with the other, smiling. But this is the first time I've seen you in your true form, Lord Manhwa. Ahin's voice suddenly grew sharper. I didn't know you had a hobby of playing hide-and-seek with rabbits. Rune's expression seemed to say, No, it's not like that. That's not what I wanted. While I was chasing the suspicious guys, they threw a strange powder on me, and that's when I transformed. Rune tried to express this with his paws, but Han didn't understand. He looked at Rune, confused by his actions. Are you crazy? I guess that happens sometimes. Rune, in his lion form, couldn't speak. He could only cover his head with his paws in frustration, rolling back and forth. Arg, this is so frustrating. The rabbit looked at the lion with helpless sympathy. I know that feeling. A hen suddenly sensed someone and glanced behind him. He held the confused rabbit and tucked her into his coat pocket. Here you go. Stay put. Rune also looked up. The rabbit also peeked her head out of the coat pocket. What's wrong? A group of people, including the employee they had been chasing, appeared. The leader was a blond man with a scruffy beard who said aggressively, "Hey, come with us for a bit. Let's see, you're saying you can't turn back into a human just by inhaling that stuff?" The hyena employee bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." At this point, the rabbit noticed him. "Ah, that's the employee who ran away from the inn." Another man held a sword to Ahin's neck from behind and said, "Hey, didn't you hear me?" The rabbit looked at them with pity. "Sigh, you idiots. Why would you come out here and threaten this crazy black panther? You're all done for, huh?" Ahin's eyes at that moment, Ahin's eyes changed to a common blue color. He smiled at Bibi. The man with the sword sneered and continued, "From your eyes, you look like a weasel or a cat. It's best you don't resist. It's useless." Ahin suddenly raised both hands and stood up. As they remained on guard, Ahin turned around, his eyes looking weak, and said, "Please spare me, please." This made the rabbit and Rune stare with wide eyes and open mouths, not understanding why Ahin was acting this way when he could take down this group with a single blow. The rabbit couldn't believe what was happening, completely shocked. Huh? Who is this guy? Night fell on the house, light shining from a room inside. Lynn's eyes sparkled. "My little darling, look here." Bibi, in her rabbit form, got goosebumps. "Little darling?" Lynn held a carrot out to Bibi. "You have to at least eat this." Bibi looked at the huge carrot in front of her and thought, "Huh?" Manhwa, in his lion form, and the tied-up Asian Grey both snorted. A comrade leaning against the wall looked at Lynn and said, "Seriously, why can't you resist tiny animals? Just get it over with, Lynn. We have to close up." Lynn reluctantly stood up and went out with his comrade. The door slammed shut, leaving Bibi sitting there with the carrot. Manhwa and Ahin Grey silently looked at Bibi. Bibi opened her mouth and thought, "Don't give me the carrot. Just take it with you when you leave." Outside, the night was still dark. Ahin Grey, his hands tied, said, "Anyway, we've successfully infiltrated the enemy's territory. The drug we're investigating in Indelos is clearly connected to these guys. We just need to blend in here to find clues." Then he asked Manhwa, "Lord Manhwa, can't you turn back into a human?" Manhwa nodded in response. Ahin Grey looked at him. "Useless either way, you stupid lion." Manhwa's jaw dropped at that. Ahin Grey loosened the rope on his wrist. He rubbed his shoulder and said, "They sure tied this tight." Ahin Grey looked at Bibi and called, "Bibi." From a distance, Manhwa sat there struggling. "Me too! Untie me too!" Ahin Grey revealed his handsome face. Bibi looked at him. His eyes really did turn blue. Bibi looked up and pointed to her own eye. "Ahin, why did your eyes turn blue?" Ahin also pointed to his eye and answered, "Black panthers with strong pheromones are easily guarded against. So I used a potion from the raccoon clan to deceive them." Ahin Grey held Bibi in his hands and continued, "It should return to normal in a few hours." Bibi looked at him. "I see." Manhwa suddenly roared. The roar drowned out Ahin Grey and Bibi. Manhwa sat there panting heavily. "Untie me, now!" Hearing this, Ahin Grey put Bibi down, stood up, and approached Manhwa. What a hassle! The ropes on Manhwa were untied. Ahin Grey asked, "There, satisfied?" To the side, Biba's nose twitched. Once untied, Manhwa stretched out. Ahin Grey turned back to Bibi and continued, "Bibi, Averin's group should catch up soon before the situation gets more dangerous. Quickly." Before Ahin Grey could finish, Bibi suddenly sneezed. Ahin Grey held Bibi in his hands and called, "Bibi." Bibi continued, "Ashu! Ashu!" Mannion beside them looked at Bibi with a puzzled expression. Bibi, sitting in a hind gray's hands, sneezed continuously. Something dark appeared on her paw. A hind gray quickly realized. The gray powder drug? Hearing this, Mannion had a shocked expression. But also looked at her paw and thought, this isn't good. Hand Gray held Bibi up, but she couldn't stop sneezing. Ashu! Ashu! Bibi's nose was running. And Gray asked, "Did you get some of the drug on you? Or are you hurt somewhere?" Bibi replied, "I'm not hurt anywhere." Her body suddenly felt dizzy. Ahin Gray still held Bibi in his hands. She continued, "But I feel really nauseous." Hin Gray looked at Bibi worriedly and said, "Bibi, your pheromone state is strange. Could it be?" "You!" Dobby looked up, her face serious. "Huh? What's wrong with my pheromones?" Ahin Gray looked on hesitantly. Bibi seemed to have realized something. She was surprised. "Don't tell me, I'm about to turn human again?" Bibi panicked and crossed her paws in front of her. "No, I can't turn human here. Absolutely not." She suddenly remembered what Ahan Gray had said before. "Bibi, in an emergency, raise your left leg." So with teary eyes, she raised her leg as a signal, thinking to herself, "This is an emergency, a huge emergency." Hand Gray looked at her in surprise. He said to Mannion behind him, "Lord Mannion." A white cloth was unfurled by Ahin Gray. He wrapped it around Bibi in his hands, then turned and said, "Change of plans. Let's put the drug case aside for now." Hearing this, Mannion's jaw dropped, as Hin Gray, still holding Bibi, smiled. "From now on, we'll find our own way out. Try to survive, my lord, or you can just die here." Mannion was furious. At the same time, Ahin Gray kicked the door. It burst open, creating an escape route for him and Bibi. The guard outside looked on in surprise. Bibi also saw this and thought, wait, that iron door opened that easily? Atten Gray stood there holding Bibi. The two guards with swords ready said, "What? What is this? How did you escape?" Atten Gray didn't answer them. He just smirked. Not long after, the sounds of fighting erupted, as In Gray ran off with Bibi in his arms, leaving the two men lying on the floor behind them. In the quiet of the night, countless people were searching every nook and cranny for the escapees. In contrast to their urgent search, over here, Evelyn and Reston were casually strolling and chatting. Evelyn led the way, pointing towards an alley and said, "This way leads to the Merchant Street. It's currently for sale, so no one is using it." Hearing this, Reston also remarked, "That's suspicious." Then he thought to himself, those guys are leading Lord Rune and Lord Esin further away from the town center. Unaware of Reston's inner thoughts, Evelyn, after hearing the reply, also agreed, "You're right." Suddenly, Reston remembered another issue. And that rabbit, thinking of it, he turned to ask, Lord Evelyn, that rabbit, seeing his disrespect towards Bavi, Evelyn sternly corrected him, call her Miss Rabbit. Seeing his attitude, Reston was about to get angry, but then he realized his own tone was a bit off and corrected himself. "Huh? No, that Miss Rabbit, what exactly is she?" As he was about to answer, he suddenly paused. "She can't be called a beastman either." Seeing Evelyn not answering, Reston asked again, "Lord Evelyn?" Out of options, Evelyn could only change the subject. He waved his hand and said, "My apologies, sir. I smell something strange around here." Just when it seemed like a throwaway line to change the subject, Reston suddenly thought seriously. "Now that you mention it, I've been smelling something strange for a while now." Hearing this, Evelyn was startled and quickly asked, "What? Really?" Reston asked back, "What is it?" Hearing that, Evelyn could only brush it off. It's nothing. This street is full of the scent of spices, just as Lord Reston said. No, that's not it. This is the smell of a rotting corpse. Immediately after, he ran off without hesitation. Seeing this, a panicked Resteen called out, "Lord Evelyn!" When they arrived, Mio was already there. She said he was already dead. The skin color is strange, not like a hyena beastman's. His skin has some gray spots. Hearing this, Evelyn could confirm it. It's drug poisoning. He then turned to Reston and said, Lord Reston, try pressing on the corpse's wrist and check its pheromones. Hearing this, Reston nodded. He then approached and checked the corpse's pulse, and then said, the pheromone state is quite chaotic. Hearing this, Evelyn added, he died of drug poisoning. There have been some reports indicating that users of the drug can also die. Then he tried to recall for Lord Rune and Lord Ahen, this level of pheromone drug isn't a problem, but for Miss Rabbit. Right after that, Evelyn stood up and urged everyone, let's go. Prolonged exposure will disrupt our pheromones. Lord Restian, you can let go now. Hearing this, he jumped. Hey! He then angrily cursed Evelyn in his mind. That cunning bastard. He tricked me into touching the corpse for his own safety. Sir, you really learn something new every day, don't you? Hearing this, Evelyn walked on, turning his head back to smile at Reston. You're too kind, my lord. After that, the three of them hurried away. At this moment in the house, he gently held the bundle in his arms and said, Biv, after being stimulated by pheromones, how long does it take for you to turn human? Hearing this, she looked up at him. He already knew everything. That's why he was so cautious on the way here. He tried to avoid fighting, didn't he? Was it because Ahen was afraid I'd be exposed to his pheromones and turn human? Seeing her silence, he poked her nose. Bibi, answer quickly. We can't hide in here forever. At this, she struggled, trying to explain to him. The time it takes is different each time, and now I've been exposed to the drug, so it's even harder to predict. Seeing her struggle, he helplessly deadpanned, I have absolutely no idea what you're saying. Hearing this, Bibi's face fell. Of course! How important is mind reading now? Then he suddenly grabbed her leg, forcing her to be quiet. Just when she was confused, a loud noise came from outside. This is driving me crazy. If the captain finds out, we're all dead. Hearing that sound, she panicked and burrowed into the blanket. What do? They've entered the room. The sound of banging on the door echoed. Finally, the door was thrown open. Bib hid in fear. We've been found. Seeing the man who just entered, Ahen, the gorilla-like man went silent when, hearing that, Bebby quickly came out. Huh? Gorilla? That carrot guy? Please, help me. Seeing the rabbit acting pitifully in front of him, the man was a bit startled and froze. Just then, a voice from behind called out, If you find them, just kill them! Lynn, how's your area? Hearing that, he could only cover for the two and said, It's nothing, before going out and closing the door. The man's voice from before continued, Have you searched the lower floor yet? Not yet. You checked the backyard. Immediately after, footsteps were heard leaving. Only then could she breathe a sigh of relief. They're gone. Seeing what just happened, Ahen remarked, a gorilla taking a liking to a rabbit. What an odd combination. Hearing this, Babir retorted, What's so important about that? And there's no proof our savior is a gorilla. He just kind of looks like one. Ahen continued to mumble, so a gorilla and a rabbit. At this, she looked angry. Hey, listen to me. You don't know for sure if he's a gorilla? If you don't have the decency to thank the person who saved us, then fine, but why do you have to? Ignoring the incident, he looked behind him thoughtfully. First, let's get out of here. Then we can observe the situation. Bib. And then suddenly, in a moment neither of them expected, she suddenly transformed back into a human, with Bubby finding herself on top of Ahen. She let out a small ah, then smiled and said, Hello. Bibby was on top of Ahen. Bibby said softly, Hello. Ahen looked up at her. They stayed like that for a moment, silent, not knowing what to say. Vibi blushed and said, Ahen, are you just going to ignore me? Ahen smiled gently. Bibby. Ahen glanced at her, smiled, and brushed off his clothes. Why are your eyes so sharp? Bibby flinched and covered her face with both hands. Crap, I still haven't mastered controlling my facial expressions. My eyes were just born this way, okay? Do you have any idea what you look like right now? Bibby was embarrassed. Ahin leaned in close to Bibi and said, "Instead, from now on, whenever you're about to transform, remember to let me know an hour beforehand." Bibi listened to Ahin, dumbfounded. "For example, if I'm about to turn human, I'll dance. Is that what dancing is? Flexible? Fluid? Just think about it. If I suddenly turned into a person, how would you feel?" Bib imagined Ahin as a human. "Yeah, I'd be shocked, of course, and a little bewildered." Ahin stroked Bibi's hair. "That's exactly how I feel right now." Ahin stroked Bibi's hair, his gaze sharp. A violent rabbit suddenly turning into a human. Daryl heard him, but didn't get it. "What? I'm not violent, you know?" "Fine, I get it. I'll dance next time," Bibi said as Ahin watched her with a smile. "Dance my ass." Bibi shot up and Ahin quickly shielded her head with his hand. "Why the hell would I have to dance when there are a ton of other signals?" "Hey, be careful." Bibi blushed. "Oh, right. We're in a closet, thanks." Bibi touched Ahin's chest. "Huh? But that atmosphere just now, why did it feel so strange?" Ahin's ears twitched. "Or maybe I'm just too perverted," Ahin said softly. Bib, I just saw a very dark look in your eyes." Bibi's face flushed bright red as she frantically denied it. "No way! Not at all." "You're lying," Ahin asked. "Really?" Bibri replied confidently. "Of course." She closed her eyes and sighed. "He just loves to joke around like that." Thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard. Thump, thump. The footsteps grew closer. Bib covered Ahin's mouth with her hand. A voice from outside rang out. "Is there an intruder here? I'm not sure. Let's check the entrance first." Bibi thought to herself, "Intruders? Are they knights from the House of Manhwa? Or is it Ivory Day?" Big signaled Ahin to be quiet. Bibi realized her hand was covering Ahin's mouth and panicked. Oh my god, my hand just touched a beast's mouth." Ahin thought dumbly, "This idiot Bibi, what if she gets bitten?" The voices outside continued. "How many?" "4 people, plus there's a crazy lion running rampant out there." Bibi took Ahin's hand and wrote on his palm. "Ahin, let's go back." Ahin wrote back on Bibi's hand. "Back where?" "Where else? Home, of course." Bib fell silent. "Can I really call the gray household my home?" Bibi recalled Ahin's words. "I prefer Bibi as a rabbit. It would be awkward if you were human. If I'm not a rabbit anymore, Ahin, what will you do?" Ahin tilted his head and asked that Bibi, "What's wrong?" A chill ran down Bibi's spine. "What if he doesn't need me anymore? What will happen to me then? Will I be abandoned again?" Ahin pulled Bibi closer. "Your pheromones are too strong, Bib." Bibi froze. Bibi choked out a cough. Asterisk cough? Asterisk Ahin called out in alarm. Bibi! Bibi! What's wrong? Snap out of it! Can you hear me?" Bibi panted heavily. Ahin's voice seemed to fade away. "Hun, I don't think I can control my pheromones anymore." At a certain house, a scream rang out. "Ah! This crazy lion, my leg, my chute!" A lion was growling menacingly. The lion's eyes blazed with fury. "Ahin Gray, you bastard! When I turn back into a human, you're dead." People scattered in chaos, screaming, "Heek! Get away! I told you to get away!" The shadow of an animal flashed by. Ruth and Aston stared, jaws dropped. "Lord Rune sure runs fast." "Aston, hey, my lord, Lord Rune." "Aston, run your ass off after him." "Where are you running to, my lord?" Mio bowed and reported to Ruth. "Ah, the lion ran in the opposite direction?" "Let them be. Sometimes it's hard to accept reality. Just follow those 2 and get the medicine back." "Yes, sir." Ruth looked up. Ruth spoke up to Ahin. "Lord Ahin." Ahin holding Bib in his arms. "What is that?" In the quiet of the night, as the moonlight shone down on the rooftops, Ivorine and the Black Panther Ahin both looked up. Ivorine said, "Lord Ahin, what is that?" Just then, they saw Huquena Grailed and a white figure jump down from the second floor. A worried expression flashed across Ahin Gray's face. He landed gently. Ivorine quickly ran over, saying, "Lord Ahin." Ahin looked at the person lying in his arms. Ivorine asked curiously, "Who might that be?" Looking into Ahin's arms, she saw Bibi passed out. Ivorine was surprised. "It's a girl." Ahin asked Ivorine, "Ivorine, do you have a horse or a carriage?" Ivorine bowed and said, "Forgive me, my lord. I did not bring one." Ivorine thought, "It seems his lordship is not in a good mood. How could he be?" Ahin looked over and slowly walked towards Lin. Ahin said quickly, "Show me the way to the nearest clinic." "Get on, who are you?" Lin looked at Bibi, lying in Ahin's arms. Lin was surprised. "Oh, where did the rabbit from before go? It's a girl instead?" Behind Lin, a man holding a club approached, saying, "Hey Lin, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and deal with them." Before he could finish his sentence, the man was pounced on and bitten by a black panther. Seeing Lin just standing there, Ahin released a powerful pheromone. "There's no time." Lin trembled. Lin muttered, "If I refuse, I'm dead for sure." Seeing Lin taking too long, Ahin urged him, "Hurry up." A bright light flared and Lin transformed into a white horse. The white horse shone, looking magnificent. Lin approached Ahin. Ahin, holding Bibi, jumped onto Lin's back, then told Ivorine to assess the situation and follow. With that, Ahin rode the white horse and galloped off. Ivorine was stunned. What the hell is going on? Ivorine turned to look at the panther. "Ahin, Lord Ahin. We should probably go too." But the panther Ahin that was beside her had already taken off. Ivorine gave a bitter smile. How can human legs possibly keep up with that? With that, Ivorine transformed into a black panther. Ivorine grabbed her clothes with her mouth. Then she chased after them. In the far from silent night, Rune Mannion stood with his hands on his hips, one hand on his forehead, seemingly deep in thought. Rune's handsome face came into view. Then Rune got angry. That damn cat. Thanks to a certain someone, the whole plan fell apart. I almost became the joke of the century, running around naked in the streets. Damn it! Just thinking about it makes me furious. Aston asked Rune, Lord Rune, how did you end up turning into a lion? Rune explained, that drug, it stimulates a beastman's pheromones. So my own pheromones activated a defense mechanism to block it. I see. Aston said, the drug isn't a serious issue, but that rabbit, you mean Lord Ahine's pet? Yeah, it has a strange scent sometimes. Is it moon butter, or more like toasted bread? Aston touched Rune's forehead. Pardon my rudeness. Are you running a fever, my lord? Why are you saying strange things just like Lord Ivorine? Rune pushed Aston's hand away. Hey, you're going too far. Aston said, I'm only reminding you, my lord. We are currently here as guests of the Grey household. If for some trivial reason involving Lord Sigmund and Lord Ahen, the alliance we've worked so hard to build will all be for nothing. Aston thought of Rune's sister, the family successor, and grimaced in fear. I'm terrified of the successor, my lord. She'd slap me silly before even asking for a reason. Rune was furious. Is that so? Just because I'm scared of my sister, I have to let Ahan get away with what he did to me. Do you have any idea how that bastard treated this fragile, weak lion? Aston looked at the destruction all around them. If Lord Rune were weak, this building wouldn't be in ruins. Rune sighed. Anyway, it's just a theory, but I suspect that Rabbit has some kind of special ability. Aston said, Of course, I understand what you mean. Are you suggesting it's the Rabbit King? Rune said, What now? Who's spreading that nonsense? Aston replied, Lord Ivorine, perhaps? Rune frowned, turned, and stomped away. Whatever he says, just ignore it. Every time he opens his mouth, lies come out. Aston followed. Wait, Lord Rune, where are you going? We have to retrieve the illegal drug, Rune said. The knights will take care of that later. I'm busy dealing with a certain scrawny cat. Aston was dumbfounded. A cat? Who's a cat? Thinking of Aheen as the cat, Aston got goosebumps. He shouted, "You can't do that, Lord Rune. You can't." Asterisk, clang, asterisk. The teacup fell and shattered into pieces. A thought echoed, so scary. An image of a terrified Bubby cowering under a table, next to the broken shards of the teacup. A voice rang out, "Oh my, are you all right?" Bibby looked up, her eyes slowly opening towards the voice, but she was still trembling with fear. The voice spoke again. "Why are you over there? You could get hurt," the person added, speaking of which. "It's time for Miss Bibby's lunch." The image of two people, a man and a woman, staring down at Bibby. Bibby's eyes were filled with fear. The woman said, "Oh right, I almost forgot." The other replied, "What's the big deal? It's only been 1 day. Is she being that obvious?" The other voice chimed in, "Besides, it's not like this rabbit can talk." The two of them shared a wicked smile and moved closer to Bibby. Bibby thought, "This is terrifying." She trembled, curling into a ball, her eyes squeezed shut even tighter. Bibby's thoughts cried out, "Save me! Somebody, please!" Then she thought, "Hey, where is this?" Bibby felt dizzy as she opened her eyes wide in terror. Bibby thought frantically, "Where are you taking me?" She was placed inside something. Through a crack, Bibby looked up at the moonlit night sky. Bibby thought to herself, "So scary." A voice spoke up. Person asked, "Hey, aren't we going too far past the territory border?" Bib's heart was still pounding. The other person said, "We need to go this deep into the forest so no one finds out." The one in front said, "That person gave an order. It has to die at the hands of the Black Panthers." Bibby's thoughts screamed, "It's so unfair." Her hands were tied and her body wouldn't stop shaking. Bibby thought again, "How have I managed to endure this long in this useless rabbit body? Even when I was starved and abandoned, all I did was try to survive. Why do I have to suffer like this even after becoming human?" Bibby sank into her thoughts again. "It hurts so much. I'm going to die from the pain." A Hengray was riding a horse, holding a girl in his arms as he raced forward. Half of a young woman's face appeared. The young man desperately called her name. "Don't lose consciousness, you'll be in danger. If you pass out, I'll bite you." Her thoughts surfaced again. "Ahin, why did Ahin pick me up?" Ahin Gray had told her coolly, "To eat you." Vivi Rebian thought hazily, "A fierce beast. Hey, Ahin, a person like you at the top of the food chain with everything in your grasp. You will never understand how this feels." Ahin Gray dismounted the horse, carrying Vivi Rebian in his arms as he approached the house in front of them. Ahin Gray pounded on the door, shouting, "Open up! Is anyone at the clinic?" Ahin Gray shouted in alarm, "Hey, is anyone in there?" A tired-looking person opened the door. "Who in the world is being so rude in the middle of the night?" "Benji?" Gianna gasped. "Huh? A Black Panther?" Benji Gianna quickly said, Quick, come inside." Vivi Ribian was being held in Ahin Gray's arms. She struggled wearily to open her eyes. Vivi Rebian thought to herself, "Ahin, I am so jealous of you." Vivi Rebian looked at Ahin Gray for real. She thought, "I guess you and I were destined to be different from the moment we were born. Unlike me, just a useless rabbit who can't even get out of bed on her own." She thought again, the successor of the Panther clan. From martial arts and abilities to appearance, you excel in every way. If I had been a member of the Rebian family and gone through a normal humanization process, perhaps we would never have met in our entire lives. Oh, divine beast, have you truly cursed me? At that house? Benji Gianna asked in shock. "You said she was hit with that drug?" Benji Gianna, wiping his hands, asked in amazement, "How long has it been?" Ahin Gray, with his back turned, replied, 2 hours ago." Benji Gianna approached Vivi Rebian and placed a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Ahin looked worriedly at Vivi Rebian lying on the bed. Benji Gianna said, "This is a bit strange. I don't see any reaction at all. I don't know if she has ever been exposed to the illegal drug before." Ahin Gray scratched his head and said, "Probably not." Benji Gianna lifted the blanket. Benji said if someone inhales the illegal drug common and endless, most patients become agitated or their skin turns ash gray. Benji continued, but she's not showing any reaction at all. Benji Gianna sighed with a serious expression. It seems this issue is more related to the patient's pheromones than the illegal drug. Benji Gianna pulled the blanket back over Vivi Ribian. Benji, Gianna said, "Partner, you can turn back around now." Ahan Gray said, "Right," and turned around. Hein Gray asked, "If it's not the illegal drug, then what should we do?" Benji Gianna, holding a vial of medicine, said, "We don't need the antidote anymore. Just give the patient pheromone stabilizers." Benji Gianna continued, "But pheromone stabilizers are not a good long-term solution. I want to monitor her condition until she stabilizes. If things get worse, it won't be too late to give it to her then." A voice rang out, "I don't want to." Ahan Gray and Benji Gianna looked in shock towards the source of the voice. Vivi Ribian thought, "I can't take it anymore." Vivi Ribian trembled as she reached for the vial. It hurt so much. Ahan Gray came over and took Vivi Ribian's hand, saying, "Vivi, you're crying." Vivi Ribian cried, "Just this once. I'm begging you." Ahan Gray looked towards Benji. Gianna said, "If it has nothing to do with the illegal drug, I just need to suppress her pheromones, right?" Benji Gianna stammered, Yes, that's right. But what are you planning to do?" "Benji," Gianna shouted, Hey, you, are you insane?" Ahan Gray, who was about to bite Vivi Ribian's neck, suddenly stopped at Benji Gianna's loud shout. Benji Gianna frantically ran to Ahan Gray and shook him by the shoulders. "You can't just forcefully suppress someone else's pheromones like that. Stop it." Ahan Gray replied, "I know my limits, Benji. Even a moderate amount of pheromones can be dangerous for a Spenhas." Gray said coldly, "My pheromones are the dominant class." Benji Gianna stepped back in fear, stammering, "Ha! Wait a minute, you." Ahan Gray said, "Dragging this out won't be good for her." Benji Gianna shook his head. "Wait a second. During the treatment, I noticed bite marks on the patient's neck. This method is unacceptable. You can't assume an herbivore's body is the same as a predator like you." Ahan Gray stood there silently, looking on without a word. Benji Gianna said, "Of course, to be safe, you could let the pheromones flow into her body naturally instead of forcing them from the outside." Ahan Gray replied, "Yes." Benji Gianna unconsciously replied, "Yes." Ahan Gray gently lifted Vivi Ribian's neck and placed a kiss on her lips. That evening, Ashin's pheromones were continuously flowing into her. Vivi Ribian's calls of Ahin echoed one after another. In the room, Vivi was lying on the bed, and Ahin was sitting on it as well. He was giving her kisses that she thought were him transferring pheromones. Her tears flowed endlessly. Vivi whispered, "I don't want to. I don't want to be weak." Then she suddenly pulled Ahin closer to her face for more pheromones. It was true. She really wanted a little more. Just a little more Ahin. She thought unconsciously. Ahin's pheromones were suppressing hers, and the pain was gradually subsiding. And the image of Ahin transferring his pheromones to Vivi looked just like he was kissing her. It was a truly poetic scene, and Ahin's pheromones had transformed into a modulating type. Suddenly, Vivi remembered the moment Ahin told her, "Today, that idiot from..." No! Someone from the Wolf Clan attacked me, so I got hurt, and his face at that time was covered in scratches. Han pointed to his face and asked, "Aren't you going to heal me?" Suddenly, she remembered. That's right. Ahin's pheromones didn't used to be the healing type. Images of Ahin from that time flashed through her mind. You know what? Bibi will be useful. Bibi thought. The one who helped Ahin heal his injuries, the one who healed a dying Ahin, was none other than me. Vivi finally realized it was her own pheromones. Vivi's eyes widened as she looked at him, tears still lingering. Vivi choked out his name. "Ahin! You! Vivi clutched his shirt tightly. Vivi said in her heart, "I know everything now. Why didn't you tell me? Why? As dawn was about to break, Benji was dozing off before slumping over in his chair, fast asleep. As for Arahin, he was also sitting in a chair facing Vivi's bed, keeping watch. The creaking of the chair didn't wake him. He slept peacefully in his seat. Even in his sleep, he maintained a serious and handsome expression. He had only dozed off for a moment. Then he thought back to what had just happened. That was dangerous. I was almost completely swallowed by Bibi's pheromones. Then he snapped his eyes open. He looked at Vivi's sleeping face. The way she slept was so cute. He suddenly reached out and pinched her nose. He said, "So comfortable, huh?" At that moment, she was still sleeping with her eyes closed. But she opened her mouth to take a breath. Seeing her like that made him smile. Ahan adjusted his tie and thought again. Now that I think about it, if I had been a little more careless, I would have been overwhelmed by Bibi's pheromones. Maybe because I'm in my human form, the effect was more severe than usual. If her pheromones are at this level, it must be at the level of a pre-leader heir. Ahan kept looking at Vivi and thought, but the leader of the rabbit clan's territory and the almond family have already announced their heirs. Even if they inherited the bloodline. If they wanted to kill her, they would have done it directly or abandoned her in another clan's territory. Even if it's just a rabbit, they can't just carelessly abandon a leadership bloodline. Suddenly, he glanced towards the side. Sensing someone outside the door, he heard a continuous series of knocks. Asterisk, knock, 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 asterisk. He hurriedly went to the door and called out, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "It is Lord Ahin's talented subordinate." Ahin slowly opened the door. Before him was Evelyn with a haggard face and eyes as dark as a panda's. Ahin said, "You're right on time," Evelyn replied. "My apologies for being late, my lord. There are many things I wish to report, but first of all, that gorilla-looking figure trembling pitifully outside is Lord Rune, completely naked." Hearing this, Ahin went and placed a blanket in Evelyn's hands. Ahin called out from inside, "Use this, it should be enough to cover his lower half." You wait outside, then he shut the door with a click, leaving Evelyn dumbfounded. Evelyn said, "Hey, my lord, you have to let me in." He stood behind the door and said, "Sorry, but anyone less handsome than me is not allowed in." Evelyn replied, "Then I guess I'm not suitable." Hearing that, Ahin slowly opened the door, his face frightening enough to scare anyone. Ahin asked Evelyn, "You think you're more handsome?" Hearing that, Evelyn asked him, "Am I allowed to be honest?" Then he mustered all his courage and replied, "Yes, sir." At that moment, Ahin smiled but gritted his teeth and told Evelyn to get lost immediately. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving Evelyn standing there, stunned. Going back inside, Ahin plopped down onto the chair from before. He whispered to himself, "How could this be?" Then he turned to look at Vivi sleeping soundly. He thought, she must know what type of pheromones she has now. It won't be long before she also finds out who has the healing type pheromones. If Babid says she'll leave me after becoming human. He fell silent at this thought. His fingers scraped against the arm of the chair. He continued, "I don't think I can let her go. I don't think I can return her to the Rabbit Clan's territory. And I don't want her to go back to her family either." Suddenly, the panther shin beside him started to growl. Hearing it, he turned to look at the panther. Ahin cautiously and slowly approached the panther. Ahin said to it, "There's a saying, never be kind to a black-furred beast." Ahin, he asked it, "You knew all along, didn't you, about be turning into a human?" Hearing that, the panther Ahin's eyes widened. It backed away, growling. Ahan ignored it and continued, "Ahan, this is the first time I've seen such a shady rabbit like Bibi." The panther Ahin suddenly trembled, revealing a look of unease. But he just looked at it and smiled. In a room filled with pink, warm light streamed through the glass window, illuminating the room. Lady Reborn gently raised her hand. She looked at the thing in her hand. Her voice was full of love and adoration as she smiled and said, "Bib, my lovely little girl, You possess a very extraordinary pheromone. Lady Rebion's eyes curved with joy. She said gently, hurry and become human. You will be the child who receives the most love from everyone. A small pink bunny lay in the palm of Lady Rebion's hand, its adorable eyes half closed. Bibi thought to herself, Mom, I also want to quickly become human. I have to hurry up and become human. Then I can make my mom happy. The morning when the sun gradually rose, Vivi Reborn had just woken up, slowly blinking her eyes, taking in the scene of the room. Vivi Reborn nestled in the blanket, sadly thinking to herself, have I turned back into a rabbit again? I was so happy before. Then came the disappointment because she couldn't live the life she was meant to have. Vivi Reborn's hand clenched the blanket covering her. She thought, after getting this far, I should have turned human by now, right? Suddenly, Vivi Reborn's train of thought came to a screeching halt because she saw human feet. Her feet should be rabbit feet right now. Vivi Reborn was utterly shocked. Huh? Vivi Reborn lifted her foot, examining it, unable to hide her joy. What in the world? As if still in disbelief, Vivi Reborn gently wiggled her toes, thinking, they're toes! Then she wondered, what about my ears? Vivi Reborn raised her hand to feel her ear. They weren't the usual rabbit ears, but human ears. Vivi Reborn was incredibly surprised, thinking to herself, my ears are right here next to my face. Vivi Reborn's hands explored it all over her face. She was at a loss for words, joyfully thinking, oh my God, right now Vivi Reborn shot up in bed, her eyes wide with shock, as she suddenly realized the state of her body. Vivi Reborn thought to herself, I'm still in human form. Vivi Reborn raised both her hands. She looked left and right in complete surprise, her mind now full of question marks. Vivi Reborn thought to herself, what is going on? How can I be human? Haven't I changed back into a rabbit yet? Just then, the door creaked open, and the early morning sunlight streamed through the opening into the room. A pair of hands gently carried a teapot, making a soft clinking sound. 2 teacups on the tray were still steaming. The person who had just entered said gently, stretching too hard right after waking up isn't good for your body. Benji Gianna carried the teapot, chuckled softly, and said to Vivi Reborn, besides, you were fast asleep for 2 whole days. Vivi Reborn sat obediently on the bed, but her mind was screaming, 2 whole days? Benji Gianna brought the teapot to the bedside and asked Vivi Reborn, are you hurting anywhere? Benji Gianna continued to recount what had happened to Vivi Reborn. She was surprised when Benji mentioned a hen gray. Oh, right. The person who was with you was here just a moment ago. He stepped out for a bit to buy you some clothes. Vivi Reborn remembered a hen gray's cold face. Benji Gianna, as if afraid Vivi Reborn would be scared, reassured her. He just went to the shop at the entrance of the village. He'll be back soon. Benji Gianna smiled but was still worried about Vivi Reborn. She said, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Or should I check you again? The wooden house was filled with sunlight. The light shone through the leaves of the trees, creating dappled patches of brightness on the floor. The window was open, and the sunlight followed, entering the room. Vivi Reborn sat by the bed, her hands on her knees, her eyes staring at her hands. Thinking about all sorts of things, Vivi Reborn remembered Benji Gianna. She thought, the doctor who saved me is a capybara beastman? She's so easy to get along with. How can she tell stories so enthusiastically? Vivi Reborn remembered Benji Gianna telling her a story earlier. She had said, Agu. You wouldn't believe it. Someone came knocking on the door at the crack of dawn. I was just going to open it a little to see. Who would have thought it would be a black panther? From the start, those predators have a really weird way of thinking. Then Benji Gianna made a disgusted face, pointed to her head, and said, to put it simply, this part. This part right here. Vivi Reborn looked up at Benji Gianna, who was telling the story. She nodded in agreement and said, 100% accurate, not a single thing wrong. Seeing Vivi Reborn agree, Benji Gianna became even more enthusiastic. She kept asking, right? Vivi Rebian fiddled with her chin and lips. Feeling very lonely, she thought. She's a busy person, so she quickly left me here alone. Vivi Rebian's hand, fiddling with her lips, suddenly froze. She remembered the kiss with Aheen Gray. At that time, Vivi Rebian's eyes were closed as Aheen Gray held her and kissed her. Remembering it now, Vivi Rebian's face immediately flushed red. Vivi Rebian covered her blushing face. Her eyes wide with shock, she shouted, "D! Asterisk thump!" Asterisk Vivi Rebian immediately buried her face in the bed. She covered her head with a pillow, embarrassedly, telling herself, "I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. It would have been better if he just bit my neck." The feeling of kissing Aheen Gray replayed in Vivi Rebian's mind, and she angrily scolded herself. "You idiot! You fool! What kind of dangerous thing did you do? My mind absolutely cannot be filled with such dark thoughts. I am a very well-behaved beast." Despite thinking this, Vivi Rebian still kept the pillow over her head. She lay limply on the bed. Vivi Rebian buried her face in the pillow. "Huh!" She thought to herself, if Aheen Gray's pheromones are the dominant class, then my ability must be related to healing. The little pink rabbit lay in a magic circle, a sign of noble power. Vivi Rebian thought to herself, there must be something I can rely on, right? I can't experiment with pheromones, because I might turn back into a rabbit or have a seizure. Vivi Rebian peeked out from under the pillow, her clear eyes looking out. Just then, from outside the window, a blinding light shone in, and a strange sound was heard. Vivi Rebian was startled. She quickly pushed the pillow away and tilted her head to look out the window. She thought to herself, what was that sound? Vivi Rebian went to open the window to peek outside. Vivi Rebian's whole body trembled, unable to stand steady. She leaned weakly against the window, screaming in her heart, "Aigu, it's still hard to stand on 2 feet. This is so tough." But hearing the sound from before, Vivi Rebian grew worried. She thought, it's not a wild animal, is it? Vivi Rebian leaned against the door, her sparkling eyes looking out. She heard a panther's roar. Vivi Rebian quickly opened the window. She shouted, "That sound! That roar!" Vivi Rebian suddenly remembered and called out loudly, "Aheen!" The black panther Aheen clung to the windowsill with one paw, looked up at Vivi Rebian, and opened its mouth in a happy growl. Now, Vivi Rebian quickly leaned down, gently hugged it, and asked worriedly, "Aheen, why are you out there? Who chased you away?" The black panther Aheen just nuzzled against Vivi Rebian and continued to cry out. Vivi Rebian hugged the black panther Aheen heartbrokenly, asking it sadly, her eyes glistening with tears. Vivi Rebian said, "What's wrong with you? How long have you been out here?" Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before Vivi Rebian's eyes. Vivi Rebian's eyes widened in shock at the falling object. Oh, in front of Vivi Rebian, right on the windowsill, was a bird covered in wounds. It was dazed and fell with a thud. It was Queen. Vivi Rebian and the black panther Aheen were hugging. They both turned to look with wide, surprised eyes. Just then, a voice rang out. "It's not dead yet." It was Rune Manhwa. His pink hair covered his eyes as he said softly, "It just passed out." Vivi Rebian was very surprised by Rune Manhwa's appearance. She exclaimed his name in shock, "Rune Manhwa!" Rune Manhwa casually walked towards Vivi Rebian, one hand in his pocket. His golden eyes were revealed, looking at Vivi Rebian. Rune Manhwa said slowly, "This is the second time you've turned human, isn't it?" Rune Manhwa looked at Vivi Rebian, his lips pressed together, his face revealing a cold expression. Vivi Rebian quickly tried to close the window, her eyes wary as she looked out, straight at Rune Manhwa. She thought to herself, why is this lion here? But Vivi Rebian didn't get her way. Rune Manhwa's hand held the window open. He said, "Wait a minute." Rune Manhwa held the window firmly, his face radiating danger. He said, "This is my chance to get back at that bastard Gray. I've waited a long time for this day. Vivi Rebian also held the window tightly, not letting go. She used all her strength to close it. Asterisk Kior. Asterisk, but it was no use. Vivi Rebian angrily thought to herself, what is this predator up to? Sigu? I can't even pull it shut. Just then, the Black Panther, a hen beside her, saw Vivi Rebian being bullied and roared angrily, "Grrr!" Rune Mannion pouted. He turned and raised his hand to threaten the Black Panther, a hen. Almost immediately, before Rune Mannion's hand could come down, Vivi Rebian grabbed him by the hair. She pulled Jules Mannion's head down and shouted angrily, "Don't you dare! My ahin!" Jules Mannion struggled in vain. He could only cry out, "Oof!" The Black Panther ahin stood beside them, happily watching the scene unfold. Vivi Rebian pulled Jules Mannion's hair. She shouted, "I forbid you to touch." Rune Mannion was extremely embarrassed. He couldn't break free and just said, "Hey!" Vivi Rebian pushed further, leaning over the windowsill to finish her sentence. "It!" She leaned over the windowsill to finish her sentence. "It!" She leaned over the windowsill to finish her sentence. Rune Mannion, with his hair being pulled, was pushed out, crying, "Whoa, whoa! Ah!" Blue sky, white clouds. A tragic scream echoed, *Kier. It seemed Vivi Rebian had just fallen. She clutched her head in pain. Her head was now ringing. She said to Rune Mannion, "Oh, my head hurts so much." "Huh? Doesn't it hurt for you?" Rune Mannion didn't answer her question. Instead, he said, "Hey, rabbit girl." Vivi Rebian was clutching her face. Wincing in pain, she just said, "Yeah." Rune Mannion looked at Vivi Rebian. Only now did he break into a smile. Rune Mannion said, "We're." The two of them were in a very intimate position, probably from just having fallen. Vivi Rebian's whole body was on top of Rune Mannion. Her hand was next to his head and Rune Mannion's arm was around her waist. He smiled and asked, "Aren't we a little too close for comfort?" Vivi Rebian's hand was still tangled in Rune Mannion's hair. He continued to smile at her. Vivi Rebian was still in shock. She pressed her lips together, but looked at Rune Mannion. Rune Mannion's hair was still being held by Vivi Rebian. She suddenly sat up in shock, pulling his hair up with her. He cried out in pain, "Huh? Ack!" Vivi Rebian still had a firm grip on Rune Mannion's hair. He quickly frowned, trying to push her hand away. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Vivi Rebian quickly let go of Rune Mannion's head. Seeing Rune Mannion clutching his head in pain, she thought in confusion, "Oops! What do I do now?" Seeing this, Vivi Rebian quickly apologized. She said, "Sorry." Jules Mannion clutched his throbbing head, but he still managed to tease her. Rune Mannion said, "By the way, didn't you say you weren't a rabbit beastman? So, why are you answering now?" Vivi Rebian gasped and quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She thought to herself, "Huh? Oh no, the more I talk, the worse it gets." Rune Mannion looked at her helplessly. Not knowing what to say, Vivi Rebian tilted her head and looked away. She silently celebrated, having thought of a great idea. Vivi Rebian thought to herself, "Keeping my mouth shut like a clam is probably the best strategy." Rune Mannion pursed his lips and looked at Vivi Rebian. He was speechless. Suddenly, Vivi Rebian looked up as a terrified scream came from ahead. "Ah!" Rune Mannion also turned his head in shock to look. Vivi Rebian turned her head, remembering Lynn's voice calling her little rabbit. She thought, that voice, could it be Lynn? Both of them sat up to see. In the distance, by the well, a loud voice was shouting, "Lord Ivorine! Please, snap out of it! Lord Ivorine!" The Black Panther Ashen bit the corner of Vivi Rebian's clothes, trying to pull her away. Hearing the scream, Vivi Rebian was startled. She jumped and said in alarm, "What's this? A customer. Could it be Ivorine?" Rune Mannion still didn't react. He said, frustrated, "Oh, for heaven's sake. I told you already, they just passed out." Vivi Rebian's blood immediately boiled. She glared at Rune Mannion. This guy? Vivi Reborn grabbed Rune Mannion's hair again and pulled, while the Black Panther, Ain behind him, also bit his pant leg. Rune Mannion seemed to be trying to help her deal with this guy. Vivi Reborn shouted angrily at Rune Mannion, "You really are something else. What did you do to Evelyn, you villain?" Rune Mannion quickly tried to shield his head, saying in pain, Hey, my hair! My hair!" Just as Vivi Reborn was dealing with Rune Mannion, a voice rang out, making her stop in surprise. "Rabbit?" Vivi Reborn's hand still hadn't let go of Rune Mannion's hair. She turned to look in the direction of the voice, guessing this tearful call was from Lin with his teary eyes. He was crying and calling for Vivi Reborn, little rabbit. Vivi Reborn froze. She was surprised to see Lin standing before her, crying his eyes out. The sunlight shone down on the wooden house and its surroundings, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The sound of footsteps echoed as a pair of feet took a few more steps closer to the house before stopping. His hair obscured a Heen Gray's eyes. It was unclear what he saw, but he said in surprise, "What is this?" Ahen Gray was completely shocked by the scene before him. The shadows of a few trees created shade in the yard where people and animals lay scattered on the ground, some even tied up. Ahen Gray looked at Benji Gianna lying on the ground. Then he looked at Ruth, Ivorine, and Lynn tied up together, thinking in shock, the doctor and Ivorine. Then Hein Gray looked down at the dazed bird lying at his feet, a carrier bird. Ahen Gray listed everyone he knew, then looked at the crying, tied-up Lynn, thinking to himself, and a crying gorilla. But then Ahen Gray became frustrated, running a hand through his hair, in confusion and thinking, "But why can I smell Rune Mannion's pheromones here?" Ahen Gray rubbed his chin, his cold red eyes looking down. Ahen Gray thought to himself, For your Evelyn to be knocked out like this. Whoever did it must have been very determined, but then he remembered Rune Mannion's triumphant expression. Hey, let's see how you like a taste of your own medicine, Ahen Gray thought. He probably came up with this trick because he was afraid a direct fight with me could lead to a territorial dispute. Ahen Gray strode forward. Lynn looked up at him in surprise, then saw Ahen Gray's faint smile as he said, "That lion must have left a message." Hearing this, Lynn pouted, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. Lynn stammered, "Well, that person said he was going to take the little rabbit," Ahen Gray asked, slightly confused. Was going to take? Lynn started crying again. He looked up at Ahen Gray and said, through sobs, there was no little rabbit, so he said he would take the big rabbit instead. Ahen Gray's face suddenly turned dark and terrifying, his red pupils widening. He asked, "Is that all?" But Lynn continued to speak. Seeing him stammer, Ahen Gray asked impatiently, "What is it?" At that moment, Lynn sniffled and said, "He told me to shut my trap." On another side, in the street, gentle light shone down on the people walking by. Leaves fell gently with the wind. He stopped in front of a shop, Archie's Salon, which displayed expensive clothes. The place exuded luxury. Vivi Reborn sat properly on the chair, unable to contain her curiosity as she looked around. Rune Mannion sat with his legs crossed. He glanced at Vivi Reborn and said casually, "Why do you keep looking around?" "You look like someone who's never been in a clothing store before," Vivi Reborn thought angrily. What a dumb question. The only outfits she had ever worn were her white fur and these pajamas. But she was also very curious why Rune Mannion had brought her here. Vivi Reborn asked Jules Mannion why they were at a clothing store. Jules Mannion said, "We can't walk around in those shabby clothes, can we?" Vivi Reborn angrily clutched her slightly dirty shirt. It was because she had just been wrestling with Rune Mannion. Vivi Reborn glared angrily at Rune Mannion, who was humming nonchalantly. She thought, and whose fault is that? Vivi Reborn sat properly on the chair, sighed, and worried to herself. I can't even stand steady, let alone escape from here. And even if I could escape, there's no guarantee I'd make it back safely. Then Vivi Reborn pursed her lips and glared at the one who brought her here, Rune Mannion. Vivi Rebian softly begged Rune Mannion, please take me back to the clinic, please. Rune Mannion remained leaning back in his chair, saying nothing. Rune Mannion turned his head with a sly grin to look at Vivi Rebian. He said, when it gets dark, I'll take you back safely. We'll go back when that gray bastard is about to die from anger. Vivi Rebian immediately turned her face away. She sighed and said, Ahine won't come looking for me. Rune Mannion paid no attention to Vivi Rebian's words. Let's see, shall we? As soon as Rune Mannion finished speaking, Vivi Rebian's eyes darted, sneaking a glance at him. Looking at Rune Mannion sitting there with a smirk, Vivi Rebian thought, his face and tone are as sly as Ahine's. But he's not a bad person. On the way here, he kept checking if I was feeling unwell. Ahine is no stranger to this side of Rune. Vivi Rebian turned her face back, looked at the door, and said, then I'll just sit and wait until it's time to go back. Rune Mannion shifted his position, yawned, and said, fair enough. Knowing that guy, that's highly likely. Jules Mannion smiled. Then suddenly turned his head to glance at Vivi Rebian and asked her, but don't you feel frustrated? Jules Mannion said to her, it seems your identity as a beastman has been exposed, huh? Thanks to Grey, you've suffered quite a bit of pain. Vivi Rebian pursed her lips and touched the bite mark on her neck, falling silent. Rune Mannion sighed and continued to persuade Vivi Rebian, so, isn't it better for us to team up and put that guy in his place? Vivi Rebian quickly used her hair to cover the bite mark on her neck and glared at him. Seeing Vivi Rebian's reaction, Rune Mannion said, no, are you deliberately keeping your hair long like that? Vivi Rebian clutched her neck and hair in fear. She silently cursed Rune Mannion. This person has been strangely observing my every move. Look at this! Look at this! Vivi Rebian looked at Jules Mannion's expression, thinking he was toying with her with his clever questions. But I really can't tell what he's thinking behind those drowsy eyes. In Vivi Rebian's eyes now, Rune had drowsy eyes, his hand hanging limply, looking utterly clueless. Vivi Rebian held her head and sat on the sofa, screaming internally, I need to get back quickly. If I get hit with some pheromones in a place without Ahine, will I turn back into a rabbit? What if I run into stray dogs on my way back alone? No way! Rune Mannion looked at Vivi Rebian in surprise as she collapsed onto the sofa, crying out in despair, Uff! Uff! Rune Mannion said nothing. After watching Vivi Rebian lie there quietly for a moment, he said, I see your eyes are squinted shut. Rune Mannion smiled at her, then fell silent. Vivi Rebian lay on the sofa. She heard Rune Mannion continue his critique. Besides, who in the world faints with such a calm expression? Your acting sucks, Vivi Rebian seethed. She said angrily, haha, I'm going to lose my mind with this predator. Rune Mannion heard what she said and interjected, I can hear everything, you know. Suddenly, a knock came from the door outside. Asterisk, knock, knock, dot, asterisk. Someone outside said, I'm here. Ignoring Vivi Rebian, who was still lying on the sofa, Jules Mannion stood up with a rustle. He said, it seems the clothes are all ready. Vivi Rebian sat up in surprise. Rune Mannion then approached the sofa, knelt on one knee, and extended his hand, saying gently to Vivi Rebian, come on, let's go. When Vivi Rebian said nothing, Jules Mannion just smiled. He kept his hand extended, waiting for her. But Vivi Rebian was still dazed, looking at Rune Mannion with a dumbfounded, red-nosed expression. Flower petals fell gently with the wind. Light shone on the multi-story building as the sunset gently descended. The sun gradually disappeared behind the mountain. Inside the building, in a luxurious space, 3 people were having a meal together. Exquisitely prepared dishes were placed on the table. The clinking of cutlery echoed lightly. Vivi Rebian sat properly at the dining table, trying to keep her expression calm. Vivi Rebian broke out in a sweat. She bit her lip and looked at the entire spread of food before her. Vivi Rebian was dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she looked at these dishes. Wow, she thought to herself, oh my God, this is amazing. What are all these things? Vivi Rebian remembered before. She was satisfied just eating grass. The image of a pink bunny gnawing on grass, happily exclaiming, "Wow, dried grass, num num, ooh, so good." That image appeared in Vivi Ribian's mind. She thought regretfully, all this time I've only been eating dried grass. Suddenly, the voice of someone next to her spoke up. "Lord Rune." Vivi Ribian looked over in surprise. Aston looked at Rune Mannion in alarm, his glasses about to fall off. Aston said, trembling, "What in the world happened to your head, my lord?" Rune Mannion's hair was a complete mess, with many strands sticking out. He looked incredibly disheveled, but Rune Mannion just crossed his arms and smiled as if nothing was wrong. He said, "Ah, this hairstyle is all the rage these days." Aston was even more surprised. He said, "A rugged hairstyle that looks like it's been through a storm?" The one who had just messed up someone's hair. Vivi Ribian peeked at Rune Mannion. He looked very messy, but was currently smiling with his eyes closed. Vivi Ribian noticed Rune Mannion's smile. She saw a scratch near the corner of his mouth. Vivi Ribian thought in surprise, "Now that I look closely, he's injured near his mouth." Then Vivi Ribian wondered to herself, could it be that he suffered a lot while in his lion form? After that, Aston turned his attention to Vivi Ribian. He said, "This person, is she the rabbit that smells like bread?" Vivi Ribian broke into a nervous sweat, thinking, what nonsense is he talking now? Vivi Ribian helplessly watched the two in front of her converse. Rune Mannion said, "And butter, too. I only smell Lorda Hind's pheromones." Aston looked at Rune Mannion in surprise. He continued, "That gray guy must have suppressed her scent." Aston nodded quickly. "I see." Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, a realization struck Aston. He opened his eyes wide in shock. It was as if lightning bolts were continuously striking Aston's head. He stared at Vivi Ribian. She wondered in confusion. "Why?" Aston was shocked, his whole body tense. His glasses were about to fall off. Aston exclaimed in shock. A BB Beastman?" Aston pointed at Vivi Ribian in surprise and asked Jules Mannion, "Wait, you mean she's a beastman?" Jules Mannion leaned over to look, saying, with a bit of mockery, "I'll only say this once, Aston, and you're a little slow on the uptake." Vivi Ribian heard Aston exclaim in shock again. He said, "What? That's impossible. How can a beastman live in their true form? And besides, this is clearly a rabbit, not an adult beast." Vivi Ribian scratched her head, thinking worriedly. Even Rune's aide knows now. This is getting more and more complicated. Aston's hand was frozen in midair. Vivi Ribian reached out and touched it, startling him. She thought to herself, "By the way, you've been a bit rude this whole time." Aston was terrified. His whole body went rigid. He quickly and frantically pulled his arm back, shouting, "Don't touch me!" Now it was Vivi Ribian's hand that froze. She thought helplessly, "Seriously? I didn't even do anything. Why are you overreacting?" Rune Mannion smiled, the wound at the corner of his mouth even more noticeable. Rune Mannion said, "Ignore him. He's just a coward. Let's eat." Aston reacted in shock. He retorted angrily, "What?" Rune Mannion picked up a plate of food, the fabric on his arm rustling. Vivi Ribian tried to look serious as she eyed the plate of food Jules Mannion had just brought over, but she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Vivi Ribian looked at him, then frowned sadly. "I've never eaten anything like this before. It's so unfamiliar. Not to mention, even though I've seen it many times, my table manners are still terrible. What if I make a mess?" That lion's sharp eyes would notice immediately. Seeing Vivi Ribian just staring, Rune Mannion chuckled softly. He said, "Aren't you going to eat? If it's because of the drug, don't worry. It was just a small amount, no need to be picky." Vivi Ribian bit her lip, narrowing her eyes as she mentally retorted, "That's not the reason." Vivi Ribian gazed out the window. Gentle sunlight streamed into the room, creating dappled shadows. She thought to herself, the thing is, Vivi Ribian suddenly realized something. She looked in astonishment at the sunset outside the window. The sun was already setting. Vivi Reborn kept her head tilted towards the outside, her lips pursed, her face filled with worry. What if I go back to that house and nothing happened like I lied about? What will I do then? Vivi Reborn's feet hesitated before touching the floor. She thought, I want to go back. Finally, both of Vivi Reborn's feet were on the ground. Her shoe made a soft thud as it hit the floor. Vivi Reborn's desire grew even stronger. I really want to go back. At the dining table, Vivi Reborn suddenly shot up from her seat. She said loudly, Rune, I'm going back. Vivi Reborn lowered her head, her eyes looking straight at Rune Mannion as if waiting for his answer. Rune Mannion was utterly stunned. He stared at her with wide eyes, speechless. But Aston flared up, angrily yelling at Vivi Reborn, How dare you call him by his noble name? Suddenly, with a loud slam, Vivi Reborn's hand struck the table, making Aston jump and flinch, his whole body tensing up. Vivi Reborn lifted her hand, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Aston. She scorned him. What a coward! Rune Mannion was still reeling from the shock. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he fell silent. Only Aston, still indignant, shouted, What did you just say? Rune Mannion watched as Vivi Reborn, with her fists clenched, solemnly walked out, her body seemingly unsteady. Rune Mannion, still at the table, turned his whole body to watch Vivi Reborn. She was stumbling out of the room. Rune Mannion pressed his lips together, his gaze lowered slightly, silently watching Vivi Reborn leave. The sun slowly disappeared behind the rooftops. Only the last resilient rays of light faintly illuminated the ground. Shadows stretched across the road, blocking the light that tried to shine on Vivi Reborn as she walked. But she hesitated as Vivi Reborn thought to herself, It's definitely this way. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, a hand holding Vivi Reborn. Vivi Reborn felt someone touch her and froze. She looked down at the hand. Rune Mannion had lifted Vivi Reborn into his arms. He looked at her and said softly, Let me take you home. Rune Mannion looked down at Vivi Reborn, his face clearly showing a hint of sadness. He said to her, Are you very angry? I'm sorry for taking you away without your permission. Vivi Reborn lay in Rune Mannion's arms, looking up at him while remaining silent. It seemed the sadness didn't last long, as Rune Mannion started teasing Vivi Reborn again. But seriously, why do you keep waddling around like a duck? Your legs seem fine? Hearing this, Vivi Reborn got annoyed again. Her hands clenched into fists as she angrily thought, This damn lion, you want me to pluck out all your hair, don't you? You're just asking for a beating. Suddenly, Rune Mannion moved closer to Vivi Reborn, causing her to freeze. Rune Mannion said, No, there's something strange in the air. Are you using your pheromones? Vivi Reborn was thrown into a panic. She fumbled, using her hair to cover her neck, thinking, Oh no, I messed up. I was startled for a moment, and accidentally. Seeing Vivi Reborn's panic, he spoke up, Hey you. Vivi Reborn's eyes widened as she looked at Rune Mannion. For a moment, they were both silent. Vivi Reborn raised her hand, wanting to touch the corner of Rune Mannion's lips. He asked her curiously, Why did you suddenly go quiet? Vivi Reborn's thumb gently touched the corner of Rune Mannion's lips, the spot where she had seen a scratch earlier. Her finger pressed against it, then wiped across. Vivi Reborn pulled her hand away. The wound had vanished, but Rune Mannion's face turned bright red. Rune Mannion was astonished. He was still holding Vivi Reborn, his face flushed, his heart pounding. Vivi Reborn pressed her palm against Rune Mannion's face. She was incredibly surprised, her expression turning serious. Vivi Reborn thought the wound, it's gone. It's a healing class pheromone. After realizing her pheromone was a healing class, Vivi Reborn bit her lip, an indescribable sadness appearing on her face. Rune Mannion was still in shock. Vivi Reborn pulled her hand back, clenching it into a fist, thinking, I'm sure of it. Vivi Reborn remembered Han Gray reaching his hand out to her. Her heart ached as she wondered. Ahin's baffling actions, the image of the little rabbit drawn on the books, alongside endless knowledge. Vivi Rebian recalled it all and suddenly realized all the knowledge she had been absorbing was just so she could be more useful to them. Vivi Rebian remembered what Ahan Gray had said when she was still in her rabbit form. He had said, "I like Vivi as a rabbit. If Vivi were human, it would be awkward for me." Now Vivi Rebian seemed to realize something. She thought the reason he didn't want me to become human was because he wanted me to exist as a passive being, unable to decide anything for myself. Vivi Rebian clenched her fist to her chest, biting her lip, her heart aching as she thought, "Could it be that you're planning to use me?" Vivi reasoned in her head, "I've realized a truth. Once I become human, there will be a time I turn back into a rabbit. The process just repeats itself. When I'm exposed to someone else's strong pheromones, I become human. And conversely, when I use my own pheromones, I immediately turn back into a rabbit." Remembering the moment she had accidentally healed Rune, Bibi thought back, "I accidentally healed Rune's wound. Now is probably the time I'll really turn back into a rabbit. I have to go back before then." But Bibi remembered the moment she asked Ahin, "Let's go home, Ahin." And Ahin had unexpectedly asked, "Home to where?" After hearing that, Bibi thought, "Home to where? Where am I supposed to go?" Bibi's mind was in turmoil. Home. I want to go home. To the place with Mime and Ashi. Where Lady Valance and Evelyn are? Bibi vaguely recalled the familiar faces at home. And Ahin is there too. Bibi thought again, Ahin, the one who plans to use me. Bibi briefly wondered to herself, if I go back to him, will it be okay? During a late afternoon sunset, a bird suddenly flew by, chirping, "Bibi!" Rune, who was holding Bibi, was surprised to see the messenger bird. So they finally found her. It seems I was right. That gray fellow wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Bibi, next to him, was startled. The bird immediately flew away. Bibi's eyes followed it as she thought about something. The bee suddenly jumped from Rune's arms and hurriedly ran off, much to Rune's astonishment. Asterisk thump asterisk. Huh? Bibi kept running, ignoring Rune's words. "Hey, what's the hurry?" Bibi just kept running, but Rune was determined to chase her and find out why she had bolted so suddenly after hearing those words. As Rune was chasing her, he suddenly reached out his hand to stop Bibi and asked, "Where are you going?" Bibi replied, "Don't follow me," Rune quickly asked. "But Hein Gray is on his way." Vivia shouted, "That's why you shouldn't follow me anymore." Rune gave up and stood there watching Bibi's figure hastily disappear into the distance. Rune scratched his head and wondered, what was that? Rune was completely baffled, not understanding what happened to Bibi, or if he'd done something wrong to make her run off like that. Bibi reached a room, flung the door open, and raised her hand, shouting, "Over here! Hey, Falcone, over here!" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Bibi! Bibi!" It was Hein Gray. He had arrived. Hein was dressed in an elegant outfit, standing proudly below and looking up at Bibi, his clothes fluttering. As soon as Bib saw him, her heart began to race. Asterisk, thump, thump, asterisk. Bibi stood on the balcony, the wind blowing continuously, matching the pounding of her heart. Asterisk, whoosh, thump, thump, asterisk. Ahin, standing below, saw Bibi's worried expression and continued, "That hat suits you." A strong gust of wind blew, and Bibi quickly held onto her hat. They stared at each other for a moment. When Bibi didn't respond, Ahin spoke again. "I've been working hard all day just to find you, Bibi." Bibi glanced down, one hand still holding her hat. Her other hand gripped the balcony railing. Ahin then asked, "Your third escape with the lion? Was it fun?" Hearing that, Bibi gave an awkward laugh and replied, "You're counting those too?" In her mind, Bibi thought, "I've been with him for so long that I've gotten used to this strange way of talking without even realizing it." That's right. Bibi leaned forward slightly and continued to think if only the time he spent with me was simply because he was bored or just felt like it. How great would that be? If only it wasn't to use me. After thinking for a moment, Babette asked a hen, "Why did you come looking for me?" As she asked, Babette continued to reason in her mind. I would have returned eventually anyway. He already knew that. Besides that place, I have nowhere else to go. Even in a situation like this, I have no choice but to rely on him. Ahin looked at Babi for a moment and then asked, "It seems our Babi's is very scared, isn't she?" Babi thought, but she replied aloud, "I'm not so timid that I'd get scared just from being away from you for a few hours, you know?" Bibi continued to think, "I thought that as soon as I saw him, I would be furious, filled with hatred." Han continued in a soft tone, "Is that so? Or am I the only one who doesn't know that?" Bibi thought, "I don't know why either." She looked at Ahin without a word. She pondered, "But I also feel relieved." Ashin held out his hand and said, "Let's go home." Hearing those words, the past moment replayed in Biba's mind once more. Let's go home. Home to where? Where are we going, Ahin? Bibi let go, and the wind blew her hat away. She placed her hands on the balcony railing and asked, "Home to where?" Hain gestured towards Bib and said, "Home." Hearing Ahin say that, tears welled up in Bibi's eyes as she thought, "Ha!" Ahin said to Bibi, "Jump down. I'll catch you." Bibi wiped away a tear with one hand and said, "You know, don't you, Ahin?" Bibi paused mid-sentence and continued her thought internally, that I'll soon turn back into a rabbit. Ahin saw Bib stop talking abruptly and asked, "What's wrong?" After an internal struggle, Bibi said, No, it's nothing," Bibi thought. "It's better if I don't say it. If I reveal this, he might rack his brain, trying to figure out how to expose all my secrets. Just like how I've been longing to become human, while he doesn't want me to." While Bibi was lost in thought, Ahin, receiving no answer, suddenly asked, or are you afraid to jump?" Hearing this, Bibi's face flushed with anger, and she retorted, "Who's scared? I was just busy thinking for a moment." Ahin held out both his arms towards Bibi and smiled. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. Ahin continued, reassuring Bibi, "Don't worry, trust me." Bibi looked back and continued to think. "But even so, Bibi placed her hands on the railing, hoisted herself up, and jumped over the balcony. "We'll still go back to his side." Asin stood below with a smile and gently caught Bibi in his arms. The two embraced romantically against the brilliant orange evening sky. Asterisk, flash of light, asterisk. Ahin said tenderly, "I told you." In a flash, Bibi transformed into a rabbit fitting snugly in Ahin's hands. "You should have given me a heads up." Han raised his hand and gave a radiant smile. "Hello there?" He then reached out to touch the adorable white rabbit, who was smiling brightly. Bibi thought, "Hello?" On a bright, early morning, the sun shone brilliantly over a luxurious mansion. Ahin's mother, Lady Valance, was sitting and sipping her morning tea. Asterisk, clink, asterisk. As Ahin's mother savored each sip of premium tea, she was lost in thought. "It's already been a week since I last saw her. I feel so empty." Then Ahin's mother sighed. As Ahin's mother was drinking her tea, she suddenly noticed a statue. It was a statue of a white rabbit wearing a red robe and a crown, holding a golden staff with a rabbit head. Its expression was comical and clueless, not the least bit majestic. Ahin's mother again looked sad, as if reminiscing, and sighed. Suddenly, an angry voice rose up in scolding. "Where did you say that boy Ahin went?" Then the old man slammed his teacup down. Asterisk, clack, asterisk. After that, he sat there gesturing as he questioned Ahin's mother. "His grandfather is here, and he doesn't even come out to greet me." Ahin's mother calmly replied, "I already told you he went to Endelos on business. I've just sent a letter calling him back. He'll be back by tomorrow morning at the latest." Ahin's mother questioned back, who was it that didn't send a letter to announce their visit? Hearing his daughter's question, Lillian turned his face away and crossed his arms. "Who? Then Lillian continued, That's right. On my way here, I ran into a young man from the lion tribe who came to greet me. Hearing this, Ahin's mother asked for confirmation. You mean Rune? Then, Lillian gestured with his hands, recounting the story of Rune and describing his height. That's right. It feels like just yesterday he was eating and bickering with a hen, and now he's grown so much. He's about this tall, looks as lazy as ever. After speaking, Lillian crossed his arms on the table and said, Well, anyway, I think I'll be staying here for a while, yes. Hearing this, Ahin's mother smiled and said, I've already had a room prepared for you, father. You always come here around Ahin's birthday. Ahin's mother continued, as hand. I also had them prepare the apples grown in the rabbit territory that you like. Ho ho! Upon hearing this, Lillian's face lit up with joy as he asked, Really? Lillian praised her profusely. You really are something. I liked you from the very beginning, you know? I have no idea how you managed to tame my son. Ahin's mother replied, Ho ho! He may seem that way, but when it comes to his wife, he's very capable. His only problem is that he always has a soft spot for that boy, Ahin. Lillian sighed and said, Don't try to cover for him, that good-for-nothing brat. He's so clumsy at everything, yet he's the husband of the leader. Even the divine beast must be furious. Hain's mother continued. Just a moment ago, father, Lillian suddenly asked Ahin's mother, Ahin, is that boy still all right? Hearing this, Ahin's mother was stunned for a moment, then continued. Fortunately, he hasn't had another episode. I've been trying to keep an eye on everything. Lillian turned to look at Ahin's mother for a moment, then said angrily, With that body of his, he still dares to wander around out there. I don't know who he gets that calm, composed personality from. Ahin's mother continued. Acquaintances say, He's the spitting image of me, father. Hearing this, Lillian was startled and stammered, WWH Warley. Arya really? How can he focus on work with that calm personality? Lillian calmed down and continued, Anyway, I was thinking about you. You might be left all alone. Even seeing the next generation of descendants is a distant prospect. Have they still not found a way to prevent that affliction? Ahin's mother calmly replied, Not yet. Lillian crossed his arms, stunned for a moment, then spoke seriously. All right, let's put that aside. What in the world is this rumor? Why is there a baseless rumor that the boy Ahan danced a waltz with a rabbit at the ball? An image appeared in their minds of Ahan dancing with a much smaller rabbit, both happily hopping about. Thinking about that scene made them both chuckle. Lillian said, Really? That boy does everything he can to tarnish the family's reputation, doesn't he? In Lillian's mind, a thought appeared. A rumor is one thing, but this one is just absurd. Hearing this, Ahin's mother laughed loudly and said, Ho ho, that's not all. Lately, our exclusive fashion designer has been busy designing clothes for the rabbit, you know. Upon hearing this, Lillian spat out the tea he was drinking. Then he wore a dazed and confused expression. Theft. Seeing this, Ahin's mother burst out laughing and said, Oh my! I almost forgot it's time to order hay. Ahin's mother picked up a bell and shook it. Tingeling. A maidservant hurried over, and Ahin's mother asked, Is it ready? The maidservant replied, Yes. My lady? Lillian, on the side, was still utterly confused, his head spinning. The maid continued, The most famous regions for hay are the horse territory and the deer territory. Among them, the horse tribe has the longest history with hay. Lillian, still not recovered from his shock, asked dazedly, What in the world is going on? Cut to Ahin's scene. A servant entered and said to Ahin, Lord Ahin. Seeing him, Ahin asked, What are the results? At this time, Ahin was sitting on a parapet wall, lost in deep thought. The servant continued, We found no reaction to the forbidden drug from the rabbit lady. Ahin replied, Is that so? Then Ahin ordered the servant, Take that powdered drug to the Ministry of Health for analysis, but keep your mouth shut. The servant heard and bowed his head. I understand. Then the servant walked away, his footsteps echoing clearly. Asterisk clop, clop, asterisk. A hand thought I should be relieved that nothing happened, but that gray powder is bothering me. As I thought, I need to investigate further. Ahin sat in contemplation for a week. Then he heard a call. Lord Ahin! The sound of running feet was clear on the floor. Asterisk clop, clop, asterisk. Evelyn approached and began her report. As per your orders, I have handed the gorilla over to the chief aide. Ahin suddenly signaled for silence. Wait a moment, she. Evelyn, not understanding, looked worriedly as Lord Ahin approached the door. Evelyn nervously swallowed. Asterisk. Gulp. Asterisk. Ahin raised his hand and touched the door. Asterisk, slide, asterisk. Then Ahin suddenly chuckled. He knocked on the door. Asterisk, knock knock, asterisk. If you want to keep eavesdropping, give me a carrot. Asterisk, hee hee, asterisk. The Black Panther and the rabbit inside who were eavesdropping jumped in shock. They immediately jumped in surprise, their minds reeling, thinking, We've been exposed. Adhin, outside, knew everything and chuckled to himself. Another quiet, moonlit night at the castle of the Black Panther. Hun. It was a castle with ancient, stately architecture and vast, seemingly endless gardens. Hen opened the door with a asterisk click, asterisk. The white rabbit, Bibi, was riding on the back of the Black Panther, her mouth agape in shock at being caught eavesdropping by a hen. Seeing this, Ahin chuckled. Eavesdropping, are we? How clever. He said this as he sat down and cheerfully patted the Black Panther's head, making the rabbit and the panther even more bewildered and dizzy. Ruth Evelyn, standing beside him, continued her report. It's not the word of the master, but historical records. Ahin stood up with a piercing gaze. Evelyn, whose side are you on? Evelyn quickly shut her eyes tightly. Still holding a stack of papers, she said calmly, I am, as always, loyal to Lord Ahin. As Ahin walked, he asked, Loyal? Evelyn hurriedly followed, explaining, Please don't compare me to a dog. They stopped in a corridor, far from Vibi the rabbit and the Black Panther. Evelyn, with a serious expression, asked Ahin, Lord Ahin, now you should tell me as well. That day, why didn't we enter the hut, and who was that woman? Ahin was leaning against a window, wearing a red shirt that matched his eyes, paired with white pants and tall black boots. He answered Evelyn with a teasing look in his eyes. There's nothing more to tell you. Evelyn stood opposite him, holding a stack of papers, Lord Ahin. Ahin continued, You've already guessed some of it, haven't you? For the past few days, you've never once asked where the little rabbit was. Hearing such a confirmation, Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief that her suspicions were correct. The stack of papers in her hand slipped, and the wind blew them, scattering them across the floor. Evelyn stood motionless until Ahin said, Don't make a fuss, pick 'em up. In a daze, Evelyn quickly bent down to pick him up. Yes, sir. Evelyn still couldn't believe the rabbit could turn into a person, her face filled with contemplation and confusion. After picking up the papers, Evelyn stood up and voiced her question. So, the rabbit has turned into a person? Ahin calmly replied, I don't know. I checked and saw no heat flower scar. Evelyn said that all those who had been humanized must have that scar. Hyun then replied, That's right, so it might just be a temporary phenomenon. Evelyn placed a hand on her chin and shared her thoughts with Ahin. It's been nearly 20 years since anyone could be humanized. Why is it possible now? So, what do you intend to do now? Ahin replied, Do? About what? Evelyn continued, because she's no longer just emergency food. If people find out, how will you explain the rabbit? Ahin sighed and said calmly, What's so special about it? Rabbits sometimes get bigger. It's fine. It seemed Ahin didn't care what people thought, but Evelyn did. Evelyn was petrified, helplessly imagining people excitedly asking curious questions. Oh my God, what's this? What's this? What is the relationship between you two? And she said to Ahin, even if she got bigger, this is way too big. If there are rumors that Lord Lehane is with an unidentified woman, even though rumors are just rumors, even the elders will intervene. As she finished her sentence, Evelyn handed a stack of documents to Ahan, saying, and this. It's the document related to her date of birth. By the way, I really didn't know that Lord of Hen wouldn't consider the incident of Lord Rune capturing the big rabbit a serious issue. Hen, while looking at the papers, replied, "It's not a big deal." Evelyn, who had followed Hen for so many years, couldn't help but praise him inwardly with sparkling eyes. "You've carefully considered the conflict between the territories. You've really grown up, my lord." In her joyful enthusiasm, Evelyn continued, "Even without that, last night Rune mentioned being attacked by assassins. They launched an assassination attempt and caused a commotion. It's a good thing you got over the matter of the rabbit. And it's also fortunate that Lord Rune wasn't injured." Ahim, leaning against the wall and reading the report with a disinterested attitude, replied to Evelyn, "That's disgusting." Evelyn agreed without realizing anything. That's right. Disgusting. Suddenly, Evelyn froze as she understood something. With Ahin's unusually indifferent attitude, Evelyn paused and asked, Could it be that Lord Ahin requested the assassins? Ashen read the report without saying anything. Evelyn was at a loss for words. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of the wind whistling through the night. Scene changed to when Ahin has finished his work. He has bathed and returned to his room. Ahin's voice calls out, "Bibi!" Two small rabbit paws peeked out from behind the curtain. Ahin called again, "Bibi, where are you?" The rabbit Bibi peeked out, waving her small, cute paws as if to say, "Hey, I'm here." But then she paused, thinking something. "Wait. No, I can't be like this. Because I'm so obedient every day, that beast is thinking of taking advantage of me." Ahin was still walking around the room, calling for Bibi. "Did someone turn you into a rabbit steak?" Suddenly, with a whoosh, the rabbit darted out, and him burst out laughing. He roared with laughter. "Kaka!" He could only turn to the wall, laughing uncontrollably, so that habit hasn't completely disappeared, has it? The little rabbit Bubby made a small sound, realizing she'd been tricked again. Only then did Ahin turn around. The rabbit now looked disgruntled. He placed the rabbit on the soft bed and lay down beside her. Bibi blushed in embarrassment as Ahin was wearing a bathrobe that was open in the front. What? The little rabbit quickly covered her eyes with her paws, but it was no use. She thought, this wicked black panther. Before the little rabbit was a handsome Ahin, lying on his side, propped up on his arm, looking at Bibi. The red bathrobe revealed his muscular body. His hair was jet black and smooth. His lips were soft, and his collarbones were incredibly alluring. The little rabbit Bibi's paws trembled. Her eyes spun, her face flushed as she thought. Even if I'm a rabbit, it's the same. Same meaning a rabbit can be lustful too? This rabbit is too cute. Bavia tried to dart under the nearby pillow. "Don't just act like that in front of me," but she was caught in Athene's hand. "Where do you think you're going?" "Come here and let me see." Holding the rabbit, Ahin brought her closer. Before the little rabbit's eyes was a captivating physique, a firm body with a six-pack. The rabbit, embarrassed, her face flushed red. Han looked at the squirming rabbit in his hand, not understanding. "What are you thinking?" Babi struggled with all her might, her eyes shut tight, trying to think about the meaning of the territorial war that happened 3,000 years ago. Ahen continued, I just want to say a few words. Right now, I feel quite frustrated, so I can't really talk." Bibi nodded. "Yeah, I'm the same." Ahin lay on his stomach, wanting to get closer to Bibi, and said, "Is that so? Then if I use my pheromones now, will you turn into a human?" Bibi's eyes widened. She frantically shook her head, trying to express, "No." "You can't do that," Han asked, puzzled. "Why not?" The rabbit expressed pain, writhing on the bed as if to say, "When I transform, my body gets really tired. Instead of enduring that pain and becoming a dazzling human, it would be better to try various methods to change properly starting from tomorrow." A hen, not understanding, asked, Dry hay? Bibi quickly shook her head. No, not that. Bibi continued to act it out, her face contorted in discomfort. Only then did a hen understand. It hurts? Bib's eyes sparkled because a hen understood. Yes, that's it. Ahen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He said with surprise and pity, doing that hurts you? That evening in the castle, Ahen Gray lay on the bed talking to Vivi. Vivi, does it hurt? Every time you turn into a person you have to endure that much pain? Vivi Rebia nodded, touching Ahen Gray's hand. Yeah, something like that. Ahen Gray asked, so, until now, how did you express the pain? Vivi, Revian thought, have I ever expressed it clearly? I don't know. She didn't want to remember the time she had to spend in the Rebian territory at all. Ahen Gray asked, were you alone when you were in pain? Vivi Rebian nodded. Ahen. Ahen Gray turned his back and said, go to sleep. Vivi Rebian was bewildered, not understanding. Huh? Why the sudden change? Suddenly, Ahen Gray thought of something and said, I really want to tear them apart and kill them all. Vivi Rebian was terrified by Ahen's words. In the meeting, everyone was buzzing. A man stood up and said, I've interrogated some of the people captured at the abandoned building, but we haven't gathered any useful information about the smuggled drug. Considering it might have been developed by a gang or some low-level guild, the standard for the smuggled drug would have to be very high. It could also be sponsored by a noble house or wealthy business districts. The case is still under further analysis. We are certain that one of its ingredients is a pheromone stimulant. Ahen Gray spoke up, the sight of a lion running around like a headless chicken is quite a spectacle, isn't it, Manhwa? Manhwa replied, I bet you're quite envious of the magnificent mane that even the black panther species doesn't have. That's not it at all, Ahen Gray retorted. Manhwa thought to himself, seeing this guy play dumb really ticks me off. A few days ago, I ran into some assassins, about 10 of them. I'm sure this cat was behind it. That childish fool. Manhwa spoke up, I wonder if you all know this. But Lord Gray's precious rabbit has been complaining that her life is full of hardship because of some black panther. The others in the room froze. What the hell? Are they discussing the hard life of a rabbit? Why? Ahen Gray said, a rabbit that can command a black panther with just a forepaw. What's so hard about that? Evelyn heard this with pride. That's right. The day the rabbit lady uses her commanding paw to unify the continent is not far off. Everyone was dizzy hearing this. Hey, you two, please. In such a formal meeting, can you please stop gossiping about such nonsense? Manhwa asked. That rabbit will rule the continent? Lord Evelyn, is that true? Manhwa thought, it's possible. That rabbit is completely different from ordinary beastmen. I confirmed it when we said goodbye at the restaurant. The wound on my face had completely vanished. It was clearly the rabbit's doing. What if that rabbit possesses a pheromone ability that no one can even imagine? Then that means the Gray family has a terrifyingly powerful strategy in their hands. Manhwa, terrified, urged, go on. Everyone was on the verge of tears. Oh, dear Lord Rune, what golden words are you uttering? Are you now curious about how they plan to conquer the world? Ahen Gray said, now that I remember, my rabbit told me not to talk to lions. Manhwa, confused, asked, what? Aston was full of question marks. Ahen Gray laughed and said, don't you remember? The moment she saw Lord Manhwa in Endelos, she ran away. Evelyn said grimly, that's understandable. Since ancient times, haven't lions been the natural enemy of rabbits? There are quite a few fairy tales that mention it. Ahen Gray chuckled. Black panthers never play the villain. You know. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. They thought, don't fall for the trap, Lord Rune. Black panthers don't even appear in fairy tales. Just ignore it and live on, my lord. Manhwa was annoyed, ignoring everyone, while screaming internally, Lord Rune. Oh, Lord Rune. What on earth are they talking about? Everyone was confused by the situation. They all fell into deep thought. This must be exhausting. They've been through a lot. Vivi Reborn was brought into the library by Mime, who said cheerfully, "There you go. Mime, thank you for bringing me all the way to the library." Hearing the words of thanks, Mime affectionately patted Vivi Reborn's head. Vivi Reborn said, aha, Mime missed me too, didn't you?" After saying that, she wiggled her bottom playfully. "Pat my butt." Mime gently patted Vivi's bottom. Vivi Reborn, delighted, said, "That's right, pat away. I give you permission." In the library, Vivi Reborn took out a book and started searching. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Amazing! Found it! Let's begin." About healing class pheromones. Vivi Reborn read, "The healing class is not well documented because it is very rare for beastmen to possess this ability. At this level, the most common ability is to put things to sleep, an anesthetic effect. Especially in cases of anesthesia, it often includes a scent that stimulates beastmen." Vivi recalled the time Estin asked, "Is this the rabbit that smells like bread?" "And butter, too," Rune Mannion had added. Vivi read on. Furthermore, there are records clearly stating that a lion beastman with superior healing abilities healed minor scars and cured infectious diseases. Vivi Reborn said, "It all matches my ability. However, there has never been a herbivore or a mid-tier noble beastman. They simply can't handle it at this level." She shook her head and continued searching. Suddenly, she found something and said, "Ah, that's right. In the book about pheromones that Lady Valance gave me before, because the hidden pheromone within me is too strong, I couldn't turn into a human. This is an example I've seen with a fox beastman." Vivi Reborn thought, what if my body is at a level where it can't handle the healing class pheromone? What would happen then? What happens if the body can't suppress this pheromone? So even after the coming-of-age ceremony, I still couldn't take human form. That means if I can control my pheromones, I can really become human. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling with a thud and rolling. Huh! Vivi Reborn tilted her head. Huh? What was that sound? She then saw a Han's grandfather near her and panicked, exclaiming, "What the heck is this?" He then shouted at Vivi Reborn, "I'm asking you, what the hell are you?" At the temple, a priest was reading, "For this reason, we receive the grace of the divine beasts. Therefore, since ancient times on this continent," a Hin said, "It's been 2 hours already, hasn't it?" Lady Valance saw her son was bored and asked, "If you're so bored, why didn't you bring your little rabbit with you?" "I would have enjoyed this time more too," a Hen Gray said. "I was planning to, but she seems to really hate the temple." Valance asked, "Oh dear, that little one and the temple? Why is that?" Ahin shrugged. "I have no idea." Ahin fell into deep thought. At first, her surprised expression just made me laugh, and the way she would sob whenever she was scared. For some reason, the sight of her being scared of me, the tears welling up in her big round eyes, how interesting was that? But now, whenever she's thinking something or when she wants to say something, it makes me curious. So it's very interesting. I'm very curious why she hates the temple so much. What is this feeling? Valance spoke up, a hen. Between herbivores and carnivores, there is a gap that is hard to close. Death doesn't happen so often in the herbivore territories that they would dare to leave their own lands. And to abandon a bunny in our territory like that, don't you think you've shown that little rabbit too much death already? A hen thought, you're talking about herbivores, huh? Valance chuckled and said, "You've shown the little one too many images of yourself associated with death. You need to work harder to build the rabbit's trust in you." Ahin thought, "That's right. Of course, Mother would know Bibi is a beastman." Ahin Gray turned away and said, "I will take your advice to heart." Valance said cheerfully, Right, I almost forgot. Grandfather is here. When you return to the mansion, remember to go see him." Ahin froze. "The old man?" "No, grandfather?" Valance said quietly, "It's your birthday soon. He's been staying here since the day before yesterday." Ahin quickly called out, "Mother, Valance calmly said it's a common occurrence. What's with that urgent look on your face? Ahen, Gray whispered. What will he think of Bibi, mother? Valance thought for a moment and replied, son, he's a very rigid person. If they were to meet, he might even faint. An unusual silence. A hen called, Evelyn. Evelyn appeared formally. You called for me? As a hen took off his robe, he said, switch outfits with me. Evelyn asked, are you planning to have me be your stand-in? A hen replied, you're used to it, aren't you? Evelyn said, yes, sir. He then put on Hahin's robe and took Hahin's place. Valance teased Evelyn, oh my, aren't you going to cut your hair? You'd be more handsome if you did, Evelyn laughed. That would be too great an honor for me. My lady. He then thought, my hair is very precious. You know. At the library, Sheen's grandfather Lillian sat waiting. Leaning on the chair, hand on his forehead, his head spinning, he said, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. A rabbit that knows how to care for the sick? What nonsense! A rabbit that can understand human speech? What's that about? Vivi Ribian asked, Grandpa, are you all right? Lillian, not understanding, demanded, what in the world are you? So suspicious. Vivi jumped up, waving her paws frantically. Hey, calm down, Grandpa. I'm not a suspicious beastman, I swear. Lillian, with a headache, thought, I have to understand what it's saying first. Mime, standing by, bowed and said, please allow me to explain. Mime explained, Lord Ahin said that this is a game, and that she is his emergency food supply. Lillian shouted, where did that boy Ahin run off to? Call him here right now. Mime approached and bowed, saying, he is currently busy attending the Divine Beast Festival with the family head at the Grand Temple. They should be back before dinner time. Lillian shot up and said, that's right, today is the festival. Good, that place will be full of holy knights. Call the servants to prepare a carriage for me. Lillian looked coldly at Vivi and said, it seems I need to take this rabbit to the temple with me. Vivi Ribian, being grabbed by Lillian, struggled and cried, no, you can't. Oh, where are we going? Lillian shouted, let's go. Vivi struggled and called out, Mime. Mime quickly followed, pleading, Sir Lillian, I humbly beg of you. The rabbit, Vivi Ribian cried and thrashed about, I don't want to. Please, not that place. I told you I don't like the temple. Then Vivi Rebion emitted a bright light, startling Lillian. What the hell is this? Then a flash of light. Outside the door, the black panther in Hein was sniffing and scratching at the door. The guard said to it, Hein, please be good and stay still. Lord Lillian has given the order to keep you out. You can't enter the library now. Inside the library, Vivi Rebian had transformed into a human, snatched a guard's coat and put it on, saying, this should be fine. Then she looked at everyone sleeping soundly in the room. She laughed. Ha, I've caused trouble again. Vivi Ribian went over and called out, Mime, wake up, Mime. But Mime was fast asleep. Vivi Ribian thought, if someone else finds me like this, what am I going to do? Vivi Ribian chirped, hello everyone. I'm the rabbit who greeted you all this morning. Actually, I'm a beastman, you see. I also don't know why I made everyone behind me fall asleep. Vivi shuddered at the thought. Just one sentence like that, and I'll have a cold blade to my neck, no joke. What should I do now? What's the best thing to do? I think first I need to find a way out of here. While thinking of a way to escape, she saw the balcony window. She opened it, and Lin, who was below, heard the noise and looked up. Huh? And saw her. He immediately called out Bunny and smiled brightly. Bibi was also surprised and called back, Monkey. One was up, one was down. Hey, little bunny. Hey, gorilla. It's the horse stable, Lin said. Let me go find some clothes for you to wear. Wait here for a bit. Bibi, touched, nodded her head at the gorilla, Lin. Before leaving, Lin warned her, this is Lord Ahin's prized horse. No one dares to come near Zane, so you'll be safe here. Zane won't jump over that fence either, so just don't get close to him. A kick from his hind legs could seriously injure you, so you have to be careful. Got it? Bibby replied, I'll wait here quietly. Bibby waved goodbye to Lynn. Then she turned and saw the horse snorting, which startled her. Bibby thought, what is this? Zane, are you looking at me and sneering? That's right, now that I look at it. That smile is just like a hen's, it's unmistakable. She recalled the time a hen had that same smile while showing her a cookbook on delicious and nutritious rabbit meat. But look at this book. Evelyn gave it as a gift. She hated it so much she wanted to kick his butt a few times to feel better. Vivi shouted, what are you looking at? Zane stuck his head out and snorted, frightening Vivi into saying, what was that? Then Zoe jumped right over the fence. Bibby was terrified. Hey, you said he wouldn't jump? As she saw Zane huffing and puffing towards her, Bibby thought, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep getting closer to me? Lynn. As Bibby was panicking, Zane came over and nuzzled her cheek, making Bibby's heart skip a beat. Lynn returned, calling out, little bunny, are you okay? Bibby staggered and fell to the ground. Yes, still breathing. After an hour, I've gotten used to it. Bibby laughed and said, Lynn, anyway, thank you for helping me. Lynn replied, of course I had to help. Lynn then said, ha, Zane likes you. That's really amazing. When he gets angry, even the guards who regularly watch the stable have trouble with him. But Bee thought for a moment and said, this is just my guess, but it's probably because of Ahan's pheromones. I always have his scent on me. Lynn pondered and replied, Lord Ahin's scent. The bee asked, I don't really know for sure. You don't smell anything? Lynn replied, I don't have a particularly keen sense of smell. I really thought, it seems that because Lynn is also a herbivore, he's not good at detecting pheromones. She then asked, so how did you recognize me as the rabbit from Endelos? Lynn replied, when I brought you to the infirmary for Lord Ahen, I was half sure. But why was a little rabbit like you in that state? Biv remained silent. Then the VUFN said, I'm just a weird divine beast. That's why I was abandoned. Lynn was shocked and shouted, what? Impossible! What kind of person would do such a cruel thing to a little rabbit like you? Bibby gently replied, it's nothing. Because I was abandoned, Ahin found me. Now I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Lynn's eyes welled up with tears. Ah, that's life for you, little bunny. Your situation is so sad, I'm crying buckets. Babid called out, Lynn. Lynn then asked, so when do you plan to return to your original territory? Beanveed said, the rabbit territory? Bibby thought, return to the rabbit territory, huh? Suddenly, turning into a human, I haven't had the mind to think about anything else. Among the beasts who always carry a fierce nature deep in their blood, they are brutal and constantly wage endless wars. Their minds are always full of ambition. That's right. A herbivore living in the territory of beasts, hardship is a common thing. Bibby pondered and said, when should I go back? By the way, Lynn, aren't you afraid of the other beasts? Bibby asked. Lynn said, me? I grew up in Endelos since I was in diapers, seeing all sorts of different beast tribes. So I stopped being afraid a long time ago. Fearing fangs is just our animal instinct, but in reality, they are beastmen just like us. Bibby said, I'm still scared. Lynn said proudly, I understand. The lives of those in power are also very diverse. The little bunny living here must have endured a lot of hardship. Bibby thought, Lynn is really something. Then she said, by the way, Lynn, even though I'm in human form now, why do you keep calling me little bunny? Lynn shook his head vigorously. I can't do that. Bibby asked, why not? Lynn said, anyway, I can't. I can't call you by your name. You see Zane's serious face over there? Lynn called out to Zane, then turned back, his back straight. He then shot up and said, I think there's something out there. Little bunny, quick, hide behind me. Bibby, startled, said, no, if needed, I'll use my pheromones. Outside, a hen opened the door and entered. Lynn and Bibby jumped in surprise. At Athene's house, the guards saw Athene returning and greeted him. Lord Ahin, you went to the divine festival. Why are you back so soon? Heen opened the library door, saying, In here? When he opened the door, Ashen and the guard were baffled. What's going on with everyone in the library? Everyone in the room was fast asleep. Ahin's face darkened as he walked over. He shook her, calling out, Mime! Mime woke up. Seeing Ahin, she hurriedly said, Lord Ahin, the rabbit. Ahin asked, Explain to me how things got to this point. Mime explained everything. Lord Lillian was suspicious of the rabbit's intelligence, so he planned to take her to the temple. After that, the rabbit, Ahin asked. She didn't want to go, so she resisted. Mime replied, Yes, sir. Then I lost consciousness. I don't know when. Ahin stood up and saw something that made him freeze. Finally, he knelt down and pulled out a piece of cloth, seeing that the man's clothes had been taken. He clenched the cloth in his hand. Mime timidly asked, The clothes? Ahin gritted his teeth and said, Mime, find a girl for me. Ahin said angrily, Do it discreetly. It was already dark. Vivi Ribian opened the door and stepped out, holding a lantern and looking around. She said, Ahan, are you out there? Vivi thought Ahin, or has he gone back to the mansion? His sudden appearance earlier scared us half to death. Where did he go? Vivi recalled the earlier moment when the door swung open. The Black Panther Ahin majestically walked in, making Lin and Vivi exclaim with joy, Ahin! But where was Ahin now? Vivi held the lantern, looking around anxiously, calling out, Ahin! If you suddenly jump out like that again, Lin and I will faint on the spot. If you're somewhere nearby, wag your tail to give me a signal. Suddenly, Vivi noticed something. Hey, that's Aiden's tail wagging in a nearby bush. Vivi tiptoed closer. She said, Hey, you naughty Ahin, are you in here? Vivi suddenly appeared in front of him, exclaiming cheerfully, Found you! But it wasn't Ahin, as Vivi thought. Vivi froze. Huh? A scar on its eye? The Black Panther with the scar on its eye stepped out of the bush. Vivi asked, Who are you? The Black Panther said nothing. I just strode forward menacingly, growling, which scared Vivi so much she dropped the lantern she was holding. The Black Panther continued to look at Vivi and growl. Its paws continued to advance towards her. Vivi was wary. Oh no, it's not Ahin. Is it one of the Black Panthers raised here? What do I do now? Vivi thought. Should I use my pheromones? But what if I can't make it fall asleep and I'm the only one who turns into a rabbit? Will I be eaten right here? If that happens, what about Zane and Lin in the stable? A chill ran down Vivi's spine and she trembled uncontrollably. Vivi Ribian clenched her fists, determined I have to do something. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air. In the space between the Black Panther and Vivi's thoughts, she told herself, Time to test myself, Vivi. The Black Panther suddenly lunged forward. Vivi was startled. Here it comes! But from nowhere, a sword flew and stuck in the ground between the Black Panther and Vivi. Both of them yelled, What? Both were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Then the sword gleamed brightly. Ahin Gray appeared, saying, Bara, I told you not to get close to her. Vivi looked at Ahin, Then she looked at the Black Panther, who had now sat down, whimpering in fear. Ahin saw Vivi, then walked towards her. He swept her up into his arms and looked at her, saying, Did the stable master hire new help recently? Ahin smiled. But Vivi started to sob. Wah! Ahin chuckled. Vivi immediately denied it. I'm not crying, Ahin replied. I didn't say you were. Vivi didn't care. Whatever, I'm not crying, and that's final. Ahin said gently, Then let me look at you for a moment. Vivi, her eyes still watery, hesitantly looked at Ahin. Ahin noticed it. He started to say crying, but before he could finish, Vivi covered his mouth. She said shyly, I knew it. Vivi yelled, Put me down! Ahin turned to the Black Panther Bara and said, Ha! Bara is right here, and you still want me to put you down? Vivi looked over. Bara? Ahem, I just noticed. My leg feels a little sore. Bara didn't react at all. She just lay down and whispered, "How strange." Ahin smiled. "Well, I have no choice then. I'll just have to keep holding you." Then Ahin looked at Bibi and continued, "But Bibi, I know you were in a hurry, but what am I supposed to do when you leave a book open to a page with a gorilla in the study?" Bibi hesitated and said, "When I'm in the arms of a gorilla, what else would I leave it on but a picture of a gorilla?" But B thought of Lynn, asterisk, "I was in such a rush I didn't have time to look for a picture of a gorilla, asterisk." Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps approached. Then came roars, grr. Bibi and Ahin looked in the direction of the sound. It was Bara who rushed in from out of nowhere, furiously lunging forward with a ferocious snap. Ahin said, "Bara is a very, very close friend of mine. You could even call him a childhood friend. But lately, I've only been hanging around Bibi, so he probably got jealous and just wanted to scare you a little for fun." Meanwhile, Ahin was furiously slapping Bara in the face. Bibi thought, asterisk, "So that was just him trying to scare me for fun, huh? I thought he was going to eat me alive." Bibi looked at Ahin and called his name. Ahin heard her and replied, "Yes?" Bibi grabbed the hem of Ahin's shirt and continued, "If Bara didn't mean to harm me, then please don't kill him." Ahin thought for a moment, then asked, "Why do you think that?" Bibi said, "You've already decided to do it, haven't you?" Athen looked away thinking, asterisk, maybe because she's a herbivore beastman? Her intuition for danger is sharper. Asterisk than Ahin said, because he has escaped my control. I've said it before. In this place, those who do not follow orders may face beheading. But Bee hesitated that at the same time, she thought, asterisk, you're acting like someone who knows nothing of mercy again, asterisk. Then Bibi said, Ahin, in that case, if I were to escape your control, would you kill me too? Ahin froze at that question. Ahin suddenly recalled his mother's words. Don't you think you've shown the little rabbit too much death already? Ahin spoke up. Ah. Then he looked at Bibi and said softly, Since you've asked me that, how could I possibly kill Bara? Ahin asked Bib, Do you want me to spare Bara's life? Bibi nodded, yes. Meanwhile, Ahin was still relentlessly smacking Bara. Ahin continued, Then I'll leave Bara with you. But Bee asked, What? Hin said, You're the one who saved his life, so you should keep him by your side. Babil recalled Bara's ferocious face and got chills, saying in a trembling voice, Me? Ahin reassured Bibi, Don't worry. You might be a coward, but you're still very majestic. Then Ahin leaned close to Bibi's face. I'll wait for the day you use that majestic aura of yours to command Bara. Bibi hesitantly thought, Asterisk me? With Bara? Babiv imagined herself as a rabbit, standing on Bara's head, surrounded by a pack of black panthers. With a flag in one hand, she pointed forward and commanded, Charge, Bara! Let's conquer the continent, my brothers! Bibi immediately dismissed the thought. Asterisk? Unreasonable? Too unreasonable. That's just delusional. Night continued to fall. Lin suddenly appeared before Bibi and Ahin, respectfully saying, The head chef requests an audience, Your Highness. Ahin was still carrying Bibi and said nothing, while Bibi looked at Lin with a pained smile. Bibi suddenly turned to Ahin and said, But Ahin, what's going on at this hour? Weren't we supposed to go to the temple later? Ahin replied, But it seems you were in a critical situation, Bubby. Babid suddenly recalled the words of Ahin's grandfather. Lilin, I will take this rabbit to the temple. Babid hesitated. But how did you know? Ahin looked up at a bird that had just flown by and said, I got some help from the hawk that was attached to you, Bibi. And as for what you were looking for, Ahin looked at Bibi with a smirk. You'd probably be happier not knowing the rest. The sound of black panthers rustled in the bushes. 2 panthers glared at them with bright, golden eyes. Bib suddenly felt a chill down her spine, shaking her hands. In that case, never mind, I won't ask. Ignorance is bliss. Ahin glanced towards the sound as a pack of panthers slowly emerged from all sides. Ahin said, What to do? We're too late. Seeing so many panthers, Lin got dizzy, his soul leaving his body. Oh, sob, so many black panthers. Bibi quickly cried out, Lin! But Lin had already collapsed. Bibi said, What are these black panthers? A hen explained, they're the panthers that live deep in the forest. Bibi was so scared she started talking nonsense. I see, the forests that live deep in the panthers. 1, ferocious beasts. 2, ferocious beasts. A whole pile of ferocious beasts. Then Bibi came to a conclusion. A jungle of black panthers, a hen continued. I thought I'd be able to find you faster if I called a few of them. Phoebe was still terrified. That's right, to call a Bibi here. Ahin wondered, Bibi, your sentences have been a bit jumbled. Bib let out a nervous laugh. Then her soul left her body again and she fainted, mumbling, endured. For too long, scene changed to a luxurious mansion. Ruth Evelyn stared intently at Ahin and Bibi. Then she watched Athene carry Bibi away and said, By tomorrow morning, there will be rumors that Ahin kidnapped a stable hand. Ahin calmly said, I don't have such a villainous image. Ruth continued, to think that would be a huge mistake. As Ahin walked, the surrounding servants bowed respectfully. While walking, Ahin said to Ruth, Do you want me to sew your mouth shut? Ruth replied, My apologies. Bibi snuggled against Ahin, letting out a soft... Ruth continued, Ahem, even if she turns human, the rabbit is still the rabbit. Behind Ruth, servants passed back and forth, constantly asking, Who is that girl? Did they say she's a rabbit? Ruth said, Was the reason you dumped your fur cloak on me because of the rabbit girl? Behind them were the servants. Distracted by the conversation, 2 of them accidentally kissed and shrieked. Hina dodged Ruth's question. I heard she met grandfather while reading a book, Ruth said. I wonder what that Lilland said to the rabbit girl. After kissing, the 2 servants exchanged romantic glances. The footsteps of Ruth and Lin echoed through the mansion. Ruth asked, So, she still can't control the transformation between her human and beast form? Hen replied, Probably. If she could, she wouldn't have hidden in the stable. At that moment, Bibi's eyes were still closed, but her mouth quietly called out a name, Yin. Ruth continued, If so, hiding another servant would be too much. Like today, what if this happened while you were away, Ahin? Ahin said it's uncertain when she turned back into a rabbit. Ruth replied, Exactly. Ruth asked, So you plan to assign both Bara and the rabbit to her? Wouldn't it be better to just escort her closely yourself? Ahin replied, I'm considering an escort, but if I add another Black Panther to her side, I'm afraid Bib will protest. Ruth agreed. That's possible. Ahin looked at Bibi, smiling as he said, Well then, first, she'll have to get used to Bara's face if she wants to live here properly. Ruth pondered the phrase, If she wants to live here properly, then agreed, You have a point. However, will the rabbit stay here even after she becomes human? Han froze at that statement. Ayin turned to Ruth, muttering, The transformation isn't permanent yet. Ruth pressed, But what if it becomes permanent? Ahin hesitated, looking at Bib's ****. Then, Ahin spoke to the still sleeping Bibi. Bibi, you'll live here, right? Bibi. Bibi stirred at Ahin's words. Ahin called her name and said, Answer me. Bibi's eyes remained shut, but her face looked extremely annoyed. Bibi struggled, then suddenly punched Ahin in the face. Ruth witnessed the whole thing and was left speechless by the act. Bibi continued to sleep after the punch, drooling from her mouth. Ahin's face darkened as he said, But she said so. Bibi said she would live here. Ruth shook her head, waving a hand. That's forcing her, Ahin said, for a rabbit beastman. Hitting them on the head has a positive meaning, Ruth replied. I've never heard of such a thing. On the floor above, the maids saw this and whispered to each other. The red-haired maid said, Did you see that? The blue-haired maid replied, I saw. The red-haired maid made a horrified face and said, Who on earth is that girl? She's wearing a stable hand's work clothes. The blue-haired maid added, He's never brought anyone home before. She might even be a corpse now that I look again. Is she even breathing? Ahen's mother was descending the stairs step by step. Lady Valance smiled and said, "Don't worry, the child is breathing just fine. I've just returned home to see such an interesting sight." Seeing Lady Valance, the two maids lowered their heads and stuttered, "My lady, please punish us for daring to speak so disrespectfully without regard for status." "We apologize." Lady Valance said, "It's quite all right. Besides, what did you think that thing my son brought home was?" The red-haired maid said, "A worker from the stables." The blue-haired maid replied, "That's right." Lady Valance's eyes gazed towards Ahin and Bibi. She smiled and said, "Aha, I see it that way too." Mimi appeared before Ahin and said, "You've returned, master." Ahin spoke to Mimi. "When she wakes up, I want you to personally take care of her. Do you understand?" Mimi bowed her head. "Yes, I understand." The two guards behind them glanced at each other, a series of questions echoing in their minds. Who? Who is she? Do you know? I don't know anything either. Why did the master bring a girl home? Whoa, Mimi looks so resolute. How did our young master even meet a girl like that? Wait, could she be someone I know? Mimi suddenly turned to the wall and slammed her face into it with a loud thud. The soldiers, Lynn, and Ruth were all stunned. Mimi turned around with a red, bleeding nose. "Is it just because I'm embarrassed?" a voice called out. "Mimi, your nose is bleeding." But Mimi only replied, "It's just because I'm embarrassed, it's nothing." The crackling sound of a fireplace was heard. Bibi woke up. Bibi looked around, saw Mimi, and spoke up. "Eh, Mimi?" Mimi replied, "Yes." Leva asked, "Your nose? What happened?" Mimi didn't answer. Mimi turned her head away and said, "I will prepare your bath immediately. Please come this way." But then Mimi proceeded to slam her head into the door with a loud bang, startling Bibi. But Mimi remained calm and said, "I will assist you. Please follow me this way." Bibi was a bit confused by Mimi but then smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay." Mimi continued, "Since these clothes were just prepared, the length might not be perfect." Bibi replied, "It's all right." Bibi was wearing a pale yellow ankle-length dress and looked very fresh. Mimi said, "It seems it's a little loose. I will prepare clothes that fit you better tomorrow." Bibi smiled brightly. "Thank you." She thought to herself, I'm not even sure if I'll still be human tomorrow." Bibi lifted her sleeve to smell it. She praised, "It smells so good." Mimi took Bibi's old clothes, bowed, and said, "Well then, I shall take my leave. See you again tomorrow." Just as Mimi was about to turn away, Bibi suddenly said, Wait." Bibi pulled on Mimi's sleeve, saying, This whole thing, Mimi. You were very surprised, weren't you?" Mimi looked at Bibi, stunned. Bibi hesitated. That thing in the library this morning. So, because of the..." Mimi gave a gentle smile and said, "I apologize for making you worry. I didn't grasp the situation well. I was a little surprised, but that doesn't mean I hate you, Miss Rabbit. Please rest comfortably." Hearing this, Bibi was moved and hugged Mimi tightly. Tabitha happily, "She doesn't hate me. What a relief. Thank you so much, Mimi, I like you so much." When Bibi hugged her, Mimi blushed. She gave a small smile, but Ahin arrived and shattered the atmosphere. "What are you two doing?" Biv froze. "Oh, Ahin." Bibi stared at Ahin, still hugging Mimi tightly, thinking, "No, Mimi, don't go! Don't leave me alone with Ahin." Seeing this, Ahin smirked. "Ha!" Mimi took Bibi's tightly clinging hands and said, "Ms. Rabbit." Then Mimi removed Bibi's hands and dashed away in a flash, not forgetting to bow and say, "I'll be taking my leave now." Bethought, "No, don't go, Mimi." "We have such a loving bond, why are you doing this?" And the click of the closing door made Bibi turn to stone. "Mimi, I've been cheated, you traitor." Then Bibi tried to sneakily open the door. Ahin noticed and said, "Bibi." Where do you think you're sneaking off to at this time of night? Bibi was startled. She immediately turned to Ahine with a smile and said, Well, black panthers are nocturnal eaters. I was going to prepare a midnight snack for Aster. Hearing this, Ahine said, I see. What a commendable thought. But are you planning to turn yourself into a midnight snack? That's a bit unexpected, Bibi thought, annoyed. Asterisk, seriously, he's at it again. B continued, well, I'll just be a minute. Ahine waved. Be careful. As soon as she opened the door, Bibi came face to face with two guards. But from Bibi's perspective, they looked extremely terrifying. Is there something you need, miss? Can we help you with anything? Bibi was so scared that she slammed the door shut and said, No, I'm fine, thank you. Seeing Bibi like that, Ahine burst out laughing. Then he turned away and said, I'm going to take a bath. Bibi watched in embarrassment. Asterisk, is he laughing at me right now? He's definitely laughing at me, isn't he? Bibi started to think, asterisk, oh my God, what should I do? Long story short, I have to sleep in the same room as a hen. Asterisk. Unbelievable. It was already hard enough sleeping with him as a rabbit. Isn't Ahine afraid of a beastman like me? Ahine finished his bath and walked in, drying his hair with a towel. He asked, Bibi, are you hungry? Bibi was on the sofa, covered completely by a blanket, and replied, I'm not hungry at all, but her stomach thought otherwise, letting out a series of growls. Ahine walked over to Bibi, pulled the blanket off her face, and said with a gentle smile, Bibi, why are you lying here? The dazzling aura radiating from a hen was so bright it blinded Bibi. Bibi said, Ha ha, you really are. Ahine looked at the V's, then said, Eating before bed will give you a stomachache, so let's just have some milk for now. Bibi sat up on the sofa, holding a cup of milk, thinking irritably, asterisk, this ferocious beast is truly dangerous. My heart feels like it's going to leap out of my chest. Asterisk. Then Bibi lifted the cup to drink. After a few sips, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, Amazing! How could such a wonderful taste exist in this world? The milk was perfectly warm and smooth, a delicious mix of fragrant and sweet. The warmth was just right, like tasting a fluffy cloud. Bibi thought happily. Asterisk, so this is what I get to drink every day after turning human? Everyone else has been enjoying this delicacy without me. Bibi put the milk cup down on the table, sighing in admiration. That was delicious. At that moment, Ahine was sitting on the bed. He reached out a hand and said, Bibi, now that you're finished, come here. Bibi blushed at those words, gulped and thought, asterisk, what's coming has come. Asterisk. As night fell, somewhere in the splendid palace, Ahine Gray was dressed in mysterious purple sleepwear. He crossed his legs as if waiting for something. Han opened his arms wide, gestured to the spot beside him on the bed, and called out, Bebi. With his handsome face and ruby-red eyes, Han flashed a captivating smile. Then he said softly, If you've finished drinking, come over here. Bibi, in her human form, wearing an adorable nightgown, blushed upon hearing Ahine's words, her heart pounding with nervousness. She gulped repeatedly. Bibi tried to calm herself. Asterisk, what's coming has come. Asterisk, in the end. Bibi didn't lie down next to Ahine, but on her own separate bed. Before falling asleep, Bibi didn't forget to wish Ahine a good night. Bibi was slowly drifting off into a peaceful sleep, when a sudden asterisk thud, asterisk from the ground, made her peek open her eyes. Asterisk, what was that sound? Asterisk, she wondered. Bibi looked up towards Ahine's bed and saw him writhing, lonely on the large bed. Seeing this, Bibi couldn't help but freeze, her eyes widening as she stammered his name. Ahine! Ahine was lying face down, his body trembling nonstop, his hands clutching the bedsheets. Bibi, however, was not fooled and became angry, thinking with a scowl, asterisk, again? He's doing it again. Anyone can see you're just acting. Asterisk. Suddenly, one of Ashen's hands clutched his chest, showing he was in immense pain. Bibi panicked, her face pale with fear, and she worried internally. What? What's happening? Why is he like this? Is he really hurt somewhere? Bibi quickly sat up and called out to Ahin. Bibi rushed to Ahin's side. She shook him lightly and asked frantically, Ahin, what's wrong? Bibi froze, calling out in a small voice, Ahin. Ahin's body continued to tremble. This made Bibi even more scared. Her mind was in chaos. What should I do? He seems to be in a lot of pain. Asin turned and managed to say 2 words to Bibi. Expression. Seeing Ahin move, Bibi leaned close to his face and asked, Huh? What did you say? Ahin broke into a mischievous smile, so amused he had tears in his eyes. He laughed while shaking. Your expression is hilarious. Bibi fumed with rage and retorted, Hey! This damn beast, seriously. Bibi didn't bother to hide her annoyance, thinking to herself, playing tricks on me every single day. Bibi held up a pillow and thought, you really need a dose of potent medicine. Today, I will grind you into dust. With that thought, Bibi climbed on top of Ahin and slammed the pillow into his face to punish him. Seeing Bibi's swift and seamless action, Ahin hurriedly begged, Bibi, Enge! Can't breathe. In her rage, Bibi heard Ahin's plea and shouted loudly, You're too noisy! Suddenly, Ahin grabbed Bibi's hand and said, So now you know how to use props instead of just your front paws, huh? Bibi, seeing Ahin pull her hand, angrily yelled, Let go! The pillow in Bibi's hand was suddenly flung away, bringing Ahin and Bibi incredibly close. Ahin looked straight into Bibi's eyes and asked, Why are you avoiding me? Ahin stared at Bibi and continued, Do you realize you haven't looked me straight in the eye once this whole time? Bibi felt embarrassed and avoided Ahin's gaze, thinking to herself, Crap. That's because I'm just so aware of it. Bibi's cheeks were slightly flushed. She silently blamed him. Does Ahin really not care at all? I'm not a rabbit anymore. 2 healthy adults sharing a bed, it's just, Seeing Bibi lost in thought and not saying anything, Ahin finally spoke up. If you have something to say, just say it. Bibi said clearly, Hey, I'll sleep on the sofa when I'm in human form. Hearing that, Ahin put on a pitiful expression and began to list his grievances. Actually, those were very difficult days. One night, while I was sleeping, you suddenly kicked me in the forehead. Another night, you rubbed your nose against mine. Oh, right. You've also stuck your front paw in my mouth. You even made a habit of causing others pain. Staring with those cunning eyes became your default setting. After speaking, Ahin smacked his lips and repeated his exclamation. So cunning. So cunning. Ahin even added, I remember one time, you even opened my robe to crawl inside. Hearing this, Bibi couldn't maintain her composure. Her face turned red as a tomato as she hastily defended herself. At that time, I mistook it for a blanket. Ahin gave a radiant smile and told Bibi, As long as you don't touch me, I won't do anything to you. The silvery moonlight illuminated a corner of Ahin's luxurious bedroom. Bibi, tightly wrapped in a blanket by Ahin, struggled and yelled, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ahin lay on one side, putting on an innocent face, and replied, It's because you keep kicking off the blanket. Ahin smiled at Bibi and said, Bibi, don't you dare try to secretly touch me. Bibi looked at Ahin helplessly and said, In this state, how could I possibly touch you? Biv angrily turned away, huffed, and mumbled something. Suddenly, Bibi realized something, and her expression changed. Bibi turned to ask kindly, By the way, Ahin, are you really not hurt anywhere? Seeing Bib so gentle, Ahin couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes widening. Ahin then asked back, What about you, Bibi? Hearing that, Bibi asked back confusedly, Me? Ahin continued, I heard it's painful for you when you turn human. Bibi spoke up, I met your grandfather in the library. He wanted to take me to the temple. I hate the temple. It may not be a valid reason, but in the end, it was because of the temple's words that I was abandoned. I hate being carried in a basket even more. Hearing Bibi's confession, a hand said, "You hate the temple and you hate the basket. So you used your pheromones on my grandfather, right? Grandfather used his own pheromones to defend against that, and as a result, you turned human." Finally, a hin concluded, "You should have just used your hind legs to protest, Bibi." Hearing this, was stunned and asked, "What?" A hin gently stroked Bibi's hair and said softly, "Soon, I'll create an opportunity for you. Just make sure to wipe your feet first, and don't cry," Bibi said in a trembling voice. "I'm not crying." Athen propped himself up on his hand to gaze at Bibi and said in a low, warm voice, "What if you did? Hey, about that time you went to the temple before—" Hearing Ahin's words, Bib's eyes lit up. Her heart swelled as she thought, Ahin is apologizing to me, Ahin had been giving Bibi his full attention the whole time. Suddenly, Bibi asked, "But hey, Ahin, I can't take this anymore. Can't you untie me?" Ahin replied decisively, "No, thinking about it. Biba's nose might still touch me." Bibi wriggled and squirmed, replying, "I absolutely will not touch you. Absolutely, I promise." Hearing this, Ahin considered it. "Untie you, huh?" Bibi yelled in frustration. "Untie me! I absolutely won't touch you." Ahin just smiled calmly and said, "Oh my, I just don't believe you." Seeing this, Bibi was helpless and could only curse internally. Aish, you jerk. Scene changed too when the moon was high in the night sky. As Bibi was sleeping, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. What is it? I feel a sense of unease. Bibi tossed and turned uncomfortably. Bibi cracked open her eyes. Suddenly, Bibi noticed that the person lying next to her was not a hin, but the panther, Dan asked. Bibi tried to clear her head to see if she was mistaken, but it was indeed the panther, Dan asked. Bibi frowned, thinking to herself, that's strange. Has Ash grown this big already? Suddenly, Bibi's eyes shot open as if she realized something terrifying. Ash must be sleeping in Mimi's room. Then this black panther is Bibi shot up in alarm, her mind in a whirl. She let out a terrified scream in her thoughts. In a corner of the palace, a large bedroom was illuminated by the moonlight. Bubby sat in a corner by the bed, staring blankly at the black panther before her. Bibi couldn't hide her fear, having woken up to find a huge black panther lying next to her. Bibi hastily fumbled to untangle herself from the blanket to escape. After creating a safe distance from the black panther, Bibi managed to calm down a little. But Bibi was still in a panic, her mind racing with questions. It's not a hin, right? Confused and scared, Bibi collapsed by the windowsill, her eyes welling up with tears. Bibi thought helplessly. What do I do? What should I do now? He seems even bigger than I expected. I'm so scared. Me. Suddenly, a bird flew in from somewhere, continuously trying to get Bibble's attention by tapping its beak on the glass door. Hearing it, Bibi turned to look and wondered, is that Aston's falcon? Bibi opened the balcony door, which made a creaking sound. Once inside, the first thing the falcon did was use its talons to grip Bibi's head to land. The falcon's action caught Bibi completely off guard. Feeling its feet on her head, she thought to herself, it landed on my head? Why? Why would it do that? Oh, right. This bird knows who that black panther is, right? With that thought, Bibi pointed towards the black panther on the bed and hesitantly asked the falcon, Hey, do you know who that black panther is? Hearing Bib's question, the falcon sighed and let out a scoff. Seeing the falcon's reaction, Bib was stunned and thought, did it just laugh? Did it just laugh at me? Suddenly, the falcon started pecking at Bibi's scalp, making her cry out in pain. Hey, stop! Why are you doing that? What do you want? It seemed the painful pecks from the falcon had sobered Bibi up a bit. as she noticed something familiar behind the Black Panther. Bibi let out a small "oh" and thought that isn't that the robe of Hin was wearing? Thinking of this, Babil recalled the moment a Hin stepped out of the bathroom in that dark robe. Bilbil said doubtfully in her mind, so is that Black Panther really a Hin? Bibi timidly held on to the side of the bed, quietly observing the Black Panther, and then spoke his name, Ahin. Bibi was very cautious, looking at the Black Panther, and asked softly, "It's you, Ahin, right?" "No, what's wrong?" Seeing no violent reaction from the Black Panther, Babir risked getting closer and asked, "Are you hurt somewhere? Should I call a doctor or Evelyn for you?" The Black Panther remained silent, sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Bibi became suspicious. Why did he suddenly turn into a beast? Could it be because he was bored? Is he playing another prank? No, a hand likes to joke around. But the main reason he reverts to his true form is when there's a problem with his human body. Is he really sick? Bibi slowly let down her guard, sat by the bed, and asked, "Ahin, are you asleep?" Bibi continued to call Asin's name while the Black Panther remained motionless, fast asleep. When the Black Panther didn't respond, Bibi got a little annoyed and said, "This Black Panther, a hopeless, ferocious beast." Suddenly, Bibi sat up straight, thinking, what should I do? It seems he's really sick. Bibi quickly said to the Black Panther, "Wait here a moment." Suddenly, the Black Panther's tail swiftly moved and wrapped around Bibi's wrist, making her gasp in surprise. Bibi said, "You're awake?" and was about to check with her hand, but the panther's tail kept flicking up and down, making Bibi ask in confusion, "What is it? Are you telling me not to call anyone?" Bibi worriedly looked at the Black Panther and said kindly, "Hey, if your body hurts, let me try to treat you just once." Suddenly, the Black Panther lazily opened its eyes, revealing the same ruby-red color as a hen's. Now awake, the Black Panther turned to stare intently at Bibi, making her nervous enough to back away. The Black Panther shook its head, signaling no. Seeing this, Bibi huffed, crossed her arms with an indifferent attitude, and said, "Hemph, fine then. I don't know anything. Even if you're in pain, I won't care. Just do as you please." Despite saying that, Bibi secretly peeked at the Black Panther. Bibi came closer to comfort him and said gently, "If you don't want treatment, it's okay to just rest for a bit." And just like that, the Black Panther obediently listened and slowly drifted back to sleep. This surprised Bibi a little. Suddenly, the Black Panther cracked open one eye as if to check on something. The Black Panther's tail suddenly started wagging, startling Bibi. Hybel was captivated by the panther's tail, wondering, what's this? Is that wagging tail trying to write something? After some thought, Bibi finally realized, it's trying to tell me something, too, Utch. Touch was the word Bibi deciphered after carefully watching the panther's tail. Thinking of the word touch, Bibi suddenly remembered what she had said to Ahin, "I will never touch you." At this thought, Bibi froze, while the Black Panther's tail continued to sway rhythmically as if smug. Seeing the panther's amused attitude, Bibi couldn't hide her anger. She started hitting the Black Panther repeatedly while shouting, "You detestable beast! If you keep playing with me like this, I'm gonna spank your butt." A loud smack echoed, making the Black Panther flinch. Startled, the Black Panther seemed shocked. As she vented her anger, Bibi teased the Black Panther. "How was that? Did you see what Miss Bibi's spank feels like?" It seemed to be a long night for Bibi and Ahin. Bibi tossed and turned all night, not used to sleeping with Ahin in his human form and dealing with so many troublesome events. Bibi looked at Ahin in his Black Panther form and pondered why he couldn't call a doctor or Evelyn. Perhaps he doesn't want rumors to be fabricated? She recalled what Bensi Gianna once said, "Ferocious beasts always have a deep-seated fierceness, a cruel love and endless conflict, their minds filled with ambition." Bibi thought to herself that behind the brilliant power, There was always a constant danger, and one could have their throat torn out at any moment. Suddenly, Babi spoke, catching Ahine's attention. "Ahine, you're really not sick, right? Then that's good." Bibi looked at Ahine, smiled gently and said, "You know, rabbits, although they don't fight for rank, they also don't kill anyone weaker than themselves." Hearing Bibi's explanation, Ahine said nothing, but quietly watched her. Bibi smiled brightly and said to Ahine in a warm voice, "I'm a little rabbit. Even if I see you in a weakened state, I won't do anything to harm you." With that, Beli slowly lay down next to Ahine. Whether he was in beast or human form, he always seemed large and strong enough to protect the small Belim. After watching Ahine for a while, Babi boldly opened her arms and declared, "So come here, Ahine. Even though I'm scared of beasts, I'll hold you tight." Seeing Biba's determined action, Ahine was slightly taken aback. Bibi kept her eyes tightly shut, bravely facing her responsibility. However, contrary to Biba's expectation, Ahine didn't pounce on her like other beasts, but simply rested his head on her arm. Though not yet a full hug, Bibi was a bit flustered. All sorts of thoughts ran through her head. Wow, he's so big and so close. But it's okay, because this is Ahine. With that thought, Babir wrapped her arms around Ahine. Babin gently petted him and said, "Ahine, what I said earlier about not caring if you were sick or not, that was a lie." With that, Bibi smiled a smile brighter than any flower, more radiant than the sun. It seemed even Ahine was a little moved, but he managed to stay calm, not letting any emotion show on his face. Seeing Ahine like this, Bibi felt less worried and thought, looking at him like this, he's just like a big, human-sized cat. Piffed, the scariest cat in the world. Bibi smiled gently and said, "I'm sorry for saying such harsh words. So please don't get sick." As soon as Bibi finished her sentence, she fell asleep from exhaustion. Seeing Bibi still holding him, Ahine also felt at ease and closed his eyes. The two lay close together, sharing their most sincere feelings, and comfortably fell into a deep sleep. In the large room, on the big bed, two small figures were wrapped around each other. Scene changed to the morning, when the sunlight shone everywhere and the chirping of birds signaled a new day had come. The falcon that had helped Babi yesterday seemed to be more active than usual. It perched on the windowsill looking into Ahine and Bibi's room, and suddenly noticed something so shocking that it shook its head non-stop. While squawking, it pecked at the hay on a plate. Bibi had returned to her beast form. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but panic, thinking, "My hay! This damn monkey! What are you doing with my precious meal?" Noticing that Bibi had seen it, the falcon stopped pecking at the hay. This sudden stop made Bibi shiver with anxiety. The purple rabbit exclaimed, "Wow! Seriously?" Unable to contain her anger any longer, Beville used her peerless strength to leap forward and punish the falcon. "This morning you landed on my head like that, I can't take it anymore." Hit by Bibi's kick, the falcon was surprised. It couldn't react in time. Just a second after taking Bibi's kick, the falcon was stunned, its head dizzy and spinning. The falcon staggered and fell off the table. This attracted the attention of Evelyn and some others nearby. Witnessing Bibi's powerful action and fierce attitude, some people spoke up in confusion. "What now? Bib is furious." Evelyn looked away and said, "Ahine, I've told you many times, that rabbit has the spirit of a battlefield conqueror." Ahine, now back in human form, smiled and replied, "You're not wrong. That's a queen who's not easy to handle." Hearing this, Bibi was a bit surprised and asked, "So its name is Queen?" Then the rabbit Bibi looked down at the unconscious falcon under the table and said, A beautiful name for such a dirty personality." Evelyn suddenly chimed in, since ancient times, a rabbit's outburst has often signified the submission of the beast emperor. Ashen asked doubtfully, "Is that true?" Evelyn smiled and replied, "Of course. It's exactly what just happened." But Biv, standing to the side, realized everyone was talking about her and got a little angry. protesting nonstop. She squeaked. Bibi fumed and said, "If you're going to make things up, then you should submit to me first, Evelyn." Suddenly, someone approached Bibi and called out, "Miss Rabbit." Bibi saw him and let out a small "oh." It was On. He smiled brightly and asked Bibi, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Observing his face closely, Bibi realized, he's the one whose clothes I stole in the library. Asterisk, he must have been shocked when his clothes suddenly disappeared. Realizing this, Beg put her paws together to apologize and said to Alan, "I'm really so sorry about that time." On still looked a bit confused. Beg continued, "Will you accept my apology?" Suddenly, someone in shiny shoes approached the rabbit and called out, "Bibi!" interrupting the conversation between Bibi and On. Han crossed his arms, showing a sulky, slightly jealous attitude. He huffed and said honestly, a habitual cheater. Evelyn, sensing drama, chimed in. "It was the same with Mr. June last time. The rabbit really likes cheating more than I thought." Then Evelyn exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Oh dear." Bibi, standing to the side, was startled. She stammered, "What? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a hen gently picked up Bibi and said softly, "Bibi, you promised to spend time with me. How could you abandon me like this?" With that, a hen put on a dark, terrifying expression that would make one's hair stand on end. As soon as Asin finished speaking, Bibi covered her head, worried for her fate, and thought, "Here it comes. I'm going to be bitten." However, contrary to Bibi's imagination, instead of being bitten, Bibi received a small, sweet kiss on the cheek from a hen. After kissing our little rabbit, Ehan was overjoyed. He chuckled and suggested to Bibi, "Let's go to work together for a while to make up for that time." After a series of unexpected actions from a hen, Bobby was wide-eyed, so surprised she almost fell over. Her words were cut short. "Go? What?" After calming down a moment later, Bibi blushed shyly and replied, "What was that?" What on earth did he just do? In another scene in the afternoon at the Levine mansion, in a corner of the mansion, illuminated by the gentle evening twilight, suddenly the sound of people whispering could be heard. Lady Avon appeared today too. It's been the same, hasn't it? Ever since the sad news about Kyrie reached her, she hasn't left her room. The faint evening light shone on a silver-haired woman rubbing her tired eyes. The whispering voices continued, "This shock is too great. One son can't turn into a human. The other one faced turmoil and left this world too soon." The woman gritted her teeth, looking extremely agitated and uncomfortable. Suddenly, a troublesome whisper, "How will Lady Avon live on now?" This sentence made Avon sit up, one hand clutching the blanket, the other covering her pained face. Avon began to recount everything in a voice weary of it all. "Oh, I entered a loveless marriage just for power and have been living a half-life for over 20 years. So why did this have to happen?" At this point, Avon's eyes widened, the name Kyrie echoing in her mind. "My son Kyrie is dead." The words were a constant obsession for Avon. Kyries, my intelligent and affectionate son. I believed that if he started learning the family business, we would be able to find my intelligent and affectionate son. No one would suspect a thing. Avon recalled the words that had led her to this situation. They will give the position of family head to the most outstanding child. Avon continued to describe the current situation. But now, one of those half-brothers will take the highest position in the family. Kyrie. My only hope was Kyrie. Suddenly, a servant entered, calling out my lady, breaking Avon's train of thought. Ivan turned her lifeless yet resentful eyes towards the servant and asked, "What is it?" The servant announced, "A reply has arrived from the Didion family. They say the rumor that the next head is a black panther is not baseless, but true." Hearing this, Avon showed no emotion and just asked, "Is that so? Any other news?" The servant replied, "The head's birthday celebration is coming up." Hearing this, Avon turned away indifferently and said, "That's not a very important matter." The servant announced, "In any case, a hen gray will be attending the party this time." That sentence seemed to stir something in Avon as her eyes lit up upon hearing the name Ahin Gray. Avon slowly considered it. Asterisk, a hind gray will bring that rabbit to the rabbit leader's birthday party. Asterisk, thinking of this, Avon was distraught, breaking into a sweat with endless worry, considering a possibility. Asterisk, what if, asterisk, what if that rabbit is Bibian? Asterisk scene changed back to Ahin's palace, bustling with loud voices. What was that just now? Hen Gray lifted his teacup and slowly said, "I said that if you intended to do that to the rabbit, then I will take her directly to the academy myself." After speaking, Ahin calmly took a sip of tea. After tasting the tea, he immediately scowled and complained, "It's awful. Get me another one." Lilin held a small pipe in his hand, constantly scolding Ahin. "Good heavens, you useless boy! Are those the words you say to me after watching for months?" Lilin smacked his lips and said, "To this day, you still don't know how to enjoy tea." Ahin sat opposite him. He crossed his legs and admitted, "Is it really necessary to drink something so bitter?" Ben walked over and handed Ahin a glass of cola. Leland frowned in frustration and said, "Since ancient times, when one becomes an adult." Ahin, knowing his grandfather's intention, cut Lilin off with, "Here comes the lecture." Hearing this, Lilin replied in alarm, "What? What did you say? I don't always talk like that." Always be careful with your every gesture and be aware of your position. Knowing Lilin was worried, Ahin replied gently, "I'm always aware of that. Always hiding my emotions. Never satisfied with what I've achieved. Unmoved by death, numb to what's been lost. It seems I'm still doing everything well." Hearing Ahin's words, Lilin was displeased. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "It's not about saying it, it's about showing awareness in your dignity and actions." Seeing Lilan's intense reaction, Ahin just slowly replied, "I have no intention of meeting the successor. There's nothing to talk about. It only causes trouble. Having someone like you makes my heart burn with anxiety." Hearing his grandson's words, Lilin was furious, but he had to grit his teeth and endure it. Seeing Leland silent, Ahin raised his teacup and said smugly, "That's what you were going to say, right?" Leland, helpless and frustrated, pinched the bridge of his nose. Lilin sighed and said, "That rabbit, she used pheromones?" Lilin glanced at Ahin and asked bluntly, "Stop beating around the bush and tell me straight. Where did that rabbit come from?" Ahin answered honestly, from the forest on the border. "It's been over half a year." Suddenly, Ahin's eyes grew strangely fond as he thought about how half a year had passed. Asterisk, time flies. Asterisk, Ahin looked into the distance and spoke. "Grandfather, I have something I'm curious about. It's quite important." Hearing this, Leland stroked his chin and listened. Ahin didn't hesitate to ask, "What do you think the act of biting the neck means?" Hearing this, Lilin was dumbfounded and asked with wide eyes, "What? What are you trying to say now?" Ahin slowly said, "That rabbit, it seems like she was planning to eat me." Hearing this, Leland was so shocked he spat out his tea, while Yoon, standing beside them, couldn't hide his astonishment. The teapot in Yoon's hand trembled and clattered as if about to fall. An awkward silence filled the room after Ahin's deadpan statement. Lilin silently stared at Ahin. Meanwhile, Goon hurriedly cleaned up the shattered pieces of the dropped teapot, quickly saying, "My apologies." Suddenly, remembering the bittersweet moment lying next to Bibi, Heen unexpectedly smirked. Then he said, "That rabbit bit my neck." His words broke the tense silence. Lilin, as if not wanting to believe it, asked Ahin, "Say that again?" Then Lilin cupped his ear, checking if his hearing was failing with age. Ahin smiled smugly and said, "I'm just food to her. She's that strong of a rabbit. Don't touch her like you did in the library." After hearing Ahin's warning, Leland trembled with anger, muttering, "This boy!" An, standing nearby, was also impressed by Ahin's resolute attitude and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." As Ahin slowly stood up to leave, he said, "The rabbit even hit my butt to warn me she'd eat me soon." Having relayed everything to Leland, he turned to leave, not forgetting to smile and wave goodbye. "I'm off. I have to prepare to be eaten, you know." Leland watched Ahin leave, his heart heavy, not knowing what to do with this rebellious grandson of his. Leland was so furious he could barely speak. "Ah, that kid! That crazy kid!" Leland roared, "Can't you go back to how you were before?" His shout echoed throughout the palace in the evening twilight. On a beautiful morning, with warm sunlight filling the palace, Ahin's mother was enjoying the fresh morning air. With Bibi in the palace garden, Ahin's mother lifted her teacup, making a soft clinking sound. She said to Bibi, "Little one, I heard what happened in the library. I didn't know my father would appear so forcefully. I never wanted you to stay and suffer." Hearing Ahin's mother, Bibi waved her paws and replied, "It's okay, Lady Valance. I'm perfectly fine." Valance rubbed her temples wearily and said, "I was planning to speak to my father privately, but that boy Ahin beat me to it. He made him so angry he's full. They probably won't see each other again, but it's best that while he's at the mansion, you should avoid him." Hearing Valance's advice, Bibi nodded vigorously and replied obediently, "Yes, I understand. Please don't worry." Valance set down her teacup, looked at the two black panthers following and watching over Beeb, and said, "Anyway, these animals seem to follow you more than I thought. It's probably because they're sensitive to your pheromones." Hearing Lady Valance, Bibi let out an "oh" and turned to the two black panthers. Bibi observed the two black panthers for a moment, then frowned and said, "Wait a minute, Bara, you brat. You seem to be acting all well-behaved in front of Lady Valance, don't you?" Bara just let out a big yawn in response. Bibi was furious, angrily voicing her thoughts to Bara. "You even stepped on me with your paw, didn't you? I'm going to tell Lady Valance about your cruel actions. You're just jealous that I have Athene's love, aren't you? That's why you always secretly push me around. I know it." With that, Bibid seriously turned to address Valance. "Dear Lady Valance." Bib made cute, descriptive gestures while tattling on Bara. "That naughty Bara, he bullied me and hit me like this, and I have to roll around like this and this to dodge. It's so tiring for me." Seeing this, Valance paused for a few seconds as if realizing something serious, and then spoke. "This." Valance turned and called a maid, Mimi. Mimi replied, "Yes, you called for me. Go call our family's exclusive painter right now. I want to preserve a portrait exactly like that fluffy, soft snowball rolling around just now." Hearing Lady Valance, Bib stopped and let out an "A?" Bibi drooped, thinking to herself, "Asterisk, ha! It's so hard to communicate as a rabbit. Asterisk. Asterisk, I reported him with all my might, but that lucky brat Bara." Asterisk, seeing Bavi's reaction. Valance asked, "Little one, what are you thinking?" Valance said gently, "Try telling me again. I'm curious to know your thoughts." Hearing this, Biba's ears perked up, and she said excitedly, "Ah, really?" In that case, Bibi jumped up, asking enthusiastically, "Lady Valance, there's something I'm extremely curious about. What I want to ask is actually about Ahan." Bibi continued her efforts of describing with actions, trying to telepathically convey her thoughts to Valance. Bibi stood up unsteadily, rubbed her head, and said, "It was like this. Last night, Ahin, he didn't have any superpowers, his body was all wobbly like this." Suddenly, Bibi grunted a few times, switched to all fours, and continued. "And then in the middle of the night, he suddenly turned into a black panther." Bibi suddenly fell down with a flop and said, "After that, I comforted him for a while, and he went back to sleep." Bibi wondered, do beastmen return to their beast forms whenever they feel unwell? Valance asked in astonishment, "You're curious about the Black Panther's weakness?" Bibi was stunned, speechless, and blankly said, Suddenly, Valance nodded, stroking her chin, and said, "Aha, you plan to tame Ahin and Bara, don't you? A good idea. If a ferocious beast is properly trained, it will make a fine escort night. Little one, I really like this fierce vitality of yours. Seeing Valance go on and on, Bibi was dumbfounded. Wait, stop. That's it. After a moment, Valance made a decision. She ordered, everyone, gather here for me. Tell me all your opinions on the weaknesses of a black panther. Babid collapsed helplessly on a small cushion, thinking in frustration. Asterisk, ha, I knew it. Scene changed to when the moon was nearly at its peak. In a room in the palace, Ahan could be seen calling Bibi's name. Next to Bibi was a huge box. Seeing the box, Ahan asked, bewildered, "What exactly do you think I am?" Bibi was just as bewildered as Ahan, staring blankly at the box. Bibi thought nervously, Asterisk, Ahin and Bara can't resist a paper box. I guessed completely wrong. It seems that trick doesn't work on beastmen. Asterisk. Ahan lightly touched the paper box and said, "You've seen my true form, so you must think you can make me submit at your feet with just a few shallow tricks, huh?" Ahan bent down, smiled brightly, and said, "I fully approve of that. But personally, I don't find this paper box fun at all. You should find another way." Hearing Ahan, Babil remained silent. Bibi turned towards the paper box, feeling a bit sulky. Asterisk, that's right, he's always destructive. He doesn't need a paper box to destroy things. I almost forgot. Asterisk. Ahan opened his arms and asked, Bibi, where are you going? Less than half a second later, Ahan had placed the small bub-bai on top of him, while he himself crawled into the box and remarked, "It's tight." Bub-bai was still confused about what just happened. Ahan looked up at the ceiling and hummed. Seeing this, Bibi thought, smugly, asterisk, aha, he seems very satisfied with what I prepared, asterisk. Asterisk, and he was being so difficult before? What do you mean not fun? You're just a kitten after all, asterisk. Amidst Bibi's glee, Ahin's eyes softened and he said gently, "Ah, Bibi, this is a gift." With that, Ahin revealed a gold pocket watch. It looked small and delicate. Seeing the watch, Bibi's eyes lit up. Babit said excitedly, "Oh, a pocket watch?" Ahin closed it, pointed to a mysterious purple stone that matched the color of Bibi's eyes, and said, "The important thing is this." The purple stone sparkled brightly. According to Ahin, it was perennium. Bibi's jaw dropped. Perennium? This thing costs a fortune. Even if I worked myself to the bone and saved all my money, I could never afford this. Noticing Bibi's reaction, Ahin calmly explained, "You probably already know, this is a gemstone that can store pheromones. This one contains my power. It has 3 uses. If you're ever somewhere without me and your pheromones act up, use this. If you transfer your pheromones into it, it will activate automatically. Very useful." Bibi excitedly hugged and admired the watch, saying, "Oh, what a precious item." Seeing that Bibi liked the gift, Ahin smiled and asked, "You must like it a lot. Seeing you like it so much makes me want to take it back." Ahin smiled fondly and asked quietly, "Do you need it?" The perennium? Lying comfortably in Ahin's arms, Bibi nodded repeatedly, hugging the watch tightly and saying, "Of course I need it a lot. Ash, look at your attitude. Why can't you just give it to me nicely?" Ahin cradled Bibi, tenderly asking her, "So, you don't need me?" Ahin's sudden question left Bibi stunned for a few seconds. Then, realizing Ahin's implication, Bibi looked away shyly and stammered, "Don't." Blushing beet red, blurted out, "Don't look at me with that deadly expression. Are you trying to make this little rabbit's heart pound out of its chest? You cunning beast." Ahin slowly spoke, "Compared to this tiny gem, it's clear you value me far less." Hin began to list his good points: no stamina limit, boundless power. Even my looks are the type you've always liked. And yet, not once have you needed me like you need this gem. Why is that? Hearing Ahin's heartfelt confession, Bibi was a little taken aback. She softly called his name. Bibi thought to herself, asterisk, so that's why. He actually feels it too, how much of a barrier I've put up between us. Asterisk. Asterisk. Ever since I found out Ashen's pheromone is the dominant class, I've been constantly doubting his intentions. Asterisk. Babid stared at Aheen, lost in the thought that he must want something from her. Asterisk, he wants my power. That's the only reason he's being so nice to me. Asterisk. However, Sing. Bib raised her hand, thinking, asterisk, throughout all that doubt, I still chose to trust Aheen. Asterisk. Aheen Bib reached up, wanting to touch his face. Bibby gave a light peck on Aheen's chin and replied, Of course I do. I need you. Aheen was deeply moved by Bibby's incredibly sweet gesture. His eyes sparkled, his heart pounding her name. Asterisk Bibby. Asterisk. Unable to hide his happiness, Aheen pulled Bibby into a tight embrace and said, Do you know this is the first time you've willingly come close to me? With no guard up at all. Bibby's face turned redder than a tomato. She snapped back coldly, What? What are you talking about? Flustered, Bibby tried to run away from Aheen, thinking to herself, asterisk, hey, stop saying such embarrassing things. Aheen leaned in, voicing his question. By the way, Bebby, when are you planning to eat me? Hearing this, Bibi turned back with a confused look, thinking, asterisk, what in the world is he talking about? How could I possibly eat him? Big retorted angrily, Hey, you're talking nonsense again. Same old habits. Unable to stand the suggestive atmosphere, Bibi hastily fled. Thinking, asterisk, gotta get out of here. This is not good, folks. Seeing Beeb run off, Aheen laughed out loud and teased her. Beeb, you look so ugly from behind. Suddenly, Aheen closed in and planted a kiss on Bibi, startling her. Not just one, Aheen peppered several kisses on the back of Bibi's neck. After the kisses, Aheen laughed joyfully while nuzzling against Bibi, causing her to yelp in shock, Ah! Bibi panicked, thinking, asterisk today, this Black Panther, what kind of weird medicine did he take? In the silent night, Bibi's adorable cry for help could be heard. Help me! I'm gonna die. Let me go for a second. Aheen, Mime, save me! The moon hung high in the sky, round and full, shining down on the magnificent, opulent mansion. Inside, little rabbit Bibi, with a backpack on, dragged her exhausted body into the break room. Today was exhausting. I got to stay late at work again. The little rabbit Bibi tiredly flopped onto a soft pillow, thinking, asterisk, Aheen brought me to work with him to avoid running into his grandfather. But still, my own room is the best. Asterisk. Thinking about what happened today, little rabbit Bibi became furious. Asterisk. Why on earth did they ask me to approve documents? Everyone there saw Little Rabbit approving documents and was utterly amazed, praising and applauding her. Wow, what a cool signature. Like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Just thinking about it made Bibi grind her teeth in anger. Asterisk, and it wasn't just one or two documents. I wanted to smack them all a few times to vent my frustration. A crow flew in through the window, startling Bibi Eck. Seeing Quinn land on the floor with a cool pose, cawing, Bibi said angrily, Ash, it's you again. Are you here to torment me today? But today, Bibi had a secret weapon hidden in the backpack on her back. It was a strawberry. But today, I've come prepared with a secret weapon. It's a strawberry. I even asked Mimi about it. The little bird Quinn saw the strawberry, but we tossed the strawberry to Quinn. Quinn excitedly caught it and chomped it down. Bibi said, surprised, You really like strawberries, huh? Quinn, noticing Beeb staring, looked up and gave her a warning glance. Caw! Bibi quickly turned her head and looked elsewhere. Sorry. I get it. I won't look. Bibi and Quinn were standing on the balcony, looking at the moon, when Bibi suddenly asked Quinn, Quinn! Aheen is coming home late today, I think, while gazing at the moon. Bibi suddenly saw the figures of Aheen and Evelyn walking below. Huh? Is that Aheen with Evelyn? But the two of them weren't heading towards the bedroom, which made Bibi very curious. But this isn't the way to the bedroom, is it? Where are they going? Quinn stood there watching Aheen and Evelyn through the balcony railing. Suddenly, Quinn started rubbing one of its legs against Bibi's backside, startling her. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you rubbing your leg on me? You're scaring me. Seeing Quinn's misbehaving leg, Bib tried her best to grab it and push it away. Hey, that's enough! Stop pushing! Go play over there. I said go play over there. While she was holding Quinn's leg, Quinn suddenly took off into the air, carrying Bibi along with it. Bibi screamed in terror. What the hell are you doing? Terrified, Bibi clung to Quinn's leg for dear life. We're actually flying? Quinn flew very high. From here, Bibi could see the entire mansion grounds. Hey, you're really flying, huh? High in the air, Beeb felt dizzy. She was so terrified she was losing her senses. Beeb screamed hopelessly, Quinn! Quinn! Where are we going? Quinn flew to a strange, remote place, but there was a white building that stood out in the dark, deserted forest. It was very creepy, and Bibi was terrified. Where are you taking me in the middle of the night? That place. Where is that? Why does it look so eerie? Bibi looked at Quinn, her face pale, and said, could it be? You're flying to where Ahin is? Don't tell me. You're repaying me for the strawberry? Little rabbit, Bibi sobbed. I'm fine. You don't have to repay me. You're acting like you're Miss Congeniality or something. I'm not curious. Not curious at all. Let me go back right now. Inside the white building, there were iron bars and flames. And there were prisoners locked inside, all of them injured. Ahin was inside looking at the scene, asking Evelyn, are these the last of the illegal drug addicts caught from Endelos? Evelyn replied, yes, sir. The rest died yesterday. Hazan and Evelyn were carefully observing the prisoners' conditions. Evelyn said, it seems the illegal drug was brought into the spirit beast territory by pirates due to its dangerous nature. So it's mostly traded in the slums or used by assassination organizations. Ahin said, that makes sense. Endelos has countless slums. Smuggling drugs in would be a piece of cake. Ivorin continued, common symptoms are euphoria or forced pheromone activation. But occasionally, we've recorded cases of awakening superior pheromones, stronger than normal ones. Ahin stood up and said, awakening, huh? Ahin stood up and called Averin's name. Evelyn. Averin replied respectfully, yes, sir. Please speak. Ahin said, the noble class, regardless of the territory, is always divided by bloodline. Averin replied, that is correct. Ahin looked at him seriously and said, do you think a healing class pheromone could appear in someone born into a regular noble family? Evelyn replied uncertainly, such a high-level ability would be difficult to obtain even for the bloodline of a clan leader. Why do you think that, sir? Ahin fell into deep thought. Thinking of Bibi, he said, Bibi's pheromone is healing class. Ivorin exclaimed in shock, what, sir? Then the little rabbit is a leader's child. As him immediately refuted Evrian's words. No, if that blood flowed in Bibi's veins, she wouldn't have been abandoned at the forest's edge. She would have been eliminated directly. Ahin thought of how Bibi would panic and get scared whenever she saw a scary beast. A beast. It's a beast. Boo-hoo, I don't like it, I don't like it. Hein felt helpless at the memory. From the start, seeing how tiny Bibi is, it's highly unlikely she's a leader's child. Iverin recalled how Bibi had angrily scolded the chef and told Ahin, please forgive me for saying this, sir, but that little rabbit is braver and more majestic than any beast. Just last night, the rabbit gave the chef a thorough scolding. Ahin asked in surprise. Bibi scolded the chef. Evelyn recalled with a chuckle and said, the rabbit got lost and ended up in the kitchen, but coincidentally, the chef was sharpening his kitchen knife at that moment. Perhaps the rabbit thought he was about to butcher her. Hearing this, Ahan sighed with deep regret. So I'm the only one who didn't get to see it again? Ahin crossed his arms, looking around the place, and asked Evelyn, let's just suppose for a moment, what would happen if a young beastman was forced to drink this illegal drug before they could learn to humanize? Evelyn thoughtfully replied, I'm not sure, sir. That's before their pheromones have manifested. There's a high chance it could create a far superior pheromone, a hen said. Exactly. Evelyn. It seems Bibi was exposed to that illegal drug. Evelyn was completely shocked by this revelation. A hen said grimly, which is more likely? A beastman with a healing class pheromone coincidentally being born into a normal, noble family. Or being forced to take illegal drugs from a young age. It's possible Bibi's parents are more cruel than we thought. Ahin stood up. Seeing something scurry by, Ahin asked, "I rat?" Someone in the cell spoke up. "Hey, hey, hey," he said viciously. "I saw it. Let me tell you what that rat is." Hien smiled and said, "Just shut your mouth. You reek." With a menacing face, the man said, "Yeah, I've seen a lot of death, so I know. You're just another short-lived bastard." "Wasn't your father one too?" Ahin chuckled. "I've witnessed a lot of death myself." With that, Ahin snapped his fingers. "Your foul mouth has earned you a death sentence." After Ahin snapped his fingers, the man coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Urka. Looking at the cold, bloody scene, Ahin glared at him and said, "You will suffer a long, drawn-out pain." Ahin turned to leave, warning him one last time, "So watch your mouth." The high moon cast a cold light on the terrifying building. Inside the prison, Evelyn said, "It's getting quite late, sir." Evelyn looked at his watch and said, "Are you heading straight back to your bedroom?" Ahin said yes, but he suddenly stopped. He sniffed his hands, making Evelyn ask, "Lord Ahin? Are you not going, sir?" Ahin replied, "The smell of blood on me is too strong." Evelyn said, "This is your daily work, sir." Ahin said thoughtfully, "That's true, but Ahin was afraid that if he returned, Babir would smell the blood. Asterisk, the smell of blood. EEA, get away." Evelyn smiled brightly. "Could it be? You're concerned about the little rabbit, sir?" "I think it's a small matter." While speaking, Evelyn suddenly fell silent. He saw Hin taking off his outer coat, looking incredibly cool, and the way he loosened his collar was utterly captivating. Evelyn froze in shock. Suddenly, sir, why are you taking off your coat?" Ahin held his coat and said calmly, "This is useless anyway." Suddenly, Ahan's expression changed as he urgently told Evelyn, "Let's go back to your bedroom." Evelyn hesitated, not daring to move. His face went pale with fear upon hearing Ahin wanted to share a room with him. I don't want to." Ahin asked, "Why?" Evelyn kept backing away. I hate bedrooms." Ahin looked at Evelyn without a word, and Evelyn looked back at Ahin with a terrified expression. The atmosphere was so cold and silent you could hear Ahin putting his coat back on. The mansion at night was dazzling under the moonlight. Han returned to his residence and, standing at the door, asked the two guards, "You two, do you smell anything on me?" The two guards were surprised and a little anxious, "Sir." Ahin repeated his question. "I asked if you smell anything on me." The two guards were confused, and one of them spoke up, "If I may be so bold, sir, a scent of fragrance." Han crossed his arms, satisfied. "That'll do." The door opened. The end. Ahin entered his room and suddenly froze. Han locked the door and looked around the room thinking, what's going on? Why isn't the room filled with Bibi's pheromones? Han walked around searching frantically, calling out, "Bib." Smelling Bibi's intensely strong pheromones, Ahan deduced, the only time her pheromones have ever been released like this is when her emotions were extremely agitated. Ahin called out for little rabbit Bubby. "Where are you?" On the floor, Quinn was fast asleep, and Bibi was curled up in a ball under the bed. Bibi sat there, her whole body trembling. Large teardrops fell from her beautiful eyes. Plink, plink, Ahin found Bibi. He lay down on the floor, looked under the bed, and said, "Bibi, are you crying?" Bibi was covering her eyes with her hands, curled up into a tiny ball. Ahin, lying on the floor, said patiently, "Come here to me." Ahin reached his hand in, calling for Bibi. "What's wrong?" "Come here to me. Won't you please? Bibby deliberately ignored a hen, turning her head away to show she didn't want to go to him. A hen remembered his mother's words. Asterisk, the little rabbit will rely on you, but she will never trust you. Asterisk. A hen sadly called her name in vain. Bibby remained under the bed, refusing to come out, and a hen lay right there on the floor, resting his head on his arm. But a hen didn't give up. He looked at Bibby with a gentle smile and said, "When you want to come out, come to me, okay?" Hearing Ahin's words, Bibby turned to look at him, her face stained with tears. Asterisk Ahin. Asterisk. The reel recalled the words Ahin had spoken in the dungeon, so the rat Ahin mentioned was her. Asterisk, it seems a bed was exposed to that illegal drug. Asterisk. Hearing Ahin say that, Vivi thought in terror. Asterisk what? What Ahin said next terrified her even more. Asterisk, which is more likely, a beastman with a healing class pheromone. Asterisk. Asterisk, coincidentally being born into a normal, noble family? Or Bubby being forced to take illegal drugs from a young age? Beavy thought in terror. Asterisk. The words Ahin is saying right now. Asterisk. Asterisk. The reason I have a pheromone that doesn't match my true form is because of an illegal drug. Asterisk. Asterisk. So is that why I still can't humanize? What is this? Does this mean asterisk? Remembering Ahin's other speculation, asterisk, it's possible Bibi's parents are more cruel than we thought. Asterisk. Bibi was utterly terrified, as if struck by lightning. Asterisk. What if my parents forced me to take the drug? Asterisk. Asterisk, and abandoned me when I couldn't humanize? Asterisk. If so, then she thought of her mother, a smiling mother saying, Asterisk Bibi, my beloved daughter, you possess a very special pheromone ability. Asterisk. At this thought, Bibi's tears fell even more heavily. Asterisk, what? What should I do? Bibi looked at a hen, and her tears flowed even faster. Bibi started walking towards a hen, calling his name in her mind. Asterisk a hen. A hen. Why do you always find me when I'm in such distress? Bib reached out and touched Ahin's hand. Asterisk Ahin, why do you always wait so patiently for me? Bibby crawled out and stood before Ha, her face still wet with tears. Asterisk, someone abandoned by her own parents like me, even in this pathetic state. Asterisk. Bibby looked at the peacefully sleeping Ahin and thought sadly, asterisk, if one day I suddenly disappear, will you be the only person in this world to look for me? Can I rely on you? Ahin was asleep, and Bibby continued to cry sorrowfully. Poor little Bibby, asterisk, can I count on you even just a little more? Is that okay? Asterisk Bibby went and nuzzled her face against Ahin's chest. She lay down peacefully and closed her eyes to sleep, but a few tears still lingered on her face. It turned out Ahin had been pretending to be asleep all along. He cracked one eye open to look at Bibby. Looking at the adorable little rabbit in his arms, he smiled happily. Han used his hand to pull the little bubby closer to him. He curled up, hugging the beat to keep her warm. Asterisk, let's see, after my parents gave me the illegal drug, they abandoned me because I couldn't humanize. Asterisk. Bibby's face was worried. Asterisk, what should I do? My parents clearly thought I was dead. Asterisk. Asterisk, wouldn't it be more comfortable for everyone if I just pretended not to know this truth and buried it forever? Asterisk, but if I live like this without knowing the truth for the rest of my life, what about my humanization problem? Asterisk, I'll never find the answer. Asterisk, Babid's face was full of contemplation. Asterisk, that's right, I have to face the truth bravely. Asterisk. Asterisk first. I have to meet my parents and find out the truth of the matter. Asterisk, she thought to herself. Asterisk, I'll prioritize what I can do. Asterisk. Inside a coat pocket, something suddenly bulged. A servant and another person stood nearby. Hey, doesn't that coat pocket look unusually bulged? The other servant replied in surprise. Oh, you're right. Put a handkerchief in front of it. Suddenly, someone walked up with a clatter. Then, a servant saw him and said, "Ah, Lord Ahin." Ahin looked at the two servants and asked, "What is it?" They replied, "Ah, well." From the coat pocket, a rabbit ear suddenly perked up. Asterisk, humph, there's no hiding now. If that's the case, asterisk. Bibi, in her rabbit form, popped her head out of the pocket. She took a deep breath. Asterisk, the only thing left is to show myself. Asterisk. Had looked at her, bewildered. Bibi? Bibi looked at him as he was talking. Asterisk, the rabbit clan leader's birthday party is coming up soon. Asterisk, she thought. Ahin, you're planning to go to the rabbit territory, right? I heard you talking to Evelyn, you know. Bibi, carrying a large bag on her back, leaned out. I'm all ready to go. Take me with you. Ahin looked at her, speechless. In a brightly lit room, Ahin suddenly lifted her and placed her on the floor. Hey! Bibi looked up and waved her paws. Hey, hey! I said take me with you. Ahin suddenly turned to leave, saying, let's go. But Biz suddenly did a handstand. Asterisk, if I do this, look at me, Ahin. I'm doing a handstand. Cool, right? It's my outstanding talent. Bibi writhed on the floor. Asterisk, he's not even looking at me? Ash, come on, my good man. Asterisk, there's a lonely, weak rabbit fainting all over the place here. Asterisk, Ahin still paid her no mind. Bibi lay on the floor with her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Asterisk, humph, king of stubbornness. She ran over and pulled on Evelyn's pants leg. Look at me! Evelyn, you'll find a way to help me, right? Evelyn looked down, picked Bibi up with a smile, and said, Egu, little rabbit. If that's the case, later on, you can sneak into my bag. Suddenly, Ahan called out, Evelyn! Averon's face suddenly turned cold as he said, pleading is useless. Please let me go, little rabbit. Bibi was shocked. Asterisk, what the? Everyone turned away, ignoring her completely. Asterisk, these people, hello? Anyone? Bibi looked at everyone in shock. She thought, asterisk, you guys are being too much. How could you treat me like this today? Ahin suddenly looked at her in surprise. Evelyn also said, Egu, look at her. Bibi ran as fast as she could to block the door. Ahin looked at her with a cold gaze and said, Move, Bibi. Bibi looked at him, a little scared. Oh no, I won't. He suddenly knelt down and poked her head. I told you to move. Bibi remained resolute. I won't. What are you going to do about it? Bibi clung tightly to Ahin's hand. Don't do this to me, Ahin. She held his hand tightly, putting on an innocent and cute face. Let's go together, okay? Ahin remained resolute and cold. He pushed her aside, sending her tumbling. No, Bibi was in a world of pain. Ah! Ahin suddenly commanded, open the door. Though in pain, Bib suddenly rushed forward. Wait! I haven't given up yet! She stood blocking the doorway, her face full of determination. A servant ran over, worriedly. Little rabbit, please move aside. Ahin covered his face in frustration. Asterisk, honestly. Asterisk, he thought, his face exuding coldness. Asterisk, this is getting out of hand. Asterisk. Bibi looked at him with a frightened expression. She ran in front of him, but Ahin kept dodging her. Bibi chased Ahin around in circles. Ahin! Ahin! Just look at me for a second. Please, please. Athen looked at her with exasperation, but Bibi still stood in front of him. Athen, just look at me for a tiny second. Bibi gradually approached him. I have nowhere else to run now. Her face was full of effort. So, now you have a responsibility to obediently escort this Ms. Bibi along with you. The servants behind him were moved by her cuteness. Ah, she's so cute I could die. I'm about to get a nosebleed. Ahin stood there, covering his mouth, looking embarrassed. He lifted her up and said, Bibi, why are you clinging to me so much today when you've never cared where I go or what I do before? This is strange. Ahin smiled gently, nuzzling her against his face. He continued, Bibi, how about I don't go? You don't want me to go, right? Bibi's face flushed. Asterisk, I only overdid it a little. Asterisk. Asterisk, and this guy's playing along to the extreme. What a cunning beast. Asterisk. Bibi suddenly nodded shyly. Ah, who said not to go? I meant we should go together. Asterisk, but maybe this is the answer. Edhin wants to hear asterisk. Asterisk might as well just answer to please him. Asterisk. Ahin looked at her and smiled. He said, Evelyn, hold this. Evelyn looked at him in surprise, saying blankly, Yes, sir. Then a hen dashed away like lightning. Evelyn was startled. Wait a minute. Lord Ahin, if you're taking the carriage now, I'll assist you. He rushed out of the room. Everyone fell silent. Bibi's face was bewildered. Asterisk, what the hell just happened? He's not going to take me with him? Evelyn shook his head seriously. It's a shame, but Lord Han never intended to bring the little rabbit along from the start. Not since she started packing her bags last night. Bibi flushed with anger. What? You two ganged up on me. I had no idea, and I even pulled out all my talents to perform for you. Hey, you damn beast! I told you to take me with you. Outside, Ahin was kneeling in front of the door, covering his face, dejected. I'm gonna die. His face was flushed. He thought to himself, asterisk, I didn't expect Bibi to be so clingy. Asterisk. He suddenly turned to look at the two soldiers and said coldly, What are you looking at? They were startled and immediately looked away. Ahin walked away with a confident stride. He smiled as leaves danced in the wind. A carriage pulled up. Evelyn, sitting in the carriage, said seriously, Lord Ahin. Ahin was grinning as he looked outside. You can't seem to control the corners of your mouth, sir. Evelyn continued, if you're going to be so giddy like you're walking on clouds, you might as well have brought the little rabbit along. Ashen looked at him. Who said anything about walking on clouds? Evelyn smiled. Who else could it be? Ahin dazedly raised his hand to cover his face, thinking, asterisk, I can't believe Bibi is that attached to me. If I'd known, I would have been a little more cold and distant with her a few days ago. Asterisk. Evelyn showed a helpless expression. He said, Why was the little rabbit so insistent on following you, sir? The little rabbit clearly knew about our schedule regarding the rabbit clan's territory. My lord? I'm not used to seeing that expression on your face. Ahin looked up. He thought about Beeve. Asterisk, maybe she's homesick. Or maybe it's for another reason. Asterisk. He continued, It's hard to read Babid's mind. Her expressions don't give anything away. I don't even know why she was crying. Ahin suddenly sighed. Evelyn, I never expected to find someone whose thoughts are even harder to read than yours. Evelyn fumbled in his coat pocket. I don't know if this is rude to say, sir. He stuffed a plush rabbit into Ahin's coat pocket. Evelyn smiled gently, but I don't want Lord Ahin to say such things to me. Your coat pocket looked empty, so I put this in it. Ahin's expression was serious, quiet. Evelyn replied, Yes, sir. The carriage clattered along the road. Ahin sat properly, looking outside, while Evelyn stood beside him, gagged and unable to speak. Ahin thought, asterisk, not bringing Bibi along today was the right choice. Asterisk. Asterisk, if I take Babid outside, I'll have to be wary of dangers like sudden assassin attacks. Asterisk. Asterisk. But right now, Biva's state is unstable because of her pheromones. Asterisk. Asterisk, although grandfather is at the mansion, my mother will keep a close eye on him. Asterisk. Asterisk? No, actually it might just be because I don't like the idea of taking Bibi to the rabbit territory at all. I'm afraid she'll miss her home and disappear from my sight without a trace. Asterisk. Ahin thought for a long time and then sighed. I'm really in deep, aren't I? The horses clip-clopped down the road. At the palace, the maid Mime ran frantically, shouting, Little rabbit! Bibi rode on the backs of two panthers speeding away. Sorry, Mime. Let's go, she shouted, riding on the panther's back and thinking. The two panthers charged forward. Just charge straight for the main gate, the soldiers suddenly yelled. All units on my command! Block the main gate, now! A line of men blocked the gate. Mime ran as fast as she could. Bib was suddenly startled. She turned to look behind her. No way! They're even defending from the sky? An eagle swooped down from nowhere and snatched her off the panther's back. She was shocked. You've got to be kidding me. Bibby looked helpless. Asterisk, oof, of course it wouldn't be this easy. She thought of a hen. Asterisk, he really is a beast, dedicated to his craft. Asterisk, she continued, I hate this. I really, really hate this. Mime looked up at the sky and said, Now, Quinn, put the little rabbit down. The eagle spread its wings. It swayed, looking tired. Bibby was stunned. Hey! The eagle flew on without a word. She was suddenly surprised. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Hey. The eagle suddenly started to fall. Bibi panicked. Whoa, 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 ah! We're gonna crash! Suddenly, a hand caught both the eagle and Bibli. Asterisk, tesk, asterisk, a man walked up. Still the same one-of-a-kind appearance, I see. Bibby looked up, thinking. Asterisk, grandfather. Asterisk. Lord Lillian handed the eagle back to Mime. Seeing him, she said, Greetings, Lord Lillian. He replied, Everyone, stand down. I have no intention of harming it. Mime and the two soldiers beside her hesitated and glanced at each other. Lillian suddenly said, Humph, how rude. I clearly ordered you all to stand down. Mimi continued, My apologies, Lord Lillian. He raised his hand and said, This must be a hen's order, right? Well then, let's see. With a sudden snap, Mimi and the two men stumbled and fell to the ground. He continued, For your loyalty in following your master's orders, I will be merciful. He held Bibi in his hand. She thought, Asterisk, my God, is he using his pheromones now? Why can't I feel anything? How precise must his aim be? Lillian said with a serious face, Not bad. My grandson knows how to pick useful guards. Mime trembled, looking at him. Ah, Bibi was startled. Mime! Mime said, I'm all right, little rabbit. I was just overwhelmed by his aura for a moment. Lillian suddenly spoke again. Wouldn't it have been better if you all had just obediently rested? Bibi suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. You can't do that, sir! Lillian held Bibi in his hand and shook her gently. He looked at her and said, Oh my, you're braver than I imagined. Do you want to have a pheromone battle with this old man again? Zervi said resolutely, No, not at all, sir. That's not what I meant. He continued, Thanks to you, this old man had the best sleep he's had in a long time. However, it wasn't just a deep sleep. You understood my words and knew how to use your pheromones. Are you from the rabbit clan? Bibi looked up. Yes. Lillian looked at her intently. He said, You may go. Then he placed Bibi on the saddle on the panther's back. At the speed of a black panther, you should be able to catch up to my grandson before he passes through the lower territory. Lillian watched intently. Perhaps my grandson needs you every second of every minute. Bibi looked at him, surprised. Her eyes seemed to grow more determined. The panther suddenly shot off. I'm leaving now, sir. Hien's mother and grandfather sat drinking tea together. A bird chirped along with the sound of fluttering wings. Ahin's mother turned to ask Lillian, Father, why is Afin's messenger bird back? Afin's grandfather sipped his tea and said, If I let it go, it might snatch that rabbit and bring it back, so I've locked it up for a bit. Lillian waved his hand, signaling a servant to take the bird away. Tisk, I wonder if it's like master, like servant. It's so noisy. Take the birdcage as far away as possible, Ahin's mother said, bewildered. Father, don't tell me. Lillian replied to his daughter, Don't worry. I haven't touched a single hair on that rabbit, just as you wished. I just want to see that boy Lahan get hoppin' mad, you hear? Ahin's mother said. It seems you're very concerned about the little rabbit being treated roughly, aren't you? Well, that's understandable. Seeing such a small and adorable creature, what father wouldn't feel guilty? Ahin's grandfather reaffirmed to Ahin's mother. I just want that boy Ahin to throw a fit, you hear? Ahin's mother smiled. In any case, for him to leave the little rabbit behind, he must have his reasons. Even if the little rabbit safely catches up to him, I'm still worried about Ahin's reaction. I must send him a letter. She turned to the servant, Mime. Do you have something to write with? Mime held out a roll of paper. Right now I only have this paper for second drafts, my lady. Let me go to the main house and bring back the specialized parchment for you. Ahin's mother took the paper, turning it over and over, and told Mime, no need, this will do. She looked at the paper and thought, asterisk paper for the little rabbit to write on. She already knows. If I send this along, my son will be overjoyed. Asterisk. After Ahin's mother finished writing, she beckoned to the bird. Hinla? The bird shook its head in response. Lillian said, I've been meaning to ask for a long time. Must you insist on using this shabby bird as a messenger? She replied to her father. It may look like this, but it has never made a mistake, father. The bird took the letter and flew off. Athen's mother reminded it, you can take your time, you know? It seems Athen's mother is walking in the forest. But Bara is coming along too? This is a bit dangerous, I think. Why? Ahen's mother explained that Bara is a black panther that only submits to a power greater than its own. So, with the little rabbit who hasn't shown her true strength yet, it won't acknowledge her as superior. She continued, it's possible that the moment they step out of the mansion, it will threaten the little rabbit. Bara approached the little rabbit and a hen. Asterisk, the little rabbit lay on a hen's back, thinking, asterisk, Bara is targeting me. Why does it have to be now? Asterisk. You think this is your chance to take me out and steal a hen for yourself? This guy. Asterisk. Bara and a hen lunged at each other, causing the little rabbit to go tumbling. She face-planted on the ground. Ouch! Ack! In pain, she thought, asterisk, what do I do? If I let them fight like this, they could both get seriously injured. I have to stop them. Asterisk. The little rabbit watched them fight. Asterisk, but how? The beast repellent I brought is in a hen's backpack. The little rabbit quickly stood up, spread her arms and legs wide, and closed her eyes. Asterisk, no other choice. I have to use my pheromones now. Suddenly there was a rustling sound, and a familiar voice spoke up. I think you have to draw a bow, aim at the target, and then you release your pheromones. The little rabbit turned around. Asterisk, that voice. Asterisk. Rune Manhwa. She saw the scratch on his face and asked, asterisk, how did his face get like that? Asterisk Rune quickly covered the scratch and smiled, saying, this? I was supposed to go to the rabbit territory on behalf of the leader, but I was dawdling, so my older sister gave me a little physical encouragement. Rune looked at the little rabbit and continued, compared to that. In this fight, although that black panther over there has the upper hand, I don't think things will end well. The little rabbit froze for a moment and quickly said, right, I have to stop them first. Hey guys, take it easy. The little rabbit asked, how should I do it? Right, like shooting a bow. The little rabbit squinted and aimed her paws. Rune couldn't help but snort. What I meant was, you should make a gesture, something like that. I didn't mean for you to actually draw a bow. Rune, even more exasperated, covered his face and slumped over. The little rabbit froze, hearing Rune's words. Asterisk, this crazy guy. Asterisk. The little rabbit glared at Rune angrily. He quickly tried to appease her. Well, looking closely, you actually look super cool. Rune cheered for the little rabbit. You can do it. Horo, you've got this. The little rabbit was still angry. Asterisk, you should have explained it properly from the start. Asterisk. The little rabbit looked around, thinking of a way to aim her pheromones at a specific target. She remembered Ahin's grandfather. Asterisk, come to think of it, he took down a whole crowd with just a snap of his fingers. Asterisk. The little rabbit decided to copy him. If that's the case, then I'll also asterisk snap dot asterisk. Both of them looked bewildered. Now's the time. The two wolves were fighting, when suddenly they stopped, falling silent. Rune and the rabbit looked at each other. Rune said, I thought it'd be more. The little rabbit was surprised. Why didn't it work? Suddenly, Bera charged towards them. Asterisk thump. Thump. Asterisk Rune watched the wolf and said, that wasn't as stimulating as I'd hoped. And why did you clap? If anything, it seems to have attracted the beast. Look, it's running over here like it's lost its mind. The little rabbit looked at Rune and yelled, You told me to use a pose, didn't you? Pulling off a move with my bare paws like that is pretty good, you know? Rune continued, Look ahead, it's charging. The little rabbit trembled in fear. No, don't come over here. I told you not to come. Just as Bara was about to attack, the little rabbit's power erupted. Rune was shocked. The little rabbit also froze. Huh? Bara collapsed onto the ground. The little rabbit stared blankly. Huh? It's asleep? Rune said to the rabbit, surprised. You've been through a lot. Hey, you unleashed your power really fast. But where are you going? And what's with this one-eyed black panther you just knocked out? Rune continued. Don't tell me. A hen gray is chasing you. The little rabbit looked up. Wait, what? Rune quickly smiled. But what now? He just went around the north gate a while ago. Because he absolutely hates being with us. The little rabbit's jaw dropped when she heard that. What? Then where is this? Rune replied, as far as I know, this is the south gate. The little rabbit was even more bewildered and confused. Rune smiled. Our destinations seem to be the same. Want me to give you a ride? On the street, a stately carriage was moving along. The carriage made a clattering sound. Rune Manheen sat inside, swaying with the carriage's movements. He sighed and complained. Do rabbit beastmen really like cooking? Although the little pink rabbit was in the palm of Rune's hand, he couldn't fight off his sleepiness, yawning constantly. Bib looked at Rune judgmentally. Asterisk, what a weird question. If you meet a lion, you don't just get eaten. Asterisk. Rune picked up a piece of cake and ate it, saying, I really like meat. Beef jerky is the best snack. Rune poked his head out the carriage window and said, But the herbivore territory is so peaceful. Captain Valance said he found Gray over there. So, didn't you used to live here too? Rune's mouth was still chewing as he said, You weren't kidnapped, were you? Anyway, if you're with a stranger, if you feel threatened, try wagging your tail. Hearing this, Bibby turned purple with anger. She thought, asterisk, how can he ask so casually and simply? He has no sincerity at all. Asterisk. Bibby glanced at the guy who was still shamelessly yawning and thought, asterisk. Well, he is a shut-in after all. Asterisk. During the whole trip, his eyes only lit up when he was buying beef jerky. However, he kept asking about whatever he was curious about. There's no need to get stressed out over annoying people like this. As Rune's mouth was still chomping on a piece of beef jerky, someone called out, Lord Rune. Hearing the call, Rune turned his head and saw Arsen's grim face. Arsen looked at the result before him and thought, asterisk this. No matter how much makeup we put on it, it can't look like a pet. Asterisk. Arsen judged, just look at the shape of this black panther. Anyone can tell it's a wild predator. Looking at the unsatisfactory result, Arsen exclaimed, We absolutely cannot get through the gate. This was impossible from the start. The black panther, Ahan, looked at him blankly. In the carriage, Arsen, on the verge of tears, protested, No! My baby may look a bit battle-hardened, but how can you call it a wild beast? Why would you say something so harsh? Arsen protested with his whole body. No way! Who says it's not possible? Rune let out a TSK. A moment ago, you weren't sleeping, but ran out of the carriage, scaring me out of my wits. Now you want me to believe a black panther the size of a house looks like a kitten? Why are you giving me such a challenge? Why? Rune tapped the beef jerky on Bibi's ear, making the little rabbit's ear hurt. He said, There's nothing to be done. If we want to enter the leader's mansion, we have no choice but to claim he's a pet. Rune said casually, "Didn't you bring a predator to my family's place before?" Arson was truly enraged by Rune's words. He retorted, "That was a cute ferret." Rutherford said, "This panther is sometimes cute." Arson yelled in his face, "If it's a black panther, will its teeth fall out? Because I'm already night blind. You look at this skeleton and still call it cute?" Amidst the two's bickering, Rune looked at the rabbit in his hand. It was getting angry, gesturing something with its paws. That's right. Bibi looked at the panther and waved her paws at it. Asterisk, "It's no use, Aheen. Show everyone your skeleton." Receiving the signal. The black panther Ahin immediately transformed, causing the carriage to tilt. And so, a carriage swayed down the road, emitting sounds of ah. Passers-by had to turn their heads, wondering what was going on. Evening. In the palace, the scratching sound of a pen at work could be heard. Evelyn called out, "Lord Ahin!" He said, "You're waiting for the warbird, aren't you? Even though you know you won't receive any letters." Ahan's face fell as he uttered two indifferent words. "So what?" Ruth asked again. "Aren't you looking out the window every minute?" Hyen shot a glare at Ruth. Ruth thought about what Ahin had said to the little rabbit. Asterisk, "You must write a letter every day." Asterisk. Asterisk, "Are you still listening?" Asterisk Bibi had casually continued eating her food. Ruth assessed. Asterisk, "He's clearly waiting for a letter from the little rabbit." But she seemed to be only half listening. Asterisk. Asterisk, "The letter you're hoping for will probably be hard to get." Asterisk. Ruth smiled and said, "If a letter comes, I'll receive it for you. So please go get ready for bed." Ahin said, "I don't like sleeping alone." Ruth generously offered, "Then I'll sing you a lullaby like I used to." And with that, Ruth started singing immediately. Ahin said dejectedly, "You're tone deaf." Thinking about the times Ruth had sung him to sleep made Ahin annoyed. Ruth puffed his cheeks and widened his eyes, saying defensively, "That's unfair. Sometimes I sing well." Han ignored him and said, "Is that so? Then go sing for Bibi next time." Then Ashin rested his chin on his hand and thought, asterisk for the past few months. I've slept with Bibi and been healed by her pheromones, asterisk. Asterisk tonight will probably be tough, but it's fine, asterisk. The night grew deeper. Suddenly Ruth let out an ahem. A flapping sound came from the window. Ruth thought asterisk. Well, it seems the little rabbit won't disappoint Ahin after all. Asterisk. Ruth exclaimed, Hinla? Quinn? Name mix-up in original. Likely Hinla. Ahin said, it's delivering a letter from my mother. The letter was handed to Ahin, but inside the paper were 2 words from a certain little rabbit. You psycho. Ahin could only let out a bitter smile. Behind him, Ruth was trying extremely hard to hold back his laughter. Ahin said, is this her indirect way of asking to be eaten? Ruth, who had been snickering this whole time, said the wait was worth it. Isn't this a useful letter that allows you to reflect on yourself? Ruth thought to himself, asterisk, haha, that little rabbit is really something, asterisk. Ahin shot a sidelong glance at Ruth, growling, shut up. Ruth zipped his lips and said, yes, sir. Ahin started writing a reply. He said, if she says that, then I have to meet her expectations, right? Then he gave the letter to Hinla, who took it and flew into the air. Heen's lips had been curled up since he received the letter. He said, let me show you what a real psycho is like. Elsewhere, Beeb suddenly shivered. Rune was confused, huh? Why are you suddenly shivering? Are you cold? Should I put a blanket on you? Bidby thought, asterisk, that's weird. I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. Asterisk. The carriage continued to clatter along before stopping in front of a gate. The guards at the gate raised their hands in salute and said, it is an honor to meet a member of the Menon family. We need to confirm your identity and invitation for security reasons. Please cooperate. The carriage door opened with a long creak. The 2 guards saw the person in front of them and froze, their faces blank. This is... Before them were two incredibly beautiful, dazzling people. Arson smiled awkwardly. You've all worked hard. Bibi, in Rune's pocket, perked up her ears to listen, letting out a weary sigh at the situation. That guy Rune was still chewing on the same piece of beef jerky. Bibi looked at him with disdain. Asterisk, would it kill you to take the beef jerky out of your mouth? You've already made a bad impression. Asterisk. Seeing this scene, the guard's face went pale as he stammered, Gee, greetings, Lord Rune Manheen. Why have you come here? And what is that Black Panther? Rune acted like the Black Panther was his adorable pet, saying, please understand. It's like my own child to me, so we can't be apart for long. Arson played along. Hey, Black Panther, say hello. Hearing this, the Black Panther raised its paw in a formal greeting. The guards, seeing this, naturally raised their hands in salute as well. Arson said, As you can see, it's very gentle and polite. A voice cut him off. Please wait a moment. Excuse me, but we must first report to our superiors about the presence of a predator. Hearing this, Arson was startled. His face went pale as he said, If we enter the residence, I will chain it with an iron leash. If there are any other objections, please write them down and present them directly to the master of the Menon family. The two guards froze on the spot, raising their hands in acceptance. The carriage proceeded inside just like that. The two guards lamented, but they didn't say we could let a wild beast in. The evening grew darker. In a room that was still brightly lit, Bib stretched one arm, then the other. Stretching her other arm made a rustling sound. Rune, lying on the sofa, turned to look at her and asked, Are you exercising under the moonlight? Bibi glared at him, waving her paw as if to say, Asterisk, can't you tell just by looking? This is such a serious posture. And that's all you see? Asterisk, this is training on how to target my pheromones. Asterisk Rune yawned and said, Don't stare at me like that. Anyway, it's late. I'll send you to grade tomorrow morning, so just hang out with me today. Babil saw Rune turn over and lie on his back on the sofa, which made her think, Asterisk, this is so annoying. I'd rather share a sofa with a hen. Asterisk, asterisk. Every time he treats me like a person, it feels so strange. Asterisk. Then the person lying on the sofa let out a sound. Rune said, Even so, by the time we got here, Gray's scent was already gone. It's faded a bit, so it's fine. My nose seems to have lost its sense of smell. Hearing this, Bebby panicked. Asterisk, why does he say it's so scary? Your nose can't smell? Then Bibby tried sniffing with her own nose. Asterisk, it's true. I can barely smell anyone's scent. Asterisk. A jolt went through her head. Asterisk. If that's the case, then Hien's pheromones aren't masking my scent anymore, are they? Bibby's face went pale. Asterisk. My own pheromones will be completely exposed. Asterisk. This thought made Bibi freeze, her mind going blank. She asked, Asterisk, why? It used to last at least a few days before. Asterisk. Asterisk. What do I do now? Asterisk carefully glanced at Rune. Asterisk. Could he have noticed already? Seeing Bibi anxiously fidgeting, Rune turned to look at her and said, I thought you'd relaxed a little, but you're back on guard again, huh? Rune suddenly exclaimed, Oh man! I'm so sad I don't want to do anything. Looking at Rune's attitude, Beeb judged, Asterisk, look at him, look at him. He seems like he's not thinking about anything, but he's sharp about the weirdest things. Asterisk. Rune lamented, because of you, little rabbit, I've lost my will to live, but Beavy was at a loss with him. Her face showed her disgust. Asterisk, you never had it in the first place. You just yawn and roll around all day. Asterisk, Rune saw Beeb jump down and said, back in Endlos I was once dragged away by the police because of my suspiciously unfocused eyes. Babir was surprised. Asterisk, so that's when it was. Is that why you couldn't follow me? Rune said pitifully, I really did from the very beginning. I told them that's just how my eyes are. Then suddenly, getting to this point, Rune became angry and embarrassed, covering his face and muttering, No, Why am I suddenly saying this? I'm so embarrassed. Let's talk about something else. I have a cruel older sister. Bibi was quite surprised by Rune's reaction. Asterisk, this kind of reaction is pretty new. Asterisk. Rune continued to ramble. Strangely, I got lost in it. Is my nose like that? What is this? I'm going crazy. Gray was always captivated by my scent. Is that the reason? Rune put his hands on his face and mumbled, "Pheromones, sleeping pills." Bib was suddenly startled. Rune seemed to be exuding a fragrance as he lay on the sofa saying, "It's like being on drugs. Look at this scent wafting out." Bibby panicked. Asterisk, what is this? Could it be Rune's pheromones? Why suddenly pheromones? Asterisk, it turns out my pheromones seeped in, so his are reacting in return. Asterisk. Bibi suddenly clutched her head. Asterisk, oh no, this is bad. If it's Rune's pheromones, the lion lineage, I'll turn into a human. What should I do? What do I do? Bibi was startled to see a hen. He said, "Bibi, if you get the feeling you're about to become human, give me a signal. A jump or something will do." As if possessed, Bibi suddenly started spinning in circles, waving her limbs around. Bibi joyfully cried out, "Please, look at me now." On a dirt path in the forest, Vivi Ravian was running for her life with all her might. It was a grueling and tense moment. Vivi Ravian ran without daring to look back. Running to a dead end, she found herself before a cliff where one misstep could be fatal, and behind her, the chimera was in hot pursuit. Vivi Ravian chose to stop and face the chimera head-on. Facing the three-headed chimera, Vivi Ravian didn't hesitate to draw her sword. Holding the sword with both hands, she declared resolutely, "I will absolutely not back down. Come at me, monster." Vivi Ravian fought fiercely against the chimera. Stomping the ground, she rode the wind and charged towards the beast. In the living room, Vivi Ravian was recounting her battle with the chimera to 4 children. The kids, completely captivated, asked in unison, "And then? What happened next? What happened next, ma'am?" Vivi Ravian enthusiastically told her story, petting the Black Panther as the 4 children listened intently. Vivi Ravian said, "After that fierce battle, my armor was completely destroyed, thanks to the help of my guard. I managed to collapse here." The youngest child asked curiously, "Your guard, is that the Black Panther?" Vivi Ravian's face turned serious as she looked at the Black Panther and said excitedly, "You bet it is. Aheen, say hello to everyone." The Black Panther quickly raised its front paw to its head, looking at the children in bewilderment. When the kids saw the panther greet them, they were delighted and said in unison, "So cool." Inside the mind of the great, this line seems incomplete. In the living room, a little girl cupped her face, her eyes sparkling, and looked at Vivi Ravian, asking, "Oh, brave hero, did you really defeat the chimera?" Vivi Ravian, with a rabbit's face, silently thought, "Why are they calling me a hero?" Then Vivi Ravian raised her hand and made a throat-slitting gesture, saying, "Of course, even a 3-headed chimera goes down in 1 hit from me." One child asked, "You mean it died?" Vivi Ravian laughed and said, "That's exactly right, kid." Vivi Ravian pointed to a golden collar, simple in design yet very elegant. In the center was a small, rhombus-shaped amethyst. She said, "Anyway, at the last moment, the chimera coughed up this necklace. This is an incredibly precious treasure that any hero would want to have." After saying this, Vivi Ravian shrugged proudly before the admiring gazes of the 4 kids. They all let out a loud, "What?" "You're a real hero," one said. Another added, "That's insanely cool." Yet another asked, "So the legend of the chimera is real?" Vivi Ravian just laughed heartily. Suddenly, she leaned down, put a finger to her lips to signal the children to keep it a secret, and whispered, Right now, I'm on a secret mission in this territory. So, you guys must absolutely not reveal this to anyone." Hearing this, the children panicked and quickly covered their mouths. The children lowered their voices and whispered to each other, "You guys, be careful what you say. I won't say a word." This is a big deal. The hero's secret. Vivi Ravian sighed inaudibly, feeling lucky that the kids totally bought her story. Then she guessed Ahin must have dragged me here while I was unconscious. He even prepared clothes for me. Ahin is so smart. Vivi Ravian stood up, stretching wearily, and thought to herself also, these kids must be the sons and daughters of noble families invited from various territories. Then Vivi Ravian walked over to the window and peeked outside, wondering, what time is it? Suddenly her eyes locked onto something. Ravian's gaze fell upon a carriage parked outside the gate, and she lit up. Ah, that carriage. From the carriage, Ahin Gray stepped down. Inside, Vivi Ravian saw Ahin Gray and was overjoyed. Ahin! Ahin's here! I should go say hello. But then she stopped. I can't. What if I run into someone from the Gianna family? I don't know how they'd treat me either. Vivi Ravian kept watching Ahin Gray intently. I don't want Ahin to see me at all. Ahin Gray casually glanced over in her direction. In the carriage, he saw Ahin Gray was also looking up at her. Their eyes met, causing Vivi Ravian to blush and duck down in a panic. She wondered, does that beastman have eyes on top of his head or something? He's way too sharp. Seeing Vivi Ravian, who was just standing there, suddenly disappear, Ahin Gray tilted his head in confusion. Viv Ravian! Crouched below the window, covering her mouth and holding her breath. A worried thought popped into her head. What do I do now? Russell saw Vivi Ravian sitting anxiously by the window and approached her. He noticed a scratch on her hand. He came closer and said, a wound. Hearing Russell, Vivi Ravian looked up and asked, what? Just then, the other 3 children arrived, having been held back by Russell. One child exclaimed, oh my gosh, isn't that the wound you got from fighting the Chimera? Russell's mom is a famous physician. Why don't we have her take a look at it for you? Vivi Ravian tilted her head in confusion and looked at her hand, wondering, when did I get hurt? While Vivi Ravian was still bewildered, Russell reached out and took her hand. He pulled her along, saying, let's go! Completely clueless, Vivi Ravian stammered, huh? In the main hall, Ahin Gray and Ruth Evelyn were walking through. They stopped when they saw Jules Mannion pacing around anxiously. Jules Mannion was filled with worry. He thought, damn it, the little bunny has disappeared, and that weird black panther vanished with her. I thought I'd be able to track her right away. Suddenly, Jules Mannion saw Ruth Evelyn and Ahin Gray looking at him and panicked. Ruth Evelyn looked at Jules Mannion and thought, so Sir Jules is here. Ahin Gray, with one hand in his pocket, raised an eyebrow. He looked at Jules Mannion, thinking, that punk is here. Jules Mannion worried. Could the 2 of them have already met? Then he glanced at Ahin Gray's pocket and saw it was empty. Jules Mannion was surprised. What's this? That punk's pocket is completely empty. Then, as if reassured, he thought, if that's the case, he probably doesn't know the bunny is here yet. Ahin Gray glared at Jules Mannion angrily. Then he reached for his sword. Seeing this, Ruth Evelyn immediately reminded him, Lord Ahin, we are in another's territory. Please, show some restraint. Ahin Gray, full of killing intent, said, I'm already annoyed enough that my pocket is empty. Ruth Evelyn said, what does that have to do with you drawing your sword? Ahin Gray, still angry, said, this guy's filthy gaze is glued to my pocket. Hearing this, Jules Mannion froze on the spot, stammering, what did you say? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jules Mannion shook his head and waved his hands in panic. It's a misunderstanding. What I meant was, the little bunny is missing. This hot-headed panther. Then Jules Mannion quickly tried to explain, hey, it's not what you think. Jules Mannion was dumbfounded, huh? When the 2 of them suddenly looked elsewhere. In a corner, 3 children looked up at Ahin Gray and Ruth Evelyn, whispering among themselves, real fangs. They're so big, for real. The girl with the blue bow said, it seems they're from the Black Panther and Lion tribes. The blue-haired girl said, just like the hero said, The hero said all Black Panthers are super aggressive. Why are they? Hearing this, Ruth Evelyn leaned forward and looked at the child. Why are we what? The braided girl with the blue bow turned to look at Jules Mannion and said, first of all, what she said about lions being really lazy seems to be true. And look, that lion's gaze is super suspicious. Jules Mannion thought to himself, huh? What's wrong with my gaze? All three of them wondered who this hero the children were talking about was, and Gray's eyes shot like lightning towards Jules Mannion as he said, see? Your gaze is very suspicious. Jules Mannion retorted defensively, well, I heard someone is supposed to be super aggressive. Hearing that, Ahan Gray opened his mouth and let out a soft grrr, baring his two fangs, which sent the kids scrambling for their lives. They yelled to each other, run, run, quick. Ruth Evelyn, standing beside him, said, this is exactly why kids think Black Panthers are so aggressive. Ahan Gray turned and cut Ruth Evelyn off. If I did that, Bubby would play dead first. Ruth Evelyn nonchalantly replied, she only does that to make people lower their guard before launching a devastating kick. Is that the bunny's habitual strategy? Jules Mannion suddenly remembered, that's right, the bunny. Could it be? As if he'd figured it out, Jules Mannion took off running. Ahan Gray watched Jules Mannion run off so quickly and said, so suspicious. Ruth Evelyn asked, are you talking about Sir Jules's gaze? Ahan Gray replied, no, his movements are too sharp. Ruth Evelyn replied, that's true. He's not usually that type of person. A moment ago, while pacing, he kept staring at your pocket, Lord Ahan. Could it be he's looking for the bunny? Ahan Gray sheathed his sword with a humph. Then he asked, what about Bibby's reply? Ruth Evelyn looked at Ahan Gray and replied, the master's owl is flying as fast as it can. The bunny's reply should arrive by this evening. Ahan Gray was worried. He tried to reassure himself. Bubby is clearly at home, happily enjoying a snack. Why do I feel so uneasy? Then Ahan Gray turned to Ruth Evelyn and said, it's getting late. Call the gorilla here, inside a room in the Grand Castle. Bensi Gianna, with her hands on her hips, looked at the door and chuckled. Should I call this a coincidence, or is it fate? Vivi Ravian, with both hands on Russell's shoulders, looked at Bensi Gianna in surprise and said, a doctor? Russell looked at Bensi Gianna and said, Professor Gianna, someone here is sick. Bensi Gianna smiled at her son, Russell. Would it kill you to call me Mom? Vivi Ravian, confused and still unable to process the situation, had question marks floating above her head. What? What is happening right now? Bensi Gianna disinfected and bandaged Vivi Ravian's wound. While applying the bandage, Bensi Gianna said, I'm not sure how you met my little Russell. But first of all, the wound is just a minor scrape. Bensi Gianna playfully scolded Vivi Ravian, honestly. You look so strong. But it seems every time I see you, you're injured in some way, big or small. Vivi Ravian asked in surprise. So you're a professor? Then thought with admiration, you must be really smart. Bensi Gianna smiled and said, primarily, I teach at Benham Academy. Vivi Ravian exclaimed in astonishment. Benham! Isn't that a really famous academy? Bensi Gianna asked. Beyond your expectations. Vivi Ravian stammered. Why? No, that's not it at all. Bensi Gianna laughed. I know. I'm just teasing. Bensi Gianna tilted her head, smiled at Vivi Ravian, and said, my introduction is a bit late. I am Bensi Gianna, the matriarch of the Gianna family. Feel free to call me Lady Gianna, or Professor, whatever you prefer. And the boy who brought you here is my son. His name is Russell. Then Vivi Ravian also introduced herself. My name is Bibby, and, my background is... Vivi Ravian hesitated. My family is... Seeing her like this, little Russell held his glass of milk and looked at Vivi Ravian curiously. Then little Russell happily said to Bensi Gianna, she's a hero. Bensi Gianna turned to her son and asked, Russell, what are you suddenly talking about? Convinced he was right, Russell crossed his arms, looked at his mother and said, "She's the hero who split a boulder in half with her bare hands." Hearing Russell say this, Gianna looked terrified and stared intently at Bibi's wound. She imagined a rabbit punching a rock to pieces and trembled, split a boulder in half. Bibi heard this and laughed. Then Gianna thought for a moment and said, "But this is quite rare. Russell is usually very shy around strangers and tends to be quiet. It seems Miss Bibi's aura is very pure." Vivi Ravian looked at Russell and said, "A pure aura?" Gianna explained, "Russell possesses a type of pheromone that can, to some extent, distinguish the life force in living creatures." Hearing Gianna say this, Vivi Ravian happily high-fived little Russell, thinking, "Aha! So little Russell senses that I'm a good person?" Gianna continued, "For a capybara beastman, this pheromone ability is very difficult to control." Gianna recounted, "Not long ago, he just recovered from his beastman fever and went through the humanization process. That's probably why his speech and behavior are a bit clumsy." Vivi Ravian looked at Gianna and asked, "What did you say?" Vivi Ravian realized the boy was like her. He's just like me. Then she asked Gianna, "Did Russell also experience a late humanization?" Gianna shrugged relaxedly and said, "Yes, just like you, Bibi." Viv Ravian felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She said worriedly, "Just like me?" She thought suspiciously of Gianna. How did she figure that out? The panther noticed Vivi Ravian's reaction and used it to investigate. Then Vivi Ravian jumped up. Vivi Ravian backed away towards the panther, defensively holding her hands in front of her chest and said, "Who are you really?" The panther, sensing danger, bared his teeth and growled. Gianna was startled, pulling little Russell into her arms and backing away, shouting, Wait a minute," she said fearfully. "I can explain. Could you please keep that beast a little further away from us?" Russell said, "Professor Gianna, I don't see any problem." Gianna, terrified, said, "You're so brave." "Russell, you're starting to act like a true heir of the extroverted capybara clan. But Mommy is not okay with this at all." Vivi Ravian suddenly realized herbivorous beastmen are extremely wary of carnivorous beastmen. "I'm always stuck to like glue, so I completely forgot about that." Then Vivi Ravian bowed slightly, holding a hand up in front of and said, she." Playfully nipped Vivi Ravian's hand. His shy, cute action left Vivi Ravian speechless. Vivi Ravian gave a cold, questioning look for his action. Seeing this, Gianna became even more scared, her jaw dropping as she hugged Russell tighter. Seeing Gianna so frightened, Vivi Ravian laughed helplessly and said, Oh my, it's okay. I was just kidding. No need to be so tense." After nipping, let go, causing Vivi Ravian to feel dizzy and stagger. Gianna shouted, "You can't be serious!" "Miss Bib..." After everyone calmed down, they sat and talked. Gianna began to explain, "The last time I met Bibi, I was researching the reason for Russell's delayed humanization. Bibi possesses high-grade pheromones, but you were unsteady on your feet, and your movements were rather sluggish. Back then, I wondered if you, like Russell, were also experiencing a late humanization." Vivi Ravian listened silently as Gianna spoke. Gianna continued, especially, "This long hair of yours. You probably haven't had it cut in a long time, right?" Hearing Gianna's words, Vivi Ravian couldn't stop flinching. Gianna, holding a teacup, calmly said, "After some time, I heard a rumor that Lord Grey had adopted a rabbit. I wondered if that might be..." Ravian asked in surprise, "So you knew Ahine's identity from our very first meeting?" Gianna took a sip of tea and said, "It's more accurate to say that Lord Grey knew me." Gianna recalled the past. When he was a child, I had the honor of meeting him once. He must have remembered me from then. Gianna revealed a piece of information to Vivi Ravian. And the headmaster of the academy where I teach is also Lord Grey's grandfather, you know. Vivi Ravian was stunned. She covered her mouth in shock. What? That hot-tempered old man is the headmaster. Huh? Then Vivi Ravian glanced at the clock and saw it was 2 o'clock. She suddenly realized, is it that time already? That means the ball will start in just 4 hours. Vivi Ravian thought of the ball. This might be the first and last time my parents see me in human form. Vivi Ravian looked at her hair. She caressed her soft, beautiful light pink hair and said, "A moment ago, you mentioned my hair. I don't think I can keep walking around the mansion looking this messy and unkempt." Gianna looked at Vivi Ravian, not understanding what she meant. Vivi Ravian continued, "So, could you possibly?" Then Vivi Ravian put on a cute face, looking at Gianna with big, sparkling, pleading eyes. Gianna. Gianna held up a hand to stop Vivi Ravian's act and looked away. "Miss Bibi, please don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. I don't know what it is, but I'll find it for you." Vivi Ravian, still with the same expression, said, "My eyes were just born this way." Gianna shook her head. "Your eyes just drooped a little lower than they were a moment ago." Vivi Ravian continued, "Professor, I have a favor to ask you, Professor." Night had fallen. Twinkling stars and a bright moon shone in the sky. Carriages lined up at the gate as guests arrived one by one for the party. The air was filled with joyous laughter and chatter. The space was magnificently decorated. As Vivi was walking, Ravian turned around. Hearing a noise, she asked, "How long are you going to follow me?" The footsteps stopped. A man's voice asked, "You knew all along?" Vivi Ravian continued, "I also know you eavesdropped on my entire conversation with Professor Gianna earlier." Jules Mannion scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, "Well, no way! How did you know?" Vivi Ravian said, "Russell told me. I heard you even bickered with a hen on the porch for a good 10 minutes. Jules Mannion dropped his hands. About that, I'm sorry. But, Jules Mannion explained, if I left you alone, who knows? You might disappear again like you did this morning. So, little bunny, will you allow me to accompany you?" Jules Mannion smiled, awaiting an answer from Vivi Ravian. Vivi Ravian just looked at Jules Mannion in silence and thought about his earlier proposal. Outside, in front of a statue under the bright moonlight, Jules Mannion and Vivi Ravian looked at each other in silence. After a long pause with no reply from Vivi Ravian, Jules Mannion said, "So I'm not allowed to follow you, little bunny." Vivi Ravian was about to leave but stopped and said, "There's no way I'll disappear, so you don't need to. Follow me." "No, don't you dare follow me." After saying it, Vivi Ravian felt she had been a bit too blunt, a bit harsh. "I can't go meet my parents with you." But Jules Mannion couldn't read her thoughts or understand her feelings. He only saw Vivi Ravian being harsh. He found it a little cute and chuckled, honestly. This is why people say there's no point in trying to be nice. Vivi Ravian's eyes widened, not understanding what Jules Mannion meant. "What on earth are you talking about?" Then Jules Mannion said, disappearing without a word, making people worry. "Christine even sent that Black Panther a hen to protect you. I had to prove my identity to get in here, but that's not needed anymore." Vivi Ravian said, "I never said it wasn't needed." Jules Mannion scratched his head and looked away. "Well, that's how it is." Vivi Ravian sighed in exasperation. She walked closer to Jules Mannion. This left Jules Mannion bewildered, wondering what Vivi Ravian was planning to do. Vivi Ravian came closer and reached out to touch Jules Mannion's cheek, saying, "In return, I healed the wound on your cheek, didn't I? You already know everything, right? About my ability." Seeing Vivi Ravian about to touch his face, Jules flinched. Mannion nervously stepped back. Seeing this, Vivi Ravian smiled and said, "Hey, thank you for treating me like a human being." Jules Mannion stood still, not knowing what to say. Vivi Ravienne turned to leave. Well, I'll be going now. Jules Mannion reached out his hand helplessly. He took Vivi Ravienne's hand and said, "Wait." Vivi Ravienne turned back in surprise, The wind blew past them. Jules Mannion let go of Vivi Ravienne's hand and smiled. "It's nothing. Go on, this must be something so important you can't even tell, Gray." Vivi Ravienne looked silently at Jules Mannion. On a small pavilion used for tea, an owl flew in with a letter. Seeing the owl arrive, Ruth Evelyn said, "The letter from Lindler has arrived?" Ahen Gray was already waiting there. He received the letter, clenched it tightly, and said, "Bebby and Ahin are missing? We're returning to the territory." Looking at the letter in his hand, Ahen Gray couldn't help but worry. Seeing Ahin, Gray decided to return. Ruth Evelyn called out, "Lord Ahin, wait a moment." Ahin Gray looked at her, his face full of worry and anger. Ruth Evelyn said cautiously, "They said they found nothing in the border forest. Does that mean she didn't just return to the manor, but went somewhere else entirely?" Ahin Gray asked, "So where do you think they went?" Ruth Evelyn replied, "I'll start searching now." Then she reassured Hein Gray, "For now, Ahin will be by her side. And the little bunny isn't just an ordinary rabbit, so I'm sure she'll be fine." Ahin Gray covered his face in frustration. "A rabbit is still a rabbit," Ruth Evelyn heard him say. "Even if she's not an ordinary rabbit, in the end she's still just a rabbit," Han Gray said uneasily, small and fragile. Ruth Evelyn looked at Ahin Gray and said, "Lord Ahin." There was a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. A child popped up and said, "No, Leo, were you crying?" "Ah." Then the other two also poked their heads up. The smallest child said, "Thank goodness. I thought you were going to cry." Avon Gray looked at the children. He remembered what happened that morning. He walked closer to the ledge where the children were standing. He bent down, smiled, and asked, "Who is this brave hero?" The smallest child stammered innocently, Black Panther, the rabbit lady, calls the Black Panther." Russell darted over and quickly covered the youngest child's mouth. Russell sighed. The youngest child, realizing he'd let the secret slip, covered his own mouth and said, "Oops, it's a secret. Why did I talk about the hero?" Ahin Gray stood up straight, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep your secret." Then Ahin Gray turned and angrily walked away. Ruth Evelyn called out worriedly after him, "Ah, Lord Ahin, where are you going?" Ahin Gray turned back, his aura murderous, and said, "To the lion's place, in a corner by the wall." Vivi Ravienne was dragging her feet back and forth on the ground. Vivi Ravienne looked around. "I've been through here before. How did I get lost here?" On a balcony, two girls were chatting happily. Vivi Ravienne thought, "Maybe I should just wait at the door until everyone goes in." Then she looked up at the high walls and pillars. "Or maybe I can climb to the roof using this pillar." Vivi Ravienne stood below, reaching a hand upwards. "I think I can make it." Vivi Ravienne took a deep breath, backed up to get a running start, and encouraged herself, "I can do this." With determination, Vivi Ravienne decided to climb. "Let's go," she thought, and took off running. She jumped, but unfortunately her foot slipped. Vivi Ravienne screamed in her head, "Ah, wait! This isn't working." With a thud, Vivi Ravienne fell to the ground. Vivi Ravienne felt dizzy, her head aching a bit from the impact. Ouch! She felt lucky she was okay. Phew, that was almost a disaster. A noble lady saw Vivi Ravienne fall and approached, asking, "Hey, who's there?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar, reminding Vivi Ravienne of her childhood. Her mother used to tell her tenderly, "Bibi, please become human. You will be a child loved by all." The lady asked again, "Are you all right, miss?" Vivi Ravienne rose. She turned around and realized it was her mother. It was Lady Ravienne, Vivi Ravienne's mother. Seeing her mother, Vivi Ravienne quickly stood up and dusted off her dress. Lady Ravienne said, "So it's you." The lady smiled and called out, "Bibi," hearing her mother say her name. Vivi Ravienne was both happy and surprised, because she thought her mother wouldn't recognize her. Then, Vivi Ravian closed her eyes tightly, wondering, how is this possible? Seeing Vivi Ravian, Lady Ravian approached her, calling out, "Bibi," and reached out to hug the stunned Vivi Ravian tightly, saying, "My dear child." Then Lady Ravian said, "How could I not recognize you? You look just like me." But Bilvia now understood why her mother recognized her. Lady Ravian hugged Bilvia and asked, "When were you able to humanize?" "Really, I can't believe it. Baby, my baby, Bibi, let me hear your voice." Vivi Ravian was taken aback by her mother's actions, wondering, how can she call my name so gently? How can my mother be this affectionate with me? Vivi Ravian gritted her teeth, wishing her mother would just push her away and be cold like she always had. Vivi Ravian reluctantly took a step back. Moving away from Lady Ravian, Vivi Ravian said, "I wanted to see you." Lady Ravian moved closer to Vivi Ravian. Lady Ravian said, "I felt the same way, my dear. Come closer, let me get a better look at you." Vivi Ravian lowered her head and turned away. "It's lucky the person I met was you, not father." I want to ask you something." Lady Ravian looked a bit worried. "What is it, my curious child?" "Anything. I'll answer everything. I also have so much I want to talk to you about." Vivi Ravian said, "First, about the time you abandoned me in the border forest." Hearing Vivi Ravian's question, Lady Ravian froze. She reached a hand toward Vivi Ravian. "What? Why would I ever abandon you?" "But you've misunderstood." "I'll explain everything." Vivi Ravian looked down and said, "Yes, I know that much. It's 'cause I'm the cursed child, but why is it so strange?" Vivi Ravian looked up at her mother. Lady Ravian, full of distress, said, "The oracle clearly said you were a cursed child and couldn't humanize. So how can I be meeting you now in human form?" Vivi Ravian's face crumpled. "As I recall, my curse was never broken." Lady Ravian stood silently, looking at Bibi, not knowing how to explain it to her. "Bibi." Vivi Ravian remembered the harsh, painful words. "The fact that I couldn't humanize became a stain on the Ravian family. People even started rumors about whether you were my illegitimate child. It must have been so difficult for you." Recalling the humiliation of the whispers and pointing fingers, Vivi Ravian continued, "But someone with noble blood like me can't be easily discarded. You people needed a justifiable reason, didn't you?" Vivi Ravian wanted an explanation from Lady Ravian, a reason that could suppress the rumors about you just enough for father to let everything go, Vivi Ravian emphasized. A curse was the most convenient excuse of all. Standing before Vivi Ravian and hearing these words, Lady Ravian grew anxious. She looked at Vivi, sensing what she must have endured, and felt pity for her. Vivi Ravian looked straight at Lady Ravian angrily and said, "The oracle who declared that I was cursed, wasn't he from your family?" Vivi Ravian clasped her hands tightly in front of her, pleading with Lady Ravian, "So please, mother, tell me the truth. Was I really cursed or not?" Lady Ravian's face turned pale. "Is this child really Bibi?" she wondered. She stammered, "That is." Lady Ravian thought she used to be a rabbit who only knew how to tremble in a corner. "I always thought she could never be this decisive. This demeanor right now, it's the true style of the Ravian family?" Vivi Ravian still awaited an answer. In her mind, looking at the Vivi Ravian before her, Lady Ravian had already decided to bring Vivi back to the family. She might have more potential than Carrie. "I must bring her back to the family." Lady Ravian helplessly offered an excuse. She said, "That's right, Bibi, you were never cursed at all, abandoning a child who was eliminated by familial competition. It's simply the law of this world, survival of the fittest, my child. Pushing you away was just an unavoidable choice for the family's survival, and now I feel deeply regretful about that choice." Startled by her mother's answer, Vivi Ravian said in anguish, "Mother, you even sent people to make sure I was dead." Lady Ravian explained, "Oh, Bubby, that's absolutely not true. I sent people just in case. I might be able to bring you back. Lady Ravian smiled and said, please be generous and forgive me. My daughter, doesn't everyone make wrong choices in life? Lady Ravian held a fan in one hand. With her other hand on her chest, she looked happy and smiled brightly. You still remember, don't you? Wasn't I the one who prayed most fervently for the day you would become human? Vivi Ravian clutched her dress, standing still as her mother explained. Anyway, Vivi, I feel so moved. I never imagined you could become so beautiful and strong. Vivi Ravian said, you don't need to force yourself to make excuses for abandoning me. In a way, I should be thanking you. Vivi Ravian's hands tightened on her dress as she tried to calm herself. If I had stayed cooped up in that Ravian family, I would have never learned how to become human. Lady Ravian awkwardly fanned herself. Bibi. A rabbit expressed all the deep thoughts she wanted to tell her mother. The reason I could become human is all because I was able to come into contact with someone who possesses stronger pheromones than I do. My pheromones are far superior to the Ravian children, so of course I couldn't humanize. Lady Ravian asked in surprise. Your pheromones? What? What nonsense are you talking about? Vivi Ravian said, that's what I thought too. So I wanted to confirm it for myself. Did you ever give me a drug to awaken my pheromones? The lady froze at her daughter's words, stammering, Did that? Vivi Ravian silently watched her daughter's confusion. Her mother's reaction was an answer in itself. Seeing Lady Ravian turn away without a word, Vivi Ravian understood with a pang of pain. Ah, mother. Her silence at this moment meant, so that's how it was. Vivi Ravian finally understood. Just because of my mother's greed, I almost lived my entire life as a rabbit. Loud sounds erupted. An explosion like a bomb, with flames flashing from the direction of the castle. All the guests scrambled in chaos, looking for an escape. Jules Mannion ran out shouting, Everyone, get down! His voice calming the crowd. Fire! This fire can be extinguished immediately, so for now, please evacuate to the main hall. Ahin Gray's voice echoed as he ran, asking, Sir Mannion, why are you heading that way? Jules Mannion, running ahead, replied, You know why. The little bunny is over there. Ahin Gray caught up to Jules Mannion. So why are you going where the little bunny is? Jules Mannion replied, Because I'm worried, of course. Hengrave fell back a step, then launched a kick that sent Jules Mannion flying into the lake below. Splash! Jules Mannion, drenched in the lake, shouted, Hey, you bastard! Ahin Gray said smugly, Stay there and cool your head. Then his icy gaze landed on Jules Mannion, full of anger. She is not someone you should be worrying about. Sitting in the lake, Jules Mannion looked helplessly at Ahin Gray, who was glaring at him furiously. Jules Mannion tilted his head, confused. Is he crazy or something? Why is he so angry? Ahin Gray paid no mind to Jules Mannion and turned to leave. A huge fire had broken out at the mansion, with flames leaping high into the air. The flames roared as if they were angry about something. Vivi panted, resting her hands on the floor after helping her mother escape the fire. Are you okay, mother? At the same time, Mrs. Avon sat up, looking at the fire with a worried and scared face, asking, What on earth happened? Why did this happen at the leader's residence? Watching the roaring fire grow larger, Vivi guessed, it seems someone used pheromones to cause this. Just then, 2 guard knights ran over in a hurry, shouting, Lady Avon! Seeing that help had arrived, Vivi felt relieved about her mother's safety. She turned back to her mother and instructed, First, you must evacuate to a safe place. Go with the guard knights and take shelter, mother. Hearing Vivi's instructions, Mrs. Avon grabbed her daughter's hand and asked worriedly, What about you? Mrs. Avon held Vivi's hand, not letting her go anywhere, her emotions a mix of anger and worry as she spoke to Vivi. Where do you think you're going? It's dangerous to wander around a place like this alone. We've only just found each other. You can't just leave like this. Seeing her daughter wanting to go off alone, Mrs. Avon pleaded with Vivi. Come with me. Let's go together and we can talk everything over properly, including the curse on your pheromones. You were always in the form of a rabbit before, so we couldn't talk. Hearing these words from her mother, Vizzy snapped, "Let go of me!" when she heard Zizzy say, "Let go." Mrs. Avon was stunned and released her, freed from her mother's grasp. Viv stood up, looked at Mrs. Avon angrily, and poured out her heart. "You just never cared about what I thought. Just because I was a rabbit doesn't mean I couldn't talk." Despite the raging fire behind her, Vivi stood there resolutely, filled with anger, and said, "I'm not going with you." The two knights had arrived and intended to escort Mrs. Avon away from there. Mrs. Avon looked at her stubborn child, who refused to go with her. She coldly ordered Widerick, who was standing to her left, "Widerick, seize her." Hearing Mrs. Avon's command, the two knights were flustered. Widerick asked, "You mean the young lady, ma'am?" Mrs. Avon said firmly, "Who else could it be? Hurry up. Knock her out and carry her if you have to." Widerick heard the order and ran towards Vivi, saying, "As you command." But Widerick didn't actually use force on Vivi. He still warned her first. "I don't want to hurt you, milady. Please, just obey Lady Avon." Vivi thought angrily. She thought to herself, "Mother, how could you? Wasn't having just carry enough for you?" Vivi looked at the two knights, who were much stronger than her, and wondered if she could fight back against two trained knights. "I'm at such a disadvantage, I'll probably be caught before I can even use my pheromones." Vivi lost her composure, gritting her teeth and thinking, "What do I do?" As Vivi was struggling with her thoughts, a pair of sharp clawed feet landed nearby. A pair of large wings appeared. "First, I'll surrender, then escape during the chaos. Then I'll seize the opportunity." Two creatures with legs and a pair of wings appeared, attacking the two knights. The knights could barely fight back. Arg. Oof. Vivi was still lost in her panicked thoughts. Not knowing what was happening, she raised her hands and shouted, "I surrender!" Thud. Finally, Vivi saw the scene unfolding before her. The sight left her stunned, her hands still raised in the air. Seeing the Black Panther and a bird, Vivi called out their names in surprise. "Ah! Hyan! Quinn is here too?" Mrs. Avon looked at the two beasts in terror and asked Vivi, "What are those beasts?" The two knights had regained their composure, but were still trembling as they called out to Mrs. Avon, "Lady Avon." Mrs. Avon angrily commanded, "Even if you have to use pheromones, subdue it for me." Widerick asked again with the slightest mistake. The young lady could be injured. Mrs. Avon, now furious, yelled, "Didn't I say it's fine, even if you have to knock her out?" Looking at her mother, who would do anything to bring her back, Vivi thought with a broken heart, "Mother, how? How could you go that far? Ultimately, why is she treating me like this now? Calm down, Bibi. The first priority is to get out of here. The situation is different now. With Ahin and Quinn here, I have enough time to use my pheromones." But Vivi was hesitant to use her pheromones. She anxiously clutched her dress. "Although, if I use my pheromones, I'll turn back into a rabbit." But looking at the current situation and the prospect of being captured, Vivi became resolute. But that's better than being caught. Vivi began to use her pheromones, creating a small sphere. A blinding light emanated from it. The small sphere was absorbing Vivi's pheromones. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. It was Azwin. He hugged Vivi from behind and told her, "Don't do it." Ahin whispered in Vivi's ear, "Don't use your pheromones." Athen's hand was still holding Vivi's. Vivi was surprised by his appearance, turning her head to look at him and saying, "Ahin." This was really him, the real Ahin. Vivi looked at Ahin suspiciously and asked, "How did you know I was here?" Ahin suddenly pulled Vivi's arm and said, "Bib." Ahin, still hugging Vivi, smiled and confessed, "I think I've fallen for your human form." Heen smiled gently at Vivi. Vivi was moved. Ahin. After making Vivi understand, Ahin spoke to the two knights in a cold tone that made them jump. "Hey, you two." Looking at them, Ahin gave a cold smile and said, "It would be better for you to drop your swords." Seeing the person next to Vivi, Mrs. Avon thought with a frightened face, Ahan Gray. Mrs. Avon looked at the scene with utter rage. She thought angrily, what in the world is the relationship between him and Bibi? A hen with a dark and terrifying expression warned, "And if you don't?" Suddenly, a man ran towards them shouting, "It's dangerous over there," he announced as he ran. "Quickly evacuate to the main hall." Mrs. Avon, with no other choice, gritted her teeth and said to Vivi, "Babi?" Hearing her mother call her name, Vivi looked at her. Mrs. Avon calmly smiled and said, "You should know that now. You are the only one this mother of yours has left." After saying that, she turned and left. Her 2 guard knights followed. Vivi didn't understand what she meant and shouted after her, "What do you mean by that?" The fire blazed even higher, affecting the spot where Vivi and a hen were standing. There, Ahen looked at the intense flames that could spread at any moment. He pulled Vivi in front of him and said, "It's dangerous, Bibi." Ahen looked at the fire coldly and said, "This is not the right time." Vivi watched her mother leave, tears welling up in her eyes as she called out, "Mother!" Back at Ahen's residence, Ahen pleaded with Vivi, "Buh, let's talk for a bit." But Vivi coldly shut the door to her room and locked it. Ahen stared at the closed door, completely baffled by what was happening. Meanwhile, Vivi sat slumped against the door, lost in thought. Ahen helplessly gripped the doorknob, trying to open it to no avail. "What are you doing?" Ahen, with his hands on his head, completely confused, said, "Fine, I understand. You can talk from in there." Vivi sat with her back against the door, with only loneliness as her companion. Hen could only sit down helplessly on the other side, leaning against the door, waiting for her to talk. Neither said a word. An empty silence fell between them. Vivi sat in her room, separated from Ahen by a single door. She thought sadly, "I'm scared to open this door and face Han. How is it always so difficult to face him?" At that moment, Ahen spoke up, asking Vivi, "What happened to your hand?" Vivi gave a surprised, bitter laugh. "You even noticed that? I must have accidentally hit it on something while I was turning human." Vivi thought of Ahen with a gentle smile. That tender voice, so full of worry. Why does Ahen always give me hope like this? Ahen rested his head in his hand and sighed, telling Vivi, "Bibi, I left you at the manor because I thought if I did, you wouldn't be able to pull any more reckless stunts like this. You yourself know this better than anyone. Away from my protection, the world out there is a storm." Vivi was moved, thinking, even at this moment, while he's still upset with me, he's worried about me above all else. But Vivi remained firm and sure of her decision, saying, "If the same situation happened again today, I would still do the same thing." After saying that, Vivi covered her face and sobbed, "Because you never tell me anything." Hearing Vivi's voice as if she were crying, Ahen turned his head towards the door and called her name, "Bib." Vivi let out all her pent-up frustrations. "You never tell me anything, not even about the dominant pheromone, or the fact that I was given a forbidden drug and now have a special pheromone inside me." Hearing Vivi say this left Ahen completely shocked. Ahen asked in an alarm, "How do you know about the forbidden drugs?" Vivi was covering her eyes with her hands and spoke with a trembling voice. "Ahen, do you know why I traveled all this way here without telling you and acted on my own?" Vivi said with tears in her eyes. "Because you are the one person I didn't want to see the dark past of myself, whether it was being cursed, drugged with a forbidden substance, or anything about my family." Outside the door, Ahen panicked, shaking the door with all his might. "Bib, open the door!" Ignoring Ahen's pleas to open the door, Vivi remained lost in her own story. "But this time, you already knew everything. It was the same at the banquet hall earlier. You didn't even bother to ask who the strangers with me were, or what had happened. Because you already knew I was from the Ravian family, didn't you? You probably even knew that the woman before me was my mother." Athin, outside, worriedly urged her to open the door. "Bib, just open the door first, then we'll talk." Vivi buried her face in her arms, clenching her fists, and said, "Let's just talk like this." Vivi clutched her dress with her bandaged hand and said, "You also never told me about my healing pheromones. You must think I'm very useful, right?" "I healed Ahen's wounds." When he was on the brink of death, hearing Vivi's words, Ahin was so shocked he froze. Yes, at first I was heartbroken, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt it wasn't so bad. Vivi choked back a sob and continued, "As long as I'm useful, I won't have to worry about being abandoned again. But you know what? If only you had said one thing to me. If you needed my healing pheromones, you just had to ask. If you already knew about my family, you just had to say you knew." Ahin was shocked by Vivi's words and loudly denied it. No! Ahin poured out his heart for Vivi to understand. "Even in the future, I had no intention of telling you." After saying that, Ahin fell silent, kneeling with his back against the door. Vivi asked, confused, "But why? You're really hiding a lot from me." Vivi thought that Ahin, as a strong successor, was hiding things from her. Is it because he carries the responsibility of a successor? All right, at least in this moment, I didn't have to hear those cold words from him. But Ahin, it's because of this personality of yours that I spend every day in constant anxiety. The sound of the clock ticked by, each tick echoing the anxiety in one's heart. Vivi sat alone in the room. Time has passed so quickly already. Vivi looked at the clock and thought, I was too emotional earlier. I was probably too harsh on Ahin. I should have told him I was sorry for making him worry. Vivi felt remorseful for raising her voice at Ahin earlier. She muttered to herself and stood up to open the door. Wait, but was he even worried about me? The door opened with a creak. Vivi saw that it was late and thought, it's late. I should go to sleep first, and then... Vivi was surprised to see Ahin still sitting in front of the door. Huh? He's still sitting here? Ahin? Vivi asked suspiciously, are you asleep? You should sleep in a bed. As she finished her sentence, Vivi saw Ahin do something. He swayed and fell to the ground. Ahin hit the ground hard, causing her to panic. Vivi, with a pale face, looked at Ahin, whose face was flushed red, and who was breathing with great difficulty, and cried out, Ahin! Vivi Ravian rushed to support Ahin Gray, letting him lean against her. She asked worriedly, Ahin, are you okay? What on earth happened? The Varavian touched Ahin Gray's burning face and thought in astonishment, my gosh, he has a high fever. Why is he sweating so much? The Vivravian supported Ahin Gray with one arm, turned her face away, and thought with great concern, I have to find Professor Gianna right away. Suddenly, Ahin Gray grabbed Vivi Ravian's hand as if to stop her. Ahin Gray's face was flushed, sweat dripped down more and more, and he panted wearily, struggling to say, don't make this a big deal. Vivi Ravian was heartbroken to see him like this. She asked worriedly, what should I do? Hen Gray said again, just bear with it a little longer, and it'll be fine. Vivi Ravian screamed internally in anger. Your condition right now doesn't look like it'll be fine if I just leave it alone for a while. Vivi Ravan was still holding Ahin Gray. She said to him, you've been like this before, haven't you? And what happened then? Didn't you refuse to see a doctor for treatment back then? Ahin Gray still held her hand. He remained silent, not saying a word. Vivi Ravian suddenly burst out. She said loudly, leaving it like this will be a big problem. At the very least, we have to tell Evelyn. But Han Gray disagreed. He was very tired, but still managed to move his lips to stop Vivi Ravian. Ahin Gray said, no one can know. Vivi Ravian looked down at him. She was heartbroken and confused. Vivi Ravian thought, but why? Vivi Ravian bit her lip. She imagined a heartbroken Ruth Evelyn saying, Lord Ahin. I would be heartbroken, Vivi Ravian thought to herself. Why can't even Evelyn know? Is this problem so serious that no one else can know? Vivi Ravian looked at Ahin Gray, who was gasping in extreme pain before her. She had countless questions in her mind. What is he hiding that not even Evelyn or a doctor can know? He's in so much pain. What is the reason? Why? Ahin? The Vivi Ravian looked back at the sofa in her room and thought, first, I need to get him onto that sofa. The floor in this hallway is too cold. Vivi Ravian said, Ahin, can you wait for me a moment? Then she left. Vivi Ravian went to the nearby sofa and tried to push it towards Ahin Gray with trembling hands. She grunted, hang, ooh. The sofa didn't budge. Vivi Ravian froze in embarrassment, panting. Viv Ravian accepted her fate. She thought, of course, there's no way I have the strength to move a sofa. Then she returned to Ahin Gray, shook him awake, and said, Ahin, can you move over there? Ahin Gray still said nothing. Vivi Ravian, helpless, had to drag Ahin Gray. She lifted his legs and said with difficulty, Sorry, Ahin, I have no other choice. Vivi Ravian used all her strength, her hands tightly gripping Ahin Gray's legs to pull him. Vivi Ravian puffed out her cheeks. She finally managed to drag Han Gray along with her. She thought with satisfaction, great, he's moving! Then Vivi Ravian cheered herself on just a little more, just a little bit further. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Vivi Ravian was a bit confused. Thud? What was that noise? Vivi Ravian turned her head to look. Gasp. In front of Vivi Ravian, Ahin Gray, who was on the verge of meeting his ancestors, had hit his head on a flower pot. A large bump appeared on his head. Vivi Ravian was horrified. She quickly let go of Han Gray's legs and rushed over to see how he was. Vivi Ravian asked worriedly, Oh no! Are you okay? Hyan? Hyan Gray lay on the ground, tilting his head to look at her. He cried out, It hurts! Ahin Gray clutched his aching head and sat up. He pushed himself up from the floor and said to Vivi Ravian, Let me, I'll walk myself. Vivi Ravian quickly turned her back to Ahin Gray, held out her hands, and said, Then let me help you. Come on, I'll give you a piggyback ride. Gray chuckled. He approached Vivi Ravian, put his arm over her shoulder, closed his eyes, and said, Well, I won't refuse then. Vivi Ravian bit her lip, her expression serious. But when Ahin Gray put his full weight on her shoulder, Vivi Ravian really felt it. She cried out with difficulty, Vivi Ravian thought helplessly, Hick, why is he so heavy? Ahin Gray leaned on Vivi Ravian's shoulder. He chuckled. Be if we walk in sync. It'll be easier. Viv Ravian was furious. She said angrily to Ahin Gray, Are you messing with me right now? Finally, they reached the bed. Ahin Gray lay on the bed, sighing, his heart pounding. Vivi Ravian wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed, phew, finally lying down. Vivi Ravian gently covered Ahin Gray's legs. She smiled softly and said, Ahin, if you need anything, just let me know, okay? The lamplight cast a glow on half of Ahin Gray's face, which was still bright red. Vivi Ravian reached out, her hand gently brushing his hair before touching his forehead. Ahin Gray was drenched in sweat. He glanced at the hand on his hair and whispered to Vivi Ravian, Don't you hate me? Vivi Ravian sat on the bed, lowering her eyes to look at Ahin Gray. She said softly, Why would I ever hate you? Vivi Ravian had already pulled her hand back. Ahin Gray managed a strained smile. He said, In the bathroom earlier, you yelled at me, called me a beast. Oh, shoot. Vivi Ravian quickly tried to dodge the subject. She turned away, intentionally changing the topic. Should I bring another blanket? Wait here a second. Vivi Ravian was still smiling, but in her heart, she was silently cursing Ahin Gray. He's so petty. Nevertheless, Vivi Ravian went to get a real blanket. Hugging it to her chest, she suddenly froze. The moonlight reflected in Vivi Ravian's eyes. It's unclear what she saw, but her eyes widened in shock. In front of Vivi Ravian, Ahin Gray was lying on the bed, his face even redder than before. He was breathing heavily, almost asleep again. Vivi Ravian reached out and gently touched his forehead, covering Ahin Gray's eyes in the process. Vivi Ravian immediately snatched her hand back, her eyes wide with shock and worry. She thought, he's even hotter than before. Vivi Rabian looked down at the thousands of layers of clothing on a hen gray. She thought, to help his body cool down, it'd probably be better to remove some of these cumbersome clothes. But Vivi Rabian hesitated. But if I get caught taking off Essen's clothes, I wonder what they'll accuse me of. She imagined everyone giggling and teasing her, with a hen gray being the first to say, "Oh my God. My perverted Bibby Bunny, you were that desperate to see my body, huh?" After him, Ruth Ivory would chime in, "Oh dear, Miss Bunny, how could you undress a man with your front paws?" Just the thought of it made Vivi Rabian tremble with anger. She hugged her legs and clenched her hands into fists, fuming silently. "Aha, just imagining it makes me want to punch them a few times." Vivi Rabian fumbled around a hind gray's body, silently reassuring herself, "Shay, no one will know. I've lived with a Han for months. I'm just taking off his jacket. What's the big deal? This is all for the patient's sake." Vivi Rabian pulled at a hind gray's jacket and took it off. A drop of sweat trickled down from a hen gray's chin. Vivi Rabian undid the button at his collar, thinking, the jacket and the vest are off. Now for this one. Vivi! Rabian puffed her cheeks in frustration, daring to think, what a weird shirt. This is so mind-boggling. Where the heck is the knot? Suddenly, a hen gray opened his eyes. He smiled, took Vivi Rabian's hand, and said, "Let me give you a hand with that." Vivi Rabian ignored his words. She said, "I'm busy. Don't make me talk." Suddenly, she realized something and stopped. Vivi Rabian was stunned. "Wait." Lying on the bed, a hen gray said to Vivi Rabian, "What's the point of looking so proper on the outside, when your eyes are so mischievous?" Vivi Rabian pulled her hand back and sat up straight beside the bed, indignantly retorting, "They are not." A hen gray let out a long sigh. He reached up and unbuttoned the rest of his collar. Then a hen gray bit the tip of his glove, pulling it off as well. Vivi Rabian froze, watching a hen gray's practice movements, completely speechless. She stared in astonishment as a hen gray lay down neatly again. Huh? Vivi Rabian thought it was that easy to take off? What have I been doing all this time? A hen gray lay on the bed, his face still flushed, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Bright moonlight streamed into the room. Vivi Rabian sat by the bed, silently watching him. Her hands rested on her knees, tightly gripping her dress. Affen Gray opened his eyes, softly calling out to her in surprise, "Bibi." Seeing the tears streaming down Vivi Rabian's face, a hen gray asked with a pained heart, "Why are you suddenly crying?" Vivi Rabian looked at him, her heart aching, unable to hold back her tears. She thought, because why did Han have to get sick? Can he even use his pheromones? If he's not just injured, will my pheromones even work? Vivi Rabian was still crying. She silently wished, I hope he doesn't have to suffer even a little bit. A hind gray raised his hand, gently brushing against Vivi Rabian's face, wiping away her tears. He whispered, "Look at you." But Gray pulled his hand back, teasing her. "I was just about to tell you, be the crybaby. About my family, just to see what kind of face you'd make." Han Gray raised his hand again. This time, he spread his fingers as if wanting to cut Vivi Rabian's entire face. The moonlight illuminated the room. Inside, Vivi Rabian complied, lowering her head and resting her face in his hand. Han Gray leaned up, stroking Vivi Rabian's face, and said with a smile, "You're so soft-hearted, how could I? How could I ever bring myself to do it?" Vivi Rabian's tears continued to fall as she cried, nuzzling into his palm. The chapter opens with the male lead passionately kissing the female lead, the sweet sensation from Bibis's lips pressing against his. The male lead couldn't help but blush as he savored the kiss, while she had yet to process what was happening. His hand was still holding her wrist as he kissed her, her eyes wide with surprise. What is this? After that lingering kiss, the female lead sat up. They looked at each other affectionately as he gently stroked her soft hair. He then said, "How could I possibly abandon you in a bedroom?" The light from the window shone on the loving couple, making the scene sweeter than ever. My naive Bib. Seeing his anxious expression made her worry too, but even in his distress, his gaze upon the woman he loved remained unchanged, affectionate and full of love. It held all the complex emotions of a young man deeply in love. Suddenly, a tear welled up in the corner of Biba's eye. Seeing her lover so worried for her, she was moved and shy. Her cheeks flushed red, her eyes filled with sympathy and affection, although the young man's hands were rough and calloused. To the female lead, Ashen's hands were strangely gentle. He used his hand to catch her tear. The gesture was so tender, as if their love was bound by a red thread of fate, making their love harmonious and overflowing with emotion. Suddenly, the female lead's eyes widened as she realized something important. "Oh my God, I think that crazy rumor I heard from the maids is actually true. If you're mesmerized by those beautiful crimson-red eyes like rubies and can't help but approach, you'll be snatched up and devoured by the Black Panther before you even know what happened." As she recalled what the maids had said, her pale hand unconsciously reached out slowly toward Hengray. She silently chided herself. How could anyone not be captivated by those eyes? They're so stunning. Moving from admiration, her hand finally touched the male lead's sharp-featured face. She gently stroked his mysterious blue-black hair. Although he was sweating and tired, his weary, half-closed eyes made them look smaller. But even that state couldn't hide the color of his eyes. That crimson red was like a blood moon. The red was so striking that anyone who glanced at him would be drawn in and captivated. The emotion was pooling in Ahin's eyes. In an instant, she realized she was being mesmerized by those eyes again. She quickly used her hand to push his hair down, covering that enchanting eye. While she thought, "Whoa, this is dangerously close," he smirked menacingly, asking Bibi with a cryptic smile. Bibi stood her ground, refusing to be swayed by his charm. She was so determined, her face was scrunched in concentration. Lips pressed tightly, her trembling hand covered Ahin's eye as if to force it to obey her. She thought, "I have to be strong. Even if this guy is sick, he's still a beast. I don't know what kind of beast," but in her mind, all the female lead could see was the image of a grinning panther, looking devastatingly cute. The male lead, not understanding what she was thinking, called her name again. Wait, has Ahin been leaking pheromones this whole time? She realized with a jolt. Usually, even for my sake. He's so good at hiding it. Or maybe he's too weak from being sick to do it. At this moment, Ahin was still enduring the pain. He panted uncomfortably, sweat pouring down his face, which was flushed red from exhaustion, as if lost in a fever dream. A strange pink aura was radiating from around him. Seeing her lover so exhausted, she couldn't help but panic, her expression turning grave. A realization flashed in her eyes. It seemed something serious was happening. The female lead thought, if it's not that, then is it? Ahin, don't tell me you have pheromone overload syndrome? Her question hit the nail on the head. She gently pulled her hand back. Perhaps what she said was true. The male lead smirked as if to confirm it, but he looked to be in great agony. His eyes slowly narrowed, becoming more vacant and weary. But within those eyes, there was still affection and love for Bibdi. His entire body lay motionless, unable to move anymore. Exhausted, but his allure hadn't diminished in the slightest. The small flame from an oil lamp lit a corner of the room, in which Bibi's voice could be heard, low and calm. "Not her usual self," she said. "Ahin, if you really have this illness, then hurry up and turn back to your original form like last time. Won't that lessen the pain?" She pleaded, coaxing him as if caring for a pouting child. "Please?" Sunlight from outside seeped into the room, illuminating a corner of the chair. Bibi raised her voice. "You can freely transform between your human and beast forms, can't you? Remember?" No matter how superior her tone, she still looked incredibly naive, like a child who had come up with a brilliant idea. She pointed a finger up to propose her idea, But her face was also full of doubt, afraid Ahin wouldn't listen to her. And right she was. He immediately turned over, giving her the cold shoulder, completely ignoring her words. Bibi was speechless. Is he seriously going to be difficult right now? Even she couldn't help but think it. Huh? Why is he resisting me? Why are you being so difficult, dude? This is my best plan. She stared at Ahin with wide, confused eyes. A giant question mark appeared in her head. What is going on? But his older brother had already asked for her help with his flaring illness. And who was she? She was Vivi Rabian, an all-powerful lady. She praised herself in her head. He must have known that and asked this esteemed lady for a reason. Bibi recalled the image of his brother smiling, his eyes filled with trust as he looked at Bibi in her rabbit form. Perhaps my little nephew needs someone by his side. Every second of every minute. This thought strengthened the female lead's resolve. She clenched her fists, psyching herself up, eyes closed and eyebrows arched, showing her immense determination. All right then. To cure this, I'll have to take matters into my own hands, she thought. Luckily, my pheromones are the healing type. They should be able to help Ahin, right? Both planning and acting, she carefully leaned down closer to the exhausted man, her hand gently placed on his chest. Asterisk, thump 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 dot asterisk. This kind of skinship made her heart race uncontrollably, beating so hard it felt like it would fly out of her chest. As for Ahin, he tensed up at her bold action. Asterisk, gulp. Asterisk, he swallowed hard. Perhaps he was moved as well, captivated by what she was doing even though it was to heal him. Suddenly, his hand shot out and grabbed Bibi's. No, don't do it, Bibi. He begged her like an innocent child pleading with an adult, pulling her closer, the distance between them shrinking even more. He looked at her as if in a daze. His pleading cheeks also blushed shyly. Bibi, however, was naive. She stared at Ahin with wide eyes, not understanding why he was stopping her. Why can't I do it? My pheromones might be able to soothe your symptoms. A bead of sweat on her cheek showed that she was just as nervous as he was, her brows furrowed with worry for him. Overcome with exhaustion, Ahin panted as he struggled to say each word. If you use your pheromones, you'll turn back into a bunny, won't you? The moment he said it, an image of Bibi in her rabbit form, sleeping soundly next to Ahin in his black panther form, appeared. She froze like a statue, her hair standing on end, her face a mix of confusion and disdain. Just for that lame reason? Bibi puffed her cheeks in a pout. It depends on the situation. Sometimes I like being a rabbit, but right now, I'd rather be human. Seeing the girl was angry with him, Ashin's hand moved faster than his brain, wrapping around her back and pulling her to his side. They fell into each other. She was so startled she cried out, "Hey, why does he keep acting like he's resisting but also inviting me? He really is a beast with no self-control." Holding Bibi tightly in his arms, she angrily scolded Ahin. "You're just messing with me now, aren't you?" Not only that, he even smirked and said, "I am messing with you." Hopeless. They weren't children anymore, but he was still playing games, so childish. She couldn't help but sigh, ague. Although they were pretending to be angry, this moment between them was incredibly sweet. But the fun didn't last long. Hen suddenly shuddered, swallowing hard. Asterisk, gulp, asterisk. The pain had been tormenting him for a while now, and he didn't know how much longer he could endure it. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to fight off the damn illness. Asterisk, pant, 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 dot, asterisk. Even breathing was a struggle for Ahin. Sweat continued to pour, his hair becoming soaked. Seeing this, Bibi became even more worried. His breathing grew heavier and more labored. He's in this much pain, so why is he being so stubborn? She tried to persuade him one more time, speaking softly. Ahin, just try listening to me for a bit. Me turning back into a rabbit after using my pheromones is just my body's defense mechanism kicking in. It's because I'm not used to controlling my pheromones yet, you know? As she spoke, she gently shook the male lead, trying to use physical persuasion to make him listen more easily. Besides, if what she said was true, maybe letting his dominant pheromones control hers would work. She might not even turn back into a rabbit. Rune Manhwa is here too, but if you regulate it yourself, it might be more precise. The more he panted, the clearer it was that he was reaching his limit. The female lead asked if he was listening to her. Seeing no response, she could only bite her lip and wait anxiously. But just waiting for him to listen to her was a waste of time. They didn't have any more time to hesitate. She struggled against the hand tightly gripping her wrist, trying to get closer to Ahin. With Ahin being so weak and tired, Bibi Isley pried his hand off and moved closer to his body. She thought, if I want to safely transfer my pheromones directly into his body, just like how he did it before? Yes, the way he did it before. Without hesitation, she bit down on his neck. Leaning over him, her teeth lightly sank into his neck. This physical contact was so intense. They were the ones doing it, but I was the one getting flustered. After a moment, she still hadn't stopped. This time, she closed her eyes and bit down even harder than before. Startled, Ahin let out a gasp, his face turning as red as a tomato from Bibi's action. Bite. Bite. After a while, she suddenly realized she didn't have fangs, so she couldn't make a hole in his skin. Due to the torment of the illness, Ahin looked at her with blurry eyes, everything fading and mixing together. In the large room, a girl suddenly pushed a man down and bit his neck. He finally spoke up with a soul-crushing question. "What are you doing?" In a single note, the room fell silent. She was struck dumb by his question. Flustered, she explained clumsily. "No, it's nothing. It's just this." Her hands unconsciously pushed her up. She sat up, rubbing her hands and denying what she had just done. Ahin looked at her suspiciously. Now, how was she going to get out of this embarrassment? He suddenly grabbed Bibi's wrist. He pulled her close and kissed her unexpectedly. Bibi's eyes flew wide open, staring at him. Suddenly realizing he had just kissed her, she was startled, her cheeks flushing red with shy embarrassment. As for the male lead, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the moment. His eyes closed in sensation, his cheeks also red. Despite the pain, he didn't look tired at all in this moment. This kiss must have made him forget all his discomfort. Bibi scolded him in her head. "Ah, this cunning beast!" I tried my best to avoid lip contact, but her thoughts were one thing, and her face another. She closed her eyes and melted into the kiss. Suddenly, a light flashed between them, illuminating the entire room. This kiss must have brought about a change in Ahin's illness. Scene changed to a magnificent castle. People were moving about, servants bustling with work, children playing in the cool shade. Asterisk clink. Asterisk the sound of a cup being lifted by someone. In a room, a girl was speaking to the chief of the rabbit clan. "Sir, today is the last day you'll be having cocoa. In a little while, during the audience, we will be serving black tea. I forbid you from having cocoa. You hear me?" she said with a stern face. "Do you understand?" The chief gave a gentle, kind smile, laughing ho-ho as she sat properly on a chair. She was holding a cup of cocoa and replied to the girl, "Yesterday, I had several cups with the young master of the Gray family. No one said anything then. The longer you live, the more you see. Maybe you should try a cup too." Putting the teacup down, the girl's voice rose again. "That's because yesterday you were with Master Gray at exactly tea time. But only then can you enjoy it so merrily. Today, however, there's a meeting to find collaborators for the investigation of the fire at the Grand Ball." The chief exclaimed, "The tea is so bitter." Continuing, the girl said that according to information provided by Lady Javian, at the time of the fire, there was an uninvited, unfamiliar rabbit beastman present, and accompanying this uninvited guest was Sir Hein Grey. What a strange affair. I wonder why Lady Javian knew about the presence of this uninvited guest in the first place. Lady Javian, she has pink hair, a dignified face, but her eyebrows are sloped downwards. There's something very stern and formal about her, hearing the girl's story. The chief just smiled innocently and said, "Isn't this the testimony the lady gave on the condition that she wouldn't be interrogated? It's this old lady's birthday, and I even got such a spectacular fireworks display. I can't thank them enough." Her smile was even brighter than before, her cheeks rosy and benevolent. She must be feeling extremely happy and grateful. However, this might have been intentional. The chief drummed her fingers on the chair, standing up and walking towards the glass door to look outside. She crossed her arms and ordered, first, investigate all the guests who were invited to the party. It didn't feel like anything to worry about. Instead, the chief's face showed a hint of amusement. What a novel birthday party this is. The morning sun shone through the window, brightening the entire room. Vivi woke up with a start, wiggling her fingers. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk. She was sprawled unattractively on the bed, her hair a mess. She blinked and thought, is it morning already? Vivi lifted her hand to look at it, surprised. Huh? I haven't turned back into a rabbit? Thank goodness. Suddenly, she shot up in bed, just remembering. Ahin! She reached out to touch Jahan's forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. His fever's gone down, and he looks much better. What a relief. Suddenly, Vivi fell silent, her expression sad and contemplative. She wondered to herself, since when was it? When the castle I had built so firmly in my heart began to crumble, as Ahin crashed in like wave after wave. Vivi remembered images of a hen smiling and calling her name, Vivi, and the image of him lifting her high up. I've tried not to forget where I belong. We are from two different races. The gap in our status is even wider. It's a struggle. Moreover, a creature that is neither human nor beast. In this form, in this relationship, I'm destined to never be with Ahin forever. Even the frog prince in the fairy tale, that love wouldn't blossom until he became fully human. Let alone my reality right now. Vivi sat beside Ahin and looked at him. She crossed her arms and hugged her knees. Egu. First, I have to solve the problem of becoming fully human. I look so disheveled. Since the ball yesterday, my mind has been a mess. I didn't even get to attend the party. She sat there gloomily, thinking about yesterday's events. Vivi glanced over at him, thinking Ahan has also suffered a lot. Suddenly, she saw something and jumped. She stammered, unable to form words clearly. What in the world is that thing? On Ahin's neck was a bright red bite mark. Vivi's face went blank, her eyes spinning, her face as red as a tomato. She silently berated herself. I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. What on earth was I thinking yesterday, biting a man's neck? She cursed herself. What the hell did you do yesterday's, Bibby? Before Han wakes up, I have to heal him. She slowly reached her hand towards him, still flustered. What if someone sees him walking around like this? Vivi imagined the scene of people gossiping about the bite mark. Oh my. The lover of the Grey family's successor is as passionate as fire, huh? No sense of propriety at all. But who is the other person? I'm so curious. Ho ho ho. Her soul screamed in agony. No way. Absolutely not. Viv forcefully pulled at Ahin's collar. She chuckled. Egu, really? I'm so lucky. My pheromones are the healing type. Suddenly, Ahin opened his eyes. Vivi's heart skipped a beat, her face went pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Ahin opened his feral, cat-like eyes, staring her down, relentlessly listing her crimes. Who was it that promised me last time that they absolutely wouldn't touch me while I was sleeping? You perverted BB Bunny. You lying BB Bunny. You shameless BB Bunny. You deceitful BB Bunny. Vivi shook her head frantically, stammering a defense in embarrassment. No, it's not like that. It's not what you think. It's just the wound on your neck. I was going to heal it. Then she contradicted herself. No, I wasn't. Absolutely not. I had no such intention. Vivi continued to babble her explanation. It's a long story. Well, you see, This morning, I bit your neck." Hearing her talk, a hen got a headache and turned over to the other side, giving her his back. Vivi wailed, "Just listen to my explanation." He still used those cat eyes to ignore her words. She screamed, "A hen!" He suddenly laughed. Unable to hold it in anymore, he burst out laughing. At Ahin's residence, she gently spread strawberry jam on a piece of bread, sitting on a chair as if nothing had happened. Still spreading the jam, she said, I'm really hungry." Vivi thought to herself, "Sandwiches and potato stew. Did Ahin go out of his way to choose a menu for someone like me who has no table manners?" As she opened her mouth to eat the bread, she said, "I'm going to enjoy this meal." The Black Panther Ahin sat next to her, looking at her with sparkling, twinkling, glimmering eyes and a strange smile. Vivi was flustered. How can he look at me with such watery, sparkling eyes?" That Black Panther kept looking at her with those shimmering eyes, as if pouting. Vivi couldn't take it anymore. She fed the piece of bread to Ahin. "I give up." She scrunched her face and cursed silently. "Stop pouting." Ahin put the plate down and said, "Ahin has already eaten his fill. You should take care of yourself." He sat down on the chair, crossing his legs in a noble manner. No sooner had he sat down, Danahin started teasing Vivi, saying, "It's really strange, you know? When you were a rabbit, I fed you until you were stuffed. You were so well fed back then, you were as round as a ball. Didn't that body come with you when you humanized?" She asked angrily, "Who are you calling a ball?" Ahin continued to tease her. "I only noticed after you became human. You don't seem to have much of an appetite when you eat." Sk! Vivi angrily crushed the piece of bread, muttering, "Again, here we go again. He's saying things that cause misunderstandings again. As soon as you're not sick, you just love to tease a rabbit, don't you?" Vivi shouted, gearing up to curse him out. "You damn a hunt," as if he knew it by heart. Finished her sentence for her. "Beast, you." Ahin rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with a cunning smile. "Yesterday I was thinking, those words. They made my heart flutter a bit." "Say it again." Vivi took a large bite of her bread and turned her face away. She grumbled resentfully. While the two were bantering, Ahin had already fallen asleep. Suddenly everything became so quiet you could hear the clock ticking. Then Ahin opened his mouth and asked, "Baby, now tell me how you got here." Hearing this, Vivi was a little startled. She suddenly thought, what's coming has to come. She stammered, it's nothing special." Ahin listened to her explanation while spreading butter on his bread. He smiled. Vivi corrected herself. "I mean, I owe the lion a debt of gratitude." Ahin didn't seem to care much, answering perfunctorily. "I see." Vivi remembered the scene with her and Rune. "He helped me quite a bit from when we met at the south gate of the border forest and when we passed through the mansion's gate." She remembered Rune and Ahin were there. Ahin placed the plate of jam-spread bread down, telling her to eat while she talked. She replied, okay. Ahin asked, "The lion?" "No." "Did the lion bring you in as a pet?" "As for me, I snuck in." She was sweating as she munched on her food. Han asked, "Where?" She replied, "In a pocket." Vivi lamented internally, this is so hard to digest." Ahin dropped a sugar cube into his tea, gulp, and then she raised her hand to scratch her head, trying to laugh it off. But when I got here, I realized it was already very late, so I was indebted to him for another day. I plan to look for Ahin the next day." She gave a sincere laugh. And Hain picked up his teacup and said, so. He enunciated each word clearly. "You slept on the lion's bed." Then he glared at her with cold, fierce red eyes. She was flustered, her face pale, scratching her head, not knowing what to say. Well, I'm screwed. Ahin lay his head on Vivi's lap and whined, putting on a childish face with crocodile tears, pretending to cry. "See, your words were suspicious from the start. Asterisk sniffle. Sniffle. Asterisk I'm so hurt," Ahin added. So you slept in the lion's bed?" Vivi raised her hand in protest. Wait, I object. I was a rabbit then? She thought silently. How can he say such strange things to make a person feel so awkward? Ahin sat up properly, picked up his teacup, and said, Continue. Vivi had question marks in her head. Seriously, I can't figure out what's going on in his head at all. She said, though she didn't seem to agree. I understand. Vivi recounted the story for a while, then said, and after that, it's just as Ahin saw. Ahin was silent. Who knows what he was planning in his head? Suddenly, he tilted his head and gave a dangerous smile. Is that all? More? What else is there? She wondered. Han explained, ever since I met you in the courtyard of the hall, you've always smelled of that filthy lion. Vivi raised her hand to sniff herself. The lion's scent? Ahin looked at her pensively. After sniffing, she was surprised to find there really was a scent. There really is. Rune's scent is still all over me. When did this scent get on me? Vivi remembered when Rune held her hand. Wait a minute. Was it then? She looked up at him. Ahin stared intently at Vivi with a dark gaze, speaking as if he wanted to see right through her. So that's why yesterday, even though I wasn't fully conscious, I insisted on holding this hand of yours. Just because you didn't like the lion's scent on me? Vivi finally realized. Ahin pretended to be angry. Vivi flopped down inside. Egu. She looked down at her arm. Yesterday I was just so restless, worried about whether I could meet the Chavian family. Thinking back now, I think I calmed down a bit after meeting Rune. Is this related to Rune's pheromone ability? Ahin called her with a serious face. Bibi. Just as things were getting serious, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, asterisk. Ivorine entered and announced, Sir Ahin, it seems you must attend an urgent meeting. Ahin leaned back in his chair, grumbling, I'm busy. You go in my place, Evelyn replied. This meeting brings together people of high virtue and prestige. It cannot be taken lightly. Then I won't attend. I'm busy having a private conversation with Bibi. Right now, the two began their round of verbal sparring. Evelyn asked, Is this matter more important than the conference? Ahin replied, extremely important. Ivorine continued, Chief Alman is also attending. What could be more important than a meeting with the chief? Vivi sat there with her arms crossed, getting a headache just watching them. Ahin flopped onto the chair, again using crocodile tears and a pitiful expression. He said, Vivi was fooling around with that lion again. I can't believe it. Vivi was utterly shocked. It sounded like he was pointing fingers. Hearing this, Ivorine was just as shocked as Vivi, part 2. Ivorine was shocked. He stammered, Miss Bunny. Ahin sprawled on the chair theatrically. I'm so depressed. Vivi tried her best to explain to Ivorine, it's all a misunderstanding. Ahin sobbed SEA. Her words were suspicious from the start. Sniffle, sniffle. I'm so hurt. It all makes sense now. Aren't drooping eyebrows a sign of being a flirt? Ivorine chimed in with a hin, thinking dirty thoughts about Vivi. That innocent face must have toyed with so many men's hearts. Her soul screamed in frustration. What the hell are they talking about? Vivi stood up, wondering what nonsense they were spouting. My eyebrows have always been like this, okay? Ahin put on a pitiful act again. She's glaring at me like that again. She's always so harsh. And yet, I always soften up and let it go. Ivorine rode the wave, adding, Is this a characteristic of a flirt? Sir Ahin is not the type to deserve such harsh treatment. You must be strong from now on. Oh, my poor master. Ahin played his part. Sniffle. This heart is in so much pain. Vivi was petrified, struck dumb, and unable to say a thing. Good grief. Come look at this dramatic pack of beasts. Scene change. The sound of people talking animatedly. People were arguing. That's not it. What do you mean that's not your intention? What are you really trying to say? The Rabbit Clan chief sat there calmly. Rune sat with his arms crossed, sneering. Isn't it because of those words that someone had to listen to rude comments from Sir Hero? Ahin was not to be outdone, quickly retorting, "Ha! That's still better than being called lazy and messy." The rabbit clan chief laughed, ho ho ho. The white-haired man cleared his throat. "First of all, Sir Han Gray, we would like to ask if the black panther that ran past the mansion belongs to you, Sir Gray." He continued, "According to the gatekeeper's records, the black panther belongs to the Manhwa clan. But the one currently keeping the black panther is Sir Han Gray. Is that correct?" Hin smiled and replied that Black Panther is the lead scout of the pack that guards the border forest. "It wasn't until I got here that I was informed that Sir Manio here had taken the Black Panther without any permission. On the contrary, the ones who should be demanding accountability are me and the Gray family." Rune sat there angrily with his arms crossed. "Ha! Listen to him talk, trying to pin the blame on me. At that time, the mansion was also in chaos and there weren't any heavy losses, so I will let this matter rest. However, from now on, during your stay here, please take care of the Black Panther as well." Ahin said, "Please pay attention." The man continued, "The second issue concerns the appearance of an unidentified rabbit beastman." Both Ahin and Rune looked on. According to the witness, Ahin cut him off. "Wait, I'm curious about the identity of this witness." He replied, "Forgive me, but to protect the witness's privacy, we cannot tell you anything more." Ahan immediately voiced his objection. "It's not enough to invite guests from other territories to this meeting, but you also present unreliable information." Rune also spoke up. "I don't understand. With testimony like this at a conference, isn't revealing the witness's identity a basic principle?" One after the other, they chimed in. After all, it could be an unreliable witness in such a murky affair. Things like this would never happen in our territory, right? The two leaders sat there baffled, thinking to themselves, a second ago, they were at each other's throats like fire and water. Why are they suddenly so in sync? What the heck? Unbelievable, he continued, turning around. "Although I cannot reveal the identity of the witness, they are a close relation to our chief. I hope you will understand. Last night, the fire at the Grand Ball occurred near the side entrance, a place where few people pass. The cause of the fire is under investigation. However, at the ball, there was only one person who showed suspicious behavior. That would be the unidentified rabbit beastman I mentioned earlier. A servant's testimony clearly stated that next to the man were also the Black Panther and Sir Ihan here. Furthermore, we also know that this person is currently staying in Sir Ihan Gray's guest room." Ahin crossed his arms and nodded, realizing the witness was Lady Javian. "This rabbit beastman has also had contact with Sir Rune Manio." Hearing this, Rune just shrugged. "Before the ball began, the two of you definitely met privately in the courtyard behind the hall, correct? The testimony also indicates that you two are acquainted. There is another suspicious point here. From the beginning, there is no record of this rabbit beastman entering through the main gate of the mansion." Ahin raised a hand to his chin, thinking, how should I handle this? This matter, suddenly Rune spoke up. "That beastman is a dancer." Hearing this, Ahan was startled. "Huh?" Rune continued. "Sir Gray and I are so enchanted by that dancer that our minds aren't clear." Rune gave Ahin a sly smile. Rune Manio flashed a cunning grin. "That beastman is a dancer. Lately, Sir Gray and I have been so enchanted that we can't think straight. A music box with a sparkling ballerina doll." "A dancer? What dancer?" Murmurs spread throughout the hall. A nobleman whispered, "A dancer? What nonsense!" Another nobleman replied seriously, "How can they believe that? Those two enchanted by a mere dancer?" Rune Manuel laughed deviously. Ahin Gray was silent, looking somewhat surprised. Rune Manuel glared at Hein Gray, thinking, "What are you doing? I've set the stage, now you need to play along." Hein Gray cleared his throat and said, "Where on earth did you come up with this dancer idea?" Ahin Gray raised a hand to his chin and said, "Sir Manio, your spontaneous remarks are making things very difficult for me. You must choose your words carefully to suit the situation, you know?" Ahin Gray asked himself. "Let's see. How do I continue this act to be perfectly in sync with him? Rune Manhwa shrugged and smiled. So, should we just let the little rabbit be interrogated like this? Ah, the pitiful love of my life. Sparks flew between them as they clashed verbally. A hen gray questioned if Sir Manhwa hadn't hidden the rabbit in the first place. None of this would have happened. And stop calling her by that nickname. It's driving me crazy. Rune Manhwa replied irritably. I seriously don't know anything. The one who wanted to come along wasn't me. It was the little rabbit. She asked me first, you know? Han Gray fumed internally. Impossible. In Endelos, you took her away without permission, throwing my mind into chaos. And now you plan to toy with me again, I'm sure. Rune Manhwa replied, that's not something a person who plays dirty tricks should be saying. I almost froze to death on the way back at night. And yet, I let it slide with my immense generosity. You should be grateful, Rune Manhwa thought darkly. He even had to send assassins. What a petty, vile man. The nobles gossiped amongst themselves. Come to think of it, isn't there a rumor that Sir Grey has been living with a rabbit lately? Ah, so the main character of the rumor is actually a rabbit beastman dancer, huh? Ahan Gray asked. Then why did you bring along the Black Panther who was acting as my rabbit's bodyguard? This is a territory for herbivores. You idiot. Rune Manhwa replied. I didn't bring it. It followed me on its own. You were the one who ordered that beast to be her bodyguard and to follow her closely. You're the idiot, the butler thought to himself. I heard they openly dislike each other, even in public. Could this be the reason? The Rabbit Clan chief's face darkened. Rune Manhwa crossed his arms and said, think about it. If Sir Grey here was trustworthy from the start, the little rabbit wouldn't have needed my help. Ahan Gray instinctively tensed up. Ahan Gray clenched his fist and declared, from now on, things like that will not happen again. So stop meddling in other people's business and just continue being arrogant and lazy as you are now. Rune Manhwa was stunned. What? Ahan Gray continued. Weren't you raised and taught not to aim for your sister's power? Wouldn't it be better to just live as you were taught? Rune Manhwa's eyes narrowed and he growled. Just then, a clear voice rang out, cutting through the argument that had been raging. That's enough. The Rabbit Clan chief smiled gently, raising her teacup. The Rabbit Clan chief said with a smile, investigating the cause of the fire is the top priority. Until the cause is determined, please treat the dancer as an honored guest of Sir Grey and Sir Manhwa here. I hope, and that the rabbit dancer will have a comfortable time at the Amon family's mansion. The royal carriages began to leave the palace. Lady Javian was looking out from the carriage window. Rabian thought to herself, the weather is getting colder. The day I abandoned Bibi, the weather turned cold just like this. My child who couldn't be registered in my family record because she couldn't humanize. Vivi Rabian stood before a menacing Black Panther. If she's taken to the Black Panther territory, I won't be able to bring her back. I have to get my child back, no matter what, by any means necessary. Lady Shavian, wearing a lavish, long purple dress, rested her chin on her hand and thought definitely. Fragments of memories appeared. My beloved Bibi, my baby. On a cold day, that was the divine beast's vow. I hope you know that all this mother has left is you. Vivi Rabian stood inside the palace. From above, she watched the carriage slowly drive away. Mother. Vivi Rabian placed her hand on the window pane. How could you treat me like that? Vivi Rabian clenched her fist. What was that tender love you used to whisper to me when I was little? Why can't I either love or hate you clearly? Vivi Rabian rested her head against the window. A creature that is neither rabbit nor human. My heart can't figure it out either. Vivi Rabian let out a scornful laugh. What's the difference between this form and a useless, empty shell? A voice rang out. Who dares to call Miss Bunny a useless, empty shell? Ivorine sat on a chair with his hands and feet tied, flashing a fawning smile. The Miss Bunny I know is an all-powerful, super-capable bunny. Ivorine lifted his tight hands and asked, but Miss Bunny, when are you planning to untie me? The blood in my body is starting to not circulate, Vivi Rabian replied. If you wanted to be untied so badly, why did you let me tie you up so obediently earlier? Evelyn replied. It's because you tied me with such enthusiasm. I had to meet your expectations. Vivi Rabian raised a hand to her head, exasperated. But I have to say, Miss Bunny, what is it now? When I'm in my human form like this, can't you address me properly? Ivorine asked, so you're telling me to throw away all the memories we've made together until now? This Ivorine would be very sad. Vivi Raban said, I'm not telling you to throw away any memories. I'm just asking you to address me properly, Ivorine replied arrogantly. I refuse. A small figure ran up and tugged on Vivi Raban's dress, calling out, Hey, Sir Hero! Vivi Rabian noticed and replied, Yes, little Russell? Russell was looking at Vivi Rabian with sparkling eyes. Vivi Raban asked, What is it, Russell? Vivi Raban leaned down for Russell to whisper, while Ivorine was still rambling on. You've already made a new friend. Miss Bunny really should know that she is an incredibly all-powerful bunny. Russell whispered, You know what? That Black Panther? He's weird. Ivorine laughed with an innocent expression. Why would you say such hurtful things, kiddo? I'm just an ordinary Black Panther, nothing more, nothing less. Vivi Rabian whispered back. He really is a strange Black Panther. Does he have a bad aura? Ivorine retorted. What bad aura? I can hear everything, you know. Miss Bunny. Russell said, it's not that he has a bad aura, Vivi Rabian continued. Then what is it? Russell, with a worried expression, said, I can't feel any aura from him at all. This is the first time. Vivi Raban asked in surprise. What? You're saying you can't feel any aura at all? None whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Vivi Rabian looked up at Ivorine. The atmosphere around Ivorine suddenly darkened. Oh my. Ivorine's face darkened into a wicked smile. So you finally found out, huh? Vivi Rabian was terrified and in disbelief. Ivorine radiated a terrifying aura. My pheromones are a bit special. I can see things that others can't see. Oh ho, look at that! There's a dark, unlucky aura radiating from behind Miss Bunny's back, too. Vivi Rabian and Russell clung to each other in fear. Vivi Rabian stammered, Behind my back? Russell glanced behind him while Vivi Rabian was still trembling and said, That's enough. Stop it, Ivorine. Stop joking around now. Russell suddenly hugged Vivi Rabian tightly. Vivi Rabian asked in surprise, Russell? Russell trembled and raised a hand to his mouth, saying, Extremely bad. A pure black color. Vivi Rabian hugged Russell tightly, her face pale with fear. Vivi, Raban stammered. What do you mean? Russell? What's wrong with me too? Don't be like this. Hey, what is it? What the hell is it? What's behind me? It's not something like a ghost, is it? Is it because of this unlucky aura that my life has been such a roller coaster? What is it? What is it, really? Vivi Raban screamed frantically in her mind. What the hell is that thing? What the hell is it? What is the thing behind me? Don't tell me it's a real ghost. A magnificent, opulent palace under a slowly setting sun. Ivron's terrifying face appeared, making Vivi Rabian wonder, Ivorine, what exactly is your background? Suddenly, a whispered voice echoed, It's only natural that you can't feel Avron's aura. Ahin Gray leaned in close to Vivi Raban's ear and said, Beastmen with weaker pheromones than Ivorine have no effect on him, because he possesses balanced pheromones. Vivi Rabian, still in a state of fear, stammered, So that's what it is. Balance pheromones. That's a fitting pheromone for someone as crazy as Ivorine. I thought I was seeing ghosts. For a second, I really thought there was a ghost behind me. Vivi Rabian said tremblingly, I was scared to death just now. As soon as she finished speaking, Vivi Rabian slowly fainted. Russell asked worriedly, Hey, Sir Hero. Vivi Rabian lay on the bed with a pained expression. Hangray wondered to himself, how could someone this weak follow me all the way to the rabbit territory? Hangray and Russell stood watching over Vivi Rabian. Hangray sighed and said, "Hey, Evelyn, there's a limit to joking around." The Black Panther Ahin angrily gnawed on Evelyn's head until blood spurted out. Evelyn apologized. "I'm very sorry. It's just that talking to Miss Bunny gets me too excited. Now, Sir Hen, please spare my head." "Hun?" Gray questioned. "By the way, what's with this getup of yours?" Blood was still trickling from Evelyn's head. Evelyn pointed towards Vivi Rabian and said, "This is evidence of Miss Bunny threatening the weak and hard-working Evelyn. Trying to cover things up behind Sir Ashen's back, huh?" Ashen Gray smiled appreciatively. "Behind my back? How heartwarming," Evelyn advised. "Next time, Miss Bunny might try again. So please let me know how much I'm allowed to reveal," Gray continued. "Except for the fact that I used to carry a stuffed bunny everywhere as a child. You can tell her everything else." Vivi Rabian still had a pained look on her face. She was still mumbling, "Ghosts, no?" Hangray suddenly picked Russell up and asked, "By the way, how long are you planning to stay here, kiddo?" Russell struggled to get out of Hangray's grasp. Russell was annoyed. "Let me go, I said, let me go." Hangray laughed cunningly and said, "Behave, will you? Or else I'll eat your hero right now." Russell's lips trembled as he cried, "What?" Evelyn said disapprovingly, "Master, you look exactly like someone with a personality disorder," Hangray commanded irritably. "Evelyn." As Hangray carried Russell over to Evelyn, he said, "Start preparing to return to the ready estate with Bibi tomorrow?" Evelyn asked mischievously. "We're leaving the mansion so soon?" Hangray placed Russell on a chair and said, "I'll be staying here for a few more days." Evelyn, seeming to understand, raised his hands in supplication to Hangray. "Then I will have the carriage wait for you. Please forgive me, but could you remove the ropes from my hands and feet?" Russell put on a pitiful face and whimpered, "Sir Hero, please." Hangray smiled kindly and reassured him. "Sir Hero has to go and protect the Black Panther territory." Russell's lips trembled as he whined, "What?" Evelyn, still sitting in front of the Black Panther Ahin with a bleeding head, said, "Sir Ahin, because I'm tied up, I can't move a single muscle right now. And Sir Ahin also." Before he could finish, Hangray jumped in. "Instead, I'll let you stay with her all day today." Russell compromised. "Okay." Evelyn smiled and said to everyone, "Hello, what about me?" A beautiful garden inside a greenhouse in the late afternoon. Small black and white rabbits were hopping around. Vivi Rabian suddenly froze, thinking, "I'm supposed to be the rabbit beastman here." Russell sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the rabbits. Hangray was sitting and watching the rabbits swarm around him. The more Vivi Rabian thought about it, the angrier she got. "Why?" Vivi Rabian sat in one spot with a speechless expression. "Why won't any of the rabbits come near me?" Hangray placed a hand on a rabbit and said, "Stop squirming, it tickles." Vivi Rabian pouted. "Can I walk around here freely?" Hangray replied, "It's fine, because your identity is not very clear. So no one will dare to touch someone associated with me and the lion?" Vivi Rabian asked, not understanding. "Oh, so I don't need to go see the chief of the rabbit territory?" Hangray replied, "Yeah, the lion has already covered up your identity as a dancer. It would be even stranger for an ordinary dancer to meet the chief now." Vivi Rabian was baffled. "A dancer? Why a dancer?" An image of Rune Manhwa with his handsome face appeared with his voice. "So, your real profession is a ballerina, huh?" Vivi Rabian remembered something. Her face began to turn red as she thought to herself, "Ack. Hangray found it strange and asked, "Bibi, why is your face so red?" Vivi Rabian answered evasively, "Because I'm hot, Agu." "Why is it so hot?" Hangray asked. "And yet, you're wearing a coat." It's just like how Bibi has many things she's hiding from me," Vivi Rabian said cautiously about that. Russell suddenly jumped into their conversation. "Let me see your fangs." Russell, surrounded by many rabbits, said in a cute tone, "Fangs." Russell then squeezed Ahin Gray's cheeks. "Hey, hey!" Russell admired. "Wow, they're so sharp." Ahin Gray mumbled, "Hey, top it out. Causes tea." "Oh, hey, stop it out." "Of course they are." Russell giggled, hee hee. Vivi Rabian thought in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen Russell smile so brightly." Ahin Gray was having his cheek squeezed by Russell to show his fangs. That look on Ahin was also something new. Ahin Gray said, "Ikawful." Vivi Rabian burst out laughing. Hearing the sudden laughter, Ahin Gray and Russell turned around. Russell's eyes crinkled as he smiled brightly and praised her. "So beautiful." Vivi Rabian asked, "Me?" Russell replied, "Yeah." Ahin Gray, who was still getting his cheek pinched by that crazy Russell, muttered, "He's got a good eye." Vivi Rabian looked surprised at Ahin Gray, who was still talking. How is that kid going to become a big shot? Vivian thought shyly. Asterisk, is he complimenting my good looks? So Ahin thinks I'm pretty too? Asterisk, there I go again. Paying attention to every little thing Ahin says, worrying about pointless things again. Asterisk. Vivi Rabian's heart suddenly ached. Asterisk, one day, Ahin will get married and have children of his own. Asterisk. Asterisk, he's already had his coming-of-age ceremony. It wouldn't be strange at all if he got a fiancé tomorrow. Scene. Asterisk, who would Ahin end up with? Would it be someone from a high-ranking noble family in the Black Panther territory? Ahin Gray sensed Vivi Rabian staring at him and asked, "Vivi?" Asterisk, or maybe a blue-blooded maiden from some tribe of predatory beastmen. Above all, it won't be us. Asterisk. A brown rabbit came over and nibbled on Vivi Rabian's dress. Asterisk, right? Asterisk. The rabbit looked at Vivi Rabian while chewing on her dress. Ahin Gray said, confused, "Vivi? Are you daydreaming or something?" Before he could finish, Vivi Rabian cut him off. "I'm not having a telepathic conversation with a rabbit, okay? Besides, I already told you when I was a rabbit, I couldn't communicate with other normal rabbits." A confused question mark appeared above Ahin Gray's head. Vivi Rabian squinted at Ahin Gray, thinking to herself, Asterisk, he's about to tease me again, I just know it. Asterisk. Ahin Gray suddenly grinned and said, "What's this?" "You know exactly what I'm about to say? That's quite a psychic power." Vivi Rabian was taken aback. Vivi Rabian gave a small smile. Asterisk, actually, I hope you won't be with anyone else but me. Asterisk, in the sunset glow of the glass room. This was Vivi's greatest fear. Looking at the wound on his face, she asked with concern, "But Hen, what are you going to do about that wound?" Hen glanced at the wound and said, I'm not sure." "It's not a big deal," Vivi said, "but it's a wound on your face." She reached for a hunt but stopped, remembering. Asterisk, could it be this morning? While I was trying to figure out how to get rid of the bite mark on his neck while he was sleeping, did I accidentally scratch him without realizing it? Ahin probably doesn't know. I'll just keep quiet and let it pass. Asterisk. Ahin stared intently at Vivi. He took Vivi's hand, smiled, and said, "If you're so concerned about it, then you can do something for me." Vivi barely had time to say, "Huh?" before Ahin pulled her hand to his cheek, enjoying the light touch with a gentle smile. He said, "Heal me." Vivi looked at Ahin and she pouted, thinking, Asterisk, this cunning predator. There he goes again, flirting with me. Seriously, when will he learn? Doesn't he know rabbits can be scary too? He teased her more. "Vivi, why are your eyebrows furrowed so tightly like that? You look hilarious." Vivi fumed. "It's your fault. Who else could it be?" Vivi sighed in resignation. "I get it. I'll heal you. But in return, after I heal you, I'm turning back into a rabbit. Is that okay?" Ahin went silent. Then he refused. No, that's not okay at all. He lowered Vivi's hand and let it go. They both fell silent. The rabbit on Vivi's lap suddenly hopped away. Ahin watched the rabbit hop away and said, "Every day, it's so frustrating. When I wake up, I can't read a rabbit's expression. But whenever you become human, all your thoughts and feelings are written so clearly on your face, it brings me so much joy. A hand turned back and smiled at Vivi, who could only say helplessly, hey, before turning away, thinking, right. In your eyes, I'm just a fool, aren't I? Just then, Ahin rested his head on Vivi's shoulder. Vivi turned to look at Ahin, but my dear, I don't care about any of that. Whether you're a rabbit or a human, just do whatever you want. In return, you are absolutely forbidden from disappearing on your own again, understand? As he spoke, Ahin hugged Vivi tightly and continued, every time you vanish without a trace. My patience wears a little thinner. Sitting in Ahin's lap, Vivi blushed and explained, I was just so scared at that moment, my body moved on its own. I'll try not to disappear like that again. Ahin leaned in and whispered in Vivi's ear. It's not, I'll try, it's, I understand. Vivi obediently repeated, I understand. Ahin continued, and no more flying, you hear me? I don't know what you did to that idiot Quinn to get him to take you all the way to the dungeon. But there won't be a second time. That foolish Quinn was bribed by Rabbit Vivi. Vivi realized, so he noticed. Huh. Change the subject. Great. The smell of that filthy lion is gone now. I smell a faint scent of roasted sweet potatoes. Vivi was confused. Roasted sweet potatoes? Rune said I smelled like butter. This is just a bunch of weirdo predators. They're not normal at all. Vivi suddenly realized. Wait a minute, aren't those all things you can eat? Vivi said to Ahin. Ahin, when we get back to my room later, there's something I want to talk to you about. Ahin narrowed his eyes and looked at Vivi. Then he teased her. You're suddenly being so serious. It's making me a little nervous. This little rabbit is getting more insidious by the day. Who knows what kind of tricks you'll pull in a room with just the two of us. Vivi laughed and playfully slapped his arm. Stop the drama. Then Vivi leaned into Hyan's chest and said, It's nothing like that. It's just the reason I left the Black Panther territory to come all this way. And the fact that I'm here now, I want to tell you everything. Ahin replied, All right, I'm really looking forward to it. He then held Vivi close, savoring the happy moment. A little later, inside the mansion, a butler was pushing a food cart. He introduced himself cheerfully. Hello, my beloved family. I am Owen, currently serving Lord Ahin Grey. Since this morning, I have gone through an incredibly busy and indescribably difficult time. Because I was interrogated by numerous people with a whole host of different questions related to the Rabbit Lady. All the guests staying at the Rabbit Clan Chief's residence are extremely curious, to the point their eyes are popping out asking me all sorts of things about the Rabbit Lady. Just how famous is this Rabbit Lady? Is she as beautiful and graceful as a goddess from a deep forest? And they're curious if it's true that Lord Ahin and Lord Rune both fell for a rabbit who has no fangs, claws, or tail, even though the Rabbit Lady and I just have a mutually supportive relationship every day. Owen recalled cheering on Vivi in her rabbit form every day. Miss Rabbit, you got this today, fighting. And Rabbit Vivi would cheer back, yeah. You be strong too, Owen. Owen cringed at the memory. Actually, I have no idea if she was really saying that, Oh, wait. I only just found out the Rabbit Lady was a beastman myself. With that thought, Owen sighed, standing before Vivi's door. I'm coming in. But in his mind, Owen imagined compared to the image of a romantic goddess by the lake, the Rabbit Lady is more suited to the image of a mighty warrior commanding the entire continent. Owen pictured Rabbit Vivi in full armor, a shield in one hand and a sword raised high in the other, commanding her army. All troops advance for me. To die is to live. To live is to die. As Owen opened the door to Vivi's room, a gloomy scene appeared. Vivi was face down, sulking on the couch. Asen was sitting there reading a newspaper. Not a single sound, except for a hen turning the pages of his newspaper. Owen stood at the door, unsure what to do. What in the world is going on here? Faced with the tense scene, Owen stood frozen, stammering, I brought some rooibos tea, a popular drink in the rabbit clan's territory. Owen broke out in a cold sweat, feeling awkward. What is this? What kind of situation is this? Owen felt a blizzard brewing in the room. Ahin, still calmly reading his newspaper, told Owen, just put it on the table. We just had a little argument. Just ignore them, don't mind them. Owen trembled as he stood beside them. Ahin sighed and said to Vivi, if you're going to keep up this act, at least put on a coat. Or go protest in front of the fireplace. The weather's getting cold again. Vivi said nothing, just slammed her hand on the chair, making a loud thud that startled Owen. Ahin looked helpless. Ahin said to Owen, you'll have to make a trip to the kitchen. Owen replied, yes. Do you require a snack, my lord? Ahin continued to flip through his newspaper and said, no, relay a message to them that there's a rabbit here who has lost the will to live. Owen felt utterly bewildered, still pouring tea until it overflowed from the cup. Owen forced a laugh. Are you suggesting the rabbit lady as food? At that moment, both Vivi and Ahin shot up. Vivi turned and glared daggers at Owen. Vivi and Ahin sat down again near the fireplace. Owen thought in terror, the rabbit lady just glared at me. Beside him, Ahin pointed out, Owen, your tea is overflowing. Owen finally noticed he'd been pouring tea this whole time. Oh heavens, my apologies, my lord. Ahin sighed, that's enough. He then turned to Vivi. Yesterday. We already settled the matter of you returning to the territory. The Black Panther territory, remember? So why are you now showing up and saying you don't want to go? Vivi faced the fireplace and said, that's the thing. You only just told me we're leaving this afternoon? What was I supposed to do? I haven't even said a proper goodbye to Professor Gianna. And Russell, at least give me one more day. Han took a sip of tea and said, staying in another territory with an illegitimate status is not good for you. Vivi mumbled, another territory. She stood up, put on her cloak, and said, I need to borrow a hen for a moment. I have to go say goodbye to Professor Gianna. Hin stood up to stop her. Wait a minute, Vivi, how about we call them here? Or let me go with you. Vivi's voice was cold. Don't come. This is something only herbivores can discuss with each other. With that, Vivi ran straight out the door, leaving both Owen and Ahin frozen in place. Ahin asked Owen, did you know? Owen cut in. Even if you turn a blind eye, a black panther is still a predator, my lord. They can't participate in a gathering of herbivores. Ahin rubbed his face. So is having fangs a crime? Should I just pull them all out? Suddenly, the door opened and Vivi walked back in. A surprised Ahin called out, Vivi? Vivi said, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so stubborn. Actually, I want to go back. With Ahin. We came here separately after all. So let's go together. Vivi closed the door and left, leaving Ahin dumbfounded. Owen had to call out, Lord Ahin! Lord Ahin! Lord Ahin! Snap out of it, my lord! Lord Ahin! What's wrong? But Ahin remained frozen. Vivi left, but she was still worried. Is it okay to leave Ahin alone like this? When his pheromone sickness flared up, he was in so much pain he looked like he was about to die. It was so bad his grandfather had to personally ask me for help. As Vivi walked and thought, she didn't notice someone following behind her. When Vivi turned around, she saw no one. Vivi became alert. I thought I heard footsteps just now. Is someone following me? Who could it be? My mother's people or the chief's? Just a little further and I'll reach a crowded area. With that thought, Vivi started walking faster. Asterisk. I'll run there and escape. Asterisk. Vivi began to pick up speed and run. Seeing a turn ahead, she thought, asterisk, perfect. Just past that corner, asterisk. As Vivi turned, she was grabbed by the hand and pulled aside by Rune. In a panic, Vivi screamed, ah, and grabbed a handful of Rune's hair. Rune yelped as Vivi pulled his hair. Ow, ow, ow. My head. That's my head you're pulling. Only then did Vivi realize it was Rune. Rune rubbed his head. You're too much. Why do you always grab my hair whenever you see me? Later, the two sat talking in the library.
Hey.
Rune consoled her. That must have been a bodyguard a hen gray secretly sent to follow you. You're going back to the Black Panther territory today, aren't you? Vivi asked. How did you know that? Rune corrected her. It's not you, it's Rune. Don't you know my name? Say my name. Vivi went along with it. Okay, Rune, how did you know? Rune smiled. Because Ivorine is preparing a carriage out front. How else? Just thinking about that guy's way of doing things, it's as clear as day. It's a small thing. If you're going back to the Grey Clan, we won't see each other for a while. Rune leaned against the door and sighed. That makes me sad. Spare me a little time. Vivi naively asked back, huh? Why are you sad? Rune jumped, his face flushing at a loss for words. He stammered, well, it's just that, Vivi observed Rune. Asterisk, it seems like... Asterisk. Just as Vivi was about to realize something, asterisk, could it be that this person, towards me... Asterisk Rune cut off her train of thought. Me. And you, Miss Rabbit, we've been through a lot together, haven't we? At the masquerade ball, and in Endelos, too. We have been through so much. Thinking back, I feel a little regretful. Miss Rabbit, no, Vivi. If you were in the lion territory, perhaps I could have been the one to pick you up. Rune said with a hint of regret, smiling at Vivi. After saying, Vivi, if you were in the lion territory, perhaps I could have been the one to pick you up? Rune looked at Vivi with a gentle smile. Vivi was speechless. Asterisk to think there were two people willing to get me out of that basket. Asterisk. Vivi glanced at her pocket watch. She said stiffly, I think it's about time for me to go. The atmosphere felt too suffocating. Rune realized. So, that's why you've been acting so strange since last time. You were doing it on purpose, weren't you? Vivi moved awkwardly. It's your fault. What else could it be? Rune grabbed Vivi's shoulders and pulled her back, his eyes flashing. Wait a minute. I haven't finished my story. Vivi panicked and yelled. What kind of ending is there to a polite social chat? Then she tried to bolt, but Rune managed to grab her cloak. Letting out a few whoa-whoa sounds, he clutched the cloak tightly in his hand and called out, Hey, Vivi, I'll help you. Can't you come to the lion territory? A hen is not a good person. You know it. He would never keep you around with good intentions. If you don't escape that panther territory now, it'll be even harder to leave later. The position of the next clan leader holds supreme power, but it's also fraught with risks. You could become the center of a sudden disaster at any moment. Encounters with assassins are a daily occurrence. Even if Grey assigns many bodyguards to protect you at any time, you must be prepared to face difficulties and survive on your own. Besides, that hind Grey guy is not right in the head. Vivi nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Asterisk, he's incredibly cold, dash-blooded, asterisk. Vivi nodded again. Asterisk, totally. Asterisk. Rune smiled. Well, he's a little less so in front of you. Vivi gave a weak smile. Really? That insidious predator? Rune continued relentlessly, so... If Grey forces you to stay by his side, Rune suddenly noticed something on Vivi's neck, his brow furrowing. A bite mark that wound on your neck. Was it Grey? Did Grey do this? But he continued, If it's because you have nowhere else to go, I can prepare a place for you. Vivi was surprised. Asterisk at first. I suspected he might be after my pheromones. But no, this person is genuinely, asterisk, Asterisk, worried about me. Asterisk, but then Vivi refused Rune's offer. Rune, thank you for your offer, but I can't go with you. Rune's eyes widened at Vivi, but then he smiled, walked closer, and draped the cloak over her. May I ask why? Vivi answered, if it weren't for Ahan, I probably would have died in the border forest that day. Even after being saved, my life was still tied to him. I couldn't even do something as simple as opening a door on my own. And then one day, I suddenly discovered Ahan's dire situation. Ashin's illness probably didn't just start a day or two ago. Even so, Ashin never forced me to use my healing pheromones. What you said is true. The path with Ahin is arduous, and it's difficult for those around him too. The situation is tough, scary, and unstable. Vivi smiled as she tied her cloak. She continued, but right now, Hai needs me, perhaps even more than I need him. And besides, whether it's a black panther or a lion, they're all just as insidious. Vivi said with a confident smile. Seeing Vivi's determination, Rune could only say, ah, the rabbit is repaying a kindness, is that it? I suppose so, but you're not a rabbit now, you're a person. Rune stepped closer and retied the knot for Vivi. If you're going to be fully human, you should probably learn how to tie a proper knot. Vivi looked at the neatly tied knot and defended herself. It's just a bit loose because I've never done it before. Rune gazed at Vivi, thinking to himself, asterisk, until now, I've never been envious of Gray for anything. Asterisk. Rune turned to leave. Since I was young, I've only learned how to let things go. I thought it was an easy thing to do. This time, it's not as easy as I thought. Vivi was bewildered. Huh? What do you mean? Rune invited Vivi, when you have the chance, come visit the lion territory. Next time, I promise you won't be just dropped in a forest like some inanimate object by that black panther. And if you can, hide that pheromone of yours well. If it weren't for someone like me who knows you, a gem like you could easily be targeted by others. As Rune was speaking, the door burst open. A hand shot out and grabbed. Both of them froze. Vivi began to stammer. A male figure with long, tied-up blue hair and blue eyes walked in. He looked at them in silence, then began to frown angrily and yell, "Who?" Rune whispered to Vivi. Rune whispered with a wink, while the blue-haired man behind him grabbed his head. "You don't know who that is?" "I do." Vivi, still stunned, asked, "Who is it?" The man exploded with rage, shouting, You damn rabbit." Vivi was still clueless. Huh? What did the rabbit do wrong? I'm sorry, but who are you? And meeting secretly with that lion too? I'm speechless. Why do you always make people worry about you? Vivi thought to herself, asterisk, huh? Asterisk, I can't believe Quinn is a beastman. Asterisk. Russell stood below the carriage, pointing up at that damn bird. Vivi picked up Russell and admonished him. Oh dear Russell, that's no ordinary bird. He's a hunting bird, a falcon. You have to be careful. Russell hugged Vivi tightly, calling out, Brave hero! Brave hero! Birds are petty. Quinn, who was petty, glared at the two of them. What's this? What's with that kid? The rabbit clan chief smiled kindly. It's been a long time since I've seen a bird beastman who's a family member. It's true. If you live long enough, you get to see everything. Gianna chimed in. That's right, especially since falcons are the most prickly species among all bird beastmen. With that, they both laughed. Vivi, in the carriage, was speechless, thinking, asterisk, they really love the drama. Asterisk. Gianna then turned to the rabbit chief and asked Vivi, Lady Vivi, who is this gentleman? The rabbit chief humbly replied, I am just an old man who has worked in this mansion for over a decade. He then extended his hand formally. If it's not too presumptuous, allow me to greet you, though my greeting is a bit late. Vivi reached her hand out the window and shook the rabbit chief's hand, replying, Not at all, sir. Sir? The rabbit chief laughed heartily. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed being called that. I'm so happy. The black panther and the lion. I'm truly curious how you managed to tame those two wild young men. Seeing you get into Gray's carriage like this, I suppose you've chosen the black panther, haven't you? Gianna laughed. Oh my, that's right, isn't it? Lady Vivi is truly talented. Vivi blushed and denied it. No, it's not like that. They were the ones who made the choice. Ahin stood silently on his room's balcony looking down at the carriage. Vivi held a piece of paper with an address written by Gianna, B613, Belme Neutral Zone. Russell said, "Brave hero, remember to write me letters." Vivi smiled and leaned out the carriage window. "All right, I will. We'll definitely see each other again, Russell." Suddenly, tears started streaming down Russell's face. Okay, he clung to Gianna and cried. Gianna picked Russell up and comforted him. What's wrong with this boy acting so strangely? Always doing things he normally wouldn't, or maybe he just has a special connection with Miss Vivi. Gianna said to Vivi, "Lady Vivi, don't worry too much. Russell will get over it quickly." Vivi nodded. "Yes. And you, Chief?" The rabbit chief was sipping his tea. "You're quite perceptive." Vivi said, "Well, since I was having a comfortable chat with Professor Gianna, Oops. I have something I need to say right now. The fire this time, it was absolutely not my fault." The chief continued to sip his tea calmly. "Ah, if it's about that, there's no problem. From the beginning, I was the one who permitted you to return to the Black Panther territory." Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. That's a relief then." The chief smiled, "But it's interesting. Young lady, do you know what it means for a predator to leave a fang mark on your neck?" Vivi touched her neck. "Yes?" She recalled the moment Ahin held her tightly in the garden and bit her from behind, thinking, asterisk, huh? Asterisk. Asterisk, now I remember. In the garden, Ahan bit my neck to erase the lion's scent that was lingering on me. Asterisk. Vivi asked the chief nervously, "What does it mean?" She worriedly thought to herself, asterisk, it's probably going to leave a scar. "What do I do?" The chief winked at Vivi, "But if you can, try not to let Mr. Galadian see it. Otherwise, he'll flop around like a fish on dry land." The chief imagined Galilean turning into a flailing fish, yelling, "That rebellious grandson of mine." Vivi gasped, "Ah!" and fell silent, not knowing what to do. The carriage departed. Gianna, holding Russell, and the chief stood and waved goodbye. "Travel safely, Vivi. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Take care, Vivi. Brave hero, see you later." Vivi waved back at everyone. "Yes, I'll definitely contact you all." After traveling for a while, Vivi spoke in the carriage, "So that's the reason I had to return." Vivi mumbled, "With a Quinn who looks like he's about to bite my head off. And on top of that, an Ivorine who is still..." "Ivorine?" Ivorine asked, confused. "Ivorine is still Ivorine? What does that mean, Miss Rabbit?" Vivi leaned against the window and sighed. "Oh." From a distance, Ahin approached the carriage. "Vivi, you look exactly like a puppy caught in the rain." Vivi retorted, "What are you talking about? Isn't it a bunny caught in the rain? But Hyan, are you really not coming with us?" Hyan poked his head out the door and chirped, "Peep, peep." Ahin said, "I already told you I have some business to take care of, so I'll be back a little later." Vivi pressed, "Later? When will you be back?" Ahin thought for a moment. Tomorrow." Vivi asked cheerfully, "Tomorrow?" Ahin said, "Yeah, if I can, I'll try to get back even if it's early in the morning." Vivi pouted, "You don't have to go through all that trouble. It's just, I want to go with you now." Ahin glanced at Ivorine eavesdropping in the carriage. "Don't tell me you want to come with me just because you don't like being with those two." Vivi froze, having been called out. Ivorine pretended to be hurt. "Ouch, Miss Rabbit, that really hurts Ivoron's feelings, you know?" Aizen looked at Vivi and teased, Vivi, you have two rabbit ears sticking out from the top of your head." Vivi panicked and touched her head. "What? How is that possible?" When she found no rabbit ears, she got angry. Asterisk, he's teasing me again, that sly predator. A hen continued his act. You know, if it's not ears, it might be a tail. Vivi was completely bewildered. Why are you suddenly messing with me? Oh, she still reached down to check, thinking, asterisk, could I really have a tail? Asterisk, a hen said gently to Vivi, I'm sorry, I can't return with you. Ivorine dropped his papers and bent down to pick them up. He was shaking with suppressed laughter. My apologies, my hand was slippery. Vivi asked, a hen, what's wrong? Why is everyone looking at us like that? And not paying attention, said, don't mind them. Is there anything else you want to say? Vivi thought for a moment, and then asked, the bite mark on my neck, that time in the garden, you did that because of the pheromones, right? Asheen replied, that's right. But why? Vivi remembered the chief's words and asked hesitantly, I just wanted to know if it had any other meaning. Ahin tilted his head. So, Vivi, you didn't know about that, but you just bit my neck anyway? A chill ran down Vivi's spine. Wah! Ahin continued. Let me show you. Your bite was too light, so it's probably almost gone, but if I look closely, I might still find it. But he was cut off by Vivi punching him in the face with a loud thwack. It distorted Ahin's face. Vivi realized what she'd done. Asterisk, oh no, I'm doomed. I just punched the future leader in the face in front of so many people. My rabbit life is over. Asterisk. Everyone in the carriage was stunned. Ivorine dropped his papers again, trying to hide his laughter. He said, Egu, I think I've developed a hand tremor recently. I should probably get it checked out. Ahin, looking embarrassed, said to Vivi, hit me again! Without hesitation, Vivi slammed the window shut. My rabbit life is getting too long. Let's get going. The carriage drove away. Ivorine remarked, that's the first time I've ever seen Lord Ahin apologize to anyone. He's a man who has never bowed his head to anyone. Witnessing that, I came to a realization. If you, Miss Rabbit, have any intention of running away now, you'll become a side salad for breakfast, served with broccoli and carrots. As he spoke, Ivorine imagined Rabbit Vivi lying on a plate and sighed, oh, you poor rabbit. Vivi's blood boiled. She clenched her fist, thinking, asterisk jur. Now he's not even bothering with two people. He's just going to eat me himself? I really want to punch him. Asterisk. Ivorine continued, Miss Rabbit, you're not the first person Lord Ahina has picked up and brought home. Quinn is a prime example. He fought with Bara and was left with only half a life, so Lord Ahin picked him up. Vivi asked, Bara? She imagined a fight between Bara, a black panther, and Quinn, a falcon, and asked Ivorine, don't tell me he fought a black panther in his falcon form? Ivorine laughed in agreement. Yes, foolish, isn't it? So when Lord Ahin brought you back, Miss Rabbit, I was a little suspicious. Quinn grumbled. Hey, shut your mouth. Stop talking! He repeatedly stomped on Ivorine's foot. And Ivorine kept dodging while continuing, after bringing Quinn back from his ordeal. He tossed him in a corner. I've never seen him pick up a little guy, put him in his pocket, and carry him everywhere like he did with you, Miss Rabbit. Vivi felt happy. Asterisk, so I really am a little special. Asterisk, she thought. Ivorine suddenly said, surprising Vivi, you're mistaken. Vivi looked up. What? Ivorine was saying. The moment he picked you up. You should have run away immediately. Just then, the carriage came to a sudden halt. Everyone immediately became alert. Who is it? Ivorine shielded Vivi. Miss Rabbit, are you all right? Vivi asked nervously. What's going on? Why did the carriage stop? Don't tell me we're being attacked by the Wolf Clan again? From the bushes, figures in black cloaks emerged, heading towards the stopped carriage. Black-clad figures appeared. Ivorine assessed the situation. It seems they've blocked our path, just as we prepared for. This will be handled shortly. Please wait a moment. Quinn pulled back the curtain to look outside. Ivorine also sat up, on guard. Ivorine held out a hat. Miss Rabbit, you just need to hide in this hat. There's not much time. Hurry up. Vivi said hastily. I know, but then remembered and said angrily, What kind of nonsense is this? I'm a person right now, you fool. Outside, the sounds of fighting echoed into the carriage. A huge shadow loomed outside the carriage. The carriage door was locked. Hearing the sound, Vivi was startled and looked out. Did someone just lock the door from the outside? Why? Furthermore, Ivern's behavior is one thing, but even Quinn is just sitting here, calmly, not fighting them. He's not even checking the situation outside. Vivi ignored Evelyn, who was chattering on, You don't like the hat? But it's so cute, and continued to think, why is everyone so calm? I can clearly hear fighting. Who would dare to attack the carriage, especially when a hen is absent? Why are we being attacked? Vivi pulled back the curtain to look outside, but Ivorine stopped her. Miss Rabbit, it's not good to look. Vivi said, but then deduced. This is a surprise attack that happened right before we entered the Black Panther territory. Furthermore, both Quinn's and Ivern's actions are clearly meant to protect me. Could it be that the reason for this sudden ambush is because of Vivi looked at Quinn, who was sitting nonchalantly, and Ivorin, who was casually offering, Vivi, if you don't like the hat, how about crawling into this bag? Vivi figured it out. Because of me? She asked herself. Who is it? Who is targeting me? Someone who could attack a carriage on its way back to the Black Panther territory. Before crossing the border, that person knows exactly who I am and knows like the back of their hand what power I possess. And ignores my warnings, always scheming to use me. That person is none other than Vivi remembered her mother, Jebian, saying, You must know that this mother of yours has only you left. Vivi thought of her mother. Ahin appeared in Vivi's memories, saying, I still have business to take care of. You go on ahead, Vivi. Vivi called out, Ahin. Ahin, what exactly is the business you had to stay behind to handle? What are you two plotting? A shattering sound rang out. Vivi took one of her shoes and smashed the window. Ivorine shouted, Miss Rabbit! Everyone was shocked. Vivi trembled and threatened, Don't come near me. I said don't come any closer. Stay right there. A wind gusted. Vivi could feel it. So they had a reason to lock the door so tightly. I can suddenly sense the dominating pheromone here. This is too abnormal. Vivi squeezed her eyes shut. Ivorine called out, Vivi! Miss Rabbit! Why are you over there? It's too dangerous. Come here, Vivi asked. Why, Ivorine? Don't lie anymore. Tell me the truth. Ahin is here, isn't he? Ivorine tried to deflect. Things are very dangerous right now. Please come here. Vivi threatened, If you don't tell me the truth, Ivorine, I'll have no choice but to confirm it myself. Should I just jump out of this window? Ivorine sighed. So this is the impulsive behavior Lord Ahan mentioned. Ivorine wearily watched Vivi, afraid she would actually do it. My apologies, but I am under strict orders not to speak of this matter. I'm in a difficult position. I can't reveal anything. I would be very grateful if you could direct all your reprimands towards Lord Ahin. Vivi pointed at Ivorine. Ivorine, if you touch me, even with a single fingertip, you'll never speak another word for the rest of your life, Ivorine yelled. What? Please! There's no such rule in this world. Quinn clicked his tongue and reached for the knife at his waist, startling both of them. Teachy, this is going too far. Ivorine tried to stop Quinn. Whoa, Lord Quinn! As long as we return safely to the Black Panther territory, everything will be fine. Why do you have to pull out a knife? Put the knife away, big bro, Quinn angrily retorted. Since she's likely to jump out of the carriage, it's best to just knock her out. That hateful rabbit is more cunning than I thought. Ivorine continued to protest, but knocking her out is too much. Even if you use the back of the blade, it still hurts. Besides, if Miss Rabbit gets injured, our futures won't be very bright either. Quinn refused to listen and cursed at Ivorine, but Ivorine kept talking. Perhaps Miss Rabbit has been hiding a sinister side all this time, but I still can't accept using a knife. I'd rather you just stab me instead. Quinn still brandished the knife at Ivorine. Ivorine was terrified. That's not what I meant. If you really put a knife to my throat, what would I do? It's dangerous. Please put it away. At that moment, Vivi called out, Quinn! Then she snapped her fingers. A gust of wind blew in. The knife fell and both Quinn and Ivorine collapsed. They lay on the floor, unconscious. Vivi said, Ivorine, this attack can only be aimed at a single target. And I was only aiming at Quinn. Ivron's eyes widened. Where in the world did you learn that technique? Then he passed out. Vivi stepped out of the carriage and approached a fallen figure in a black cloak. She pried open their eye and saw a purple iris. Asterisk purple pupils, as I thought. A rabbit beastman. Vivi sighed. She patted his head and said, Let's go, Han. From a distance, another person in a black masked cloak ran towards them, shouting, Lady Jebian, you must escape from here. But then they were struck down and fell. Lady Rebian grit her teeth in fear. Asterisk, how could he have possibly known this place? Who? Asterisk. Ahen walked forward from a distance, sword in hand. In the wide open space there were only two people, the handsome and powerful Ahen Gray. And Lady Jebian, who was also Vivi Ribian's mother. Lady Jebian trembled as Ahen Gray approached her, his face cold and his sword in hand. She said, trembling, even if you are from the Gray family, threatening a noble from another territory is an unforgivable act. Ahen Gray looked at her with a cold expression and retorted, And what about you, sending people to attack the Gray family's carriage? This Lady Jebian continued to play innocent, as if she were a naive young girl. Lady Jebian mumbled, Attack? I don't know anything about that. But Han Gray didn't let up. Han stepped closer to Lady Jebian, forcing her to retreat further. Ahin coldly continued, In that case, I'll have someone attack your carriage and pretend I know nothing about it. Lady Jebian, sweating with fear, replied to Ahin, Do you think you can harm a noble lady and get away with it? Ahin Gray continued his steady advance, backing Lady Jebian into a corner. Well, you won't be a noble lady for much longer. Then Ahin Gray's gaze became so cold the air around them seemed to freeze. He looked at Lady Jebian and said menacingly, with both the family head and most of the children having committed great crimes, The Jebian family is about to be annihilated. Lady Jebian was beyond shocked and asked Ahin Gray, Annihilated? Then she shouted, Nonsense! How can you so icily say such things? Suddenly, a small rabbit with pure white fur, cute as a button, hopped out from the bushes and stood before the lovely lady. Jebian and Ahin were having a cold, emotional conversation. Han Gray was also quite surprised to see a rabbit here, and even more shocked that it looked a lot like Vivi. Ahin Gray looked at it, flicking his ear. That foolish face, how it resembles Vivi. Did you come here for the view? There's nothing good to see here. Go on, shoo. He tried to shoo the super cute rabbit away, but this little rabbit paid no mind to Han Gray's words. The rabbit hopped on its short, stubby legs, closer to Han Gray. Ahin Gray, helpless, asked the stubborn little rabbit again, You're not leaving? The little rabbit hopped onto Ahin Gray's foot and lay down happily. Ahin Gray was exasperated but said nothing. The handsome Ahin Gray slung his sword over his shoulder with a determined look and said, Let's continue. Lady Jebian gritted her teeth and silently cursed Ahin Gray as a madman. In the late afternoon sunset, a warren of rabbits joined in the fun as Lady Jebian seethed with rage. Scene change. Lady Jebian was still questioning Ahin Gray. Both the family head and the children have committed crimes and will be executed? What on earth are you talking about? Ahin Gray calmly opened his pocket watch to check the time and replied nonchalantly, Yes, it's natural to be curious, but first, answer my question. I've put up with all this trouble and stalling just for this. Then, Ahen Gray asked Lady Jebian, how many times did you give Vivi that medicine? The medicine mixed with the fluid from the bloom plant. That's the one. Lady Jebian was still trying to play dumb when Ahen Gray continued. I know everything. Stop being evasive. Answer me. If you answer properly, I will also answer your questions. For example, how Vivi was able to humanize. Lady Jebian asked Ahen, why are you curious about that? Why on earth are you curious about that? Hen Gray cut her off. Don't be evasive. Answer me. Lady Jebian bit her lip, her hand clutching her other arm to maintain her composure. She answered, before she turned 4, maybe about 3 times. Ahen Gray interrogated her. She was already so heavily drugged, and you still made her drink more? What about Ribian, Vivi's younger brother? Was he forced to take the drug? Lady Jebian answered guiltily. Her brother? No. Ahen Gray replied, of course. You never suspected that her slow humanization was a side effect of the drug, did you? This Lady Jebian stubbornly argued back at Ahen Gray. That drug? At that time, it was an extremely popular underground elixir in the rabbit clan. Many descendants of other families drank that drug, and they still humanized normally. Ahen Gray's voice turned cold as he looked at Lady Jebian. It's not an elixir. It's a narcotic. Get your facts straight. The little rabbit perked its ears as Ahen Gray continued. Because you're nobles, if you were confined to the mansion, getting rid of you would be very troublesome. To come all this way just to take Vivi, you're quite bold. Lady Jebian still tried to defend herself, retorting, what's wrong with fetching my own child? It's not like Vivi hates me that much. Gray scoffed at this woman's foolishness. How amusing. If Kara hadn't died, you probably wouldn't have given a damn whether Vivi lived or died. Lady Jebian struck a nerve, shouted back at Ahen Gray, how rude. You have no right to insult the death of my child. Ahen Gray's face darkened when he heard Lady Jebian utter these words. He said, just mentioning your child's death is considered an insult? But when Vivi was abandoned in the deep forest, you didn't care at all. Hearing this, Lady Jebian froze. Ahen Gray raised his sword and said, that's out, Nell. Because you are the parents of the girl I care for, I thought I might hesitate a little when it came to this. Don't feel too wronged. I'll be sending the head of the Jebian family to join you in the afterlife soon enough. The little rabbit, sensing things were not going well, decided to leave. Lady Jebian still stubbornly asked Ahen Gray, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you say my family would be annihilated? Ahen Gray looked at her and replied, about the fire at Chief Almond's residence. Did you know that the fire started in the document archive? The place that stores all the import-export records of the merchant families, such as the Jebian family? Lady Jebian asked in horror. What? Ahen Gray continued, but when the fire broke out, where did the head of the Jebian family go, abandoning his wife and business partner? That would be you. Lady Jebian hesitated, thinking back. Impossible. Han was a man who only cared for his own safety. So I never paid any attention to his whereabouts. But what if he was the one who started the fire? What if he did something so foolish? Then Lady Jebian asked Ahen Gray, is that why you suspect the head of the Jebian family? Ahen Gray replied with a cold smile. Perhaps, but compared to that there's a more serious problem. Chief Aman will soon be investigating the merchant families because of this fire. Furthermore, the import-export evidence that was thought to have been burned was moved to another location by my master's people. So they are all safe now, Ahen Gray asked Lady Rebian. What do you think about that? The head of the Rebian family, has he done anything shady? Lady Jebian seemed to have come to a realization, but still asked, before Kara Jebian died, wasn't the cargo being transported all narcotics? Ahen Gray replied, not just Kara. Among the other descendants, there must be others who had a hand in this fire. I made a deal with the Rabbit Clan chief. I will provide all information related to the origin of the narcotics. In return, I will take your head myself. Lady Jebian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She covered her mouth in horror, her feet stumbling back as she spoke. If the Jebian clan is destroyed, Vivi will also be left with nothing. Ahin Gray continued to advance towards Lady Jebian. How ridiculous. A person whose name isn't even on the family register. Lady Jebian stumbled on a rock as she backed away and shouted, "That's because she couldn't humanize." Lady Jebian fell to the ground with a thud. Ahin Gray coldly replied, "Vivi has always been a nobody in this rabbit clan. So whether the Rebian family is destroyed or not has nothing to do with her." Ahin Gray raised his sword with a terrifying expression, ready to end Lady Jebian's life. Lady Jebian covered her face in terror and cried for help. "Save me!" Suddenly, a rabbit jumped out from the bushes. As per the law of main characters, this rabbit had purple eyes, so it was definitely the female lead. Vivi hopped between Ahin Gray and her mother. Lady Jebian was surprised. Why another rabbit? But Juan Gray recognized her immediately and said, "Viv, I was wondering when you'd show yourself. I couldn't force you to come out." Finally, the foolish Lady Jebian realized that this rabbit was her daughter. She called out, "Vivi, my child." But Vivi turned her face away, ignoring her. Then, Rabbit Vivi hopped over and tugged on Ahin Gray's clothes, wanting him to follow her. Hen Gray followed her into the twilight. How romantic they looked, Ahin and Vivi. "Vivi, are you satisfied with this?" He left Lady Jebian still sitting on the cold ground, calling out to Vivi with a pitiful expression. Ahin Gray and Vivi walked side by side, one man, one rabbit. Suddenly, Ahin Gray asked Vivi, "Why did you turn into a rabbit again? Where's Ivorine?" Seemingly unable to hear Vivi's reply, Ahin Gray continued, "Vivi, you can be angry with me and blame me for doing things my own way again." Then Ahin Gray bent down and asked cheerfully, "So does this mean I'll have to grovel at Vivi's feet?" "That's a little scary," Vivi replied to Ahin Gray. "Ahin, let's go home." Then she spread her short little arms, asking Ahin to carry her home. Ahin Gray smiled and said his goodbyes. He held out his hand for Vivi to climb onto. His palm then gently touched his forehead to Vivi's and said, "Sleep a little more, Vivi. When you wake up, we'll be back in the Black Panther territory. Let's go home." This scene was just too romantic. Vivi, having spontaneously transformed into a rabbit, thought, turning back into a rabbit in the border forest was a complete accident. I encountered a warren of rabbits while searching for Ahin and my mother. The moment I saw a small baby rabbit, so weak and injured, I couldn't stop myself from wanting to help. Vivi held the baby rabbit and thought about her own life. The image of that rabbit, no matter how much it hurt, it couldn't say it was in pain. Just like me. I don't want to become someone like my mother, who says that culling the weak is a natural part of life. Lady Jebian had coldly told her child, "In a world of the strong, ruled by the principle of might, it is natural to discard children who have been culled from the food chain." Vivi still thought she could use her pheromones again. After turning into a rabbit, Vivi still blamed herself. This is my fault. I couldn't have known I would turn back into a rabbit so suddenly. Vivi thought about what happened after she turned back into a rabbit with the warren in the forest. She asked herself, where did I miscalculate? Was the pheromone triggered by using the rabbit chief's pheromone? Vivi and the other rabbits ran alongside Ahin Gray, who had transformed into a Black Panther, as they headed back to the Black Panther territory. Vivi still couldn't stop thinking about what happened when she found Ahin and her mother. Was it a blessing in disguise that I was in rabbit form? After hearing everything Lady Jebian and Ahin Gray said to each other, Vivi thought, that day, I saw both of their true thoughts. Vivi began to think sadly, I was abandoned in Rebian Castle, and Ahin Gray. Why did you raise your sword to kill Lady Jebian and say because you are the parent of a girl with a kind heart, asterisk. Asterisk, I thought you would hesitate to say such things, asterisk, back in Ahine Gray's office. Ahine Gray, with a gloomy face, rested his chin on his clasped hands and said, why did Vivi have to hear something like that? Then he thought dejectedly, asterisk, I worked so hard to manage my image. Since that day, asterisk. Asterisk, Vivi has been keeping her distance from me. What's more? Asterisk Vivi seemed very sulky, turning her back on Ahine Gray and kicking at him. Go play somewhere else, Mr. Handsome and Ahine Gray. Ahine Gray, utterly dejected, slumped over his desk in despair and said, I'm so tired because of that nymph. Ruth Evelyn, holding a document, sighed and said, I'm on the nymph's side unconditionally. If you're going to badmouth her, go find Quinn. Ahine Gray retorted to Ruth Evelyn, who exactly is your master, huh? Ruth Evelyn replied calmly, because power is always shifting. And recently, the signs have started to appear. Ahine Gray, still dejected, replied, is that so? Come to think of it, I forgot to punish you for losing Vivi in the rabbit territory. Ruth Evelyn jumped and retorted to Ahine Gray, what? That was something that couldn't be helped. Then Ruth Evelyn pointed to the blue bird perched on the windowsill and said, it was Quinn who pointed a dagger at the rabbit lady. So while I was stopping him, I let my guard down and she ran off. It's all his fault. The bird looked up with an expression full of grievance. This bird named Quinn shook its head, denying everything Ruth Evelyn said. Ruth Evelyn continued to blame Quinn. Yes, even though the rabbit lady begged for her life, he still swung his sword mercilessly. And Ahine Gray's face went cold, his sharp eyes fixed on the poor, gloomy bird Quinn. Did he traumatize Vivi that much? The bird Quinn shook its head vigorously, but it seemed it was still going to be blamed. Ahine Gray let out a sinister chuckle, ha, which terrified the bird. The bird pretended to faint dramatically. Ruth Evelyn, seeing that he was next on the chopping block, also shook his head vigorously in denial, saying fearfully, anyway, the rabbit lady has learned how to aim her healing pheromones at a target. I didn't want that either. How could we have handled that situation? Ahine Gray was surprised. Aiming with pheromones? Did her mother teach her that? Ruth Evelyn replied, I'm not sure. It could have been a lucky break in a desperate situation, but it's clear the rabbit lady understood the principle. Ahine Gray stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, why haven't I thought of finding her a tutor until now? We'll have to find a tutor from the herbivore side, Ruth Evelyn reported cheerfully. The master there is very proficient in that area. Should we try asking once? Ahine Gray stood up and said, yes, that side is good. Then he asked Ruth Evelyn, how is the Labian family doing? Ruth Evelyn replied, they say they are under strict investigation from Chief Ullman. The related nobles will probably face difficulties as well, Ahine Gray replied. I'm not happy with negotiating to let them live a normal life. But since Vivi no longer cares about them, let's just end it here. Ruth Evelyn praised him. A good thought. Suddenly, Ruth Evelyn looked out the window. He asked Ahine Gray, by the way, Lord Ahine, I want to talk about how to handle Bara. Ahine Gray raised a hand to rub his tired neck and replied, there's no other way. This incident is over. I don't know how Vivi will appear in the future, so we can only shoot him. Ruth Evelyn looked out the window and discussed, no, that's a bit. It seems we'll need Lord Ahine's help. See for yourself. Ahine Gray and Ruth Evelyn looked down through the window, and they were surprised to see Vivi and Bara facing each other. Ahine Gray, not knowing what they were doing, said, what are those two doing down there? Ruth Evelyn, being the handsome and observant one, replied, a duel. Vivi and Bara faced each other in a tense atmosphere. Ahine Gray commented, so who told them to do that? Ruth Evelyn replied, it's what the rabbit lady wanted. Ahine Gray immediately retorted, there's no way the timid Vivi would want something like that. Wait a minute, were you the only one who knew about this beforehand? Ruth Evelyn replied seriously, it seems the rabbit lady has learned that Bara only submits to the strong. It seems she intends to use her pheromones. Is it all right for her to use them so much? Ahin Gray looked on with his arms crossed and said the only plan was to use sleep-inducing pheromones. And why aren't you answering my question? Did you know about this beforehand? In the large courtyard, Bara was challenging Vivi to a duel. The Black Panther Bara let out a fierce growl. Ahin Gray commented, "Will Vivi get mad if I go down and stop them?" Ruth Evelyn replied, "She definitely won't like it." Ahin Gray smiled as he looked down. "You said Vivi would need my help. Does that mean even with her pheromones, she still needs to be stopped from fighting Bara?" Ruth Evelyn looked down and continued, "That's right. Though it doesn't seem like the Rabbit Lady will lose. The Rabbit Lady is a general, after all." At that moment, down in the courtyard, Vivi stared down Bara challengingly. The Black Panther Bara leaped forward and roared, attacking Vivi. Vivi, startled, quickly used her leg muscles to leap away, dodging the blow, then skidded to a super cool stop. Vivi launched herself at Bara. A kick right to the jaw made Bara growl even more ferociously. Bara swiped at Vivi with his paw, but Vivi dodged every blow. The power of a main character, indeed. Suddenly, Vivi stopped, making everyone gasp as Bara's paw was about to hit her. A blow like that would surely shatter bones, but not disappointing expectations. Little Rabbit Vivi unleashed her power. At that moment, Vivi stood before Para, clasping her hands together. She closed her eyes and a blinding light erupted, a scene brighter than the sun itself. The wind howled, forcing Bara to shield its eyes as it collapsed to the ground with a thud. "After taking down that Bara," Vivi panted, exhausted from creating that blast of light. She smiled and said, "I won! I beat Bara, everyone!" Suddenly, Mamie called her name in a gentle voice. "Ms. Rabbit!" But our Miss Rabbit was jumping up and down with joy. She said, "See? Did you see that? I won, you know, Mamie, I won." She kept repeating this, and it wasn't just Mommy and Vevi who witnessed it. Ahin and Ivorine were also standing on the upper floor, looking down and seeing everything. Mamie went over to the Rabbit Lady. The Panther, Bara, had been fast asleep for who knows how long. Mamie caught Vivi in her arms. Still filled with happiness, Vivi kept asking her, "I was amazing, wasn't I? Wasn't I?" At this point, Ivorine also commented, "The absolute best." He said emotionally, the Rabbit Lady's first step on her journey to conquer the continent. "I'm so moved to be able to accompany you on these first steps." He continued, "At this rate, if Lord Vevi spares Bara's life, it should be fine." Midway through his sentence, Ivorine glanced at Ahin and noticed his expression was a bit strange. Ivorine, confused, called his name. "Lord Ahin?" Ahin's eyes went wide, staring into the void while Evelyn's voice rang in his ears. "Sir, is something wrong?" Athen remained silent for a long moment before replying, "It's nothing." He looked down at Mamie, Bibi, and Para, seeing that Para was behaving himself. Ahin spoke, "Let's put the matter of punishing Para aside for now. He's been tamed by Bib. From now on, Para is completely part of Bibi's family." The scene shifts. Bib is currently in her room, lying on top of a newspaper, deep in thought. "Thank goodness! Since Ahin didn't punish Para, my pheromones must actually be pretty strong, huh? Quinn is still Quinn, but what about the case with Evelyn? I've never heard anything about his pheromones being weaker than mine." An image appeared in her head of Evelyn lying sprawled out in front of her. Vivi continued thinking, "And yet, he collapsed before my pheromones. That means my pheromones are stronger than Evelyn's." As she thought this, she suddenly froze. Her eyes went round, letting out a confused, "Huh?" It turned out the newspaper right in front of her contained news that made Bibi cringe. "I have so many questions right now. A love triangle between a rabbit, a black panther, and a lion." Bib started reading every single word. The grand birthday celebration for head Amon was organized last week. Specifically, the center of attention at the ceremony was the appearance of a dancer as beautiful as the reincarnation of the forest goddess. And the image of this girl, described by the journalist as beautiful beyond words, is none other than Vivi Rebiana Kaele our Bibi. The reason the public is paying attention to this beautiful girl is that Rune Manhwa, the second son of the Manhwa family, and the future head of the Grey family. Ahin Grey had a fierce confrontation over the beauty. The scene was two young men, neither willing to yield to the other. Because of a beautiful girl standing right in the middle, Vivi Rebian helplessly said, "Ah, please stop fighting each other." Notably, the two young men did not hesitate to express their affectionate feelings for this dancer during the conference hosted by head Amin. This caused countless guests attending the conference to drop their jaws, as everyone knows the temperament of these two. Finished reading, Bibi couldn't help but blush furiously, screaming, "Oh my God," and then frantically tearing the newspaper to shreds. She muttered in embarrassment, "What the hell is this crap?" Suddenly, Ahin appeared out of nowhere. He called her name, Bebi. He asked, "Now you're planning to solo fight a newspaper too?" Bibi snapped her head back to look at Ahin. His image struck her eyes specifically, his handsome face. His words from earlier came rushing back to her. "Since they are the parents of the girl I'm interested in, I assume they will hesitate a bit when it comes to this matter." Bibi's eyes went wide, staring at him. Her face flushed red with shyness. She thought, "Duh, I just realized it now." Ahin actually said that. At this moment, Bibi's heart was pounding like it wanted to explode. Bibi kept thinking about the phrase, "the girl I'm interested in." What? Is it what I think it is? Her heart beat faster and faster, her mind flooded with words. Questions she created herself. She thought, he said the girl I'm interested in, not the rabbit I'm interested in, right? Just as this thought formed, another thought intruded. She just kept staring at him, mesmerized, praising him internally. Wow, so elegant. Was he always this dashing? Even his eyelashes are stunning. Everything on Ahin's face right now is perfect. It's like a golden ratio face, Bibi whispered in her heart. And I could stare at this face forever without getting bored. Ahin laughed, calling her name. "Bibi, your nose is bleeding." Bibi was looking at him so intently she didn't even notice her own condition. She laughed goofily and replied, Yeah, exactly. Blood was streaming from her nose, but our Bibi still smiled a confident smile. Bibi was in a trance. She spoke unconsciously. "Right now, I'm having a nosebleed." This appearance of hers actually terrified him. He thought to himself, "What is that? I'm talking about you. You look too scary. Turn away. You look exactly like that, pervert, ye." Bibi managed to compose herself, muttering, "What are you saying?" Honestly, a pure innocent rabbit was almost lured in by that honey trap. Too dangerous, she thought. I almost handed over my heart, liver, and lungs to him. Bibi turned her head away sharply, seeing that. Ahin spoke up, realizing, "Now that you've made a mess is a bit late, isn't it?" He chuckled softly and walked towards her. He used his finger to flick her cheek lightly and asked, "Aren't you sleepy?" She turned to look at him. Then she squeezed her eyes shut. In Bibi's mind, that sentence kept replaying on a loop. Since they are the parents of the girl I'm interested in, I assume they will hesitate a bit when it comes to this matter. This made her think even more. After a moment, Bibi said, "All right then. Since Ahin has gone this far, I need to show some reaction too, right?" Bibi looked up at him. Ahin revealed a confused expression. At this moment, she crossed her arms. Hearts appeared all around her. She winked one eye and shouted, "Take this! Finger hearts! Finger hearts! This is my lethal act of cuteness." She thought he would be hit by her ultimate move, but she was wrong. Ahin didn't care about Bibi's actions. He asked, "You're not sleepy?" causing our little rabbit to feel incredibly embarrassed. Ahin was busy working now. He said, "I got it. Wait for me to work a little longer, then we'll go back." Hearing that, Bibi felt dead inside. She hopped away, but her foot accidentally kicked his inkwell. Ink splashed everywhere. It splattered all over her. She sat there dazed, only able to let out a quiet, ah. Hin saw this and was speechless. He teased, "Bebe, I didn't expect you to want to be a spotted rabbit." Bibi flopped onto the desk, thinking, "Can't you pretend you didn't see that, you jerk?" The night sky was beautiful. A full moon shone over the entire castle. Ahin said, "Today you read a book describing how to tame carnivores, huh?" He looked at the handkerchief in his hand, stained black with the ink he had just wiped off Bibi, and continued, "Effort is good, but if it's for para, you can throw that book away." She squinted at him in confusion and asked, "Why?" Ahin replied, "Did you check what kind of beastman the author of that book is? If they resist, grab the tail first." The content was wrong from the very start. Bibi imagined herself spinning like a pinwheel if she grabbed Para's tail. Ahin warned, with a hint of anger, "If you recklessly do that, you'll ascend to heaven in no time." Bibi broke into a cold sweat, her face draining of blood as she realized, no way. That book was utter garbage? "I almost tried it for real." Ahin continued, "Bibi, I am a predator too." Bibi muttered, "What's with this new line?" He leaned down on the table, face to face with Bibi, and exhaled softly. Then he said, "I am also a beast. You try taming me and see." Bibi stared at him, stunned. He continued, "I'm very easy to tame, so don't have secret meetings with lions anymore, okay?" Bibi was surprised, eyes wide. She stammered Ahin's name, remembering that day. Turns out he knew everything about me meeting Rune. Well, Quinn wouldn't keep quiet about it. But Rune and I aren't in the relationship, he thinks. Bibi raised her hand, then lowered it, thinking, "No, the best answer I can give Ahan right now is..." Thinking this, she said to him, "I understand. Ahin, I won't meet him anymore." After speaking, she nuzzled her face against his cheek. This left him stunned, blushing red. And he immediately shot up. This sudden movement made our rabbit lose her balance and fall over. She said, Hey, do you know how much courage that took me just now?" Ahan didn't answer. Embarrassed, he turned away quickly. "Are you still not sleepy? Let's go back and sleep now, shall we?" His face was now burning red with shyness. Seeing this, Bibi kept smiling mischievously, asking, "What's this?" "You sly predator." In a large, spacious, elegant room filled with poetic vibes, a woman's voice rang out. "Little one, you have spots on you." Our little rabbit was currently soaking in a small teacup, looking adorable. Lady Valance smiled and said, "This timid look is just so cute." She spoke gently to Bibi, "Little one, I have a proposal for you, for the long-term future." "How do you feel about remedial tutoring?" Bibi said. "Tutoring? Remedial?" Lady Valance patted Bibi's head and said, "You will get accustomed to basic etiquette and knowledge. You will also learn how to regulate pheromones. That way, if you suddenly turn into a human, you won't panic like before." She continued, "Well, the look of a stable hand isn't bad either." An image of a girl with long pink hair appeared, with a beautiful, innocent face. Hearing this, Bibi flinched. She wondered, did Lady Valance witness that appearance already? My cowardly appearance was seen. Thinking of this, Biba's face became tragic and sorrowful. She told herself, "I wanted to show Lady Valance my cool, boss-like appearance when I faced her as a human. If not like Lady Valance, then at least a tiny bit cool." Lady Valance saw Bibi's expression and lifted the cup closer to her face. She asked worriedly, "Look at that. Did I say something to upset you?" Lady Valance continued, "If the tutoring makes you feel uncomfortable, then we can drop it. It's just a suggestion. If you don't like it, I won't force you." Hearing that, Bibi hurriedly shook her head repeatedly to signal that wasn't what she meant. The lady lamented, "It's so difficult. I wish there was someone who could translate rabbit language for me." Suddenly, Mamie spoke up. "Please forgive my intrusion. It seems Miss Rabbit wants to tell the madam that she wants you to see her best side." The lady asked Bibi in surprise, "Is what Mamie said true?" Bibi couldn't help but nod rapidly. saying yes, yes, absolutely. She nodded so furiously that the water in the cup threatened to splash out. The lady laughed and said, "Oh my, you care about that? No matter what form you take, I don't mind. Throughout all this time, haven't you been the close friend filling my boring tea times?" Vivi was touched, her eyes glistening as if she wanted to cry. She could only call out, "Lady Valance." Although she didn't understand the words Bibi wanted to convey, the lady smiled brightly and said, "I will choose a tutor according to your wishes. Of course, I personally have a candidate I want to nominate," she continued. "Did you know? I just heard Lillian say that during his stay here he wants to tutor you." Bib asked in surprise. "Say what? Him?" The image of Lord Lillian appeared in Bibi's mind, a very robust and dashing figure. Lady Valance continued, "He is the headmaster of Belham's Academy, so he is a model example not only in intellect but in many other aspects. I was thinking he might be a bit too strict for you, so I decided to reserve your opinion on this. What do you think?" Bib replied, About that. He is indeed the strictest person in this house, but..." She paused, remembering a moment when Lillian said to her, "Perhaps my grandson needs you every single second." She hesitantly said, but looking in her form, the lady didn't know what she wanted to say. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through every crack of the massive, magnificent castle. Doves flew around, creating a beautiful scene. At this moment, Bibi, our little rabbit, was bowing respectfully before Mr. Lillian. He gave a light himp, thinking to himself, "Looks like she has some manners after all." He spoke, "I am the father of Edith Grey, husband of the head Valance and a Heinz grandfather, Lillian Fane." He continued, "At the same time, I am the headmaster of Belham's Academy." Lillian cleared his throat. And then he said, "Before the lesson begins, I have something to ask." He sat down, holding the newspaper Bibi had read the other day, and asked her, "The rabbit beastman appearing in this article is you, correct?" The shocking question made her sweat buckets. She froze, not knowing what to say. Bibi waved her hands and feet, trying to explain that it wasn't her. Seeing her gestures, he grasped her meaning and asked, "So the rabbit beastman part is true, but not the nymph part. Is that it?" He let out a sigh and said, "The headline was unreliable from the start." Lillian added, "What nymph?" Ridiculous. Sweat was still rolling down her cheeks. She thought, "He's right, but it feels weird hearing it." Lillian said, "I heard you spend a lot of time reading newspapers." Suddenly, a click sound rang out beside her hand. Something resembling a countdown timer was resetting to 0. She wondered, "What's this?" He said seriously, "Then from now on, I must determine what level your abilities are at to make the lessons effective." He added, "It's a pity you can't speak. So use that device to answer." She stared at him and said, "What must come will come." Lightning seemed to crackle ominously behind her back. He started asking, "The Battle of Erepton." At this, she used the device to flip to number 522. He was surprised. "Oh ho? Correct." Then the Hunai clan rose during the Gragas period. Click. It stopped at 896. She answered, "Year 896. Lillian stroked his chin in praise. "Not bad." She confidently said, "I'm no pushover. Bring it on, old man." The contest between Lillian and Dibby continued intensely. One asked, one answered. He asked, "The year Dr. Houston first proposed the theory of beastman evolution." The question came out. She flipped to 1205. He thought for a moment, then asked, "The term of the first chairman of the Continental Neutrality Committee?" He thought this would stump our rabbit, but no, it was trivial. The numbers flipped with a swish, swish. "Not giving up?" he asked. Dr. Leonard published his thesis on pheromone effects. The numbers flipped rapidly. She laughed. But she said, "Just standard stuff, Mr. Lillian. These questions can't stump our little rabbit." He thought for a long time, exhausted, panting heavily. He said, "You don't yield at all, do you?" By this time, she also knew. She was panting from fatigue, having to answer his rapid-fire questions. She said, "Same to you." Finally, he concluded with, "Good work. All correct." She jumped up happily, laughing in victory. Lillian looked at her and thought, this girl, she deserves to be a talent ranking high, even at Belham's Academy. No, if she pushes a bit more, she could probably graduate early. An image appeared in his mind of a rabbit wearing a graduation gown, singing "Sha la la la" while walking. Studying is a piece of cake, he thought. Now she just needs a solid stepping stone to fly high. He slammed his hand on the table. Bang! He shouted, "Excellent!" His face flushed red. He clenched his fist and said, "Now, the official lesson begins." He slapped his hand against the rabbit's paw with a smack, and the rabbit replied, "Okay, let's do this, old man." The scene shifts to the next day. Rain was pouring down heavily. People exiting carriages were all holding black umbrellas and wearing black clothes. Among them was a hind. She pressed her face against the glass window, looking out, and asked what's going on. Everyone is wearing black. Is today a special day? Even Grandpa isn't teaching today. She remembered Hahin's appearance last night. She said Hahin was acting strange too. She remembered shaking him and asking, "What's wrong, Ahin? Did something happen?" Bibi said, it wasn't because he was hurt somewhere, but because he couldn't sleep last night. The rain kept pouring endlessly. She thought, I must go investigate. Saying that, she turned around and marched out, making the door bang loudly, echoing down the corridor. Two guards hesitantly said, Miss Rabbit, you can't do that." She determinedly grabbed his leg hanging there, saying, "It's fine." Suddenly, she asked, "I'm really curious about one thing. What are these clothes for? What are you all planning to do wearing these outfits?" He replied, are you curious about the clothes we are wearing?" About that." He hesitated, not knowing how to say it, glancing at his friend. The two looked at each other, both apprehensive and unwilling to speak. They whispered to each other, "No, it's not something to hide anyway. Everyone in the clan knows." The rabbit has asked so earnestly. Hearing this, our bub with sparkling eyes was dying to know what was happening. She said, But is super curious. What is it? What is it? Come on, tell me." The brown-haired man stood there and said, "Today is the day the husband of the head and the father of the future head, Lord Edith, passed away. When the successor was still very young, Lord Edith, he fell ill and passed away at a very young age." She went silent, asking herself, today is his father's death anniversary? Edith Grey, the husband of Valance, head of the Grey family and a Hind's father. He died young from illness. What illness did he have? I heard only a few family members know about this. What kind of illness was it anyway? Ahin right now is having convulsions unconsciously, and Ahin's grandfather Lillian once said, "Perhaps my grandson will need you every single minute. He wants me to help Ahin. Anyway, the illness his father had, could it be?" At this moment, Vivi Rebeen was rummaging for pants. "No, Asian's clothes don't fit me. Plus, they look very expensive. If I tear them, will he let me live?" Vivi Rebeen pulled out one outfit after another, but still couldn't find anything suitable. What do I do? Idiot. So stupid. You should have prepared clothes before turning into a human. Why didn't I prepare anything? Before Vivi Rebeen now was a pile of clothes neatly arranged in the area, and they looked luxurious and expensive. I was in such a rush I just ran around aimlessly. Wait! Mamie whispered softly, Miss Rabbit. In Lord Ahin's dressing room, there is a place reserved for Miss Rabbit. If an emergency happens, pulling back the curtain reveals a secret door behind it. Just use that place. Vivi Rebeen happily went and opened the door. Okay, Mamie said so. The door opened, and rows of dresses and gowns overwhelmed Vivi Rebeen with their splendor. Oh my God. What is all this? And, you beast, every dress seemed created just for Vivi Rebeen. They fit my measurements perfectly. Vivi Ribian thought a hen prepared all these for me without saying a word until now? Vivi Ribian randomly grabbed a dress and put it on. Vivi Ribian was surprised to see her new appearance in the mirror, but the astonishment didn't last long before disappointment hit. Vivi Ribian looked dejected. I thought I tried my best to dress up nicely. I turned into a human with this stamina. If I walk around looking like this, the rumor won't be about a nymph, but a weak rabbit human. Suddenly, an eagle perched by the window tried to make noise. It turned out to be Quinn. But before he could react, Vivi Ribian grabbed him by the neck and dragged him inside. Vivi Ribian showed a scary face, making Quinn tremble. Quinn, long time no see. Quinn froze in fear. And so, Quinn was shoved into a cage by Vivi Ribian, helpless no matter how much he struggled. If you look down on rabbits, this is the result. You're noisy every day, aren't you? Quinn was currently flailing continuously. Squawk, squawk. What? You're asking how I turned human? Let's see. I thought about it. Under what circumstances did I become human? Aside from contact with medicine, after contact with strong pheromones from a predator. Reacting to it caused my pheromones to explode. Humph, of course. Even without contacting other pheromones, if I explode the pheromones inside me myself, couldn't I turn human on my own? I came to that conclusion. It hurts a lot, though. And anyway, it was a success. Oh ho ho, there's always a way. I won't tell you. I'll let you out when I come back. If I don't lock you up, you'll tattle to a hen again, right? Hearing this, Quinn got furious and thrashed around, wanting to escape the cage. Well, you must be bored, so here's a gif. Quinn glared at Vivi Ribian, confused, thinking, is this really for me? Is it edible? Vivi Ribian turned away, happy to have dealt with Quinn. Now, how do I get out? Knights are clearly guarding the front door. Suddenly, a black tail wagged at her feet. It was Bara Para. Bara lowered his body and lay still. Vivi Ribian exclaimed in surprise, do you want me to climb on your back? Bara just looked at Vivi Ribian without speaking, seeming to agree. Vivi Ribian was touched. Oh my god. Bara is letting me ride him? Heavens, my heart. He's grown up. He's matured. The two guards standing watch outside were surprised when the automatic door opened. But looking inside, they saw no one. While they were distracted, Vivi Ribian rode Bara's back and dashed outside, leaving them stunned. The two guards screamed in fear, Miss Rabbit! Vivi Ribian was terrified because Bara was running too fast. Bra, slow down. After a while, Bara brought Vivi Ribian to the greenhouse. Vivi Ribian was disheveled after the spectacular ride on Bara. Vivi Ribian promised herself no next time. Absolutely no next time. Vivi Ribian stepped toward the glass walls and said, excuse me? Vivi Ribian bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. You've worked hard. I have some business in the greenhouse. So, I'm going in. The guard stammered confusedly. No, wait, who is that? Vivi Ribian replied boldly, Pelton. The guard was even more surprised to hear Vivi Ribian say his name. Huh? How? Vivi Ribian explained to him, if I eat carrots, I get sick. So sneaking them to me makes things difficult for me. I know you didn't have bad intentions, since you always sliced them up nicely for me. And Million, I've wanted to tell you this for a while. Million was no different from Pelton at this moment. Say Coco. Vivi Ribian continued. You should change that nickname, Bun Bun. It's embarrassing. Million collapsed. Why is this happening, my cute Bun Bun? Bun Bun! Bun Bun! Vivi Ribian was helpless at the scene. I agree with Pelton that I'm speechless. Pelton hugged Million and shook him to wake him up. Million, snap out of it, see? I told you to change it. You can't die. Million. Vivi Ribian walked past them. She walked away without looking back. Inside the greenhouse, lush green plants basked in the afternoon sun. Lillian was relaxing, drinking tea in the greenhouse with a dignified, noble demeanor. Lillian glanced at Vivi Rebian and said, "Dragging black panthers around like that makes you look like a black panther yourself. Definitely not a nymph. Is there any nymph in this world with such messy hair?" Vivi Rebian embarrassedly tried to fix her tangled hair. "I should have worn black clothes." In a flash, Lillian appeared behind Vivi Rebian. Lillian spoke gently. "Come sit here. Do you want a specific hairstyle? When we first met, didn't you mess up my hair? I will repay you with cute pigtails." Vivi Rebian remembered when she tied Lillian's hair into 2 pigtails, looking very cute. You hold grudges longer than I thought." Vivi Rebian puffed her cheeks cutely. Then please give me the forest nymph hairstyle." Lillian replied happily. "Oh ho, I am very pleased with your challenging spirit. Come to think of it, did you do your homework properly? Who is the scholar who confirmed pheromone transference?" Vivi Rebian replied confidently without thinking, "Dr. Philip Irish." Lillian braided Vivi Rebian's hair while chatting. "At first sight, I thought you were a bewitched rabbit. He looks annoying, doesn't he? How on earth do you live with someone like a han?" Hearing this, Vivi Rebian could only force a smile. After a moment of silence, Vivi Rebian spoke up. "Grandpa, Lord Lillian." Lillian's eyes were gentler than before. "Actually, I came here because I have something to ask." "Lord Lillian, actually, I came here because I have something to ask," Lillian replied without hesitation. "Just call me Grandpa. Just call the man taking care of his grandson's friend Grandpa." Vivi Rebian happily responded to Lillian. "Yes, Grandpa." Vivi Rebian remembered Lillian's solemn appearance when he said, "Perhaps he still needs you every single minute." Those words saying Ahin would need me by his side. "You knew that my pheromones are healing pheromones, right?" Lillian froze for a second. Then he told Vivi Rebian the truth. "When I first arrived at this mansion, I got burned on my wrist. Even after treatment, it left a scar for a long time. However, after meeting you in the reading room, it clearly got better. This was the first pheromone I encountered. Thanks to that, I investigated in the library for a long time. Correct, it is healing pheromones. It is inherently a rare type of pheromone. Perhaps you can't control them yourself either, right? All the suspicious points you saw recently originated from pheromones. That is why I claim to be your teacher. I will teach you how to handle pheromones wisely. Though I feel guilty towards you as it didn't stem from pure goodwill, because I hope you will help Ahin. So, in the end, what is your relationship with my grandson?" Being too curious, Lillian couldn't help but ask, causing Vivi Rebian to blush furiously. Vivi Rebian turned her face towards a wall, trying to hide her embarrassment. Seeing Vivi Rebian flushed with shame, Lillian understood. "No need to answer, your expression says it all. Do you know what day it is today?" Vivi Rebian replied, "Ahin's father's death anniversary, Lord Edith." Lillian continued, "Correct. My son. Our feigned family is high-ranking nobility, but Edith, he was a child lacking the conditions to become the head's husband, possessing only a beautiful face. He became head Valance's lover, and eventually they became husband and wife. Edith was a weakling. I don't know if it was because his pheromones were incompatible, but he just lay in bed all the time. That child's body couldn't withstand the pheromones of the ruling class. It is fortunate that Ahan inherited head Valance's blood strongly. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden frequently too. Have you ever heard of pheromone convulsions, seizures?" Vivi Rebian's face showed panic. The moment the body collapses after trying to endure, Edith suffered seizures. And that unfilial son passed away the year Ahin turned 6. Don't worry too much. Ahin is normal, as he received the superior genes of head Valance. But Vivi Rebian's mind had already crashed, stopping the moment she heard about pheromone seizures. In Vivi Rebian's head right now, there were only images of a hen writhing in pain on the bed, making Vivi Rebian's eyes turn soulless. The seizures haven't appeared yet. Now the rain began to pour down heavily. Ahin's voice rang out. "So where is Bibi now?" Quinn replied. "After turning human, Miss Rabbit went outside, but now I hear she is in the greenhouse." "Let's go check." Before leaving, Ahin turned to Quinn and threatened. Quinn, I told you to protect Bibi, but I never ordered you to eat strawberries in the cage. Living long makes you realize your hobbies, huh? Waiting until Ahan was far away, Quinn looked angry, turning his beak away and scolding, getting panicked over a passing breeze. Being overprotective has limits. Tesk! Ahin walked while thinking, without pheromones, how did Bibi turn human? Was she captured by someone? If she turned human, she should have waited for me. Why escape with Bara? The more he walked, the faster Ahin went, accompanied by rising anger. Just how much is she going to make me worry today? At the greenhouse, Pelton and Million were chatting. Pelton, what is wrong with that Bun nickname anyway? Shut up, you brat. Worrying like that has ruined your aesthetic sense? Pelton and Million panicked when they saw him. Ahin was rushing over with a furious face. Pleasure to meet you. Before they could finish the sentence, Ahin barged straight into the greenhouse searching for Vivi Rebian. Million spoke up. Huh? Miss Bibi? She just left. Hearing this, Ahin froze. Before him now was Lillian drinking tea in the greenhouse, exactly as he was when Vivi Ribian met him. Sipping tea, Lillian hummed a tune, causing Ahin to look disgusted. What are you doing, old man? So dirty. What am I supposed to do with my eyes? Where is Bibi? And what's with that cloak? Lillian pulled the cloak tight and said proudly, nagging as soon as you arrive. She gave this cloak to me. She said it was cold, so she gave it to me. She probably wouldn't say useless words. Which family is she from? Her manners are still clumsy. However, she doesn't seem to be a commoner. Hein was helpless before Lillian's current appearance. Lillian started whining about marriage engagements again. Lillian felt annoyed with Ahin. If you behaved, I wouldn't have anything to nag about. Ahin spoke up. Bivi comes from a mid-ranking noble family. But I ruined her. Hearing Ahin say that, Lillian was so shocked, he spat out all the tea he was drinking. You crazy brat. If it's mid-ranking nobility, the bloodline isn't bad. Not bad. Lillian nodded, agreeing with his own thoughts. Hey, you brat, I'm talking. Where are you going? Asin walked away coldly, saying, to my room, that kid has no manners. The rain continued to fall harder, making Lillian's mood sad like the weather. Grandson, you must be healthy. Lillian started remembering the image of his late son. I cannot lose a family member twice. Ajin Gray was still prowling around the mansion looking for traces of Vivi Ribian. Guards seeing Ahin Gray bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. And Gray went all over the mansion just to find Vivi Ribian, but still couldn't catch her. His journey felt like walking into a maze with no exits. No matter who he asked, he couldn't catch up to Vivi Ribian's speed. Finally, after a long time searching, Ahin Gray returned to the original room. Ahin Gray stared into the empty room without a soul. His eyes turned cold. He glared at Quinn and asked, Where is Bibi? Seeing this, Quinn panicked and pointed in a certain direction. Ahin Gray looked where Quinn pointed and saw Vivi Ribian curled up under the corner of a table alone. Even hearing footsteps approaching, she buried her face in her dress, not daring to look up. The footsteps got closer until Ahin Gray knelt on one knee and said to Vivi Ribian, But Bib. Even hearing that, Vivi Ribian didn't react. She kept her face buried and started sobbing. Ahin Gray observed and saw Vivi Ribian's hands were scratched red and swollen. Ahin Gray said sadly, Did you hear something strange from Grandpa? Seeing Vivi Ribian like this gave Ahin Gray his answer. Vivi Ribian continued scratching the back of her own hand. Han Gray immediately worried and comforted her. Why are you scratching your hand like that? Don't do that. You'll get hurt and bleed. Hey, Bibi! Han Gray reached out to touch her, but Vivi Ribian slapped his hand away mercilessly. Answer me. Vivi Ribian looked up at Ahin Gray, but tears were streaming down endlessly. Vivi Ribian sobbed, Why didn't you say anything? Ahin Gray smiled faintly. You should explain clearly from the start. Vivi Rebian started explaining the reason. He said the seizures hadn't appeared yet. My grandpa didn't know a hen was having seizures. When? Since when did the pheromone seizures start? The reason Lord Edith died was pheromone seizures, but it seems he didn't know you occasionally have seizures too. Why didn't you say anything? Vivi Ribian scratched her hand even more as she spoke. Seeing that, a Hane Grey was extremely worried. All right, if you keep scratching, you'll get hurt. Vivi Ribian noticed a Hane Grey kept dodging her question, so she shouted angrily, "Is this important right now?" "Right, you've been scolded hundreds of times, so now you speak harshly. Even so, you knew beforehand. So at least you should have told me." "You should have said." Vivi Rebian's face darkened as she realized the truth. A Hen Grey probably knew about it too. Vivi Rebian trembled. "I didn't know it would lead to death. Why didn't you tell me?" Vivi Rebian cried even more, but a Han Grey only replied coldly, "If I told you, then what? What could you do for me?" Vivi Rebian was surprised to see a Han Grey's current gaze, a gaze that seemed to have accepted reality, accepted his fate, and given up. A Hen Grey suddenly leaned toward Vivi Rebian, surprising her. A Hen Grey whispered in her ear, "Bibi." Vivi Rebian's heart beat rapidly, as if it wanted to fly out of her chest. A Hen Grey's mouth slowly opened wide as if he wanted to bite Vivi Rebian's neck. This terrified Vivi Rebian instantly. Pushing a Hen Grey away, Vivi Rebian retreated under the table corner, curling up and shivering. A Hen Grey saw Vivi Rebian's state had become like that, so he could only force a smile. "You look terrible." Vivi Rebian realized her appearance now, so she also forced a smile and said, "Where were we?" A Hen Grey replied, "If I told you about the pheromone seizures, what could you do?" Hearing Hen Grey says that Vivi Rebian was tongue-tied, unable to say anything because she herself had no way to help a Hen Grey. "Han," Grey said coldly, "you are scared, Bivid." The sentence made Vivi Rebian instantly tremble, staring at a Han Grey. A Han Grey could only sigh and decided to stand up and leave. Seeing a Hen Grey rushing to leave, Vivi Rebian panicked. No, a Hen. This is just my instinct. Staying away from you isn't my will. Ahin, look at me. Ahin, look at me, please. Towards you." Vivi Rebian immediately grabbed a Hen Grey's arm, pulling him back. "Where are you going? We haven't finished talking." "Hen, I can help you. When you have a seizure, I can use my healing pheromones to stabilize you." Ahine laughed scornfully. "That's right. But so what? Will someone who can't even turn human instantly like you abuse your power to heal me?" Ahin shook off the hand clutching his. "If so, are you confident you won't have a seizure? You're so scared you can't breathe. What do you plan to do? Instead of helping others, help yourself first." Vivi Rebian gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, "So today, with this human appearance." Vivi Rebian suddenly grabbed a Hen Grey's collar, throwing him off center. He staggered for a moment. Vivi Rebian shouted angrily, "You stupid beast." At this moment, Vivi Rebian overcame her instinctual fear and stared at Hen Grey with eyes full of determination, causing Hen Grey to widen his eyes in surprise. Vivi Rebian angrily pinned a Hen Grey down with a determined look. A Hen Grey was surprised to see Vivi Rebian overcome her instinctual fear. At this moment, their hearts beat in the same rhythm, beating continuously like a drum. A Hen Grey hesitantly raised his hand to touch Vivi Rebian's waist. A Hen Grey shyly turned his face away and said, "Bibi, please." Vivi Rebian didn't let a Hen Grey escape. She grabbed his face. Ahim blushed red, staring intently at Vivi Rebian. He asked, "How did you turn into a human?" "By your own power? You pulled out your own pheromones?" Hen Grey asked in surprise. "You doing that hurts." The Vivi Rebian immediately slapped a Hen Grey's face hard to shut him up. "Exactly. According to you, at this age, I shouldn't be able to turn human, but today, specifically, I could. I could adjust the level just enough to turn back into a rabbit. Pheromone seizures. Of course, I've had them too, but only when using too many pheromones or swallowing poison like that gray powder. But what about you? Since you can't regulate it yourself, you have sudden seizures. And clearly my pheromones can help you. You are the one who can't regulate your body. You are the one who needs to take care of yourself properly. Seeing this brave, unshrinking appearance of Vivi Ribion made a Hengrave freeze, unable to speak. In the room now there was silence. No one spoke. After taking a deep breath after her rant, she continued, finally, "We must find a solution together." "Ahin, you mean prevention for the seizures?" "I will also try to handle pheromones as fast as possible." "So you don't know when you will have a seizure?" "So what was it?" "I don't know if it's okay, but just tell me, okay?" Did I scold him too much? Why is he staring at me like that? The more she spoke, the more awkward and hesitant Vivi Rebian became. Ahen Gray remained silent for a while before speaking up. "BB, perhaps, have you never thought like this? That maybe the reason I brought you along was to use your pheromones?" Vivi Ribion immediately refuted that thought, saying, "I never thought about it would be a lie. If that was your only purpose, you probably wouldn't call me the person in your heart, right? No matter what the purpose is, it's fine now. I survived thanks to you, and now it's time for me to help you." Vivi Rebian was now overflowing with confidence and determination. No matter what happened now, nothing could shake her. Hangray looked at her decisiveness and said, "If we can't find it, if we can't find a method, then every time I have a seizure, will you help me?" Vivi Ribian replied happily, "If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be like this in the first place." Ahin Gray held her hand. Vivi Ribian's hand and kissed the back of it, like this? "Even if you're scared, you'll do it for a lifetime?" "Your hand is still trembling." Vivi Ribian replied decisively, "Yeah, a lifetime. Fine. Shall we try?" To respond to Ahin Gray, she reached out and touched Ahin Gray's lips. "How is it, Ahin?" Ahin Gray unconsciously bit Vivi Rebian's finger. Vivi Rebian trembled, saying, "Surprising, right? Now, even if I touch fangs, I won't faint. The little rabbit has grown up. If I try hard later, I won't be scared anymore, right?" "Probably," Vivi Rebian told herself, even though she felt dizzy right now. This is Ahin, not a black panther. Those aren't fangs, just cartilage. Not a predator. It's, Seeing Vivi Ribian trembling but stubbornly acting strong made Ahin Gray smile. He tightly grasped the trembling hand of Vivi Ribian and kissed the palm, making Vivi Ribian feel safe and smile happily. "Ahin, I know you were worried I'd think you were abusing my power, so I purposely said mean things. I know that. But it's not necessary, Ahin. Even without doing that much, my life and safety are most important to you. So keep me safe first, and I will help Ahin, so don't worry, okay? But if you have a seizure, I will use pheromones anytime. Even if you don't tell me anything, I will find my own way, so don't stop me. Until the seizures disappear, I will never leave you." Hearing that, Ahin felt deeply moved. He slipped his hand past Vivi Rebian, pulling her into his arms. Ahin Gray suddenly kissed Vivi Rebian's forehead, making her confused and speechless. "But how should I interpret what you've been saying?" Vivi Ribian's heart was pounding because she was being hugged by Ahin Gray. "Interpret how?" "I'm saying," Ahin Gray teased Vivi Ribian, "if my seizures don't stop for a lifetime, can I understand it as you staying by my side for a lifetime?" Vivi Ribian blushed red from the implication. Seeing Vivi Ribian's shy, red face as Han Gray excitedly continued teasing, "Isn't that right?" Vivi Ribian was so angry at being teased, her head was steaming, but she couldn't retort. "What? This damn Black Panther?" Hein Gray sat aside chuckling. "BB is the one who damn well fell for it, thinking of such intentions already. Who would have thought the successor of Gray would kneel at the feet of the rabbit he picked up, right?" Vivi Ribian was trying to pretend to be deaf to avoid being teased further. Vivi Ribian puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What? You never kneeled." You say that every day? Ahin Gray asked curiously. Is that so? Vivi Rebian looked up at Ahin Gray and retorted, No, you haven't. Yesterday morning you told me you'd mix salad for me. And Gray launched a surprise attack by kissing Vivi Rebian's nose. Then let's do it now. At this moment, the room was filled with shimmering moonlight, a magnificent space creating a romantic atmosphere just for the two of them. Vivi Rebian and Ahin Gray's hearts were beating wildly, especially Vivi Rebian, who was blushing with extreme nervousness. Ahin Gray's lips moved closer to Vivi Rebian's lips, causing her to involuntarily go along with the romantic atmosphere. After a moment of silence where only the sound of heartbeats expressed Vivi Rebian's nervousness, Ahin Gray suddenly froze and looked at Vivi Rebian. He saw Vivi Rebian puckering her lips, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for a kiss. But waiting forever without anything happening, Vivi Rebian decided to open her eyes to check. She saw Ahin Gray covering his face, trembling. Vivi Rebian jumped up in panic, thinking Ahin Gray had relapsed again. But contrary to Vivi Rebian's thoughts, because Vivi Rebian's face back then was too funny, Ahin Gray couldn't hold back his laughter. Ahin Gray laughed like it was harvest season. Why were you puckering up? Turns out you were really eager, huh? Like a scheming rabbit. If I don't kiss, will I get kicked? Seeing Ahin Gray laughing until his stomach hurt at her appearance, Vivi Rebian felt angry, clenching her fists. This damn arrogant beast, honestly. I spoiled you too much, so you're spoiled now, right? Or did fear take you too? Vivi Rebian sulked and dodged. A gentle rabbit must endure. Must endure. Move away, please. Ahin Gray leaned toward Vivi Rebian to comfort her. Where are you going? Vivi Rebian couldn't forgive Ahin Gray that easily and said, What? Come on, I'm busy too, you know? And Gray started thinking and then repeatedly kissed Vivi Rebian. This is also a busy matter. In the romantic room setting, the two lovebirds kissing really made anyone jealous. After a while, they decided to stop kissing. Vivi Rebian was too surprised to react. Hun, Gray said happily, you didn't like it? Vivi Rebian blushed and shook her head in denial. No, no way, not at all. I definitely don't hate it. Why say something weird? Ahin Gray laughed cheerfully. So that means Vivi Rebian didn't understand what Ahin Gray wanted to say, showing a question mark. Ahin Gray didn't let Vivi Rebian react, leaning in to kiss her one more time, making Vivi Rebian even more stunned. They pressed close to the floor, exchanging a passionate kiss. Vivi Rebian didn't resist but accepted it, wrapping her arms around Ahin Gray's head. The two continued cuddling on the floor. After a while, they finally separated. Vivi Rebian blushed, turning away, not daring to look straight at Ahin Gray's face. Ahin Gray saw Vivi Rebian like that and asked, What's wrong? Vivi Rebian felt uncomfortable and pushed him away, hard to breathe. As Ahin Gray resignedly backed off to give Vivi Rebian some space. It's supposed to be hard to breathe. Seeming to guess Ahin Gray would lunge in again, Vivi Rebian covered his mouth with her hand. What now? Wake up! Rest a bit, Ahin. Ahin Gray sulked, nuzzling his face into Vivi Rebian. And yet you didn't tell me to stop. Truly an ambitious rabbit. Han made a pitiful face at Vivi Rebian and said, Do we really have to rest? Vivi Rebian's face burned red. She silently blamed this sly beast again. Wait, how can Ahin be so fine? I feel like I've used up all my energy. And Gray put on an innocent face and said, Let's see. I don't know either. Ahin Gray started opening his mouth to reveal his fangs. Vivi Rebian froze, worried about what Ahin Gray was about to do. Oh my. Ahin Gray didn't hesitate and bit Vivi Rebian once on the collarbone, making Vivi Rebian's whole body stiffen due to instinct. After a moment, Vivi Rebian fainted on the spot from fear. Ahin Gray had a head full of question marks, looking at the soulless form of Vivi Rebian. As Gray saw his bite mark on Vivi Rebian, Ahin Gray understood the problem. A while later, Ahin Gray took Vivi Rebian back to her room to rest. Vivi Rebian was currently relaxing, lying on her comfortable bed. Vivi Ribion tossed and turned uncomfortably. In Vivi Ribion's dream right now, she was being grabbed by a hind gray in Black Panther form. Save me! This rabbit looks plump. Let's save it for dinner. No. Don't mark me. Don't lick me. I'm not tasty. Really? Seeing Vivi Ribion like that made a hind gray smile secretly. When morning comes, I must call the exclusive designer to turn the dressing room into Bibi's own. I also need to fill it with jewelry and gems that suit her. A hind gray remembered when Vivi Ribion said, "Whenever your illness flares up, just use my pheromones." How could you make such a sweet offer? But I'm not sure if utilizing Bibsy's pheromones to stabilize my illness is right. When the illness recurred, I felt like my dominant pheromones were absorbing Biba's healing pheromones uncontrollably. Even I couldn't control my own pheromones. Next time my illness flares up, should I scare Beeb so she can't use healing pheromones? But cowardly Beeb is sometimes unexpectedly brave. She probably won't back down. In the end, keeping myself away from Beeb is safer for her, since pheromones make me consider this. Ahin Gray looked in a certain direction, lost in thought. Father? Did father think of anything when he left mother? Ahin Gray pondered while watching the sleeping form of Vivi Ribion unconsciously calling Ahan's name in her sleep. What should I do, father? Birds chirped outside the window. Bibi buried her face in the bed, gripping the sheets tightly, twitching. Suddenly, Babil rolled over and shouted loudly. Bibi bit her lip in anger, so frustrated she teared up. Just a little more pressing, and I would have gotten information about Ahin's pheromone outburst. Bibi remembered Ahin's dashing appearance and seductive lips, thinking, and the lips of that seductive beast. No, no! My heart might be stolen again. Bibi hurriedly used a pillow to cover her blushing face. Suddenly, a black panther poked its head up, tilting its head to look at Bibi monologuing on the bed, letting out a cue sound. Before Bibi could react, the black panther jumped onto the bed, startling Bibi's fragile soul. The weight of the animal made the rabbit bounce up. The black panther approached Bibi, sniffing worriedly. Bibi laughed and told him, "It's okay, Ahin, I'm fine." Bibi turned and saw Bara, the scar-faced gangster, also sniffing her. So she laughed. "Ah, hello, Bara. Good morning." Bara heard Bibi's greeting, didn't respond, just snorted and turned his head away sharply. Mommy walked in, seeing Ahin on the bed, and reminded him, "Ahin, get down." Bibi cheered happily, Mommy. Mammy nodded slightly, speaking slowly. "I will take care of you too." Bibi looked at Ahin jumping off the bed, asking, "Where is Ahin going?" Mamie replied, "He is temporarily absent because the family head called him." Mamie presented a newspaper with the headline "Origin of Grey Powder Scanned in Neighboring Kingdom." She said, "And I also brought the daily newspaper of the rabbit territory as you requested." Bib flipped through the pages. Let's see. Looking at the articles, Bibi thought to herself about the scandal with the panther. That happened at the head's mention. Not a single line mentions it. No mention of the fire either. Then what about the JPN family? Was the incident settled secretly? Bibi's eyes saddened. Even though I said I wouldn't care anymore. She handed the newspaper back to Mamie. "All right. Mamie, you don't need to bring the newspaper anymore." Mamie didn't ask anything, just replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Babib smiled slyly. "But hey, do you report even this to Ahin, Mamie?" The rabbit girl, however, seemed to have already forgotten her question, giggling as she rolled around on the bed. Mommy had to remind her, "In your human form, you can't just roll around like you do when you're a rabbit, you know?" Mamie slipped her hands under Vivi's legs. "Lord Wolf will be visiting shortly. We must prepare." Mamie lifted the rabbit girl with ease. Vivi froze for a second, then said in confusion, "Hey, Mamie, I can get off the bed by myself now, you know." Flustered, Mamie replied, "My apologies." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the head chef scowled. A goddess? Where in the world did that come from? Stop spouting nonsense and get back to baking. Just you wait and see. The other chefs eagerly chimed in. You weren't here yesterday, chef, so you have no idea. That rabbit is nothing like the Black Panther clan. Exactly. Totally different. I told you the tabloids were telling the absolute truth. Then one of the cooks said something that made the head chef blush. Besides, you were secretly hoping the little rabbit would visit again, weren't you, chef? You want to see her in her beastman form, don't you? He yelled. Since when in this sacred kitchen? How could we let such a violent rabbit run wild in here? The kitchen erupted into chaos. Hey, ever since that day, you've been looking over your shoulder every time you sharpen your vegetable knife. You're just afraid the little rabbit will see you looking uncool, so you're always on edge. Everyone, get a grip. Elsewhere, a pair of powerful legs strode in slowly, followed by a retinue of respectful servants. The dining room doors burst open. The person who entered was none other than the matriarch of the Black Panther clan. At the table, Ahan and his grandfather, Lillian, were already seated, facing each other. Ahan spoke up cheekily. Old man, you're meddling again. Lillian shot back. I'll say whatever I damn well please. What right does a punk like you have to tell me what to do? Valance Gray slowly took her seat. Suddenly, she slammed her hand down on the table. The powerful slam cut right through the grandfather and grandson's explosive conversations. Like, I'm the leader of the Black Panther clan, Gray said coldly, and the matriarch of the Gray family, Valance Gray. Her voice grew even colder. In my territory. That child is in my mansion and had to endure such insolence, Lillian, alarmed, demanded. What disrespectful fool dared to lay a hand on her? Lillian once ordered, me, the child, not allowed to see. The old man frowned, confused. What are you talking about? Ahin, sitting opposite, whispered, she means you weren't supposed to see the goddess transform. Lillian was completely dumbfounded. A goddess? Gray spoke grimly. I heard you already met her in the greenhouse yesterday, father. Finally, her demeanor completely shifted as she yelled, it was the rumored rabbit goddess, wasn't it? I hate you, Dad. How could you keep something so adorable all to yourself? Why didn't you paint a portrait of her divine beauty? Her riding Bara, parting the waves so majestically. Lillian froze, as if struck by lightning. Wah! Matriarch! Where is your dignity? His cane of authority clattered to the floor. Gray stood up. Who knows when she'd turn back into a rabbit? I have to see her before the meeting starts. Hen quickly reassured her. She won't be changing back anytime soon. Just go to your meeting. Hearing this, Gray sat back down. Ahen, your birthday is approaching. Ahen replied instantly. I know what this is about, Mother. Ahen stroked his chin thoughtfully as Gray continued, at your birthday this year. Ash will undoubtedly make a fuss about Vivi. I summoned you to confirm how we're going to explain her. You already know all this, don't you? Gray said. Ahen crossed his arms. All you have to do is say one thing. Shut up. Handle everything, then ask, who is Vivi? What is her lineage? What powers does she possess? There's no need to listen to the elders and everyone else argue about it. Gray chuckled. And why should I do that for you? Ahin replied without flinching. Then I suppose you wouldn't mind if Vivi gets caught up in the political crossfire, Mother? Valance Gray closed her eyes and laughed. Ho ho ho. Then she shot a glance at Ahin. You know full well how much I adore that little ball of fluff. You always dump the complicated things on me. Hearing this, Ahin grinned. I'll consider it my birthday present. On the side, Lillian cleared his throat. That rabbit? He said, a bit awkwardly. She's surprisingly bright. She mastered the basics of nobility in no time. If her status is an issue, we can have a respectable family adopt her. Her round appearance could even be considered auspicious. The elders won't be too opposed to it. The Grays, mother and son, remained silent. Ahin then cheekily asked his grandfather, Are you day drinking again, old man? Lillian's face flushed red as he shot up. You insolent brat! Haynes shot back. You've only been awake for a few weeks and you're already fawning over Vivi. Suddenly, Ahan remembered something. Oh, right. More importantly, Mother, when did you teach Vivi how to target and shoot her pheromones? Gray, a natural-born genius, tilted her head in confusion. What are you talking about? Is that something you even need to teach? Ahin then turned to Lillian, huh? So you taught her before she came to the rabbit clan? Lillian raised his coffee cup. I can barely get near the girl. How could I possibly have taught her that? All three were puzzled. Then who taught her? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Could she have figured it out on her own? Ahin thought it wouldn't be that easy for Vivi to figure it out on her own unless a user with superior pheromones had the skill to teach her. Who could it be? As one person came to mind, Ahin's expression darkened. Could it be Rune Manian? Damn him! Night fell at the mansion of the Black Panther clan. Vivi stood by the window, lost in thought. She realized Ahin's birthday was just around the corner. She paced back and forth. What should I get for Ahin? I need to prepare something really special. Maybe something expensive? Vivi mused. If I saw Ahin, I could sneakily find out what he wants, but I haven't seen him at all today. Vivi's face fell. What about my birthday? She recalled a time long ago when she was still a rabbit. I remember wearing a party hat, but I've never had anyone celebrate with me since I grew up. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The persistent knocking caught Vivi's attention. Huh? What's that sound? She pressed her ear to the door. Who is it? She asked, thinking to herself. Quinn? A sniff was heard from the other side. It is I, Evelyn, the one infinitely adored by the little rabbit. Vivi peeked through the curtains and saw a haggard Evelyn waving at her, with an equally haggard Quinn on his shoulder. Vivi shouted, How did you get up here? Evelyn said tiredly. I used my true form to climb the tree and then hopped over. Vivi stared blankly at Evelyn. A moment later, she rushed to open the door, asking, Evelyn, what on earth is going on? Before she could finish her sentence, Evelyn suddenly collapsed forward. As his body fell, a series of clicks echoed, making Vivi freeze. Her beloved Quinn turned his head, his eyes wide. Did you two have a fight or something? Vivi thought back. That we had a little argument last night. She thought, I thought we made up with a kiss, right? Maybe we broke up. Evelyn, with a grave expression, warned her, Little rabbit, your current expression is not one of reconciliation. For your information, lying in the Black Panther's territory will get your tongue cut out. Vivi jumped, startled. Her rabbit ears drooped as she trembled. Don't lie, Evelyn replied. Yes, sir. Anyway, you two broke up, right? Vivi yelled. I don't know. Why are you so curious about that? Evelyn fell silent, bowing his head. So, Vivi? Vivi asked Evelyn worriedly. Just say it. It's okay. I'll listen. It's fine. I'm not angry. Evelyn, looking unwell, said, Lord Ahin, he's acting strange. Vivi sighed in relief. What? Isn't that just a normal day for him? I'm like that too. Evelyn drooped dejectedly. Vivi froze. I get it. I'm sorry. Please continue. This is so scary. Evelyn continued. He was staring out the window, lost in thought, and even reading books he's never touched before. Then he suddenly focused on a mountain of paperwork. It's him, but it's all messed up. Vivi grew worried. That does sound serious. Quinn squawked in agreement. Evelyn added, he even encouraged me. I prefer his usual sharp tongue. Vivi was shocked. Really? That's terrifying. Evelyn went on. Whenever Lord Haynes' mood drops severely, he paradoxically starts acting like a normal person. Hearing this, Vivi was stunned. His mood is in a nosedive? Was my kiss that bad? She started overthinking every possibility. No, right? He seemed to really like it, Maybe when I raised my voice and got angry, I hurt his feelings? Or was I too forceful? Evelyn said seriously. He left his office early today, so I stopped by to check if the little rabbit had been taken to the kitchen. Vivi paled. Wait a minute. Isn't a hen's dinner supposed to be rabbit? Could it be? Evelyn, looking on the verge of a breakdown, asked, Do you have any idea what could have caused this? Vivi said nervously, I grabbed him by the collar, but it was very gentle. Evelyn looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Even Quinn was horrified. Vivi added, I also made him hit his head on the corner of the table really hard. Evelyn and Quinn looked even more horrified. That, Evelyn said gravely, little rabbit. Crack open your balcony door. This time you might really be on the menu. If Lord Ahine starts acting like a normal person. Turn into a rabbit, get on Quinn, and escape. Quinn's personality is a bit messed up, but he won't pretend not to know you. Quinn, furious, clawed at Evelyn's head. Evelyn didn't forget to add a disclaimer. I'm scared of the consequences, so don't come to my bedroom. Go to Lily's room or the matriarch's. Vivi asked, If he acts normally towards me, what does that mean? Evelyn replied, Let's see. He'll probably be very polite. Suddenly, all three of them turned their heads. There was a noise outside the door. Thump. Vivi had a good idea who it was. Ahin's here, Evelyn, quick. Go. She turned to see Evelyn and Quinn had already made a run for it. The corner of Vivi's mouth twitched. That's Evelyn for you. The bedroom door swung open. Quinn bowed politely. Well then, Lord Ahin, I shall take my leave. Vivi swallowed nervously. In her mind, she pictured a cheerful farm scene. Hello, Vivi. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Have a wonderful day. Vivi panicked. He's speaking politely to me, with such dignity. What does it mean? Another vision appeared. Greetings, my lady. Isn't this morning's sunlight magnificent? She stumbled backward in fear, leaving even Quinn speechless. She tried to calm herself down. Calm down, Vivi. She glanced at Quinn outside the window, who was still waiting. If Ahin acts even a little bit like a normal person, I'm getting out of here. She suddenly regained some confidence. It's not like the grandpa and Valance would abandon me. She took a deep breath and turned around. Ahin, in his red-eyed Black Panther form, walked in. She stared at him in silence. Vivi was dumbfounded. Huh? Ahin strode in majestically in his panther form. Vivi stared, completely bewildered. Ahin covered his mouth with a paw and yawned widely. They continued to stare at each other in silence. In the bedroom, Ahine wordlessly leaped and stretched out on the bed. Vivi stared at the black lump with crossed paws on the bed, thinking, What is that? What in the world? She said, bewildered. Don't tell me. He's having another pheromone seizure? The panther, Ahin, didn't deign to reply, just huffed and turned his face away. She thought, he's totally ignoring my question. When did the pheromone seizure start? She asked aloud, Are you mad at me about something? Ahin cracked open one eye, peeking at her. Vivi gently sat down. She reached out to touch his tail. Come on, Ahin. Ahin immediately flicked his tail to the side, avoiding her touch. She was shocked. He just rejected me. She took a deep breath. Okay, blood pressure, calm down. Be calm, Vivi, be calm. Use your nice words. Be nice, got it? She said, formally, Yesterday was the anniversary of your father's death, and I didn't comfort you. Instead, I left and questioned you without reason. I am truly sorry. The Black Panther with crossed paws remained indifferent, letting out another huff and turning away sharply. Vivi was furious, wanting to smack him one. She tapped her head. I never knew talking to an animal could be so frustrating. Calm down, Vivi. If you endure 3 times, you can avoid 1 murder. Hen probably has to put up with this every day. She tried a sweeter approach. Don't be like this. Please just tell me the reason, okay? A hen peeked at her again. He started swishing his tail. Vivi furrowed her brow. Is he riding with his tail? She followed his tail movements. Playgarl, Air 8E. She yelled in anger, Playgirl rabbit. Who are you calling? A playgirl rabbit. Ahin turned his backside towards her. Vivi fumed. Why are you showing me your butt? Move over or I'll... I don't braid your fur anymore anyway. Suddenly, she realized something wasn't right. If you tell me the reason, I'll braid your fur. Ahin's eyes lit up, sparkling. He wagged his tail furiously. She thought, just offer to braid his fur, and he's all okay. What an ambitious black panther. But, wait a minute. Ahin's tail pointed straight. Vivi tried to translate. Rune. He then pointed his tail at her. Then he pointed it at himself. Vevi guessed, because I won't talk about him, you won't talk about your issues with me? Ahin's tail nodded. Vivi watched Ahin turn away and exploded. How are those two things the same? The severity is completely different. How can you be so petty? She started getting flustered. I'm not hiding anything. At the chief's mansion, my meeting with Joe, the lion, is over and done with. Ahin whipped his head back around, fuming. Vivi grew even more flustered. That's not it? Vivi bit her finger, trying to think. This is so frustrating. If something is bothering you, you should just tell me. Vivi sat still, as if lost in space. What could it be? Why is he like this? Did Quinn snitch on me again? Where am I? Who am I? No, this has to be Evelyn's doing. But he snitched. Before leaving the mansion. There's no way anyone could have overheard my conversation with Rune. Unless? She tilted her head, guessing, dancing. Is it because of that? Ahin whipped his head around. Ears perked. He suddenly sat bolt upright, mouth agape. There was dancing, too. Ahin was lost in his own terrifying thoughts. Vivi, you, carrying my scent. In front of that lion, you danced suggestively, shaking your butt and all that. You've never danced like that for me. You don't mean that, do you? His face went blank. He froze, solid. A moment later, he started fuming. Hen was completely stunned. Before Ahin could get any angrier, Vivi quickly grabbed his front paw. No, that's not it. Ahin, there was no dancing. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, I had to let him know I had suddenly turned human. I was just panicking, and I accidentally used the signal we agreed on. Hun. Ahin turned away sharply, ignoring Vivi's pleas. Ahin, look at me for a second. Vivi suddenly understood. She patted her chest. I get it. Next time I turn back into a rabbit, even for a short time, I'll let you see. Hearing this, Ahin's ears perked up. His expression brightened, and he nodded eagerly. She sighed. Aku, honestly. You're like a child sometimes. Are you not sulking anymore? Before Vivi could celebrate, he turned away again, ignoring her as she said, Come on, turn human now and answer my question. Oh, for crying out loud! Vivi finally snapped. This damn beast. She started smacking the panther's butt, making him jump. You despicable beast. Ahin let out a pleased rumble, while Vivi, red-faced with anger, yelled, Don't you dare enjoy this. That night, Ahin transformed back into his human form on the bed. He panted in pain. The time between seizures is getting shorter. Oof. Ahin thought of his father. How on earth did you endure this pain, father? Ahin, drenched in sweat, bit down on his palm to bear the agony. He turned to look at Vivi sleeping beside him. Hathin's heart pounded in his chest. His eyes were glued to Vivi. His eyes darkened, his pupils constricting. His gaze stopped on Vivi's collarbone. Ahin's eyes shot open. Uncontrolled pheromones flooded the air. His eyes darkened with hunger, with thirst. He looked at Vivi, still sleeping soundly, completely unaware. Ahin's eyes bored into her neck. If I were to bite down on the back of her neck, I could surely quench this thirst. That sweet scent, it feels like it's carved into my heart. Her healing pheromones. An unseen voice urged Ahin towards Vivi. Drink, Ahin! Drink! Drink it all! Ahin clenched his jaw, drawing blood from his lip. Blood dripped from his mouth, and gripped the bedsheets tightly. His entire body trembled. Ahin raised a trembling hand to his face. He stared wide-eyed in horror, gasping for air. Asin buried his face in his hands, forcing himself to calm down. Ahin was horrified. What was I just thinking? Ahin glanced at Vivi beside him. Just now, I almost hurt Vivi. He frowned. Vivi. Vivi turned over in her sleep. Hen reached out his hand. He stroked her hair. She was still fast asleep. Seeing this, Ahin let out a small, bitter laugh. Ahin said softly, Vivi, I'm afraid of you. Hen narrowed his eyes. A tiny fluff ball like you. What would I do if something happened to you while I was out of my mind? Or, if you packed your bags and left as soon as you could stay human? Or what if you fell for that lazy lion? I'm always afraid of those things. Ahin twirled a lock of Vivi's hair. What if Ahin said sadly, had to push you away for some reason? That's what I fear the most. He reached out and stroked Vivi's cheek. You know, actually. Ahin smiled faintly. I love how you worry about my condition. I even love how you constantly question me about it. Because you're too kind. The more you learn about my illness. Ahin looked at the sleeping Vivi. Even if you don't love me, you wouldn't have the heart to leave me. Ahin lifted Vivi's hand and kissed it gently. As long as it's affection from you, even if it's just sympathy, I would gladly accept it. Silence filled the dark room. Ahin, dressed in a robe, said coldly, Come out. Quinn squawked from behind the curtain. Quinn stepped out reluctantly. Ahin's tone sharpened. Today, I was the one who ordered you to stand on the balcony. Why are you doing things I didn't order? Quinn didn't answer. Ahin continued. Cat got your tongue? You were so bold before, claiming you'd never be swayed, and even put someone like Ivorine in his place. Quinn, sweating, looked away. Hin narrowed his eyes. You're getting bolder, perfectly mimicking Vivi's actions. Ahin closed his eyes, speaking casually. For acting on your own, your punishment is 1 week without strawberries. Quinn looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. While Quinn was sulking, Ahin pulled out a letter. And I have a job for you. Ahin dangled the letter in his hand. This letter. Ahin gritted his teeth, his face dark, his voice laced with venom. Make absolutely sure this reaches Rune Manion's ears. Ah, Quinn nodded furiously. In the dead of night. Quinn took flight with a powerful flap of his wings. Athen watched Quinn fly off into the distance, then called out to him. Quinn glanced back. Ahin spoke, Stop watching Vivi. Watch me instead. Ahin smirked. You of all people should know what my condition is like right now. Quinn was stunned. A moment later, he said nothing, quickly flying away. Rune Manion was sunbathing leisurely on the green grass. Squinting as he thought to himself, should I try transforming into a lion? And perform a courtship dance? That little rabbit did spin 3 times after all. Rune Manion's smile vanished. He said darkly, How amusing. As Stein was startled to see Rune Manion sprawled on the grass and cried out in alarm. Lord Rune! Ada! This time I really have to obey the order. Lord Rune, are you all right? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. A voice sneered, Humph! What a bunch of idiots. Mistin tried to stand up, but his knee slammed right into Rune Manion's head, making him cry out, Wah! Suddenly, Leona Manion appeared, running towards Rune and Astin. She kicked both their butts with a loud thwack, sending them tumbling to the ground. Rune yelped, Ouch! Seeing this, Leona Manion sneered, Tch. What good is a pretty face if you're useless? Hearing this, Astin knew Leona Manion had found out and cried out helplessly to Rune, Oh, my foolish young master. Why didn't you ask me for advice? I'm sure Lord Rune said something weird again for things to turn out like this. But unlike Austin, Rune Manion acted as if he heard nothing, casually cleaning his ear and ignoring Austin's words. Stein looked as if he'd heard shocking news, his mouth agape as he stammered, Rejected? When were you rejected? How were you rejected? Rune Manion, tired of hearing Astin repeat the word rejected, asked irritably, Just how many more times are you going to say rejected? Then, as if nothing had happened, Rune, calmly replied to the shocked Asten. You saw me come home alone and you still don't get it? I was rejected by the goddess. Hearing this, Asten gasped for breath and asked again, What? Rune Mannion, seemingly exasperated by Asten's denseness, chuckled and said, Honestly, Leona Mannion handed a letter to Rune and said firmly, For now, go there and snatch that goddess back here. If you can manage to kidnap her, I can do my best to stop that madman from the Grey family. Then Leona Mannion, looking very pleased with her plan, slapped both Rune and Asten hard on the back, making them buckle and cry out in pain. Gah! Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. Leona Mannion proudly asked Rune Mannion. Because of that goddess from the tabloids, Rune was being held by the collar by his sister. He jumped at his sister's question and stammered, I don't know. And Asten, in a similar predicament, was also being interrogated by Leona Mannion. His strength failing, he weakly said, I will attend. And my duty is to attend and forge this alliance. Rune Mannion, still held by the collar, stammered and tried to resist. Do we really have to talk while you're choking me? Leona Mannion heard the fear in Rune's voice. She threatened him. This way, when I need to beat you two up, I won't have to waste energy catching you. You two better remember that. Leona Mannion continued her threats. Stop complaining and go to the party. This visit is to forge an alliance. Inside the magnificent, luxurious palace, Rune Mannion politely said, We pay our respects to the successor. Hearing this, Asten stammered, trying to imitate him. We pay. Before Asten could finish, Leona Mannion lifted both of them up by their collars, making Rune gasp for air, and Asten let out a gulp. After they were released, Rune Mannion, as if he had no fear of death, said nonchalantly, So, it's not like meeting a goddess is a scary thing, right? Hearing this, Asten scoffed. Lord Rune, I am a lion. Why would a lion be afraid of a rabbit? But as the two were chatting comfortably, Leona Mannion slowly appeared behind them. The scene changes to a magnificent, dark, and gloomy castle. People passing by were whispering. The more I think about it, the land where Lord Ivorine lives seems unstable. Moreover, this news was in a tabloid. If Lord Rune attends Lord Ahin's birthday party, it will become a hot topic. Rune Mannion was reading the letter in his hand, but didn't forget to tease Asten. Is it okay to read your master's mail like this? Asten replied firmly. Lord Rune, I'm not kidding. Asten, regaining his composure, said calmly, If he said not to come, then let's not go. Is it a problem if you don't go, Lord Rune? We can delegate this to other family members. Rune Mannion, still reading the letter, voiced his suspicion. Suddenly, this punk is sending me letters and even making threats. The letter Ahin Gray sent to Rune Mannion was filled with threatening words. If you dare show your face. At my birthday, you're a dead man. At the Mannion household, a voice suddenly spoke up. Feeling greedy now? Ahin Gray, in his sleeping robe, stood there annoyed, hand on his hip, muttering, That lion. He's always hated rabbits. He recalled his childhood. A young hen Gray, hugging a stuffed rabbit, huffed. A person with long white hair ran in, gasping, and threw open the door, asking frantically, What's going on? Before anyone could answer, he saw Ahin Gray pulling the stuffed rabbit towards himself. Ivorine, seeing this, hugged the stuffed rabbit tightly, sobbing, sob, you're so mean. As soon as he finished, Rune Mannion and Ivorine burst into tears together. Wah! Seeing this, Ahin Gray immediately threw the stuffed rabbit at Ivorine with a thud, yelling irritably, You flip-flopper! Ivorine, hit by the rabbit, yelled, Ah! Ivorine slowly lowered his hands, trying to calm the furious Ahin Gray. I'm on the winner's side. Hearing this, Ahin Gray's face darkened. Still hugging the stuffed rabbit, he let out a growl. His eyes shot daggers at Ivorine. Why did you call the lion's name before mine? Whose side are you on? Ivorine, unfazed by Ahin Gray's threat, raised his hands in a gesture of fairness. If you're going to fight, you should do it secretly. If the adults find out, they'll scold you. Evelyn stood there trying to mediate. Everyone, calm down. Lord Rune, Lord Ahen. Rune Mannion sat on the sofa, terrified, sobbing his heart out. Seeing this, Ahen Gray threw the stuffed rabbit at Rune Mannion and yelled, "Hey, say that again! If you've got the guts, say it again." Rune Mannion, terrified, shrieked, "Ah!" Ahen Gray held the stuffed rabbit up in front of him. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he looked forward, asking emotionlessly, "What?" Rune Mannion, seemingly fearless in the face of those gloomy eyes, still held up his hands to block the stuffed rabbit, stammering, "Get that ugly rabbit away from me." Suddenly, Ahen Gray shoved the stuffed rabbit in Rune Mannion's face, making the boy's eyes fly open in terror. Ahen Gray calmed down, sat on the sofa, and said coldly, "What right does a fool who can't understand the appeal of rabbits have to speak so carelessly here?" Ahen Gray closed the book with a snap, asking darkly, "Look carefully. An ugly stuffed animal?" Rune Mannion, stunned, retorted, "You do things like this and you're still the successor of the Black Panther clan?" "Ha!" Suddenly Rune Mannion screamed, "You're a grown-up and you still sleep with that ugly stuffed animal?" As if unleashing his pent-up anger, Rune yelled, "I'm so jealous!" "I'm jealous of you, Ahen Gray. You're so ambitious and you can do whatever you want." Rune Mannion clenched the book in his hand, thinking bitterly, "How long do I have to be unable to do as I please? I can't do this, I can't do that, what can I actually do?" Thinking of his sister, Rune Mannion mused, "Anyway, the eldest daughter, Leona Mannion, is the officially nominated candidate, so there probably won't be much dispute. But to prevent the faction supporting her from harming the second son, Rune Mannion, he'll have to stay here for a while. Aren't there many candidates for the succession in the Lion territory right now? So this is the second son of the Mannion family?" 12 years ago, at the Gray estate, in the Gray family's palace, Ahen Gray adjusted his clothes and said, "It was when I was 16 years old." Vivi Ravion, in human form, was half asleep with messy hair, thinking to herself, "Why is Ahen getting dressed by himself in the middle of the night? Without any help?" Vivi Ravion suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. She asked Ahen, who was standing opposite her, Or what did you say?" Ahen Gray smiled gently and patiently repeated, "It was about the first time I had a pheromone seizure." Right after my first coming-of-age ceremony, Vivi Ravion suddenly sat bolt upright. "You said you were 16? Then how many years has it been?" Ahen Gray, as if teasing her, didn't answer, just said softly, "The rest, Vivi, you'll have to figure out for yourself." Vivi Ravion, stunned, asked, "What?" Ahen Gray, acting as if he hadn't heard, said casually, "I'm leaving now. I'll be very busy, so I won't have time for dancing. Besides, you weren't planning on visiting my grandparents and my mother, were you?" Vivi Ravion suddenly shot up and stood in front of Ahen Gray, blocking him. "No! Ahen! Wait!" Suddenly, a knock at the door cut through the atmosphere between them. Evelyn, standing outside, sighed wearily. "Lord Ahen, the schedule is very tight, you know?" Ahen Gray and Vivi Ravion, who were in an embrace in the room, heard the voice and turned their heads in surprise. Then Vivi Ravion quickly pulled away and stood in front of Ahen Gray, blocking his path. Seeing this, Ahen Gray asked, confused, "Vivi, why are you blocking my way?" Vivi Ravion replied irritably, "You have to ask." Vivi Ravion said, as if it was obvious, "We have to go to work together these days." "You have to put me in your pocket." And Gray heard this. He looked stunned, then asked, "Put you in my pocket?" Ahen Gray seemed to understand and smiled softly, his face blushing as he gently replied, "Yes, but now I can't." Vivi Ravion clutched her skirt, replying shyly, "I know that." Seeing this, Ahen Gray grinned and teased her, "You're too big to fit in my pocket now." Hearing this, Vivi Ravion turned to leave, saying petulantly, I know. I was just kidding. Ahen Gray seemed to ponder Vivi Ravion's words, humming thoughtfully. Goodbye. Wait, I have an idea." Hearing this, Vivi Ravion turned back excitedly, asking, "What idea?" Ahen Gray didn't answer immediately, but opened the door wide and called for Quinn. Quinn entered and bowed respectfully. Yes, I am here, my lord. Ahengray ordered, bring me some bags. Quinn looked confused. Bags, my lord? What kind? Ahengray pulled Vivi Ravion in front of him and answered, the kind that can fit Vivi. Hearing this, Vivi Ravion's face turned beet red. Embarrassed, she shooed them away. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out, all of you, just get out. Vivi Ravion gently clasped her hands in prayer, thinking, nonsense. Regarding Ahengray and his late father Edith, in Lord Edith's case, Aheen's father, who passed away very young, he had his first pheromone seizure at 18, but Aheen had his first at just 16. Isn't that too early? How long has Aheen been enduring this pain and fear of death? Thinking of Ahengray trapped in his pain, bound by invisible chains, Vivi Ravion prayed, if only I could help him to do that, even though I'll miss my current human form. I'll go back to being a rabbit to better control my pheromones. I'll do my best to master my healing pheromones. As soon as she finished her thought, Vivi Ravion's eyes sparkled with determination. Aheen's grandfather, Lillian, seemed to light up. Such passion for learning. It's wonderful. I love it. Lillian instructed Vivi, who was sitting opposite him first. Your healing pheromones need to be distinguished between sleep, anesthesia, and healing abilities. First, try using your anesthesia ability on Quinn, who is watching you in his hawk form over there. Quinn, perched outside in his hawk form, heard his name and panicked. What? Old man? Vivi's eyes blazed with fire as Lillian continued. It seems Evelyn is in the hallway over there as well. How accurately you can hit a moving target is also important. Vivi, engulfed in a flame of passion, aimed at Rune Evelyn, making him yelp in fear. Ugh! Seeing this, Lillian praised her, then said, very good. Now, can you shoot your pheromones at both of them in quick succession? Hearing this, Vivi unleashed her pheromones towards the two, making both Rune, Evelyn, and Quinn scream, Yikes! No! At a certain farm, Lillian continued. Holding a piece of paper, he was surprised by Vivi's new look. Is it because it's almost the master's birthday that you're dressed like that? Vivi, standing on Bara the Black Panther's back, bounced on her feet as she heard Lillian's praise. That cape is so cute. The hat suits you too. Lillian brought Vivi back from the clouds. First, answer my question. I'm very busy today. Lillian mused. Have you ever seen a hen act strangely? I don't know. Who's always both Bara and a hen turned to look as Lillian muttered to himself. Lillian recalled a scene of Ahengray cheerfully calling for Evelyn. It would be a hassle for Vivi to get ink on her paw and stamp the documents directly. Rune, Evelyn suggested, should we make a stamp for the little rabbit? It has to be light so she can hold it easily. Hearing this, Lillian said thoughtfully, always, then thought, that's right, Vivi chirped. She mimicked his knowing tone. Vivi nodded and said, all right, I have my answer. It's true, a hen is strange every day. Lillian heard this. What? He could only ask helplessly, can that be considered an answer? Vivi and Lillian seemed to reach an agreement, high-fiving to conclude their talk. At the Grey family's palace, BVQ, Quinn laughed and pretended to read her mind. If Lillian doesn't know, does that mean you don't know either? He smiled brightly at the question and praised her. The little rabbit in the cape looks like a different person. You look like a detective, so cool. Evie shrieked at Quinn's answer. Quinn! At the same time, Ahen let out a fierce growl. Quinn seemed to understand Vivi's anger and bowed his head low, asking, You're curious about the day Lord Han changed into his true form? Vivi gave Quinn a thumbs up. Correct. That's it, yes. Quinn, still facing a hen, gently replied, I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't know when Lord Ahin transformed into a Black Panther that day either. I was only in charge of guiding him to his bedroom for the last part of his schedule. It's truly suspicious. Ahin said he changed to play a joke on me, but wouldn't the purpose be better served if he changed after entering the bedroom? A thought flashed through Vivi's mind. Wait, could it be before? A hen met me that day. He already had a pheromone seizure? You know, right? Vivi, showing her anger, grabbed Quinna's pants tightly as if to convey her thoughts. Tell me clearly what happened that day. Quinn? Suddenly, someone opened the door with a click. Rune Evelyn walked in, handing a document to Quinn. Quinn, this document. Rune Evelyn saw something terrifying, like he'd been struck by lightning. Evelyn saw Vivi clutching Quinn's pant leg and screamed, Lord Ahin! The little rabbit is attacking another handsome man. This is a big deal. Everyone, come quick. Lord Lillian poked his head in from behind the door, horrified by what he saw, and shouted, This! Quinn, swept up in Lord Lillian's panic, thought with his mouth agape, Hey? Vivi quickly leaped onto Bera's back, pointing forward as if giving a command, Run, baby, run! Seeing this, Lillian chased after them, shouting, Oh my goodness, stop right there! Where do you think you're going? Rummaging through the servants' quarters. And so, the conversation with Quinn ended in chaos. As the last rays of a long day shone upon the magnificent palace, inside, there was the clinking of a teacup. Suddenly a voice rang out. So you've finally come to me. I thought you might come around this time. I mean, I'm the one who can provide the most suitable answer that Gray wants. It's clear you wanted to ask several times but couldn't, so now you're here to ask that question. Vivi, in a small gray outfit, stood with Ahin and Para, silent as she listened to Valance's words. Valance smiled cheerfully. Welcome, little one. However, her expression suddenly turned serious. She continued, When you want to achieve something, do you know that there's a price to pay that matches it? Then, Valance slowly removed Vivi's gray cloak and dressed her in a pink dress. She also tied a pretty bow on Vivi's back. Valance sighed, finally done. That was so hard. Vivi, in her tiny, beautiful dress, looked up, now called the ballerina rabbit. Vivi's face turned red, slightly flustered. She thought, This is a dancer's costume. Why do I have to wear this? Vivi looked at Valance suspiciously. She continued to think. Could it be? Just then, Valance spoke up, gently sipping her tea. So that's how Hahin is. I mean, the idea of you cheating on him, dancing with that lion. You danced in front of the lion of the Mannian family. Vivi's face suddenly grew worried. She thought, oh, the reason for me wearing this costume and her saying that. Valance's face was extremely bright, smiling at Vivi. Vivi's face grew darker and darker. She thought the reason, Valance's face, also gradually darkened, but she kept the smile on her lips. Vivi leaped forward, her soul soaring. She moved gracefully through a series of moves, like a jump followed by a leg extension and a light spin. As she danced, Vivi thought, extend the toes gracefully. Move the body as light as the wind, with the innocent and pure heart of a young girl. I will soar into the blue sky like a little bird. Everyone, please watch. This is my dance. A magical, sparkling light emanated from Vivi, marking the end of a graceful dance. Below, Valance clapped enthusiastically, praising her. Wonderful, absolutely brilliant. She said, as expected, your skills are as exquisite as described in the letter. It would be a waste of talent to perform only at parties. The best performance I've ever seen. As she spoke, Valance wiped away tears of happiness. Vivi, deflated, covered her face with her hands, thinking, if I fainted now and woke up, would it be less embarrassing? I want to bury my face somewhere. Contrary to Vivi's attitude, Valance was very happy, laughing as she said, thank you. It's been a long time since I've laughed so heartily. Valance looked at Vivi with affectionate eyes. Since you performed such a wonderful dance, it's my turn to repay you. You want to know about the pheromone seizures, don't you? Vivi nodded. Valance said, I died. Is what I told Ahin not long ago? In truth, the pheromone seizures started a long time ago. Anyway, since there's no solution, even if I told him, it seems he kept it a secret until now. As they spoke, they imagined Ahin. Vivi looked at Valance with her big, round eyes. She thought, but in the end, Ahin did tell me. Valance looked at Vivi with her red-tinted eyes and asked, What is the range of your pheromones' power within the dominant system? Vivi wondered. The range of power? Valance explained. Even a hen, the heir to the gray lineage, finds it hard to bear that limit. In my opinion, it can even control the human mind. Vivi's eyes widened in amazement. Control the human mind? That can be used too? Valance recalled her late husband and continued, my husband, Edith, didn't use his pheromones consciously because it was very difficult to control such immense power. On the other hand, a hen has handled his pheromones with ease since he was a child. Valance closed her eyes and said, no matter how easily one can use their pheromones, as long as there is a risk of a seizure, we must avoid using them. A pair of white doves flew outside the window. It caught Valance's attention, but it didn't stop her story. Valance said, not using pheromones in the position of the clan's heir is a very difficult thing to do. A hen started having seizures earlier than his father because of such circumstances. She smiled gently. As she spoke, she pictured the story from long ago. At some point, my husband's seizures became so severe that even pheromone sedatives didn't work. Perhaps that's why, whenever he had a seizure, he had to hide somewhere to avoid my gaze. Valance remembered that time, Edith sweating, leaning against a door. Valance at that time said loudly, are you in the bedroom? Can't you hear me? Tears welling up, she turned away. Edith rushed over and hugged Valance, comforting her. She turned away and said, honestly, you're so stubborn. Edith's thoughts appeared. After that, finally, during a seizure, I closed my eyes for the last time. The present-day Valance recounted the first person to find him in his final moments was a hen. Athen's face at that time was stunned and worried as he saw his father lying motionless on the long chair. Back in the present, Valance said, wasn't that the disaster where I often played hide-and-seek with my father? Valance looked at Vivi with concern. She asked, here, why are you crying? At that moment, Vivi's tears fell like rain. She couldn't stop crying. Vivi thought to herself, I see. Lady Valance has also been so strong. Vivi quickly wiped her face with her hands. Seeing this, Valance smiled and used a handkerchief to wipe her face. As she wiped, she said, from that moment on, a hen was somewhat prepared that he too might find his future in his father. Valance slowly leaned on the table. She continued, he was sharp since he was a child, so even if I tried to hide it, I couldn't. After Ahin's first coming-of-age ceremony at 15, he told me to remarry. As she leaned on the table, Vivi rushed over, calling her name in her heart. She recalled that day's scene. I was still alive, yet he'd said those words, which was no different than telling me to create another generation. That day was the first time we had a huge fight. But I didn't expect a hen to say that because he was having pheromone seizures. I failed in my duty. Because he was born with a stronger body than Edith, I believed his pheromone seizures would naturally appear later. Vivi continued to cry as she looked at Valance. She thought, don't cry, Valance, please don't cry. Valance kept talking. As the head of the territory, it's my duty to build a generation that isn't threatened. But I couldn't do it. Vivi used her tiny hands to wipe Valance's tears. She recalled the scene of the three of them laughing happily together. She said, even imagining such things and losing a hen too was unbearable for me. I loved Edith and a hen more than I thought. Night fell, the mystical moonlight illuminating the entire palace. Inside that palace, Vivi was sleeping soundly in Valance's arms. Valance smiled, looking at Vivi, and said, that's right. This way, the little one will wait until Ahan arrives. Valance let Vivi sleep on her hand, while flipping through a book. Then Valance turned to Bara and a hen and said, you two can relax too. I have no intention of harming your master. Hearing this, the two panthers remained sitting upright, which made Valance laugh out loud. Loyalty is a good thing. Just then, the door to the room opened. A hen walked in. He glanced over at the sleeping Vivi, then quickly walked over to Valance. He said, as I thought. Seeing him, Valance signaled for silence. She said, the little one has been through a lot today because of me. Let her sleep. Ahin gently cupped his hands, lifting Bibi up so she rested snugly in his palm. Ahin said, I suppose Mother has told you everything, right? Baba, what should we do about her? Seeing the tender look on her son's face, Mrs. Valance thought to herself, my goodness, he's making a face like he's given every last ounce of his courage to that little rabbit. Valance gently placed her hand on the table, saying, that poor baby, to think she just suddenly appeared before you like that, stats. Ahin replied, the one groveling at her feet will be me. Valance asked, oh, are you going to lick her feet like a slave? Ahin said, a slave, that doesn't sound too bad. Ahin's gaze lowered. He called out, Mother. But before Han could continue, Valance cut in. If you're thinking about licking that rabbit's feet, you can get out. Ahin said, I will be going to the bear territory after my birthday. Valance looked up at Ahin and asked, you're going to such a faraway place? Ahin said, this is information that Quinn brought to me. Although it's a story from 300 years ago, that person was once here, the one with the ruling class pheromones. Hearing this, everything around Valance seemed to dim. Her eyes widened at his words. That person? Silence filled Valance's room for a long moment. Then she began to search for something. There. Valance sighed, setting a pen down on the desk. This is information I couldn't find even after searching for 10 years. Was this a story brought to you by that bird beastman at your side? So the rumors that they're different from others weren't just empty words after all? Ahin said, actually it took Quinn several years to get this information. Even if I go to the bear territory, I might not find anything special. Valance then asked, but where did that information come from? When he picked up a dead hawk and brought it back, I had a feeling something would happen. What a strange fate. Valance smiled, thinking, but the truly strange fate isn't that hawk, but that rabbit. She looked at Bibi sleeping soundly in Ahin's hand. Ahin quickly covered Bibi with his other hand, hiding her away. Seeing this, Valance said honestly, why won't you let me admire her to my heart's content? Ahin replied, she wear out. Ahin looked down at his palm and called her name, Bibi. Ahin said softly, I will leave her here when I go to the bear territory. Ahin smiled. Valance looked at him with wide, surprised eyes. You're going to leave her at the manor and go? It will take you quite a while to get to the bear territory. Without her, what will you do about your seizures? Ahin replied, it won't be enough to kill me. Valance pressed on, what's your reason for leaving her behind? Ahin hesitated, well, that is, he didn't know how to say it. He looked away from his palm, seeing Bibi nuzzle against his finger and then hug it tightly. Ahin smiled and said, I'll answer. I'll tell you the reason when I'm certain. And with that, Ahin, along with Bibi, walked out of the room, leaving Valance in astonishment. Honestly. At first, he just saw her as emergency food or something. He took her so lightly. Now, she's become an indispensable part of his life, hasn't she? It was a beautiful morning with fresh air surrounding the palace. Una and another maid were cheerfully welcoming Lord Lillian. The maid said, Lord Lillian, you've arrived, while Una quickly added, Hello, Lord Lillian. Thanks for watching. Goodbye and see you again. Bond said, You seem to be in a very good mood today, my lord. Did something good happen? You look so happy. Lillian replied, You seem to be in a very good mood today. Did something good happen? You look so happy. He wiggled his fingers behind his back, wondering, something good? His face darkened. Something good, you say? Suddenly, Lillian burst out laughing. What? That's right. That's right. I can't stop laughing. My pupil is doing so well, so I've been very happy lately. Yeah. Lillian thought to himself, she's no ordinary pupil. She's the magnificent little rabbit who can bring the Gray family to its knees. Lillian was imagining a giant bubby wearing a crown with a tiny Ahin at her feet, trying to get her attention. Bibby, look at me, I'm over here. Lillian wiped away his tears of joy. He sighed, Oh dear, I'm crying. In his heart, Lillian thought, In my entire life, I've never had such a talented, passionate, and hardworking student. Truly praiseworthy. Meanwhile, Ahin was poking Bibi's cheek, asking, Bibi, how long do you have to train? How long do you have to study? Bibi, when are you going to play with me? Bibi! Fed up, she turned and chomped down on Ahin's finger, making Ahin yelp, Hey, stop that! She fears nothing. She even kicked my grandson who dared to look down on his own grandfather and sent the boy flying. At that moment, Bibi was kicking Ahin in the face as if to say, Go away! Stop bothering me so annoyingly. Lillian was pondering questions like, where on earth did this heroic little girl come from? It's so refreshing. Absolutely. Extremely refreshing. Just thinking about Bibi, Lord Lillian couldn't stop his ha laughter. Asterisk pop? While Lillian was still reveling in his joy, a rustling sound came from behind him. Someone stepped out, saying, I was wondering where that strange sound was coming from. So, you've finally lost it, have you? Lillian quickly spun around, demanding, Who dares to speak such disrespectful words? Lillian continued to ask, Today is the day the lion family arrives. The person was Ashira. He replied as straightforward as ever. Your hot temper is the same as always, isn't it? Ashira said, flexing his solid muscles. Ashira's dazzling presence made Lillian freeze solid. Lillian stammered, Where? Where did June go? Why are you here? You've gotten bigger, haven't you? Ashira looked proud. Hey, if you're jealous, just say you're jealous. Ah, my nephew, we've finally arrived. But he had to find someone, so he rushed off somewhere. Let's see who he's looking for here. Just then, June was panting as if he had just run a great distance, wiping sweat from his brow. At a castle with classic Western architecture, the morning sun revealed a beautiful sight. Black roofs with many arched windows stood before a courtyard in front of the academy, a place for training. A soft pitter-patter sound came from small pink feet walking on the ground. Bib stood with her mouth wide open, seemingly surprised by something. Bibi closed her eyes, her ears standing straight up as she focused on summoning her power. A glowing pink magic circle appeared behind her. Bibi, with her sparkling purple eyes, slightly narrowed her brow. In front of Bib now were two panthers, Para and Ahin, standing side by side, blocking her path. Para and Ahin charged forward, growling with fierce eyes. Bibi calmly stood her ground, casually closing her eyes and raising a paw in front of her. Wabi beckoned with a tiny finger, her other paw held back in a challenging stance, calling out, All right then, come at me. Ahin ran ahead of Para, his powerful paws thudding against the ground as he charged. As they neared Bibi, the two panthers leaped into the air. Para opened his mouth, baring his teeth, his sharp eyes fixed on her as he let out a grr. Ahin lunged forward fiercely, determined to reach her quickly. As soon as he was in front of Bibi, Ahin lowered himself onto all fours and obediently nuzzled against her, letting out a soft purr. Ahin stuck out his tongue and gently licked Bibi's face until it was soaking wet, much to her surprise. Mommy arrived holding a towel and called out to Han, Behave yourself! While Han was still busy coddling Bibi. Ahin rubbed against Bibi's cheek until it was red, but he still didn't stop. Bibi, slightly annoyed, scolded him. That's right, Ahin. Are you going to act like this forever? Ahin paid no mind and continued to nuzzle her happily, causing Bibi to purse her lips and reproachfully mutter, Honestly, if you keep this up. Bibi leaped up and hugged Ahin, nuzzling him back. The adorable Bibi and Ahin blushed as they cuddled. Bibi squealed with happiness. I can't live like this. Oh, you're so cute. After saying goodbye and leaving Bibi, Mami sat down to pet and play with Para and Ahin, scattering some food for them. From a high floor of the building, looking down through a glass window, was the peaceful scene of Mamie and the two panthers. Ahin Gray sat in his room, holding a large carrot in one hand, his other hand propping up his chin on the windowsill as he looked down with an admiring gaze. Wow. They look so happy. Evelyn stood silently behind him, holding a stack of papers, quietly observing with Ahin Gray. Seeing his sad and bored expression, Ahin Gray mindlessly swayed the carrot in his hand. Evelyn spoke up, but, Sir Ahin, why are you shaking a carrot? The little rabbit is still a baby bunny. She can't eat carrots yet. Ahin Gray looked at the carrot and replied, it's because she can't eat it that I'm shaking it. Hearing this, Evelyn guessed, aha, you're protesting because the little rabbit won't play with you. Hen Gray sulked and threatened Evelyn. Watch your mouth! Evelyn sighed wearily and replied obediently, yes, sir. Ahin Gray's eyes were sad as he whispered, thinking back. Before he could finish his sentence, Ahin Gray glanced towards the corridor near the flower garden and the river. He saw his grandfather and Ashira hurrying somewhere. His grandfather said, Grandfather and Ashira were in a tense discussion. His grandfather clenched his fists, his face slightly scowling. Ashira seemed to be trying to explain something, holding a piece of paper as he followed behind. Ahin looked up. He rested the carrot on his shoulder, deep in thought. So today's the day the lion family arrives, huh? He thought of June Menyon and speculated that kid probably won't come, right? That's right, if he wants to keep his life, he wouldn't dare show up. At that moment in the hallway, Ashira was holding a newspaper called the Archie Times, urgently calling out, Hey, Lillian! Ahin's grandfather didn't stop walking. Ashira, in a hurry, raised his voice to stop him. Lillian! Wait a minute, sir! Ahin's grandfather walked briskly without turning back, asking, Why do you keep following me? Ashira reached out a hand, the other clutching the newspaper as he tried to keep up, explaining, Wait, I want to ask you about this tabloid article. Ahin's grandfather froze, his face annoyed as he pursed his lips and thought, a tabloid article? It's so obvious. It's clearly about his grandson and my granddaughter. Ahin closed his eyes, annoyed, and complained, You believe those articles? Ashira, you really are something else. Ashira ignored Ahin's grandfather's words, determinedly opening the newspaper again to ask, Hey, you know about it too, right? The rumor about Jun and Ahin, the rumor that they can't fulfill their duties as men. After hearing Ashira's words, Ahin's grandfather became so angry his eyes bulged. He yelled, What is this man talking about? My grandson's down there works just fine. Ashira nodded in agreement, equally frustrated. Of course! My Jun, aside from his weak eyes, everything else is perfectly normal. The maid and manservant standing behind Ahin's grandfather and Ashira listened to their conversation with darkened faces. They froze, thinking to themselves, What's normal? I have to pretend I didn't hear anything, easy like that. Ashira let out a sigh of relief and laughed heartily, flashing a smile. Judging by your reaction, it seems I worried for nothing. Still following Ahin's grandfather, he laughed cheerfully and said, That's right. From the beginning, there was no way June would be chasing after some nymph who doesn't even know the basics. Hearing those words, Hen's grandfather stopped in his tracks, stunned. Ashira saw Ahin's grandfather's reaction and, from behind, earnestly expressed, What the heck is a nymph anyway? Do people still use such old-fashioned expressions? When I saw the tabloids the servants were reading, I was furious. Every word Ashira spoke was like 1,000 arrows piercing Ahin's grandfather's head and back. Asterisk, thwack, thwack, asterisk. Ashira then stroked his chin, casually sharing his thoughts. Ahin is quite pitiful too. Skas. I mean, there's this weird rumor that Ahan is freeloading off the little rabbit. People are really tarnishing the family's honor with such an unfunny method. Ashira's jarring words once again pierced. Ahin's grandfather with arrows, making his face darken. Ashira continued to stroke his chin, closing his eyes and sighing in frustration. A street dancer. What should I do with him? He has no value anyway. Ahin's grandfather spun around to face Ashira, his face red with anger, fists clenched as he yelled, Who are you calling worthless? Ashira, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, was so surprised his eyes widened, rendered speechless. In contrast, Ahin's grandfather stood frozen in place, trembling with rage. His hands clenched tightly as he tried to control himself, too angry to speak. With his face flushed with anger, Ahin's grandfather finally spoke up. clearing his throat and stammering, "Look, just by looking at him, you can't tell if he has value or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Ahin's grandfather walked away, his body moving stiffly like a robot, making creaking sounds. Ashira watched him, silent. Ashira folded the newspaper, placed a hand on his hip, and shook his head in confusion, muttering, "What nonsense is he talking about? That old man, so stubborn." Light pink hair gently fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Asterisk, thump. Asterisk. Asterisk, thump, thump. Asterisk, small feet in high-heeled shoes walked briskly. "June!" Mannion was panting heavily as he walked. June Mannion's cheeks were flushed from the sun, and sweat beaded on his face. June Mannion pursed his lips, looking off into the distance, lost in thought, as if worried about something. June Mannion wondered what he should say. "When I meet Beeb..." June Mignon's heart pounded loudly. Asterisk, thump, thump, asterisk. His eyes showed his anxiety. His cheeks were pink with shyness. June Mannion plotted his plan. Should I perform a mating dance? Then June Mannion imagined himself transformed into a lion, wearing a formal vest, holding a cane and a hat. He would romantically propose to Bibi, saying, "Will you marry me? Let's be sweet together. Will you spend the rest of your life with me?" June Mannion, embarrassed, closed his eyes to calm his bold thoughts. June Mannion shook his head slightly to clear his thoughts, telling himself, "No, calm down. You fool, June Mannion." June Mannion quickened his pace, asterisk, thump, 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 asterisk, towards the courtyard in front of the castle. The closer he got, the more he thought about meeting Bebi. Before June Mannion was the sight of Mamie sitting on the ground, with the tiny Bibi playing and chatting with the two panthers, Para and Ahin. June Mannion panted, exhausted from walking too fast under the sun, his face flushed, his eyes filled with anxiety. June Mannion was still lost in thought. "When I meet her..." June Mannion stopped and ran a hand through his wavy, pinkest-orange hair. He let out a sigh, and with both hands he solemnly adjusted the collar of his outfit. Seeing June Mannion approach, Mamie glanced up, stood, and brushed off her skirt. Bibi and Ahin looked at June Mannion with a somewhat unfamiliar but friendly gaze. Paris smiled gently, his eyes still fixed on Bibi. Mamie bowed respectfully and greeted him. June Mannion raised a hand and waved in response. Bibi's large, crystal-clear purple eyes widened as she looked at the newcomer. June Mannion bent down, placing his hands on his knees, and looked into Bibi's eyes, his voice trembling with shyness as he called her name, Bibi. Bibi stood silently, her bright, round eyes staring without blinking. June Mannion extended a hand towards Bibi, his cheeks flushed red, and his eyes smiled gently as he asked, "Are you doing well?" Bibi was still lost in her own world, staring blankly at June Mannion without a word. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "She'll be just fine after you're dead." June Mannion, not yet reacting, instinctively hesitated. When he realized the person who answered wasn't Bibi. June Mannion, who was still crouching, angrily looked up at the approaching figure and snapped, "I was asking Bibi." Bibi heard a rustling sound behind her and turned her head to look. The person who had just spoken was Ahin. Ahin held a carrot by the greens, tapping it against his shoulder, one hand on his hip, as he walked towards where Bibi and June Mannion were talking. June angrily shouted, "Threatening! Are you looking for death?" From the floor above, Evelyn leaned on the windowsill, cupped her hand to her mouth, and called down, "Sir Ahin, there are many eyes on you. And how could you just jump out the window like that?" In her head, Evelyn thought, "You should jump down when no one is looking." Down below, Ahin, with a dark, unhappy face, reminded Bibi, "Don't pay any attention to that lion." Bibi silently looked at Ahin but said nothing, thinking, "Ahin, why did he suddenly jump down from his office?" When Bibi didn't answer him, Ahin turned to glare at June Mannion and muttered, "I warned you, yet you still dared to crawl your way here?" Bibi glanced at June Mannion and then got lost in thought again. June, why is he here? Jun Manyun was fuming inside, forcing a smile as he thought, how funny. Why did you come running here in such a panic? Bibi was still curious, speculating, is Jun representing the Lion Clan here for Ahin's birthday party? But there, Ahin and Jun Manyun were face to face, eye to eye, both radiating hostility. Sparks flew from their gazes as they communicated through looks alone. Jun Manyun wondered, what's with that weird carrot? Ahin coldly retorted, you don't need to know. Bibi stood in the middle, sweating bullets. Bibi snapped back to reality, her mouth agape in fear as she stared at the two before her, worried. What's with the atmosphere between these two? It's like thin ice. A spark of realization flashed through Bibi's mind, a thought that made her panic. Could it be? Bibi covered her mouth, her face gradually turning red, her heart pounding in her chest. Biv guessed, is it because of me? She pictured a scene in her imagination where she had transformed into a beautiful girl. Blushing shyly, she was dizzy as Ahin and Jun Manyun surrounded her, each holding a bouquet of flowers and trying to woo her. Ahin held a bouquet of purple roses, a single flower in his mouth, acting cool as he declared, beautiful lady, please accept my bouquet. In contrast to Ahin, Jun Manyun had a warm gaze and a gentle voice. I am nearly blinded by your beauty. Bibi happily lamented, it's so hard being this beautiful. She was bathed in a pink light with blooming flowers, feeling entranced and sweet. In her thoughts, because they both have feelings for me, they're getting in each other's way? Bibi chided playfully with a sigh. I truly am a sinful rabbit. Bibi shyly covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes crinkling with joy as she mused, oh, this popularity. Even when I'm just a timid little bunny, they won't leave me alone. Ahin, from behind, crouched down and planted the carrot in the ground with a soft thud whispering eerily. Bib! Hearing the voice behind her, Bibi jumped in fright, her eyes wide as she yelped, ah! Ahin leaned forward slightly, one hand on the ground to support himself, and asked, the way you're looking at me and that lion is quite mischievous. Having been found out, felt her heart skip a beat, her thoughts in a jumble. What are you talking about? Jun Manyun, standing nearby, heard their conversation and shyly scratched his blushing face, whispering joyfully, mischievous? Ah, I see. Ahin glanced over to where Jun Manyun was standing and saw him blushing silently. He then turned back to see Bibi's face was also flushed. He rubbed his face in his hands as a dark, gloomy aura surrounded him. Ahin's hand tightened, gripping the carrot greens fiercely. He wondered suspiciously, why are they both blushing? Ahin stood up, his hair falling over his serious eyes as he called out, hey! Jun Manyun. He tossed the carrot towards Mamie with a thwump asterisk, calling out, catch! Mamie raised her hands together to catch the carrot. Para and Ahin stood on either side of Mamie, watching admiringly. Ahin walked slowly, rubbing the back of his neck with his head slightly bowed. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped him, his eyes glowing with a dangerous threat. Have you forgotten where you are? Hearing Ahin's words made Jun Manyun tense up. He gave a stiff laugh and asked, ha, so you're going to do this? Ahin and Jun Manyun faced each other. Jun Manyun crossed his arms, looking straight into Ahin's eyes, who was still calmly rubbing the back of his neck. A strong wind blew past where they stood. The tiny Bibi looked up, her face pale, calling out in her heart, hey, hey! Bib was sweating with worry, constantly glancing between Ahin and Jun Manyun, screaming in her head, why are you two acting like this? Calm down and come to your senses. Jun Manyun's facial muscles twitched as he felt the constant sparks of electricity coming from Ahin. He stated stiffly, I received an invitation, so I came. What? Is there a problem? Since I was here, I wanted to see Bibi. Ahin's sparks intensified, his face taut as he warned, don't you dare say that name so casually. Bibi stood between them, extremely worried, waving her arms continuously to stop them. Shouting in her mind, hey, you guys! Listen to me! What are you two doing? Aren't you going to stop? A dark atmosphere with shards of ice formed behind Jun Manyon. Jun Manyon let out a cold puff of air and advised, "Sir Grey, you are the one who should watch your tone. You can't just ignore our respective positions with your words and actions." Bibi witnessed the struggle, sweat pouring down her face, her expression frozen with a dark cloud of fear over her. "Wait a minute. Hey, if you two are going to argue like this, leave me out of it." Ahin refused to back down to Jun Manyon. With a mischievous glint in his eyes and a smirk, he offered his own suggestion. "I was about to propose the same thing. You should stop all your interest in Bibi." Bib couldn't stop them. She felt dizzy, the world spinning in her eyes, hesitating, speechless. These beasts. But Bib gathered all her strength and leaped high into the air with a *thump* to get their attention, much to the surprise of Ahin and Jun Manyon, screaming in her mind, "Look at me for a second." Jun Manyon and Ahin both widened their eyes, staring intently. Bibi flinched at what just happened before her eyes. Jun Manyon called out, "Boob!" Just then, Bibi had fallen hard on her butt. She landed face down, her face buried in her paws. Bibi didn't seem to hear. Showing no expression, she quickly stood up and dusted herself off from the fall. Once she was done, Bibi opened her eyes, filled with rage, trembling, her nose twitching and red. Bibi turned coldly in another direction, her face grim. She quickly got a running start and hopped away. Ahin and Jun Manyon also turned to look where Bibi was leaving. Ahin, stunned, called out after her, "Bubby, where are you going?" Jun Manyon was no different from Ahin, dazedly asking, "Where are you going?" Bibi heard their voices from a distance and stopped, standing still for a moment, thinking. After a long moment, Bibi turned her head back and glared, shooting sparks of electricity from her eyes, looking utterly furious. Bibi's foot stomped hard on the ground, making a *thump* sound as if she were venting her anger. Without looking back, Bib turned and, with her eyes closed in frustration, continued to hop away, leaving everyone in the castle courtyard behind. She muttered one last thing under her breath, "Don't follow me." Ahin and Jun Manyon clenched their fists, stunned and lost, calling out in unison, "Bub!" From a nearby bush there was a constant rustling sound, and a small, intermittent voice could be heard. That thing. Hiding in the bush was none other than Ashira. Ashira angrily trembled, his body struggling to say it. Ashira's eyes were still fixed on the courtyard, his hand gripping a tree trunk so tightly it made a cracking sound. His eyes widened as he shouted, "What in the world is that?" Hen's grandfather stood beside him calmly and said, "What else could it be?" Ahin's grandfather muttered, "It's a baby rabbit." Ashira suddenly turned his face, still in shock, looked at Ahin's grandfather and yelled, "Who doesn't know that?" Ashira was so angry his throat felt tight, unable to speak properly, gasping for air as he scolded. Are those two who can normally touch anything afraid of a rabbit? Are they hesitating because of a back kick from a rabbit that's only the size of a palm? "Ah," Ashira groaned in pain. "My blood pressure, my neck." Seeing Ashira's expression, Ahin's grandfather broke into a cold sweat. Silently remembering that he had said the same thing once, amidst Ashira's tragic cries of, "Oh my God, oh my God," Ashira stepped closer and grabbed Ahin's grandfather's hand for support, declaring, "We can't let this continue." Ashira tightened his grip on his hand, getting closer. He shouted in his face, "I want to meet that rabbit right now." Hain's grandfather was so scared he went silent, standing still as a statue. Ashira's face was contorted in pain as he pleaded with Ahin's grandfather. Ahin's grandfather's eyes widened in bewilderment at Ashira's constantly changing emotions, and he unconsciously asked, "What did you say?" Hopping along the path, she muttered insults, "Idiots, those dumb beasts, they should have." In Ahin's grandfather Lillian's room, he was talking with Ashira. "Ashira, you must keep your promise." The condition was not to ask any questions. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ashira sighed helplessly, having been asked this question countless times. Lillian snapped. I'm afraid you've forgotten because your muscles have gone to your head, so I'm telling you personally. Ishira, next to him, couldn't take being spoken to like that and yelled, "What? And you?" Bibi could only sit helplessly, quiet before the two men's argument. Suddenly, Sir Ishira's gaze turned towards her, making Bibi jump a little. He sighed and said, "My Jun, he's just lazy, that's all. If he puts his mind to it, he does it very well. Although he may look dazed in crucial moments, his eyes will shine." After saying that, Ishira looked at Bibi and asked quietly, "I wonder if you've ever seen it. If you shine a light on those eyes, you'll see how intelligent he looks." Bibi nodded along, her eyes shining with admiration. "Wow, so that's June." Lillian spoke up again, cutting in. "You don't need to react to something like that. After you're done boasting, you'll probably feel proud of your useless muscles and brute force." When Ishira was about to argue back, Lillian continued loudly, "Do you know how many things get broken every time you visit the Greys? Didn't you promise not to raise your voice in front of the little rabbit?" Ishira fell silent, just sighing, not knowing how to retort. Noticing this, Bibi shyly pushed a plate of pastries towards Ishira, thinking, "It's okay. You can boast a little more. He doesn't seem like a bad person." Her adorable gesture seemed to surprise Sir Ishira and made him appreciate her even more. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the window. With his sharp instincts, Sir Ishira immediately realized there was an intruder. It seemed that some riffraff like skunks had mixed in with the crowd while they were busy preparing for the party. He wasn't afraid and chose to hide in a place where Ishira was present. Lillian quickly hugged the little rabbit, whispering, "This looks dangerous. Quick, hide in here." Instantly, the window shattered, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Ishira said with a provocative tone, "All right now, show yourself." The noise terrified the little rabbit. Lillian screamed in frustration, "This man! What if you recklessly broke the window?" "I told you to think before you act," Ishira nonchalantly replied. "When you fight, you have to attack first. And I can just pay for the window." Lillian's blood boiled even more. "I mean, don't practice that mindless belief here in the Grey family." "That's right, grandfather," Kiri called down from a tree. Only then did Ishira realize his grandson was there. "Kiri, if you had hesitated any longer, your whole body would have been pierced by glass shards." Ishira shouted, "You brat! Why didn't you use the door instead of standing outside the window?" Kiri replied, "I was going to use the door, but the black panthers guarding it blocked my way." The little rabbit, sitting in Lillian's arms, was still terrified, seeming to have realized something suspicious. At this moment, a hen was sitting in his room. Asterisk, thump, thump, thump. Asterisk. The perineum he had custom ordered was complete. However, it could only be used 3 times, despite taking a considerable amount of time to make. It seemed this was the last perineum, the only thing that could help Bibi control her pheromones. The butler replied, "Yes, that's right, because she's focusing on her pheromone training day and night. She's truly dedicated." "But Sir Ahin, why have you been so irritable with the little rabbit lately? Why haven't you returned the gemstone you stole from her treasure trove yesterday?" Ahin sighed and confessed, "Because Bibil has been so indifferent to me. I won't be able to see her while I'm in the bear territory." The butler suggested, "How about we take her with us this time? I tried putting her in a bag for half a day. Perhaps I could transport her safely that way." Ahin warned the butler to watch his mouth, but he joked back, making Ahin remark, "Your nerve has gotten bigger." The butler replied, "It's thanks to the little rabbit's straightforward personality. Even if I'm scared, I have to say what needs to be said." At that moment, his trusted bird flew in, flapping its wings wildly to convey something. He chuckled to himself. It's using its wings to express its thoughts again. Maybe it's time to give up being a beastman and live a new life as a real animal. Looking at the bird, Ahin seemed to recognize the familiar shadow of the 2 lecturing old men. It turned out the bird wanted to report that Bibi was having tea with the 2 lecturers, Ishira and Lillian. Ahin sighed, "So that's it. Go and continue monitoring them. Suddenly, Ahen's eyes widened and he called out, "Quinn, does grandfather know that if Bibi receives pheromones, she'll turn into a human?" "Never mind whether grandfather knows. The problem is that lion." At that moment, Sir Ashira was relentlessly releasing his pheromones. Bibi had to try her best to control herself, terrified, because if she turned into a human right then and there, it would be a disaster. In the room where the three were having tea, Bibi was so worried her heart felt like it would leap out of her chest because of Sir Ashira's pheromones. Every time she was exposed to such a large amount of pheromones, an excruciating pain would well up from within. It was agonizing for her. However, what Bibi was truly worried about was that she couldn't suddenly transform into a human there. She pushed Lillian's hand away and jumped down, telling herself, "I can't. I have to get out of here quickly." Lillian found it strange and asked, "What's wrong, little one? Are you scared?" Seeing this, the lion panicked. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Joan approached and asked, "Bibi, is something wrong?" The bee, as if she'd struck gold, rushed over, waving her paws wildly, trying to express something, but it seemed quite difficult for June to understand rabbit language. He carefully asked, "Is it because of what happened earlier?" "No, it's not because of what happened earlier." Before he could figure it out, Bubby leaped up and grabbed onto him. His fall startled both Lillian and Ashira. Jun landed on the floor with a thud, still holding her tightly. Bibi jumped towards the door. She tapped on it insistently, as if wanting to escape. June walked over, picked Bibi up, and reassured her, "Wait a moment, Bibi. Let me open it for you. Why did you suddenly do that?" Then, as if realizing something, he widened his eyes and asked, "Don't tell me, are you about to transform?" Bibi nodded frantically, urging him in her mind, "Yes, yes! We have to hide, quickly." Jun carried her out, saying, "This is serious. We have to hide somewhere," while Ashira stood inside, calling after him, "Hey kid, where are you going?" Bibi kept waving her paws, hoping to get the perineum because a hin had told her it would be ready today. June was still confused because he couldn't understand a rabbit's language. Bibi was so frustrated, her face turned red. "There's no more time! Put me down!" June asked quietly, "Do you want to go to Ahen Gray?" Bibi's eyes lit up because that was exactly what she wanted. June smiled gently, his gaze soft, and slowly put her down. His gaze took Bibi by surprise, making her heart flutter, but there was no time for that. She needed to get to Ahen immediately. She dashed through the vast castle. The servants were startled, afraid of stepping on her. One of them even shouted, "Little rabbit, be careful not to fall." Bibi had no energy to worry about that. What she needed was to see Ahan right away. She wondered how much time had passed. If she fainted in the hallway, it would be bad. Bibi's eyes welled up with tears. This was when she needed him the most. Just when she thought she was about to collapse right there, Ahin appeared right in front of her. Immediately, Bibi jumped up, wagging her tail frantically, trying to say, "I'm in trouble." She wanted to tell him everything. "I was in the same room as Sir Ashira, but then suddenly, the pheromones. I found it hard to breathe and my heart was pounding. In short, I'm about to turn into a human. I need the perineum, but I don't have it." All Han cared about was their funny gestures. She kept trying to explain, spinning around and waving her paws, while he just found it amusing. Bibi got angry and stomped on Ahin's shoe. "I'm in a hurry. Why are you just standing there like an idiot?" Ahin rolled his eyes. He fumbled in his pocket. Sorry. The perineum is ready." Biv sighed in relief. Seeing the gem, she felt a bit more at ease. The transformation process began to happen. In that moment, Aishin quickly wrapped her in a white cloth and hid in a room. Suddenly, Bibi emerged in her human form. She sighed. That was a close call. But being frantically explained, "It's not that I did anything wrong. It was just Sir Ashira." Suddenly, Sir Ashira released his pheromones. He leaned on Bibi and whined, "Don't drain me dry." His gaze on her was gentle, and he rested his head on her, pleading, "Please." Asin sat in the room, exhausted, but still held Bibi tightly. She asked him in surprise, "Ahan, how did you know to come here?" He replied helplessly because the lion's grandfather has a habit of showing off his power. She asked again, "So you rushed here?" He was silent for a moment, looking at Bibi with a fond gaze. "It seems I'm always running towards you. Don't you think so?" He smiled. That smile left Bibi unsure of what to do. They looked at each other and unconsciously they drew closer. Just then, a knock on the door, knock knock startled them both. Bibi jumped and slapped Ahan across the face. It turned out to be the maid bringing her clothes. Bibi was overjoyed. "Oh, thank you, Mamie." Ahin sat beside her, his face bright red, completely silent. Pop. While Bibi was changing, Ahan waited outside, remembering her appearance when she transformed. He rolled his eyes, thinking he was going crazy. Ahin banged his head against the wall, thinking that beautiful face was staring at me. I really can't leave her. But, thinking about Bibi's dance, his expression immediately changed with jealousy. That bastard saw it before I did. This made him even more furious. He left the two panthers behind, who were helplessly confused. By now, Bibi had finished changing. She walked over, a bright smile on her face. She asked Ahin, "Have you been waiting long?" Her gesture made him roll his eyes and scratch his head. Not too long. An awkward silence fell between them. Mami led the two panthers away, leaving space for the two of them. Ahin offered his arm to her and smiled. "Shall we go?" But Bibi refused. She said, "Can I walk by myself? I've seen this kind of scene before, but the etiquette is a bit..." Ahin was a bit surprised. "What's wrong? Have you never been escorted before?" "Well, I've never escorted anyone either." Bibi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You've never escorted anyone? Then how have you managed at parties until now? What about Valance?" He replied helplessly, "The leader of the Black Panther territory always enters a party alone." Ahin offered his arm expectantly once more. Bibi felt sorry for him, so she let him escort her. Ahin teased, "If you don't like it, just pretend I'm holding your front paw." This annoyed Bibi, but it's not a front paw now. She glanced to the side, where the head butler and his wife were standing. It seemed her embarrassment made them pretend to be distracted. The other servants were also gossiping about them, but Ahin didn't seem to care. Bibi's face turned bright red as she thought Ahin is such an idiot, but she also felt a little insecure. Ahin is the next head of the family. Acting like this in front of the servants isn't good. He shouldn't be escorting me like this. "Ahin," whispered Bibi, "after this birthday, I'm going to the bear territory." And it seemed that Bibi also wanted to accompany him. At this moment, Lillian was furious, yelling at the butler, "The little rabbit is sick! She's gone! Why are you just standing here instead of looking for her, you lazy bum?" Evelyn quickly tried to explain. "Sir Lillian, please calm down first." He was still worried. It seems the little rabbit was very startled when that old geezer Ashira suddenly released his pheromones. Even without that, the little rabbit is already very timid. How could she handle that? "So, before my grandson throws a fit, you must find the little rabbit immediately." Suddenly, Bibi approached, with Ahin holding her hand tightly. Bibi called out, "Grandpa!" The call startled Lillian. He froze, turning his head in confusion, and was even more startled. He was shocked to see that this adorable rabbit had transformed into a human and was with Ahin. Lillian couldn't believe it and looked back and forth several times, his mind racing with guesses. Are these two dating? To give them some privacy, he quickly changed the subject, shouting at Evelyn, "Ahem! I mean, let's go find the little rabbit." His dismissive action confused Evelyn a bit. "Sir Lillian, what are you talking about? The rabbit you're looking for is right there." He, helplessly red-faced with anger, dragged the butler with him. "Tisk! Don't get in the way! My gut tells me the rabbit is clearly in the stable. That gorilla beastman there said so, and he's the closest to the rabbit." This statement both startled the gorilla beastman and confused Evelyn. The two of them left, leaving Bibi bewildered. Ahin's face had darkened with anger. He turned and asked Bibi accusingly, That lion saw you dance, and he even called you by my name." As he spoke, he tightened his grip. He took her hand. "But your closest friend is a gorilla?" His gloomy expression made Bibi tremble with fear. She quickly tried to explain, "Wait a minute, this is—" Without letting her finish, a hand cut her off, his tone furious. "Let's talk in the room." In the room with just the two of them, a hen carefully took out the PRE gem she needed from his pocket. "Here's a gift," Bibi asked. "A gift?" Then, as if remembering something, her eyes lit up. Your birthday's coming up, isn't it? I've been thinking and thinking, but I don't know what gift would make you happy." Hans smiled. "Why are you so concerned about that?" Bibi said enthusiastically. "Because I want to give you a gift." "Isn't there anything you want?" Ahin replied. "There are many things I want." Hearing this, Bibi was excited. "Oh, really? What do you want?" But she didn't know. She quickly froze when she heard him say, "First, even if we argue, you're not allowed to run away from home. And you're not allowed to hide in Evelyn's pocket or go to Mami's room." Bibi was exasperated. "What the heck? This is a gift?" Ahin continued his rant, "And I forbid you from cheating. Today you even mentioned the lion and the gorilla. And finally, after you become human, you have to support me." Bibi was suspicious. "What is this? Why do you want so many things? Why bring up gifts all of a sudden?" Hien asked further, even winking this time, "Can I ask for one more thing?" Bibi was alarmed. No, that's enough." "Oh," he laughed loudly at her reaction. "It's nothing big." Then he placed his hand on her neck. "If one day I do something wrong, you have to forgive me unconditionally just once, okay?" Bibi was silent for a moment, then asked, "Ahan, have you done something wrong to me?" "Let's see, probably not yet. I'm just speaking hypothetically." Because sometimes Bibi turns into a beautifully cold rabbit. Scene change. Bibi is lying in bed, perhaps tired from being human. A hen reminded her, "If you want to sleep, lie down properly." Evelyn teased. The little rabbit curled up in the blanket is as angry as a cream puff. She probably intends to become a cream puff to celebrate Sir Ahin's birthday. The two of them whispered, "We can just leave the cake decoration to Quinn, right? If so, he'll probably just cover the little rabbit in strawberries." Bibi was helpless. These beasts only think about food. So she stayed under the blanket and yelled, "Evelyn, I've hated you since the day we met." Evelyn heard this like a clap of thunder. "Wait a minute, little rabbit, how can you say such cruel words?" A hen just chuckled. But his attitude quickly changed due to the butler's excessive optimism. However, hatred is also a form of caring. "I accept the care the little rabbit has for me." Ahin angrily chased Evelyn out. Evelyn complied, but before leaving he turned back to whisper, "Even if the little rabbit hates me." "I don't hate the little rabbit." Bibi peeked her head out to listen, then Evelyn ran off. "Some things never change. Even so, I still hate you for saying you don't like me, so I will call the chef." Bibi grumbled. What a cunning, rotten beast. Once the door closed, the atmosphere became silent. She spoke up. "Ahen, there's something. I'm going to the bear territory too." So, before she could finish, Ahen refused. "No. It's too dangerous, you can't. You don't go by boat, you have to cross the desert." Bibi said seriously, "But I heard you'll be gone for a whole month. What if you have a seizure during that time?" "I heard the path through the desert isn't too difficult, and now, in my original form, I can handle pheromones well." But Ahin was adamant, even though everyone knew the pheromone seizures were not a pain that could be easily endured. Even Ahin's father had died from it. That wasn't the reason he wouldn't take Bibi. Bibi wanted to get down to talk it over, but immediately, she slipped and fell into Hein's arms. She hugged him tightly and whispered, "I want to go." Even when Ahin asked her to let go, the rabbit stubbornly refused, even threatening to run away from home. Ahin was helpless against Bibi's unreasonable words, while she was determined to go with him. She poured out her heart. "Why do you think I've been practicing pheromone therapy all day? I'm the only one who can resolve the pheromone seizures you're going through. But why do you keep trying to leave me behind and go alone? If you go to the bear territory alone, what am I supposed to do? If you have a seizure while we're apart, what will you do then? Are you telling me to stay home and worry about you? If you leave me behind, I'll ride a han or para and chase after you. Ahin insisted on preventing Bibi from doing anything dangerous, but all she cared about was knowing the reason he wouldn't let her come. A silence enveloped the two of them. Ahin sighed and admitted, "Last time when you used your pheromones to heal me. To calm my seizure? Weren't you exhausted?" This made her freeze slightly. He continued, "At that time, it didn't feel like I was receiving healing pheromones from you. It felt like I was sucking your pheromones out." Ahin even felt as if the amount of pheromones wasn't enough, making him want to bite her neck. That's why he was so scared that in an unstable state, in another territory with no doctors to treat me, what if I can't regain my senses? Seeing how worried he was for her, Babid was even more moved. It seemed she was truly growing to like him more. Ahin said gently in my unconscious state, "If that happens in another territory without my personal doctor, I might not be able to regain my senses." Bibi looked at Ahin, touched. His concern was like a small flame igniting some fledgling feeling in her heart. Bibi looked up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ahin and said with determination, "I'm not scared at all." Bibi hugged Ahin tightly again and said, "You know it too. I'm the best at running away." Ahin supported Bibi's waist, saying helplessly, "Bibi, I'm not joking." Hearing that, Babil retorted, "I'm not joking either." She hugged her hand tightly. Despite being rejected, she still tried to persuade him, "If there's danger, I'll just knock you out and run away." Ahin didn't know what to do with Bibi's stubbornness. She continued, "I can escape. Besides, based on my past experience, the chance of you having a seizure is higher than the chance of you biting me. Isn't that right?" Bibi really wanted to help Ahin. She knew he was intentionally saying these things to scare her off. But Bibi truly wanted to help him. Seeing Ahin's refusal, said sulkily, "It's because you keep trying to keep your distance from me that I'm like this." Ahin watched her silently. This stubborn rabbit really knows no fear. Ahin thought for a moment and then said, "Normally, in times like these, shouldn't you be saying something like, 'If it's for you, I don't mind being bitten'?" It seemed Bibi's cuteness made Ahin want to tease her a bit. Bibi thought for a moment. "I'm a rabbit that runs very fast. How could I get bitten?" she said pootily. "I'll run away before Ahin even wakes up." Hearing Bibi say this, Ahin leaned down and whispered in her ear, "There's something. You asked about it before, right?" When Bibi didn't reply, Ahin continued, "The meaning of biting the neck?" Hearing this, Bibi flinched slightly. Han rested his head on Bibi's shoulder and explained, "It's a way of marking territory among predatory beasts." Then Ahin looked up at Bibi again, smiled, and said, "I want to do it again, can I?" When she was little, Babid had heard a maid read her a fairy tale. She remembered the maid saying, "My knowledge is my grandmother's knowledge." Predatory beastmen often have sharp features and are much larger than herbivorous beastmen. Do you know why that is? Back then, Bibi was still a rabbit who hadn't transformed. She looked back curiously. The maid continued, "It's to attract prey with their seductive beauty and to mesmerize them." Just like at this moment, Babir was being held by Ahin. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs next to her smooth white neck. As a slight stinging sensation spread, Bibi thought to herself, "I've been mesmerized by this black panther. Bibi belongs to Ahin. She is the territory of the famous Black Panther." Not long after, in another place, Mamie was silent, her cold gaze on a blushing and smiling Bibi, on whose neck was a very clear pink bite mark. Mamie turned and said, "I will bring you a scarf to cover your neck." Bibi stood behind her, feeling all the blood rush to her face, too embarrassed to say anything else. Bibi was so embarrassed she wanted to evaporate. Her face was bright red. She rolled back and forth on the floor. The Black Panther, a hen, sat watching her strange behavior with curiosity. At that sight, Mamie sighed and said, "Little rabbit, when you are human, you are not allowed to roll on the floor like a rabbit." By the way, the sky shone with a gentle, harmonious sunlight. Blue butterflies flapped their wings beside green branches. Ahin's mother, the elegant Mrs. Valance, walked ahead, with Bubby following behind her. Valance turned her head, smiled, and said, "You're wearing a very cute scarf today. I like it very much. It looks so fresh." Bibi, suddenly praised, immediately bowed her head and laughed. "Ha ha, yes." Ahin's grandfather, Lillian, stood behind them and heard this, muttering, "Why is she suddenly wearing a scarf?" Being stared at by Lillian, Babid became flustered, not knowing how to explain. Just then, Mrs. Valance spoke up. "Is there something you want to say?" Babig quickly replied, "Yes, Lady Valance." She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I will not be attending Ahin's birthday party this time." Hearing this, both Mrs. Valance and Lillian were extremely surprised. Lillian, with a huge question mark over his head, completely forgot about the scarf. Lillian said, "Why not? If it's about etiquette, I will find someone skilled to teach you etiquette very quickly." Bibi, at a loss for how to explain, said helplessly, It's not like that. It's not because of etiquette. I just think I shouldn't go to a place where many unfamiliar predatory beastmen are gathered." Bibi was actually very scared to go alone and was planning to ask Professor Janana to go with her, but Professor Janana had said, "I'm sorry, I want to live a long and safe life, so I probably can't attend this party. Please understand." Being rejected like that, Bibi could only cry silently and accept it. The professor's reason was very valid, an excellent choice. Precisely because even Professor Janana wanted to avoid this party, Bibi had even less confidence to attend. Mrs. Valance thought about all the things she had prepared and sighed, "What a pity. I've already prepared many dresses for you." Bibi scratched her head sheepishly and said, "I'm sorry. Next time I will definitely try on those dresses." Valance smiled. "Okay, next time you must wear one and do a fashion show." Bib also smiled and replied, "Ha ha, yes ma'am." The night of the birthday party, the bright moonlight shone down on the grounds. Bibi hid behind a stone pillar and whispered, "There's no one here, right?" Bibi said again, "Everyone must have gone to the party hall by now. We should hurry and prepare the gift for Ahin." Following her were Mamie and the Black Panther Ahin. Biba's group was looking for someone. Bibi ran quickly from pillar to pillar, then suddenly stopped. Bibi stared in bewilderment at the ground. A red fox, in pain, was lying next to a blue cloak. She said in surprise, "A fox?" Bibi's face turned pale. She quickly hid behind Mamie, saying fearfully, "Mamie, this fox is a beastman, right?" Mamie replied, "Most likely." Bibi said nervously, Should we just leave it like this?" Mamie looked at the unconscious fox and said coldly, "No. That fox might be a guest at the party. If something happens as a servant of the Gray family, I have a duty to take them to a safe place. I will go check and then come back." Bibi stood to the side, watching the brave Mamie, and exclaimed, "Cool, so cool." She slowly approached the fox and knelt down. "Excuse me." The red fox remained silent with its eyes closed. Mammy also looked at it silently. However, Bibi and the Black Panther Ahin were scared out of their wits. Bibi said frantically, "It's not moving at all." Could it be?" Mommy calmly said, "It's just unconscious. We should probably take it to the medical room." Only then did Bibi and the Black Panther Ahin let out a sigh of relief. "So it's still alive, thank goodness." Bibi bent down and picked up the blue cloak, saying, "It seems this fell off first. This must belong to the fox beastman. Let's take it with us." Suddenly, Beeb seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "I think I know who this beastman is." In the mansion, Reston was looking around, wondering, where did Sir Jun go? He remembered it yesterday. Joan, sitting on the railing, had said, "Reston, I think I like the little rabbit more than I thought." I'm at a loss now. At that time, Reston could only stare at Joan, speechless. Now he was crying silently in his heart, thinking, "Sir Joan, why did you leave such words behind and then disappear?" Reston ran his hands through his hair, wanting to scream, thinking to himself, "I'm so anxious my heart is about to explode. Where on earth are you planning to cause trouble now?" Reston felt like he couldn't survive this. He was going crazy with worry. "Don't tell me Sir John is planning to steal the little rabbit," as the next leader suggested. "Please, no." A voice from over there made Reston turn his head in surprise. "Everyone, stand down." The speaker was Ruth Evelyn. The servants heard and bowed before leaving. Reston stared at the man's shadow entering the side path and thought, "Ruth Evelyn." Reston immediately followed, wondering to himself, where is he going, looking so suspicious? Hiding behind a door, Reston once again had a question mark appear as he stared at Evelyn. Is that the birthday cake? Inside, Evelyn was standing with his hands behind his back in front of a 3-tiered cake. Reston, from behind, couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? What is he planning to do? Suddenly, Evelyn put his hand in his pocket and looked around. Reston gulped at Evelyn's action, thinking nervously, what is he taking out? Could it be poison? Reston watched Evelyn as if he were committing a crime. Evelyn, unsuspecting, still unaware, placed the object in his hand on top of the cake. But there was no poison, only a small rabbit figurine doing ballet with a pretty bow on its ear, placed on top. Seeing this, Reston covered his mouth in surprise and as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He stepped forward and shouted, "Sir Evelyn, what in the world are you doing?" Evelyn, having been discovered, immediately became gloomy. He turned with a terrifying gaze and said, "It's been a while, Sir Reston." Reston ignored the atmosphere and said loudly, "This is not a situation where you can just casually ask how I've been. What kind of trick are you playing with the important cake meant for the party hall?" Evelyn hesitated. "Trick? I just put the rabbit on top," Reston said, confused. "A rabbit?" "Because of your actions, Sir Evelyn, the reputation of the Grey family will become a joke." Evelyn replied very calmly, "That won't happen, so you don't need to worry. I'm sure Lady Valance will be very happy too." But Reston quickly stepped forward, saying, "Don't say such ridiculous things." As Reston reached out his hand, he said, "Before anyone sees, we have to." Seeing Reston's action, Evelyn said, "By doing this, the bad reputation of a coward will be attached to your name, Sir Reston." Reston, not understanding, asked again, What was that? What did you say?" His hand was grabbed by Evelyn, making Reston jump. "Evelyn!" Evelyn said with great resolve. "Lord Redstein, as your aide, I have a piece of advice for you." Evelyn's eyes lit up as he looked at Preston, his expression darkening slightly as he said to himself, "The Grey family is now under the command of Lady Rabbit, therefore. If we want to work comfortably, we have to rely on Lady Rabbit's favor." Hearing this, Preston became even more bewildered, his head full of question marks. What the hell is he talking about? Seeing that Preston didn't understand, Evelyn continued, as of yesterday. A maid named Mamie, who was serving Lady Rabbit, was promoted in one fell swoop to the position just below the head maid. And that was a special directive from Mistress Valance. Furthermore, Lord Han didn't hesitate to play dead after taking just one kick from Lady Rabbit. And that's not all. It won't be long before Lord Lillian falls to Lady Rabbit's powerful front paw kicks. Under Preston's utterly confused gaze, Evelyn confidently quoted Vivi. "This is now the era of the front paw," then asserted, "Someone actually said that." Preston, lost for words, pushed Evelyn's hand away and shouted, "Please! Stop saying such ridiculous things every time you see me." As Evelyn adjusted his clothes, he said, "It's a shame you're refusing this opportunity. But Preston, what are you doing here instead of at the party?" Only then did Preston startle, remembering his purpose. He quickly asked, "That's not it. Have you seen Lord Rune?" Evelyn pointed towards the door and said, "He's over there." Preston looked in the direction Evelyn pointed and asked in shock, "Huh?" Outside the door, a lion was calmly walking by. Evelyn bowed his head in greeting. "Lord Rune, have you been well?" "My apologies." The lion outside also raised its front paw in greeting. "Kyung." Instantly, Preston froze on the spot, his eyes wide with surprise as he stared at Rune and Evelyn. When the lion was out of sight, Preston collapsed onto his seat, wondering to himself, why did he suddenly turn into a lion? Evelyn just chuckled and continued. In any case, Lord Rune was also done in by Lady Rabbit's front paw. As soon as Preston heard this, he screamed to shut Evelyn up. "Would you just shut that mouth of yours?" In the break room, Vivi and Mamie stood beside a red fox lying still on the sofa. The doctor had said earlier she overworked herself. She only reverted to her true form due to her defensive instincts. If we wait a little, she naturally returned to her human form. Poof! As if on cue, the fox slowly opened its eyes, her beautiful green irises glancing at Vivi and Mamie. The moment Vivi saw this, she shot up straight, her face pale with shock. Shh! She opened her eyes. Mamie, beside her, could only watch Vivi's over-the-top reaction helplessly. As the red fox sat up, the rabbit Vivi immediately stumbled backward in a fluster. Vivi stood pressed against the wall, trembling as she said, It's a relief that you're safe and sound. Well then, we'll be taking our leave." The red fox stared calmly at Vivi and patted the sofa next to her. Vivi cautiously stepped forward. "Does she want me to come closer?" "Why?" Just then, the red fox began to glow with a brilliant light. The light shimmered in the space and a beautiful red-haired girl appeared. Vivi, holding a blanket, immediately flushed beet red looking at the naked girl. She backed away slightly, thinking in embarrassment, Oh my God, if she suddenly turns human like this, Vivi?" Vivi quickly draped the blanket over the girl and helped her lie down on the sofa. The red-haired girl chuckled and said, "Oh my, you don't have to be so frantic about covering me up." The red-haired girl gently adjusted the blanket and said, "Thank you for helping me. Because I have so many husbands, I'm always this tired. So sometimes I revert to my true form like this." Hearing the words husbands and tired, Vivi seemed to understand something. Her face immediately turned red, and she clasped her hands over her mouth. The red-haired girl gently stroked Vivi's hair, sighing in admiration. "So beautiful." The red-haired girl leaned in closer and whispered, "Aren't you that little rabbit of Lord Grey's that I saw before?" "How strange. Someone this big can't possibly be a little rabbit. Pinned by the girl's advance, Vivi's face turned red as she squeezed her eyes shut, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. Seeing Vivi's reaction, the red-haired girl said with amusement, "I really like your frightened face. I wonder if I could see you crying your eyes out." Hearing this, Vivi felt like screaming. This beast must be insane." The red-haired girl untied Vivi's scarf and asked, "This is the first time I've seen a herbivore beast man this up close. Should I move into the mansion?" Vivi was frozen by the proximity, only able to think in a panic. No, this is too close." Vivi squeezed her eyes shut in fear. "This is too dangerous. If I don't get a grip, my soul is going to fly right out of my body." The scarf slipped down, revealing a slender neck with a gauze patch on it. The red-haired girl reached out, wanting to touch it. She said sympathetically, "But you're injured on your neck. You poor thing." Vivi stammered, "This is, right?" Suddenly, the red-haired girl raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can I ask you something? How do you have a flower-shaped scar? But why don't you have the form of a divine beast, and instead have the form of a tiny baby rabbit?" Vivi was stunned, not understanding what the red-haired girl was saying. Likewise, behind the strands of soft hair, the girl was also confused. Next to the gauze patch was a flower. Vivi raised her hand to the back of her neck, wondering in surprise. I have a flower-shaped scar?" Strange sounds suddenly flooded Vivi's mind, frightening her. They called her name, asking why she couldn't turn human. They looked at her coldly, saying, "A beastman that can't turn human?" Others looked at her with pity, saying, "How is that possible? You poor thing." Then someone laughed and said, "You mean a beastman with reason, yet no different from an animal?" Someone else said with contempt, "You're disgusting. Understand?" Every image, every word terrified Vivi. Just then, Manami's voice suddenly called out, "Lady Rabbit!" Vivi snapped back to reality, looking at herself in the mirror, her hand still holding a comb. Mammy knocked on the door from outside, asking, "Lady Rabbit, are you all right?" Vivi hurriedly replied, I'll be right out." Vivi recalled what the beautiful red-haired girl had just asked. She had asked why she had a flower-shaped scar, but the form of a baby rabbit, not a divine beast. Vivi glanced at the flower on her neck. It's true. It's a bit faint, but there's clearly a scar with 10 petals. As Vivi retied her scarf, she thought, could it be? Is this a sign that the day I can fully transform into a human is approaching? I thought I'd be happy if this day came, but Vivi lowered her eyes and thought somberly, why do I only feel confused? Vivi opened the door and walked out. Mommy immediately came forward to adjust her scarf. Vivi looked at the neatly tied, beautiful scarf and smiled. "Let's go, Mavi. You're so skilled at everything you do." Mamie also looked at Vivi's scarf and said, "Yes." The red-haired girl, sitting on the bed, saw Vivi preparing to leave and asked, "Are you just going to leave me like this?" Vivi replied, she said with a start, "Yes, miss." The redhead smiled, releasing her distinct fragrance as she asked, "What if I faint again?" Vivi immediately blushed and thought, why are all predators so cunning? This is too much pressure. That pheromone scent? Vivi hesitated. "I hope," the red-haired girl asked seductively. Vivi stammered and bowed. I hope you take care of your health. I wish you a speedy recovery." The red-haired girl sighed. What to do? I don't want to let you go so soon. I want you more than I want Lord Grey. You have a very delicious scent." Instantly, Vivi scrambled to hide behind Mamie, her face pale as she thought, what is she saying? Seriously, she already has 5 husbands. Does her ambition have no limits? She wondered in fear, could it be that she plans to eat me? Vivi's mind was in a turmoil. She frowned, thinking, moreover, she desires Lord a hen too? A hen! A hen! Suddenly, Vivi furiously shouted, "Is mine!" The red-haired girl still just smiled and said, "Oh my, what a cute reaction." The girl's attitude left Vivi flustered and confused. The red-haired girl laughed out loud. "You mean Lord Grey? How cute!" Vivi said loudly in frustration, "No, I mean..." Just then, a shout echoed from outside the door, making Vivi freeze instantly. Outside, the black panther Ahin was letting out a series of growls. Hearing this, Mami went to open the door. "Ahin, I'll go check what's happening outside." The moment she opened the door, a large lion immediately appeared. The lion glared at Mamie, startling her. Inside, Vivi was scared out of her wits, while the red-haired girl calmly wondered, "Oh my, a lion, the lion's gaze." The lion glanced towards Vivi. Vivi was jolted. She was so scared she couldn't form a sentence. The one over there. Her mind kept repeating the thought. A lion with a long mane in front of me is. Under the lion's gaze, Vivi's face turned pale, her head spinning as if she was about to cry. Then Vivi screamed and bolted, leaving the lion to stare helplessly at her retreating figure. Quan, standing nearby, saw her, run past and called out, "Ah, Lady Rabbit!" Following her was the black panther, Ahan, and Mamie, and finally, the enormous lion. As they rushed past, Quan smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "Lady Rabbit is the star runner today. You have to win." But the person Quan was cheering for was currently running for her life, crying silently for help. "Save Vivi. Save this rabbit." Back at the birthday party venue, A three-tiered cake appeared, with a little ballet rabbit on top, and held a glass below. Leaning against the wall, he looked at the rabbit on top and thought, Vivi's ambitions are growing more and more. And more, Hien remembered. Vivi kept stepping forward and threatening him. If you take me to the bear territory, I won't let you get away with it. If you're not by my side, I'll run away from home. I mean it, Hien thought. Whatever I do, it has to be after I escape the risk of dying from this pheromone seizure. Day and night, she keeps closing the distance like this. What am I supposed to do? Evelyn stood behind him, watching. He saw Ahin sigh and asked, Lord Ahin, are you not satisfied with the cake? Ahin said seriously, that's not Vevi. She doesn't look that gentle. Her eyes should be fiercer. The moment Evelyn heard this, it was as if lightning had struck him. He was utterly devastated. On the other side, Mistress Valance said that rabbit decoration is too small. I can't see it clearly. Isn't that right, Father? Lord Lillian, beside her, agreed. Evelyn sighed sadly to himself. He thought, so Mistress Valance and Lord Lillian aren't satisfied with it either. Behind them, Azira was resolving to hold his wine glass and glance at the three of them, wondering, is there some kind of infectious disease in the Grey family? None of them seemed to be in their right minds. Meanwhile, Preston was looking around, searching for Rune. Suddenly, Azira remembered something and asked, where did Rune go? I haven't seen the boy. Preston, standing behind, stammered, that is, he's probably resting somewhere with fewer people. Azira clicked his tongue and said with a sigh, useless brat. Mistress Valance said, it's a pity that sculpture can't properly capture Lady Rabbit's adorable image. What do you think, Father? Lord Lillian was also pondering. Evelyn, with his hair in a mess, looked at them and thought, this is a disaster. Mistress Valance asked again, Ahin, what do you think? Wouldn't a cake in the shape of a rabbit be better? Behind them, he trembled, his face pale as he thought, how can I fix this awkward situation? I have to think of something. On the other side, Ahin said, this wasn't my order. Mistress Valance then asked, so the head chef made it on his own? Evelyn felt he had to justify himself somehow. Just then, Byrne rushed over and said, I'm sorry, Sir Evelyn, but there's something. Byrne leaned close to Evelyn's ear and whispered, Lady Rabbit said that about an hour ago. She happened to find Lady Alla of the Fox clan passed out, and she took her to the infirmary. But, in the process, it seems Lady Isla has taken a great liking to Lady Rabbit. Evelyn's mind raced, and then it hit him. This is it. Evelyn quickly turned and announced loudly, Lord Ashen, something terrible has happened. Lady Rabbit is having an affair with a fox. Instantly, the wineglass in a hen's hand shattered with a crack. Lord Lillian's face turned pale as he shouted, What? Again? Evelyn's face was grim as he said seriously, They're currently eloping. Byrne, behind him, was completely confused. Huh? How did the story turn into this? Ahan chuckled. I almost dirtied my glass. He asked, with a fox? Evelyn said, No, I hear she's eloping with a lion. Contact her. The wine glass was instantly crushed to pieces. Hen's hand remained clenched even as wine dripped down his hand, staining the carpet. Ahan asked darkly, With Rune? The moon shone brightly in the night sky, twinkling like the stars. With her hair and clothes in a mess, she looked utterly miserable. She bowed her head and said, I will bring clothes for you, my lord. Please return to your human form. The lion's whole body was disheveled, its mane a complete mess. Unable to speak, it could only give a slight nod. Mamie hurriedly turned and ran, her footsteps thudding loudly. The lion behind her was at a loss for words. Lion? He scratched his head, thinking, I thought that after that day, it would be difficult to approach Lady Rabbit in my human form. So I deliberately appeared like this, but I didn't expect Lady Rabbit to still be so scared of predators. The lion recalled with embarrassment the image of himself trailing after the rabbit. She had been so scared she ran for her life. She ran while screaming, So scary! Go away! The lion thought further. Even the black panthers have to live in their dens. I have no intention of teasing or provoking Lady Rabbit like those panthers do. As the lion was lost in thought, a pair of feet suddenly appeared, making a soft sound that caught his attention. The lion grunted, then lifted his head to see who it was, only to see Vivi suddenly appear, her hands covering her ears. Her face was filled with worry. Vivi's expression remained unchanged. She mumbled, comforting herself, "I'm not scared. This lion is Rune." Vivi's action startled the lion. While she continued to squat, staring intently at him, the scene was beautiful. Vivi was beautiful. She placed her hand on the glass wall and said to the lion, "Why are you following me?" The lion sighed, thinking, for no reason at all. He placed his large paw on the door, creating a scratching sound. The lion tried to push the latch down but couldn't, thinking, as expected, it's difficult. My apologies. The lion and Vivi sat silently, looking at each other through a glass wall. The lion thought, "Why can't I face you without this glass wall between us?" An image of Vivi appeared in the lion's mind, a vision of her in a plain white dress. Before returning to human form, and when Vivi first wore a dress, along with the image of the rabbit dancing and twirling, the lion thought to himself, the first time you became human, the first time you wore a dress, the time you did that spinning dance, you were with me for all of those times. The lion's eyes widened, but then he grew sad, his gaze dropping as he thought, why don't I have a chance? Seeing this, Vivi said worriedly, Rune, she suddenly became concerned, her face full of questions as she asked the lion, "Are you not feeling well somewhere? Is that why you returned to your true form?" The lion's expression was troubled as he thought, if I say I'm sick, will she care about me more than she does now? The sick lion. The lion thought, but I'm not a good liar. If I lie, she know right away. At that thought, the lion sighed, leaving Vivi on the other side completely confused. In the lion's mind, an image of Rune Manyons appeared in his human form, his hand trying to catch grains of sand, but they all slipped through his fingers. Born as Rune Manyons, designated as the successor, I don't have the right to grasp at ambition or desire. So even now, I don't know how to win your heart. His thoughts were interrupted when Vivi tapped on the glass wall. She said, "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Suddenly, the sound of some beast footsteps echoed in the quiet night. The lion heard the noise and quickly turned to look. It was the black panther Mamie, bringing clothes for the lion. Mamie, holding the bag in her mouth, panted as she approached step by step. The lion watched helplessly, thinking she must have wanted to get here quickly, so she transformed. Vivi also noticed and called out, "Mamie!" Beside her were two panthers, the scarred panther, Bara, and the black panther, a hen. Both turned to look. The lion thought awkwardly, "Oh, for goodness sake," and raised his paw to signal something to Mamie. Mamie looked on, struggling. She was speechless, and both Bara and a hen also looked on in surprise. The lion thought in confusion, Then waved his paw at Mamie as if to say something. But Mamie just turned her head away. The lion waved his paw again. And so it continued, the lion waving his paw, while Mamie shook her head in refusal. Vivi just sat there watching, as did the two panthers, who just shook their heads at each other. The lion thought to himself, hey, now, everyone is looking at me. I'd rather have Vivi's attention than the attention of these black panthers. After thinking that, the lion glanced at Vivi. She looked confused. She stared at the lion and said, "Your paw. What's wrong with your paw? Is something wrong with it?" Suddenly, the lion remembered his older sister once telling him, "If it doesn't work, just go there and do the Tantan dance." The lion's face flushed slightly with a mix of anxiety, but he thought, my sister is right. If I get discouraged, nothing will be solved. Since everyone is looking at me like this, I have to show them the reason I came here. The lion straightened his body, causing Vivi to look on with a difficult expression. Confused, Bara and Athane gasped in surprise. The lion danced on his hind legs, his front paws thrust forward in a cool pose. His face was filled with confidence, coupled with his handsome appearance. It was the courtship dance of the lion tribe, passed down from generation to generation. The lion's dance was so good it created a radiant aura towards Vivi, making her jaw drop in amazement. Mamie and the Black Panther also had to witness the brilliance of the lion's dance. Nearby, 2 guards standing outside saw the light flare up, illuminating a corner of the garden not too far away, yet still shining on them. The short-haired guard looked on with amusement and said, "Looks like they brought a lion troupe to the party. But do circuses teach lions to dance these days? He's pretty good." Unlike the short-haired guard's amused expression, the long-haired one had a very unpleasant look on his face and was speechless. The lion saw the 2 men watching him from a distance, while Mamie still held the clothes in her mouth. The thing was, she was completely frozen. The short-haired guard said to the long-haired one, "Belton, answer me." The long-haired guard replied, "It must be a beastman. How is that possible? After all, what kind of crazy beastman would do something so ridiculous?" The lion held his cool pose and leaped high into the air against the bright yellow moon, sparkling as he descended. It was all very odd. The butler was holding a tray to collect the broken glass shards, which were stained with a bit of red, and Lillian had snapped his cane in two. "Izira?" Izira said resentfully, "Lillian, that old man broke his cane? Is he feeling young again? But what's this about Lady Rabbit and a lion running away?" Hearing this, Lillian fell silent, his face blank. His 2 hands were still holding the cane he had broken, and behind him, the butler's face was also very flustered. Suddenly, Azira's mood brightened. He slung an arm around Lillian's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha!" He said, "Surely that lion can't be my rune, can it? Goodness. Even at this age, my imagination is still quite unique, isn't it?" Lillian's expression didn't change. The old man said nothing, still holding the broken cane in his hand. Only then did Lillian begin to utter the words, "The rabbit tribe." Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, filled with a murderous aura, looked at Azira and said, "Has a system of monogamy and polyandry." The old man's furious expression made Azira jump, breaking out in a cold sweat as he stared at Lillian, speechless. After a moment, Azira managed to speak with a flustered expression. As far as I know, both polyandry and polygamy are accepted." Lillian threw the broken cane to the ground and turned his head. He started walking away without a single glance back at Azira. Azira grew even more flustered and said, Hey, Lillian Holmes, you don't seem to be in a very good state today, do you?" The thudding of Lillian's footsteps grew closer to the shadow of the giant, beautifully decorated cake with the figure of an adorable rabbit dancing in the middle on the very top. Lillian's hand trembled as he got close to the rabbit figure. "He said you?" The old man ground out each word with a face full of rage. Lillian grabbed the rabbit figure and screamed, "You lowly philanderer, Ahath!" Lillian's voice was so loud that the horses in the stables outside pricked up their ears to listen. Even the crow perched on a branch far away heard the cry, "Philanderer! Philanderer!" echoing, scaring the crow as well. Lady Rabbit was at a loss for words. Vivi sat with a dazed expression as she recalled the image of the lion striking a pose with his dance. "Look at this! It's amazing dance!" Vivi thought to herself it was like a storm. Rune had retrieved his clothes and had gone aside for a moment to change into the outfit Mamie brought him. Vivi suddenly perked up as if she remembered something. "Ah, what time is it now?" She scrambled to her feet and rushed off. "Oh no, Hane's birthday is almost over. I have to prepare his gift quickly." Vivi sat flustered, trying to pick flowers, hesitating over which kind to choose. Is this one better? Or maybe this one? Mamie, Aheen, and Barris silently, staring at Vivi's actions, which made her let out a flustered, Vivi gathered the flowers she had chosen into a bunch. She looked at them and thought, what should I say to a hen when I give him the bouquet? Thank you for picking me up? Or your face is the most handsome? Vivi shyly brought a hand to her mouth, imagining the scene of a hind bashfully accepting the bouquet she gives him. She thought, or maybe I should make a bold move while giving him the flowers. But if I do that, Evelyn will tease me for the rest of my life, calling me a perverted rabbit. That's absolutely not an option. Vivi brought the small bouquet up to smell its fragrance, her heart pounding. Thump, thump. She blushed at the thought after giving him the flowers. I'll show him the flower-shaped scar on my neck. A hen will probably be happy when I tell him I'm about to fully transform into a human. Suddenly, Vivi heard someone's voice. Are you by any chance trying to pick flowers of different colors? It was Rune, who had returned to his human form. He was wearing a very elegant outfit with a radiant aura shining around him. Seeing this, Shin suddenly became angry, his tail standing straight up. Bara, next to him, remained calm and watched, while Mamie raised a hand to block Shin. Vivi watched as Rune approached and sat down near her. Looking at the flower garden, he placed his hand on his chin and hummed. Rune picked a few flowers and said to Vivi, "You've never made a bouquet before, have you? Instead of doing it like this, here." Vivi looked at Rune. He looked at Vivi. He gathered the flowers together. Vivi looked at him and said, "Hey Rune, why did you return to your true form?" Rune replied, "Sometimes there are days I just feel like it." Vivi's face was a question mark. Confused, Vivi glanced at Rune and thought, did he drink too much wine? Rune, seemingly understanding what she was thinking, said, "I'm not drunk." The rabbit thought in surprise, can he read minds? Rune just shrugged. "You said it with your expression. Do you also think I'm a strange predator?" Rune's face turned slightly red. He looked at the flower crown he was holding and said, following Vivi's thoughts, "It seems I really am a strange predator. A lion who likes a rabbit." Hearing this, Vivi's face went blank. She looked at Rune and said, "What?" Rune, embarrassed, turned to look at Vivi. She looked at him with concern. Rune said these words, "I said this in front of Ahen Gray, didn't I?" Vivi said nothing. "Since you're not answering, I must be right, huh? That's true. There's no reason he would say such ordinary things with his personality." Rune suddenly broke into a smile so bright it made him squint. He said, "But I couldn't pick up one thing, so I couldn't have Vivi's time." Vivi stared blankly at Rune, thinking, huh? Since when? We haven't even seen each other that much. "But Vivi clutched her dress and said, "I like," before she could finish. Rune cut her off, "I know." Rune looked down at the flower crown and said, "I don't need confirmation to know. That's why, in my anger, I was planning to kidnap Lady Rabbit and take her to the lion territory." Hearing this, Vivi jumped in shock and said in confusion, "Kidnap?" Rune replied, "I've changed my mind." Rune placed the flower crown on Vivi's head and said, "Never mind. You made a messy bouquet, but your expression is so sweet. It's the first time I've seen an expression like that." Vivi looked at Rune, unconsciously raising her hand to her hair, and said, "Rune, Rune." He smiled gently and said, "I can't ruin Vivi's life, because you've already earned your place in the Black Panther territory." Rune stood up and continued, "After the party ends, I'll return to the lion territory." Vivi also stood up and looked at Rune, saying, "Tonight?" Rune shrugged. "My grandfather has already started singing 'Oh Rabbit, oh Rabbit.' He keeps asking me about all the gossip, so I have to leave before any trouble starts." He looked at Vivi and continued, "I won't be coming to the Gray family for a while," Vivi said in a panic. "Is it because of me?" After saying it, she shyly turned her face away. Rune said, "That's right. It's because of Vivi." This statement left Vivi speechless. Rune stretched his arms and said, "I'll stop at a level of emotion that's just a little past affection until I can bear what I want to see." As Rune spoke, he looked at Vivi. "I'm not used to life's twists and turns. My personality is too boring, isn't it?" Vivi replied, "Yes, your personality is indeed boring." Hearing that, Rune laughed out loud and said, "Even if you think it's true, you should say no to be polite. You really are a wicked rabbit. Ah, you're scrunching up the space between your eyebrows again. Hearing that, the rabbit got annoyed. After saying that, Rune turned to leave, but added, "The offer to come to the lion territory is still valid, you know? So when you get tired of black panthers, give it some thought. However, once you come, you can never escape." "Got it?" Vivi said. "Hey, Rune!" Then she handed a flower stalk to Rune and said, "Thank you." Rune smiled happily and accepted the flower, saying, "In the lion territory, giving a flower crown means praying for the other person's happiness." Vivi said nothing. Rune said, "Lady Rabbit has survived in the territory of black panthers. If it's Vivi, you can transform into a human smoothly." After saying that, Rune left, leaving Vivi standing blankly behind him. Later, she recalled when she was still just a beast. Sitting on a table in front of him, the one who treated her like a beastman from the very first meeting. Rune pointed at her and said, "You're a beastman who can't transform yet, right?" The one who treated her like a beastman from the very first meeting. Rune held Vivi's hair when she returned to her human form. Not a normal rabbit, but a beastman, huh? Sometimes he was irritable, always holding the door shut to keep Vivi out, saying, "Now is my chance to deal with that damn gray that I've been waiting for all this time." In the end, he was the one who reached out his hand to her without asking for anything in return. If we were friends, we wouldn't have to say goodbye like this. Vivi stood there stunned. Mamie, a hen, and Bera approached her. She closed her eyes sadly, thinking, so this is the pain of parting that humans have to endure. As Rune walked out of the gate, he held the flower and sniffed it. Under the starry night, a horse with a hen on its back headed towards the greenhouse. A hen reined in the horse, his beauty sparkling and radiant. The guards on duty announced loudly, "It is a great honor to meet the future family head." In their minds, they were thinking, "Good heavens, first a dancing lion, and now the future head is riding a black horse." They trembled like leaves looking at a hen on the horse. "What in the world is happening here?" A hen asked coldly. "Where is Vivi?" The two guards immediately replied, "Ah, she is in the greenhouse, sir, alone." Another voice continued, "No, she's with me." A pink-haired young man with a yellow flower tucked in his hair appeared. Rune appeared, carrying a sparkling aura. A hen scowled, "Get that flower out of here. My eyes are going to go blind." Rune smiled gently. "You're so cruel." "Vivi gave it to me." Ahin's eyes went white with rage, flames of anger burning. Ahin drew the gleaming sword from his hip, growling, "Consider this a farewell gift to the other side for a dying lion." Looking at the sharp sword pointed at him, Rune said nonchalantly, "That's not something the one who arrived late should be saying." Ahin grew even angrier, the air thick with killing intent. "Then I just need to eliminate the one who came first, right? That way, there won't be a came first." The guards next to them were speechless at his logic. Shouldn't he be thinking that he shouldn't have been late? Ahin continued, "If the affair is unavoidable, then I just need to eliminate the other party." The two soldiers were even more shocked. "No, no, no. That's also very strange." Ahin looked down dangerously and said, "Being punished by her is a privilege reserved for me alone." The two guards immediately dropped to their knees. "Lord Ahin, please, we beg you, maintain your dignity." Rune laughed. "Now is not the time for squabbling. Aren't you curious who Vivi is with right now?" Ahin was startled. He started to worry, thinking, come to think of it, I didn't see the fox beastman on my way here. Could it be that she's also having an affair right now? Ahin finally dismounted his horse. Rune suddenly said, "Ahin Gray, during the last dance you asked me if anything was wrong. At that time, I answered, 'Nothing,'" Ahin said indifferently. "So what?" Rune immediately replied, "Actually, at that time, Vivi was the first." Before he could finish, Ahin turned and cut him off. "No." Ahin walked away. "You don't know anything." Ahin didn't turn back and continued, "Vivi became human, and the first person she met was me. It was in a secluded hut." Rune froze. Ahin paused. "You didn't know? Huh?" He released his pheromones. "Does that mean the lion got nothing of Vivi's first time?" Rune let out a sharp breath as Ahin walked away. Rune wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth caused by Ahin's pheromones. Did he know the whole situation? It seemed so. Rune muttered under his breath. He released his pheromones as if he wanted to kill me. It's a good thing I have strong defensive abilities to withstand it like this. Rune turned on his heel. He really is a madman. Immediately after, he suddenly broke into a smirk. He said calmly before he starts swinging that sword around wildly, "I'd better get out of this mansion quickly." Inside the greenhouse, Bara and Ash were behind, while Evelyn, at the front, bowed first. "Farewell and see you again." Ahin looked at Vivi playing by herself and thought, the lion spoke as if she was with someone. Ahin cursed Rune in his mind, that treacherous lion. Did he lie to me so he could escape? Ahin walked past the 3 panthers and approached. Ahin looked up. Looking at Vivi's beautiful and gentle form, Ahin thought, she's just been inside the mansion. How can she be having affairs non-stop? It would be better if I could turn Vivi back into a baby rabbit. Vivi still hadn't noticed 18's presence. It would be better if I could put her in my pocket so no one else could see her. Vivi suddenly turned her head. Ahin was silent. He was now standing right behind her. Ahin looked at Vivi. Vivi looked back. Ahin silently grumbled, "She has no idea what's going through my head." Ahin furrowed his brow, a little annoyed. "You foolish, flirtatious rabbit." Seeing Ahin furrow his brow, Vivi mimicked him. "If you can make a face, so can I." Ahin had to smile. Why is she copying things like that? Vivi's expression suddenly brightened, and she called out in a clear voice, "Ahin." Ahin's heart skipped a beat. "Vivi." As she stood up, she gave a sweet smile. "Happy birthday." Ahin stared blankly at the adorable girl in front of him. "No matter what form she takes, I'll still only love her." The dark night sky and its stars illuminated the greenhouse near the flower garden. Ahin's grandfather grumbled, "Swess, I knew he would be in the greenhouse. Isn't the greenhouse a sanctuary for philanderers?" After a moment of thought, Swess' grandfather made his worried assessment. Even though she's just a baby rabbit, her gaze is anything but ordinary. It's full of insincere deceit. Hearing this, Valance also offered her own opinion. First of all, her dancing skills are not normal. Ahin's grandfather and Valance, with 2 maids following behind, were approaching the greenhouse near the flower garden. Ahin's grandfather complained resentfully, "The world is ending. It's the end of the world." The closer he got, the angrier he became. He pointed towards the greenhouse and scolded, "Today, I must strictly teach her the rules of the Gray family, to the point where that philanderer will be crying her eyes out." In the midst of his rage, Ahin's grandfather froze and said robotically, the sight before him, leaving him unable to continue no matter how adorable a baby rabbit she is, huh? Valance beside him covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." The scene before Ahin's grandfather and Valance was that of a happy young couple sitting side by side. Vivi, wearing a flower crown on her head and a long pink dress, was laughing happily, looking intently at Ahin. Beside her, Ahin held flowers in his hand, gazing happily at Vivi's radiant, smiling face. They talked and laughed together, lost in their own world, oblivious to everything around them. Ahin's grandfather and Valance regained their composure and turned to leave. On the way back, Valance asked politely, "Father, it's late, but would you like to go see the carpenter? You can't use your beloved cane anymore." Ahin's grandfather, surprisingly nimble, walked briskly and replied hurriedly, "Let's go then! Let's go!" Ahin and Vivi, sitting inside the greenhouse, heard the clacking of shoes and the conversation between his grandfather and mother outside, blending into the air. Ahin's grandfather's voice was somewhat angry and reproachful. "Tesk, that's right. Which bastard broke my cane in two, I wonder?" Valance whispered, "But father, you were the one who did it." Ahin and Vivi, sitting inside the greenhouse, looked on in surprise as they left. Vivi's large, round, colorful eyes widened and her mouth hung open in surprise at the visitors. In contrast, Ahin was only slightly startled. When he saw they had both left, Ahin's attitude changed. He became angry, sparks flying as he tilted his head and asked, "Vivi, you danced in front of mother?" Ahin growled reproachfully. "I didn't realize dancing was so easy." Asked so suddenly. Vivi was a bit flustered, lowering her gaze slightly, not daring to look at Ahin. She stammered in reply, haha, that. Hain crossed his arms, frustrated, and squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to say any more. He sighed wearily. You're terrible. Seeing Ahin's indifferent attitude, Vivi sulked and blamed him in her heart. Honestly? Whose fault is it that I wagged my tail so enthusiastically in front of Mistress Valance? It's your fault. The beautiful flower stalk Ahin had been holding was a mix of colors: pink, yellow, purple. Ahin's eyes were fixed on the flower, intrigued as he asked, "But how did you think of making a bouquet?" Vivi cheerfully brought up the past. "Last time, when I gave you wildflowers, you really liked them?" Ahin immediately turned his head to look at Vivi, clutching the flower stalk tightly as he asked hesitantly, "You were thinking of me while you made this?" Vivi smiled happily and nodded, yes. Ahin smiled gently, his eyes full of deep affection, but he teased Vivi. "Does my face look this messy?" Hearing this playful jab, Vivi got slightly angry and cursed inwardly. "You disrespectful beast." Vivi reached up high to grab the stalk as a hen held the flower up in the air. Viv tried to take it back in a huff. "If you don't like it, give it back to me." Ahin playfully raised the flower even higher, out of Vivi's reach. He refused to give it back and even retorted, "No way, it's mine now." While waiting and teasing Vivi, Ahin looked down at her head and noticed a flower crown resting on her beautiful, long, light pink hair. Vivi's eyes widened as she stared at Ahin, biting her lip to hold back her anger. Ahin took it off. He paid no mind, just looked closely, observing every detail of the flower crown, and asked curiously, "That flower crown?" Hearing Ahin's question, Vivi suddenly remembered the crown. She raised both hands to her head, fumbling as she explained in a tiny, hesitant voice, this isn't a gift for Ahin." A flash of jealousy appeared in Ahin's eyes. In a displeased tone, he feigned a question. "The lion made it, I assume. You're wearing that to celebrate my birthday?" Vivi's fingers tightened slightly on the flower crown, unsure how to answer. She stammered, but Vivi recalled the moment rune, holding a yellow flower, closed his eyes and smiled gently, confessing to her, "If it's Vivi, you will definitely become human. This flower crown, it means to pray for one's happiness." Ahin looked sad for a moment, his eyes closing slightly, filled with contemplative thoughts. After a long moment, Ahin turned his face away and let out a long, heavy sigh. "Now I finally understand the feelings of people who are with a philanderer." Hearing Ahin say that, Vivi clutched her head and shook it, so shocked she cried out, "What the heck?" Vivi thought to herself, "Please, I'm not a philanderer." A spark lit up in Vivi's eyes as an idea struck her. "Maybe now?" "What should I say?" Vivi was extremely anxious. She called out with a mix of nervousness and excitement, "Ahin, I have something to tell you." Ahin flashed a bright, mischievous smile. He hooked a finger in his collar and, in a gentle voice, intentionally asked, "Should I take it off?" Vivi was startled and blurted out, "Yes." "Huh?" Only then did Vivi realize her slip of the tongue, and her face gradually turned crimson. She clenched her fists and screamed internally. "What? What are you talking about?" Ahin replied nonchalantly, as if it were nothing, "Because you were just staring at me and breathing heavily through your nose in such a sly way." Vivi was so provoked that her entire face and ears turned red. She was so angry she could barely speak, sputtering, "When did I do that?" Not stopping, Ahin continued to tease, "You were just getting excited." Ahin, with his handsome face, flashed a dazzling smile and lovingly scolded, "You're so sly." That smile was so blinding that Vivi was caught off guard. She threw up a hand to shield her eyes, squeezing them shut as she exclaimed, so bright." Vivi secretly thought, Who told you to dress so handsomely?" Vivi regained her composure and tried to explain again, "No. What I was trying to say is, Aheen reached his arm out towards Vivi. Ahin's fingers lightly grasped the scarf around Vivi's neck, tugging it a few times as he asked in a soft, concerned voice, "You've covered your neck, haven't you?" Vivi silently watched Asin's actions. Hearing Asin's words, she thought, unintentionally. Ahin decisively untied the scarf from Vivi's neck. On her white, slender neck was a red, circular mark like a wound. Vivi stammered an excuse, because I can't let this show. He stared at the mark blankly, pointing a finger at it as he contemplated wickedly. Or maybe I should leave a mark on your cheek so you can't cover it up. Vivi panicked, her face flushing red once more. She quickly covered her cheeks with both hands and shouted, You're crazy!" Vivi pleaded. "No, please just listen to me for a moment." Hein had another wicked thought, though his cheeks were slightly pink with embarrassment, as he interrupted. If not, then Ahin held up the flower stalk in his hand, using the same old trick, a hopeful smile on his face as he suggested, "Vivi, you can leave a mark on me." Ahin held the flower out to Vivi as an invitation. His blush deepened as he intentionally reminded her, "Today is my birthday." Viv listened, blushing, her eyes filled with mixed emotions as she fell silent. Vivi's whole body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming, as if from anger, or perhaps from excitement. Her heart pounded. Vivi lunged forward, her face flushed to her ears, and swiftly wrapped her small arms around Ahin. Vivi scolded him lovingly in her heart, this cunning beast. Everything happened so fast that the flower crown on Vivi's head flew off. Ahin's soul seemed to leave his body as he watched it. Caught by the sudden attack, Ahin's hand went limp, letting the flowers fall to the ground. Ahin still couldn't believe his eyes. His whole body was rigid, his eyes wide open, not blinking once. Vivi buried her chin into Ahin's warm chest, her eyes squeezed shut, too shy to make another move. A bold idea came to Vivi. She pushed off and leaped onto Ahin. Pushed down forcefully, Ahin landed flat on the flower bed with a thud. Ahin stammered, "Vivi, the flower is Vivi." Now on top of Ahin, authoritatively commanded, "Shut up." Vivi looked into his eyes, her hands planted on either side of his head, supporting her entire body. She furrowed her brow and scolded, "You keep teasing me, so I can't say anything." Ahin lay still, mesmerized by Vivi's face. Vivi's assertiveness was something Ahin had never expected. He stared at her without blinking. Both of them were blushing. Vivi spoke first. "First of all, happy birthday." Ahin, still in a daze, replied mechanically, thanks." Vivi closed her eyes, biting her small lip tightly as she concentrated, thinking, what should I say? About the 10-petaled flower scar. I can't resist the feelings I have for him. In the romantic setting, with tall flowers surrounding them, Vivi lowered her head and looked down at Ahin. The two of them remained motionless in the middle of the greenhouse as if time had stopped. Vivi opened her eyes and looked directly at Ahin, seriously and carefully considering her words. How should I describe this? Ahin will be the next head of the Black Panther territory, so he must be considering the wall of status. Vivi's eyes were filled with apprehension. Compared to Ahin, I'm just a baby rabbit who can't fully transform into a human. I guess I'm feeling pressured? Seeing Vivi's prolonged silence, Ahin grew a little worried and called out softly, "Vivi?" Vivi reacted by gripping Ahin's shoulders with both hands. Vivi squeezed her eyes shut, gathered all her courage, and leaned down to kiss Ahin on the lips, her resolve clear. "But even so, I like you." Ahin froze, his eyes wide with astonishment at Vivi's sudden action. After the kiss, Vivi pulled back and smiled. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, her cheeks still flushed from her bold kiss as she declared, from now on, "I won't cheat on you anymore." Hearing Vivi's confession, Ahin was dazed. His eyes seemed lost. The moment Vivi finished speaking, Ahin's face turned red all the way to his ears, his expression bewildered. A hen lay still, raising both hands to cover his face, and choked out, "Vivi," confused. Vivi asked gently, What did you say?" Ahin turned his face away to avoid her gaze. By now, even his neck was as red as a boiled lobster. Hain whispered, "I told you to get off. Please." Seeing Ahin's embarrassment, Vivi's mouth dropped open in surprise, screaming in her mind, "Huh? This look." Vivi remained on top of Ahin, her hands still on his shoulders. She smiled sweetly, so happy that 2 rabbit ears popped out as she thought, "He's definitely flustered by Vivi." Oh no, when did? While Vivi was lost in her own dream world. Hen seized the opportunity and quickly flipped them over, pinning Vivi underneath him, leaving her stunned. Vivi was now in a passive position, her eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Ahin smiled, his eyes hiding his joy and anticipation. He pretended to complain that kiss was too short. Ahin lowered his head, his lips drawing closer and closer to Vivi's. Vivi's cheeks gradually turned pink again. After a sweet kiss, Ahin wrapped his arms around Vivi and lifted her up. Vivi looped her arms around Ahin's neck, holding him tightly and bringing them closer. Both of them smiled happily. Inside the luxurious, exquisitely carved castle, a large rug was placed in the middle of the room. Vivi and Ahin sat next to each other on the large rug by the sofa, each holding a cup. Ahin happily turned to look at Vivi and asked softly, "So Vivi really doesn't have fangs, huh?" Vivi naively asked back, "So what?" Ahin leaned in to close the distance with Vivi, whispering, "You don't have fangs. You're scared of many things, and your hobby is fainting." Vivi listened intently to Ahin's every word. Vivi remained silent, but in her mind she retorted, "Who in the world has a hobby of fainting?" Seeing Vivi's eager listening expression, Ahin continued, "The only brave thing you can do is try your best to threaten me. Threatening people you don't like with your hind legs. You're so weak and you still want to go to the bear territory?" Ah, Vivi heard this and pouted, rubbing her cup resentfully. "You promised you would take me with you." Seeing Vivi sulken, Ahin coaxed her. "I clearly said I would postpone it." Ahin, afraid Vivi would be upset, changed the subject. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Vivi, have you ever seen a bear?" Vivi answered, "Honestly, no." Ahin began to spin his terrifying tailies to scare her. Using a deep, scary voice, he recounted that the bear territory releases bears in the mountain ranges. Ahin described the image of a huge brown bear with glowing eyes, roaring angrily as it hid behind bushes, waiting for the right moment to attack. Ahin threatened, "The moment you make eye contact with a bear, it's more comfortable to just end your own life. For reference, even if you pretend to be dead, it won't work." Ahin painted a picture of the rabbit Vivi playing dead in front of a giant bear. And thus, Ahin's scary stories came to an end. After hearing her hand's tale, Vivi waved her hand and laughed confidently. "Ha! You think I'll be scared by those words? Don't forget, I've fought with Bara before, you know." Although Vivi boasted toughly, her words to Ahin were stuttered with fear. "Those bears only need one punch. I can also cross the desert without any problem." Ahin didn't know what to say to this girl. After a moment of thought, Ahin made a decision and said, "All right, then let's go together." Vivi looked at Ahin, not quite understanding his words. Fearing another rejection, she quickly replied, then paused. "No way, we have to go together." "Wait, what did you say?" Ahin smiled gently and confirmed, "Let's go to the bear territory together." Overjoyed, Vivi clasped her hands over her mouth and shot up, cheering, "Yes, that's a great idea. You never know, I might have an affair, so it's safer to take me with you." Although he agreed, Ahin was still a bit worried, crossing his arms. He explained his reason for letting Vivi come was that while they were away, Vivi might attack the foxkin. Evelyn said that cheating doesn't just end after one time. Ahin silently thought, Vivi needs to be monitored. Vivi turned away, clasping her hands together in boundless joy, her eyes sparkling happily at the exciting thought. "I get to travel with Ahin." Ahin just watched Vivi's strange behavior and shrugged. Right now, Vivi was painting a picture in her imagination of being in the desert, where the sun is very hot. The little rabbit Vivi wearing a hat with a scarf wrapped around her neck and forehead. Thinking of this, Vivi immediately found a solution. I have to ask Mamie to make me a sunblocking cloth to wear on my head. On the rabbit Vivi's back was a heavy bag. She struggled with each step in the deserted wasteland. So Vivi decided, instead of a backpack, I should carry a water bottle. Next was the scene of the tiny Vivi riding on a camel. Vivi imagined further, the desert will be very cold at night, but the night sky there must be amazing. So I'll look up at the night sky and make a wish. Vivi, in the desert night scene, gazed at the sky, her hands clasped in prayer. See, Vivi? While she was lost in her daydream, Ahin's voice called out, Vivi, do you like bears more than black panthers? Ahin observed Vivi, noting, you look very excited. Vivi turned her face slightly to look at Ahin and smiled happily. Vivi turned back, lowered her head, and rubbed her nose against Ahin's, whispering warmly, of course not. I like black panthers the most. Yeah. The affectionate words from Vivi's sweet voice made Ahin's cheeks turn red with happiness. Ahin gently pulled Vivi's head closer and kissed her forehead. Choo, Ahin remembered something he had long forgotten and asked Vivi, so when are you going to bite my neck? Vivi knelt, looking up blankly and unconsciously. Ahin smiled seductively and proposed, you have to leave a mark to prove that I'm yours, right? Vivi bit her small lip, her face flushing bright red when she heard Ahin's next words, because now I belong to Vivi. Vivi was a bit tense, unable to form a sentence, just hesitating. Vivi pretended to hide her shyness by turning her face away and saying, let's do it next time. Ahin didn't expect Vivi's reaction and was surprised. Vivi thought to herself, we just confessed our feelings for each other. This is too fast. Ahin asked with some urgency, what did you just say? Vivi maintained a pouty attitude, crossing her arms and replying petulantly, next time. I'll bite you next time. Ahin leaned forward, propping himself up on his hands to get closer to Vivi, and asked, when is next time? Seeing Ahin's tense and expectant expression, Vivi covered her mouth and giggled. She cheerfully declared, the day Ahin agrees to listen to me. Blinded by love, said, you want to tame me? You really want me to submit to you like a master? So if I bow at your feet, will you bite me then? Vivi put on a triumphant air, hesitating. Let's see. Bowing isn't enough. Ahin, eager to get what he wanted, pressed on. Then what else do I have to do? Tell me quickly. Vivi calculated in her head. Since you're begging, she remembered the image of when she was a rabbit, placed on a plate, crying her eyes out, and the time I was bullied by Ahin. Vivi raised her voice threateningly. You are not allowed to put me on a plate anymore. Biting my front paws and ears is also forbidden. And I hate it when you dangle carrots by the window. Ahin smiled confidently. Then Ahin gently stroked Vivi's hair, picked up a small lock, brought it to his lips, and giggled, blushing foolishly. Ahin joked, what? Is that all? Then from now on. Halfway through his cheerful teasing, Ahin's expression froze, his smile fading. A sharp pain shot through Ahin's chest. The heart in Ahin's chest pounded violently, thump, making his whole body go rigid. Ahin's heart beat faster and harder, thump, thump, causing sweat to break out strangely on his face. At night, the dark sky enveloped the castle. The bright moon and twinkling stars in the sky shone down on the majestic beauty of the ancient castle. A pair of hands holding a pen scribbled down lines of text. Date, month, clear sky, dim night. The start of the diary entry read, today is the day Lady Rabbit and a hen celebrated their first birthday together. The scene depicted a giant Lady Rabbit Vivi wearing a crown. A speech bubble above her head pointed at a hen, shouting, kneel! Hen, at that moment, was kneeling with both hands on the ground, his head bowed in submission, saying, I have lost. The diary entry continued. Starting from today, Ihan has completely fallen to a position lower than Lady Rabbit. Rabbit Vivi was happily chewing on grass with satisfaction. Evelyn cheerfully presented a plate of grass, reporting, "This is a special type of dried grass, imported from the flower territory." The person wrote again, "As expected, my judgment was not wrong. Lady Rabbit is an outstanding general who will re-establish the lax discipline of the Grey household." The diary writer was none other than Evelyn. Evelyn wrote his diary gleefully, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Today was also a meaningful day." The entry concluded with the sentence, "From now on, I will diligently serve Lady Rabbit." A hen lying nearby heard Evelyn's laughter and looked up curiously. A hen wagged his long tail, growling. Evelyn observed Ahin with concern and asked, "Ahin, what's wrong?" Aston ran to the door, placing his paws on it. He leaned against the door, scratching at it relentlessly. A panicked Evelyn rushed over to stop him, telling him he couldn't go for a night walk with so many guests still in the mansion. Carelessly, Evelyn got smacked in the face by Ahin's wagging tail. "Wop! Asterisk!" she cried out in pain. "Ack!" Bara simply sat there, calmly observing the two of them. Her nose was now bright red from the impact. Evelyn tried to persuade Ahin, telling him that no matter how stubborn he was, it wouldn't work. Unhappy, Ahin got right in Evelyn's face. His eyes, a mix of annoyance and tension, stared her down as he let out a frustrated whine. Bara and Evelyn stared at Ahin in alarm. Evelyn cried out as Ahin's eyes started to well up with tears. Seeing this, Bara turned and smacked Evelyn hard with his paw. Bop! Bop! He seemed to be thinking. "He's telling you to open the door, you idiot." "Hit by Bara," Evelyn cried out. "Oh my goodness," and let out a few pained coughs. As Evelyn sat on the floor from the blow, she thought to herself, "This is strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Evelyn turned to leave, saying, "Please wait just a moment. After I change, we can go out together." Han watched her every move, listening intently to her words. As he ran over and bit down on Evelyn's shirt, growling. In his mind, he was pleading, "Don't go." Evelyn begged in fear as the two panthers took turns tugging at her shirt. Wait a minute. Unlike the hun, I don't like getting ripped up. And these are my favorite pajamas. Please, let go." But Bara and Ahin didn't stop, continuing to whine. Evelyn thought resentfully, "I wish you two could just understand human speech." Evelyn groaned in pain. Evelyn's voice could be heard from outside the window. "Ah, I know. But shouldn't I get dressed first? My pants are about to rip. My hair?" Outside the Duke's residence, the Black Panther, Ahin, glared and growled. Bara, beside him, also bared his fangs with a low growl. Ruth Evelyn, sweating nervously, grabbed onto the two panthers' tails, trying to pull them back while muttering, "Please, you guys, calm down. I'm a civil official. My stamina is terrible." A cold night wind blew past. Whoosh, Ruth Evelyn teared up. "It's so cold. A walk in the middle of a cold night like this." Despite being pulled by Ruth Evelyn, the two panthers kept walking forward. "Hey, where are you two going?" "Are we really going to Sir Ahin's room? If so, we should go through the main entrance and ask for his permission." If you two visit him like this, you might not live to see tomorrow's sun." Ahin and Bara stopped, looking at each other in shock. Han blinked as if to say, "Should we give up?" Bara seemed to reply, "Let's go." The two panthers backed away. This left Ruth Evelyn stunned. Feeling dizzy, he stammered, "Hey, you two, why do I feel like I'm being cornered more and more?" A hen's tail whipped across Ruth Evelyn's cheek. Smack. The poor man cried out, "Ah, your tail." Bara's tail also smacked his other cheek. Smack. A hawk. A hen. Bara. Bara continued to whip his tail back and forth. Slap. Making Ruth Evelyn reel in pain. I don't like being hit. Unlike Sir Ahin, asterisk, sob asterisk, no, not in the face. Asterisk, The sight of Quinn flying in the sky caught Ruth Evelyn's attention. He called out joyfully, "Quinn, you're back!" Quinn landed on a branch. The bird's presence startled the two curious panthers who looked up. The man whined pitifully, "Quinn, please make them stop!" Quinn seemed indifferent. He didn't seem to care, covering himself with a wing as if thinking, "Why should I?" Ruth Evelyn looked at him with determination. "I know you're tired from your trip to the bear territory, but these two are planning to illegally break into Sir Ahin's bedroom. What if the master's mood turns sour? It won't look good in your report either." Quinn turned back, thinking, he has a point. That would be an awkward situation. It hasn't been long since the ban was lifted. Ahin and Bara looked at each other, then warily at him. Quinn wondered, strange, why are those black panthers acting like this all of a sudden? That's not normal for them. Aren't they usually busy fawning over that damn rabbit? A thought struck Quinn. Could it be? Did he suddenly feel? He looked down suspiciously at the two panthers, thinking, is this some kind of animal instinct? He remembered something. Ian Gray once said, "Beeb, you should follow me." Quinn froze, a cold sweat breaking out. Don't tell me he's planning to? He immediately flapped his wings and took off. Asterisk, flap, flap, asterisk. Quinn soared high into the sky, leaving just a speck behind. Ruth Evelyn and the two panthers, Ahin and Bara, watched him disappear. He was confused by Quinn's actions. Quinn? The scene changes to Ahin Gray, pinning a small purple flower in his hair and adjusting his coat. "I'm heading to the office for a bit." Babil approached him and asked innocently, "What for?" He paused. He turned to explain to Bibi, "I have to organize some confidential documents. You don't know where they are, so I have to go myself. You can go to sleep first." Noticing Bibi's movement, Ahin Gray asked, "Why are you following me?" Bibi excitedly mimicked his steps. "Let's go together." Ahin Gray replied, "I'll be right back." "What if you wander around at night and catch a cold?" He paused. He looked down at her. Bibi was giving him a pleading, sparkly-eyed look. "Fine. I'll grab you an outer coat in a second. If you wear this, you won't get cold." He pulled the coat. "I told you to stay in the bedroom, but you never listen." But Beef struggled back and forth. "I want to go too. You usually just put me in your pocket and carry me along?" She suddenly hugged him, much to his surprise. "I will never leave your side." Han Gray playfully threatened her, "If you don't let go, I'll bite you." But Bee just held on tighter. "Eng," he suddenly lowered his voice. He called her name softly, "Bibi." Her face was flushed. "Huh? Is Han nervous too? I can hear his heart beating so loudly." Han was being natural. "And," Gray asked in a low voice, "are you still afraid of black panthers?" But Bee heard him. She immediately replied, "No, I'm not scared anymore." He asked, "Would you bet your rabbit's liver on it?" Bibi hesitated. She molded over. He waited for her. He was waiting for Bibi's answer. She was flustered. "Oh, why couldn't I answer confidently just now? I should have just said I wasn't scared. Idiot. Idiot. I ruined the mood." Bib turned away. She looked at the clock. Bibi realized, it's almost midnight. Ashen's birthday is about to end. Bibi looked at Ahin Gray with curiosity. Bibi decided that today was the day she would tell a hen about the 10-petaled flower-shaped scar. In a flashback, Ahin Gray was walking down the hall looking for Edith. "Dad!" Ahin Gray, holding a stuffed rabbit, called out repeatedly, "Dad!" Little Ahin Gray ran with pattering steps, desperate to find Edith. Just then, Ahin Gray passed a room with its door slightly ajar. He stopped, curiosity piqued, and moved closer. Jean Gray pushed the door open a crack. "Dad, I know you're in here. I've already checked everywhere else. You always hide in the same places. Please don't leave me." He stood outside, confessing his mistake. "I have to go because Mom called. I know I bullied Evelyn anyway. I'll explain it clearly to Mom, even though he annoyed me first." He held the doorknob, still talking. "Can you come with me, Dad? If you're there, Mom won't scold me as much." when a hand gray pushed the door open and looked inside. Dad? Suddenly he recoiled in shock and fear. He saw a blood-soaked cloth in Edith's hand, and there was blood on Edith's mouth. A hen gray approached the sofa where Edith lay, his heart sinking. Little Adge clutched his stuffed animal tightly, staring blankly as if his soul had left his body. Little Ahine's arms went limp, dropping the stuffed animal. The little boy called out fearfully, "Dad! Daddy!" He backed away. His voice trembled. "Daddy, what's wrong?" "Mom! Mom, I'll go get Mom." A frantic Ahine Gray bolted, screaming, "Mom! Mommy! Dad! Daddy! Dad!" Back in the present, Ahine Gray slammed the door shut, locking himself inside a room. Ahine Gray was sweating, trying to restrain himself. He leaned against the door. Even if Bibi grabbed my coat and pulled, I would have just ripped it away. Ahine Gray looked down at his blood-stained hands. I thought I had a little more time before the seizure hit. That was a miscalculation. Looking at the blood, he mused grimly, "I never thought I'd cough up blood. This is a first." He slid down to the floor. As expected, I'm following in my father's footsteps. This wasn't entirely unpredictable. At least now, there are no more major shocks. He suddenly felt a surge of irritation thinking of his father. At my age, did Dad hurt this much too? How long did he have to endure this pain? Ahine Gray's eyes filled with despair. I am so sick of this pain. It feels like my blood vessels are going to burst. His vision blurred as he looked ahead. With such a frail body, what was Dad thinking to get through it? For me, there's really not much time left. Just then, Bibi ran to the door and knocked. Asterisk, thump, asterisk. A loud asterisk, bang asterisk slammed against the door right where Ahine Gray was sitting. He fought through the pain and looked back. On the other side of the door was Bibi, terrified of losing him. She cried out, "A hen! Open the door!" And Hen Gray looked towards her, his expression unreadable. Bibi desperately pounded on the door with all her might. "Open the door! Hurry up and open it!" Bibi collapsed, her head bowed. "I'm not afraid of black panthers anymore. It's okay if I get bitten. I'll heal you." He looked towards the door in surprise. Now I understand why Dad would sneak away from Mom, hide somewhere, and endure his suffering alone before returning. Now I get it. Ahine Gray raised his hand, touching the door. Separated by the door, both of them were tormented. I never imagined she would be this hurt because of me. She gets startled and trembles in fear at the mere sight of blood. He bowed his head grimly. "Because I've been preparing for a long time, death means nothing to me." But seeing Bibi's fear made his heart soften. But now, I'm scared. I don't know how many days I have left to be with her. He spoke up, trying to comfort her. "The day I found you." Bib stopped crying as Ahine Gray continued his story. "Because of the wolf clan's attack, I had no choice but to flee into the border forest. Ahine Gray and the two panthers stood there waiting, alone. After Evelyn abandoned me, he escaped alone in the carriage. Thanks to him, I had to wait in the border forest until the carriage returned." A spark of life returned to Bibi's eyes. "Ahine, Ahine." Ahine Gray picked up the baby rabbit. I was just curious, a little rabbit crying in a basket. It looked so ridiculous. He chuckled at the memory. It was amusing how the little rabbit pretended to be dead to survive. Strangely, I didn't hate it. I just picked it up out of curiosity. Bibi wiped her tears. "You always tease me, saying I look ridiculous when I cry." Hen Gray smiled. "Ha ha! If you don't like it, you shouldn't look so funny." He pressed his face against the door. I'm glad I was the first one to find that basket. I was so lucky to have found you." Bibi was moved by his story. "If you could go back to that time, would you still have picked me up?" Bibi touched the door. The conversation suddenly stopped. Ahine Gray chuckled and replied, "I'd scoop you up in my mouth and carry you away." "I like it when you talk like this, Bibi." Bibi sniffled, "I hate you." He thought, "Thank you for worrying about me, too. I love that you're trying to smile even now." He Gray closed his eyes, a happy smile on his face. Those words pierced my heart. He clutched his chest, his heart pounding. Even if I'm in danger, I can't bear to see you in danger. Every time the pheromone Caesar hits, I remember my father, who went through the same heart-wrenching pain. That day, he had found his late father. A lonely little Ashen stared at his father's coffin before him. So I thought I was lucky to have time to prepare myself for what was to come. But I resented him for hiding this truth from me. Edith, coughing up blood, held a bloody handkerchief and tried to smile. You'll wake a hin. The lonely image of his father enduring the pain alone. But now I'm trying to understand his heart. The truth is, Dad, he was afraid I would find him while he was dying. Edith wearily wiped the blood from his mouth. He was worried about me, and he regretted that he couldn't hide his body more carefully. He recalled a memory of sitting on his father's lap, the reason why his father prioritized others over his own suffering. I know. Dad, having someone more important than your own body. A deep sadness filled Ahin Gray's eyes. Having someone you love more than yourself. He thought of Bibiz's cheerful voice calling his name, Ahin. Ahin Gray closed his eyes, letting the pain slowly fade. So this is what it's like, such a heartbreaking and sorrowful feeling. Leaning against the door, Ahin Gray drifted off to sleep. To the point that it tears you apart from the inside, Dad. In her heart, Bibi thought about herself. I'll live my whole life as a rabbit. I've only ever received help from others. I've never helped anyone. And Bibi remembered the moment Ahin Gray reached out his hand to her. Ahin, you've always helped me. It's because of you that I studied and trained so hard. Bibi reached out her hand, hoping to hold his. I can finally help you, but by the time she reached out in fear, Ahin Gray was gone. What if I can't help you when it matters most? What if I can't save you? At that moment, Athian Gray's heart felt like it would leap out of his chest. Asterisk thump, thump, asterisk. Ahin Gray looked uncomfortably towards the other side of the door. Bibi was there, looking at him with worry. Bibi's voice was filled with resentful reproach. Ahin, what's wrong? Are you really not going to open the door for me? Ahin Gray turned his head away and answered coldly, Don't. Bibi's voice trembled as she cried, Don't you trust me? I'm a rabbit. If it gets dangerous, I can just run away quickly. This time might not be a situation like that. If you don't open the door, I'm going to call Lady Valance. He gave a cold laugh. You don't even have the courage to leave me here alone and go. Bib angrily banged on the door. What's so funny? Ahin Gray calmly replied, I just need to rest for a bit and I'll be fine. But on the other side anxiously retorted, You're lying. Started sobbing again. Asterisk, hic, asterisk. Ahin went into the bathroom alone because he doesn't want to put me in danger. I know what he's thinking, but he's in so much pain. As she cried, she looked towards the door. I have the power to make him feel better. I hate being so useless. She looked at his lonely silhouette. Why am I the only one who needs protection? She cried, feeling helpless. I want to protect Ahin too. Bib's eyes hardened with determination. Even if I'm in danger. Bibi placed her hand on the door, and with an asterisk, crack asterisk, her entire body swayed. Ahin Gray, in agony, looked behind him. His eyes widened in terror as he saw Bibi collapse. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. He stared in fear at her body lying on the ground. Ahin Gray called out to her, Bibi bye. Ahin Gray threw the door open, shouting, Bibi. He knelt down, afraid to touch her. Ahin Gray pulled Bibi into his arms. What's wrong with you? What happened? Bibi, wake up, Bibi. She grabbed Ahin Gray's arm. Bib's eyes sparkled. Gotcha. Bib pushed Ahin Gray to the ground. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. Ahin Gray said nothing, as if he was used to this. A dangerous glint appeared in Ahin Gray's eyes. Bibi hugged Ahin Gray tightly. Ahin, I love you. Ahin Gray's pupils dilated in surprise. Ahin Gray stared at Bibi in astonishment as she continued, I love you. I really, really love you. Bibi stood up, tears still streaming down her face. Her tear-filled eyes looked down at him. I really do love you. Ahin Gray was stunned by the sight. Bibi leaned close to his face. So please don't try to push me away because of a seizure or anything else. I don't like it. Hin Gray's eyes widened in shock. Bibi kissed Ahin Gray. As she kissed Ahin, a light emanated from Bibi's body. A shimmering, pale pink light enveloped them both. Ahin Gray's chest seized with pain. No, Bibi. Ahin Gray struggled to push Bibi away. If this continues, you'll be in danger. But Bibi only held his hand tighter, and the pale pink light grew even brighter. Babir resolutely held onto Ahin Gray's hand as the light flared, illuminating the entire room. Bibi's soft hair rustled. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Her body trembled. What? This feeling. Bibi closed her eyes thinking, it feels like all my strength vanished in an instant. So this is what Ahan was talking about. She remembered his words. It's not that I'm receiving healing pheromones. It feels like I'm sucking your pheromones out of you. It's like I'm endlessly pouring them into a bottomless jar. Bibi's eyes fluttered open to look at Ahin Gray. Ah, so this is what it feels like to be drained of pheromones. And also, Bibi struggled to push herself up as she felt her strength draining away. Bibi looked a bit better. Bibi sat up, breathing heavily and wiping away a trace of blood. Ahin, are you okay now? If you're still in pain, I'll do it again after a minute's rest. Big looked down and gasped. Ahin! Ahin! Gray was frozen, asking why. He gripped Bibi's hand tightly. Bibi cried out in pain. Ahin Gray shot up. Bib. She flinched in fear as Ahin Gray touched her. Whoa, what is it? Ahin, what's wrong with you? Bibi sensed something was terribly wrong. Ahin Gray was smiling slyly. Bibi's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk, thump, asterisk. His eyes. Bibi was terrified by the sight of Ahin Gray. She froze as he smiled. This is dangerous. Asterisk, thump, thump, asterisk. Bibi called out softly, Hin, if you don't snap out of it, I'm gonna run away. No! Hearing Bibi words, Ahin Gray's mouth moved closer to her neck. Bibi's heart pounded with the urge to escape. No, asterisk, thump, thump, asterisk, I can't, Ahin. Asterisk, thump, dot, asterisk. Ahin Gray uttered coldly, still not enough. Bibi's mind was racing. Snap out of it. Please, please, asterisk, thump, thump, thump. Asterisk, Bibi's pupils shrank in fear. Her heart was still racing. Asterisk, thump, asterisk. No. And then a sharp bite. Asterisk, fap, asterisk. Ruth Evelyn was standing before two soldiers. One of the soldiers slicked his hair back and asked, Sir Evelyn, may I ask what brings you here? His partner reminded him, the next chief is going to be furious. Ruth Evelyn looked at the two soldiers with a puzzled expression. The soldier's finger pointed upwards. Ruth Evelyn followed his gaze. When did the three of them, Ahin, Bara, and Quinn, get up on the balcony railing? He looked at the door behind the Black Panther, Bara. Ruth Evelyn then remembered the three of them running off. Did they leave me behind and go on ahead? Or are they waiting for me to open the door? Ruth Evelyn shook his head and explained, They want me to explain to the guards and open the door for them? These animals, I swear. Ruth Evelyn had a sudden realization. Wait a minute, Quinn is a beast man. Is he just ordering me around because he finds it too troublesome to transform back into a person? Quinn stared intently, urging him on internally. What are you rambling about? Just hurry up and open the door. The man's eyes lit up. So that's it. Quinn has finally realized my importance. It's about time. Quinn was getting impatient and angry. Hey, hurry up and open the door. What are you doing? He took a deep breath. Calm down. Ruth Evelyn rummaged through his pocket. I'm just going to break into the balcony for a bit. The guard was confused. What? What are you suddenly talking about? I need your help with something. It might be a little unpleasant, so please bear with me. The guard was flustered. Huh? Wait a minute, Ruth. Evelyn calmly took out a spray can and sprayed the two soldiers, who covered their mouths. TSSK. The two soldiers coughed uncomfortably. Cough. Cough. Ahem. What is the smell? Cough. The two soldiers shouted Sir Evelyn before collapsing. He calmly stood over them. Evelyn laughed, praising his own work. So the beast spray works on beastmen too, huh? This stuff is effective. He jumped up onto the balcony. Clang. The two panthers and Quinn were waiting for him there. All right, you guys. After coming up here a few times, I've gotten used to it. You're even trying to manipulate me. You all remember, right? I couldn't stand up to your threats, so I'm cooperating. Got it? The Black Panther, Ahin, growled angrily. Grew. He looked at Ruth Evelyn and grumbled. If Sir Ahan asks and holds me responsible, you all have to vouch for me. The Black Panther, Ahin, had had enough and pushed Ruth Evelyn forward. Just go open the door. I told you to open the door, Quinn added from his shoulder. Ruth Evelyn reluctantly agreed. All right, I get it. He held the door handle, turned, and reminded them, but if the door is locked, you have to go back obediently. Promise me. Ruth Evelyn thought to himself, Sir Ahin must have locked the balcony door by now. Then he said to them, See? It's locked. It won't. Huh? It's open. The door creaked open. Creak. In that moment, Ruth Evelyn was baffled. Huh? Why? How is this possible? Wait. Sir Ahin. As he was saying this, the panther Ahin had already slipped past the curtain. Ahin looked around. He caught the scent of blood. Sniff. Suddenly, Yahin's eyes widened in shock. Before him was Ahin Gray lying on the ground covered in blood. The panther's heart skipped a beat. Thump. Ahin stood there, stunned. He stared at Hein Gray and Beeb lying motionless on the floor. A loud noise echoed. Crash. The blood on Ahin Gray's mouth and the marks on Bibi's small body. Nahen approached to get a closer look at the two of them. Suddenly, Ahin walked over and sat down. Next to Bibi, Ahin's paw reached out towards her, touching her little rabbit body. Ahin, thinking she was joking, tried to wake her up. Wake up, Bibi! You're just going to lie there and then suddenly jump up to scare me, right? Ahin's paw nudged her body, but there was no movement. Wake up! Play with me! Ahin couldn't believe his eyes and kept calling out, Why are you pretending so realistically? You're scaring me. Bibi, wake up! Then Ahin turned to look at Ahin Gray. Ahin Gray was also lying perfectly still. Ahin seemed to reprimand him. Sir, what did you do to make Bib end up like this? Ahin went over and nudged him with his head. Hurry up and wake up. Why are you just lying here? When that didn't work, Han used his paws to shake him. You have so much power. Why aren't you doing anything? Evelyn complained as he walked in. Why is everyone so stubborn today? Vera and Quinn pushed him forward. He hesitated, not wanting to go any further. Sirhan, I was really dragged here by these guys. You have no idea how much I protested. So please, forgive me. You promise, right? Sir Ahin? Suddenly, he became aware of the strong smell of blood. Sniff. Something. Ruth Evelyn's pupils contracted in fear. Before him, was Ahin Gray and Bibi passed out on the floor? The panther, Ahin, looked up at him. Ruth Evelyn's face went pale with horror. He knelt down in front of Bibi and cried out, Sir Ahin! Miss Rabbit, what happened here? Evelyn saw that both of them were unconscious. They were motionless and covered in blood. Panic set in. He exclaimed in alarm, Sir Ahin and Miss Rabbit both have blood on them. Why? Ruth Evelyn called out. Quinn! Evelyn gave an order. Quinn nodded, understanding. This could be Sir Ahin's pheromone seizure. So hurry and call the doctor and the family head here. Evelyn carefully picked up Bibby and immediately stood up. I'll take Miss Rabbit to the infirmary right away. As soon as he opened the door to leave, yes, Ruth Evelyn. He ran quickly. Asterisk, pat, 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 asterisk. All that remained was the body of a hind gray lying there motionlessly. Miss Rabbit, please, please. A hen gray was deep asleep on the ground. Ruth Evelyn ran, his heart filled with anxiety. Please, just hold on a little longer. In the quiet stillness of the night, while everyone else was sound asleep, the ducal mansion was strangely bustling with noise. Inside the mansion, the hurried footsteps of servants echoed endlessly as they ran back and forth. In the infirmary, old Master Lillian's face was pale, every line etched with worry. The anxiety was plain on his aged face, which had weathered many seasons. Perhaps because he was in such a hurry, he only had time to throw on a robe against the cold, muttering, "What is all this?" in the middle of the night. What on earth is going on? After speaking, he turned to look at his beloved grandson, a hand gray, whom he treasured, lying unconscious on the bed. His eyes were closed, but his brow was furrowed in discomfort. He was sweating profusely, causing the personal physician and the nearby servant to stand on edge with anxiety. The more old Master Lillian looked, the more his heart ached. Feeling exhausted himself, he slowly raised a hand to rub his tired eyes. He continued to mutter, "Waking up an old man in the dead of night like this, my heart nearly dropped to the floor. Is the boy all right? Could it be a pheromone seizure?" Just then, a gentle voice called out, "Father!" Old Master Lillian looked towards the door and saw his daughter, Valance, rushing in. She carried an air of noble grace, but her face was etched with worry. Seeing his daughter, the old man stiffened slightly for a moment. Lady Valance walked to his side, her hands clasped tightly below, but she tried to remain calm as she asked, "How is Aheen?" Old Master Lillian, unsure of his grandson's condition, simply replied, "The doctor is examining him now." Just then, Ashen's personal physician seemed to have finished his examination. He stood hesitantly before the two and began, "There is something I must tell you." A sense of unease stirred in the hearts of both elders standing there. Lady Valance, with a slight frown, told the old doctor, "Speak." The personal physician carefully observed their expressions for a long moment, as if to steel himself, before hesitantly revealing the shocking secret he had kept for so many years. "The truth is, Sir Aheen has been suffering from pheromone seizures since he was 15. This revelation left both Lillian and Lady Valance utterly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just heard. Lady Valance was speechless. Her hands trembled and she dug her nails into her palms to keep herself grounded. Old Man Lillian, however, did not fare as well. His face turned ashen, veins popping on his forehead, and he roared, "What? What did you say? Say that again." Although the doctor had mentally prepared for this reaction, as most people could not remain calm after hearing the news, facing it, the uncontrollable rage from Old Man Lillian still filled the doctor with fear. He could only say weakly, "Ever since his first coming-of-age ceremony, Sir Aheen has," before he could finish, Lillian lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed the doctor by the collar, his face contorted with fury, and growled through clenched teeth, "You! Why are you only telling me this crucial truth now?" The doctor could feel his entire body trembling with fear and could only advise in a small voice, "I will explain everything, sir. Please, calm down, your blood pressure." Still consumed by rage, Old Man Lillian couldn't care less about something like his blood pressure. His mind was solely focused on Aheen's condition, so when the doctor mentioned it, he snapped, "My blood pressure is not the issue right now." At this point, Lady Valance seemed to have regained her composure. She looked at her father with a very serious expression and called out, "Father, this is Aheen's personal physician. I want to hear what he has to say." Seeing his daughter's stern demeanor, Lillian reluctantly complied. He stepped aside without another word. Lady Valance then looked at the old doctor and requested, "Continue." The doctor looked quite disheveled. His coat was wrinkled and his hair was a mess, but he paid it no mind and continued to explain Ahi's symptoms. Yes, it's nothing. Most beastmen distribute their pheromones along their blood vessels. Before the seizures began, Sir Ahin was just like any other normal beastman. But after the seizures started, a strange phenomenon occurred in one part of his body, causing a pheromone blockage. Hearing this, Lady Valance seemed to remember something. A sharp pain pierced her heart as she struggled to speak. That's the same symptom my husband had. Old Master Lillian must have realized it too, as he fell silent for a moment before asking the doctor. And then? The old doctor used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and said, after a seizure, Sir Ahan would usually receive a pheromone sedative to calm it down. But recently, he hasn't even been taking that many steps anymore. Lady Valance's face darkened, her voice trembling, meaning the sedative is no longer working. The doctor looked at Valance, who stood there in utter despair, worrying for her beloved son. Though he didn't want to, he had to continue. I haven't asked Sir Ahin, but that is what I believe as well. Old Master Lillian let out a sigh and his entire body slumped, his knees hitting the floor hard, his face filled with despair. His face was ashen, as if drained of all blood, as he thought to himself, how could this be? Not again am I going to lose another precious life this way. As he said this, fragmented memories of his son flashed through his mind, his poor, unfortunate son. A man with beautiful, long, golden blonde hair and captivating red eyes spoke softly. He said to Old Man Lillian, Father, if I'm no longer here in the future, even if it's just during a break from the academy, you must visit Grey Territory, because Valance might miss my face, though of course I can't compare to you. With that, the man slowly placed his slender hand on Lillian's shoulder and then wrapped both arms around his neck in a hug, as a father who wouldn't want to be close to their child. But he feigned annoyance and lightly scolded, Hey, why are you clinging to this old man and talking like you're giving a will? Stop bothering me and get lost. But the man, instead of getting angry, flashed a brilliant smile and teased, Father, why are you so stiff? He then paused for a moment, thinking, before continuing, And another thing, I hope you'll play with Ahan from time to time. Just as you emphasize that he is the next chief, please make sure he doesn't lose his childlike spirit. Old Master Lillian closed his eyes, not looking at the other man, but still asserted firmly, You're speaking nonsense. As the chief of a territory, that boy must have the noble and resolute bearing of the Valance chief, don't you think? The man let out a soft laugh. The corners of his eyes curved into a gentle smile, and then he said bluntly, without any restraint, Don't you always say that? But you think I don't know that you once got locked in a food pantry while playing hide-and-seek with Ahan? Old Man Lillian was choked up and couldn't speak for a moment before trying to defend himself. What are you talking about? Me? I've never done such a thing. The other man said nothing more, just kept his arm around his neck and laughed cheerfully. Memories come and go quickly, but they are enough to stir a person's heart with pain. Each scene flashed through his mind. But the present reality of this loss felt like a huge piece of Lillian's heart was being carved away. He knelt on the floor, covering his face with his old hands, but tears still streamed through his fingers. His voice trembled. It all feels as vivid as if it just happened yesterday. Tears continued to flow from the corners of his wrinkled eyes. He didn't know how to describe his current emotions. He just felt immense pity for his unfortunate grandson. I already had to send my son off in such a painful way. And now, my grandson too. Even Lady Valance couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer. She turned her face away, fighting back her emotions, trying to swallow her tears and biting her lip to keep from sobbing. Old Master Lillian continued to lament the cruel fate that had befallen his grandson. A child having to bear such a heavy burden all alone. How exhausting it must be. The death of his father is still reflected in that boy's eyes. Poor thing, what can I do? Poor thing, what can I do for my grandson? The doctor, seeing the room's atmosphere sink into a suffocating gloom, felt a bit hesitant. He was unsure if he should speak at this moment, but he softly called out, "Sir, Sir Lillian, please calm down and listen to me." Both of them looked up at the old doctor, their eyes filled with despair and sorrow. The doctor continued, "Surprisingly, Sir Ahin currently appears to be a normal beastman. His pheromones have also stabilized." His words startled both Valance and Lillian. Lady Valance, afraid she had misheard, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" While old Master Lillian was so shocked he shot to his feet and yelled, "What?" The doctor glanced around, searching for the right words to explain. "Actually, I'm not sure how to explain this phenomenon, but as of now, all the symptoms related to the pheromone seizures have vanished. Currently, Sir Ahin is simply in a deep sleep." Lady Valance looked at her son, lying peacefully on the bed. His face was still pale, but she felt a sense of relief for some reason. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she refused to let a single one fall as she stressed the main point. "Are you saying we can consider Ahin's pheromone seizures to be cured?" The old doctor calmly replied, "We will need to monitor his progress, but that is the only hypothesis I can offer right now." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, but then, remembering something, Old Man Lillian immediately asked, Then what about the blood on Ashin's face earlier? Weren't those signs of a hemorrhage?" The doctor stared intently at the dried bloodstain on a hen's collar as he slept soundly, then slowly shook his head. "That doesn't seem to be Sir Ahin's blood, so I'm not sure." This time, it was Lady Valance's turn to be confused. She struggled to speak. Could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard outside the door, which was then thrown open. Everyone in the room turned to look. A person appeared with a panicked and pale face, saying, "You all need to come see this right away." The room's doors were shut tight, and a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone, from Lillian and Valance to Ruth and even the pair of panthers, Bara and Ashi. After a moment, the door slowly creaked open. The old doctor stepped out with a heavy expression, indicating the situation inside was not good. He shook his head wearily, causing those waiting outside to become anxious and fearful. Old Jolyon was the first to speak, his voice betraying his worry. "Hey, what's going on?" The doctor quickly summarized the situation inside for everyone. "Miss Rabbit is critically injured. There's a lot of blood. We need to treat her immediately, but she refuses to come out from under the medicine cabinet. If we leave her like this, her life will be in danger." In the room, Bibi was hiding under a medicine shelf, stubbornly facing the wall and refusing to come out. Her once glossy fur was now matted and stained with blood. Her breathing was ragged, unstable, and extremely weak. It looked as if she could lose her life at any moment. Seeing Bibi huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, filled everyone with sorrow. Valance looked at the doctor. Then she spoke up and asked, "The reason she's hiding and refusing treatment, do you have any idea why?" The doctor called her, in my opinion, because her psychological and physical state is extremely unstable. Her instinctual fear has overwhelmed her reason. Lillian heard this and asked, "Why don't you use pheromones to render her unconscious and bring her out?" The doctor could only shake his head and reply, "That's too dangerous. Miss Rabbit's body is different from a predator's, so if we use pheromones, the best way to anesthetize her is with medication. But if we forcibly drag her out and overexert her, it could be very bad. However, leaving her as she is would be even more dangerous." Lillian gripped the doorknob and said, "In that case, as her mentor, I will try to persuade her." Just as he was about to open the door and step inside, Valance stopped him from behind. "Father, wait! Evelyn, stop him!" "Absolutely not." Lillian turned his head with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? I'm a friendly teacher, aren't I?" Hearing this, Evelyn couldn't be bothered to respond. The Black Panther, Ashi, was also worried about Bibi and kept pacing near the room, whining softly. Lady Valance, knowing the Black Panther Ashi was sad, stroked his head and said, "It's a pity, but you can't go in either." The doctor frowned. I wish Mamie were here. I'm missing a special medicine for herbivore beastmen, so I sent her on an errand. Should I call her back? But Valance replied, there's no need. Then she said sternly, bring the anesthetic here. I will try. I may not be with her all day like Mamie, but I have earned the child's goodwill. With that, she turned to look at Evelyn. Evelyn, if I fail, compared to a predator, it's better to have a herbivore beastman with her. So please call the beastman from the stables that she adores to come here. Evelyn responded, you're talking about Lena. I accept your command. At that moment, Valance also went to open the door and entered the room. She held a syringe and slowly approached, seeing blood all over the floor. She knew Bibi was hiding under the cabinet. Valance slowly got closer and lay down next to the cabinet. Seeing Bibi, she spoke in a comforting tone. Little one, are you in there? Bibi was curled up in a corner. Hearing her voice, she slowly turned her head. Valance thought anxiously, how could this be? How can such a small body lose so much blood? She gently soothed little one. Can you come out? If you stay like that any longer, you could be in danger. At this point, she thought currently, all signs related to a hen's pheromone seizures have disappeared. Yes, even without hearing an explanation of what happened, I can still guess. The pheromone seizures that hyena is experiencing are not a disease that can be cured so suddenly. This deadly disease has shattered the peace of my family. A hen's illness suddenly improved. It's clearly related to Miss Rabbit's healing pheromones. And during that process, a problem occurred. That's why she's bleeding so much. Thinking this, she said aloud, a hind hurt you, didn't he? At this point, Valance couldn't hold back her emotions and shed tears. I'm sorry. Even though I vaguely thought you might be in danger, I still asked you to help a hen. Little one, please. Please give me a chance to thank you and apologize to you. But Bibi showed no response, just kept trembling. She was in extreme pain. The blood wouldn't stop flowing. Seeing this, the woman cried out in fear. Oh my God! She was terrified. Her face turned pale with fear. No matter how much you resent me, I will listen to everything. So please, just come to me once, if this continues. You could die. Outside the door, everyone was anxiously waiting. A voice was heard. Excuse me. Ah. Lena rushed over worriedly. Is there anything I can do to help? His mood was just as anxious as everyone else's. Lillian was worried. What's going on? Ruth Evelyn, beside him, looked up in surprise. Lena said nothing, just looked down at the rabbit, Bibi, in his arms. Valance stood behind, her expression heavy. Lillian and Ruth Evelyn were astonished. Valance spoke as Bibi was placed on a small cloth. Fortunately, he is also a herbivore beastman, so he was able to quickly lower her guard. Lillian looked at Bibi in silence. His hand clenched. She's unconscious. He watched the tiny bub being handed over to a nurse by the doctor. Compared to her being surprised by seeing countless predators, perhaps this is better? Valance turned her face away and recounted. I pleaded with her, but she just hid further in the corner. She wouldn't come out. Fortunately, when she saw this herbivore beastman, she fainted, which allowed us to get her out. We were only able to lift the shelf and get her out then. Valance asked with concern, why is she so badly injured? The doctor rushed by, announcing, this is urgent, so I'm starting the surgery immediately. Ashi and Bera looked up innocently. Valance replied with a worried expression, all right, we're counting on you, Lena. Beside her, clasped his hands as if in prayer. Please. Lillian also placed his trust in the doctor. Please do your best. Please. The doctor hurriedly said, I'll report back as soon as the surgery is over. The four of them and the two panthers waited outside, anxiously watching the door, waiting for a miracle. Please wake up safely. A hen gray was floating in a very romantic space. He said softly, this is so comfortable. I was in so much pain, wasn't I, or was I mistaken? It feels like the pain I suffered was a very long time ago. A hen gray saw Vivi, also known as Bibi, standing with her back to him. He suddenly realized and said, "Ah, b b Vivi Ribian wore a light white dress with sparkling golden patterns, her pink hair falling to her waist. She looked incredibly gentle. Seeing Vivi Ribian, Aheen Gray felt at ease and said, "When I'm with you, everything is peaceful. I don't have to be lonely because of my illness anymore. I don't have to be afraid when I think of my father anymore. It's all about us. I miss you." Aheen Gray looked at Vivi Ribian's silhouette with gentle, happy eyes. He smiled happily. Aheen Gray gently reached his hand towards Vivi Ribian. Aheen Gray said sweetly, "The one I love." Gray saw a red bloodstain on Vivi Ribian's neck. The bloodstain spread all over her clothes. Aheen Gray was terrified when he saw it. Vivi Ribian, with a very sad expression and a white dress stained with red blood, Vivi Ribian's eyes were filled with fear and trauma as she stared at Aheen Gray. Everything around Aheen Gray seemed to slow down. He froze, his eyes filled with terror. Aheen Gray jumped in shock and looked down at his own palm to see Vivi Ribian in the form of a weak, blood-covered rabbit. Vivi Ribian, in her rabbit form, looked at Aheen Gray with teary eyes. She said weakly, "Aheen, save me." The image of Vivi Ribian in her rabbit form with tear-filled eyes was seared into Aheen Gray's mind. Aheen Gray was utterly panicked and terrified. Aheen Gray woke up with a start. He was extremely confused and frightened, letting out a loud cry. "Ah!" Aheen Gray sat up abruptly, breathing heavily, on a luxurious and magnificent bed. Aheen Gray's face was covered in sweat, his expression a mixture of fear and anxiety. Aheen Gray sat on the bed, his thoughts immediately going to Vivi Ribian. Aheen Gray quickly threw off the covers and got out of bed. With a worried and urgent expression, Aheen Gray searched everywhere for Vivi Ribian, even flipping over the pillows. Aheen Gray anxiously searched the room, calling out loudly, "BBB!" Though still in pain from his wounds, Aheen Gray ignored it and continued his search for Vivi Ribian. He clutched his forehead in pain, groaning, "Heng." Aheen Gray forced himself to take heavy steps as he searched for Vivi Ribian. As he walked, he kept calling out, "Babi, Babi!" The Black Panther, who was lying down, suddenly heard a noise and his ears twitched. The Black Panther, Ashi, was lying with Para. Para was the panther with a scar over his eye. Hearing the noise, Ashi stood up alertly, growling. Ashi and Para stood on guard, waiting for what was to come. The Black Panther, Ashi, saw Aheen Gray approaching with difficulty. Ashi fiercely bared his sharp teeth, preparing to attack Aheen Gray. Suddenly, a hand reached out to stop the fierce Black Panther, Ashi, chiding him. Ashi, the Black Panther, Ashi, backed away and looked up, grunting. The person who stopped the Black Panther, Ashi, was Mamie. Mamie placed her hands in front of her stomach and bowed her head to Aheen Gray. She said politely, "Greetings, Sir Aheen. I'm so glad to see you are safe." Aheen Gray struggled to walk towards Mamie. Aheen Gray asked coldly, "Where is Bibi?" Mamie looked at Aheen Gray and replied respectfully, "She is in the master's bedroom, sir." Hearing this, Aheen Gray quickly walked past Mamie and headed straight to the master's room to find Vivi Ribian. She bowed to Aheen Gray and said, "I will take Ashi and Bara back, sir." Aheen Gray didn't respond. Aheen Gray reached the room and saw Ruth Evelyn, also known as Ivorin, sleeping in front of the door. Gray said unexpectedly, "My beautiful face has become haggard." Ruth Evelyn instinctively touched his face, but his eyes remained tightly shut. Seeing this, Aheen Gray explained, "Not your face, mine. Pretending to be asleep won't work now." Ruth Evelyn sheepishly opened his eyes and looked at Aheen Gray. Aheen Gray sat down leaning against the wall next to Ruth Evelyn. He let out a tired, worried sigh and asked, "Bibi is on the other side of that door, right? Have you been keeping watch here the whole time?" "Yes." Ruth Evelyn angrily turned his head to look away. He said reproachfully, "Sir Aheen, you have no right to ask about Miss Rabbit's condition." "I apologize for not being able to keep watch at your bedroom," Ruth Evelyn continued angrily, "because sometimes, I don't know, if I'll write in my diary that I want you to disappear, So this time I was afraid I might do something like that again, so I kept watch at Miss Rabbit's bedroom. Beads of sweat still appeared on Haheen Gray's face, hearing Ruth Evelyn's words. Hen Gray was filled with self-blame. He looked up sadly and said, "If you're telling me the contents of your diary, you must be very angry with me." Ruth Evelyn, still a bit angry, turned to look at Haheen Gray. Ruth Evelyn saw that Haheen Gray looked tired and his eyes were vacant. He thought to himself, perhaps due to the after effects of the seizure, his physical condition is still not stable. What should I do? He immediately sat up straight and reported, "Fortunately, Miss Rabbit passed the critical stage yesterday." Hearing this news from Ruth Evelyn, Haheen Gray's eyes filled with sadness and self-reproach. Ruth Evelyn clenched his fists and said worriedly, however, "Lady Gray has forbidden anyone from crossing that door, because Miss Rabbit is desperately avoiding predators." Ruth Evelyn looked towards the room and said, "Currently, Sir Lin and the Squirrel Beastman doctor, who was called from the private hospital, are taking care of Miss Rabbit. The two doctors were carefully tending to Vevi Reborn." Ruth Evelyn continued, "Therefore, without Lady Gray's permission, not even you, Sir Ahin, can enter." Haheen Gray, with a look of disappointment and sadness, was silent for a moment. Haheen Gray, still looking exhausted, gave a slight, pained smile and said, "Desperately avoiding predators, you say?" Suddenly, Hen Gray's arm began to tremble violently. Ruth Evelyn was a bit alarmed to see Haheen Gray's arm shaking uncontrollably. Ruth Evelyn looked over as Han Gray's entire body. He asked with concern, "Are you all right, sir? Your physical condition is still. Your eyes are very red." Haheen Gray, exhausted, joked, "So are yours." Ruth Evelyn knelt down, placing his hands on his thighs. He said firmly, "I feel like crying right now, that's why." Haheen Gray, completely worn out, lowered his head, but still joked. He teased, "So it wasn't enough for Babid to have an affair, now she's making fierce beasts cry for her too." Ruth Evelyn gently stood up and helped Haheen Gray to his feet, guiding him back to his room. Evelyn placed a hand on Haheen Gray's back for support and said worriedly, "Sir Ahin, you haven't recovered yet, so please return to your bedroom." Haheen Gray looked at Ruth Evelyn with a curious expression and said, "You're not asking any questions." As Haheen Gray was now standing on his own, so Ruth Evelyn no longer needed to support him. Ruth Evelyn said seriously, "I can't ask anything, because Sir Ahin only talks about important matters." Haheen Gray said coldly, "So you feel left out?" Ruth Evelyn turned his face away sullenly. He said with frustration, "I have no choice. I have devoted my body and soul to you, Sir Ahin, but you don't even bother to look back at me." Haheen Gray, exhausted, sighed. He joked, "Ha ha ha. Why do you have to say it like you're confessing your love?" Gray turned his head, looking towards the door of the room where Vivi Rebian was being treated. Haheen Gray's gaze was fixed on the door as he quietly asked Evelyn, "Bibi, she be all right, won't she?" Ruth Evelyn looked at Haheen Gray in silence, her eyes filled with worry and sadness. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and said loudly, "You've worked hard. I'll contact you later then, Haheen." Gray and Ruth Evelyn, who were waiting by the door, were startled when it swung open. A man with curly blonde hair appeared before Ruth Evelyn and Haheen Gray. It was the Squirrel Beastman doctor. He had curly blonde hair and a very mature appearance. The Squirrel Beastman doctor wore a white lab coat over a dark blue tie. The Squirrel Beastman doctor looked at Haheen Gray and Ruth Evelyn with a confused expression. The Squirrel Beastman doctor looked at Haheen Gray and Ruth Evelyn in surprise and said, "Ah, you two have been waiting all this time?" Haheen Gray quietly asked Ruth Evelyn, "Who is that?" Ruth Evelyn replied with annoyance, "I already told you. He's the Squirrel Beastman doctor." The Squirrel Beastman doctor turned and gently closed the door behind him. Ruth Evelyn hurried over to the Squirrel Beastman doctor. Worried, she asked, "How is the rabbit girl?" The Squirrel Beastman doctor said seriously, "She was drifting in and out of consciousness for a while, but she's stable now. She fell into a deep sleep after taking a sedative. You can go in and see her for a bit." Hearing this, Haheen Gray immediately turned and rushed towards the door. The squirrel beastman doctor calmly added, for her to recover, a comfortable and stable environment is crucial. It's also necessary for her to maintain her current form. While the squirrel beastman doctor was still talking, a hen gray hastily opened the door, extremely worried about Vivi Ruban. He peeked inside, looking for her. Seeing a hen gray's behavior, Ruth Evelyn sighed and thought to herself, he can't leave his post. And he can't ask to see the rabbit girl. In this state, even if I took him to his bedroom, he wouldn't be able to rest. Ruth Evelyn seemed to have an idea. She moved closer and whispered into the squirrel beastman doctor's ear. Ruth, Evelyn whispered, just let that tragic hero go see the rabbit girl. If you don't, he might cause a scene here all night. The squirrel beastman doctor walked over and threw the door wide open, leaving a hen gray completely baffled. While a hen gray was still confused, the squirrel beastman doctor gave his shoulder a hard shove. A hen gray was unexpectedly pushed into the room by the squirrel beastman doctor. Utterly bewildered, a hen gray turned to look back, only to find the door shut tight. The squirrel beastman doctor announced loudly, just visiting time is limited to 30 minutes a day. After a moment of confusion, it dawned on hen gray, and he murmured, ah. A hen gray's eyes immediately went to the bed where Vivi Reborn, in her rabbit form, was resting. He gently approached the enormous bed where Vivi Reborn was sleeping soundly as a small rabbit. Vivi Reborn let out weak whimpers of pain. A wound on her neck was bandaged. A hen gray moved closer to Vivi Reborn and looked at her gently. Looking at the wound on Vivi Reborn's neck, a hen gray remembered the image from his dream. When Vivi Reborn was covered in blood, Gray closed his eyes, cursing himself. You bastard, you're worse than a dog. Full of regret, hen gray said, no matter how insistent BB was, I should have pushed her away. I couldn't prevent what I foresaw, and in the end, I was the one who did this. Overwhelmed with sadness, a hen gray bowed his head before Vivi Reborn's bed, as if silently apologizing to her. Gray said gratefully, clenching his fists tighter and tighter, I'm really not sick anymore. Filled with regret and appreciation, he added, my body feels light, and the flow of my pheromones has stabilized. A hen gray sadly recalled the image of Vivi Reborn in her human form, crying for him with tears welling in her eyes. Moved, he whispered. BB, you saved me. Her healing pheromones were the key to stopping the pheromone seizure. A hen gray gently placed his hand on the bed next to the sleeping Vivi Reborn, and Gray knelt down to get a better look at Vivi Reborn. A hen gray knelt beside the bed where Vivi Reborn was resting. Reborn was resting in her rabbit form. Hen gray looked at Vivi Reborn with tender, shy eyes. Gratefully, he said, thanks to you, I'm no longer in pain. And this is how I repay you, isn't it? Hearing the noise, Vivi Reborn was woken up. She slowly opened her eyes. A hen gray was completely unaware that Vivi Reborn had woken up. He was still lost in sad thoughts, remembering what Ruth Evelyn had once said. She tries her best to stay away from predators. A hen gray crossed his arms and said calmly, even without that, I was already terrified. But now I truly don't want to live here anymore. But you won't abandon me, will you, a hen? Gray was so tense that he squeezed his own arm, saying desperately, You promised you would never leave me, remember? Hen gray knelt before the bed as if begging Vivi Reborn to wake up. He pleaded, I can't let you go either. Even in this state, I can't let you leave. Hen gray reached out, wanting to touch Vivi Reborn for comfort, but he couldn't muster the courage and pulled his hand back. Hen gray, with an incredibly fond gaze, said softly, I like you, BB. Hen gray looked at Vivi Reborn, feeling inadequate. Unlike you, who is both innocent and gentle. I, on the other hand, am dark and possibly twisted, a hen gray added with a small smile. Suddenly, a hen gray fell silent, his eyes widening in shock at something. Vivi Reborn was awake, her gentle purple eyes looking at a hen gray. A hen gray and Vivi Reborn looked at each other for a moment. Vivi Reborn suddenly slumped over, still exhausted. A hen gray's face was filled with confusion and immense worry. Vivi Reborn weakly lifted her paw, pointing towards where a hen gray was standing. Then Vivi Reborn patted the pillow. Hangray's expression darkened as he asked worriedly, "Bibi, are you okay?" Ashengray watched as Vivi Ribian struggled weakly. Ahengray called out worriedly, "Bibi!" Hearing her name, Rebian tried to open her eyes. Seeing this, Ahengray rushed forward and said anxiously, "Bib, don't move." Ahengray called out helplessly, "Bibi." He could only call her name because he knew touching her would frighten her even more. Vivi Ribian looked closely at Ahengray. Rebian remembered being bitten on the neck by Ahengray. Vivi Ribian was terrified, remembering Ahengray's incredibly sharp fangs. Her eyes filled with growing fear. Vivi Ribian flinched and shot upright when she realized it was Ahengray in front of her. Seeing this, Ahengray worriedly said, "Ah," and reached out a hand to help, but Vivi Ribian recoiled in fear. Ahengray pulled back, confused. "Bibi? Bibi?" Vivi Ribian was trembling uncontrollably, unable to hide her fear, and took a defensive stance against Ahengray. Then Vivi Ribian's eyes filled with anger, and a hint of resentment as she stared intently at Ahengray. "I've thought this once before. Why am I a rabbit? Why am I a weak, powerless herbivore? If I were the child of a predator, even if I couldn't turn human, I wouldn't have to suffer like this just to survive. Why am I so timid?" Beeb thought, pitying her own fate. If I had an iron will like a hen, unafraid of death, then even if something terrifying happened, I wouldn't shed another tear. Everyone said it would be okay. They told me to trust them, but now look at me. How pathetic. Han, I want to run to you right now, but... Ahin looked at Beev, his face etched with worry. Beevy... Seeing Bibi's fear, he didn't dare get closer. Looking at Han, Bibi thought, "My body won't listen to me. I'm so scared." Because she was so scared, her body wouldn't stop trembling. So scared, so scared. Mood shift. Bibi's state was unstable. "Be very careful, Beev. Don't move anymore. If your wound reopens, it will be dangerous." Ahin slowly reached a hand towards Bibi. He gently tried to reassure her. "The bed is a mess, so I'll help you back." But as Ahin got closer, Bibib became even more panicked and flinched away. She scrambled backward. Seeing this, Han pulled his hand back and said with a faint smile, "I understand. I'll go get the doctor. You stay put, okay? Got it?" "I'm leaving now." Watching Ahan, Babit trembled. "You're just like me." "No, maybe you're even more tired and hurt than I am. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so scared of you. I'm sorry, Ahan. I couldn't keep my promise to run away fast enough so you couldn't hurt me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Seeing Bibi's wound start to bleed, Bibi's wound. The wound was bleeding non-stop. "Blood," Ahin said carefully. He clenched his teeth and said, "I won't come any closer." He slowly backed away. "See? I'm leaving now." Inside, he thought anxiously, the bleeding won't stop. Ahin told Beev the squirreled beastman doctor is right outside the door. So, as he spoke, he watched Beev continue to back away, unable to do anything, which only made him more frantic. Can't she feel the pain? Why does she keep moving? Why? He paused and said, "So it's not enough." Before he could finish his sentence, tears were already streaming down Essen's cheeks. He asked himself, why? Why is this happening? Then it hit him. He clutched his head in agony. You? When did? The tears wouldn't stop falling. "Please, so you're scared of me." Outside, it had started to rain. "We can sleep better now," Evelyn said to Valance. After that, they both collapsed. "The rabbit girl is being treated for her reopened wound, and Sir Ahin has been taken to his bedroom. He hasn't fully recovered and overexerted himself, so he needs more rest." Valance sighed and said, "All right, I visited them both." "What a terrible incident." "You've worked hard," Evelyn replied. "Not at all, milady." "It's my duty," Valance asked, "but I thought you would be furious when Ahin woke up. Why did you remain so calm?" Evelyn looked down and stammered, "The rabbit girl and Sir Hin. If I had known they would both collapse there, I wouldn't have done that." "That's right, some things just don't go as planned. In the past, we placed too great a burden on the rabbit girl. We will have to apologize to her. But the important thing now is what we do from here on out." Hearing this, he asked, "Do you have a plan?" Meanwhile, in another room in the castle, Ahin's mother, Valance, gave a cold smile and said that she was a woman of immense nobility and elegance, with flawless white skin, crimson lips, and her hair always tied up neatly. As Valance was speaking with Ruth Evelyn, an owl and another bird flew in, delivering 2 letters to her. One of them, a bluebird named Quinn, landed on Valance's desk. Quinn presented the letter to Valance. She took the letter in her hand. Valance looked at the letter seriously while flipping through a book with her other hand, as if searching for something. Valance praised the bird. "Good work." The other, a brown owl named Gila, had bumped into something and was falling, but Ruth Evelyn caught it in her hands. Seeing this, Valance instructed, "Bring me the letter that Gila brought." Ruth Evelyn examined the letter and obediently replied, "Yes, m'lady." Valance sat looking at the 2 letters. She mused. 2 letters. One of them has to have good news, right? Quinn looked down dejectedly at Gila, who was still dizzy on the table. Valance opened one letter. It was a message from the Rabbit Clan chief. She read it and said seriously, "Chief Almond says the rabbit territory is still facing difficulties." Ruth Evelyn said regretfully, "In that case, it will be difficult to get help from the rabbit territory." Valance looked at the letter with equal regret and said, "Yes, what a shame." Suddenly, Valance held up the other letter and said, "But..." Valance looked at the seal used to close the letter. She pondered. The second letter. After reading the second letter, Valance said seriously, "If it's this person, they will definitely be able to help the rabbit girl." A letter suddenly appeared on the desk. Valance read the letter carefully. "Professor Janana from the pig territory. If it's Professor Janana, she might be able to help the rabbit girl." Evelyn, standing nearby, heard her read the letter and asked if the professor is to come from the pig territory. It would take at least 4 days, even at the fastest pace. Will that be all right? Hearing Evelyn's question, she explained. She recounted, "Of course, that won't do in this situation. Therefore..." She crossed her arms with an air of authority and continued, "I intend to send her there." Hearing Valance's decision, Evelyn was overjoyed. While she was contemplating the situation, Quinn flew over, surprising Valance slightly. She said, "Quinn, you must be exhausted from flying non-stop, but I need to ask one more favor of you. You can transport the rabbit girl faster and more safely than anyone else." And then she made a proposal, take the rabbit girl to Professor Janana. When she first came to the Gray Estate, it was not of her own volition, but we must make her choose to come to the Gray Estate a second time. It has to be her choice. Tomba and Evelyn watched as Quinn took flight. After she returns, as Quinn flew away, she turned and asked herself, can a bird beastman, with their love of freedom, protect the rabbit girl's freedom? As he was flying towards the pig territory, it suddenly began to rain. Seeing the rain, Quinn was extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, "Do I really have to fly through this miserable rain for some rabbit? I couldn't exactly refuse, though." Still, as he flew, Quinn thought about the rabbit girl. The Gray family is probably hell for her. It's better for her to leave and recover safely. And live freely, you wretched rabbit. At the grand, sprawling Gray Estate, Mamie was standing next to Bera and the Black Panther, Ahen, young master. She bent down and told Ahen, "Shall we go inside?" Ahen seemed reluctant, still hesitating. Ahen sighed. He thought to himself, walks aren't fun without Bibi. I hate the rain too. Bibi, when can we go for a walk together again? The Black Panther Ahin gazed at the falling rain, lost in thought about Bibi. Staring at the rain, Ahin suddenly held his paw out into the rain. A single drop landed on it. He thought, I almost got soaked like this once before. he recalled a memory from the past. Two young men were holding a bucket full of water, cheerfully saying to each other, "So refreshing." The Black Panther, Ehin, looked at them and thought, "What's this? It's not bath day. I'm going to get drenched. I have to pass through here. What should I do?" Just then, Bibi appeared in front of me. That imposing figure was even more commanding than the pack's alpha. The night squires were so surprised by Bibi's presence that they made way for me. Bibi stood there shielding me, looking so cool. A hen continued to reminisce. Even when I was in danger of being scolded by Mamie for making a mess. It was the same with the bedsheets. Baby gently tried to help a hen. "If Mamie finds out you climbed on the bed, she'd be furious. Let's cover your paw prints with mine." But when Mamie inspected the dirty sheets, she said helplessly, "Anyone can tell those are a Black Panther's paw prints." When a hen was napping, the sunlight shone on him, threatening to hurt his eyes. Babil used a cloth to cover Ahin's eyes so he wouldn't be blinded. The glare Beeb always protected him. Ahin thought to himself, "Biv really is an amazing rabbit. I really like Biv." As Ahin thought this, he let out a wiry sigh, which caught the attention of Bera lying next to him. "I hope Bibi gets well soon. If I give her lots of her favorite food, will she recover faster?" In the heavy rain, a bird suddenly flew by. It flew past, dropping a single pure white feather that landed on his face. Ahin saw Quinn flying away into the distance, carrying a basket. What caught his attention, what he noticed most, was the basket Quinn was carrying. When he saw Quinn, Ahin's eyes widened. Suddenly, an image of a hen gray holding Beeve flashed in his mind. Ahin froze. Seeing this, Mammy called his name, and then Ahin dashed forward. "Go!" Bara and Mamie saw this and tried to stop him. However, that didn't stop Quinn, who just kept flying forward. As he ran towards Quinn, he yelled, "Bibi, where are you going?" "Where are you going, Beevy? Are you all better? You're all better, so you're going out to play with the hawk?" I want to go with Bibi too." The Black Panther could only watch as Quinn carried Bibi away. He panted, watching Bibi being taken away. He called out again, "Subscribe to Lala's school channel to not miss any exciting videos." Mamie and Bera managed to catch up to him. She quickly scooped Ahin up into her arms to his surprise. "I'm sorry, young master, but you can't go any further." And so Ahin could only watch Beeve leave. He thought, "Beeve, when you come back, you'll play with me, right?" Mamie stood at the gate, hugging Ahin comfortingly. He thought, "Come back soon." But dark clouds covered the sky, strong winds bent the trees, and rain poured down on the forest like a waterfall. Inside a cozy house, Russell heard something. The little boy stood on his tiptoes and pointed out the window. A bird carrying something was flying towards them. Russell called out loudly, "Professor Janana." Janana, sitting at her desk, said tiredly, "Russell, how many times have I told you to call me Mom?" Russell continued, "The mean bird is coming." Janana looked towards the window where Russell was standing. "The mean bird? I wonder if the Black Panther clan has replied to my letter." Through the pouring rain, a hawk with widespread wings flew closer, a basket clutched in its talons. Where? Like a dart, the bird flew straight into the house. Russell watched it. "Over here!" Janana jumped. "There! Ah!" The bird stood on the table, water dripping from its feathers. The hawk used its wing to wipe the rain from its face. Russell innocently pointed at the bird, pulling the cover off the basket. "Mean bird!" A squirrel wearing a doctor's coat hopped up, coughing. He shouted, It's an emergency!" Inside the basket, Bibi's face was pale. "The rabbit girl's condition is terrible. Her fever is too high." Bibi was breathing heavily. "We gave her fever reducer, but it's not working," Janana observed. "If that's the case, then this fever must be." Bibi forced her eyes open when she heard the frantic shouting. A blurry image appeared before her, a man with a white turban and a woman covering a child's eyes. "Oh my goodness! What am I supposed to do if you suddenly turn back into a human like this? The man stammered. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go somewhere else. The image became clearer. Janana was carefully covering Russell's eyes. Russell, cover your eyes. Quickly. Russell also covered his face, shielding Janana's eyes. Professor, if you cover my eyes, who's going to cover yours? Quinn appeared, shielding the man. The rabbit girl is waking up. Vivid gradually opened her eyes. Quinn said, I think she's awake. Janana rushed over. Let me see. Janana placed a stethoscope on Vibia's chest. She only regained consciousness for a moment. Because of the fever, she can't control her body or think clearly. She'll likely remain in this state for a while. Beeve's face was ashen as she looked at everyone. Janana covered her with a blanket. It's beastman fever, so there's not much we can do. Bee panted heavily. Beastman fever. Bibi looked up. This is beastman fever? Bibi looked at the ceiling, the walls. But where am I? This isn't the Gray Estate. Bibi's whole body ached. How did I end up in a place like this? What's going to happen to me? It hurts. I'm scared. It hurts so much. Bibi was in so much pain that tears welled up. It hurts. Russell asked gently, Are you in pain? Russell walked over, leaned down and asked Beeve, Are you scared? Janana stepped aside. Russell was afraid. Brave, hero. Russell's eyes filled with tears. Russell hugged Beeve tightly. Wah! Bavay raised her hand to soothe the boy. Russell, you understand how I feel, don't you? Beebe's tears slowly streamed down her face. I want to go back. Back to the happy times, back to the Gray Estate, where everyone was together. I want to go back so badly. The next morning at the Gray Estate, the rain had finally stopped. Sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining down on the estate grounds, making the air feel clear and fresh. Ahin Gray sat on his bed, looking out the window. Ahin asked, Where is Beeve? Iveron politely updated him on the situation. The rabbit girl is being treated in the master's bedroom. Her condition is gradually improving. Hearing this, Ahin felt a little more at ease. I'm glad she's okay. Avrin's expression tightened, but she didn't respond. Ahin clenched his fist. This is the first time since I was born. Ahin said with relief that I feel like my dominant pheromones are completely my own. I don't feel any blockages in my veins, and I'm not in pain. Ahin confided, It's all thanks to Bibi. If it weren't for her, I would have died during that seizure. Dan got out of bed. Please prepare my clothes, Ivorine quickly interjected. Lord Ahin. Seeing Ahin stand up completely, Ivorine rushed to stop him. Lord Ahin, if you're still feeling tired, I'm fine. Han paused for a beat. Is there any reason I wouldn't be okay? Hin turned his face away. B made me better. Meanwhile, at Janana's house, Janana was writing down BB's medical records. Janana looked towards the chair, where a rabbit and a capybara were sleeping soundly. Janana rested her chin on her hand, thinking, if this were a normal case of beastman fever, the temperature would drop on its own after a few hours. But since this is a special case, the illness is lasting a bit longer. BB is sleeping soundly, and her neck doesn't need to be bandaged anymore. I checked the deep wound on her neck while changing the dressing. Her healing pheromones are very strong. Janana was a bit stunned when she changed BB's dressing. When she first came here, the rabbit girl couldn't even heal a small scratch. Now she's channeling her pheromones while she sleeps. Janana remembered her son's case. When Russell learned to handle his pheromones proficiently, he was able to transform into a human. If so, does that mean the rabbit girl will soon be able to turn human? Janana suggested. As I said, once BB recovers to a certain extent, I will move her to Benham. Also, I will not let anyone else know that BB is staying with us. Quinn replied, I understand. I will relay that you have accepted the offer. Janana asked, why would you entrust the rabbit girl to us when you care for her so much? Surely the Gray family has more talented doctors. Quinn crossed his arms and explained, I just think an herbivore's environment is more suitable for an herbivore beastman. Janana was speechless. I see. Quinn continued, I've entrusted the rabbit girl to you, so I must return quickly with Dr. Squirrel. How is she now? Janana put her hands on her hips and glanced over. The wound has healed. She must have used her powers. The fact that she still has a fever is just a side effect of her transformation into a human. Quinn asked again. You said it was beastman fever, right? Bee winced from the pain of the fever. So that means it won't be long before the rabbit girl becomes human. Yes, Janana speculated, probably. Quinn leaned against the back of the chair. There haven't been any signs for nearly 20 years. Why is it happening all of a sudden? How? Janana couldn't explain it either. How should I know about these special cases? You can hear the full story from Bibi later. Janana said, for now, all I can do is use every measure to reduce the pain of this fever until Bibi wakes up. Bibi opened her eyes and shot up. She looked at her arms. Huh? My hands! She placed her feet on the floor. My legs. Bibi couldn't understand what was happening. Huh? Outside the house, brilliant sunlight illuminated everything. Beeb was a bit shocked. She tried to calm herself. I've become human? Well, this happens sometimes. Calm down, Beeb, calm down. In the distance, Janana had fallen asleep at her desk. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Beeb looked down at the side of the chair. Bung! Beeb jumped, her heart feeling like it was about to leap out of her chest. A capybara, it's Russell. Beeve sighed in relief and gratitude. So Russell was by my side while I was unconscious from the fever. He must have been so surprised to see me so injured. Unconsciously, Beeve touched the wound on her neck. Come to think of it, my wound was really serious. If I became human like this, then Bee was stunned, huh? There's no wound? Moreover, on her neck, there was only a scar, a 10-petaled flower scar. It was clearer than before. She remembered Quinn saying, is the rabbit girl in the process of transforming into a human? Vivi was ecstatic. So I've really become human. I have to check. In the past, after using my pheromones uncontrollably, I would automatically revert to my baby rabbit form. If I've truly become human, this time should be different. Beep took a deep breath, hands on her chest. Let's try. Russell, sleeping nearby, slowly woke up. Bip, bip, bip. Bibby clenched her fists in delight. I didn't turn back into a rabbit and I don't feel any pain. She clasped her hands, her eyes shining as if thanking the heavens. Finally, I've finally become human. A critical growth spurt. Since I've become human, if I return to my true form, I won't be a baby rabbit anymore, right? I'll become a majestic adult rabbit. Realizing this, Beebe froze for a moment. Wait, but if using pheromones doesn't turn me into a rabbit, then how do I return to my true form from now on? Russell slowly walked over to Beebe's side. Russell flashed a radiant smile. Bevy immediately asked, Russell, can you show me how to return to my true form? Russell stretched and shook his bottom. What the heck? Bee froze for a second time. Is he dancing? While dancing and shaking his butt, Bee asked again, so I have to dance while activating my pheromones? Russell nodded. Beebe's face flushed with embarrassment. Dancing in human form? This is too much. However, Beebe wasn't discouraged. No, there's nothing I can't do. My name is Beebe Ribian, and I'm confident in my rhythm. Butt-shaking dance. She stretched out her arms. I will perform. Beebe gracefully performed each movement. This is the first time I'm performing the traditional dance of the rabbit clan in human form. These gentle, elegant movements. This is my dance. After she finished dancing, a radiant aura surrounded her. In a few seconds, the form of a rabbit appeared. I'm back! Beeve looked for a nearby mirror. I need a mirror. Beavy hopped over to the mirror. Definitely not Beavy. Hopefully, she thought, I must be a divine beast. Bee touched her own beautiful face and exclaimed, "Oh, oh my goodness." Beebe touched the mirror, her heart pounding with emotion. Although I'm not the amazing divine beast I imagined, but I look smart enough. Next, Beebe looked over at Russell and proudly showed off. "Russell, look!" Russell clapped his paws to congratulate her. Beebe spread her tiny arms gratefully. Russell. Seeing this, Russell ran quickly towards Beebe. Beebe, overcome with emotion, suddenly sensed something was wrong. "Thank you so much, huh?" Russell was getting closer and closer. But she was flustered. Russell, wait a minute." Soon, Russell was right in front of her. Too fast. With a body several times larger than Beebe's. The boy rammed into her, sending her flying off the ground. Wah! Beebe was like a stone skipping across water. She bounced 2 or 3 times. Beebe was completely knocked out. Russell was also quickly at the spot where she landed. Russell nuzzled his face against Beebe's small body. "Beebe, you can do it." She also raised her paw to pat the boy. Then the two of them hugged and burst out laughing. "Russell, you're really something. Aheen. I've finally become human. I want to show you what I look like." Janana exclaimed. "What?" She burst out laughing. "To turn back into a human, you had to dance while shaking your butt?" Janana had to bend over from laughing so hard. I'm crying. Oh my goodness. "So you turned back into a rabbit that way?" That's just Russell's method. Normally you just need to circulate your pheromones like you're trying to shift them. Bibby gave a strained smile. "I knew it." Lying asleep. In Beebe's arms, Russell suddenly sat up. "Russell? You?" The boy scampered over to the window frame. "The mean bird." But asked, "The mean bird?" Quinn!" Janana called out. But wait a moment." Janana asked Bibby, "Will you be okay? Are you all right facing a predator beastman?" Bibby hesitated slightly. That thing." Seeing their hesitation, Russell bravely volunteered, "Hero? Let me get it for you." Beebe's face went pale. No need." Beebe's whole body trembled. She wrung her hands, trying to stay calm. "Quinn came all this way because he has something to say to me. It's okay. He's not a stranger. He's Quinn." Suddenly, Janana had an idea. In that case, how about we do this?" Beebe wondered, "Do what?" It turned out Janana's idea was to not have them face each other directly. Quinn and Bibby sat separated by a wall. Quinn's sulky voice echoed through the crack in the door, "Wretched rabbit," which made Beebe's face pale with fear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for things to go this far." Quinn understood. He sighed softly. "It's all right." Beebe continued, "I heard the gist of it from Professor Janana. I heard you went through a lot of trouble to bring me here. I'm truly grateful." At the same time, Quinn slid a carefully sealed letter through the crack in the door. It fell next to Bibby. "Good to hear." Bibby picked up the letter. "A letter?" Bibby opened it and read it. "My dear child, I wanted to meet you in person and tell you this, but it's a shame I can only convey my feelings through this letter." But recognized this stationery, it's from Lady Valance, perhaps. Lady Valance had sat and carefully penned every word to send to her. "First of all, please find it in your heart to forgive me for sending you away while you were on the brink of death. I was afraid your wound would worsen if you faced the predator beastman, so I could only think of eliminating that danger. I heard from Quinn that you transformed into a human in the pig territory. You must be able to transform safely now, right? You must be in pain and exhausted. But first, I want to congratulate you. In the Black Panther territory, it is customary to give flowers to a beastman who is transformed into a human. Biv opened the envelope. A silver flower-shaped brooch, adorned with dozens of exquisitely carved gems, fell out. I hope you will accept it. I owe you a debt that I can never repay, no matter how much I try. The bitter truth is that the most precious things I can give you are choice and freedom. BB was stunned as she read Lady Valance's letter. I only hope I can repay that debt to you, little by little. My child. The arrival of a skinny rabbit at the Gray household was both a gift and a great blessing. Reading up to this point, tears streamed down Bebe's face. I respect the path you take. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. From Valance, who will always cherish you, Bev B. sobbed. Lady Valance. She expressed her heart's desire. I want to go back too. A flood of old memories suddenly rushed back. I want to wake up to the sound of Aheen and Evelyn bickering. I want to be forced to get ready in the morning with Mamie's grand assistance. Wow, is this really me? I want to have a pleasant tea time with Lady Valance. My dear, the jerky that just arrived yesterday is delicious. After that, I want to go for a walk with Aheen and Bara. I also want to hear more of his lessons. When everything is over, I want to hug Aheen and sleep soundly. Those beautiful memories were suddenly replaced by the haunting, bloody recollection of what happened. But when I close my eyes, I remember the fear of that day. The feeling of pain from the wound on her neck made me shudder in fear. I keep thinking about the image of me begging for my life and the image of Aheen crying when he saw me run away. I'm so tired of feeling this way. Beeb covered her face in agony. I can't go back to the Gray house. After a long silence, Quinn spoke, his voice snapping her out of her thoughts. Adhin Gray. He said that Aheen no longer has pheromone seizures. It seems the head physician also believes he's fully recovered. Don't think of it as you almost dying. Think of it as you saving him. BB sat in silence. He also stood up, preparing to leave. So, don't worry about useless things, and think about yourself. You don't have to worry about the next leader anymore. BB was furious, clenching her fists as if wanting to punch Quinn. This is the news I wanted to hear most. But did he have to say it so coldly? What an ill-mannered bird. Next, Quinn threw a neatly folded piece of paper inside. Take this. You annoying rabbit. BB picked it up. Quinn said. The leader told me to give it to you. I heard it's a letter Aheen Gray sent you when he was in this territory. Aheen and Evelyn had given the letter to Quinn that night. If it's from when he was in the rabbit territory, then could this be the letter Aheen sent to the Gray house, not knowing I had followed him to the rabbit territory? Bev unfolded the piece of paper. BB's face lit up as she read the contents of the note. Then tears started rolling down her beautiful cheeks again. I'll be back soon. Aheen Gray's warmth seemed to reach her. I'll be back soon, BB. The longing BB had suppressed for so long made her feel even more miserable. BB sobbed in fits, then broke down completely, crying her heart out. She clutched the paper to her chest as her heart screamed, I miss you! I miss you! I miss you! Outside the door, Quinn just stood silently, listening to the sobs from the other side. After a while, BB gradually calmed down, wiping away her tears. Quinn listened from outside. I can't return to the Black Panther territory like this. BB pinned the brooch to her left breast. So, could you do something for me? Sir. A new day always has a strange but beautiful allure under the early morning rays of dawn. The rising sun was adorned with the natural purple hues of the sky. Below it was a vast mansion with a Western architectural style. Inside the seemingly tranquil mansion, Aheen Gray sat quietly behind his desk. Holding a quill, he was engrossed in drafting a letter. His neatly styled hair and fine clothes accentuated the noble aura he was born with. Nearby, 3 men who appeared to be attendants stood with tense expressions, not saying a word to each other. They stood there trembling in fear as they watched Aheen Gray, thinking, The next leader is working so diligently. He's even working twice as fast as usual. There were 2 knocks on the door. Click subscribe to receive notifications. The people inside looked out curiously, but Hein Gray maintained his indifferent expression and continued working, only replying in a deep, cold voice, "Come in." Ruth Evelyn pushed the door open and walked in, her red eyes fixed on Hein Gray. He wore a cool blue outfit, and notably, on his head, Ruth Evelyn wore a pair of long, white, rather cute rabbit ears. Walking up to Hein Gray's desk, Evelyn bowed and presented a report to Hein with both hands. "Here is the weekly report." Hein Gray's expression was slightly surprised. His red and blue eyes widened for a moment before he smirked and said, "Why do you have trash on your head?" Then Hein turned to the 4 people in the room and said, "Everyone, you may leave. You're dismissed." The 3 servants bowed in unison and replied, "Yes, sir." The servants who had been standing in the room left, but Ruth Evelyn stood frozen in place, prompting Hein Gray to ask, "Why haven't you left yet?" Without any hesitation, swiftly and decisively, Ruth Evelyn took off the long white rabbit ears he was wearing. He put them on Hein's cold, expressionless face and then repeated the words Hein had said to him when he walked in. "Why have you put trash on my head?" "I thought that if we switched clans, the rabbit girl might give you a glance." Hein Gray seemed to ponder something, then absurdly agreed. "Fine, I'll wear them. This song has been subscribed to on our channel." Ruth Evelyn replied politely, "Then I will wait outside." Just as he was about to pick up his pen and start writing again, Quinn walked in. He seemed to see something and didn't look directly at Hein, only saying, "This flight might be a little longer." Gray sat cross-legged on his desk and said, "Where are you going?" Quinn approached Hein Gray's desk and replied, "Since when did you become so curious about that?" Quinn came forward and placed a small, elegantly folded piece of paper on Hein's desk. Hein picked it up, curiously turning the small paper over in his palm before asking, "What is this?" Then he turned to ask Quinn, who was in the form of a large black bird, but Quinn didn't reply. Hein continued, as if giving a parting message, "Whatever you do, wherever you go, don't die." Quinn gave a slight flap of his large black wings as if to say something. Then, with powerful beats of his black wings, Quinn flew swiftly out. He soared out through the window of Hein's office. Hein Gray quickly shouted a farewell to Quinn. "Don't get caught stealing strawberries." As Quinn flew out the door, he furiously cursed Hein Gray in his mind, "That damn bastard. Who do you think I'm suffering for, huh?" Hein was now alone in the room. He was completely unaware. He playfully fiddled with the piece of paper Quinn had given him and thought, "This piece of paper seems out of place. There was no need to announce that she's become human. It's so sudden, I don't know how to feel. Besides, why is she still away? Today is almost over. Maybe I should go see Bibi." With that thought, as Hein Gray walked down the long arranged hall, lit by sparkling beautiful lights, to a spacious bedroom that was strictly guarded by 2 large, imposing soldiers holding spears. But the long white rabbit ears on Hein Gray's head seemed to make it hard for the 2 soldiers to contain their indescribable, dark-lined expressions. Hein stood there looking at the 2 tall soldiers and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going in." Then his inner thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere. To be precise, Hein Gray cannot set foot in this room. I wore this before coming here. Will she really not even turn her head to look at me once? Gray moved closer to the large room door, passing the 2 guards, and smiled. "What are you so jumpy about? I already said I have no intention of going in. Just let me stand in front of the door." Gray leaned his face against the door and closed his eyes happily as if trying to feel something. Then he thought, "Bibi, today. How are you today? Are you better than yesterday? For you right now, I dare not have any wishes. Even so, if I had one wish, it would be for you to be safe and sound. It's okay if I can't see you. I just hope you recover quickly. Come to think of it." Hein Gray suddenly turned and asked the guard, "Where is Hein?" The soldier standing behind Hein stammered, "Sir? Where is Hein?" Ahin Gray replied. I haven't seen him around lately. The soldier respectfully answered. If you mean Ahin, he's still guarding the main gate, sir. Ahin asked again. Really? Ahin isn't guarding this place, but the main gate? Sensing something was wrong, Ahin's voice became dangerous. He then turned and ran off, causing the soldiers behind him to shout, Sir, Lord Ahin! Ahin Gray took long strides, running quickly towards the main gate of the mansion. The sky was gradually being consumed by the darkness of night. He panted as he ran, saying, Ahan never leaves Bibi's side, not even for a moment. Instead of pacing in front of Bibi's bedroom, he's outside, and at the main gate, no less. Come to think of it, it was also unusual for Mother to assign the captain of the knights to be the rabbit girl's guard. Rather than protecting the rabbit girl in the room, it's more like they're trying to stop someone from opening that door. As soon as he arrived, Ahin Gray saw the maid Mamie standing there, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord Ahin. Exhausted, he panted as he looked at the two black panthers sitting calmly in front of him. They sat there with expressionless faces and wide eyes that would frighten anyone who looked at them. So Bibi is not at the Gray estate. Gray angrily clenched his fist and noticed the paper Quinn had given him. Opened it again. This time, a line of black text appeared. Text that Ahin hadn't seen before. The handwriting was Bibi's. It said, I'll be back soon, seemingly so angry that he burst out laughing. Ahin stood there, crumpling the paper and saying coldly, Ahin never wants to leave Bibi's side, not even for a step. Ha, ha, ha. So what? Then Ahin Gray called for Evelyn again. Somehow, Evelyn was already standing right behind him. Yes, Lord Ahin. Ahin said coldly in an annoyed tone, Find her. Evelyn bowed, placing a hand on his left breast, and said, As you command. He looked up with his red eyes, which reflected the dark sky, where only the bright yellow stars and the cool moonlight spread out. A gentle breeze blew through Ahin's hair, and he smirked, saying, So, when exactly is soon? The sky was clear blue with brilliant golden sunbeams. Ancient, lush green trees filled the campus of the prestigious Benham Academy. The academy was designed with a classical yet magnificent Western architectural style. Students bustled around the campus. Each possessed the inherent charisma of nobility or the gentle grace of commoners. This was the premier academic space of the Eastern continent, where nobles and commoners alike, herbivore beastmen and predator beastmen, all studied together. And this was also the place where Lillian Payne of the Black Panther clan served as the 82nd headmaster. Its campus was so vast that it occupied half of Benhelm City, and its fame spread throughout the continent. And the most outstanding new student of this top academy, true to its name, was me, Erlen Friedian, the second son of the Friedian family, an illustrious clan with a long history within the Black Panther lineage. The day when this prodigious talent would become the aide to Lord Ahin Gray, the future head of the family, was not far off. Erlen Friedian stood before a large portrait of Benham Academy's 82nd headmaster, Lillian Payne. Erlen Friedian raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. His handsome face seemed to radiate a dazzling aura, because everything that was about to happen to him would be very interesting. That person was... But lately, an annoying little girl had appeared since enrolling. I've always held the #1 rank in every evaluation, walking a wide open path. A little fluffball who rolled in from who knows where dared to surpass me in this evaluation and take first place. A little rabbit of unknown origin, though I don't know what that girl does or where she came from. There are also rumors that she has completely won over Headmaster Lillian. They say the headmaster has already chosen her as a match for her grandson. That's just... How could that suspicious girl possibly be a match for Lord Ahin Gray? I'll only admit that she's good at studying. But just you wait. I will definitely reclaim the #1 spot. Erlen Friedian's handsome face was clouded with dark, angry lines. Still unable to accept that his top rank at the academy had been taken, he clenched his fists, determined to win back the champion's position, and started walking. Suddenly, a feather appeared before him, cutting off his train of thought of Orland Friedian's earlier story. He seemed to realize something, and suspicion crept into his mind. That bird, it's definitely the hawk that flies around that rabbit, isn't it? That means the rabbit is somewhere nearby. There was a rustling sound from the bushes. Following that, a white head popped up from the green leaves. Vivi Reborn, in her human form, stood up. Her hair was slightly messy from rummaging in the bushes. Her face was adorably beautiful, with large sparkling purple eyes. They were so round they seemed to contain the entire galaxy. Vivi Reborn, in a striking school uniform and holding a notebook, looked around as if searching for something. That clueless action of Vivi Reborn's was spotted by Orland Friedian, who stood frozen, watching her and thinking, as I thought. Vivi Reborn suddenly saw two other students on the other side of the stairs. In a moment, a strange red light flashes by, causing something to be wrong with Vivi Reborn. She lifts a yellow book with a large black panther on the cover over her head, squats down, and lets out a small sound. Huck! Erlen Frey stood there as if turned to stone, hand on his hip, staring at Vivi Reborn with a peculiar gaze as he overheard their whispers of other students talking to each other. Is she really a person, or is she a rabbit? Why does she keep walking like that, ignoring the clean footpath? I heard she specifically avoids predator-type beastkin, right? That's right. Didn't she foam at the mouth and faint when she saw the bear beastkin in the Great Hall last time? Hearing this, Erlen Frey couldn't take it anymore. He crossed his arms and shouted, "Who knows? She might be faking her weakness to hide some scheme, or maybe it's all an act." That look in her eyes. Erlen Frey's blood-red eyes stared intently at Vivi Reborn's clumsy and comical appearance, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Erland pondered that suspicious girl. Turns out she's borrowing a book about predators. If she's so scared of predators, isn't she paying way too much attention to them? On top of that uniform I heard, it's made from a rare material that even wealthy nobles struggle to find. That brooch is an expensive gem you'd only see at an auction house, and strangely, she can perfectly conceal her pheromones. What is she really? Erlen Frey's eyes widened when he saw VP Reborn approaching him. She had fixed her hair, and her clothes were clean and fragrant. She then walked with a gentle, cheerful, and captivating grace. Erland internally roared with conviction. Either way, she's no ordinary rabbit. Benham Academy was always beautiful, covered in lush green trees. Inside the screen, in a classroom at the academy, students sat listening intently to the teacher's lecture. Today, we will discuss the conflict between the Black Panther clan and the Wolf clan that occurred a year and a half ago. This conflict concluded in the shortest time in the history of the Eastern continent, with the victory of the Black Panther clan. Led by Valance Gray, there are many debated causes for the conflict, but among them, and with that, I'll see you for the next assignment. The lovely and beautiful Vivi Reborn sat with her chin in her hand, her eyes gazing out the clear window as a cool breeze blew in. It seemed that Vivi wasn't paying much attention to the teacher's lecture this time. She lazily looked at the bright sun and the ancient green trees, thinking, the weather's getting warmer. Maybe I'll go for a walk later. A beautiful image appears. An enraged growl erupted from behind Vivi Reborn. It seemed Erlen Frey, for some unknown reason, was radiating an invisible aura of fury. He clenched his large, strong hands, gritting his teeth as veins popped on his face. Vivi Reborn felt his piercing gaze on her and became timid, her fur standing on end as beads of sweat appeared on her head. Her beautiful face now looked slightly comical. Vivi Reborn forced a smile and said nothing at all. "See you." Hilary, who looked elegant and noble, sat beside Vivi Reborn and noticed her unusual expression. Hilary, with her beautiful, slightly wavy, straw-colored hair that highlighted her noble aura, turned to ask Vivi, ready to help. "Vivi, what's wrong? You don't look so well." Then, Hilary suddenly glanced down towards Erland Frey's seat. She turned back, covered her mouth, and whispered to Vivi Reborn, "Is it because of Erland Frey?" It seems he's a bit annoyed because you snatched the top spot from him this time. There's a rumor he's going to wait for you today, so take the back route to the dorms, okay? Got it? Hillary whispered to Vivi, but Erland Frey, like a lingering ghost behind them, glared menacingly, terrifying Vivi. She whispered back to Hillary in a broken voice, "Ah, Hillary, then let's go to the rabbit farm together today." Hillary waved her hand with her eyes closed and replied, "Ah, come on, you know I don't take care of rabbits. Besides, I'm a little busy today." Vivi Ravian looked surprised. "Ah, your boyfriend?" Hillary nodded with a hum. Yep. Not long ago, I had a nice encounter with the young master of the Black Panther clan, the one I met at the masquerade ball." Hearing this, Vivi was a bit startled and exclaimed, "But Hillary, I already warned you that all Black Panthers are vicious." Hillary smiled as if it were nothing and waved her hand. "You think Vivi's advice is trustworthy, coming from someone who freezes up at the mere sight of a predator?" Vivi tried to explain. It's not like that. It's based on my own experience, so you can trust me." Hillary, looking amused, rested her chin on her hand and said, "I just thought you were a serious scaredy cat. But lately, I've noticed you're quite the storyteller, Vivi. Let's see, next. Are you going to come up with some weird theory that predators like being spanked on the butt?" Vivi flushed with embarrassment. That wasn't a tall tale. The two of them, so caught up in their conversation they forgot they were in class, were promptly yelled at by the teacher. "You two, out of my class!" The two of them sheepishly walked out of the classroom. Each one can search. As she walked down the hall alone, Vivi suddenly passed a window, caught her reflection, and felt, "This new uniform finally suits me." Then Vivi thought, "It's already been a year and a half. So much time has passed. Is everyone doing well? Lord Valance and myself, a hen, Bera. And also, right, it's been over a year since I left the Black Panther territory. During that time, Professor Gianna and I moved to a farther place under Lord Valence's orders. But if I miss the Grey family too much, would Lord Valance, who has always hidden me away, feel sad too? I didn't realize that it was his way of caring for me." Vivi silently thought about how Lord Valence's concern was reflected in what happened in the people's lives. Right, tangled thoughts began to surface in her mind. If I return to the Grey family while I still can't overcome my fear of Black Panthers, it wouldn't just be my own suffering, but it'd also hurt Ahan and the others there. She worried, thinking that to make matters worse, the conflict between the Black Panther and Wolf clans had broken out during the change of seasons. Because a rabbit like me, who can't even stand one predator, could do nothing in that war. It made it even harder for me to return to the Grey family. Then Vivi comforted herself, so instead of trying my best to return immediately, I've been working hard to make myself stronger. As Vivi grimaced, thinking she'd train her body and mind to be stronger before returning with her head held high. A little boy behind her watched with sparkling eyes, thinking to himself, the brave hero. Vivi then transformed into her rabbit form, thinking, "When I see Ahan again, I'll show him my wonderful, changed self." She'd become an incredibly beautiful rabbit, completely different from before. With sparkling, moist eyes looking up, Vivi thought, "And I'll tell him that I'm okay now." After saying that, she sighed and walked slowly down the corridor. Suddenly, the sound of fast footsteps approached her from behind. Vivi sensed it and turned around. A voice called out to her. Still bewildered, she looked back to see who it was. It turned out the person chasing her was Along. Along was still panting, exhausted from running after her. Vivi's mind was full of questions, wondering why he was chasing her. Before she could think, he looked up, stared at her, and said breathlessly, "Let me see your backpack for a second." Hearing this, Vivi got a little angry and retorted, "My backpack? Why?" Not giving her time to question him, Along frowned and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense and give it here. Today, I'll definitely expose your dirty secrets." Along thought to himself, "She's a sly rabbit." Hearing this, Vivi was shocked. Dirty secrets? What's in my backpack? This backpack is full of precious gifts that Lord Valance sent me. Besides, right now, there's a letter I wrote to a hen inside. She thought to herself, then screamed in her mind, I absolutely cannot let him see it. With that thought, Vivi kept backing away while Along advanced, saying, You're getting more and more suspicious. Terrified, Vivi could only retreat, then took the opportunity to make a run for it. She ran away and shouted tearfully, Why are you doing this to me? Seeing this, Along got angry and yelled back, Huh? Hey, you! Along's face was contorted with anger as he relentlessly shouted after her, Stop right there! It seemed Along was furious now, clenching his fist and yelling. Scene changed to the front of the school. A gentle voice from the announcement system says, What a wonderful campus. Then the gentle voice continues, Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. It turns out to be Ruth Evelyn. He's enthusiastically introducing himself. I am Ruth Evelyn. As he was introducing himself, many innocent eyes looked up at him from below with admiration. Wow. That person is from the Black Panther clan too? And the one next to him? What should I do? Next to Ruth, Evelyn was a hen. A hen looked at him and said, How long are you going to keep this up? Because of you, more people are gathering. Then a hen walked away, leaving Ruth Evelyn to chase after him, saying, They're looking at me with such envious eyes. How can I just walk past them like this? While chasing him, he reassured, Anyway, Sir Ahen, you came here without any notice. So even if you go to the principal's office, I don't think you'll be able to meet Principal Lillian. Ruth Evelyn then reported, Furthermore, in the list of current and transfer students at Benham Academy that I've painstakingly collected, we haven't found a trace of Miss Rabbit since the day the leader decided to hide her. So, in my opinion, Miss Rabbit is likely in the territory at the edge of the continent, not here at the academy. With a scheming look in his eyes, Ruth Evelyn said softly, Wasn't the last place Miss Rabbit was traced to the CSU territory? Ahan ignored those words and said, Regardless, if it's him, he'll know where Vivi is. Hearing this answer, Ruth Evelyn continued to follow, saying, Ah! But the clan leader said that when Miss Rabbit wants to return, he would use every means possible to allow her to come back any time. So the fact that Miss Rabbit hasn't returned yet is either because she doesn't want to or she's not ready yet. Hearing this, a hen turned to stare into the distance and said nothing. It seemed Ruth Evelyn noticed this too, so he lowered his head and said no more. A hen looked up into the distance and said softly, No matter what it takes, find his location and send me all the information. Ruth Evelyn from behind asked worriedly, Sir Ahin, where are you going? Ahin replied wearily, I think I need to rest a bit. Ruth Evelyn kept following and said, I want to rest too. I haven't had any time to rest. What with stabilizing the territory, following you, Sir Ahin, and chasing traces of Miss Rabbit, he called out helplessly, Sir Ahin, Sir Ahin. Sir Ahin had stopped in front of a signpost. He studied the sign for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and began to walk slowly, leaving no choice behind. Who knows what he was thinking? Subscribe to the channel. I should have brought the stuffed rabbit that Ruth Evelyn made for me. Indeed, Evelyn had made him a stuffed animal. He had said excitedly, I tried making a stuffed rabbit, Sir Ahin. I even tied a ribbon on its head. What do you think? Ahin stared into the distance and thought to himself, It feels a little empty. So tired, Ahin clutched his head. Suddenly, from behind him, there was a gasp. Confused, he turned around to see a student looking extremely surprised and a bit flustered. The student stammered, Sir, Great, Your Highness. While speaking, he covered his face, which was blushing furiously as if he was very shy. It seemed he was extremely flustered in front of Sir Hahin, exclaiming, Oh my God, Hahin thought to himself. I don't remember him, but he's a Black Panther, and a noble, I suppose. Then Ahin asked coldly, Name. The young man behind him, still blushing, received the question from Ahin. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest as he stuttered, "Along." Upon getting the answer, a hand replied in the same cold tone, "Along, what a funny name." Then a hen placed a hand on Along's shoulder and said gently, "Along, if you go to the carriage maintenance area, there's a gorilla beastkin waiting there." Suddenly, Hein smiled and said, "Go there and tell him to book a private guest room for me at the academy." And he thought, I don't think he'll tell me where. As for Along, his face was beet red, his heart pounding, and his legs trembling. Ahin repeated, "Answer me." Along could only whisper a stuttered, "Yes. Yes, sir." Then he turned and ran off, shouting, "I'll go and be right back." In the rabbit hutch, something was staring at him as he ran away. It was Vivi, in her rabbit form. She thought to herself, is he gone? It seems that Predator met someone he knew. In her rabbit form, Vivi's sparkling eyes looked up. Then she happily hopped around among the other rabbits. "Anyway, now I can go back to the dorm. Thanks, everyone." The rabbits around her had no idea what she was doing. As she left the hutch, she didn't forget to turn back and wave to the other rabbits, "See you tomorrow." Then, as Rabbit Vivi happily hopped along, she thought, working hard every day to bring high-quality hay and greet everyone 3 times a day is so meaningful. These rabbits are totally on my side. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. Those hands wrapped around Rabbit Vivi's body. Rabbit Vivi was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Then, with surprised and slightly scared eyes, she slowly turned around. What is it? Is that Along guy back already? But it wasn't him. The hands holding her so gently belonged to Ahin. Ahin looked at the rabbit in front of him with surprise. There was something hidden in Ahin's eyes as he stared unblinkingly at the rabbit in his hands. Looking at the rabbit in his hands, Ahin's heart skipped a beat. He fell into deep thought. It's been 1.5 years since I last saw Bibi. During that time, I tried to find Bibi, who kept disappearing. But every time I found a trace of Bibi, she would vanish again. Because she hasn't recovered yet, she still can't come back. Because the Black Panther clan had a conflict with the Wolf clan, it's very difficult for Bibi to return. It's tiring. I hid Bibi, so Bibi can't return? But, what if it's not because of unavoidable circumstances, but because... what if Bibi doesn't want to come back? Even so, Bibi, I can't stop looking for you. I can't let you go. Bibi, where are you now? Ahin was always searching for Vivi, but he didn't know that the rabbit in his hands was the very person he had been looking for all this time. He looked at the rabbit in front of him for a long time. This made the rabbit look back at him uncomfortably. Hey, you look a lot like a rabbit, I know. But she was smarter and her body was fuller than yours. Hearing this, the rabbit got angry with Ahin. It thought, what? Fuller? Fuller? Ahin continued, do all rabbits look the same? Anyway, you shouldn't wander out on your own. Look, you're injured. Ahin pointed to the wound on the rabbit's paw. At this, the rabbit's eyes welled up with tears. This rabbit was none other than Bibi. At this moment, Beeb also recognized him as Ahin. It's Ahin. Beeb sadly shed tears, but Ahin still didn't recognize Bibi. Seeing the tears, Ahin said softly, "Where's your owner?" He then looked around. Where's the caretaker? Is there no breeder here? To find someone to treat the wound, Ahin picked up the rabbit and started walking. Be good now. As he headed towards the school cafeteria, Beeb gave Ahin a look of disdain. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, "Your glare is even more scornful than a black panther's." Beeb snuggled into Ahin's arms, her eyes fluttered, and she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Meanwhile, Russell was running over to find Beeb, calling out as he ran, "Brave hero! Brave hero!" He looked left and right from one hutch to the next. "Hello, have you seen my brave hero?" A black rabbit in the hutch pointed its paw at something on the ground. Seeing it, Russell panicked. The little boy hugged his bag and sobbed. The brave hero is gone. What happened? he cried, his eyes out. A while later, Russell wiped his tears and spoke up. You evil bird. When? The pigeon was perched on the roof. Seeing this, it sighed and flew down to Russell. The boy saw it and immediately asked, Where did the brave hero go? You saw her, right? The pigeon scratched its wing and thought, Even if you ask me, I only saw them from a distance, so I don't know how they reunited. Besides, it's a bit awkward to talk about. Oh dear, what should I do? What should I do about this? The pigeon scratched one wing, then the other. Suddenly, Russell remembered something and exclaimed, Strawberries? Seeing this, the pigeon was also bewildered. As for BB, her wound had now been bandaged. A hind stared down and asked, Is it done? The nurse beside him replied, It's a minor wound, so this treatment is sufficient. It turned out the thing Hyan had been staring at under the bed was Vivi the rabbit. The nurse was surprised and asked, Is that a rabbit you're raising personally? Han, his eyes still on the rabbit, replied, No. It's a rabbit I saw at the breeding farm. It had left the group and wandered off on its own without a breeder. Seemingly intrigued by this, the nurse immediately responded, Oh, so you just happened to find it. In that case, I'll send it back to the breeding farm. Vivi? The rabbit was flustered, her eyes wide. Her innocent, sparkling eyes stared straight ahead. Vivi, the rabbit thought to herself, doesn't a hen recognize me? It seems Lady Valance hid the fact that I can turn into a human from a hen. She looked at a hen in confusion, thinking, how could he not recognize me? All the time I spent worrying about how to react when I met a hen was pointless. I don't feel anything, she thought anxiously, but her sparkling eyes kept looking at him. I'm not scared at all. I'm just happy to see a hen. Ahin and Rabbit Vivi's eyes met. Rabbit Vivi held out her injured paw in front of a hen. Before he could react, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Along with a voice, Pardon the intrusion, Sir Ahin. Ahin seemed to snap out of it with a small ah. He then turned abruptly, leaving a bewildered Vivi behind, and replied to Evelyn, Let's go. Vivi watched and thought, Evelyn? It really is Evelyn. What's going on? A scene of a small hand tapping on a window. It was Russell. The nurse saw Russell tapping on the window from outside and said, Oh my. Then she kindly asked, Are you the breeder's assistant? Russell looked up at her with sparkling eyes. Vivi the rabbit? Inside, Vivi saw him. Russell, how did he know to come here? The nurse smiled at the small boy in front of her and said, How cute. Did you bring the other rabbits to take your friend back? She then carefully handed Vivi to Russell. Russell gently took Vivi from the nurse's hands and replied carefully, Yes, please give her to me. Suddenly, Rabbit Vivi let out a small cry. It was because she saw Ahin's figure walking away in the distance. She felt regretful and thought, I should have told Ahin my identity, shouldn't I? At the palace, a voice called out, Sir Ahin, that person is Sir Ahin. A respectful question was asked. Sir Ahin, are you listening to me? My goodness. Han Gray's deep voice replied, No, and... With a curt and annoyed attitude, Ahin Gray ordered Evelyn, Don't whisper in my ear. Take 3 steps back. Hearing this, Evelyn retorted, I already said this is information that shouldn't be overheard. Then he reported, on June 5th, Lillian was absent. According to his secretary, the place he went to, let's see. They said it was the Gray Mansion. Ahin Gray's mouth said seriously, That's suspicious, but a moment later he insisted to Evelyn, Get out of the way. Based on what Evelyn just said, Ahin Gray speculated, he never once came back while I was home. Then he returns when I'm not around. It could be that he's trying to avoid me to discuss something privately with Mother, right? The only thing that Ahin Gray could think of was, if so, it might be related to Vivi. Without hesitation, Ahin Gray turned and said, Let's not stay here any longer. We're going back immediately. Evelyn asked in confusion, Back to the Gray Mansion? Ahin, Gray declared with a grim face, I have to catch him. But Evelyn advised him against it. Please leave me out of that plan. Even without this, I'm already living under Sir Lillian's dislike. As Evelyn followed Ahin Gray down the stairs, he suggested, Then, As it happens, I'll go steal the student roster again. No, I'll go get it. Please rest in the carriage, sir. I'll tell them to prepare for departure. Suddenly, a hand gray called out, Evelyn. Hearing his name, Evelyn replied, Yes? With a confused emotion, a hand gray asked Evelyn, It's just, seeing a rabbit makes me think of Vivi. That's crazy, isn't it? Evelyn approached a hand gray and said, You mean the rabbit you took to the infirmary earlier? He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in alarm, No way! Could it be? Could it be that you're planning to cheat on Miss Rabbit now? Then, Evelyn looked at a hand gray with a scrutinizing and suspicious gaze, saying, Thinking back, something's been strange today. Sir Ahin is definitely not someone who shows compassion to injured animals. His words annoyed Ahin, who asked, Are you trying to pick a fight? Suddenly, Evelyn said in a cold, critical tone to Ahin Gray, Could it be you're using it as a replacement for Miss Rabbit? Oh my God, how shameless. Ahin Gray, seeing Evelyn's judgmental expression, angrily demanded, Wipe that look off your face right now, but Evelyn wasn't done yet. He suddenly raised his voice dramatically. The man to whom I've dedicated my body and soul is a cheater? The maids working nearby heard Evelyn's words and started gossiping. What's wrong? Oh my. He said he's cheating. What do we do? How embarrassing. Is this a lover's quarrel? Ahin Gray silently resolved to himself, I have to kill him. At night, Evelyn was walking somewhere in the garden, holding a lantern. In Evelyn's hand was a folder of documents. Evelyn was thinking to himself, Miss Rabbit, for this loyal Evelyn. Continuing to ignore the immoral and shocking actions of the man I serve is absolutely unacceptable. Evelyn walked and thought, therefore, shouldn't Evelyn, the master's only servant, confirm just what kind of rabbit this is? By now, Evelyn had reached the garden and happened to see someone there. Evelyn immediately ducked to the side and wondered, Someone's at the breeding farm at this hour? Evelyn peeked out to look at the person standing in the breeding farm. Then Evelyn was utterly astonished, seemingly recognizing who was inside. It was Vivi Rabian happily chatting with an adorable boy named Russell. Seeing Vivi Raban's bright smile, Evelyn was completely shocked. Ms. Rabbit. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, Evelyn rubbed his eyes and asked himself, Really? Is that really Miss Rabbit? Inside the breeding farm, Russell's childish voice rang out, That's great! Professor Gianna's outlook is very positive. So, does that mean the brave hero isn't afraid of predators anymore? The boy's question made Vivi Rabin answer flusteredly. Me? Afraid of predators? Since when? All of them, I could take them with just one punch. Suddenly, Vivi Rabian asked Russell, Besides, Russell, can't we also distinguish between animals and beast-kin by their pheromones and aura? The boy replied politely, Yes. Knowing this, Vivi Rabian suggested, Then I'll return to my original form for a bit. Please check if you can sense any pheromones from me, okay? Russell, holding a rabbit, answered, I understand. Getting his agreement, she replied cheerfully, Thank you. I'm counting on you. Next, Vivi Rabian prepared to transform into a rabbit. All right, then. After a bit of swaying back and forth, Vivi Rabian had transformed into an adorable rabbit. Vivi Rabian, in her rabbit form, hopped onto the pile of her clothes on the ground. Russell, seeing Vivi Rabian's little rabbit form, praised her. Brave hero, you're so cool. Praised by the boy, she became delighted. Eha, really? Thanks. As the two were laughing and talking, a sudden cry rang out. Oof! The sound made both of them turn to look. That cry came from Evelyn when he truly confirmed the person inside was Vivi Rabian. It really is Miss Rabbit. Evelyn's ghost-like appearance startled both Vivi Rabian and Russell. They both fainted on the spot, leaving Evelyn confused and bewildered. In a bedroom, Russell was placed on the bed and tucked in carefully, while Vivi Raban was also given a soft pillow and her own small blanket. Evelyn's gaze was fixed on Vivi Rabian. Then Evelyn said softly, I sent her away like that back then, only now. After speaking, Evelyn slowly approached Vivi Rabian's spot. Evelyn's hand was about to touch Vivi Rabian, but suddenly Evelyn pulled his hand back and said, "Seeing you've grown up like this, you must have completed your humanization safely. You didn't contact us at all during that time. Both Sir Ahin and I missed you very much. I thought you had forgotten us and were living a new life, and my heart felt cold." Evelyn looked at the sleeping Vivi Rabian and thought, "It seems Miss Rabbit has also been through a lot." Suddenly, Evelyn was startled when Vivi Rabian moved. Evelyn thought anxiously, is she waking up? If she wakes up, what should I do? In episode 3, Evelyn's mind was in extreme turmoil, not knowing what to do. Should I go get Sarahan? But what if she disappears again while I'm gone? What if I have to search for her for another year? Evelyn was truly at a loss for how to handle the situation. What should I do? Without a second thought, Evelyn quickly tossed Vivi Rabian into his backpack. Then Evelyn let out a sigh of relief. Phew, the capture mission is complete. As for Vivi Rabian, even after being tossed into the backpack, she slept on soundly. A while later, in the carriage, a hen gray holding a document looked at Evelyn and asked, "What is that bag?" As Hein Gray stared at him, Evelyn asked back worriedly, "Does it not suit me, sir?" It seemed Evelyn was so nervous his legs were trembling. Seeing Evelyn's strange behavior, a hen gray asked, "Are you beating around the bush about wanting to be buried? And why are your legs shaking so much?" Evelyn, biting his hand, gave a deflective answer to a hen gray. "Lately, thanks to someone, I've been practicing sleep deprivation." Hearing that, a hen gray immediately threatened, "Should I just let you sleep for all eternity?" Evelyn, realizing his mistake, quickly replied, I'm sorry." Outwardly, a hen gray feigned disinterest, but inwardly he wondered, what is it? This is too suspicious. Vivi Rabian, inside the backpack, was still sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world. The carriage arrived in front of the Gray family mansion. The carriage door opened. A hen gray stepped out of the carriage and walked up the steps to enter the house. The door opened, and inside were servants bowing to a hen gray. Without waiting any longer, a hen gray turned to a male servant and asked, "Where is my grandfather?" The servant, caught off guard, didn't know how to answer. Seeing the male servant hadn't answered, Hen Gray's face darkened with a murderous aura as he cornered him and said, "I heard he came home." The poor male servant didn't know how to handle the situation and could only stammer, "That is." Evelyn saw this, turned pale, sighed, and thought, "Phew, this is blown up." Evelyn looked at his backpack and hesitated. "I brought Miss Rabbit with me on an impulse, but I don't know if I can tell Sarahin about this." But then Evelyn decided, "First, I'll assess the situation. If there's a chance, I'll explain it to Sir Lillian first." Suddenly, Vivi Rabian moved inside Evelyn's backpack, startling him. To avoid being discovered, Evelyn made an excuse to leave first. Sir Ahin, I'm sorry, but I'll be heading to my room first. I need to sleep early today if I want to see tomorrow's sun." Hearing this, a hen gray looked confusedly towards Evelyn. The now freed male servant was still pale with fear. Seeing a hen gray looking at him, Evelyn panicked, but tried to remain calm. You should get some rest too, Sir Ahin. Please get some rest." Inside, he was scared to death, mentally pleading with Vivi Rabian. "Ugh, Miss Rabbit, please." He couldn't stay there any longer. Evelyn clutched the backpack and ran, thinking, "Please, just endure it for a little longer." As he was running away, a hen gray's sword was suddenly pointed at Evelyn's neck. Then a hen gray sternly commanded, "Evelyn, stop right there." While Evelyn was so scared, his face was paler than a frog's, a hen gray ordered him to turn around. Evelyn slowly turned around, whispering to himself, "I'm done for, done for." Just as the words "I'm done for" echoed in Evelyn's mind, Vivi Rabian's ears poked out of the backpack. The moment a hen gray saw Vivi Rabian appear from the backpack, he was so shocked he froze. A long time later, in a hen gray's bedroom, Vivi Rabian was sniffing something in the room. Then Vivi Reborn hopped from place to place, checking out the things in the room. It's been a while since I've been back in a Hein's room. It looks so different. Oh, what's this? This is something I've never seen before. Seeing Vivi Reborn being so mischievous, a Hein Gray warned, "Don't you touch anything. I could hand you over to the chef." His voice, filled with a murderous aura, made her jump. Ah! I was just unconsciously. However, thinking back, Vivi Reborn felt speechless. But when I came to, I was already here. What does he expect me to do? Evelyn, what am I supposed to do? Huh? She remembered how scared Evelyn was, only daring to say one word at a time to explain his sneaky actions. I saw Sir Hein was too lonely, so I brought the rabbit that looks like Miss Rabbit here. Back in the present, as a hen Gray sat on the bed and scolded Evelyn, that Evelyn, always doing things so rashly. Continue. Then a hen Gray prepared for bed, but he didn't forget to leave a warning for Vivi Reborn. "I'll take you back to the academy when morning comes. For now, just go to sleep. Don't disturb me." Hearing a hen Gray's words, Vivi Reborn looked at him with an annoyed expression and thought, "He definitely still doesn't realize I'm Vivi." Suddenly, Vivi Reborn thought of something and became furious, showing her attitude towards a Hein Gray. "But he still lets a random rabbit into his bedroom? You wicked flirt, you philanderer, you liar." Seeing Vivi Reborn dare to look at him with such an accusatory gaze, a hen Gray glanced at her with a threatening look and ordered, "Lower your eyes." Intimidated by a hen Gray's glare, Vivi Reborn turned her head away. But she still thought defiantly, "You think I'll be scared just because you look at me like that?" Vivi Reborn then stood before her changing room and thought, "Even though Evelyn is trying to keep my secret, if I return to my human form, I'll be discovered." But in the end, Vivi Reborn decided, "Phew, there's no other way. I have to let Ahan know my identity eventually." Next, she pointed directly at the door and gestured as if to say, "Hey, could you open the door for me?" But a hen Gray coldly refused. "You are not allowed in the changing room. It belongs to Vivi." Furthermore, a Hein Gray sat up to warn Vivi Reborn, "Get your dirty paws off of it. I've warned you." His harsh attitude annoyed her. "Oh, seriously," she thought. "If you're just going to say such mean things, why did you bring me into your bedroom in the first place?" Instead of being scared by a Hein Gray's threat, Vivi Reborn acted as if to say, "Hey, I absolutely have to go into the changing room. I need clothes." As Hen Gray then bent down, pushed Vivi Reborn over and said, "No one is allowed in that room except Vivi." Pushed over, she let out a startled cry, "Hey!" Having bumped her head after being pushed by a Hen Gray, Vivi Reborn looked at him with a tearful, wronged expression, as if to say, "Damn it, I am Vivi." Without another word, Vivi Reborn suddenly jumped up and said with determination, "Just you wait, I'll get them." Vivi Reborn leaped up and shouted, "Here I come!" Vivi Reborn used all of a rabbit's strength to jump onto a Hen Gray's bed. But it seemed Vivi Reborn's jumping power wasn't enough. So instead of landing on the bed, she headed straight for the edge. Too low, too far, she thought in a panic. Frightened, Vivi Reborn squeezed her eyes shut and worried, "I'm going to hit it!" But luckily for Vivi Reborn, a Hen Gray quickly caught her. Realizing she hadn't hit the bed frame, she opened her eyes and was stunned to find herself being held by him. "Huh?" A Hein Gray stared at Vivi Reborn and asked, "What have you been trying to do all this time?" Then Hen Gray gently placed Vivi Reborn on the bed while he knelt on the floor. Finding herself on the soft bed, Vivi Reborn was happy, as if to say, "Ah, thank you." Suddenly, Vivi Reborn saw a stuffed rabbit on the bed. Vivi Reborn was confused, wondering where the stuffed rabbit came from. "Huh?" Then Hen Gray's voice rang out, warning her, "You are not to touch that. It's BB's double." As soon as she heard that, she went from bewildered to utterly shocked and disbelieving. "How does that thing look like me at all?" Suddenly, Hen Gray clenched the bedsheet tightly. A Hein Gray suddenly lowered his head and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Ha ha, After a moment of silence, a hind gray finally lifted his head and said, I'm really going crazier and crazier. Every time I see a white rabbit, I have to check if it's BBI. Vivi Ravian was stunned to hear these heartbreaking words from a hind gray. But a hind gray continued to mock himself, and now I feel like you can understand what I'm saying. After a long sigh, a hind gray said disappointedly, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have wished for a birthday gift or anything. Hearing this, Vivi Rabian wondered, a birthday gift? Suddenly, a hind gray remembered a time when he had unreasonably asked something of Vivi Rabian. Even if I am the one who makes a mistake first, you must forgive me unconditionally. That memory tormented a hind gray, making him blame himself. I almost took Bibi's life. How could I ask her to forgive me? In that case, Ahim Gray's pained expression made Vivi Rabian's heart ache. She had never thought of it that way. But Ahin, when you said that to me, an image of a hind gray, breathless in a pool of blood, appeared in Vivi Rabian's mind, and she had been certain that you were already thinking about your own death. Even so, Vivi Rabian still thought, looking back, either you would have died first or I would have almost died. One of those two things had to happen to us. Vivi Rabin questioned a hind gray in her heart. You were ready to leave me behind like that, but now you feel insecure and afraid of being left alone? Vivi Rabinia's eyes grew sad as she said, I understand that feeling very well. So, a gentle surge of power appeared in O'Hind Gray's room, accompanied by Vivi Rabian's voice, which continued to ring out steadily. Let's start over together. His eyes. Ahin Gray's eyes widened in utter surprise at the sight before him. In Ahin Gray's eyes now, there was only one figure. It was Vivi Rabian transforming into a human, she said to herself, so that we can escape the fear of being without each other, so that we can hold on to each other tightly. After transforming into a human, she smiled at him and said, Hello, hun. Deep down, she always hoped they could be together, once again. In Ahin Gray's bedroom, a terrifyingly magical light was now radiating. A soft pink head of hair, a girl's body gradually became clear. Vivi Rabian transformed into a human to Ahin's utter astonishment. After transforming, Vivi Rabian turned her gaze towards Ahin Gray and gave him a bright smile. Hello, Ahin. Vivi Rabian's sudden appearance left Ahin Gray stunned and speechless. In Ahin Gray's eyes, besides surprise, there was a voice, and also joyous shock. Suddenly, Ahin Gray shot to his feet, startling Vivi Rabian, who stammered, Hick! This, Vivi Rabian explained shyly. Because you wouldn't let me into the changing room, so I was planning to get dressed and then appear. Really? Seeing Ahin Gray say nothing, Vivi Rabian turned to look at him. But Vivi Rabian was suddenly surprised to see Ahin Gray covering his face with his hands. Vivian was confused, not knowing why Ahin Gray was doing that. Tears appeared on Ahin Gray's face. He was laughing and crying. Seeing Ahin Gray cry, Vivi Rabian moved closer to him and called out, Ahin! Vivi Rabian touched her hand to Ahin's face. Vivi Rabian's sparkling, gentle eyes looked at Ahin Gray, and once again she called his name, Ahin. Ahin Gray seemed to suddenly realize something. Then Ahin Gray unexpectedly backed away. All of a sudden, Ahin Gray covered his mouth with his hand and said, Don't touch me. Next, Ahin Gray sat down on the edge of the bed, far from where Vivi Rabian was. Vivi Rabian looked at Ahin Gray with worried eyes. In Ahin Gray's bedroom right now, the candles were still burning softly. Vivi Rabian was sitting on the bed, now clothed. Vivi Rabian called out to Ahin Gray, Hey, I have something to tell you. But Ahin Gray turned his back and ignored Vivi Rabian. At that moment, Vivi Rabian was wondering, Ahin, as soon as I got close, he covered his mouth and turned away. Is he afraid I'll see his fangs and get scared? Is he turning his back on me now for that reason? Is that it? Vivi Rabian's hand reached out, wanting to touch Ahin Gray with a yearning thought in her heart. But I'm okay now. I think I've adapted to predator types while studying at the academy. So, but before Vivi Rabian could touch a hand gray, his voice rang out. I can feel everything. His words made her hand freeze. Vivi Rabian pretended to ask, feel what? He and Gray answered honestly, your sly gaze. Hearing him say that, she retorted angrily, what are you saying? Vivi Rabian acted pouty and threatened a Hin Gray. Stop picking on me. If you don't talk to me properly, I'll leave. As soon as he heard her say that, he immediately asked, go where? Vivi Rabian answered mischievously, you said you'd take me back to the academy when morning comes. I have many places to go now. Vivi Rabian didn't hide anything and told a Hin Gray everything. I have Professor Gianna and Russell. Okay. I also have a classmate named Hillary. And lately, there's also been a predator-type beastkin named Erland. Ahin Gray repeated the name along, seeing him mispronounce it. Vivi Rabian corrected him. I said Erland. He said flatly, a little surprising. Then Ahin Gray slowly turned around and asked Vivi Rabian, so it's okay for you to see my fangs now, right? Ahin Gray's face flushed as he asked, Viv Rabian, ye don't miss me? Vivi Rabian looked at Ahin Gray's blushing, embarrassed face, and once again, she smiled. And Ahin Gray timidly asked Vivi Rabian's permission, can I come closer to you? In response to Ahin Gray was Vivi Rabian's flower-like smile as she said, I'll come to you. The two of them were now very close to each other. Vivi Rabian's eyes still sparkled as she looked at Ahin Gray. Ahin Gray's eyes were mesmerized as he faced Vivi Rabian. He even warned her, you'll regret coming back to me. Hearing Ahin Gray say that, Vivi Rabian laughed cheerfully and teased. The way you say that is already making me regret it. He hugged her tightly and also said cheerfully, B. At times like this, you're supposed to say you'll never regret it. Where do you think you're going? Ahin Gray trapped Vivi Rabian in his embrace. Then Ahin Gray slowly lowered himself onto Vivi Rabian. But Vivi Rabian just laughed happily and teased Ahin Gray, a moment ago, you wouldn't even show your face. Ahin Gray looked at Vivi Rabian with an adoring gaze and explained, because meeting you was too easy, I thought that rabbit couldn't be Vivi. Hearing that, Vivi Rabian asked curiously, if meeting me was easy, then no? At that moment, Ahin Gray's eyes welled up with tears as he said, because I had to suffer more than the pain be endured. Seeing Ahin Gray cry, Vivi Rabian reached up to wipe them away. Then Vivi Rabian asked playfully, a hen is such a crybaby today. Now I understand why you kept telling me to cry all this time. Vivi! Rabian thought to herself. I never knew his crying face could be so beautiful. Ahin Gray looked at her and said, Vivi, your gaze has been very sly this whole time. Caught by Ahin Gray, Vivi Rabian was startled and stammered. That's suddenly he blurted out, I don't know if it's because you were lonely, but you had an affair with that Along guy. At that, Ahin Gray's eyes suddenly filled with a murderous aura as he asked Vivi Rabian, could it be you've danced for him already? What? Hearing Ahin Gray ask her that, Vivi Rabian immediately explained, no, I haven't. I haven't danced yet, that's not it. But you are happily cheating too. In her heart, she was scolding him. Oh my God, the thief is calling the cops. Vivi Rabian struggled angrily and questioned Ahin Gray. You dared to bring an unidentified rabbit to the infirmary. You even brought it to your bedroom. You even put it on your bed. Seeing Vivi Rabian's irrational anger, Ahin Gray could only look at her with a gentle smile and say softly, but who was that rabbit? Flustered by Ahin Gray's words, Vivi Rabian stuttered, well, that's true, but... Suddenly, Ahin Gray's voice deepened. I already told you. The changing room, the bed, everything, it's all Vivi's. Ahin Gray added, the books on the bookshelf are all the kind BB likes to read. And thanks to BB, I've been wearing clothes with pockets for days. As Hen Gray complained, even my subordinate was stolen away by BB. A Hen Gray's hand intertwined with Vivi Raban's, and he said, "And look, this idiot's name is yours too." And Gray's affectionate eyes looked into Vivi Raban's, and he affirmed, "How could I possibly cheat?" A Hen Gray's words, face, and gaze made Vivi Rabian blush. Her heart was flustered to the point of steaming as she silently questioned him, this cunning predator. Is he trying to seduce me now? Han Gray's declaration to Vivi Rabian, "How could I possibly cheat?" Hen Gray even slyly asked back, "Right?" A Han Gray's attitude at this moment made Vivi Rabian so embarrassed. She was speechless. Vivi Rabian wondered to herself, maybe because it's been a while since I've seen a hen, he seems a little different. Vivi Rabian looked at each part of a Hen Gray's face and thought, his beautiful eyes, straight nose, and thick lips. Everything has changed. Vivi Rabian thought that a hen had truly grown up. Vivi Rabian's mood was very flustered as she faced a Hen Gray, so much so that she had to swallow to calm herself. She had to calm down. Then, Vivi Rabian turned her face to the side and asked herself, "This is weird. Why can't I look him straight in the eye?" Seeing her suddenly avoid his gaze, a Hen Gray called her. A Hen Gray brought his face closer to Vivi Raban and requested, "What's wrong? Look at me." A Hen Gray's gaze remained fixed on Vivi Rabian. Then a Hen Gray said, "If you're satisfied with your servant." Suddenly, a Hen Gray brought his face very close to Vivi Rabian and asked her, "Then kiss me." This proposal from a Hen Gray made Vivi Rabian pause for a moment. Then Vivi Raban smiled at a hen. Then Vivi Rabian slowly raised her hand and touched his cheek. Vivi Rabian pulled a Hen Gray closer and then kissed him gently and sincerely. Their kiss was sweet and passionate. The next morning, Vivi Rabian was still deep in sleep. The sunlight shining in woke Vivi Rabian up. Vivi Rabian sat up, stretched, and thought, "It's been a long time since I've woken up in a room." Looking around and not seeing a Hen Gray, Vivi Rabian wondered, but where did a hen go? Vivi Rabian looked at the closed bathroom door and thought, is he taking a shower? Suddenly, Vivi Rabian remembered something. Come to think of it, I have to go to school. Vivi Rabian was in such a hurry she messed up her hair. It's been so long since I've seen a hen that I forgot. Yesterday, Evelyn captured me and brought me all the way here. Just thinking about it made her curse Evelyn. Damn you, Evelyn! His happy face appeared in her memory. Miss Rabbit's praise gives me so much strength. Vivi Rabian thought of something that worried her. Roll call is one problem. But if Russell wakes up and finds me gone, he'll cry and panic. She imagined the scene of little Russell discovering she wasn't there and immediately bursting into tears. Boo-hoo! The brave hero is gone. Evil bird, help me! Vivi Rabian bit her nails and thought, I have to get back to the academy, quickly. But thinking about a Hen Gray made Vivi Rabian a bit hesitant, wondering, will a hen let me go back to the academy? Vivi Rabian remembered Hen Gray's pleading eyes last night when he asked her, You don't miss me? Just thinking about it made Vivi Rabian shake her head in defeat. Absolutely not. Then Vivi Rabian got out of bed. Vivi Rabian threw on a robe and started planning. First, I'll grab Evelyn and have him prepare a carriage for me, and then I'll ask him to help me pack my things. Is there anything I need to bring? Suddenly, a Hen Gray's voice spoke up. Are you planning to sneak away? Since Vivi Rabian hadn't yet realized something was wrong, she said while getting her things, I'm considering it. I have to attend school fully until the midterm break. Hearing that, Hen Gray asked, Are you planning a hit and run? She heard that and simply replied, I have to go to school. That's all. And Gray slowly approached Vivi Rabian and scolded her, You perverted runaway rabbit. Hearing him call her that, she scolded him back, You're too much. Suddenly, Vivi Rabian realized something was amiss. Vivi Rabian turned to look at a Hen Gray and screamed. Hey, Hen Gray questioned Vivi Rabian. You were planning to disappear without a word, weren't you? Vivi Rabian looked at the clothes on Hyen Gray's body and shyly requested, That's true, but that's not the issue right now. Could you please put on some proper clothes? He ignored her words and only focused on blaming her. How disappointing. I dedicated my entire night, my body and mind, to a perverted rabbit like you. But I never expected to be thrown away as soon as. The sun came up. Hyen Gray moved closer to Vivi Rabian and said something embarrassing. Last night you whispered such sweet words that you'd be with me. Reminded by Hyen Gray of the embarrassing words from last night, Vivi Rabian's face turned beet red as she thought, please shut that mouth. It's early in the morning and he's already acting like a shameless, cunning predator. Vivi Rabian had to calm herself down. Calm down, Vivi, I have to stay sharp. I can't let this cunning pretty boy charm me. Suddenly, Hyen Gray took a lock of Vivi Rabian's hair and said slyly, You like it that much? Well then, if you want me to take it all off, then raise your hind leg. On instinct, Vivi Rabian lifted her back leg. But immediately, Vivi Rabian realized she had just done something embarrassing, so she stomped her foot on the floor and said loudly, That's enough! The Vivi Rabian pretended to be angry and turned back to pack her things. As she did, she said, You're so mean. Don't joke like that anymore. I've turned into a human now. I'll never do that again. But Hyen Gray ignored her anger, hugged her from behind, and continued to tease. Front leg or hind leg? Can't I put you on a plate? You're too cute. Really? I can't. Hearing him ask, she replied, Of course not. Suddenly, Hyen Gray noticed something on the nape of Vivi Rabian's neck. Hyen Gray kissed that spot and asked, That time, it hurt a lot, didn't it? Vivi Rabian answered coquettishly, It hurt a lot. Hearing that, Hyen Gray asked with a pained heart, How much did it hurt? She thought for a moment, then replied, Enough to see the sky turn yellow. All of a sudden, Hyen Gray suggested, Should I pull out my fangs? This question from Hyen Gray shocked Vivi Rabian so much she had to ask again, What? Suddenly, Hyen Gray declared seriously, There won't be a second time. If that moment ever happens again, I will end my own life. Hyen Gray's words scared Vivi Rabian so much that she covered his mouth and said loudly, Please don't say such absurd things. Hey, that's not a fresh wound anymore. Hyen Gray then grabbed Vivi Rabian's arm and pleaded, So please, don't disappear without a word again. Hyen Gray sincerely promised Vivi Rabian, I'll do anything you want, Vivi. I'll find any book you desire. I'll also find you tutors far more brilliant than any professor at the academy. But Vivi Rabian just replied, Then there's nothing. No. Vivi Rabian touched Hyen Gray's face and affirmed, I will return to the academy. Vivi Rabian gently advised Hyen Gray, Please wait just a little longer. In her heart, she was thinking, To stand proudly by your side, I must learn more and become stronger. Hyen Gray's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Vivi Rabian. Then Hyen Gray kissed her hand and proposed, In that case, let me come to the academy with you. Within that magnificent and elegant castle, a man and a woman were seen nestled closely together, sharing a tender moment. It was none other than Vivi and Hyen. Hyen whispered warmly to Vivi, Let me come to the academy with you, okay? Vivi could only stare at him, her sparkling eyes filled with a difficult emotion. Her small hand rested on Hyen's handsome face as he asked again, Okay? One could imagine them as a rabbit and a wolf. Vivi was stunned by his question. She immediately shot back, What? Hyen chuckled, holding her hand. What's wrong? I want to go too. He told Vivi, Even if you leave right now, you won't make it for a roll call. Grandfather is also at the mansion, so there's no reason for you to rush off. Vivi asked in surprise, Is he all right? Here? Hyen, surprised by her question, replied, It seems you've gotten closer to Grandfather, haven't you? Your voice sounds so much brighter. Vivi was flustered into silence, stammering out, yes. Since I'm already here, I should pay my respects to Lady Valance. Hearing her excuse, which was full of holes. Ahin looked at her, at a loss for words. Suddenly, she remembered something, spun around and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right, Ahin. Where is Ahin? Where is he right now?" Hearing her question, Ahin Gray fell silent. He raised a hand to cover his mouth and mumbled, "Ah, Ahin, Seeing his reaction, Vivi turned to him with a look of surprise and alarm. "What? What is it? Did something happen?" Faced with her sudden question, he had to answer honestly, "There's a small problem." His answer threw her into a panic, and she immediately asked, "What? What kind of problem?" She panicked, thinking, Lady Valise didn't mention anything specific in her letter. Then what happened to Ahin? To my Ahin. Panicked, she declared, "I have to go see Ahin right now." Ahin tried to stop her, but how could he possibly stop her? With her small hand, she threw open the window. Quinn, who was waiting outside, was startled to see her. So the hawk was Quinn? In a flustered, panicked tone, she said, "Quinn, I need to ask you for a favor. Please don't be surprised. I know you've always been by my side, so don't you worry." Seeing her in this state, Quinn couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. With pleading eyes and frantic gestures, she begged, "Please take me to Ahan." Hearing this, Quinn seemed to ponder something. She repeated her plea one more time with earnest urgency. Just then, Ahin Gray came out from the house and called out, "Vivs!" But it was too late. Viggs had already climbed onto Quinn's back and flown away. Vivi was riding on Quinn's back, flying towards Ahin's location. Watching Vivi and Quinn fly away, Han Gray, left behind, broke into a rare smile. "Ha ha ha ha!" He chuckled. "Now asterisk, that's asterisk the Vivi I know." He then covered his face, staggering with laughter, his face flushing red as he said, "Hurry back, my love." Asterisk, scene change, asterisk, Vivi was brought to another building. Another castle. Inside, people were practicing with throwing knives as sharp blades struck a wooden dummy up ahead. A slender hand moved deftly through the air. It was the delicate hand of Maya Mi, who was in the middle of her training. Her fluid, skillful movements made the guards behind her exclaim in awe. They cheered her on relentlessly, shouting, "You're amazing today, as always. So cool. So cool." In response to their praise, she remained cold, turning away without a word. Maya Mi closed her eyes, lost in thought. She thought even if I'd train and hone my skills every day, my little rabbit isn't here for me to protect. Maya Mi looked up at the sky and sighed. Her mind conjured an image of a fluffy, rabbit-shaped cloud. It seemed Miami missed her dearly. In that moment, Miami's crimson eyes could only see the image of her rabbit. But it seemed as though the image was gradually becoming more real. Miami thought to herself, the shape of that cloud, suddenly. Vivi the rabbit appeared before her eyes, real in every detail. Miami exclaimed, "It looks just like the rabbit I know?" Then, looking into the distance, a shape appeared out of nowhere. A bird was carrying something on its back. The swift shadow zipped closer from the distance, so fast she couldn't comprehend what was happening. And then the shadow shot past them. It was none other than Quinn and Vivi the rabbit. They zipped past, leaving the guards behind them stunned and confused. The two soldiers whispered to each other, "Hey, isn't that Lord Quinn? But what's that on his back? Is that the rabbit? It looks just like her." Meanwhile, Maya Mi just stood there, staring up at the sky without a word. A panicked voice shouted, "It is! It's the rabbit! The rabbit is riding the hawk and flying away." At this, Maya Mi still couldn't take her eyes off the two figures in the sky. Miami's eyes widened as she stared at the sky. She thought to herself, "It's a little bigger, but that's definitely her." Silent until now, Miami finally shouted out, "Rabbit!" On Quinn's back, the rabbit seemed to hear someone calling her. She let out a small gasp. It seemed she had just realized Miami was down below. "Miami!" Vivi the rabbit waved at her excitedly, thinking, "Miami, I've missed you so much." But down below, Miami looked up with an expression of pure horror. Whoa! The rabbit is standing on one leg at that height? That's too dangerous. Without another moment of hesitation, she screamed, "Don't do that! It's dangerous!" Up in the air, Vivi the rabbit couldn't hear a thing. Being so high up, she wondered to herself, what is Maami trying to say? Is she telling me to jump from here? That seems a bit much. Then, after a moment's thought, Vivi the rabbit decided. She was thinking that she couldn't possibly ignore Miami's enthusiastic welcome. And with that, Vivi the rabbit leaped right off without a second thought. Feeling the creature on his back suddenly jump off, Lord Quinn couldn't help but let out a surprised and horrified squawk. Down below, Miami was beyond horrified. Her face went pale as she screamed, "Rabbit!" With her incredible skill, Miami reached out and caught the rabbit as she fell from the sky. And thankfully, she caught her. But Vivi the rabbit kept her eyes squeezed shut. She must have been terrified. Vivi the rabbit slowly opened her big round eyes. Oh, perfect timing. My, your reflexes are amazing. As expected of you. Before Vivi the rabbit could react, Miami yelled, "What were you thinking?" Huh? Vivi the rabbit was still a bit dazed and confused. Didn't Miami ask me to jump down? Miami was flustered. Miami's face scrunched up, as if she was finding it hard to speak. It seemed she was crying. Indeed, tears were falling from Miami's eyes as she uttered, "I missed you, little rabbit." The little rabbit looked at Miami, deeply moved. She just stared at the crying girl in front of her, letting out a soft sound. It seemed Vivi the rabbit understood her sincerity, as her cheeks flushed red and she softly called out, "Miami, I missed you too." And so, one girl and one rabbit hugged each other and cried, overjoyed to be reunited after so long. Miami cried out, "I really, really wanted to see you, little rabbit." This gave the two guards behind them another chance to gossip. They whispered to each other, "It's the rabbit, huh? That rabbit. It's really her." Vivi the rabbit hugged Miami and exclaimed, "Miami and everyone in the Gray family is healthy? I'm so glad. I really missed you all." But there wasn't much time. They couldn't talk for long. Vivi the rabbit immediately climbed back onto Quinn's back, apologizing to everyone. "Sorry, but I'll see you all later. I have to find a Hein and Bara first." Quinn, annoyed, squawked, "Let's go, you silly rabbit. This way." Below, Miami and the two guards couldn't help but marvel. The little rabbit has really matured. Quinn spread his mighty wings, soaring through the sky before finally landing on the balcony of a castle. Quinn landed on the corridor, and Vivi, the rabbit, immediately hopped off his back. But after jumping down, Vivi looked around confused and asked, "Where is this? This isn't Evelyn's bedroom, is it?" She looked around, searching. Caw! In her rabbit form, she slowly entered the castle, still looking around and wondering to herself, is Ahin really here? Inside the massive castle, Vivi the rabbit was all alone, with no one else in sight. She looked around the vast empty space in confusion. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention, making her turn her head. She wondered, what was that sound? Out of nowhere, a pair of panther paws appeared. The paws were covered in dark, grayish-black fur. Unlike Vivi's pure white fur, they looked like they were from two different worlds. Vivi looked up. Standing before her were two massive black panthers. The two black panthers emerged from the shadows. Now she could see they weren't black, but a grayish-blue color. They didn't seem particularly aggressive. They walked freely and leisurely, gradually approaching her. The two cubs stared intently at the rabbit standing before them. Although the two panthers were huge compared to Vivi, they were enough to startle her. Her eyes widened as she stared at the two cubs in front of her. A lone rabbit in the vast grand castle. A panther cub and a rabbit stared at each other. Neither knew what to say, they just looked at each other in silence. Vivi the rabbit broke into a sweat, her brow furrowed as she thought, they're not kids who transformed into animals. They're not beastmen, they're actual black panthers. As for the two cubs, They just kept staring at Vivi, tilting their heads as if they couldn't understand what she was thinking. Vivi, the rabbit, furrowed her brow and lifted a paw, waving it in the air as if to say, "Go on, get out of here. Don't come any closer." One of the black panthers yawned widely. The other cub also lifted its front paw and waved it just like her. It seems the two cubs thought Vivi wanted to play with them. The cub that had just waved its paw at her tried to pounce on Vivi. Vivi dodged with expert skill, leaving the panther cub stunned. Her nimble dodge left both cubs frozen in place. They didn't understand what was happening, nor could they comprehend how the small white creature in front of them had such incredible skill. Unwilling to be outdone by the small white creature, the cub continuously swiped its paw at her. But was this really a challenge? For Vivi, with her small, agile body dodging the big, clumsy paws of the cubs, was easy. The faces of the two cubs were filled with surprise. Though still surprised, 2 red blushes appeared on their cheeks. They were both amazed and in awe of Vivi. Seeing this, Vivi didn't look pleased at all. She snapped angrily, "You little brats, you dare mess with me?" It seemed the rabbit was finally angry. She yelled, "You little punks! Who do you think you're raising your claws to, huh?" Then she launched herself at the cub, scratching and clawing. The cub cried out in pain, but Vivi showed no mercy, relentlessly attacking the ill-mannered cub. The other cub just stood by and watched with wide eyes, unclear if it was scared or just completely confused. The cub was beaten until it went limp. Suddenly, something else, also black and gray, stood before her once again, but this thing was many times larger than the 2 cubs. Vivi looked up, and something made her freeze. She gasped, and for a moment, she was speechless. The thing standing before her was a massive panther. It was huge, clearly an adult panther. Moreover, it had a fearsome appearance with a cold expression. One of its eyes was missing, a result of some past injury. It seemed like a battle scar for such a mighty-looking panther. The rabbit seemed to realize who it was. She thought to herself, "Bara." The 2 cubs started walking towards Bara's legs, which surprised Vivi even more. "Huh?" Vivi's eyes widened in utter shock as she looked at Bara. "No! No way! Are these your kids? Where did these fierce little things come from? Huh? Could it be?" Vivi couldn't contain her surprise and shouted, her eyes wide. She squealed with delight. "So your one-sided love finally came true, huh, right?" "You thief!" Vivi the rabbit kept shouting in surprise. Vera stood to the side, looking back at her without a word. Vivi didn't stop shouting, "A hen is like my friend, my sister, my child. How dare you?" But then something made Vivi pause, her eyes widening. Or wait a minute, seems she remembered why she came here in the first place. She immediately asked Bara, "Bara? Where is a hen? Where is he?" In response to her urgent question, Bara just turned his back coldly, leaving her even more confused about what was happening. She stared with wide eyes and asked again, "Hey, where are you going?" Then, ignoring his cold shoulder, she followed Bara and the 2 fierce panther cubs. She thought, am I supposed to follow Bara? So without hesitation, she followed him. Bara led her to a room. As soon as she entered, everyone turned to stare at her as if she were a strange creature. The butler in the room saw Bara run past and called out his name, but Bara just kept running and shouting, "2 cubs!" The panther cubs also ran after him, but a voice yelled out, "Sue! Bjorn! No running in the villa!" As for Vivi, she ran after them too, prompting more shouts. Oh my goodness, the rabbit! But Vivi the rabbit paid no mind to their words. Someone's voice kept yelling, "No running in the hallway." It seems the people in the room had recognized her. They exclaimed in panic, The rabbit! It's the rabbit, isn't it?" The 3 of them huddled together in shock. Seeing this, a nearby guard yelled, "Sue! Bjorn! You little rascals, that's dangerous! The rabbit too! Sue! Bjorn! I almost stepped on you two! The rabbit! The rabbit!" But no matter how much everyone shouted, The animals just kept running, paying no attention. Vivi ran, her heart filled with worry. A hen. Where is a hen? Something ahead suddenly made her stop in her tracks. It seemed she had seen something. She stopped short. In front of her were letters addressed to Vivi, saying that a hind was doing well. But I never thought a hen would be such a stubborn child. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the letter. Many thoughts filled her heart. A hen just like us misses Vivi very much. A hen, Vivi tiptoed forward, cautiously approaching. The panther sitting in front of her. Then, a pair of delicate white paws gently rested on the black panther's back. She softly called his name, a hen, then lowered her paws. Then she turned and ran quickly in front of him. She stood before him and let out a happy cry. She joyfully exclaimed, "It's me!" Looking at the black panther before her, she kept cheering. "You're surprised, aren't you?" At last the black panther showed some sign of emotion, no longer still as a statue. Seeing Vivi's tearful expression, a hen asked, "Why are you here?" "You should have waited for me in a warm room. You knew I would come back, so you waited here for me, didn't you, right?" He raised his large paw. His paw seemed bigger than Vivi's face, yet he gently used it to wipe away her tears, comforting her. "I'm back." As he comforted her, he looked at Vivi with a deep gaze. "Thank you." A gaze that spoke of a long-awaited reunion. Then he softly said, "I'm sorry I was too late, wasn't I?" How long must that time have felt for someone with a short lifespan like yours? Then a rabbit and a panther embraced, speechless. "I won't disappear without a word again, my friend," Hen promised. Asterisk scene changed to the magnificent castle. Asterisk, a pair of elegant shoes is seen. A hand was writing with a fountain pen. It was none other than a hen. A voice called from outside, "Lord Ahin." It was the butler. He came to announce, "A representative from the Council of Elders has arrived." The one calling for Ahan was Ruth Evelyn. He was watching him write the letter intently. He quickly replied, Please wait a moment. He is currently drafting a very important document." It seemed the person from the Council of Elders wanted to see Ahan. But Ahan didn't stop. He didn't stop working, his eyes focused on the paper and pen before him. He asked Ruth Evelyn beside him with concern, as expected, "I'll have to fake my identity, won't I?" Ruth Evelyn nonchalantly replied, "If you don't change your face, you'll be discovered quickly. I'll be sure to record this event in my diary." Then his nonchalant expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "Or perhaps I should go in your place." Hearing this, Ahin couldn't contain his anger and snapped, "Shut up," making Ruth Evelyn just nod obediently. It seemed the person from the Council of Elders had overheard everything. He thought in disbelief, "What? Fake an identity? Assistant Evelyn going in his place? What's going on? This doesn't seem normal." It was clear that the man from the Council of Elders was now very suspicious of the two in the room, Ruth Evelyn, then regained his previous composure, lifting his chin proudly and asking, "Is there no reward for me? I was the one who cleverly kidnapped her." Then he added narcissistically, "My reflexes are just too good." The Elders' representative outside only heard the word kidnap. He repeated in disbelief, "Kidnap." Ahin seemed to be moved by Ruth Evelyn's words. He comforted him, "You've worked hard," and said, "I'll double your salary this year." The man from the Council of Elders was still outside, catching only bits and pieces. He stammered, "Kidnap? Who did they kidnap?" "Why would they kidnap someone?" a voice yelled out. "Ah! My lord, the next family head. How can you be so terrifying?" It was the shout from the Elders' representative. In his eyes, the two men before him were a duo specializing in threats and kidnapping. He just stood outside and screamed in terror, leaving the two inside speechless. Then, regaining his composure, Ahin calmly sealed the letter he had just written into an envelope. It was an application for admission. After that, Ahin addressed him. He gently asked, "You're from the Council of Elders?" The man, still shaken, could only stammer in reply, "Ah, yes, yes, ah." Ahin seemed to notice his demeanor. He casually asked, "Is something the matter?" The red-haired man was startled. He looked up and thought, "Finally, I can speak." He didn't waste a second and began, We wish to discuss your marriage engagement." After saying it, he was still worried he had said too much. I nervously covered his mouth and thought, "Oh dear. Heavens, why did I say it so bluntly?" In front of him, Ahin maintained his cold, expressionless face, though the corner of his mouth quirked up slightly as he said, I apologize." But before Evelyn interjected, Ruth replied on Lord Ahin's behalf, "Lord Ahin has no time to discuss marriage engagements." Then he flashed a brilliant smile. As a polite refusal, the red-haired man quickly continued, "Of course, Lord Ahin has no time to discuss marriage. You are busy resolving the dispute with the wolf territory. We are aware that you are very busy with political matters. However, our Council of Elders believes that your marriage engagement is also a matter that cannot be delayed. If you wish to postpone this matter, you must do so through an official meeting." At this point, the red-haired man didn't waste a second. He rushed to say everything on his mind. His face clearly showed his anxiety and confusion. Evelyn still maintained that brilliant smile on his lips. And of course, that smile was still a polite refusal. He gently said, "Let me repeat myself." Then, the bright smile on his lips seemed to warp. He said through gritted teeth, "The rabbit's issue is more important than any marriage engagement." Seeing his attitude, the red-haired man seemed a bit hesitant now. He stammered, "The rabbit? I'm not sure which rabbit you're referring to," this proved. This man was stubborn. Evelyn immediately replied, "The one and only invincible rabbit that Lord Ahin rescued from the border forest. The greatest in the world, the greatest in the universe." The red-haired man was utterly confused. He thought to himself, what is he talking about? Is he talking about a pet? Then Evelyn stared intently at the redhead, his eyes holding a deep, threatening glint. "Lord Ain will be very busy groveling at the rabbit's feet." Hearing those words, the redhead's worldview seemed to shatter. He thought in panic, "What? Wait, how can he say such insulting things about the next family head?" Meanwhile, Ahin stood to the side with a calm smile. "You forgot to mention I have to crawl at her feet, Evelyn," he said. The redhead was truly speechless now. He had no idea what the hell these two were talking about. Since arriving here, he had been hit with one shock after another. The redhead was so confused he was about to fade away. He didn't know what to say anymore. He just let out a soft "huh?" Then patiently asked again, "The rabbit wishes to visit you?" Asterisk scene changed to the castle. Asterisk. In that grand and elegant place. Maya Me, Vivi the rabbit, Ahin, and those two little troublemakers were looking out from inside. Vivi the rabbit was now wearing an incredibly cute purple dress that perfectly matched her purple eyes. Her face wore a very determined expression as they all casually walked into the room. Seeing this, Evelyn came out and said sweetly, "Oh, the little rabbit has arrived." The redhead next to him was beyond confused. He stammered, "The rabbit?" It was clear he had suffered too many shocks since arriving. Then, the rabbit. That rabbit Vivi leaped into Ahin's arms. The panther Ahin glared at human Ahin with a look of displeasure. Han noticed the panther's mood and retorted provocatively, "Even if you glare at me like that, Vivi is still mine." Then he turned to look at the cute rabbit in his arms. Without a word, he pointed to the beautiful, dreamy purple dress she had carefully put on and asked, "What is this cumbersome thing?" Hearing this, Vivi became angry with Ahin and smacked his finger away. The red-haired man beside them was now trembling. He thought to himself, it's not a normal rabbit, but a beast man? How can she be so casual with the next family head? Evelyn affectionately ran over and asked the rabbit, "Are you on your way to greet the family head?" Vivi the rabbit seemed displeased about something and turned away sharply. And guessed, it seems, she went to see the tailor. Evelyn next to him added, "I see." As for Vivi, she was likely still fuming over Ahin's earlier comment about her outfit being cumbersome. The elder's representative stared intently at the rabbit and said, "He can understand her gestures?" The rumor that the next family head is a rabbit lover wasn't just nonsense. Ahin still had a gentle smile on his lips, a smile that seemed reserved only for the rabbit. He said affectionately, "Vivi, you came to see me?" Vivi smiled. She lifted her sparkling purple eyes, her face blushing. But then she suddenly looked away and waved her paw. She was trying to say no, but then she turned back and made a gesture like she was wearing a backpack, trying to tell him something. Han guessed her gesture and said, "You mean you've decided to return to the academy today? And you've already spoken with my mother. I can't wait for your midterm break." The moment Han finished his sentence, Vivi landed a punch right in his mouth, making his head snap back. It turns out he had just said, "I'm coming to the academy too." It was clear Vivi didn't want him to come to the academy with her. He looked at Vivi with a cunning glint in his eyes and said, "Even if you try to stop me, it won't work." As he spoke, he used both hands to hold the stubborn rabbit tightly. Vivi the rabbit, her face full of rage, pointed behind her. She pointed at the huge pile of books on the table. Evelyn seemed to understand and translated for Ahin. "The rabbit says you should mind your own business." Han looked at the rabbit, one hand touching the spot where she had just hit him, and said, "This is so frustrating." Then he said sulkily, "I've dedicated my body and soul to you. But as soon as you lose interest, you toss me aside like a used tissue?" Hearing these words, Vivi the rabbit looked up. She didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, "Here we go again." Vivi the rabbit was furious, her paws flailing as she tried to signal something to him. Evelyn gently interjected, "The midterm break is not that far away." "You're worrying too much." "That's what the rabbit said," he relayed. Ahin maintained his pouty expression. He sighed. "This won't do." Evelyn still didn't understand. Ahin spoke again. "Evelyn, go tell the chef there's a plump rabbit here. This is an order from your monarch." Then he turned his angry face, his red eyes glaring. "Vivi," the rabbit screamed, "you go tell him, Evelyn. This is a classic abuse of power." "Thank you." Evelyn stood between Ahin and Vivi. He flusteredly answered, "So what will Evelyn choose? Find out next week. Be sure to tune in." But that's not all. We still have to observe the expression on the face of the man from the Council of Elders. Of course, he still had that same confused expression from before. He wondered, what is everyone doing? Beads of sweat were still trickling down his face. The morning sun cast its warm rays, embracing and illuminating the entire Gray estate. In that familiar office, Ahin Gray spoke with the deep, mature voice of a duke. "Evelyn, is it me or is it Vivi?" The expressions on both Ahin Gray's and Vivi's faces showed a hint of unspeakable anger. Two pairs of eyes, one red from the man, one purple from the rabbit, shot like lightning towards Evelyn, who stood there sweating, forcing a smile. "Not to be outdone," Vivi also said. "That's right. Is it me or is it Ahin?" He felt like he was about to turn to stone right then and there, not knowing how to answer. Dark, gloomy lines appeared over his head. He clenched his fists, still unable to decide on the right course of action, and stammered, I. He closed his eyes as if to escape the intense glares of the man and rabbit who were staring at him. Ruth pondered, trying to gain clarity on his decision, and suddenly recalled the words his mother had told him. "When I was a child, my mother told me, Ruth, the relationship between a monarch and a subordinate is not forever. The survival rule of our family is to grasp the flow of power. You must do the same, understand?" "Yes, that's it. I have witnessed the shift of power in this Gray family. The flow of power and immense strength has shifted from the Black Panther to the rabbit. Moreover, Lord Ahin's pheromone is a dominant type, capable of killing and destroying others' minds. But the rabbit's pheromone is a healing type, capable of saving people. Therefore, the one who can save me in an emergency is the rabbit." After a moment of thought, As if everything became clear, Ruth Evelyn's red eyes widened as he found his true answer. He looked at a hen Gray and Vivi, who were waiting with questioning looks, and stated clearly, "Lord Hen, don't you realize that enrolling in the academy is too much for you? And Miss Rabbit, your #1 assistant Evelyn, will help you prepare everything for your return to the academy. So please, don't worry." Then, Ruth Evelyn gently lifted Vivi into his hands, smiling as he looked at the aura emanating from her, thinking to himself, "Ruth Evelyn, from now on, I will become the rabbit's person, just as my mother taught me." Then Ruth Evelyn immediately said to Vivi, "Miss Rabbit, I haven't even given you your admission gift yet. From now on, I will diligently prepare your uniform and all the items you need. Let's go, Miss Rabbit, hey!" As soon as he said it, Ruth Evelyn carried Vivi and walked out, leaving a hen and the other man in the room. A hen Gray remained seated in his chair, while the red-haired man from the Council of Elders stood there, dumbfounded and sweating, as he had likely never encountered such a situation before. As he turned to leave, Evelyn spoke to Vivi in a slightly loud tone that everyone in the room could hear. "Now, I think it would be best for you, Miss Rabbit, to prepare a specialized messenger bird. What do you think?" The door closed, and the two remaining people in the room fell into a deafening silence. The red-haired man stood there, his face dark and his mouth agape, unable to stop thinking, Lord Evelyn, how could you just leave me in this situation?" Then he bowed respectfully to Ahin Gray and stammered, "Oh, the Council of Elders position is everything I've stated before. So I shall take my leave now." Just as he was about to turn and run, Ahin Gray spoke, stopping him in his tracks. "Stay." The man from the Council of Elders screamed internally. He forced a smile at Ahin Gray, imagining that he was about to be scolded mercilessly but unexpectedly. Ahin Gray's expression changed 180 degrees, like a panther cub. With his ears perked up, he was smiling joyfully as if he had just experienced the happiest moment of his life. He looked at his hand and said, "The little rabbit has finally opened up to me." The man sent by the Council of Elders froze on the spot, confused. Opened? Opened up? Didn't she just shut you down? Ahin Gray seemed lost in a dream. Normally she's very hesitant to hit my face, but just now she used her cute hind legs to hit my face several times. It would have been so much better if she had used her front paws. After hearing this, the red-haired man was about to lose his mind, not expecting any of this. He cursed Ahin Gray in his head. He's nuts. Is he really insane? This is our next leader? Just as he finished that thought, he heard Ahin Gray speak again. This time, it wasn't the cute voice from before, but one filled with a murderous aura. So relay this message to the Council of Elders. For now, they should keep their mouths shut about my marriage engagement. The man from the Council of Elders heard this and asked, What do you mean?" Ahin Gray replied, "If you people keep talking about marriage and my rabbit gets scared and runs away, then whether it's the Council of Elders or anyone else, I will eliminate them all. Now go." The red-haired man walked out of the room, stiff with confusion, but was crying internally. Now, what do I tell the Council of Elders? That the leader is insane? That his personality is bizarre and he loves being hit? That he's blindly devoted to a rabbit? No matter what I say, I'm dead for sure. The sun began to set, painting the sky a fiery red, like a dancing flame above the landscape. The large mansion with its pointed red roofs was gradually lit up by sparkling white lights. Inside. Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos. Sparkling gold like a precious gem, crossed his arms and looked at a middle-aged man, saying, "So this is why you called me here? Just to check if it's true?" I heard it was a secret, so I thought something interesting had happened. The middle-aged man standing before him placed a newspaper on the table and replied, "Although it's just a rumor. Because this is an important matter for the Black Panther territory, I hope you will explain in detail." Rune Mannion picked up the newspaper from the table and began to read. A love triangle between a rabbit, a black panther, and a lion? Half of it is true. When they heard Mr. Manhwa say this, everyone in the room was so shocked their jaws dropped. They thought to themselves, it's true? Half of it is true? Why a rabbit? While still reading the newspaper without looking up, Rune Manhwa chuckled and said to everyone in the room, you're all very curious about who this rabbit beastman is, aren't you? She's very beautiful and very cool. Humorous, too, and her power, her innate abilities are beyond question. There you have it. Rune Manhwa's beautiful eyes sparkled as he mused. She has a healing pheromone, something you can't find in the leader of a territory. Then Rune Manhwa's face flushed slightly. He put the newspaper back on the table, crossed his arms, and continued. At the very least, she's a rabbit who is far too amazing for the likes of Mr. Gray. Walking along a dirt path lined with lush green trees, Rune Manhwa was talking with Esteen. It seems those elders have nothing better to do, Esteen said angrily. How could they ask you to come here, Lord Rune? This should never happen again. Leaning against the carriage window, his handsome face looking out at the distant sky, Rune Manhwa said, you're right. Rune's words surprised Esteen. Lord Rune. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. The driver cried out, oh! Esteen quickly looked down. What's wrong? The driver replied nervously, I'm sorry. They might have to fix the wheels, sir, Esteen asked. How long will it take? The driver answered, I'll finish as quickly as possible. Within an hour. At that, Rune got out of the carriage to take a walk. Esteen saw him. Lord Rune, where are you going? Where are you going? Rune replied. It's going to take an hour. I'm going for a short walk. As he spoke, Rune looked at the rabbits in front of him and continued walking. Esteen tried to follow, but his legs were swarmed by rabbits, making him cry out. Well then Lord Rune, there are so many rabbits here. Rune walked away. Without turning back, he explained, this is the border forest within the rabbit territory, so of course, there are many rabbits. He walked a little further. He walked a bit, and then suddenly, Rune turned around and said, how long do you plan on following me? A small rabbit ran out from where Rune was looking. Then, it climbed onto his leg and sat there, looking straight at him. Seeing this, he picked it up. You look a lot like a rabbit, I know. Do you want to come with me? I'll help you live comfortably in a warmer place. Asterisk at the academy. Vivi sat in class. Asterisk. But she was completely exhausted and drained. Her eyes glazed over, lifeless. We're so tired. Vivi sighed, thinking about everything that had happened. So much has happened. Just as she was about to return to the academy, she saw a hen and the little ones in the carriage. Just a moment ago, Vivi had to console the black panthers. A hen, come on now. I'll only be gone for 20 nights, then I'll be back. Okay? I promise. I'm not lying. Inside the luxurious Black Panther carriage, a hen whined, not wanting to leave Vivi. And then there was Lasso. Vivi thought about how she also had to console Lasso, who had cried his eyes out. Snot and tears were streaming down his face as she left for school. Lasso cried, Hero, you're so cruel. I was so worried. Still lost in thought, Vivi continued, besides, a hen has been too quiet. He's not the type of Black Panther to let this go so easily. And today, Evelyn, who's always staring at me, was the same as ever. Vivi was helpless as Evelyn stared at her with a resentful gaze, the flames of hatred burning around him. Vivi thought wearily, life is so hard. At the same time, her friend Henry, sitting next to her, was also exhausted, her face buried in a book on the desk as she sighed. Vivi looked over and said, Henry, see you later. Henry, looking exhausted and about to fade away, turned to look at Vivi, appearing just as lifeless, and said, Vivi. Vivi panicked. Huh? Henry, what's wrong with you? Henry buried her face in the desk again with a sigh. Vivi, worried and flustered, asked, Oh, did something happen? Vivi remembered what Henry had told her before. I'm having a nice time with the young master of the Black Panther family, whom I met at the dance not long ago. At the time, Vivi was also shocked and didn't pay much attention. Now Vivi remembered and said, is it because of that Black Panther you met? Or is it? Hendry's face darkened, her hand on her forehead with a look of disgust. Yes, Hender cried as she said, "Oh my God, he's such a terrible person. I heard that on the day we were supposed to meet. He scheduled meetings with 3 other people, so I got stood up." Vivi looked at Hendry's imagination of the guy, a total playboy. He had his arms around 2 beautiful young women, laughing happily. Vivi could only offer helpless consolation. There, I told you, didn't I? I told you Black Panthers are bad news. Hendry sniffled and said, because those were the words of Vivi, who has never been in love before. So of course I didn't take it seriously. Vivi immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Why would you think that? I have a boyfriend too." Hendry turned to her and emphasized, "You do?" Vivi shrank under Hendry's suspicious gaze and replied, Then she turned away with sparkling eyes, the blushing face of someone in love, and shyly said, something like that. Hendry's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping. "Really? You really have a boyfriend?" Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom and said, "Everyone, be quiet. Now. Open your textbooks to part 2. All right, today's lesson is on." Since class had started, Hendry wrote on a piece of paper to talk to Vivi. After writing for a moment, she held up the paper for Vivi to read. It read, "You, who only goes to the library and the breeding grounds whenever you get a chance, have a boyfriend?" Vivi, with the shy expression of someone in love, scratched her head, wondering how to explain. "If I say Ahin is my boyfriend, it's a bit weird, but I don't want to say I don't have one." Hendry's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her head from shock. Hendry clutched her head, screaming internally, "What? Really? Someone as clueless as her has a boyfriend? When did she even get a boyfriend? This innocent rabbit got a boyfriend before me?" Hendry wrote again, "Every time I mention Black Panthers, you react so strongly. Could it be that he's a Black Panther?" Vivi froze, not knowing what to say, as Hendry continued to write. "Is he really a member of the Black Panther clan? But you've never gone out to meet a boyfriend while studying at the academy. You probably haven't seen him in years. Is he really your boyfriend?" A barrage of questions was posed. Hendry kept writing, "Tell me. You don't look very happy either. You're suffering too, aren't you?" Seeing this, Vivi thought, she's right. As soon as I got the messenger bird, I sent him a letter, but for some reason, there's been no news. Vivi borrowed Hendry's notebook to write, but he hasn't replied to my letter. That's making me a little worried. Vivi recalled a scene where Ahin sneered at her with a look of disgust. "You trashy rabbit, were you peeking at my body?" She then wrote on the paper, "Sometimes he calls me trash." Then she remembered Hahin's arrogant posture. "You're not just any common straight, so I have to endure it. Every time you see a beautiful stranger, you lose your mind." And Vivi wrote more on the paper. "He brought a rabbit he just met into his bedroom, but he calls me the stray. And every time the rabbit cried, Ahan would say, 'Cry more.'" Then Vivi wrote, moreover, "I don't know if he likes seeing me sad, but he keeps telling me to cry." Hendry read this and slammed her hand on the table, her face filled with bitter resentment for the guy. Her face darkened as she cursed, "That trash." She grabbed Vivi's sleeve and cursed. "He's a worthless piece of trash," Vivi said in alarm. Hendry? Hendry glared at Vivi and said, "Was your date for the evening party that piece of trash?" Vivi thought that if Ahin came to the evening party, his identity and face would be exposed, so he couldn't come. So she told Hendry he couldn't make it, so I plan to attend alone. Hearing this, Hendry got even angrier and shouted, "Alone! He's letting his girlfriend go to the party alone? That piece of trash." Then Hendry tore at her hair in frustration. "He's not someone you're dating with the intention of marriage, is he? Please tell me it's not true, Vivi. Break up with him. Break up with him. Break up with him right now." Vivi didn't know how to explain, and just then the teacher called out, "Vivi, see you later." The two of them quickly turned back to their notebooks, pretending to study. Hendry's earlier words made Vivi think, marriage? She's right. The Reborn family is just a mid-tier noble family, so they have to be careful about marriage and carefully screen for excellent heirs. Moreover, if the partner is the heir of the Black Panther clan, how important would that position be? Can I really bear the weight of the crown? But still, no matter what, I don't want to see anyone else by Ahin's side. In the midst of her struggle, outside the window, a hand peeked his head out from the bushes. Ah, it's Ahin. What did Ahin do? He caused a ruckus wanting to follow me. I wonder if Ahin is okay. Ahin suddenly gave Vivi a military-style salute, looking very cute. What is he doing? Ahin is so cute, Vivi thought. As she was admiring Ahin's cuteness, Evelyn suddenly popped up. Oh, Evelyn is here too. What was in front of Vivi now was the image of a hen biting Evelyn's head. Blood was streaming down Evelyn's face, yet he was still smiling and whispering to Vivi. Miss Rabbit, after class, please come to the principal's office for a moment. Vivi panicked, thinking, no, Ahin, you'll get a stomachache if you eat that. Spit it out. Spit it out. Hurry. And Vivi truly panicked, slamming her hands on the desk and jumping up, shouting, Ahin, Evelyn, thank you. The class and the teacher turned to look at Vivi in surprise. The teacher said sternly, Vivi, again, get out, now. Dejected, Vivi had to leave the classroom. At that moment in the principal's office, Mr. Lillian, Ahin's grandfather, was holding a cup of tea and looking out the window. The Council of Elders is objecting, huh? Those rotten old men. Tusk. They don't realize the true nature of the rabbit, so they're making a fuss. Evelyn stood respectfully and replied, Lord Ahin doesn't want this matter to reach the rabbit's ears. His grandfather said with satisfaction, so that's why he's doing it. It's obvious. I'm just afraid that if we push the marriage issue, the rabbit who isn't mentally prepared will disappear again. How pitiful, Chesk. Evelyn retorted, why did you secretly take the rabbit away, Mr. Lillian? You went too far. During the time he was separated from the rabbit, Lord Ahin suffered from nightmares every day. Mr. Lillian shot back, the rabbit suffered too. Let's not talk about other things. Tell me what your purpose is. Evelyn stated his purpose. The conflict with the Council of Elders is not good for the rabbit in the long run, so I came here to secretly ask for the rabbit's opinion on the matter. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the official meeting with the Council of Elders. If the rabbit proves to the Council of Elders that she has a healing pheromone, then all this chaos will disappear as if it never happened. Mr. Lillian looked at Evelyn. Evelyn continued. It's about time for the rabbit to arrive. Suddenly, Mr. Lillian looked out the window and said angrily, Oh, hey, those guys. Evelyn asked, confused. What is it, Mr. Lillian? Then Evelyn looked out the window. Erlon Fridian and his gang. He couldn't catch the rabbit, so he's getting impatient. Mr. Lillian said angrily, I'll get rid of them all. At that moment, Evelyn had an idea. Wait, Mr. Lillian? Even if you stop them, it's only a temporary solution. Mr. Lillian glared at Evelyn and said with his arms crossed, So you're telling me to just stand by and watch? Evelyn said proudly, Who am I? Mr. Lillian said, I don't want to know who you are. Evelyn said. Evelyn continued, I, Evelyn Rudolph, the talented assistant, have a brilliant idea. Isn't it better to make the opponent feel defeated while also showcasing the rabbit's spicy side? Mr. Lillian thought to himself, confused. Spicy side? Perhaps a bitter event is about to unfold for Erlin's gang of street thugs for daring to mess with the rabbit. Looking through the window down in the schoolyard, Phoebe the rabbit was being cornered by Erlon's gang. Mr. Lillian was flustered, not knowing how to handle it, while Evelyn calmly said, Something is about to happen, isn't it? Then he turned to Mr. Lillian and said proudly, Did you know that my pheromone is a nullifying type? Mr. Lillian seemed uninterested and just wanted a solution. I'm not curious about you, so just tell me the method. Evelyn said cheerfully, Of course, this operation requires your pheromone, Mr. Lillian, the type that shocks the opponent. Until now, our rabbit has usually threatened her opponents when cornered. The two of them were watching the flustered rabbit below. Why did I have to run into Erlin? Huh? Mr. Lillian asked. So? Evelyn replied. Mr. Lillian, you just need to release your pheromone on the target the rabbit is threatening. Then he said with a wicked tone and a cheerful face, conversely, if those students use their pheromones on the rabbit, then I will nullify all of them. Mr. Lillian looked at Evelyn in surprise, thinking, so you're not an ordinary person either, huh? Then Mr. Lillian sighed and said, you use very strange methods. Evelyn looked at the rabbit and replied, it's all for our rabbit. Down in the schoolyard, Erlin looked at the rabbit with an angry expression. He said contemptuously, You were making a fuss during class. And what's more, Evelyn? You know Lord Evelyn? A person like you. Who are you to call Lord Evelyn by his name so intimately? Vivi thought worriedly, why? Because Evelyn appeared right in front of me. I need to get to the principal's office quickly. Why are you stopping me? He continued, give me that backpack. Today, I'm going to check what you're hiding inside. Vivi froze in panic and replied, I already told you. There's nothing special in my backpack. He put his hands on his hips, demanding to open the backpack. I'll have to open it to find out. Vivi was scared but also firm, not wanting to give in. Do you think I'll just give it to you? If that's the case, I've no choice but to use my pheromones. Erlin looked at Vivi and nodded to the guy next to him. He got the signal and said with a grin, okay. Then his accomplice approached Vivi threateningly and said, now give me the bag. From his appearance, he seemed to be a cat beastman. Vivi's face paled with fear. She backed away and said, If you come any closer, I won't go easy on you. The cat beastman continued to advance. Hand it over while I'm still being nice. Vivi continued to back away, her gaze resolute. Don't come any closer to me. I'm serious. I won't go easy on you. Then Vivi stopped, stomped her foot hard, and shouted, I told you I wouldn't go easy on you. Up in the office, Evelyn snapped his fingers. A pressure like a lightning bolt shot through the cat beastman's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Erlin and his other accomplice froze in shock. Tommy! What's wrong? Why did you suddenly? Erlin went to help the dazed Tommy and shouted angrily at Vivi, You! Vivi, also confused about what was happening, denied it. No, it wasn't me. Another one of Erlin's accomplices then approached Vivi. He glared daggers at Vivi, startling the rabbit. She yelled and pushed him away. Hey! Just like before, he felt his body lose balance. A lightning bolt shot through his head unexpectedly. Ah! Vivi didn't understand either. Question marks filled her head. Huh? What? What's going on? I didn't use my pheromones. I didn't do anything. Erlin and his gang were furious. This little brat. Did you use your pheromones on us? His accomplice chimed in. Hey, that's too much. The rabbit quickly said, No, I told you it wasn't me. At that moment, up above, Evelyn and Mr. Lillian were watching their every move. Evelyn glared at Erlin's gang with a deadly look. In an instant, each of Erlin's accomplices turned pale and cried out, Erlin! My pheromones! I can't release my pheromones. Erlon also tried to release his pheromones, but couldn't. What? How is this possible? One of his accomplices stood by, pale with fear. My pheromones! My pheromones! Erlen looked up at Vivi. Huh? So it's true? How? How is this possible? What kind of trick did you pull? In Erlon's eyes, Vivi now stood in a dark aura like a powerful being, her fists clenched, her eyes darkened as she looked down on them. It was terrifying. But contrary to that image, Vivi was also confused, thinking, what's happening? Is this my power? Let me try again. Then the rabbit turned to one of Erlin's accomplices with a death glare. He flinched, his face turning pale. He let out a gasp before receiving a kick from the rabbit. He didn't have time to react and could only let out a cry. Ah! Oh! He collapsed to the ground, dazed. Once again! Erlin cried out in alarm. Chat, Charlie! Just then, Ajin's growl was heard from somewhere. Erlin's eyes widened in shock. Why? Why can a rabbit command a black panther? Now, the image was of Vivi the rabbit, standing firm, no longer afraid, looking down on them. Beside her, a hen stood glaring at Erlin's gang, making them tremble. Terrified, Erlin was scared. He froze. Damn it. So you are hiding your power? Erlin collapsed to his knees when he saw the Black Panther and his accomplices lying on the ground around him. Now Vivi seemed to shine brightly. It was the face of a victor. Vivi was no longer afraid of Erlin's gang. I defeated those beasts with just my presence. I did it! Vivi clenched her fist. On the upper floor, Evelyn and Mr. Lillian were also satisfied and proud of Vivi's victory. They both let out a cheer as the fight ended. Evelyn said cheerfully, "We did it, Lillian!" Mr. Lillian replied, "Yes, a great success indeed." Down in the schoolyard, Vivi also smiled happily at Ahin. Asterisk scene changed to night at Ahin's mansion. Asterisk. Ahin was holding a letter from his grandfather. It read, "You brat, why haven't you replied to the rabbit's letter? The rabbit has been waiting for your reply. Can't you just write back immediately?" Replied to the rabbit, "You brat." As Ahin read the letter, he imagined Mr. Lillian's angry, scolding face. He tossed the letter aside with an unconcerned expression, saying, "I only didn't reply to her letter for a little while, and she already ran to grandfather. Why do I need to reply to her letter during that time? It's better for me to quickly sort out the Council of Elders business and move to the academy. Vivi wants me to come to the academy quickly too, right? Right, Vivi?" Hein laughed to himself. Then an image of an angry rabbit appeared on the page, as if to say, "That's not it at all. Snap out of it." Then through the window, Ahin saw Evelyn's group, Ahin the panther, and Quinn returning to the mansion. Evelyn said, "Lord Quinn? Wait a minute. No way. I told you absolutely not. Taking care of myself every night is exhausting enough." At that moment, Quinn, a bird beastman, was flying around Evelyn, which prompted that reaction. On the upper floor, Ahin thought Evelyn said he was going to his parents' house. Why did he come back with Ahin and Quinn? Could it be the three of them went out together? This is suspicious. Evelyn, could you really abandon the bond we've shared for nearly 20 years? What are you plotting? Are you betraying me by colluding with Ahin too? No, that can't be, right? Ahin looked at Evelyn with suspicious eyes. Am I overthinking this? It was just a dream after all. Their relationship isn't great, but they've been together for years. It's not impossible for them to go out together, Vuong Nguyen. With that thought, Ahan paid it no mind and sharply turned to go back in. But, as you can imagine, perhaps Ahan didn't notice that the backpack he was wearing was Lady Rabbit's, and it seemed there was some movement inside it. A silent night enveloped the entire landscape. Everything in nature outside seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. All that could be heard was the rustling of leaves in the wind, and all that could be seen were the twinkling stars standing out against the dark, melancholic sky. At the grand white mansion, the grounds were still brightly illuminated by colorful electric lights. Inside the mansion, Ruth Evelyn said, "Lady Rabbit, you can come out now." From inside Ruth Evelyn's small, turquoise backpack, a tiny rabbit with beautiful purple eyes jumped out. It was Bibi. Evelyn crouched down, her long, graceful hair flowing as her red eyes looked at Bibi and continued, "Thank you so much for agreeing to come here. Ahin, Quinn, and I went to the academy together, but, to be honest, I thought you would refuse to some extent. As I said before, just think it over carefully tonight and then make your decision. Lady Rabbit, you don't have to attend the Council of Elders meeting and reveal your power. In times like these," he was speaking gently with a warm, soft voice when suddenly Ruth Evelyn's eyes widened, his face darkened, and he continued in a threatening tone, "I think it would be quite amusing to see the day Ahin throws the meeting into chaos." Hearing Ruth say this, a small sense of fear immediately gripped Bibi. Her face turned pale. Her mouth fell open and her eyes widened as she thought to herself, That's precisely the problem. That's why I rushed all the way here after getting his permission. Seeing Vivi's serious expression and her lack of response, Ruth Evelyn continued, Lord Ahan is trying very hard to keep matters concerning the Council of Elders from reaching you, Lady Rabbit. From your perspective, this marriage arrangement is quite pressuring, isn't it? Therefore, if we leave everything to Lord Ahan as things are now, I believe he will cause a huge scene at tomorrow's meeting. If that happens, the Council of Elders will concede immediately, but they'll likely raise objections again very soon. On the other hand, if you attend the meeting tomorrow and demonstrate your abilities, the Council of Elders will acknowledge you, and the relationship between the Council and Lord Ahan won't get any worse. That is the truth about your marriage arrangement with Lord Ahan. After giving Bibi a long, drawn-out lecture on the theory of the marriage contract, Ruth Evelyn let out a long sigh. As if weary from the weight of their responsibilities, Ruth Evelyn concluded with, I apologize for pressuring you, Lady Rabbit. Seeing Beeb listen intently without saying a word, Ruth tried to ease the tension, but don't worry too much, even if the marriage contract becomes a reality. If Lord Ahan does anything to displease you, you can discard him immediately. Watching Ruth Evelyn speak ill of Ahan behind his back made Bibi ponder. Discard. Discard him? How can you say that, Evelyn? Isn't Ahan your master? Where has your loyalty gone? Ruth Evelyn sat there, practically sparkling, as he closed his eyes, rested his chin on his hand, and said gently, Evelyn will always support you, Lady Rabbit, and everything I've said is a secret, okay? I trust the matriarch will keep my secret as well. Unseen until now, another woman had been present in the room all along. She exuded an air of nobility and experience, evident in the fine crow's feet around her eyes. A graceful and proper woman holding a pen and appearing to be engrossed in her work. Yet she was paying close attention to every word from Bibi and Ruth Evelyn. She was Valance Ahan Gray's mother. Hearing Ruth Evelyn address her, Valance simply gave a slight smile without looking up and replied, We'll see. I'll think about it. Ruth Evelyn, with a lively and cheerful face, quickly added, Matriarch, I hope you will look after Lady Rabbit. Valance smiled, You don't need to worry. Bibi stood there, her beautiful purple eyes wide with shock, sweat beading on her brow, dripping down her white fur as she thought to herself, How is Evelyn still alive after pulling stunts like this? While Bibi stood there bewildered, Ruth Evelyn suddenly took her short, stubby rabbit paws in his slender, picturesque hands and shook them. I'm sorry for saying this so late, but thank you for coming back, Lady Bibi. In a beautiful bedroom dominated by a cool white color scheme, Vivi Rebian stood out in the middle of the room, wearing a lovely and beautiful pink dress. Her purple eyes scanned her surroundings, her waist-length hair as long and smooth as silk. She placed her hands on her hips, thinking, My whole body is stiff from changing from my rabbit form to my human form. Well then, Valance, wearing a cool, light blue nightgown and holding a book, called out to Vivi Rebian in a warm voice. Come here. Vivi Rebian, delighted, perked up her ears like a rabbit. Lady Valance? Lady Valance, with her captivating red eyes, smiled brightly. What are you still doing over there? Come here quickly. Vivi Rebian still stood there, forcing a smile as she wondered, Do I have to sleep in the same bed as Lady Valance? What? Seeing Vivi Rebian's hesitation, Lady Valance explained, Things were a bit rushed, so I couldn't prepare pajamas embroidered with carrots for you, Vivi. Rebian answered, a little embarrassed. It's all right. That wasn't what she was worried about. Seeing her reaction, the lady's expression turned a little sad. She placed a hand on her cheek, looking pitiful, and said, So, you feel pressured sleeping with me? A moment later, Vivi Rebian had climbed into bed and was lying still and obediently next to Lady Valance, who was holding a book. Vivi Rebian lay stiff as a board, unable to sleep, while Valance, on the contrary, seemed very cheerful. It's been a long time since I've shared a bed with someone. Vivi Rebian felt an invisible pressure weighing down on her, her thoughts running wild. I can't believe the day has come when I'm sleeping next to the leader of the Black Panthers. Is this a success or a trap? What if I toss and turn in my sleep like I do in the dorms, and I accidentally kick Lady Valance off the bed? Lady Valance, who was sitting beside her, noticed Vivi Reborn's eyes were still open and asked, "Have you made a decision about the Council of Elders yet?" Vivi Reborn turned her head. "Not yet. I still haven't decided." As she spoke, Vivi watched Lady Valance pull up the covers and prepare to lie down beside her. "I will persuade the Council of Elders and let you return to the Academy, so don't worry too much. If it's too difficult to decide, you don't have to reveal your abilities." As Lady Valance spoke, she placed her hand over Vivi Reborn's, making Vivi exclaim internally, "Lady Valance's hand, it's so calloused, just like Ahin's." Lady Valance seemed to understand Vivi's unspoken worries and said, "It's because of the weight of this unseen position that you're so anxious, isn't it? Because from the moment you sit beside the leader, you will live a different life from everyone else. As time goes on, you'll become more indifferent to emotions and you'll grow accustomed to death. Seeing as you can't make a decision, you must already know that well, don't you? Indeed, I once told my husband Edith that I was hesitant to bear such a position. No matter how big our arguments were, he would always show up the next day with a bouquet of flowers." Hearing this, Vivi Reborn smiled and said, "Was it a peace offering?" Lady Valance laughed. "I thought so too at first. But when I reached out to take the flowers, he would shake his head and say he brought them because they resembled him. Then he would give me the flower he kept beside him. Just a single one." Hearing this, Vivi Reborn seemed to connect it to something about a hen, smiling and understanding as she thought to herself, "A hen is always so conceited, thinking he's the most handsome in the world. So that's where he gets it from. A hen is just like Lord Edith." Valance smiled at Vivi. "But on second thought, perhaps you won't be haunted by death, because these hands are hands that save people." Vivi blushed in embarrassment and replied, You overestimate me." Lady Valance smiled. "It's a fair assessment." Then, Valance lowered her gaze as if in thought and said again, "Babi, do you hate me for letting you go so far away?" "Do you hate me for it?" Reborn replied awkwardly, Of course not. How could I?" Then, suddenly, Vivi Reborn hugged Lady Valance tightly, her eyes welling with tears as she thought, "It's thanks to Lady Valance that I was able to learn and experience the world. After more than a year of roaming the continent and being confined as a small rabbit." Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. But her body is still as soft as a cotton ball. What should I do? Should I teach her swordsmanship? Vivi thought, just seeing the tip of a blade makes me want to crouch down and hide. Lady Valance laughed. Of course, if you don't want to, then I'll only teach you if you want to learn, Vivi pondered. But a sword? Perhaps I've thought of a way to deal with the Council of Elders in tomorrow's meeting. That night, Vivi Reborn and Lady Valance slept soundly and had beautiful dreams. At a long, luxurious white meeting table, everyone sat in their respective places, dressed solemnly with a dignified air. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound rang out, causing a young man and woman to say in confused unison, "He broke his own nail internally." They were both screaming, "Lord Lillian, please calm down." Someone tried to reason with him. "Lord Lillian, screaming like that won't solve anything. We need to know what we're up against to deal with it." Hearing this, Lord Lillian immediately shouted back, "What? Then what do you know about Lady Rabbit to be spouting such nonsense, huh?" Someone's voice replied to Lillian, "Well, that's the point. We need to know who this rabbit beastkin is to understand her." In another chair, Hein Gray sat with a calm and relaxed expression, resting his chin on his hand as his eyes scanned the room. A hint of amusement flickered in his red eyes. He gave a slight, incredibly handsome smile, as if everything was going smoothly according to his calculations. He thought, how amusing. If this keeps up, the meeting will fall apart without me even having to intervene. But forget the meeting for a second. Something feels very strange. Why is mother's cheek so red? Does she have a toothache? But why did she suddenly stop talking? Furthermore, why is Evelyn so quiet? Seeing the uncharacteristic silence from the attendant standing beside him, Ahan Gray called out, "Evelyn!" Evelyn seemed to startle, bowing his head as his red eyes met Ahan Gray's, his face a mixture of light and shadow. Ahan Gray looked up at Evelyn and said, "Just one short sentence. Are you waiting for Bibi?" Just that one short sentence from Ahan was enough to make Ruth Evelyn's face change, but he quickly forced a smile and spoke. "Huh?" That's what he said, but inwardly he was cowering like a timid rabbit, his face pale as he thought, what? How did he know? As expected, he's incredibly perceptive. Seeing the blatant panic on Ruth Evelyn's face, Ahan Gray's eyes narrowed, becoming menacing. His sharp eyes fixed on him as he said in a harsh tone, "I told you not to let Bibi know about the Council of Elders." "You traitor!" At Ahan Gray's words, Ruth Evelyn immediately put on a sycophantic smile. "Of course not. Why would you say something so hurtful? My body and heart are always dedicated to you, Lord Ahan." Ahan Gray knew full well he was trying to change the subject. "Don't try to flatter your way out of this. Did you have fun at the academy?" Ruth Evelyn stood there stiff as a board, dumbfounded but impressed, thinking, does this man have the ability to read minds? Folding his large hands on the table, Ahan Gray said, "It's a pity, but I can't read your thoughts." Ruth Evelyn stammered, That's truly a pity. But how did you know I went to the academy?" Then Ahan Gray flashed a bright smile. "The fact that you went out with Quinn was highly suspicious. But since grandfather came to the Gray mansion this morning, I didn't need to guess anymore." Then suddenly, Ahan's voice became more dangerous. "No matter what you do, Babil won't be able to get in here." His expression changing in the blink of an eye, Ahan's face returned to normal, even looking a bit cheerful as he recounted his earlier orders. "If a rabbit with cunning eyes appears near the mansion, capture and lock it up immediately." That's what I told the guards. I also told them to be careful of Lady Rabbit's kick. Ruth was quite surprised, but calmed down, thinking happily to himself when he heard that. Luckily, he still doesn't know that Lady Rabbit is already inside the mansion. Evelyn mumbled back to Ahan, "Is that so? As expected, you have a grasp on everything, don't you? But please remember that my betrayal is for your sake. Didn't you once say that having a traitor by your side was interesting? And good for you." Just then, the sound of light footsteps in the hallway drew everyone's attention. The people in the meeting room noticed, but Ahan Gray seemed oblivious, engrossed in his retort. That was then. "Are you admitting you betrayed me now?" Anything related to Bibi is an exception. Just as he finished his sentence, the large door to the meeting room was pushed open a crack, revealing a small, beautiful figure with purple eyes. Bibi appeared before them, stunning everyone, especially Ahan Gray. He sat there, utterly stunned and speechless. His red pupils widened as he silently called the name of the gorgeous girl in the pure white dress in his mind. Vivi Ravian stood there dazed, watching everyone in the room arguing fiercely. "When did we insult Lady Rabbit?" "Just now, 4 minutes and 18 seconds ago. I heard it clearly. You look down on my hearing just because I'm old, is that it?" "Lord Lillian, please calm down." And then with a soft click, the main door closed. Had Vivi Rebian disappeared? She was gone from the meeting room, leaving Ahan Gray and Ruth Evelyn, who had been watching, frozen in confusion. Suddenly, Ahan Gray shot up with a panicked expression and slammed his hands on the table, the loud bang silencing the arguments as everyone turned to look. The room fell dead silent. Everyone stood up and turned to look at him in confusion. The very next second, the sound of the large door being thrown wide open echoed through the hall, and decisively, from the large doors of the meeting room, Vivi Rebian strode in, full of courage, and looked directly into Ahan Gray's surprised face. Then came the whispers and murmurs from those at the meeting, seeing Vivi Rebian for the first time. Her eyes, purple eyes, a frame so delicate it looks like it could break. She must be the rabbit beastkin from the rumors. But how could she barge into a meeting so impolitely? Just look at her behavior. You can tell she comes from a family with no manners. Those words were clearly heard by everyone in the room, including Ahen Gray and Vivi Rebian, but it seemed Vivi didn't care much. Because right now, Vivi was blushing, her eyes slightly closed, thinking happy thoughts. So he wore the earrings I sent with the letter. He probably doesn't know what sharing earrings means. In the wild boar territory, my friend Hendry was right. A soft voice called out, "Bibi, why did you come in without thinking? What are you planning to do?" Seeing the bright, radiant smile blooming on Ahin's face, Vivi Rebian felt a thunderclap go through her head. She thought, what? He's smiling? Is this situation funny to him? Does he not know how much resolve it took for me to come here? Humph. All right now, you go sit down. Vivi will handle everything. Vivi Rabin gave a gentle wave of her hand, and Ashin Gray obediently sat down like a little puppy, causing someone in the room to stare wide-eyed, thinking, just with a single hand gesture, she made the great leader sit down? Afterward, someone was heard asking Lord Lillian, didn't you just say the rabbit beastkin wasn't in the mansion? Lord Lillian raised a hand to cover his mouth, coughing to change the subject. When did I ever say that? Scass! Now everyone, please calm down and take your seats. How can elders who once led a generation cause a commotion in front of the youth? Everyone's minds were in chaos, but they only thought in confusion. But you were the most agitated one of all. Futrong. Valance, who had been sitting silently until now, finally spoke up. The rabbit beastkin you have all been waiting for has now appeared. I will not repeat myself. I will not permit any questions or inquiries until I have finished my explanation. But before that, my apologies. Before I speak of the rabbit beastkin's identity, there is a more important matter that must be addressed first. It is the cause of my husband Edith's death, and it is the same thing that torments my son, Ahan, to this day. I wish to speak about the pheromone convulsion syndrome,